3 years of simulation, taking off in one go. When the Life Restart Simulator finally rolls 3 red talents, Innate Saintly Tao Embryo, Origin of Chi Flow, and Infinite Black Card, Suchen knows his era has arrived. With spiritual energy recovery imminent and a fated autumn trip holding great opportunities, watch how he leverages his heaven-defying golden finger, starting from scratch, to punch mutated beasts, kick love rivals, and reach the pinnacle of life. At Qingbei University in the imperial capital, students discussed a 50-meter giant python discovered on an island in Dongying, speculating about biological mutation or bioweapons. Su Chen listened, knowing the truth. He was a reincarnator from 51 years in the future, aware that global spiritual energy would fully recover in a year, causing creatures to mutate wildly. The python was one of the earliest. Su Chen had been reborn for 3 years, obtaining the Life Restart Simulator system, which gave him 10 restart chances daily, each time selecting 3 talents from 10. For 3 years, he had restarted tens of thousands of times, his best roll being only a single red talent. He had lost hope. He was now looking forward to the autumn trip in 3 days, an opportunity he had missed in his past life. After class, Xiaoqiu, the campus belle, a perfect goddess with looks, figure, and intelligence, stopped Su Chen and asked if he was joining the autumn trip. Su Chen's body trembled. Xiaoqiu was connected to his rebirth. In his previous life, after the spiritual energy recovery, powerful humans were called Irin, realms, Hotian, Xiantian, Yangqi, Ningxin, Jelling, Chaofan, and mutated beasts, realms, Eus. Su Chen was merely Xiantian level 9, while Xiaoqiu was already Chaofan level 3. He had politely invited her for a meal, and she surprisingly agreed. During the meal, 2 powerful S-rank adult mutated beasts attacked, and both were torn to shreds. Su Chen knew he always missed opportunities, including that autumn trip, from which Xiaoqiu benefited the most. This time, I'm going, and I'll be the one who benefits the most, Su Chen resolved. Women? They would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. Seeing him dazed, Xiaoqiu asked again. Su Chen confirmed his participation and paid the 300 yuan fee. Back in his dorm, Su Chen waited for the system to refresh at 6 p.m. He solemnly arranged 3 oranges on his desk, inserted 3 cigarettes into them, and prayed for 3 red talents. Ding! Restart chances refreshed. Su Chen excitedly activated the system. This trash life, I don't want to stay a second longer. Today's restart chances, 10 tenths. The first 9 restarts were disappointing, the best being 7 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. For the 10th time, he closed his eyes and pressed restart. Opening his eyes, Su Chen jumped up. The 4th talent was red. Innate Saintly Tao Embryo, the strongest physique in all heavens and myriad worlds. Even if you slack off daily, you can still become the strongest. Your body will also be indestructible. The 7th talent was red. Origin of Chi Flow. Chi is the energy within Irin. This technique allows rapid conversion between spiritual energy and Chi. Where there is spiritual energy, there is infinite Chi. The 10th talent was red. Infinite Black Card. Possessing this talent means infinite money. You can buy the entire world if you wish. 3 red talents. Su Chen was ecstatic, especially since the Infinite Black Card was crucial for his current situation, allowing him to make early arrangements and go to places of frequent strange phenomena from his memories. He selected the 3 red talents and pressed Restart Life. The system interface changed. Su Chen Realm, Ordinary Person. Attributes, Constitution, 3, Intelligence, 8, Strength, 7, Agility, 6. Talents, Innate Saintly Tao Embryo, Origin of Chi Flow, Infinite Black Card. Skills, none. Points, 0. Shop, not open. Assignable points, 20. Su Chen first added 2 points to Constitution, bringing it to 5, human average, feeling his body subtly change. He hesitated on how to allocate the remaining 18 points. His roommates, Shang Woya and Yang Wanli, entered. Yang Wanli asked with concern if Su Chen was sick, as he looked unwell. Su Chen felt a bit dazed. After the spiritual energy recovery, these two had blocked him. Another roommate, Ma Tianming, also came in, exchanged a few words with Su Chen, and then started reading. Ma Tianming was the only one Su Chen kept in touch with after graduation. Su Chen left the dorm to test his improved physique on the 400-meter standard track at Qingbei. After 1 lap, he was only slightly out of breath, a significant improvement. Just then, Shen Tao, one of the campus heartthrobs, a sports department student with a perfect physique, appeared. The two were known as the 2 male gods of Qingbei and had a decent relationship. Shen Tao invited Su Chen for a warm-up jog. Onlookers buzzed, anticipating a battle between the two. They jogged 1 lap. Shen Tao suggested increasing the pace, and Su Chen agreed. Initially, Su Chen kept up, but as Shen Tao accelerated, a gap formed. Su Chen, unwilling to lose, activated the system and added points to agility until it reached 10, the limit. He caught up. When his stamina waned, he added points to constitution until it also reached 10, the limit, feeling his fatigue greatly diminish. Xin Tao was surprised Su Chen could keep up. They finished the first lap almost simultaneously. Xin Tao sped up again, and Su Chen matched his pace. After the second lap, Xin Tao was red-faced and panting. Su Chen was also breathing heavily. At the start of the third lap, Xin Tao accelerated recklessly. Su Chen followed. Soon, Su Chen overtook him by a body length, widening the gap, and crossed the finish line first. Xin Tao followed. The crowd was stunned. Xin Tao, a record holder, had lost to Su Chen. Xin Tao approached Su Chen, saying, "Bro, I really didn't expect your stamina to be this good." Su Chen humbly scratched his head, "So, anyone with legs can do it." A Qingbei student named Lin Qi filmed the race and uploaded it to a short video platform. It unexpectedly went viral. Within hours, it had tens of thousands of views and thousands of likes, with comments praising Su Chen's looks. Su Chen returned to his dorm and, after washing up, was informed by his roommates that he had gone viral. He watched the video, slightly embarrassed by the flood of handsome comments. He scrolled through more videos and came across a blurry one, a large, indistinct creature resembling a leopard or cat, with fur of a deep purple and black gem-like eyes, its size comparable to a G-Wagon. The location was a commercial street next to their university. This was the second mutated beast. The video was quickly deleted, Su Chen understanding it was to prevent panic. Late at night, Su Chen was awakened by an intense heat in his body. Even a cold shower didn't help. He dressed, left the dorm, jumped out of a restroom window, and headed to the track to burn off excess energy. Approaching the track, he saw a large dark shadow. Its black gem-like eyes, it was the mutated beast from the video. The beast spotted Su Chen, let out a low roar, its eyes filled with greed. Humans were the best food for mutated beasts. It slowly advanced. When the beast fully emerged under the lights, Su Chen sighed in relief. Thankfully, it's just a quasi-mutated beast. A stage between ordinary beast and mutated beast, stronger than normal but weaker than a full one. Still, it was not something an ordinary Su Chen could handle. The quasi-beast lunged. Su Chen instinctively dodged. It crashed into the teaching building, cracking the wall. Su Chen was surprised he could dodge it. The beast roared in anger and lunged again, its sharp claws tearing 5 small holes in the concrete ground. Su Chen shuddered. Just dodging won't work. My stamina is limited. I must counterattack. Su Chen looked around for a weapon, spotting a small shed where the gardener kept tools, including a large pair of shears. He dashed towards it, the quasi-beast in pursuit. Its claws tore through Su Chen's clothes but failed to break his skin, instead making a strange grating sound. Su Chen remembered the indestructible body from Innate Saintly Tao Embryo, and grinned. Su Chen kicked open the shed door, found the large shears, and instantly felt like a god of war. The quasi-beast tore down the shed, and Su Chen charged out. The shears clashed with the beast's claws, making metallic sounds. Su Chen was outmatched in strength and forced back. He activated the system, realizing his realm had changed from ordinary person to quasi-Urin. He dumped his remaining 8 assignable points into strength, raising it from 7 to 15. The quasi-beast leaped again. An idea flashed in Su Chen's mind. He rushed forward, slid under the beast, and thrust the shears upwards. Put! The shears pierced the beast's abdomen, performing a cesarean section. Ding! You have killed the quasi-beast Ghostly Grievance Cat and received rewards 50 points, Passage to the Abyss, and a low-quality Strength Fruit. Passage to the Abyss is one of the 72 techniques of the earthly fiends, allowing one to see through essence and discern illusions. Low-quality Strength Fruit. When consumed, this fruit grants a direct increase of 1 point in strength. Su Chen did not expect to receive so many rewards for killing a quasi-beast. However, he had no time to check these rewards at the moment. The most important thing now was to hurry back to his dormitory and freshen up. After confirming the death of the Ghostly Grievance Cat, Su Chen headed towards the dormitory building. Just as Su Chen left, 2 individuals appeared on the school playground. They were dressed in delivery uniforms, with a badge-like emblem on the left chest of their clothing. The badge depicted a towering mountain. In the center of the mountain, the words, postnatal, were inscribed. On the back of their uniforms, the words "Have you eaten?" were printed in large letters. These 2 were members of the Have You Eaten organization. Have You Eaten is ostensibly an unknown delivery platform in Huaxia. However, in reality, they are affiliated with an official organization of extraordinary individuals. Zhaoan and Xiantong were the most basic members of Have You Eaten. The 2 received orders stating that a quasi-beast might appear near Qingbei University. They were instructed to come and take a look. Using specialized tracking devices, they found traces of the beast. But upon arrival, they discovered that the beast was already dead. Zhao and was the first to approach the beast, conducting a brief examination. He squatted down, shock written all over his face as he turned to Qian Tong and said, "It's dead." Dead? Qian Tong looked at the bloodstains on the ground, equally astonished. Although this is a quasi-beast, It is definitely not something an ordinary person could handle. How could it possibly die here? Moreover, its blood is still warm. It shouldn't have been dead for long. Could it be that there is a powerful, extraordinary individual hidden in Qingbei University? From the moment they discovered the quasi-beast's presence at Qingbei University to their arrival at the scene, less than 5 minutes had passed. This meant that in just 5 short minutes, the beast had been killed. Report to headquarters, Zhaoan said to Qiantong. Qiantong nodded and took out the exclusive communication device of Have You Eaten? Once connected, Qiantong briefly reported the situation. Have all nearby members of Have You Eaten come to Qingbei University, ensuring that no traces are left behind. The command from headquarters reached Qiantong's ears. Understood, Qiantong responded. The quasi-beast incident could be significant or minor. However, if not handled properly, it could easily lead to unnecessary social panic. Although Have You Eaten is an unknown delivery company, they have no shortage of writers. Of course, among these writers, only a small portion are extraordinary individuals. The majority are either quasi-extras or powerful ordinary people. Before long, members of Have You Eaten spread across the playground of Qingbei University. They wore powerful headlamps and meticulously cleaned the area. The corpse of the ghostly grievance cat, its blood, and other remnants were all cleared away. Once they confirmed that the cleanup was nearly complete, the writers of Have You Eaten began to leave Qingbei University in an orderly fashion. The next day, in the morning, did you feel the earthquake that happened yesterday? Su Chen, still half asleep, heard Shang Wuyo's exclamation. Su Chen tiredly opened his eyes and looked in Shang Wuyo's direction, weakly asking, when did it happen? At what exact time? The school issued a statement saying that there was an earthquake last night at midnight. The school playground and the number 3 teaching building were both affected. Shang Wuyo continued to speak loudly. Upon hearing Shang Wuyo's words, Su Chen, who had been drowsy, suddenly became alert. Is it a coincidence? Is it still trying to cover up the obvious? The place damaged in the earthquake was precisely where Su Chen had battled the ghost cat. The 3rd teaching building also had a big hole clawed out by the ghost cat during yesterday's fight. Is there anywhere else? Su Chen asked Shang Wuyo. After glancing at his phone, Shang Wuyo replied, it seems there's also Uncle Gardner's tool shed. At this point, everything that happened yesterday clicked into place. It seems that last night's battle wasn't a dream. Su Chen lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. After staring at the ceiling for a while, Su Chen summoned the system. Su Chen Realm, quasi-extraordinary attributes. Physique 10, Intelligence 8, Strength 16, Agility 10, Talents, Innate Sacred Body Deo, Chi Body Source Flow, Infinite Black. Card Skills, Points 50 Mol, not opened. Warehouse, Inferior Strength Fruit 1, the line for allocating points had disappeared from the system, replaced by the warehouse function. Take out the inferior strength fruit. Su Chen thought to himself. The next second, a fruit emitting a yellowish glow appeared in Su Chen's hand. The fruit was about the size of an apple, round in shape. Its surface was pockmarked, making it look unappetizing at first glance. However, recalling its description, Su Chen still forced himself to put it in his mouth. As the fruit entered, it instantly transformed into a stream of clear liquid flowing down Su Chen's throat. As the clear stream flowed down, Su Chen felt as if his strength had been enhanced. On the attribute panel, his strength increased from 16 points to 17 points. Happy. The boost in attributes made Su Chen feel joyful. Stop daydreaming, hurry up and go to class. Just as Su Chen was enjoying his happiness, Ma Tianming patted him on the shoulder. Su Chen nodded and quickly went to the restroom to freshen up. After washing up, the 4 of them headed straight to the cafeteria. When I went to the playground this morning, I took a look at the 3rd teaching building. To be honest, I don't believe it was an earthquake. Actually, I don't believe it was an earthquake either. But the school said so. Could there be any other reason? Do you think it could have been an attack by a monster? A monster attack? I must say, this world still needs light. The situation at the playground in the 3rd teaching building sparked a flurry of discussions among the group. Speculations, conspiracy theories, and various comments emerged one after another. Old Su, noticing Su Chen had been silent, Shang Wuyo curiously asked, why are you daydreaming today? What do you think about the playground in the 3rd teaching building? Ah, Su Chen, lost in thought, snapped back to reality at Shang Wuyo's words. What did you say? What do you think about the playground in the 3rd teaching building? Shang Wuyo repeated what he had said earlier. Su Chen thought for a moment and forced a very reluctant smile. If the school says there was an earthquake, then it probably really was an earthquake. Su Chen's tone and expression made Ma Tianming show a strange look. After breakfast, the 4 of them parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. Just as Su Chen was about to head back to the classroom, he ran into Xiaqiuyu, who was walking towards him. Shall we go together? Xiaqiuyu said with a bright smile. Su Chen blinked and then nodded. The two walked side by side towards the classroom without saying a word. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. What do you plan to bring for the autumn outing the day after tomorrow? Xiaqiuyu took the initiative to break the awkward silence. Su Chen was slightly taken aback and replied with a smile, just buy some snacks, I guess. Xia Qiuyu's question reminded Su Chen. Maybe I can arrive at the peach orchard early and buy this orchard. Su Chen thought to himself. What kind of things are you planning to bring? This is my first time participating in the autumn outing, so I don't really know what to bring. Su Chen smiled as he asked Xia Qiuyu. Just bring some of your favorite snacks, Xia Qiuyu replied. Su Chen nodded. Before long, the two walked side by side into the classroom. The classmates in the classroom were also discussing the school playground and the third teaching building. Su Chen walked to the back of the classroom and found a secluded corner to sit down. He took out his phone and began checking the class group's sign-up list. He pulled out a notebook from his backpack, looked at the sign-up list, and started jotting things down. Li Fei loves chips, pudding, and chocolate. Lu Su loves hamburgers and milk tea. Ma Fei loves fried chicken and pork chops. Before long, Su Chen's notebook was filled with dense writing. The contents of the notebook were all the favorite foods of his classmates. For an autumn outing, buying some snacks is quite normal. And treating classmates to some food is also very normal. He was going to buy the peach garden. Filling his classmates' stomachs was also something Su Chen wanted to do. Since the task had to be done, it had to be done flawlessly. The morning classes ended quickly. On the way to the cafeteria, Su Chen and Xia Qiuyu continued to walk side by side. I want to ask, what is the name of the farmhouse we are visiting for the autumn outing? Su Chen feigned curiosity and casually asked Xia Qiuyu. Xia Qiuyu looked at Su Chen strangely. Why are you suddenly so interested in the farmhouse? The class had organized several spring and autumn outings before, but every time Xia Qiuyu came to find Su Chen, he had refused. This time, she had come with a try-it-out mentality. But unexpectedly, Su Chen not only agreed but also showed great interest. This was one of the reasons why Xia Qiuyu felt it was strange. People change, after all, Su Chen said, with a smile, scratching his head. The name of the farmhouse is Peach Garden. The peach from Peach Blossom Spring and the source from Peach Blossom Spring. Xia Qiuyu didn't delve deeper into Su Chen's question and directly told him the name of the farmhouse. Peach Garden? Su Chen murmured softly before smiling at Xia Qiuyu. Thanks, I'll remember that. After lunch, Su Chen did not choose to return to the dormitory. Since he already knew the name of the farmhouse, he was definitely going to take action immediately. He went straight to the instructor and said he wanted to take a half-day leave. The instructor asked Su Chen for the reason. Fortunately, Su Chen had thought of a reason before asking for leave. I have a bit of a headache and want to go to the hospital. Alright then. Su Chen's reason was quite perfunctory, but the instructor still agreed to his leave. I'll write you a leave note now. The instructor quickly wrote the leave note and handed it to Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen looked very happy after receiving the leave note. After leaving the instructor's office, Su Chen headed straight for the school gate. The security guard, upon seeing the leave note and confirming its authenticity, let him pass. After leaving the school, Su Chen used a ride-hailing app to book a taxi. Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at a commercial area not far from the school. He casually found a bank and walked in. In front of the ATM, Su Chen took out a black bank card. Since acquiring the talent of the unlimited black card, his bank card had taken on its current form. He inserted the bank card into the ATM and then entered his password. The dozens of zeros in the bank balance made Su Chen feel dizzy. So it's real. Su Chen's trip to the bank was to verify the authenticity of this unlimited black card. It seems that this unlimited black card is indeed real. After verifying the authenticity, Su Chen was ready to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he was startled by the scene before him. Standing in front of him were several middle-aged men with slightly graying hair and plump figures. The middle-aged man was dressed in a black suit, exuding an air of authority. On the right side of his black suit, he wore a name tag that not only displayed his name but also his position. Li Xingli, the president of this bank. Just 2 minutes ago, he was in his office hosting a distinguished guest. To entertain this guest, Li Xingli even brought out his finest tea. While he was enjoying a pleasant conversation with the guest, the lobby manager pushed open the office door. He was about to reprimand the lobby manager, but the manager breathlessly informed him that a young man holding a black card was withdrawing money at the ATM. This revelation shocked Sun Xingli greatly. He immediately abandoned his guest and rushed out of his office. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw Su Chen, who had just finished checking his balance and was about to leave. Is there something you need? Su Chen looked at Sun Xingli with a puzzled expression. At the same time, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. According to the usual plot of novels, Sun Xingli should start mocking him at this point. Then he would pull out the black card and slap Sun Xingli's face with it. But just as Su Chen was looking forward to this, Sun Xingli did not follow the script. Sir, are you here to withdraw money from our bank? As the bank president, Sun Xingli's attitude was now extremely humble. To his knowledge, there were only 3 such black cards in their bank. He didn't know who the owners of those 3 cards were, but he knew that anyone who could possess such a card was almost certainly extraordinarily wealthy. Sun Xingli's unexpected behavior left Su Chen stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he shook his head and said, "No, I just came to check my balance." Upon hearing Su Chen's purpose for being there, Sun Shengli's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "You don't need to come in person for something like checking your balance. Just give me a call and I'll help you check it." After saying this, he even tapped his forehead. "You probably don't have my number, do you?" As he spoke, he took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Su-chan with both hands. His attitude was as respectful as it could be. The other bank employees, witnessing this scene, all displayed expressions of shock. What kind of identity does this young man have to make Old Sun so respectful? I don't know, but I feel like this young man's background must be quite impressive. Last time when people from Linfeng Group came, Old Sun didn't have this kind of attitude. Linfeng Group is a major enterprise in our district, a big financial backer for our bank. Honestly, I'm really curious about this young man's identity. As the bank employees were discussing among themselves, the lobby manager, who was in the know, walked over to them. The card this young man just used is a black card. As soon as these words were spoken, all the employees present gasped in shock. As staff members, they were well aware of the significance of the black card. At such a young age to hold a black card, this young man must be the child of some big shot, right? Having money is one thing, but don't you all notice that this guy is also very good looking? Not just good looking. Even among the beauty stars in the entertainment industry, very few can compare to his looks. Rich, handsome, and tall. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? Some of the young female employees had already begun to show starry-eyed admiration. Su Chen looked at Sun Shengli in front of him, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Whether before his rebirth or after, this was the first time he had received such treatment. Seeing that Su Chen did not take his business card, Sun Shengli felt a bit flustered. Could it be that I did something wrong and made him angry? Sun Shengli secretly observed Su Chen while speculating in his heart. However, as he watched Su Chen's expression, he realized that Su Chen did not seem to be angry. At this moment, Sun Shengli stretched out his hand, ready to test Su Chen's attitude. Su Chen, coming back to his senses, smiled and took the business card from Sun Shengli's hand with both hands. Seeing Su Chen accept the card, Sun Shengli visibly breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, whether you need to withdraw money or handle any business, just give me a call and I can take care of it for you directly. Sun Shengli had a flattering expression. Thank you for your trouble. Su Chen still maintained the necessary politeness. You're too kind, Sun Shengli replied with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Su Chen said, turning to walk towards the bank's entrance. Let me see you off. Sun Shengli stood up straight and accompanied Su Chen to the bank's door. After watching Su Chen leave, Sun Shengli murmured to himself, so rich yet so low-key, this young man must be the heir of some big family. He then straightened his back and returned to the bank with his head held high. Sitting in the taxi, Su Chen looked at the business card in his hand, his expression quite strange. An hour later, the taxi drove out of the capital and into the suburbs. After about half an hour, Su Chen saw a farmhouse named Peach Blossom Source. After scanning the payment code, Su Chen got out of the car. How is this possible? Looking at the farmhouse not far away, Su Chen frowned. Although it was not late autumn, it was still early autumn. Normally, peach trees in this season should have already passed the flowering stage. But the Peach Blossom Source was not like that. The peach trees there were in full bloom, with blossoms everywhere. The fragrance was a wave that struck Su Chen's nostrils. The overwhelming scent of peach blossoms made one feel refreshed. Standing at the entrance of the Peach Blossom Source, after admiring the view, he stepped inside. Once inside, Su Chen felt as if he was truly wandering in a land of peach blossoms. After walking for about a minute or two, an open space came into view. The open area was quite spacious, perfect for gatherings. Behind the open space, there were several wooden houses. In front of one of the houses sat an old woman. Judging by her appearance, she was likely the owner of this Peach Blossom Source. Elderly lady, Su Chen approached her with a smile and asked, "Are you the owner of this farmhouse?" The old woman looked up at Su Chen upon hearing his voice. That's right, she nodded and smiled at Su Chen. I am the owner of this farmhouse. Despite being over 60, the old woman was neither deaf nor blind. I would like to ask, is this farmhouse for sale? Su Chen did not intend to beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. You want to buy my farmhouse? The old woman shook her head after understanding Su Chen's intention. As an old lady, I rely on this farmhouse for my livelihood. So, I won't sell it. Her tone was ordinary, but her attitude was very firm. How about this? Since the old woman did not intend to sell, Su Chen did not want to force her. I'll give you a sum of money. You can name the amount. You can still manage the Peach Blossom Source. The income from the Peach Blossom Source will still belong to you. Hearing Su Chen's words, the old woman's brows furrowed slightly as she asked in confusion, then what exactly do you want? I want all the products from the Peach Blossom Source, including but not limited to peaches. The old woman found Su Chen's request very strange. Peaches aren't worth much. If you like, I can even give you several large baskets. Just as the old woman said, the peaches here were indeed not worth much. Moreover, she did not expect the peaches here to make money. But Su Chen insisted, I still want to pay and my previous request remains unchanged. What I want is all the products from your peach orchard, including but not limited to peaches. The reason Su Chen was so adamant was that he could not determine how his classmates from his previous life had obtained their opportunities. This peach orchard not only had peaches but also other things. To ensure nothing went wrong, Su Chen could only buy everything in this farmhouse. Su Chen's words left the old woman deep in thought. How much are you planning to offer? After a moment of contemplation, the old woman asked Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and held up one finger. 10,000? The old woman nodded and directly agreed. 10,000 is quite a lot. Fine, I accept your offer. Not 10,000. Su Chen's finger remained raised, but he shook his head. I meant 100,000. 100,000? The old woman's eyes widened. The income from this farmhouse was decent. However, 100,000 was still a significant amount for her. Besides the old woman, there was also an old man managing the place. They were a couple. This peach orchard was also their territory. In the center of the orchard there was a small lake. In the middle of the lake there was a pavilion. The pavilion was quite large, furnished with several tables and benches, serving as a dining area for guests. Su Chen was now sitting in the pavilion, eating peaches while enjoying the scenery. Before long, the old man came over with a large bowl. This is our specialty, sweet and sour carp. The old man placed the bowl down and said kindly to Su Chen. The carp were raised in the small lake. Guests could fish for themselves if they wanted, or the old man would catch, slaughter, and cook them if they preferred not to fish. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. As the fish meat entered his mouth, the flavor instantly overwhelmed his taste buds. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This fish is so delicious. Do you like it?" "I'm glad you do," the old man said, his eyes crinkling into crescents at Su Chen's praise. "It's so good. How did you make it?" Su Chen asked the old man while devouring the food. In less than a minute, he had finished the entire bowl of sweet and sour carp. After finishing, Su Chen still wore a look of longing. He eagerly looked at the old man and asked, "Is there more? Is there more? I want to eat another one." "Yes, yes, yes." The old man looked at Su Chen with a loving gaze, as if he were looking at his own grandson. "There's plenty more." After saying this, the old man turned and walked towards the kitchen. Watching the old man's figure fade away, Su Chen began to sit cross-legged. Waves of qi started to circulate within him. While eating the fish earlier, he had felt a surge of qi that was not his own. He needed to refine this qi to further enhance his cultivation level. The circulation of qi began. The qi flowed through Su Chen's body. After about 5 minutes, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A joyful expression appeared on his face. After refining this foreign qi, Su Chen felt that his strength had significantly increased compared to before. Is it the peaches? Or the carp? Before eating the sweet and sour carp, Su Chen had eaten quite a few peaches, so he couldn't tell whether this foreign qi came from the peaches or the carp. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to eat any more peaches. At that moment, the old man came over again carrying a basin of fish. Authentic pickled fish, you must try it. The old man placed the iron basin in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, not one to be polite, immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to feast again. Is your appetite really that good? 3 minutes later, a whole bowl of sauerkraut fish was devoured by Su Chen. Not only did he finish the fish meat, but he also drank all the fish soup. Do you have any other good cooking methods? Su Chen wiped his mouth and asked the old man. The old man looked at Su Chen, dumbfounded, and said, "You still want to eat?" A normal person, even if they don't eat staple food, would at most eat one fish. Su Chen had already eaten 2, yet he still looked unsatisfied. The old man had been running this place for many years. He had seen many who could eat, but he had never seen anyone as capable as Su Chen. "It's mainly because what you make is delicious," Su Chen sweet-talked. Hearing this, the old man couldn't have been happier. "All right then." He looked at Su Chen and nodded with a smile. "I'll go make you another one." "That would be great, thank you." The old man left, and Su Chen began to wait. "Here it comes." A minute after the old man left, Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. A force that didn't belong to him began to appear within him. "I thought it was a peach, but it turned out to be a carp. Luckily, I came early, otherwise I would have missed out," Su Chen thought as he refined the energy. Soon, this energy was refined by him. With the energy refined, Su Chen felt his strength had improved once again. "If I had a dozen more fish like this, I could probably become an extraordinary person directly," Su Chen mused. Just as Su Chen finished refining the energy, the old man returned to him. This time, he had made spicy fish. The aroma of the spicy dish made Su Chen's mouth water. Another whirlwind of eating ensued. The old man stood by, dumbfounded. "Old man, how many fish do you have left? Why don't you just make them all for me? Your fish is too delicious, I want more." Su Chen said this just to save time. However, the old man's gaze towards Su Chen began to change. Seeing the old man looking at him as if he were a monster, Su Chen's mind started racing. "Don't be fooled by my not being fat, my stomach is particularly large. No matter how many carp you have, I can eat them all." Su Chen fabricated a rather far-fetched excuse. The old man looked at Su Chen with a mix of belief and doubt. However, since Su Chen was spending money, the old man didn't say much. For the next 5 hours, the old man was busy catching fish, killing fish, and cooking fish. Su Chen, on the other hand, was caught in a vicious cycle of eating fish and refining energy. By 6 in the evening, the old man was exhausted. The carp in the paradise had almost been completely caught by him. Young man, you must have had your fill this time, the old man stuttered from fatigue. Is there any fish left? Su Chen was still quite concerned about the fish. An afternoon of refining had rapidly increased his strength. Now, he was just a step away from crossing into the realm of extraordinary people. There are none left, the old man said with certainty. I just checked. Su Chen had spent $1 million. No matter how tired the old man was, he surely did his best. None at all? Su Chen felt a bit reluctant. He really wanted to break through the limits of an ordinary person today and become extraordinary. None, the old man shook his head firmly. Then forget it. Su Chen knew that some things couldn't be forced. Then you should rest. Su Chen's words were suddenly cut off. He frowned slightly and looked in a certain direction. He pointed in that direction and asked the old man, what is that place over there? Oh, the old man looked at Su Chen and smiled. That's our garden. When there's nothing to do, my wife likes to tend to the flowers and plants. As soon as he said this, Su Chen's spirit was lifted. The revival of spiritual energy not only caused the mutation and evolution of beasts but also led to the mutation and evolution of flowers, plants, and trees. Some mutated trees can bear fruit. If a person with abilities consumes the fruit produced by these trees, they can gain considerable benefits. Besides the fruits of the trees, the pollen emitted by flowers is also one of the important pathways for upgrading. Can you take me to see them? Su Chen asked the old man. Of course. To the old man, Su Chen was a valued guest. The key point was that looking at these flowers and plants posed no loss to the old man. Upon arriving at the garden, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Su Chen saw a flower in the center of the garden that was different from the others. It had 8 petals, and each petal was enchanting and beautiful. What kind of flower is that? Su Chen pointed to the flower in the garden and asked the old man. The old man thought for a moment and said, it seems to be a peony. Peony? Su Chen had seen peonies before. However, the peonies in his memory were not the same as the one before him. Not yet mature. This flower had a total of 9 petals. 8 were open and 1 was still closed. This meant that the flower was not fully mature yet. Seeing that the flower was still immature, Su Chen felt somewhat disappointed. He sighed slightly, thinking to himself, I'll come back during the autumn outing. With that thought, Su Chen bid farewell to the old man and the old woman. After leaving the farmhouse, Su Chen prepared to take a taxi back to school. He opened the taxi app on his phone. However, after trying to hail a cab several times, he was unsuccessful. It's really inconvenient without a car. At that moment, Su Chen realized the importance of having a means of transportation. When I have time, I should buy a car. After all, he had money now, and buying a car was not a difficult task for him. After refreshing the app a few more times, Su Chen finally managed to get a ride. Once back at school, he headed straight to the dormitory. This afternoon had been quite fruitful for him. Although he spent $1 million, for him, that $1 million was absolutely worth it. After the revival of spiritual energy, there had been similar ingredients, like carp that could increase one's chi. However, the price of such ingredients was exorbitant. The carp he had just eaten, if sold after the revival of spiritual energy, would definitely be priced over $10 million, and most of the time, it would be a case of high price but no market. He had eaten dozens of them in the afternoon. If converted to the post-revival value, it would definitely be worth several $100 million. System. Su Chen Realm Quasi-Ability User 99 out of 100 Attributes Physique 10, Intelligence 8, Strength 17, Agility 10, Talents Innate. Sacred Body Deo Chi Body Source Flow Unlimited Black Card Skills Points 50 Mall Not opened. Warehouse None. A parenthesis appeared behind the realm indicator, though Su Chen did not know when it had appeared. Looking at the parenthesis, he muttered to himself, it seems I'm really just one step away from becoming a postnatal ability user. Su Chen did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, looking at that last point was quite uncomfortable. I need to think of a way. The difference between a quasi-ability user and an ability user was merely a single character. Yet, the strength was like heaven and earth. An ability user could easily handle 10 quasi-ability users. But 10 quasi-ability users would definitely not be a match for one ability user. Therefore, Su Chen had to break through this last major hurdle in a short time. However, he racked his brains and could not think of a solution. Old Su, what did you do this afternoon? I didn't see you in the cafeteria. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open and Ma Tianming walked in. I went out to handle some matters this afternoon and came back only after dinner, Su Chen replied to Ma Tianming. Oh, Ma Tianming nodded. What about Yang Wanli and Shang Woyo? Why haven't I seen them? These two people are both heavy internet addicts. After finishing their meals, they always return to the dormitory to play games. Not seeing them at this moment indeed made Su-chen feel quite strange. It seems they took a leave of absence. Ma Tianming recalled carefully and said to Su-chen, Shang Waya had some issues at home, so he went back. Yang Wanli went with him. Took a leave of absence? Su-chen seemed to remember something. At this time before his rebirth, Shang Waya indeed took a leave to go home. It was from this moment on that Su-chen never saw him again. From today until graduation, the entire dormitory was just Su-chen and Ma Tianming living there. By the way, have you checked the school forum? Ma Tianming suddenly asked Su-chen. Su-chen shook his head and said, no, what happened? The forum says that the apple tree at the corner of the school suddenly bloomed yesterday, Ma Wanli said while taking out the book he wanted to read. Upon hearing this, Su-chen was slightly taken aback. He took out his phone and logged into the school forum. The apple tree at the corner of the school was nearly withered. A tree that was almost dead blooming at this critical moment must have some significance. After logging into the school forum, Su-chen quickly found that post. The post had no words, only a picture. Just bloomed, not yet bearing fruit. Looking at the picture, Su-chen smiled. He then scrolled down the post to find the time it was posted. Yesterday afternoon, there should still be time. Su-chen thought and jumped directly off the bed. After putting on his shoes, he ran straight out of the dormitory. Seeing Su-chen's somewhat flustered figure, Ma Tianming showed a strange expression. Bursting out of the dormitory building, Su-chen headed straight for the school playground. Because of the earthquake last night, the playground had been completely sealed off with a fence over a meter high. But this lockdown was nothing to Su-chen. With a slight jump, he easily cleared the fence. After getting over the fence, he rushed straight towards the corner. When he was still some distance from the corner, Su-chen saw that apple tree. The white flowers on the apple tree made Su-chen's heart bloom with joy. It should be soon. The white flowers on the apple tree had filled all the branches. Su-chen knew this was a sign of impending fruit. What he needed to do next was to wait patiently. Time passed second by second, and soon it was deep into the night. Su-chen glanced at the time. There were less than 5 minutes until midnight. He held his breath, waiting for the last 5 minutes to arrive. But at that moment, Su-chen saw a shadow approaching from a distance. The place where Su-chen was located was relatively concealed, so although he saw the other person did not see him. No. Su-chen glanced at the time and thought to himself, I can't let him get close to the apple tree. With that thought, Su-chen began to look around. He saw a red brick at the corner of the wall. Su-chen picked up the brick and then started moving towards the direction of the shadow. He silently approached the shadow from behind. Finding the right moment, Su-chen directly swung the brick towards the back of the person's head. Su-chen controlled the force. This strike would only knock the person out and wouldn't cause any other harm. Bang! The brick hit the person's head and surprisingly shattered. Despite Su-chen deliberately controlling the force, the brick still broke. This could only mean that the person's head was very hard. The person who was hit by Su-chen turned to look at him. Su-chen saw a pair of cold eyes and a stunning face. Shang Aoshue. Su-chen recognized her at a glance. The reason he recognized Shang Aoshue so quickly was that she was very famous in their school. Every year, in the school beauty rankings, Shang Aoshue always makes it into the top 5. Not only does she have an alluring figure, but she also possesses a frosty face that seems to say keep your distance. It is precisely because of her unapproachable demeanor that, despite being a junior, she has had no suitors. Su-chen. As Su-chen recognized Shang Aoshue, she also recognized him. Why did you hit me with a brick? Looking at the red fragments on the ground, Shang Aoshue coldly asked Su-chen. Su-chen awkwardly scratched his head and said, if I say it was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Misunderstanding? Shang Aoshue was no fool. How could she possibly believe it was a misunderstanding? She scrutinized Su-chen from head to toe and then asked, you came for this apple tree, didn't you? At her words, Su-chen's heart skipped a beat. It seems you also came for this apple, he replied, his gaze growing wary. For him, everything in this world could be given up, but this apple tree before him was something he absolutely could not part with. Since I can't give it up, then I must strike first. Shang Aoshue was indeed a goddess. But in the face of the temptation of evolution, the goddess was just a red-skinned skeleton to Su-chen. Since he had already decided not to give it up, the next steps became much simpler. Suddenly, Su-chen launched an attack. He pushed off the ground with his right foot and charged straight at Shang Aoshue. Shang Aoshue was already on guard. The moment Su-chen moved, she acted as well. Bang! Their fists collided fiercely. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shang Aoshue was a woman. In this clash, she did not fall behind. After a brief exchange, they both pulled back. You are an extraordinary person, they both exclaimed simultaneously. I didn't expect that, apart from me, there would be another extraordinary person in our school, Shang Aoshue said, examining Su-chen with a hint of surprise and astonishment in her eyes. Su-chen felt equally surprised. It was known that even outside of the revival of spiritual energy, the awakening rate of extraordinary people was absurdly low. Only a few dozen out of every 10,000 could successfully awaken. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the number of extraordinary people was even fewer. Before his rebirth, Su Chen had seen a report stating that before the revival of spiritual energy there were only a few extraordinary people among every 100,000. The population of the imperial capital was 220 million. This meant that there were only about 2,000 to 3,000 extraordinary people in the entire capital. Given such a ratio, encountering an extraordinary person was indeed rare. In the world of extraordinary people, quasi-extraordinary individuals were also considered extraordinary. Since we are all here for this apple tree, why not each take a step back? After some thought, Shang Aoshue said to Su Chen. The earlier contact had given her some understanding of Su Chen's strength. If they really fought, the outcome was uncertain. To be cautious, Shang Aoshue planned to resolve the matter with Su Chen peacefully. While Shang Aoshue wanted a peaceful resolution, Su Chen did not. He wanted to become strong before the revival of spiritual energy. Therefore, he could not let any opportunity slip away. No way. Su Chen coldly shook his head. Today's outcome can only be one person gaining and the other leaving empty-handed. Why bother? Shang Aoshue did not understand why Su Chen was so greedy. I think splitting it evenly is quite good. It neither harms our relationship nor our bodies. I said no, and I mean no. Su Chen suddenly grew impatient. He glanced at the direction of the apple tree and charged toward Shang Aoshue again. Seeing this, Shang Aoshue quickly assumed a defensive stance. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck Shang Aoshue's arm. She winced in pain and stepped back several paces. You really don't understand how to cherish a lady at all. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze, because in front of her, Su Chen was no longer visible. In fact, Su Chen's final strike was merely a feint. His true target was the fruit just formed on the apple tree. The moment the fruit appeared, Su Chen had already noticed it. While talking to distract Shang Aoshue, he silently calculated in his mind. Once he figured out the result, he acted directly. Looking at Su Chen, who had already picked the fruit, Shang Aoshue was quite furious. Squatting on the branch, Su Chen wore a smug smile. See you again if fate allows. Su Chen waved at Shang Aoshue and, with a push of his feet, dashed towards the dormitory building. Shang Aoshue did not chase after him but stomped her foot angrily while watching Su Chen's retreating figure. This Su Chen is really interesting, Shang Aoshue muttered to herself. Seeing that Shang Aoshue did not follow, Su Chen, who had arrived at the dormitory building, let out a sigh of relief. Shang Aoshue's strength was on par with his. If she had truly pursued him, it would have been quite a troublesome matter for Su Chen. At the bottom of the dormitory building, Su Chen looked at the strange fruit in his hand, smiling happily. This strange fruit looked very much like an apple. He brought the strange fruit to his mouth and took a gentle bite. The sweet juice of the fruit left a delightful taste in Su Chen's mouth. The juice flowed down his throat. A surge of energy began to flow from Su Chen's throat into his body. He did not dare to delay and immediately flipped over, entering through the window of the restroom on his dormitory floor. Once inside and finding no one there, he headed straight for his dorm room. Ma Tianming had already fallen into a deep sleep. Su Chen carefully opened the dormitory door, afraid of making any noise. Arriving at his bed, Su Chen sat cross-legged and began to refine the energy brought by the strange fruit. As he circulated his energy, the energy from the strange fruit was quickly refined by Su Chen. As this energy was refined, he felt himself becoming significantly stronger. He summoned the system interface. After taking a glance, he shouted in his heart, it worked. Behind the realm on the system interface, the original quasi-superhuman had now transformed into a first-level postnatal being. This meant that Su Chen had officially entered the ranks of superhumans. Calm down, calm down. Su Chen quickly suppressed the excitement. In his heart, he was well aware that this was just the beginning. His path ahead was still very long. After calming down, Su Chen lay on his bed and fell into a drowsy sleep. At Qingbei University, at the school gate. Today was the day of the autumn outing. Su Chen was waiting at the school gate with his suitcase. Looking at Su Chen's suitcase, everyone cast curious glances. Among the classmates, even the girls only carried slightly larger backpacks. Thus, Su Chen's suitcase became the focus of everyone's attention. I say, old Su, we're going on an autumn outing, not an overseas trip. You could have just carried a backpack, but why are you dragging a suitcase? Is your suitcase packed with a lot of stuff? I have to say, I'm starting to get curious about what's in your suitcase. Regarding everyone's doubts, Su Chen did not explain. His suitcase was actually filled with snacks. Moreover, the snacks he bought were the kind that could fill you up. As everyone chatted, the bus arrived at the school gate. The instructor and class monitor, Xiaoyu, boarded the bus first. Following that, the students quickly got on the bus. After confirming the number of people, the instructor said to the driver, "Driver, you can start the car." The bus sped down the street. Su Chen occasionally checked the time on his phone. It's about time. Now, there was less than half an hour's journey left to Taoyuan farmhouse. Su Chen chose this moment to take out the snacks he had carefully prepared. His purpose was simple, he just wanted to use these snacks to fill up his classmates. Once they were all full, they wouldn't have the stomach or appetite to eat the food at the peach blossom farm. As Su Chen thought about this, he opened his suitcase. Classmates, it's time to start eating snacks. Su Chen began distributing snacks to his classmates, just like a vendor on a train. Chips, burgers, milk tea, carbonated drinks. Whatever it took to fill their bellies, Su Chen handed out everything. Before long, the entire suitcase of snacks was completely distributed by Su Chen. Almost every student on the bus had several portions of snacks in hand. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like any of these? Su Chen asked, puzzled, as he noticed that Xiaoyu had no snacks in her hands. It's not that I don't like them, Xiaoyu shook her head, looking quite helpless. It's just that I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, so I went to see a doctor. The doctor advised me to eat less of these snacks. Su Chen could tell that Xiaoyu was also craving the snacks. But due to the doctor's advice, no matter how much she craved them, she could only endure. Boss Su is so generous. Thank you for the snacks, Boss Su. I'm sorry, Boss Su, I shouldn't have mocked you earlier. I didn't expect Boss Su to care so much about everyone buying snacks for us on this trip. I would call Boss Su a warm man for this kind of behavior. No. A warm man warms one person. Boss Su was clearly a central air conditioner. Everyone happily chatted and laughed while eating snacks. The atmosphere on the bus was very lively. Aside from Xiaoyu, neither the instructor nor Su Chen had any snacks. The instructor was a few years older than them, but not by much. Old Lu, are you feeling unwell too? Perhaps because they were close in age, Su Chen's address to the instructor felt very casual. Old Lu shook his teacup and said, I stopped eating snacks a long time ago. I focus on health now. Su Chen glanced at Old Lu's teacup and immediately became unsettled. Inside the teacup, besides tea leaves, there were goji berries, chrysanthemums, hawthorn, nourishing qi and blood, clearing heat and detoxifying, lowering blood pressure and lipids. I must say, Old Lu, your health tea is quite rich. The instructor waved his hand and smiled, saying, this is just the beginning. While Su Chen was chatting with the instructor, the bus arrived at its destination. Once the bus came to a stop, everyone got off in an orderly manner. Oh my, isn't it autumn? Why are there peach blossoms? Aren't peach blossoms only in spring? How come there are some in autumn? The peach blossoms here are really beautiful. Take a picture. Hurry up and take a picture for me. I want to pose like an ant and send it to my mom. Seeing the blooming peach blossoms in the peach blossom land, everyone became excited. Hey! Xiaoyu was also very surprised to see the peach blossoms. Why are there peach blossoms in this season? Her voice was not loud, so her question seemed to be directed at those around her, yet it felt like she was talking to herself. It's probably the result of global warming, a voice suddenly chimed in. Su Chen turned to look. He saw Lu Fei slowly getting off the bus. Upon seeing Lu Fei, something clicked in Su Chen's mind. Lu Fei was also a classmate of Su Chen's. He was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Despite his young age, he had already received offers from many top-tier companies. This guy was even more exaggerated than those who had the protagonist's halo. The reason Su Chen remembered him so clearly was that he had also gained quite a bit from this trip to Peach Blossom Land. Before his rebirth, if Xiaoyu was the biggest winner of this trip, then Lu Fei was the second winner, just behind Xiaoyu. I wonder if that peony has bloomed yet. In the past few days, Su Chen had been thinking about the peonies in the Peach Blossom Land. While everyone else was admiring the scenery, Su Chen's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. Alright, students. Old Lu clapped his hands as he noticed everyone had finished admiring the view. Let's gather quickly and head inside. The scenery outside is so beautiful, the inside must be just as good. At Old Lu's call, everyone began to line up and then entered the Peach Blossom Land in an orderly fashion. Along the way, everyone was taking photos with their phones. Before long, the group arrived at the center of the Peach Blossom Land, where the wooden houses were located. Knowing that visitors were coming today, the old man and old woman had been waiting there early. When they saw Su Chen in the line, they showed expressions of surprise. Su Chen noticed that the two had spotted him and made a gesture for them to be quiet. The two nodded in understanding. Alright, students. Old Lu clapped his hands again, signaling everyone to gather once more. Once the crowd surrounded him, Old Lu smiled and said, next, it's free activity time. Don't forget to come back here for lunch at 12 o'clock. Also, try to stick together in pairs or threes while exploring. This way, we can ensure safety. And please, stay away from dangerous areas. Alright, everyone, enjoy your free time. As Old Lu's voice faded, everyone cheered excitedly. The crowd dispersed, forming groups of 3 or 5. In the class, Su Chen had very few close friends, so he could only act alone. Besides Su Chen, Xiaoyu was also on her own. Shall we go together? Su Chen invited Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu agreed, sure, let's go together. Let's go check that place out. After they teamed up, Xiaoyu pointed to a spot. Su Chen was taken aback when he saw where she was pointing, because the place she indicated was the garden of the Peach Blossom Land. Alright, Su Chen said without changing his expression. Then let's go take a look over there. As they spoke, they walked towards the garden. Standing outside the garden, they looked in. The garden was filled with numerous flowers. Like Su Chen, Xiaoyu immediately spotted the peony that was in the center. The last petal of the peony had already opened. The sweet fragrance of the flower wafted into their nostrils. Taking a deep breath, they felt an indescribable sense of comfort. What are you thinking about? Seeing Xiaoyu lost in thought while staring at the peony, Suchen asked with a smile. Nothing. Xiaoyu came back to her senses and replied with a smile. I was just curious about what kind of flower this is. It seems to be a peony, Suchen said, pretending to be uncertain. A peony? Xiaoyu had seen peonies before, and she shook her head with a slight frown. But this doesn't seem like the peonies I've seen before. There are many kinds of flowers in this world. Even flowers of the same type can have various forms. So it's not strange if it doesn't look like what you remember, Suchen said philosophically. Maybe. Xiaoyu neither agreed nor disagreed with Suchen's words. After chatting for a while longer, they both fell into a comfortable silence. They stood quietly outside the garden, watching the peony. Breathing in the fragrance of the peony, their eyes began to gradually glaze over. Its scent was truly enchanting. This state lasted for over an hour. If no one had called out to them, they probably would have continued in this state. It's time for lunch, Suchen said at that moment. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, reluctantly heading towards the central wooden cabin. Suchen walked leisurely beside her. The lunch was very lavish. Various dishes of chicken, duck, fish, and meat were all very appetizing. Perhaps it was because everyone had eaten too many snacks. So, although the dishes were very appealing, most people could only take a few bites before feeling full. Unlike the others, Suchen, Xiaoyu, Li Fei, and old Lu, who hadn't eaten snacks, began to feast. A whole table of dishes was mostly devoured by the four of them. Their classmates watched them eat with envy. After lunch, everyone continued with their free activities. Of course, those who didn't want to participate could rest at the accommodation in the Peach Blossom Land. When Suchen and Xiaoyu returned to the garden, they were stunned by the sight before them. The peonies, which had been vibrant just moments ago, had inexplicably wilted. Why is this happening? Xiaoyu asked Suchen in confusion. Suchen shook his head, expressing regret that he didn't know either. Sigh. After a deep breath, Xiaoyu didn't dwell on it any longer. Since there was nothing left in the garden for them to cherish, they could only find another place. Perhaps because the peonies were too stunning, Xiaoyu seemed disinterested in everything else she looked at afterward. How about we go rest at the accommodation? Suchen suggested to Xiaoyu. Okay. Xiaoyu also lost interest in continuing to admire the scenery. Upon arriving at the accommodation, Suchen found his room. After entering, he sat cross-legged. After the meal, Suchen noticed several foreign energies within him. In public, he certainly couldn't refine them on the spot. So, he could only refine them during his rest. He began to circulate his energy. The foreign energies were quickly refined by Suchen. As these energies were completely refined, Suchen felt his strength had significantly increased. He summoned the system interface. Triple? Previously, Suchen's realm was at the first level of the acquired stage. But with the refinement of these energies, his realm had now reached the third level of the acquired stage. This meant that these energies had directly helped Suchen elevate his realm by 2 levels. Once the energies were fully refined, Suchen lay on the bed, feeling quite excited. After a brief rest, Suchen left the accommodation. He wanted to see if there were other opportunities within the Peach Blossom Land. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, he ran into Lu Fei. It had been mentioned before that Lu Fei had also gained tremendous opportunities in this Peach Blossom Land, so following him would surely be a good idea. What are you going to do? Suchen asked Lu Fei with a smile. Lu Fei glanced at Suchen, his face showing unmistakable confusion. Their relationship was merely that of classmates. Usually, Suchen wouldn't take the initiative to talk to him at school, so Lu Fei found it very strange that Suchen was being so proactive this time. I'm just going for a stroll, want to join? Lu Fei invited, feigning politeness. Without a second thought, Suchen replied. Sure, let's go for a walk together. Lu Fei's insincere invitation was met with Suchen's enthusiastic acceptance, which he hadn't expected at all. However, since it had come to this, Lu Fei couldn't say anything further. Thus, the two began to wander through the Peach Blossom Land. To be honest, the atmosphere between them was somewhat awkward. They weren't familiar with each other, so there were no common topics to discuss. This awkwardness made Lu Fei uncomfortable, but Suchen felt no embarrassment at all. After all, for Suchen, the most important thing now was to share Lu Fei's opportunities. As they strolled, they reached the deepest part of the Peach Blossom Land. In the deepest part of the Peach Blossom Spring, there is a sizable piece of farmland. Some crops are planted in the fields. It is now autumn, so most of the crops in the fields have lost their vitality. That looks like a cucumber, Lu Fei exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the cucumbers in the field. Do you really like eating cucumbers? Suchen asked Lu Fei. Lu Fei nodded. Cucumbers are my favorite fruit. Fruit? Suchen had always thought of cucumbers as vegetables. Just as Lu Fei finished speaking, he was about to pick a cucumber. But Suchen stopped him. Taking without asking is stealing. We should inform the owner first. Shen's words brought Lu Fei back to his senses. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I just get a bit carried away when I see something I like. It's fine, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Su Chen waved his hand and teased with a smile. I just didn't expect you to have a hidden foodie trait. Hee hee, I've loved eating since I was little. Lu Fei scratched his head again. After this incident, the relationship between the two grew closer. Let's go find the owner first, Lu Fei said, pulling Su Chen along, eager to find the owner. Soon, they found the old woman near the small lake. After hearing about it, the old woman waved her hand and said, that's not something valuable. If you really like it, go ahead and pick some to eat. But those are what we usually eat, so please remember not to pick them all. Thank you, boss. Lu Fei smiled honestly, then took out his phone and sincerely said to the old woman, how much for the cucumbers? I'll pay you. Oh, the old woman waved her hand again. What are a few cucumbers worth? Consider these cucumbers a gift. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. The old woman noticed Lu Fei's embarrassment and found an excuse to leave. Seeing Lu Fei staring at the old woman's back in a daze, Su Chen patted his shoulder and said with a smile, since she's already said it, don't dwell on it anymore. Okay. Lu Fei smiled. The two then walked back to the vegetable garden. Lu Fei found a cucumber, picked one, and tossed it to Su Chen, then took one for himself. Aren't you going to wash it? Seeing Lu Fei eat it right after picking it, Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Su Chen wasn't a germaphobe, but vegetables grown like this should at least be washed. If it's not clean, eating it won't make you sick. Lu Fei was quite carefree about it. As he spoke, Lu Fei put the cucumber in his mouth. Crunch! A crisp sound rang out as Lu Fei took a big bite out of the cucumber. Seeing this, Su Chen also took a bite. This taste. As he savored it, Su Chen realized that the flavor of this cucumber seemed a bit off. This cucumber is way too delicious. Just as Su Chen was thinking, Lu Fei suddenly shouted. In no time, he had finished the cucumber in his hand. Su Chen, on the other hand, was savoring it bite by bite. Soon, Su Chen finished his cucumber. Here. The moment he finished the cucumber, Su Chen felt a surge of energy within him that wasn't his own. This energy is quite substantial. After refining it, my realm might improve significantly. While thinking this, Su Chen's gaze turned back to the farmland. Want to eat more? Seeing the eager look in Su Chen's eyes, Lu Fei picked another cucumber and tossed it to him. Su Chen caught the cucumber and, not caring whether it was clean or not, began to devour it. It's a bit less. After finishing one cucumber, Su Chen noticed that the energy from this cucumber was only a third of what the previous one had given him. Want to eat more? Seeing Su Chen looking at the cucumbers again, Lu Fei laughed and picked another one to toss to him. It's even less now. The previous one was a third, and this one is only a fifth. After eating another, it became a tenth. No more, no more. The energy that the fifth cucumber could provide was already very little, so Su Chen decided not to eat a sixth one. Although Su Chen stopped, Lu Fei had no intention of stopping. Don't eat them all, Su Chen reminded Lu Fei. No problem. Lu Fei waved his hand while munching. After reminding Lu Fei, Su Chen looked into the distance. Behind the vegetable garden, there was a row of fences. Beyond the fence, there was a small hill. The small hill was bare, with nothing but some stones. What is that? Su Chen suddenly noticed a reflective point among the stones. The light from that reflective point was shining directly on Lu Fei. Lu Fei, who was bowing his head to eat the cucumber, did not notice the reflective point, but if he looked up at that moment, he would definitely see it. Could this be the true opportunity that belongs to Lu Fei? Su Chen glanced again and then looked at Lu Fei. Su Chen's heart began to twist. In turmoil. Finally, he made up his mind. You keep eating, I'll go take a look over there, Su Chen said to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, who was devouring cucumbers, replied without looking up. Go ahead. Sorry. Su Chen glanced at Lu Fei with a hint of guilt and walked towards the fence. The fence was not high, only 1 meter. For Su Chen, this meter was really nothing. He leaped over effortlessly, easily clearing the fence. After crossing the fence, he quickly walked towards the reflective point. Before long, he arrived near the reflective point. He crouched down and saw the reflective object. It was a bronze ancient mirror. The bronze mirror was only palm-sized, and the surface was quite damaged. Su Chen picked up the ancient mirror and examined it carefully in his hand. After a thorough inspection, he did not find anything extraordinary. Su Chen, we should head back, Lu Fei's voice rang out at that moment. Okay. Su Chen responded and put the ancient mirror into his pocket. When they returned to the vegetable field, Lu Fei asked Su Chen with a puzzled expression, what did you go do? Su Chen, feeling a bit guilty, pointed towards the small hill and said, I saw something over there, so I went to take a look. Oh. Lu Fei did not take this matter to heart. As soon as they returned to the vicinity of the wooden house, they smelled the aroma of food. Su Chen realized the time and looked surprised. I didn't expect it to be dinner time already. Dinner was still served at the center of the small lake. After a whole afternoon of play, everyone was already starving. Moreover, the food prepared by the old man was truly delicious. Before the dishes were all served, everyone began to feast heartily. Su Chen did not pick up his chopsticks. Seeing his heavy expression, Xiaoqiu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Not hungry?" Su Chen indeed had no appetite. His mind was filled with that bronze ancient mirror. He really wanted to study it properly, but he had not found a suitable opportunity. After dinner, everyone boarded the bus and set off for home. Perhaps due to a day of play, many classmates fell asleep as soon as they got on the bus. Su Chen was also very tired, but he couldn't fall asleep. Before long, the bus stopped at the school gate. After the instructor woke all the students, he got off to take attendance. Once he confirmed that everyone had gotten off, he announced the dismissal. As soon as the team was announced to be dismissed, Su Chen dashed straight towards the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Ma Tianming was still reading. After a brief greeting with him, Su Chen lay on his bed to study the bronze ancient mirror. Su Chen studied it back and forth, but after all that studying he still couldn't figure it out. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. He placed the bronze ancient mirror on the bed and then bit his finger. Ding! Blood dripped onto the bronze mirror, producing a crisp sound. The blood then began to spread around according to the patterns on the mirror. In just a few seconds, the blood completely covered the bronze mirror. Immediately, Su Chen saw the blood being absorbed by the mirror in an instant. Before he could react, the bronze mirror burst forth with dazzling light. To avoid being discovered by Ma Tianming, Su Chen covered the mirror with a blanket and burrowed himself into the bedding. The light from the ancient mirror came quickly and faded just as fast. Before long, the brilliance disappeared. After the light vanished, the bronze mirror underwent a tremendous transformation. The once rusted surface was now smooth and as good as new. At the same time, several characters appeared on the surface that hadn't been there before. Shocking Heaven Fist. Upon seeing these 4 words, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Shocking Heaven Fist was a very famous martial art before Su Chen's rebirth. It was said that when practiced to perfection, it could truly shake the heavens and the earth. What a huge opportunity this is. The key point was that this Shocking Heaven Fist was a heavenly level technique. After the revival of spiritual energy, martial arts were classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, from highest to lowest. Each level was further divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. In Su Chen's memory, the Shocking Heaven Fist was not only a heavenly level technique but also an advanced technique among heavenly level martial arts. I'm going to get rich. Su Chen was overjoyed. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. He carefully and earnestly memorized the martial art in his mind before hiding the ancient mirror away. You just got back and now you're going out again? Ma Tianming asked with a smile as he saw Su Chen jump off the bed. I want to go to the playground to stretch a bit, Su Chen replied without looking back. Leaving the dormitory building, Su Chen arrived at the playground. At this time, it was definitely the moment with the most people on the playground throughout the day. Su Chen's appearance also attracted many gazes. Isn't that Su Chen? He looks so handsome in the video, but I didn't expect him to be this handsome in reality. I have to say, with Su Chen, me, Yanzu, and Dehua, we are definitely the pinnacle of Asian looks. The 3 of them, plus a dog, are the pinnacle of Asian looks. In our school, the only one who can rival Su Chen's looks is probably me. Male classmates were very envious of Su Chen's nearly top-tier looks. Su Chen listened to these words and felt quite proud. After all, there's no one in this world who doesn't like being praised by others. After feeling pleased for a while, Su Chen found an empty space. He slightly closed his eyes and began to recall the Shocking Heaven Fist from the ancient mirror. After a moment of closed-eye recollection, he slowly opened his eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes, some people nearby could vaguely see a golden light emanating from his eyes. Ha! Su Chen shouted and began to perform a set of punches. During the first round, Su Chen's Shocking Heaven Fist was still somewhat awkward, but with each repetition he became more and more proficient in the technique. By the 10th round, Su Chen had mastered the Shocking Heaven Fist to perfection. That should be enough. Su Chen withdrew his fists. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his clothes and instinctively looked around. While practicing earlier, he had been so focused that he hadn't noticed the situation around him. Now, upon looking again, he found himself surrounded by classmates. Su Chen, what martial art were you practicing just now? Why do you look so impressive? Your punch looks really powerful. Can you teach me? Su Chen, I'm also learning martial arts. Can we add each other on WeChat to exchange ideas? Are you trying to exchange martial arts tips? You're just eyeing Su Chen's body. I feel embarrassed to point it out. The chatter of the surrounding classmates made Su Chen feel a bit shy. He didn't expect that practicing martial arts would attract so much attention. Classmates, Su Chen said, looking around helplessly. This is my family's secret martial art, so I can't share it. Su Chen's excuse was really quite ridiculous, but the classmates believed it wholeheartedly. The main thing was that very few of them were genuinely interested in learning martial arts. Hello, Su Chen. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. Seeing this figure made Su Chen feel a bit of a headache. The owner of this figure was none other than Shang Aoshui, who had previously competed with Su Chen for the apple. When the others saw Shang Aoshui approach, Su Chen, they all wore expressions that suggested they were eager for gossip. Today, Shang Aoshue was still beautiful. She wore a pair of uniquely golden and gray fitness pants that perfectly showcased her curves without reservation. On her upper body, she had on a silver-white cropped fitness top that only covered her chest. Her abdomen was exposed, clearly showing her abs in defined lines. The male classmates around, upon seeing Shang Aoshue like this, couldn't help but swallow hard. Not to mention the other male classmates, even Su Chen, who had been reborn, swallowed hard at the sight of Shang Aoshue. "Do you think I'm pretty?" Shang Aoshue asked coldly, noticing Su Chen staring at her. "Pretty?" Su Chen instinctively replied. But after answering, he realized something was off. Ahem. Su Chen awkwardly coughed and looked up at Shang Aoshue, saying, "When I said pretty, I meant your shoes." Shang Aoshue didn't mind these details. "I saw you practicing martial arts just now, Su Chen," she said, her eyes fixed on him, with a hint of resentment visible in her gaze. "I know a thing or two about martial arts. I wonder if Su Chen would be willing to spar with me?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen became uneasy. Not only was Su Chen unsettled, but the surrounding classmates also started to feel the tension. Spar? Su Chen looked around, feeling a bit awkward. It's not appropriate in front of so many classmates. "If you're not up for it, you can refuse," Shang Aoshue said, employing a rather clumsy tactic to provoke him. Wow, Shang Aoshue is actually publicly challenging Su Chen. This is going to be interesting. The male god and the female goddess are about to clash on the playground. And it's for this. Hey, UC Shock Department, welcome to join. If those two really fight, it will definitely be a spectacular sight. For some reason, the surrounding classmates had begun to look forward to it. Shang Aoshue's provocation was indeed very clumsy. But this clumsy tactic worked. "Are you sure you want to fight here?" Su Chen asked Shang Aoshue. Shang Aoshue nodded coldly. "I just want to know if you dare." "I dare, why wouldn't I?" The last time he encountered Shang Aoshue, he was just a potential extraordinary person. Now that he was an extraordinary person, there was no need to fear Shang Aoshue at all. "Then let's do it." Shang Aoshue clenched her fists, ready to attack. Seeing this scene, the surrounding classmates quickly took out their phones and started recording. In a top university like Qingbei University, sparring was indeed a rare occurrence. The most crucial thing is that this is a competition between the school beauty and the school hunk. Let me make it clear first, if I really win, I hope you won't go back on your word, Su Chen said seriously, staring at Shang Aoshue. "Don't worry," Shang Aoshue replied, puffing out her chest. "I will absolutely not go back on my word." "Then let's do this." Su Chen agreed, not only to provoke her but also because he wanted to test the effectiveness of the Thunder Fist technique. "Come on!" Shang Aoshue shouted angrily and charged towards Su Chen first. What incredible speed! Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He noticed that Shang Aoshue's speed today was much faster than before. As Su Chen raised his eyebrows, Shang Aoshue had already rushed close to him. She clenched her fist and aimed a punch at Su Chen's cheek. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shang Aoshue is a girl. Her punches were both fast and fierce. As her fist came flying, one could faintly hear the sound of wind rushing. Su Chen raised his arms to block his face, ready to defend against Shang Aoshue's punch. Bang! Shang Aoshue's fist hit Su Chen's arms with a dull thud. Not only that, but Su Chen also took 3 steps back from the impact. What a heavy punch! What rapid progress! The last time Su Chen saw Shang Aoshue, her punches weren't this heavy. He didn't expect that just a few days later she would have made such significant progress. In fact, after the Apple incident, Shang Aoshue had been training hard every day. Her goal was to teach Su Chen a lesson the next time they met. However, that punch made Shang Aoshue realize that it wasn't just her who had improved. Su Chen had also been making progress. Seeing that her punch only made Su Chen take 3 steps back, Shang Aoshue continued her assault. Her fists, like the wind, rained down on Su Chen. Su Chen chose to keep his arms up and continue defending. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of fists colliding with arms made the surrounding classmates' scalps tingle. Wow, I didn't expect Shang Aoshue to be this strong. If those punches had hit me, I probably wouldn't have been able to take even one. Ha! Is that all? If her fist hit my face, she'd definitely be begging me not to die. I have to say, I really didn't expect our frost goddess to have such a fierce side. Shang Aoshue's fists made the surrounding male classmates shiver in fear. These few punches also gave Su Chen a comprehensive understanding of Shang Aoshue's strength. After taking those punches, Su Chen said to Shang Aoshue, "It's my turn now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Aoshue was slightly taken aback. Then Su Chen's fist began to swing towards her. Su Chen truly didn't care at all about Shang Aoshue's gender. His iron fists, like a raging wind, struck towards Shang Aoshue. She tried to dodge, but the speed of the Thunder Fist technique was simply too fast for Shang Aoshue to find the time or space to evade. With no other choice, she could only raise her arms to defend. Bang! With just one punch, Shang Aoshue was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by Su Chen. Once she steadied herself, she felt her arms starting to go numb. She shook her slightly numb arms, her face filled with shock. Su Chen's progress far exceeded her expectations. She knew she was definitely not Su Chen's match. I admit defeat. Shang Aoshue was truly decisive, raising her right hand and shouting. Su Chen, who had originally charged towards Shang Aoshue, stopped in his tracks. Upon hearing her concede, sigh. Su Chen, stopping, let out a loud sigh. I thought you were really impressive, but it turns out you're only at this level. It's hard to say, but Su Chen's level of sarcasm is truly high. As soon as these words were spoken, Shang Aoshue was at a loss for how to respond. After this battle, the related video was directly uploaded online. This video sparked controversy on the internet. A man hitting a woman? I'm really speechless. How can there be such men in this world? Exactly. In my opinion, such men should be humanely eliminated. Such men clearly have violent tendencies. Sisters, stay far away from them. I hope I never encounter such trash men in my life. The female fighters began to swing their fists, stirring up trouble online. After the battle, Su Chen returned to his dormitory. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought with Shang Aoshue. Lying on his bed in the dormitory, Su Chen felt a wave of regret. The main reason he chose to fight Shang Aoshue was to test the effectiveness of the Thunder Fist. But unexpectedly, Shang Aoshue's strength was simply too weak. Su Chen not only failed to test the Thunder Fist's effectiveness but also wasted a lot of time. Lying on his dorm bed, Su Chen didn't remain idle. He repeatedly practiced the Thunder Fist in his mind. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. There were no classes today, so Su Chen simply stayed in bed until noon. By the time he got up, the sun was already high in the sky. Ma Tianming had also returned from the library. I say, old Su. Ma Tianming, back in the dorm, hesitated to speak. Seeing Ma Tianming's hesitation, Su Chen asked, what's wrong? Why are you acting like a woman? Just say it directly. I advise you to lay low for a while. Ma Tianming looked at Su Chen very seriously. What's going on? Su Chen showed a confused expression. Just take a look for yourself. Ma Tianming took out his phone and handed it to Su Chen. On the phone was a very blurry video. The video was so blurry it looked like it was shot with an old phone. Yet, this blurry video had over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. The content of the video was the fight between Su Chen and Shang Aoshue. Su Chen instinctively clicked on the comments. When he saw the content of the comments, he almost broke down. It felt as if he saw women swinging their fists at him. As a postnatal triple-level extraordinary person, it seemed he couldn't withstand those punches. This doesn't really affect me, Su Chen said to Ma Tianming. It's not that simple. Ma Tianming shook his head and took the phone back from Su Chen. Then, he opened the school's forum on his phone. Now the school forum has exploded. The girls in the school have proposed to expel you. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. The development of the situation was clearly beyond his expectations. What's the school's stance? This was the question Su Chen cared about the most. As long as the school didn't say they would expel him, there would still be room for maneuver. The school hasn't made a statement yet. But some teachers' attitudes are also in favor of expelling you. Ma Tianming was quite sharp. He knew the information from the teachers very well. Looks like things have gotten serious. Su Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. In a girl's dormitory, in one of the rooms, Shang Aoshue sat on her bed, scrolling through her phone. The comments on the video also stirred her emotions. She didn't expect that her spar with Su Chen would bring him such big trouble. Sigh. She let out a small sigh and looked at Lu Sui. Sui, what do you think we should do about this? Lu Sui was not only Shang Aoshue's roommate but also her close friend. Lu Sui actually knew about this matter that Shang Aoshue mentioned. There's nothing we can do. Lu Sui sighed. Is there really nothing we can do? Would it be better if I jumped out to explain things now? Shang Aoshue asked Lu Sui. Lu Sui shook her head. At this point, this matter is no longer just between you and Su Chen. Shang Aoshue looked at Lu Sui in confusion. Lu Sui explained, the moment the video was uploaded to the internet, the feminists started to rally. At this point, even if you step forward to explain, it won't change anything. Then I've harmed Su Chen. Shang Aoshue felt very guilty now. If she had known things would escalate to this extent, she definitely wouldn't have provoked Su Chen into action. That's not the most critical part, Lu Sui said seriously, looking at Shang Aoshue. The most critical issue now is that some teachers at our school have also started to exert pressure on the administration. Teachers at our school? Xiaqiu Yu's eyes widened. Anyone who could become a teacher at Qingbei University had received higher education. Logically, those who had received higher education should be the least susceptible to feminist rhetoric. So, Su Chen is in a lot of trouble right now, Lu Sui said, feeling a headache coming on. Then how should we resolve this matter? Shang Aoshue couldn't think of a good solution, so she could only turn to Lu Sui for help. The best way is to have Su Chen lay low for a while, Lu Sui suggested, which seemed quite different from what Ma Tianming had said. Sitting in the dormitory, Su Chen stared blankly ahead. He had been sitting there for 5 or 6 minutes. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a WeChat message from Shang Aoshue. Shang Aoshue, I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop to this extent. Su-chen, it's okay, this matter isn't your fault. Is this matter Shang Aoshue's fault? The answer is yes. But Su-chen didn't feel any blame towards Shang Aoshue in his heart. For Su-chen, since the matter had already happened, blaming anyone was meaningless. The event occurred, so they needed to find a way to resolve it. Shang Aoshue, I suggest you take some time off and go away for a bit. The weather is nice now, perfect for traveling. Shang Aoshue, how about this, you go out and have some fun. No matter how much it costs, I'll reimburse you. Looking at this WeChat message from Shang Aoshue, Su-chen's brows furrowed slightly. He wasn't frowning out of anger or displeasure. It was just that a sudden flash of insight crossed his mind. He looked at the date on his phone. Damn. After checking the date, Su-chen jumped up from his chair. His sudden movement startled Ma Tianming. What's wrong with you? Ma Tianming asked, somewhat displeased. Su-chen quickly waved his hand, indicating he was fine. He didn't reply to Shang Aoshue's WeChat message but opened his ticket booking app instead. Once in the app, Su-chen quickly found the next flight to Longhushan. After purchasing the ticket, he began to pack his luggage. Looks like you really plan to get away for a bit, Ma Tianming said, putting down his book and starting to help Su-chen pack. Can you help me ask the instructor for leave? That's okay, right? Su-chen looked at Ma Tianming. Of course, no problem. Su-chen's situation was special. So even if he didn't ask for leave himself, the instructor would definitely grant it. Once he finished packing, Su-chen dragged his suitcase out of the dormitory building. On the way to the school gate, he didn't forget to take out his phone and use a ride-hailing app to book a taxi. Is this Su-chen? What good is a man like that, no matter how handsome he is? A man who hits women, no matter how handsome, is still trash. This kind of man shouldn't appear in our school. Look at how disheveled he is, he must have been expelled. Along the way, Su-chen was pointed at by others. He felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. In this situation, he couldn't explain anything. Not only could he not explain, but even Shang Aoshue couldn't jump in to clarify anything right now. As soon as Su-chen arrived at the school gate, the taxi he took also stopped there. Driver to the capital airport. After placing his luggage, Su-chen said to the taxi driver, "All right." The driver responded and stepped on the gas. 2 hours later, Su-chen arrived at the capital airport. After checking in his luggage, he went straight to the boarding gate. While waiting for boarding, Su-chen scrolled through his phone. After a while, he suddenly looked up at a spot not far away. He saw a young man about the same age as him, sitting not far in front of him. This young man had a physique and looks that were on par with Su-chen. The young man squinted slightly, appearing relaxed. Dressed in simple sportswear, he looked very sunny. Perhaps sensing Su-chen's gaze, the young man also looked back at him. Their eyes met. The young man greeted Su-chen with a warm smile. His smile was very warm, giving a feeling like a gentle spring breeze. Su-chen smiled back. As the two exchanged glances, the airport's loudspeaker announced that Su-chen's flight was ready for boarding. Holding his ticket, Su-chen walked towards the boarding gate. The young man also stood up and slowly walked towards the gate. Su-chen, now with money, chose first class. As he settled into his seat, the young man who had just made eye contact with him also passed through the gate and entered the plane. Under the guidance of the flight attendant, he sat next to Su-chen. What a coincidence! Su-chen started a conversation with the young man. The young man glanced at Su-chen and smiled. Yeah. The two didn't speak again during the flight. Su-chen played with his phone while the young man squinted, seemingly lost in thought. 2 hours later, the plane landed. Outside the airport, Su-chen got into a Rolls-Royce. This car was rented by Su-chen. To make things easier, he even hired a driver. As the car started, Su-chen took a short nap. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when the driver woke him up. After paying, Su-chen began to climb the mountain. As the ancestral home of the Jingyi sect of Taoism, the scenery of Longhu Mountain was truly remarkable. Su-chen climbed while enjoying the view. Before he knew it, he had reached the top of the mountain. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the summit, he saw the young man again. I say, buddy, are you following me? Before Su-chen could speak, the young man spoke first. If I say this is a coincidence, would you believe me? Su-chen looked helpless. It really was a coincidence. He was also very surprised to see the young man at the top of Longhu Mountain. Wudong Zheng Tianqi. The young man introduced himself with a fist salute. Sanren, Su-chen. Seeing this, Su-chen also introduced himself in kind. You are Sanren? Zheng Tianqi was somewhat surprised to hear Su-chen call himself Sanren. Why? Su-chen was puzzled. Zheng Tianqi shook his head, indicating it was nothing. Why did you come to Longhu Mountain? Zheng Tianqi asked Su-chen. Traveling. Su-chen certainly couldn't tell Zheng Tianqi his true purpose, so he had to make up a casual reason. I've heard that Longhu Mountain has beautiful scenery, so I came to take a look. I don't believe it. Although Zhang Tianqi appeared lazy, he spoke very directly. The aura around you tells me that you are definitely not here just for tourism. Oh, Su Chen did not deny Zhang Tianqi's words. He looked at Zhang Tianqi with interest and smiled, asking, "Then what do you think I'm here for?" "I don't know." Zhang Tianqi shook his head. "But you are definitely not here for tourism." As soon as Zhang Tianqi finished speaking, before Su Chen could say anything, he looked towards a spot not far away. Su Chen followed Zhang Tianqi's gaze and saw an old man in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of immortality, engaged in conversation with someone. Zhang Tianqi directly abandoned Su Chen and walked towards the old man. "Wudong, Zhang Tianqi. I have come to pay my respects to the old celestial master." Zhang Tianqi approached the old man and bowed respectfully. Although Su Chen was far from Zhang Tianqi, he still heard his words clearly. Old celestial master? Is he really the old celestial master? Su Chen felt extremely excited upon seeing the old celestial master. After the revival of spiritual energy, the foremost figure among the extraordinary beings in Huaxia was the old celestial master. At that time, the old celestial master had already reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, just a step away from the legendary realm. His terrifying realm and unfathomable combat power were well known. Su Chen had heard rumors that the old celestial master had once fought against 3 S-class adult extraordinary beasts and had slain all 3. Such achievements alone were enough to make him a formidable figure in the extraordinary world of Huaxia at that time. "Young lad from Wudong, what brings you to my Longhu mountain lately?" Wudong Mountain is also one of the important sacred sites of the Taoist sect. Although Wudong and Longhu are not of the same lineage, they share a connection. Therefore, the relationship between the two sides is quite good. The old celestial master and Zhang Tianqi's master were close friends in their youth. "My master said there is a great opportunity on Longhu Mountain recently, so he sent me to see if I could obtain this great opportunity." In front of the old celestial master, Zhang Tianqi did not dare to hide anything. "A great opportunity?" The old celestial master chuckled upon hearing this. He looked at Zhang Tianqi and jokingly scolded, "You, a little Taoist from Wudong, come to my Longhu Mountain to snatch opportunities. I wonder what your old master is thinking." In response to the old celestial master's playful scolding, Zhang Tianqi could only scratch his head and smile foolishly. "Did your master mention a specific time?" the old celestial master asked Zhang Tianqi. Zhang Tianqi's master held a very high status on Wudong Mountain. Even the current leader of Wudong would respectfully refer to Zhang Tianqi's master as Shishu. Not only that, Zhang Tianqi's master was also a renowned master of divination. While he might not be accurate all the time, he was close enough. Zhang Tianqi shook his head and said respectfully, "My master did not specify a time, only that it would be in the next few days." "In the next few days, huh?" The old celestial master stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a while, he smiled and patted Zhang Tianqi on the shoulder, saying, "Then during this time, you should stay here on Longhu Mountain." "Thank you, old celestial master." Guided by a young Taoist, Zhang Tianqi went to register. After Zhang Tianqi left, the old celestial master turned his gaze to Su Chen. As the old celestial master looked at him, Su Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt an overwhelming pressure approaching him. "Young friend, what brings you to my Longhu Mountain?" The old celestial master walked directly in front of Su Chen. His tone remained friendly, but there was a hint of hidden danger. "Swearin Su Chen, I have come to pay my respects to the old celestial master." Su Chen performed a bow similar to Zhang Tianqi's earlier gesture. The old celestial master nodded, but his expression showed no change. "Are you also here for an opportunity?" the old celestial master asked Su Chen coldly. "Yes," Su Chen nodded. At this moment, if Su Chen chose to conceal his intentions, it would not only be unwise but could also lead to a lot of trouble. Since that was the case, Su Chen decided to be straightforward about his purpose. "How did you know that?" "There is an opportunity for you here on Longhu Mountain," the old celestial master asked Su Chen in a serious tone. 3 days ago, in the middle of the night, I had a dream. Someone told me to come to Longhu Mountain in the next few days." Su Chen was speaking half-truths, but it wasn't entirely a lie. The reason Su Chen brought this up was actually quite simple. Before his rebirth, he had heard some legends about the old celestial master. Among the many legends, the most outrageous one claimed that the old celestial master had a dream when he was young. In the dream, an old man told him that there was an opportunity belonging to the old celestial master in a certain place. Half believing, the old celestial master went to that location. To his surprise, he indeed found his opportunity there. After obtaining the opportunity, the old celestial master not only made rapid progress in his cultivation but also received the celestial master inheritance from the celestial master's residence. Su Chen didn't know whether this legend was true or false. However, he intended to give it a try. "Did someone tell you in a dream?" the old celestial master scrutinized Su Chen, falling into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he said to Su Chen, "Since there is an opportunity for you here, you should settle down properly." "Thank you, old celestial master." Judging by the old celestial master's demeanor, He most likely believed Su Chen's words. Under the guidance of a young acolyte, Su Chen completed the check-in registration. However, the place he was going to stay was not the front mountain of Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain is divided into the front mountain and the back mountain. The front mountain receives tourists and sustains their livelihood. The back mountain is where the disciples of Longhu Mountain truly live and cultivate. After completing the check-in registration, Su Chen, led by the young acolyte, arrived at the junction between the front and back mountains. Between the front and back mountains, there was a deep chasm. Looking down, it seemed like an abyss of 10,000 feet. Between the two mountains, there was only a hemp rope as thick as a thumb. The young acolyte told Su Chen that if he wanted to enter the back mountain, the only way was this hemp rope. Su Chen looked at the thumb-thick hemp rope and felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The hemp rope was already very old, with many places having become quite thin. When a gentle breeze blew, the hemp rope swayed along with it. Benefactor, the young acolyte stood behind Su Chen, smiling and teasing. "You're not scared, are you? Don't joke," Su Chen said dismissively, not turning his head as he looked at the hemp rope. "Am I, Su Chen, afraid of this?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of Su Chen's feet had already landed on the hemp rope. The rope swayed and Su Chen's body followed suit. The young acolyte shook his head slightly at this scene. However, his eyes remained fixed on Su Chen. Besides guiding Su Chen, he also had another task: to ensure Su Chen's safety. Of course, if Su Chen really fell from the rope, he wouldn't need to go to the back mountain anymore. Despite Su Chen's unsteady walk on the hemp rope, his steps never faltered. 10 minutes later, Su Chen reached the middle of the rope. Looking down, he felt his legs weaken slightly. Below him was the abyss, and a moment of carelessness could lead to a fatal fall. "If I had known this opportunity was so dangerous, I wouldn't have come," Su Chen muttered in his heart, but his steps never stopped. Another 10 minutes passed, and Su Chen finally stood on the ground of the back mountain. The young acolyte breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Then, he leaped into the air, lightly tapping his toes, and flew toward the back mountain. Compared to Su Chen's awkwardness, the young acolyte appeared much more graceful. After landing, the young acolyte led Su Chen onward. After passing through a dense forest, Su Chen's view suddenly opened up. Behind the dense forest was a square. In the square, many Taoists in robes were practicing their respective skills. Upon seeing Su Chen's arrival, some Taoists showed expressions of dissatisfaction. In fact, after Zhang Tianqi's arrival, they had already known that there would be an opportunity at Longhu Mountain in the coming days. Zhang Tianqi coming to snatch their opportunity had already made them very unhappy. Su Chen's appearance only heightened this dissatisfaction to its peak. "Another person has come to compete for opportunities with us. I really want to beat him up right now." Looking at his chi fluctuations, he seems to be a postnatal third-level practitioner. Should we teach him a lesson? Postnatal third level? How dare he come to the back mountain of Longhu Mountain? Who gave him the courage? How about we find a chance to make this kid back off? The Taoists in the back mountain of Longhu Mountain were already thinking about how to make Su Chen retreat. However, Su Chen paid them no mind. At that moment, he looked around like a country bumpkin. "I was wondering why the old heavenly master is so powerful and why there are so many experts in Longhu Mountain. I didn't expect the spiritual energy in this place to be so rich." Indeed, the spiritual energy in the back mountain of Longhu Mountain was extremely abundant. Although the spiritual energy was not as strong as after the revival, before the revival, it could definitely be considered a blessed land. After the little Taoist boy arranged a room for Su Chen, he left. Once inside the room, Su Chen sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Absorbing spiritual energy, converting spiritual energy, absorbing spiritual energy, converting spiritual energy. With the support of the Chi body source flow and innate sacred body Dao, Su Chen's realm steadily rose. In less than an hour, Su Chen's realm directly advanced from postnatal third level to postnatal fourth level. This efficiency is simply outrageous. Such high efficiency made Su Chen ecstatic. After the joy, he fell back into calmness. Following the previous cycle, he continued to cultivate. This time, he truly lost track of time. He didn't even bother to eat lunch and just kept cultivating. He practiced for an entire afternoon and into the night. Even by morning, he was still cultivating. This afternoon and night of cultivation directly brought his realm to postnatal 9th level. In fact, by 3 in the morning, his realm had already reached postnatal 9th level. Perhaps due to his rapid cultivation speed, his foundation was very weak. Therefore, when he tried to break through the barrier between postnatal and innate, he repeatedly failed. After several failures, Su Chen began to consolidate his cultivation. When the first ray of sunlight shone into Su Chen's room in the morning, he had finally broken through the barrier after several hours of consolidation. System. Su Chen, realm, innate first level attributes, physique 10, intelligence 8, strength 17, agility 10, talent, innate sacred body Dao, Chi body source flow, unlimited black card, skills, points 50 mall, not opened. Warehouse, none. At this moment, Su Chen finally became an innate practitioner. His strength rose with his breakthrough. However, he did not relax because of it. He sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing to consolidate his realm. He kept consolidating until noon before finally stepping out of the room. By this time, the sun was already high in the sky. Although it was autumn, the sun was still dazzling. Suchin squinted as he looked towards the square. In the square, many disciples of Longhu Mountain were still cultivating. After adapting to the sunlight, Suchin slowly walked towards the square. Brother, which sect are you from? At that moment, someone suddenly blocked Suchen's path. This was a young man who looked a bit older than Su Chun. He wore a Taoist robe but had no aura of a Taoist at all. The man's demeanor was more akin to that of a thug than a Taoist. No sect, just a wanderer. After all, Longhu Mountain was their territory, so Suchin tried to keep a low profile as much as possible. A wanderer? Upon hearing that Suchin was a wanderer, the person blocking his path looked a bit surprised. In this time of spiritual depletion, wanting to become an extraordinary person is already a very difficult task. Even if one joins a renowned sect in famous mountains and rivers, cultivation is still fraught with challenges. If the difficulty of cultivating to become an extraordinary person in the famous mountains and rivers is rated at 1 point, then the difficulty of doing so in the outside world is 10 points. The tenfold difference in difficulty clearly illustrates the challenges of cultivating outside. That's right. Suchen nodded, smiling at the newcomer. I am just an outsider. So your purpose in coming to our Longhu Mountain is also for the so-called opportunity? The newcomer asked Suchen in an almost interrogative tone. Suchen had no intention of hiding anything, nor was there any need to. That's right, I came for the opportunity. Coming to my Longhu Mountain to seize our opportunity. You really are quite interesting. The tone and expression of the newcomer began to turn unfriendly. Not far away, on top of a tall building, the old master stood behind the railing, watching everything with a calm expression. Master, at this moment, a young disciple beside the old master looked in Su Chen's direction and said, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for Lu Feng to act this way?" This young man had looks that rivaled Su Chen and Wang Tianqi. He was about the same height as Su Chen. Despite his young age, he was the old master's direct disciple, which meant he held a higher status in Longhu Mountain than some others. Inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? The old master countered the young man. Since Su Chen and Wang Tianqi both know that there are opportunities in our Longhu Mountain, it means that this opportunity is not exclusive to us. Therefore, Lu Feng's intention to drive Su Chen away is somewhat inappropriate, the young man said in a calm tone. If Lu Feng really has the ability to drive Su Chen away, doesn't that mean this opportunity doesn't belong to Su Chen? The old master retorted. The young man found the old master's words enlightening. The Taoist sect values nature. What is nature? It is to go with the flow. Su Chen staying is natural. Su Chen being driven away by Lu Feng is also natural. Su Chen sensed Lu Feng's unfriendly approach and smiled as he asked Lu Feng, "So what do you want? You are an extraordinary person, right?" Lu Feng did not answer Su Chen's question but instead countered with a question of his own. Su Chen nodded, "That's right, I am an extraordinary person." "Then it's simple." Lu Feng nodded, smiling at Su Chen. "Since we are both extraordinary people, let's resolve this matter in an extraordinary way." "Sure." Su Chen agreed without a second thought. He didn't know what the extraordinary way of resolving matters was, but he was clear that there were only a few ways to resolve an issue. "Alright, looks like there's a good show coming up. Daring to fight with senior brother Lu Feng. I wonder how strong this kid is. I remember he seemed to be at the 3rd level of the acquired realm yesterday." 3rd level of the acquired realm? Senior brother Lu Feng is at the 1st level of the innate realm. Senior brother Lu Feng will definitely beat him today. The disciples of the Heavenly Master's residence laughed in disgust. The battle had not yet begun, but they seemed to already see the outcome. The disciple who had discerned Su Chen's realm at a glance yesterday now furrowed his brows tightly. Seeing this, the disciple beside him hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" "I have a bad feeling," the disciple said, looking at Su Chen with a worried expression. "Yesterday I could see through his realm, but today I can't." "Do you know what that means?" "It means his realm has surpassed yours?" As soon as the words left the mouth of the disciple beside him, he realized something was amiss. "Isn't your realm the innate 1st level?" The tone of the junior brother was filled with shock. The senior brother widened his eyes and nodded. "That's exactly why I can't believe it. In just one afternoon and one night, his realm jumped directly from the acquired 3rd level to the innate 1st level. Such a speed of cultivation, even Master Feng couldn't achieve, right?" The Master Feng he mentioned was Feng Tianling, the closed-door disciple of the old Heavenly Master. Feng Tianling was recognized as a genius in the world of extraordinary beings. He once set a record of advancing 3 levels in a single day. Many people find this feat unbelievable even now. "I'm afraid Master Feng's record has been broken," the disciple exclaimed, unable to articulate his shock. "As for us, there's no deep-seated hatred between us. So, how about we leave it at that?" Lu Feng asked Su Chen. "Alright, no problem." Just as Lu Feng said, there was indeed no deep-seated hatred between the two. Moreover, Lu Feng was a disciple of Longhu Mountain, and if Su Chen really hurt him, it wouldn't be good for Su Chen either. So, leaving it at that was the best option. Golden light spell. Lu Feng shouted. The golden light began to swirl around Lu Feng from within. As the golden light enveloped him, Lu Feng's momentum suddenly surged. Interesting. Su Chen knew that the golden light spell was an entry-level skill of Longhu Mountain, but if you underestimated it just because it was an entry-level skill, you would be close to death. On the surface, this skill appeared to be an ordinary defensive skill. However, if practiced to perfection, it could not only become the strongest defensive skill in the world but also a rare offensive skill. However, mastering the golden light spell to its peak was not a simple task. As far as Su Chen knew, even after the revival of spiritual energy, only the old heavenly master had managed to master the golden light spell to its utmost. After Lu Feng's golden light took shape, Su Chen stepped forward and charged at Lu Feng. The chi within Su Chen concentrated entirely on his right fist. Under his command, heaven-shaking divine fist, Su Chen's fist struck hard against the golden light spell. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. The golden light spell began to tremble slightly from the impact of this punch. No wonder it's the strongest defensive skill of the heavenly master's residence. The golden light spell truly lives up to its name. Su Chen didn't think his punch could break the golden light spell directly, but he also didn't expect it to have no effect at all. Again, Su Chen growled. The heaven-shaking divine fist struck once more. Bang! Su Chen's fist hit the golden light spell again, but unlike before, this time fine cracks appeared on the golden light spell. How is this possible? How did he do that? His fist is so powerful that it can create cracks in the golden light spell. Senior brother Lu Feng is at the innate first level. Could this person also have reached the innate first level? Wasn't he at the acquired third level just yesterday? How could his realm possibly rise to the innate first level overnight? The surrounding disciples all widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Feng was even left speechless by Su Chen's punch. What kind of fist technique is this? Why is it so powerful? Lu Feng initially thought he could easily crush Su Chen with the golden light spell, but given the current situation, he realized he had underestimated Su Chen. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Su Chen ignored Lu Feng and swung his fist again. Bang! The fist struck the golden light spell once more. The cracks on the golden light spell began to spread like a spider's web. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lu Feng's golden light spell shattered. It broke. The golden light spell was actually broken? The shock in Lu Feng's heart was evident. But after all, he was a disciple of the heavenly master's residence. He did not give up on the battle with Gao Mu. Thunder Law! Lu Feng shouted. A bolt of lightning shot straight towards Su Chen. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast, stopping in an instant. So fast. Su Chen watched as the lightning struck towards him, unable to evade. Heaven-shaking divine fist. This was the only combat skill Su Chen had at the moment. Since he couldn't dodge, Su Chen could only choose to take it head-on. Crack! The lightning hit Su Chen's body. Asterisk in an instant, the lightning enveloped Su Chen. The dazzling light made it impossible for some disciples with lower realms to open their eyes. Asterisk now. Su Chen should be defeated, right? Feng Tianling squinted at Su Chen. Not yet. The old master smiled slightly and shook his head. Your disciples really can't hurt him. The old master was talking about being able to injure him, not defeat him. Really? Master? Feng Tianling looked at the old master in disbelief. Is this young man really that powerful? It's not about being powerful, it's that his physique is very special, the old master said, looking at Su Chen with calm eyes, shaking his head. This physique is definitely the most special one I've ever seen. This kind of physique has reached a level where no method can harm it. As the old master's words fell, the lightning gradually dissipated. Su Chen, who had been struck by the thunder law, stood there unscathed. How is this possible? Why is he completely fine? Lu Feng's thunder law still can't inflict any damage on him. Is this person a monster? Why is there such a powerful anomaly among the loose cultivators? Asterisk I originally thought that even if Lu Feng couldn't defeat him, he would at least be able to injure him. Asterisk. The disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion were at a loss for words. I didn't expect this innate holy body to be so strong. Su Chen had always wanted to test the defensive power of the innate holy body. It seemed that the defense of this physique was indeed very strong. Shall we continue? Su Chen asked Lu Feng with a smile. Let's call it a day, Lu Feng said with a wry smile, shaking his head. My golden light spell and thunder law have no effect on you. Continuing to fight would be pointless. So, I choose to admit defeat. Lu Feng was someone who could take things lightly. Gao Mu clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you for your kindness. You're too polite. Lu Feng also clasped his hands in return. With Lu Feng's retreat, the expressions of the crowd looking at Su Chen began to change quietly. Since there's nothing else, can I take a look around? Su Chen asked Lu Feng with a smile. How about I take you to see? Lu Feng didn't mind being Su Chen's tour guide. The previous battle had only lasted a few rounds. But in just those few rounds, Lu Feng had realized Su Chen's strength and potential. He now held Su Chen in high regard. Sure, Su Chen didn't mind. The back mountain of Longhu Mountain was vast. Under Lu Feng's guidance, Su-chen saw many beautiful sights that were not visible from the front mountain. At the edge of a cliff, Su-chen pointed to a cave not far away and curiously asked Lu Feng, "What is that?" "It seems to be a place where a certain ancestor of Longhu Mountain practiced in seclusion." Lu Feng glanced in the direction of the cave and said to Su-chen. Su-chen frowned slightly, feeling it was quite unbelievable. It should be noted that the cliff they were currently on was at least 100 meters away from that cave. Moreover, this was the closest cliff to the cave. This meant that to enter that cave, one would either have to climb up from the bottom of the mountain or jump over from here. Either way, the difficulty was extremely high. "Has anyone from your side ever gone in?" Su-chen was very curious about this question, since it was a place where a certain ancestor practiced in seclusion. Even if there were no magical artifacts, techniques, or secret manuals left behind, there should at least be some insights on cultivation. "None," Lu Feng replied, shaking his head without a second thought. "At least among the disciples of my generation, no one has ever entered." "Is it forbidden to enter?" Su-chen asked Lu Feng again. "It's not that it's forbidden." Lu Feng glanced at the cave and pointed to a few places not far away. "There are many caves like this in Longhu Mountain, and the Tianchi mansion hasn't explicitly prohibited disciples from entering them. But over the years, the reason no disciples have gone in is probably because their realms and cultivation levels aren't sufficient to overcome this natural barrier," Lu Feng said, referring to the abyss between the two mountains, which was 100 meters wide. "If I could jump over, could I go in and take a look?" Su-chen's heart was itching with curiosity. He really wanted to know what was inside those caves. "Well, I can't decide that. If you really want to know, I suggest you go find the master," Lu Feng said. Su-chen nodded thoughtfully. After exploring for a while longer, Su-chen returned to his residence. His most important task now was to quickly elevate his own realm. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, Su-chen had been at Longhu Mountain for 3 days. During these 3 days, Su-chen either ate or practiced cultivation. In just 3 days, his realm had already reached the 6th level of the innate stage. If it weren't for the fact that Su-chen didn't want to be constrained, he would have really wanted to directly join the Tianchi mansion and continue cultivating at Longhu Mountain. In these 3 days, the opportunity Su-chen was waiting for had yet to arrive. If I remember correctly, it should be in these 2 or 3 days. But why is there no sign at all? He hadn't forgotten the true purpose of his visit to Longhu Mountain. On the morning of the 4th day, there was a knock on Su-chen's door. Immersed in his cultivation, Su-chen withdrew from his meditative state. He put on his shoes and opened the door. Outside stood Feng Tianling. "Brother Su," Feng Tianling greeted with a slight bow upon seeing Su-chen open the door. "I am Feng Tianling, a disciple under the Tianchi mansion. I came to find you today to ask you something." Feng Tianling had an ethereal demeanor and spoke humbly. "Brother Feng." Su-chen clasped his fists, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's not really a matter of asking. Just go ahead and ask whatever you need. I, Su-chen, will certainly share everything I know. Since Brother Su is aware in his dreams that he can gain opportunities here at Longhu Mountain, may I ask if the person in your dream mentioned a specific time?" Feng Tianling's voice was gentle and pleasant, giving a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. No, Su-chen's so-called dream was entirely fabricated. Therefore, there was no specific time. The approximate time would be in these 2 or 3 days. "I apologize for the disturbance." Feng Tianling bowed again to Su-chen. "Farewell." Watching Feng Tianling's retreating figure, Su-chen murmured, "It seems I'm not the only one in a hurry." Back in his room, Su-chen did not continue his cultivation. After lying on the bed for a while, he got up to find the old master. The trip to the cliff that day had been weighing on his mind. He really wanted to see what was inside that cave. After inquiring in various ways, Su-chen found the old master. It was a small courtyard. This courtyard was where the old master usually rested. When Su-chen found the old master, he was tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Upon seeing Su-chen arrive, the old master showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated Su-chen would come to find him. "Young man Su-chen, I greet the old master." Su-chen stepped forward to pay his respects first. The old master put down his tools and turned to look at Su-chen. "What brings you here this time?" The old celestial master's smile remained kind, and his expression still gave a comfortable feeling. "I want to go see the cave on the other side of the cliff." Su-chen stated his intention directly. The old celestial master blinked slightly and asked Su-chen, "Do you know what's in the cave on the other side of the cliff?" "I do," Su-chen nodded and replied respectfully. "That was once a place for the ancestors of the celestial master's residence to cultivate in seclusion." "What you said is both right and wrong." The old celestial master shook his head. Su-chen was puzzled. "Actually, that place is where the ancestors of my celestial master's residence went into closed-door cultivation." When the old celestial master said this, his expression suddenly became serious. What does closed-door cultivation mean? As the name suggests, when a person's cultivation stagnates at a certain level, they will seek other ways to break through that level. Closed-door cultivation is the most extreme method among all. Once they enter, unless they break through their current level, they will absolutely not leave that place. Closed-door cultivation can also be called no breakthrough, no establishment. No offense intended. Suchen cupped his hands to the old celestial master. If he had known that it was the place where the ancestors of the celestial master's residence went into closed-door cultivation, he would definitely not have wanted to go there. Actually, it's not really an offense. The old celestial master was quite open-minded, waving his hand at Suchen. There's really nothing valuable inside. Each cave mostly just contains some of the ancestors' remains. If you really want to take a look, I don't mind. However, before you go, you must sign a death waiver. Over the years, many people have wanted to see the cave. Among them were not only disciples of the celestial master's residence but also many from other sections. However, all these people fell into the valley and were never seen again. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the old celestial master required everyone who wanted to see the cave to sign a death waiver. Alright, I'll sign. Su Shen said to the old celestial master. Then follow me. The old celestial master nodded and walked towards a room in the small courtyard. Suchen followed closely behind the old celestial master. The room was not large. Besides a table, there were a few chairs and a bed. From the appearance inside, this should be the place where the old celestial master usually rested. The old celestial master opened a drawer and took out a stack of paper. He pulled out one sheet and handed it to Suchen. After a quick glance, Suchen signed his name and pressed his handprint. Alright, you can go now. After the old celestial master put the paper away, he waved his hand at Suchen. Thank you, old celestial master. Suchen cupped his hands and left. Master, at this moment, Feng Tianling appeared from somewhere. He looked at Suchen's back and asked in confusion, do you think he can make it across? The old celestial master shook his head. I don't know. This matter hasn't happened yet, so I also don't know if he will succeed. Feng Tianling gazed at Suchen's back, revealing a thoughtful expression. After receiving the old celestial master's consent, Suchen went directly to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the many caves on the other side, Suchen began to carefully select one. To be honest, this feeling was like choosing a blind box. After selecting for a while, Suchen still couldn't make a choice. At this moment, it seemed like Suchen thought of something. He shouted, and the chi within him began to gather at his eyes. As the chi accumulated, his pupils gradually turned a deep blue. Before long, changes began to occur in front of Suchen's eyes. This is really impressive. After activating, he could see very clearly the situation inside each cave. In the end, he fixed his gaze on one cave. This cave is the largest in area among all the caves Suchen has seen. Not only that, but Suchen also discovered some interesting things inside this cave. It's you. In an instant, Suchen made his choice. After determining his target, Suchen began to search around. Before long, he found several small stones. Suchen weighed the small stones in his hand and then threw one forward. The next second, he leaped up and flew ahead. After flying a distance, Suchen began to descend. At that moment, he happened to be flying above the small stone. He lightly tapped with his toes, catching the force of the small stone, and flew forward a bit more. Then he threw out another small stone. This process seemed simple, but it actually tested his skills greatly. A slight miscalculation could cause Suchen to fall into the canyon. Fortunately, Suchen was good at calculations. After throwing the last small stone, he arrived at the entrance of the cave he had chosen. Gently landing, Suchen let out a sigh of relief. This process seemed easy, but it was anything but. After landing, he was panting heavily. This segment not only consumed a lot of his physical strength but also drained a significant amount of his chi. If it weren't for Suchen having the chi body source flow, which allows for seamless conversion of spiritual energy and chi, he wouldn't have been able to cover this distance. He finally understood why no one had been able to reach this cave. After resting for a moment, he ventured deeper into the cave. After walking a very short distance, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part, there was a space of about several dozen square meters. Inside the space, there were tables and benches, carved from stone. In the corner, there was a nearly decayed mat. In front of the mat was a stone wall. On the wall, he could see some words carved in an unknown script. Golden light spell? At the top of the text, 3 characters were clearly carved. Seeing these 3 characters, Suchen smiled. He then began to read word by word. Before long, the content on the wall was memorized by Suchen. Following the records on the wall, he began to circulate the chi within his body. The golden light started to envelop Suchen from the inside out. But for some reason, Suchen felt that the golden light spell he was practicing was different from the one Lu Feng had used before. Could this be an upgraded version? Or perhaps a strengthened version? Suchen was overjoyed. His current attack skill was just the Thunder God Fist. However, he had no defensive skills at all. The appearance of this upgraded golden light spell could perfectly compensate for Suchen's lack of defensive techniques. After circulating according to the text on the wall, Suchen had already memorized this upgraded golden light spell. Ding! New skill acquired, golden light spell, upgraded version, opening the passage. After confirming that there was nothing of value left, Suchen prepared to leave. However, just as he stepped out of this space, he sensed something was off. The passage of the space, which had been bright, was now pitch black. He looked towards the cave entrance. It seemed as if something was blocking the entrance, which was also completely dark. Just as Suchen was about to step forward to check it out, he noticed that the thing blocking the entrance moved slightly. Is it a living creature? Suchen was startled. The entrance was not large, but its diameter was about 2 meters. This meant that the body of the living creature blocking the entrance was wider than 2 meters. Could it be a strange beast? Among known creatures, aside from those in the depths of the sea, there were no creatures with a body width exceeding 2 meters. Therefore, it was highly likely that the creature blocking the entrance was a strange beast. Knowing that the creature blocking the entrance was a strange beast, Suchen did not intend to act recklessly. This Longhu mountain has strange beasts. It's really interesting. Longhu mountain is picturesque and full of spiritual energy, so it's not surprising that there are strange beasts in this place. Suchen finds it interesting because such a large strange beast has gone unnoticed by the Heavenly Master's mansion. Suchen stands quietly in the cave, waiting. After about 5 minutes, light appears at the cave entrance once again. After waiting a little longer, he walks towards the entrance. When he is less than 3 meters away from the entrance, he suddenly stops. An indescribable sense of crisis lingers in his heart. He pushes off with his legs and retreats into the cave. Bang! Just as he leaves, the spot where he was standing is smashed into a large hole. A tentacle appears before Suchen. This tentacle is very similar to that of an octopus, but unlike an octopus, this tentacle has no suckers. Seeing that its attack missed, the tentacle continues to lunge at Suchen. Suchen continues to retreat deeper into the cave. Bang! The tentacle crashes against the stone wall, causing rocks to tumble down. This won't do, Suchen mutters to himself as he watches the tentacle. The tentacle is enormous, large enough to block the cave entrance and passage. Now trapped inside the cave, it has become very difficult for Suchen to get out. I must think of a way. Even if the tentacle doesn't attack him, Suchen will eventually be worn down by it. So he must find a way to break the tentacle. Shocking Heaven Fist. Chi flows, and Suchen clenches his fist, striking fiercely at the tentacle. Puff! His fist plunges into the tentacle. As he pulls it out, blood and flesh splatter everywhere. Perhaps, due to the pain, the tentacle retracts slightly. Shocking Heaven Fist. Suchen continues to strike. Puff! This time, it again penetrates the tentacle. The tentacle retracts once more. It works. Having found a method, Suchen is determined to keep using it. Puff! 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 His fists keep striking in and pulling out. After a dozen punches, the front part of the tentacle is already a bloody mess. At this moment, all the tentacles have retreated from the cave entrance. Seeing this, Suchen quickly rushes to the entrance. Just as his head pokes out, he sees a gigantic centipede lying on a rock wall not far from the entrance. This centipede is over 30 meters long. Its eyes are like copper bells, quite terrifying. The most bizarre thing is that in the center of its back, there is a bloody tentacle. While Suchen is pondering the situation of this centipede, an attribute box suddenly appears before his eyes. Tentacle centipede, level D, juvenile stage, description, a strange beast that evolved after consuming an octopus fruit. The description of the tentacle centipede leaves Suchen slightly stunned. A D-level juvenile strange beast? Equivalent to a first to third level innate person. Suchen does a quick calculation. With his strength, he should be able to defeat this tentacle centipede. But the problem is, Suchen has no home field advantage, so defeating this centipede will definitely not be easy. Just as Suchen is thinking, the tentacle centipede begins to crawl towards him along the rock wall. Before long, it reaches the cave entrance where Suchen is. Its eyes fixate on Suchen, its tongue slightly extending. The crimson tongue is covered in barbs. Ah, whoa! Locking onto Suchen, the tentacle centipede opens its massive mouth and bites towards him. A foul, fishy smell emanates from the tentacle centipede's mouth. This stench makes Suchen feel dizzy. Fortunately, the dizziness doesn't last long. Golden light spell. In a moment of crisis, Suchen let out a low roar. A golden light instantly enveloped him from within. Bang! The tentacled centipede bit down, producing a loud sound. Its eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that it had failed to swallow the young man before it. Shattering Sky Fist. Seizing the moment, Suchen threw a punch at the upper jaw of the tentacled centipede. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. The upper jaw of the tentacled centipede was struck so hard that it could no longer close its mouth. Ah! A painful howl escaped from the centipede's mouth. Bang! Suchen delivered another punch to the upper jaw of the tentacled centipede. Ah! The centipede let out another wretched scream. Taking advantage of this moment, Suchen quickly wriggled free from the centipede's mouth. Looking back at the centipede, he saw its eyes filled with terror. Suchen's attack showed no signs of stopping. His fists were tightly clenched. The shattering skyfist struck again, this time aimed at one of the centipede's eyes. Puff! With this punch, Suchen's hand plunged directly into the centipede's eye socket. After the punch, he did not immediately withdraw his fist. He gripped tightly, as if he had caught something. Then, with a fierce pull, he yanked out an unknown object from the centipede's eye socket. The tentacled centipede shuddered and then lost all vitality. the lifeless centipede plummeted down the cliff. Just when Su Chen thought the crisis was over, the centipede's tentacles lunged at him once more. This time, the tentacles did not choose to attack Su Chen but instead tightly bound him. "I'm done for," Su Chen screamed inwardly. The centipede was already massive, and now that it was dead, it felt even heavier. Bound by the tentacles, Su Chen was dragged down towards the cliff's edge. At this moment, Su Chen managed to remain calm. His mind raced, searching for a way to escape. Countless methods flashed through his mind, but he realized he seemed unable to do anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, he simply couldn't. The tentacles wrapped around him like iron hoops, tightly constricting him. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not break free from their grasp. To die so soon after being reborn, I won't accept it. Su Chen roared in his heart. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his back. Am I still alive? Su Chen knew he was now at the bottom of the valley. Then he looked down beneath him. Falling from such a height, the tentacled centipede was undeniably dead. If you hadn't dragged me down, you probably wouldn't have died so miserably. The sight of the centipede's demise was quite terrifying. After glancing at the centipede, Su Chen began to survey his surroundings. He had indeed won this battle. However, the price of victory was that he now needed to find a way to leave the valley's depths. Do you think I'll have some kind of adventure like the protagonists in other novels after falling to the bottom of the valley? Su Chen thought of such pleasant possibilities. But before he could finish his daydream, he heard a sound not far away. Cautiously, he moved toward the source of the noise. The area around him was filled with trees. The weeds underfoot were over half a person tall. Thus, walking in such a place was somewhat difficult for Su Chen. After about 10 minutes of walking, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A clearing appeared in front of him. In the center of the clearing was a pond, surrounded by 4 fruit trees. The branches and leaves of the fruit trees were lush and clearly different from the other trees. Su Chen walked towards one of the fruit trees. As soon as he reached the base of the tree, an attribute box appeared before him. Physique fruit tree. The fruits produced by this tree can all increase the physique attribute. Seeing the introduction of the physique fruit tree, Su Chen's lips curled up, revealing a standard Dragon King smile. Now this is getting interesting. Su Chen didn't expect that after falling off a cliff, he would truly receive the treatment of a protagonist. After examining this fruit tree, Su Chen looked at the other trees. Strength, agility, intelligence. In other words, these 4 fruit trees corresponded exactly to Su Chen's 4 attributes. As a man with the halo of a protagonist, I really am impressive. Su Chen was extremely happy now. Without a second thought, he directly picked a fruit from the strength fruit tree. Ordinary strength fruit. Consuming it grants 2 points of strength. The introduction was quite simple. Without hesitation, Su Chen tossed the strength fruit into his mouth. The strength attribute indeed increased by 2 points. Su Chen picked and ate as he went along. Ding! Strength awakening has reached its limit. No further enhancement possible. With this sound, Su Chen realized that his strength attribute had already reached 30 points. It seems that the upper limit for strength attributes in the innate realm is 30 points. As Su Chen spoke, he looked towards the other fruit trees. Physique, agility, intelligence. The fruits from the 3 trees were all consumed by Su Chen. At this moment, all of Su Chen's 4 attributes had reached 30 points. I wonder how much I've improved. Su Chen thought, planning to test it out. He first tested his speed. Although he didn't time himself, he could feel that his speed was more than twice as fast as before. Next, he tested his strength. With a punch, a tree that 5 people could hug was directly broken by Su Chen's fist. What terrifying strength! Su Chen muttered to himself as he looked at his fist. Testing physique and intelligence was difficult. So Su Chen didn't plan to continue testing. After everything was tested, Su Chen sat down on the ground to rest. He glanced at the direction of the fruit trees, revealing a thoughtful expression. Although his 4 attributes had already reached the current realm's limit, his realm would still improve. So he thought about taking these fruits with him. After all, there were still quite a few fruits on these 4 trees. Su Chen was a man of action. Once he decided to do something, he acted. He went directly to a tree and picked a fruit. Just as he was about to pick a second one, an unexpected event occurred. Su Chen first caught a whiff of an indescribably foul odor. He instinctively looked down at the fruit in his hand. What's going on? He quickly threw the fruit to the ground. In less than a minute, the fruit he had just picked had already rotted beyond recognition. The most critical part was that the rotting fruit emitted a terrible smell. The moment the rotten fruit hit the ground, it actually merged directly into the soil. This was a situation Su Chen had never encountered before. A bitter smile flashed across his face. So it can only be eaten, not taken away. There was indeed a bit of regret. However, since he couldn't take them away, Su Chen gave up on the idea of carrying the fruits with him. After reluctantly glancing at the fruit one last time, Su Chen returned to the base of the cliff. He took out his phone and checked it. To his surprise, there was actually signal in this remote mountain area. He pulled out his phone and opened the contacts. No phone number for the Tianchi mansion. Su Chen had only just arrived at the Tianchi mansion and wasn't familiar with everyone, so he hadn't saved anyone's phone number. With no other choice, he could only search online for the phone number of Longhu. Fortunately, the internet is well developed, and he quickly found the information. "Hello, sir, this is the Longhu Mountain Tourism Bureau." A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello." At this point, Su-chen was still being polite. "My name is Su-chen. Could you help me contact the person in charge of the Tianchi mansion?" "I'm sorry, sir." Without even thinking, the operator on the other end directly refused Su-chen's request. "I cannot help you contact the person in charge of the Tianchi mansion." "Well, could you just find someone from the Tianchi mansion and tell them Su-chen is looking for them? Would that be possible?" Su-chen didn't directly tell the operator that he had fallen off a cliff. It wasn't about pride. It was because if Su-chen said that, the operator would definitely contact rescue services. Once that happened, Su-chen would be occupying public resources. To be honest, he didn't want to take up public resources. Besides not wanting to occupy public resources, Su-chen also didn't want to be on television. Even at this moment, he had already thought of a shocking headline for the news. Shocking. A man ventures alone into the deep mountains, and it turns out to be for this: a certain man falls off a cliff, and he actually obtained. "Sir." The operator on the other end was starting to sound a bit impatient. "If you have nothing else, please do not occupy our line. Okay?" Su-chen felt helpless. "Well, here's the thing," he said to the operator with a wry smile. "While I was touring Longhu Mountain, I slipped and fell off a cliff." So, as soon as Su-chen said this, the operator became tense. For a tourist area, falling off a cliff is a serious matter. "Sir, can you tell me your exact location? Could you please turn on your phone's location? I will send someone to rescue you immediately." The operator's tone sounded very excited. "I'm fine." Su-chen quickly reassured the operator. "I really have no problems at all. Could you help me contact the old Tianchi?" Before Su-chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the operator. "Sir, please stay where you are and do not move. I will find someone to rescue you right away." After saying this, the operator began to contact rescue services. Su-chen felt a headache coming on. Besides the previous reasons, he also didn't want to call for rescue because of the corpse of the tentacle centipede beside him. Just as Su-chen was feeling a headache, he suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter rotor above his head. He looked up. A rescue helicopter was hovering right above him. Is it that fast? Su-chen truly didn't expect the helicopter to arrive so quickly. "What is that?" The rescue personnel on the helicopter didn't see Su-chen. However, they did see the corpse of the tentacle centipede. But due to the distance, the rescue personnel couldn't see it clearly. Until one of the rescue workers took out a high-resolution camera, the tentacle centipede appeared before everyone's eyes. Hiss! Such a big centipede? My goodness, this is beyond my comprehension. This centipede is at least 20 or 30 meters long. Goodness, could this be a titan creature? Otherwise, how could it be so big? Look, next to the centipede. Is there a person standing? Is this person the one we are here to rescue? Could it be that this person killed the centipede? Although the rescue personnel were shocked by the size of the tentacle centipede, they did not forget their main task. The helicopter slowly descended. They were getting closer to the tentacle centipede, and as they got closer, their shock only deepened. "I'll go down first to get the person," one of the rescue workers said. The other rescue workers snapped back to reality and nodded. The rescue personnel followed the rope and arrived beside Su-chen. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" The rescuer was quite professional. The first thing after landing was to inquire about Su-chen's condition. "I'm fine, not injured." Su-chen shook his head. Even though Su-chen said this, the rescuer still conducted a simple check on him. The rescued person is safe and has not sustained any injuries. The rescuer reported the situation on the ground to his teammates via the intercom. "Good, then you can prepare to come up." As he spoke, the helicopter lowered a soft ladder. At this moment, the descending rescuer cautiously asked Su-chen, "Did you kill that centipede?" He had seen the situation of the tentacle centipede very clearly from above. At a glance, it seemed that the tentacle centipede had fallen to its death. But upon closer inspection, it looked more like it had been killed by someone and then thrown off the cliff. What should I say? Su-chen really didn't know how to respond. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. We'll discuss it after we get back up." Then Su-chen returned to the helicopter with the staff. The helicopter then flew towards the rescue station at Longhu Mountain. This rescue should be the fastest and safest one yet. "How do I pay? Should I pay first or wait for your call?" After all, they had saved him, so Su-chen had to show some attitude. "You need to pay first," the rescuer said. Their type of rescue was different from police, fire, or ambulance services. "Alright, I'll pay now." After looking at the bill, Su-chen directly scanned the code to make the payment. After a simple check of his body, Su-chen left the rescue station. Outside the rescue station, the rescuer who had just saved Su-chen was anxiously waiting for him. "Hey, buddy." Seeing Su-chen come out of the rescue station, the rescuer walked right up to him. What exactly was that centipede? I don't know, Su-chen shook his head. For ordinary people, knowing less is often happier. Sometimes, being kept in the dark isn't such a bad thing. Could that centipede have become a spirit? The rescuer looked at Su-chun with eager anticipation, as if he wanted to extract something from him. You don't need to pry my words. Su-chen looked at the rescuer, feeling quite helpless. This world is more mysterious and rich than you can imagine. Knowing too much is of no benefit to you. The rescuer was still not giving up. I say, Su-chen, you really know how to have fun. The voice of the old master suddenly rang out from not far away. Su-chen smiled helplessly, looking somewhat bitterly at the old master. Did you go into the cave? The old master approached Su-chen, smiling as he asked. Upon seeing the old master, the rescuer pretended as if nothing had happened and hurriedly left. His demeanor was as if he was very afraid of the old master. What's going on? Su-chen asked curiously. The old master smiled slightly, looking at the rescuer's back, and said to Su-chen, once, while we were practicing martial arts, this kid saw us. He kept pestering us, insisting on training with us. After all, we are all colleagues, so it wasn't easy to refuse directly. So, I found a disciple to teach him. As a result, after practicing the basics for a week, he gave up. Hearing the old master's words, Su-chen laughed. I went into the cave. At this moment, Su-chen remembered the old master's earlier question. Not only did I go into the cave, but I also got some good things. As soon as he heard there were good things, the old master immediately became interested. What good things? Su-chen looked at the old celestial master and recited the advanced version of the golden light spell he had seen in the cave. At first, the old celestial master didn't pay much attention. But as Su-chen spoke more and more, the old celestial master's expression suddenly became serious. Good, good, good. After Su-chen finished reciting, the old celestial master repeated the word good 3 times. He patted Su-chen on the shoulder and said with a serious and solemn expression, you can use this advanced version of the golden light spell yourself. However, you must not tell anyone else. Do you understand what I mean? Of course. Su-chen nodded, feeling relieved. He had thought that the old celestial master would not allow him to use this golden light spell. After all, he was not a disciple of the Longhu mountain celestial master's residence. But now it seemed he had overthought it. The old celestial master's open-mindedness exceeded his expectations. By the way, at that moment, the old celestial master suddenly thought of something and asked Su-chen, are you interested in becoming a registered disciple of my celestial residence? Upon hearing this, Su-chen was taken aback. What is a registered disciple? Su-chen asked the old celestial master. As a registered disciple, you can enjoy all the benefits of my celestial residence without bearing any responsibilities. The old celestial master was straightforward. Why? Su-chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, having a registered disciple would only bring disadvantages to the Longhu Mountain Celestial Master's residence. I feel that your future achievements will be very high. Therefore, I want you to be a registered disciple of my celestial residence. I don't even know how long I can live. I'm afraid that after I die, the celestial residence will have no one to protect it. When the old celestial master said this, there was a hint of sadness in his voice. But what you're doing is clearly a gamble. Su-chen said to the old celestial master. You are betting on me, a person with a conscience who can protect the celestial residence after your passing. But have you ever thought that if I were a person without a conscience, becoming a registered disciple would seem to bring only disadvantages to the celestial residence? Actually, what I'm doing is a gamble. The old celestial master did not deny that there was a gambling aspect to his actions. But isn't every day of life just a series of gambles? Su-chen was confused. Since I joined the Longhu Mountain Celestial Master's residence, almost every year there are senior brothers who lose their lives due to going astray in their cultivation. In fact, they are also gambling, the old Celestial Master said earnestly to Su-chen. Su-chen nodded. In fact, the path of cultivation was also a gamble at every moment, betting on whether one could break through shackles, betting on whether one would go astray. I need to think about it. Su-chen did not make an immediate decision. Good lad. The old celestial master smiled when he heard that Su-chen needed to think about it. If my disciples find out about this, they would probably tear you apart. Since its establishment, the Longhu Mountain Celestial Master's residence had never had a registered disciple. The old celestial master setting a precedent to accept Su-chen as a registered disciple was a huge favor to him. But Su-chen said he needed to think. All right. The old celestial master did not like to force people, so he directly said to Su-chen, if nothing unexpected happens, your opportunity should be coming soon. I hope you can think it over in the next few days. Yes. Su-chen cupped his fists to the old celestial master. The two then walked towards the back mountain of Longhu Mountain. At the back mountain of Longhu Mountain, at the celestial residence, there were still many disciples practicing in the square. Seeing Su-chen and the old celestial master walking side by side, some people showed curious expressions. Old celestial master, I'll go rest now. Su Chen cupped his hands to the old celestial master. The old celestial master waved his robe sleeve. Alright, you go rest. Su Chen nodded and took his leave. Back at his residence, Su Chen sat cross-legged and continued his cultivation. The spiritual energy of Longhu Mountain was abundant, and he had to seize every moment to cultivate. The spiritual energy entered his body and transformed into qi. Qi circulated within the body. After an hour, Su Chen's realm began to slowly rise. By the end of the night, Su Chen's realm had reached the 7th level of innate. What's going on? Why is my cultivation speed today so much slower than before? If it had been before, Su Chen could have at least improved 2 levels in one night. But this night, he only improved 1 level. Could it be that the spiritual energy here can no longer help me continue my cultivation? Su Chen muttered to himself. Another day and night passed. Su Chen's realm reached the 8th level of innate. The speed of cultivation slowed down even further. It's getting slower and slower. Su Chen felt a headache, but he couldn't find a solution. In desperation, he had no choice but to continue cultivating. 2 more days passed. Su Chen's realm reached the 9th level of innate. Just after he reached the 9th level, a significant tremor occurred at Longhu Mountain. Su Chen hurriedly ran out of his residence. Not only did he run out, but several disciples from the Celestial Master's residence also gathered in the square. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Why is there such a violent shaking? I've been at Longhu Mountain for so long, and this is the first time I've encountered something like this. This is too strange. What exactly is happening? The disciples of Longhu Mountain began to discuss among themselves. Everyone at this moment, a senior disciple of Longhu Mountain stepped forward and said, "The Earthquake Bureau has sent a message saying that there was a very slight earthquake just now, but it's over now, it has passed." Upon hearing this explanation, Su Chen frowned slightly. Before my rebirth, it seems that there indeed was a slight earthquake at Longhu Mountain. If I remember correctly, that opportunity was related to this earthquake. Su Chen thought and began to look around. Where is the epicenter of the earthquake? Su Chen asked the person who had just spoken. The person was named Chen Xianfeng, the 3rd disciple of the old celestial master. His cultivation was very high, reportedly reaching the 5th level of qi nurturing. I'm not too sure. Since Su Chen came to the mountain, Chen Xuanfeng's attitude towards him had been neither good nor bad. I only know that it seems to be near where the master resides. Su Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he headed towards the old celestial master's residence. Chen Xianfeng looked at Su Chen's back as if he thought of something. After a moment, he followed him outside the imperial capital in a certain manner. At this moment, Shang Aoshue was in her room playing on her phone. Su Chen's sudden departure left her feeling uneasy. She didn't even know why she felt this way. Little sister. At this moment, a hurried male voice came from outside Shang Aoshue's room. Have you seen that video on a certain app? It's gone viral. The owner of this voice was none other than her older brother, Shang Aojuan. What video? Shang Aoshue asked, confused. Search for Giant Centipede. Shang Aojuan's voice rang out from outside the door. Shang Aoshue took out her phone and opened the app Giant Centipede. Following Shang Aojuan's prompt, Shang Aoshue found a video. For some reason, the video was not very clear. However, she still saw the giant centipede in the video. Not only that, but she also saw Su Chen beside the giant centipede. How did he end up there? Did he kill that centipede? Shang Aoshue gasped as she looked at Su Chen and the giant centipede. Little sister. Shang Aojuan shouted from outside the door. The comments say that the guy in the video is from your school. What do you think? Do you know him? Don't you think he looks familiar? Shang Aoshue asked. Familiar? A confused voice came from outside the door. I remember now. Shang Aojun shouted loudly after carefully identifying the figure. Isn't this the kid I fought with before? I said I would teach him a good lesson. It seems you can't teach him a lesson. Shang Aoshue fixed her gaze on the giant centipede and said to Shang Aojun, can you handle this giant centipede? Shang Aojun fell silent. To be honest, he couldn't handle it. This giant centipede was clearly not something to be trifled with. In the imperial capital at Qingbei University, Ma Wanli was eating in the cafeteria. He stared blankly at his bowl of rice, a look of disbelief on his face. Did you guys see that video? How can there be such a huge centipede in this world? I don't know, could it be another so-called biological weapon? Right. Why do I feel like the person standing next to the centipede looks so much like Su Chen? Su Chen isn't at school right now. That person not only looks like him, but it's very likely to be Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was a campus heartthrob. It wasn't surprising that the students at school recognized him. However, most people only knew Su Chen through photos, so they couldn't confirm whether the person in the video was really him. Unlike them, Ma Tianming knew Su Chen very well. The moment he saw the video, he could confirm that the person in it was indeed Su Chen. As time passed, the female boxing incident had long been forgotten by most students at the school. When Su Chen appeared in the public eye in this way, everyone was left in shock. At Longhu Mountain in the Tiancher mansion, the old Tiancher was still tending to his flowers and plants in his small courtyard as usual. As if sensing someone had arrived, the old Tiancher straightened his back and looked towards the courtyard entrance. "What are you doing here, kid?" the old Tiancher asked Su Chen with a smile. "The earthquake source is near your residence, so I came to take a look," Su Chen replied frankly. "Are you worried about me, or are you worried about your opportunity?" the old Tiancher asked Su Chen with a smile. The opportunity. For someone like the old Tiancher, all sweet talk was meaningless. Since it was meaningless, Su Chen decided to speak plainly. "I feel that this opportunity should be related to your residence." "Goodness, you really are straightforward," the old Tiancher pretended to be hurt. Feng Tianling, who was not far away, was dumbfounded at this scene. Don't be fooled by the old Tiancher's usual amiable demeanor. In the entire world of extraordinary beings, almost no one dared to speak to him like that, except for his friends. Even peers wouldn't dare. The key point was that the old Tiancher wasn't angry at Su Chen for speaking to him this way. This was one of the reasons why Feng Tianling felt shocked. "By the way, old Tiancher, have there been any unusual movements around here?" Su Chen looked eagerly at the old Tiancher. "There indeed has been," the old Tiancher pretended to think, grinning at Su Chen. "Unless you agree to become a named disciple of my Tiancher mansion, I absolutely won't tell you where there are unusual movements." At this moment, Feng Tianling was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Tiancher mansion was a well-known sect in the world of extraordinary beings. The old Tiancher was recognized as the #1 person in the current world of extraordinary beings. Many people wanted to join the Tiancher mansion. For them, even if they couldn't become the old Tiancher's disciple, becoming his grand disciple would still be good. The old Tiancher's words, while not asking Su Chen to join the Tiancher mansion, felt close enough to that for Feng Tianling. "I haven't thought it through yet." A named disciple, while not an official disciple of the Tiancher mansion, still felt like a bond to Su Chen. "What on earth is this kid thinking?" Feng Tianling had nothing more to say. Feng Tianling himself was recognized as a super genius in the world of the extraordinary. Yet, even such a genius had to go through great difficulties to join the Celestial Master's residence. At this moment, the old Celestial Master unexpectedly invited Su Chen to join the Celestial Master's residence. What puzzled him the most was that the old Celestial Master actually wanted Su Chen to become a named disciple. It had been mentioned before that the Celestial Master's residence had never had the concept of named disciples. To be honest, Su Chen looked at the old Celestial Master and said very seriously, "I really don't want to be anyone's disciple." "All right then." The old Celestial Master, seeing Su Chen's resolute attitude, did not press him further. "But from today on, you are a good friend of our Celestial Master's residence. If anyone dares to bully you outside, just report our Celestial Master's name." "Thank you, old Celestial Master." Su Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. The old Celestial Master truly held great affection for Su Chen. Feng Tianling, who was standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy at this scene. "The source of the earthquake is behind my small courtyard. You can find it by going around from the front," the old Celestial Master said, pointing to the back of his house. "Thank you, old Celestial Master." Su Chen cupped his hands again and eagerly ran in the direction indicated by the old Celestial Master. "Are you confused?" After Su Chen left, the old Celestial Master turned to look at Feng Tianling. "You don't understand why I'm being so kind to an extraordinary person at the innate level?" "Yes, Master." Feng Tianling nodded with his fists clasped. "The day before he ascended the mountain, I had a whim and deduced the celestial phenomena. The deduction told me that Su Chen will become the strongest extraordinary person in this world's history." The old Celestial Master said to Feng Tianling with great certainty. "The strongest extraordinary person in history?" Feng Tianling looked at the old Celestial Master in confusion and asked, "Is he stronger than you, Master?" "Yes." The old Celestial Master nodded very seriously. "He will be stronger than me, and by a significant margin." "I understand now." Feng Tianling nodded thoughtfully. "Since you understand, then befriend him. Don't expect him to help you with anything, just follow in his footsteps and you will surely gain many benefits and opportunities." After saying this, the old Celestial Master patted Feng Tianling on the shoulder. "I got it, Master." Feng Tianling clasped his fists in respect and then ran in the direction the old Celestial Master had just pointed. Behind the old Celestial Master's small courtyard was a patch of land that was neither too big nor too small. The ground was messy, as if no one had come for a long time. "There's nothing here." Su Chen looked around the barren land, frowning. "Look carefully." Su Chen felt that the opportunity of Longhushan was right in this barren land, so he began to search earnestly and meticulously. The barren land wasn't large and it only took a few minutes to search around. If he was a bit more careful, it would take just over 10 minutes. But after more than 10 minutes, Su Chen still found nothing. "Could it be that I'm Overthinking this? Su Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Could it be down there? At the end of the barren land was a cliff. Su Chen walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below the cliff, the vegetation was lush and the trees provided ample shade. Occasionally, clouds drifted by, giving a sense of chill from the heights. It seems there's nothing down there either. Su Chen was confused. He even began to doubt if he had remembered incorrectly. Puff! Just as Su Chen was filled with self-doubt, a soft sound came from a spot in the barren land. The sound was like someone had let out a small fart. But Su Chen still looked in that direction. He saw a stream of purple energy slowly rising from somewhere. It's here. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the purple energy. Upon reaching near the purple energy, Su Chen did not act recklessly. He took a gentle breath and the purple aura directly entered Su Chen's body. Once inside, the purple aura began to circulate. Within Su Chen, everywhere the purple aura flowed, there was a significant enhancement. Yes, this is it. Su Chen took a deep breath. All the emerging purple aura was absorbed into his body. The vibrant spiritual energy entered Su Chen's body, and under the influence of the Qi body source flow, it was all transformed into Qi. Su Chen felt his realm slowly rising. Since reaching the innate ninth level, the spiritual energy of Longhu Mountain had prevented him from making any further progress. However, the careful emergence of the aura changed this situation. Poof! Just after Su Chen absorbed and transformed the purple aura, a new wave of purple aura burst forth. He quickly absorbed this wave of purple aura. There was a barrier between the innate ninth level and the Qi nurturing realm. This barrier required a lot of spiritual energy to break through. The previous two waves of spiritual energy had already caused fine cracks to appear on the barrier. If all went well, after a few more absorptions, Su Chen would be able to break through the barrier. After absorbing the second wave of purple aura, Su Chen began to wait quietly. Before long, the third wave of purple aura appeared. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly absorbed this third wave of purple aura. The appearance of this third wave caused the cracks to expand once again. The previous cracks, which were as fine as a hair, were now as thick as a thread. At this rate, with another 5 or 6 waves, I can break through. Su Chen began to calculate. Just then, Feng Tianling appeared. Su Chen was not surprised at all by Feng Tianling's arrival. Longhu Mountain was the territory of the Celestial Master's residence. Feng Tianling was also the favorite disciple of the old Celestial Master. The old Celestial Master definitely didn't want Feng Tianling to miss out on such an opportunity. As soon as Feng Tianling arrived, he hadn't even had the chance to speak when the fourth wave of purple aura appeared. Su Chen directly absorbed this fourth wave of purple aura right in front of Feng Tianling. The rapid conversion caused the cracks to begin to widen again. What is that purple aura? Feng Tianling questioned Su Chen in a low tone. What the purple aura is seems to have nothing to do with you, Su Chen replied with a smile, glancing at Feng Tianling. Even though the old Celestial Master had said so before, Feng Tianling's attitude towards Su Chen had not changed at all. He disliked Su Chen very much. He felt that Su Chen had obtained all the opportunities on Longhu Mountain which should have originally belonged to him. If I'm not mistaken, that purple aura is the opportunity you speak of, right? Feng Tianling's eyes began to darken gradually. What do you want? Su Chen had already sensed that Feng Tianling's attitude was becoming somewhat off. The opportunities here are mine. I don't want to see you on Longhu Mountain, Feng Tianling said coldly to Su Chen. I already know what you want to say. Su Chen's eyes also began to grow cold. Longhu Mountain was the territory of the Celestial Master's residence. Theoretically, Feng Tianling was not wrong. However, Su Chen believed that opportunities were not something that belonged to a specific person or force. If Su Chen had not gone to Longhu Mountain, then the slight earthquake that had occurred earlier would definitely not have led the people of Longhu Mountain to associate it with opportunities. In other words, they would never have discovered the purple aura behind the old Celestial Master's courtyard. Now, get out of Longhu Mountain. I can guarantee you'll live. But if you insist on not leaving, then I won't be polite, Feng Tianling said, narrowing his eyes at Su Chen. At this moment, a murderous intent had already arisen in his heart. The reason for this murderous intent, aside from the purple aura, was also due to the old Celestial Master's earlier words, which had greatly moved him. People like Feng Tianling have grown up in an environment where they are the center of attention from the moment they are born. Because of this, he feels that he is the protagonist of this world. All opportunities and all people should revolve around him. Su Chen's actions at Longhu Mountain left him feeling quite uncomfortable. This is because Su Chen broke all the records he had previously set. Kill me? Do you dare? Su Chen looked at Feng Tianling with a half-smile, mocking him. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the old master will blame you? Not afraid, Feng Tianling replied without a second thought, shaking his head. I am the favorite disciple of the master. He won't blame me for killing someone. Feng Tianling spoke with great certainty. Is that so? Su Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. But if the old master finds out that you are not the disciple he envisioned. Do you think he won't just stop nurturing you? Feng Tianling was the old master's closed door disciple. What does closed door disciple mean? It means the last disciple he takes in this lifetime. As the last disciple, the old master would spare no effort in nurturing him. Not only that, but his several senior brothers also shared their knowledge with him, without reservation when he sought their guidance. Feng Tianling was indeed impressive. At just 24 years old, he had already reached the second level of qi cultivation. Achieving such a level at this age is quite remarkable in the entire realm of extraordinary beings. Otherwise, the old master's old friends wouldn't be jealous of him for taking in such a talented disciple in his old age. Absolutely not, Feng Tianling said confidently. I am a once-in-a-century genius in the realm of extraordinary beings. The old master would never give up on me because of you. Is that so? Su Chen repeated those two words. Yet, it was these two words that began to shake Feng Tianling's confidence. It was true that Feng Tianling was a genius. However, when this genius encountered Su Chen, he realized that he didn't seem so dazzling after all. Su Chen, you must die today. Feng Tianling gritted his teeth. He realized that if Su Chen lived, it would bring him no benefit at all. Therefore, he had to kill Su Chen. No matter what, Su Chen had to die today. However, he didn't want others to know that it was he who killed Su Chen. This guy was also quite talented. His line of thought was simply contradictory. How about this? Feng Tianling's mind turned, and he thought of a win-win solution. Jump off this cliff. If you survive, then I won't target you anymore. What do you think? I say, Feng Tianling, are you out of your mind? Su Chen truly did not indulge Feng Tianling. He dared to say anything. Why should I listen to you? Because you have no choice. Right now, Feng Tianling said, pulling out a weapon from somewhere. The weapon was a short dagger, only the length of a forearm. He drew the dagger across a stone, leaving deep scratches on it. Holding the dagger up to his eyes, he introduced it. This dagger is made from deep-sea black iron. It can cut through iron like mud and shatter gold and jade. No need to mention that. Besides these, this dagger has a very interesting characteristic. As long as it cuts you, the cold air will enter your body through the wound, ultimately freezing you to death. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I didn't expect that as a disciple of the Longhu Mountain Tianzhi Mansion you would use such a vicious weapon. Vicious? Feng Tianling laughed and shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. To me, this weapon is not vicious at all. It seems you really are fearless. If the old master knew you had such a weapon, he would probably just slap you dead for being a rebellious disciple. Feng Tianling fell silent. He knew that Su Chen was not wrong. Because of that, I can't let you go. Feng Tianling swung the short dagger in his hand and charged at Su Chen. He understood that he had already said enough. He didn't want to waste any more time. This is troublesome. Feng Tianling was at the second level of qi cultivation, while Su Chen was at the 9th level of innate. There was a full 3 minor realms between them. The difference of 3 minor realms was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that there was also a major realm difference between the two. For a second level qi cultivator to defeat a 9th level innate was simply too easy. Golden light. Spell. Su Chen shouted. A golden light enveloped Su Chen from the inside out. How is this possible? Feng Tianling, rushing towards Su Chen, widened his eyes at the sight. The golden light spell was a unique secret technique of the master's mansion. A unique secret technique is a skill that only disciples of the sect can cultivate. What shocked Feng Tianling the most was not that Su Chen used the golden light spell, but that he could use it in such a short time. Even he, who was hailed as a genius, took a whole month to master the golden light spell. You must die, Feng Tianling roared. His speed was extremely fast, and soon he was right in front of Su Chen. The short dagger in his hand swung, stabbing directly at the golden light spell surrounding Su Chen. Clang! The short dagger collided with the golden light spell, producing a metallic sound. Feng Tianling couldn't believe that his strike did not break the golden light spell. He had once guided disciples at the 9th level of innate. At that time, he was only at the 1st level of qi cultivation. Yet even then, he had easily overpowered that 9th level disciple. The disciple's golden light spell had been broken at the start of the battle. Back then, Feng Tianling was unarmed, and now he was wielding a weapon. This was why Feng Tianling found it hard to believe. Why do you know the golden light spell? Feng Tianling questioned Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly and replied, this is my fortune. Moreover, this golden light spell is not the same as the one you learned. I knew it. Feng Tianling stared at Su Chen, looking as if he were gazing at a treasure. Teach me the golden light spell you know, and I guarantee you can safely descend the mountain. Ha! All Feng Tianling received was Su Chen's cold laugh. Your strength is impressive. I admit that. But to be honest, even so, I can still retreat unscathed. Puff! Just as Su Chen finished speaking, another voice rang out. Su Chen quickly looked towards the source of the sound. A wisp of purple energy was slowly rising. Ignoring Feng Tianling, Su Chen hurried to the purple energy and absorbed it into his body. Crack! Su Chen felt that the layer of shackles was about to be broken through. You took away my fortune again, today I will kill you. Feng Tianling seethed with rage. He swung the short dagger in his hand and attacked Su Chen once more. Clang! The dagger struck the golden light spell and a crisp sound echoed. Again, Su Chen's golden light spell still had not been broken. Thunder technique. Feng Tianling had no choice but to use the skills of the master's mansion. A bolt of heavenly thunder fell from the sky, striking Su Chen's golden light spell. Crack! As the lightning struck, cracks began to appear on the golden light spell. Seeing these cracks, Su Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Feng Tianling's thunder technique to be so powerful. Now you know my strength, right? Seeing the look of surprise on Su Chen's face, Feng Tianling said smugly, "Seize the time to speak of opportunities and tell me about your golden light spell." Feng Tianling felt that victory was already in his grasp. Isn't it a bit premature to say such things at this moment? Su Chen smiled at Feng Tianling. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Feng Tianling's patience had been completely exhausted by this point. Since you are so ungrateful, then you shall die here today. Thunder technique. Feng Tianling once again gathered his thunder technique. Thunder roared. This time, the power of the thunder technique was even greater than before. Fall. Feng Tianling pointed at Su Chen. Boom. The lightning struck the golden light spell. The cracks on the golden light spell began to widen. No way. Su Chen knew that if he continued to wait, it would be no different from sitting and waiting for death. I must counterattack. Shocking fist. He roared, clenched his fist, and struck towards Feng Tianling. Golden light spell. Feng Tianling also knew the golden light spell. With the golden light enveloping him, Feng Tianling looked incredibly dazzling at that moment. Clang! Su Chen's shocking fist hit the golden light spell, producing a deafening sound. Shocking fist. Shocking fist. Shocking fist. The chi within Su Chen seemed to be limitless. The shocking fist was unleashed time and again by Su Chen. At first, Feng Tianling maintained a calm demeanor, but as Su Chen unleashed more and more shocking fists, the calmness on Feng Tianling's face vanished. In its place was a sense of shock. How do you have so much chi? He could feel that every time Su Chen used the shocking fist, it consumed a massive amount of chi. For someone at Su Chen's level, he could only throw 5 or 6 punches before his chi would be nearly depleted. But counting carefully, Su Chen had already thrown more than 5 or 6 punches. That's my secret. Su Chen smiled at Feng Tianling. As he spoke, the shocking fist was unleashed once more. The continuous shocking fists made it impossible for the golden light spell to hold up any longer. Crack! With a loud sound, the golden light spell surrounding Feng Tianling shattered like glass. Su Chen did not stop his attack because of the disappearance of the golden light spell. His goal was to defeat Feng Tianling. Shocking fist. Su Chen swung his fist again. This punch landed squarely on Feng Tianling's face. Feng Tianling flew back like a kite with a broken string. After hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling, Feng Tianling stood up from the ground. Pa! He spat a mouthful of blood and phlegm onto the ground. Within the blood and phlegm, white teeth could be faintly seen. One side of his face was swollen from Su Chen's punch. His blood-red eyes stared at Su Chen, and he growled like a beast. You dare to hurt me, you dare to hurt me. Mark my words. You will die today. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was furious now. He wanted to kill Su Chen. At any cost, regardless of the consequences, he wanted to kill Su Chen. Come on, I want to see just how powerful this genius really is. Su Chen was completely unconcerned by Feng Tianling's anger. Golden light spell. Thunder technique. The golden light spell reappeared, and the thunder technique was unleashed again. The golden light, after taking shape, transformed into strands of golden threads that shot towards Su Chen. The thunder technique descended from the sky. This time, the thunder technique did not strike directly at Su Chen but aimed at the golden threads of the golden light spell. Ziz! The lightning slithered along the golden threads like an electric snake. Not bad. Su Chen did not expect Feng Tianling to have the ability to merge these two skills into one. Die! Feng Tianling roared again. The speed of the golden threads was extremely fast, and in an instant, they were right in front of Su Chen. At this moment, every end of the golden threads was crackling with lightning. Golden light spell. Su Chen activated the golden light spell again, preparing to use it to defend against the golden threads. Do you really think your golden light spell can defend against my skill? If you truly believe that, I can only say you are too naive. Feng Tianling's tone was filled with mockery. As the golden threads surged towards Su Chen, Feng Tianling was not idle either. He moved his feet and charged towards Su Chen's direction. Su Chen's earlier punch was a tremendous humiliation for him. Therefore, he had to return the punch that Su Chen had just given him. The golden threads reached the golden light spell in front of Su Chen. Upon contact, Su Chen's golden light spell was directly shattered by the golden threads. The golden threads that broke through the golden light spell showed no signs of stopping. After a second, the golden threads struck Su Chen's body. Feng Tianling saw this scene and knew he was about to win. but what shocked him happened at that moment. The golden threads upon touching Su Chen's body could not advance an inch. No matter how he urged his chi, the golden threads simply could not harm Su Chen. Incredible. Truly the most formidable physique in all the realms. Su Chen crazily praised the innate sacred body in his heart. Feng Tianling, however, found it hard to accept this fact. What kind of monster are you? Is Su Chen a monster? There is no doubt about it. Feng Tianling was a rare super genius in the realm of the extraordinary. Moreover, his cultivation level was significantly higher than Su Chen's. Yet even so, in the battle between Feng Tianling and Su Chen, Feng Tianling had never gained the upper hand. If someone like Su Chen was not a monster, then there truly were no monsters in this world. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, that sound rang out again. The opportunity has come. Su Chen quickly absorbed all 3 strands of purple chi. The shackles between the innate and chi nourishing stages were broken after Su Chen transformed these 3 strands of purple chi. Su Chen's cultivation level also reached the first level of chi nourishing. You broke through? Feng Tianling had seen the world, but he had never seen someone break through in the midst of battle like Su Chen. With the increase in cultivation level, his strength naturally soared. The current Su Chen was like a person from 2 different worlds compared to the earlier Su Chen. I declare. The game officially begins. The gap in strength between Su Chen and Feng Tianling became negligible with Su Chen's rise in cultivation level. Golden light spell. Heaven shaking. Divine fist. Su Chen swung his fist towards Feng Tianling. This punch was heavier, fiercer, and faster than the previous one. Bang! The fist struck the golden light spell. This punch actually shattered Feng Tianling's golden light spell. After breaking the golden light spell, the fist did not stop. Boom! The fist hit Feng Tianling's face, sending him flying again. Bang! After landing, Feng Tianling closed his eyes and fell unconscious. Su Chen quickly ran to Feng Tianling's side to check his condition. After a simple examination, Su Chen confirmed that Feng Tianling had nearly fainted and was not dead. Looking at the unconscious Feng Tianling, Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to handle the situation. You don't intend to kill him, do you? Suddenly, the voice of the old master appeared behind Su Chen. Su Chen quickly turned around and said in a flustered manner, "How about you let me explain?" Explain? The old master looked at Su Chen in confusion, chuckling as he teased, "What is there to explain? Feng Tianling." Su Chen pointed at Feng Tianling. The old master waved his hand with a smile. "I heard your conversation just now, and I saw everything that happened between you." Sigh. After speaking, the old celestial master let out a slight sigh. I thought that these years of seclusion would bring about some change in him, but unexpectedly he not only didn't change, but he became even more extreme. Ah! Su Chen looked at the old celestial master in confusion. The old celestial master remained silent, merely shaking his head with a hint of regret. The opportunity you sought, you have indeed obtained. When do you plan to descend the mountain? The old celestial master, not wanting to discuss Feng Tianling any further, decided to change the subject. Su Chen did not answer the old celestial master immediately but instead glanced at the time on his phone. My opportunity has not yet ended, Su Chen said to the old celestial master. It wasn't that Su Chen was greedy, rather, the opportunities at Longhu Mountain were simply too enticing. This alluring opportunity was enough to make even someone like Su Chen, who possessed both rebirth and a system, feel very tempted. Are you sure? The old celestial master seemed somewhat skeptical. In his view, there shouldn't be any more opportunities at Longhu Mountain. Master, just as Su Chen was about to say something, a voice came from a distance. Someone wishes to see you. I know, the old celestial master replied with a grunt, turning to look at Su Chen. Since you believe there are still opportunities for you, then stay on the mountain. After saying this, the old celestial master turned to leave. Old celestial master, Su Chen called out at that moment. The old celestial master turned back to glance at Su Chen. Su Chen pointed at the unconscious Feng Tianling and asked the old celestial master, "What should we do with him?" "You knocked him out, so you should handle it yourself," the old celestial master said before elegantly turning to leave. Su Chen looked at the unconscious Feng Tianling, scratching his head. Handle it myself? How should I deal with this? Given Su Chen's personality, the best way to handle it right now would be to kill Feng Tianling. But this was Longhu Mountain after all. No matter how disappointed the old celestial master was with Feng Tianling, he was still his disciple. If Su Chen really killed Feng Tianling, it would likely lead to serious trouble. Just leave him here, Su Chen thought, too lazy to think any further. He took one last look at Feng Tianling before waiting in place. After about half an hour, seeing that no more purple aura appeared in that spot, he turned and left without looking back. The old celestial master's small courtyard was quite lively at this moment. Many disciples from the celestial master's residence were gathered at the courtyard entrance, watching the commotion. Su Chen patted one disciple on the shoulder and asked, "What happened? Why are you all here, just watching?" The disciple turned around, saw it was Su Chen, and pointed towards the courtyard, saying, "A few outsiders have come." "Outsiders? Aren't you all outsiders too?" What's so special about a few outsiders? Su Chen looked at the disciple with disdain. The disciple glanced around and replied, they're not outsiders from our Huaxia, they seem to be from the West. Outsiders from the West? Su Chen's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He pushed through the crowd and walked inside. In the courtyard there were indeed a few Westerners standing. One of them looked very familiar to Su Chen. This Westerner was wearing a white tank top and his exposed body was covered in muscles that resembled coiled dragons. His face was also full of beard, giving off a disheveled uncle vibe. He had a thick cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth, which made him appear very rugged. Goodness, how did Wolverine end up here? Besides Wolverine, there were a few others that Su Chen found very familiar as well. Storm, Beast, Mystique, all of them were key members of the X-Men. Is the old Celestial Master very familiar with these Westerners? Su Chen asked a nearby disciple. The disciple nodded. The master traveled extensively in his youth. He spent a long time in the West as well. It's likely these Western mutants are the ones he met back then. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on Wolverine. I wonder if Wolverine has any adamantium now. Wolverine seemed to sense someone watching him. He frowned and shot an annoyed glance at Su Chen. Kid, staring at me like that, are you looking to pick a fight? Wolverine was notorious for his bad temper. Pick a fight? Sure, who's afraid of who? Has Su Chen gone mad? What is he trying to do? This mutant seems to be at the first level of chi cultivation. Su Chen doesn't seem to be at that level yet. Goodness, both of these guys have really explosive tempers. They're ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. This is going to be interesting. I want to know who's stronger between the two. Some disciples from Longhu Mountain were already preparing to watch the show. Don't be so impulsive. Storm patted Wolverine on the shoulder, smiling as she spoke to him. We didn't come to Longhu Mountain to fight, but I just can't stand that kid. The kid Wolverine referred to was Su Chen. If you can't stand him, then go ahead and fight him, Mystique said from the side. Come on, kid. Wolverine took a step forward and waved at Su Chen. Alright. Su Chen also stepped forward. According to your Eastern classification of realms, I'm currently at the 8th level of chi cultivation. How about you? Wolverine asked Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and replied, actually, I'm at the 1st level of chi cultivation. As soon as Su Chen said this, everyone became unsettled. Wasn't he at the innate 9th level before? How did he drop to the 1st level of chi cultivation now? I remember when he came up the mountain, he seemed to be at the acquired level. How long has it been, and he's already at chi cultivation? Su Chen is simply a genius among geniuses. In just a few days, his realm has improved so much. If we're talking about genius, I don't think Master Feng is his match. And the most crucial part is, he seems to be only 18 years old. An 18-year-old mutant at the chi cultivation level. Even in the entire mutant world, that's an astonishing existence. Not only were the people from the Heavenly Master's mansion shocked, even those Western mutants were left gaping in astonishment. How old are you? Wolverine asked Su Chen with a serious expression. I think I'm 18, Su Chen replied, not entirely sure. However, he remembered that he seemed to have already reached adulthood. An 18-year-old at the 1st level of chi cultivation. This was Wolverine, a creature that had lived for a long time. He thought there was nothing left in this world that could surprise him. But Su Chen's appearance still left him feeling very shocked. Come on, let's fight and see how strong you really are, Wolverine said, swinging his arms to the sides. The glinting claws of Wolverine appeared. As he swung his claws, a faint sound of wind could be heard. Golden light spell. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed the golden light spell. The surrounding disciples displayed expressions of disbelief upon witnessing this scene. Su Chen was not a disciple of the Heavenly Master's mansion. How could a non-disciple of the Heavenly Master's mansion use the golden light spell without surprising the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion? The moment the golden light spell appeared, Su Chen charged straight towards Wolverine. Come on! Wolverine, with a cigar in his mouth, charged directly at him. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Heaven-shaking fist. Su Chen only had this one active attack skill, so he could only use it every time he fought. Asterisk as Su Chen unleashed the heaven-shaking fist, Wolverine's claws extended outwards. Clang! The claws of Wolverine clashed with Su Chen's thunderous fist. The deafening sound made some disciples with lower realms cover their ears. Such hard claws. Such a hard fist. Su Chen and Wolverine exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. What are you doing? Is this how you treat guests? Just as the two were about to fight again, the voice of the old master suddenly rang out. Su Chen quickly stopped, but Wolverine was relentless. The old master helplessly looked at an elderly man beside him. The old man had a scholarly appearance, was bald, and sat in a wheelchair. He raised his hands and said with a hint of helplessness, I only have a cooperative relationship with him. I understand. The old master nodded. In the next second, he disappeared from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Wolverine. Stop, the old master said kindly. Stop? Wolverine glared at the old master with blood-red eyes, exuding a terrifying battle intent. Old man, you think just because you tell me to stop, I will? Who do you think you are? The old master, upon hearing this, was not angry, but the bald man suddenly felt something was off. This is troublesome. He slapped his forehead, feeling quite helpless. Mystique walked over to the bald man's side, curious, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know who the old master is?" The bald man asked Mystique. "Of course I do," Mystique nodded, smiling. "The number one in the Eastern and Western extraordinary realms, known as the One Beneath One. Then do you think he will easily let Wolverine go?" The bald man shook his head helplessly. Mystique said nothing more but looked at Wolverine with an expression of watching a show. Sigh. Su-Chen sighed from the side. "Why did you have to offend him of all people?" Just as Su-Chen finished his lament, the old master's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Wolverine's wrist. "Old man." Wolverine, feeling indignant, exerted force to break free from the old master's grip. "Let go of me. Admit your mistake," the old master said flatly to Wolverine. "Why the hell should I?" Wolverine's temper was not only rebellious but also particularly violent. "Who do you think you are? Why should I admit my mistake to you? Since you refuse to admit your mistake, I can only impose a small punishment on you," the old master said, then focused his gaze on Wolverine's claws. "What do you want to do?" Wolverine seemed to anticipate something, using all his strength to try to break free from the old master's hold. But even with all his might, he still couldn't escape. "A small punishment for a big lesson," the old master said, flicking one of Wolverine's claws with his finger. Crack! The adamantium claw shattered with a sound. "You see," the bald man said helplessly to Mystique. "This is the consequence of causing trouble in Huaxia." The pain made Wolverine's brows and face contort in a particularly fierce manner. But even so, he did not let out a sound. "It really is hard." Su-Chen couldn't help but give Wolverine a thumbs up. After breaking Wolverine's claw, the old master released him. Wolverine glared at the old master with blood-red eyes, but the instinct of a wolf told him that the man before him was extremely fearsome. "I was wrong." At that moment, Wolverine chose to lower his proud head. At Longhu Mountain, in the front mountain, the old master, along with the disciples of the Tiancher mansion, sent off the Western extraordinary beings. "Master," a disciple beside the old master asked curiously, "what was their purpose in coming here?" The Western extraordinary beings took less than an hour to ascend and descend the mountain. Therefore, the disciples were very puzzled about the purpose of their visit. "I have been friends with the professor for a long time. He came here in person to tell me that a great disaster will occur on Earth in a year." The old master said this with a very serious expression. "Great disaster?" The disciple was confused. Su-Chen also showed a shocked expression. The old master looked at the professor and his group's retreating figures, pondering. "Recently, there have been frequent strange sounds. I'm afraid something significant is really about to happen." After saying this, the old master fell into deep thought. After a while, he said to the disciple beside him, "From today onwards, the master's residence will be closed to the mountains. All disciples of the master's residence are forbidden to descend the mountain. In this year, everyone must focus on their cultivation." Although the disciples did not understand why the old master made such a decision, they all bowed and clasped their hands, saying, "Yes." As the disciples of the master's residence dispersed, the old master looked at Su-Chen. "You also heard that there will be a great disaster in a year. Longhu Mountain, as a well-known blessed land in China, is rich in spiritual energy. Cultivating here is much faster than outside. Do you plan to stay in Longhu Mountain, or?" the old master asked Su-Chen. "I want to descend the mountain," Su-Chen replied to the old master. "Aren't you going to wait for your opportunity?" the old master said to Su-Chen with a hint of teasing. "No more waiting." Su-Chen shook his head, looking towards the back mountain of Longhu Mountain. "Since I've waited so long and still haven't received it, it means that this opportunity is not meant for me. Since it's not meant to be, waiting any longer would just be a waste of time." "All right, when will you descend the mountain?" the old master asked Su-Chen. Su-Chen glanced at the time. "Now." "Good." The old master did not try to keep him. After Su-Chen tidied up briefly, he bid farewell to the old master. "Kid," the old master looked at Su-Chen and said with a smile, "although you have repeatedly rejected me, I still quite like you. Let's put it this way, as long as I'm alive, the master's residence will always be your strong support." "Thank you, old master." Su-Chen clasped his hands and bowed. Swearin' Su-Chen, farewell to the old master. Su-Chen bowed again and then walked down Longhu Mountain. "Master," just as Su-Chen left, a disciple came to the old master's side. "How should we deal with Feng Tianling?" The old master glanced at the disciple inside. "Notify the Feng family and have them take him away." On the way down the mountain, Su-Chen kept looking at his phone. This time, looking at the time on his phone, Su-Chen fell into deep thought. "Let's go back to school first." Su-Chen booked a flight ticket to the capital. Arriving at the foot of Longhu Mountain, Su-Chen headed straight for the airport. Before dinner, Su-Chen returned to Capital University. In the dormitory, Ma Tianming was still reading. Seeing Su-Chen come back, Ma Tianming was very surprised. "I said, brother, you finally returned. Ma Tianming put down his book, stood up, and gave Su Chen a big hug. Su Chen looked at Ma Tianming with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why so enthusiastic? What's wrong with you? Did you eat something bad?" "No." Ma Tianming released his hands, somewhat reluctantly waving them. "It's been a long time since I saw you, so I missed you." "Stop joking." Su Chen knew Ma Tianming quite well. "Let's get to the point." Ma Tianming grinned and leaned closer to Su Chen with a flattering expression. "Can you teach me a few moves?" Su Chen showed a confused expression. Seeing Su Chen's bewilderment, Ma Tianming directly took out his phone. He opened the photo album. A video began to play on his phone. This video was of Su Chen standing next to the tentacle centipede. "How do you have this video?" After watching the video, Su Chen returned the phone to Ma Tianming, asking with a tone of confusion. "A while ago, this video went viral online. I thought a video like this would definitely get taken down, so I downloaded it to my phone," Ma Tianming said with a proud expression. "Viral? Just how viral are we talking about?" Su Chen was hearing about the video for the first time. "Let me put it this way, before it got taken down, the video had a total of 5 million likes and around 1 million comments," Ma Tianming said. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. On a certain platform, videos with over 1 million likes are extremely rare. Those with over 3 million likes are even more of a rarity. Videos with over 5 million likes are practically non-existent. With 5 million likes, the video's view count must have exceeded 50 million or even more. "So, at least 5 million people know about this?" Su Chen said, feeling the pressure. "Yes, at least 5 million, Ma Tianming replied, giving Su Chen a pat on the shoulder. "Bro, you're about to get famous. Once you're famous, you'll start selling stuff, right? What are you planning to sell? Bird's nest? Tissue? Or meat floss cakes? Get lost." Su Chen shot Ma Tianming a glare before laughing and scolding him. "I don't need the money." By the way, Ma Tianming, unfazed, continued to flatter him with a smile. "You're so amazing, can you teach me a thing or two?" Su Chen remained silent, quietly watching Ma Tianming. Memories swirled in his mind. "You don't need me to teach you, someone else will teach you," Su Chen said to Ma Tianming. "Really?" Ma Tianming seemed a bit skeptical of Su Chen's words. Just as Ma Tianming was about to say something else, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Su Chen hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to answer. "Su Chen, I heard you're back at school. Do you have time? How about we meet up?" A very pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line. "Sha Naoxue? Do you need something from me?" Su Chen asked Sha Naoxue. Indeed, the moment the call connected, Su Chen recognized her voice. "I'm at the playground and want to talk to you about something." Sha Naoxue's tone carried a hint of pleading. "All right," Su Chen glanced at the time and said, "Give me 10 minutes, I need to tidy up a bit." "Okay." The two then ended the call. After putting his phone in his pocket, Su Chen walked into the bathroom to freshen up. After a quick wash and changing into a new outfit, Su Chen left the dormitory building. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted Xia Qiuyu. Xia Qiuyu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. Once she confirmed it was really him, she ran straight towards him. "You're back at school?" Xia Qiuyu asked Su Chen, clearly delighted. "Yeah." Su Chen nodded like a puppet. "How long are you planning to stay this time before leaving school again?" At that moment, Xia Qiuyu seemed less like Su Chen's classmate and more like his girlfriend. "I don't know." Su Chen shook his head like a puppet. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Su Chen tense up, Xia Qiuyu asked with a smile. "Why do I feel like you're so awkward?" "It is a bit awkward." Su Chen nodded and spoke directly. "You're being a bit too enthusiastic today." "Really?" Remembering her previous behavior, a blush crossed Xia Qiuyu's pretty face. It had been said before that Xia Qiuyu was the goddess of Qingbei University. She always wore a smile when interacting with everyone. However, it was clear to everyone that even with a smile, she gave off an air of keeping people at arm's length. But today, Su Chen felt differently. He sensed a sincerity in Xia Qiuyu's smile and expression that he couldn't quite put into words. "Maybe." Xia Qiuyu smiled slightly and said to Su Chen, "Perhaps it's because I haven't seen you for so long and I've missed you." "Ha?" Su Chen truly didn't expect such bold words from Xia Qiuyu. To avoid the awkward atmosphere lingering, Su Chen quickly said to Xia Qiuyu, "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." After saying that, Su Chen took a step and ran towards the playground. "This Su Chen is quite interesting," Xia Qiuyu said, watching Su Chen's back, a mischievous smile appearing on her face like a little devil. "Classmate Qiuyu." At that moment, a voice came from behind Xia Qiuyu. Her expression instantly vanished, replaced by the standard smile she often wore. "What on earth is going on with Xia Qiuyu?" Su Chen stopped a distance away from the playground, panting and looking confused. Today, Xia Qiuyu seemed like a completely different person. Women. Truly impossible to figure out. Su Chen shook his head. Slap. He lightly slapped his own face and continued walking towards the playground. "Is that Su Chen? My goodness, Su Chen is really handsome. Did you see that video? Is the person in the video really Su Chen? I wasn't sure before, but now that I've seen Su-chen in person, I can confirm. The person in that video is definitely Su-chen. Some classmates who had watched the videos were whispering among themselves. Their voices were indeed not loud, but they still reached Su-chen's ears clearly. Could it be that many students in the school have seen that video? Su-chen felt a headache coming on, a severe headache. As a reborn person, he was very aware of the downsides of being well known, so he tried to keep a low profile as much as possible. However, with the internet being so developed, maintaining a low profile was not an easy task. Upon arriving at the playground, Su-chen quickly found Sha Naoshue. Today, Sha Naoshue was wearing a white dress and a pair of very ordinary white sneakers. Yet, such an ordinary outfit did not seem ordinary at all on Sha Naoshue. This was why Su-chen could spot her the moment he arrived at the square. He walked straight towards Sha Naoshue. "What do you need?" Su-chen asked her. Sha Naoshue looked around and then loudly said to Su-chen, "I want you to be my boyfriend." The once noisy playground fell into absolute silence because of this statement. Aside from the sound of breathing, no other sounds could be heard. Su-chen was completely stunned. What did I just hear? Sha Naoshue is confessing to Su-chen. They really are a perfect match, but why is it the girl confessing? Wow, the boxer is really something. They can fight anywhere, anytime. I understand the logic, but why isn't Sha Naoshue confessing to me? The crowd snapped out of their shock and began to discuss loudly. Did you say something wrong, or did I hear it wrong? Su-chen couldn't comprehend. I didn't say anything wrong, and you didn't hear it wrong, Sha Naoshue said. Seriously, looking at Su-chen, I really want you to be my boyfriend. Why? Su-chen was confused, very confused. Because I like you. Sha Naoshue was very direct. But I don't want to date right now. He rejected her. That's right, Su-chen rejected Sha Naoshue. Hearing Su-chen's words, Sha Naoshue's eyes widened. Why? Sha Naoshue retorted. This time, Sha Naoshue mustered up a lot of courage to confess. In fact, when she first met Su-chen at the beginning of their freshman year, she had already developed feelings for him. But as a quasi-otherworldly being, she was very aware that she and Su-chen were not from the same world. So she kept this affection hidden deep in her heart. Now, she knew that Su-chen was indeed an otherworldly being. Moreover, he was a very powerful one. Therefore, she decided not to hide her feelings for Su-chen any longer. The reason is simple: I don't like women. Su-chen's words were very ambiguous. However, he couldn't care less about that. He always felt that women would affect his speed in drawing his sword. You don't like women? Sha Naoshue's eyes widened, looking at Su-chen as if he were a monster. I don't like men either, Su-chen quickly explained, knowing that Sha Naoshue had misunderstood. Some girls around them visibly sighed in relief. After all, as long as Su-chen wasn't gay, they still had a chance. So, you rejected me? Sha Naoshue's tone carried a hint of a sob. That's right, Su-chen nodded directly. I am rejecting you. It wasn't that Su-chen was heartless. Rather, in his view, nothing was more important than the spiritual revival a year later. He had to prepare for the spiritual revival with all his might. Other matters, no matter how important they seemed, had to make way for this. Alright, Sha Naoshue nodded, covering her face with her hands. I understand, you can go. Hey. After a slight sigh, Su-chen turned and walked toward the dormitory building. Not far away, Xiaoqiu watched this scene with a smug smile. On the way back to the dormitory, Su-chen was puzzled. Today's confession was simply too abrupt for him. Abrupt to the point that it felt extremely strange. It should be noted that before his rebirth, Su-chen and Sha Naoshue had no interaction whatsoever. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were from two different worlds. As he pondered, he returned to the dormitory. I say, bro, what you did was too impressive. As soon as the dormitory door was pushed open, Ma Tianming's voice rang out. What's going on? Su-chen asked Ma Tianming, confused. Ma Tianming raised his eyebrows at Su-chen. Are you still pretending? Sha Naoshue's confession was rejected. That's huge news for our school. The school forum is going crazy. Ma Tianming shook his phone in his hand. Su-chen took out his phone and entered the school forum. Goddess Sha Naoshue's confession rejected, and the reason is actually this: the person who wrote the post was definitely a clickbait artist. Su-chen opened the post. Inside was a video. The video was filmed very closely. If nothing unexpected happened, it was taken near Su-chen and Sha Naoshue. The video not only clearly captured their conversation but also their facial expressions. Su-chen scrolled down to check the comments. Su-chen, forever the god. Su-chen, I would call him the strongest. A role model for our generation. Actually, rejected the goddess Sha Naoshue. If Sha Naoshue confessed to me, I would definitely agree right away. Upstairs. If you can't afford a mirror, you should at least have some self-awareness. The replies in the comments section were very lively. I'm famous again. Su-chen put down his phone and lay on the bed. Don't be down, Ma Tianming chuckled. Bro, you really have the potential to be an internet celebrity. Su-chen rolled his eyes at him, feeling quite speechless. Lying on the bed, he intended to scroll through short videos to pass the time. But just as he opened a certain app, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Suchen scratched his head. When the call connected, he said, "Dad, is there something you need to talk to me about it this time?" The call was from Suchen's father, Su Sanxian. "Son, do you have time? Come home for a visit." On the phone, his father's voice sounded extremely haggard. "What's wrong, Dad?" Suchen quickly sat up in bed, feeling very anxious. "Is something wrong?" Sigh. Su Sanxian let out a slight sigh, speaking helplessly. "I didn't want to trouble you, but I really have no other choice." Hearing this, Suchen's heart immediately sank. "What happened? Just tell me." Before his rebirth, Suchen had received a similar call. At that time, his relationship with his family wasn't very good, so he didn't pay much attention. But not long after that call, his father passed away due to illness. Since then, Suchen had lived in guilt. Now that he was reborn, he had a chance to make up for the previous guilt and regrets. Suchen was determined to do his best to make amends. It's nothing. Su Sanxiang sighed and said to Suchen, "You go ahead and be busy." After saying that, the call was directly hung up. Suchen knew that his father must be ill. The reason for this call was certainly to ask for Suchen's help. But as a father, his dignity prevented him from asking outright. "Take a leave and go home to check on him." Suchen flipped over and jumped out of bed. "What are you doing, Ma?" Tianming asked Suchen. Suchen waved his hand at Ma Tianming. "I have something to take care of. I might need to take a few more days off." "All right." Ma Tianming didn't press further. After leaving the dormitory building, Suchen dialed his instructor's phone number. After briefly explaining the situation, the instructor granted Suchen leave. After getting the leave slip, Suchen didn't head straight to the airport. Outside the school, Suchen called the old celestial master. "Old celestial master, do you have any acquaintances in the capital? My father seems to be ill, and I need to find a good doctor." As soon as the call connected, Suchen stated his purpose. "In the capital, I do have someone I know. Let me give him your number and he'll contact you shortly." The old celestial master was also a straightforward person. "Thank you so much, old celestial master." Suchen was truly grateful. "No problem," the old celestial master replied, casually with a smile. "Just remember my words, and that's enough." After ending the call, Suchen stood at the school gate quietly waiting. Yu Lu Group, one of the most renowned groups in the capital. This group is involved in a wide range of projects. The chairman, Lu Zhenghao, is a well-known figure in the upper echelons of the capital. At this moment, he was in his villa at home, enjoying a massage from a therapist. His therapists were all young girls, around 18 or 19 years old. These girls were exceptional in both looks and figure. They wore light, sheer fabrics, their bodies barely concealed. Lu Zhenghao squinted his eyes, looking thoroughly relaxed. "Mr. Lu." At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. A woman dressed in uniform, with a graceful figure, good looks, and short hair, walked in from outside. Her name was Xinyan, and she was Lu Zhenghao's secretary. "Is there something?" Lu Zhenghao interrupted, frowned, and looked displeased at Xinyan. "A phone call." Seeing Lu Zhenghao frown, Xinyan's heart trembled, and she said nervously, "It's a call from the old celestial master." "A call from the old celestial master?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenghao immediately sat up from the bed. The two girls nearby quickly brought clothes for Lu Zhenghao to put on. "Old celestial master." Lu Zhenghao answered the phone, his tone and expression particularly respectful. "You called me for something?" "I have a matter that requires your assistance," the old celestial master said to Lu Zhenghao. "Assistance?" Lu Zhenghao replied on the phone. "If you have something, just give the order. Saying you need help is just too much of a burden for me." Suchen, a student at Qingbei University. His father is ill and needs a good doctor. "Can you help arrange that?" the old master asked Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao didn't even think twice and replied directly, "All the renowned doctors and directors in the capital are under my command. I will summon them all right now. Then I'll trouble you," the old master said. "You're too polite." The call ended. Lu Zhenghao looked at Xinyan and instructed, "Did you hear what I just said? Have all the doctors and directors gather at the capital airport immediately." "Yes." Xinyan nodded slightly and turned to leave. Lu Zhenghao took out his phone and dialed a number. "At the entrance of Qingbei University, go pick someone up." The call was to another one of his secretaries. "Yes." The voice on the other end didn't dare to hesitate. Suchen waited at the school gate for almost an hour. A Cullinan stopped in front of him. The car door opened and a woman stepped out. "Excuse me." The woman approached Suchen quickly, bowing slightly and respectfully asking, "Are you Mr. Suchen?" Suchen looked at the woman in front of him, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Hua. I am secretary he of Mr. Lu Zhenghao," she introduced herself. Lu Zhenghao? Hearing that name, Suchen felt as if he had traveled through time. Before his rebirth, Lu Zhenghao was a well-known figure. He was not an extraordinary person himself, but he had many extraordinary individuals under him. Lu Zhenghao's ULU group later became one of the top global conglomerates. "I don't think I know your Mr. Lu," Suchen said, looking at Hua, quite confused. Hua hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lu said you are a friend of the old master. Since you are a friend of the old master. You are also a friend of Mr. Lu. Oh. Su Chen's expression changed as he understood what was going on. The old master said he needed help, and it turned out the person he was looking for was Lu Jianghao. The best doctors and directors in the capital have all been gathered by Mr. Lu for you. They are now at the capital airport. Let's go. Directly to the capital airport, He Hua said succinctly, avoiding any unnecessary words. All right. Su Chen nodded. He Hua walked to the front of the car and opened the door for Su Chen. The traffic in the capital at night was much lighter than during the day. Therefore, there was hardly any congestion on the way. Soon, the car stopped at the capital airport. Under He Hua's guidance, Su Chen passed through a special channel and arrived directly at the tarmac. Su Chen could clearly see many people gathering on the airport tarmac. These people were whispering to each other, looking puzzled. Behind them was a very large airplane. The logo of ULU Group was clearly visible on the plane. Everyone, He Hua walked up to the doctors and directors and instructed, "You can board the plane now." Okay. The doctors began to board the plane. Just as Su Chen was about to board, He Hua said, "Mr. Su, your plane is on the other side. Aren't I going with them?" Su Chen looked puzzled. "Mr. Lu has specially prepared a private plane for you," He Hua said. The private plane was not far from the large airplane. After boarding the private plane, Su Chen realized what it meant to be wealthy. When I have time, I want to buy myself a private plane too. Su Chen's black card had no limit. He had been busy with various matters before, so he never had the time to enjoy himself properly. He decided that once his father's situation was resolved, he would take his parents to enjoy life. The flight attendants on the private plane had figures comparable to models and looks that rivaled celebrities. Not only that, but all the equipment on the plane was also very complete. However, Su Chen didn't have time to care about these things right now. What he was most concerned about was when the plane would take off. "Hello." Su Chen waved to call a flight attendant. The flight attendant quickly walked over, her face full of respect as she asked, "Sir, is there something you need? When can we take off?" Su Chen asked. After a brief thought, the flight attendant replied, "In 5 minutes, we will be able to take off." "Okay, thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen closed his eyes to rest. After waiting for 5 minutes, the plane indeed took off on time. 3 hours later, the plane landed at an airport in Qilu. As soon as Su Chen stepped off the plane, he saw several buses and a few luxury cars. "These vehicles are all prepared for you by General Lu, and I hope you will be satisfied," said He Hua, following closely behind. Oh. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. "I really troubled General Lu." The reason Su Chen sighed was that he felt he owed a favor. In this world, all debts are easy to repay, but the debt of gratitude is the hardest to settle. With General Lu providing a private jet, buses, and luxury cars, Su Chen truly didn't know how to repay Lu Jianghao's kindness. "By the way, Mr. Su," He Hua said softly beside him, "where is your father now?" "I don't know." Either. Su Chen scratched his head slightly. He genuinely had no idea. After suspecting that his father was ill, he hurriedly contacted the old master. At this moment, he realized that he didn't even know which hospital his father was in. "Why don't you contact your father first?" He Hua suggested tentatively. Su Chen nodded. "I'll contact my father first." He took out his phone and dialed his father's number. However, the phone rang and no one answered on the other end. This unusual occurrence made Su Chen feel an indescribable discomfort rising in his heart. In a certain hospital in Qilu, in the intensive care unit, Su Chen's father was lying there, connected to various tubes, his eyes tightly closed. "Doctor," Su Chen's mother asked the doctor. With tears in her eyes, "How is my husband doing?" Sigh. The doctor sighed slightly upon hearing this. "Your husband's condition is not very good. Unless..." The doctor hesitated to continue. "What is it, doctor? Do you know who can save my husband?" Su Chen's mother clutched the doctor's sleeve tightly, as if she had found a lifeline. "ULU Hospital, do you know it?" The doctor asked Su Chen's mother. She nodded. "If anyone can save your husband, it would probably be ULU Hospital. ULU Hospital not only has the best doctors in the world but also the top-notch equipment." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's mother's face instantly fell. She slumped to the ground, her eyes losing their luster. Everyone knew what the doctor was saying. But the problem was, not every family could afford the medical expenses of ULU Hospital. As the top private hospital in Huaxia, the costs at ULU Hospital were much higher than those at public hospitals. Some fees were even over 1,000% higher than those at public hospitals. Yet, despite this, ULU Hospital remained the first choice for many people. After all, the hospital's cure rate was astonishingly high. There's a saying online about ULU Hospital: "If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, ULU will keep you alive until dawn." This shows just how remarkable ULU Hospital is. "Sister." At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed over to Su Chen's mother with a phone in hand. "Old Su's phone is ringing. It seems to be Su Chen calling." As soon as Su Chen's mother heard it was Su Chen calling, a glimmer of hope appeared in her dim eyes. "Dad." The call connected, and Su Chen heard his mother's anxious voice on the other end. "How are you? Which hospital are you at now, son?" Su-Chen's mother spoke with a choked voice. Your father is fine, your father is fine. You don't need to worry, you just need to study hard. Mom. Hearing his mother's voice, Su-Chen knew something was wrong. I've already arrived at Qilu. Please tell me which hospital my father is in. Why are you coming back? His mother's voice carried a tone of disappointment, as if he were failing to meet her expectations. You should be studying hard at school right now. This is what parents are like. No matter how much suffering they endure, they bear it themselves, not wanting to trouble their children. Mom, I've already arrived at Qilu. Why are you saying this? Just tell me where Dad is, and I'll go there. Right now. Su-Chen's tone was resolute. XX hospital, just come directly. His mother finally relented. I'm on my way, please wait for me. After Su-Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After the call ended, Su-Chen looked at Hihua. Go to XX hospital. Okay. Hihua hurriedly instructed the driver. Meanwhile, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Have the following buses follow us. Hihua's tone was very firm. There's no need to follow, let them wait for a bit, Su-Chen said to Hihua. Hihua shook his head seriously. Your father's condition is unknown. If he can be transferred, that's good. If he can't, we'll have these doctors consult on site. Thank you. Su-Chen felt very touched. Perhaps he was too anxious, so he hadn't thought as thoroughly as Hihua. It's nothing. Hihua quickly waved his hand, politely saying, this is what I should do. The car started, and soon they arrived at the hospital where Su-Chen's father was. After getting out of the car, Su-Chen rushed straight into the hospital. Soon, he saw his mother, tears streaming down her face, near the intensive care unit. Upon seeing Su-Chen, his mother cried out, you shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have come. Your task now is to study hard at school. Seeing his mother like this, Su-Chen felt a pang of heartache. He looked at her and gently comforted. It's okay, since I'm here, Dad will be fine. You can't change anything, his mother cried out. Your father's illness is very serious. Even if you're here, you can't do anything. It wasn't that Su-Chen's mother looked down on him, it was just the reality of the situation. Don't worry, Su-Chen softly reassured his mother. I'm not here alone. I've brought many well-known doctors, directors, and experts from the capital. With them here, Dad will definitely be fine. His mother looked up at Su-Chen, her tear-filled eyes filled with confusion. Where's the attending physician? Su-Chen asked his mother. Where is the attending physician? I want to talk to him. Beside his mother, Su-Chen's aunt pointed in a direction. The attending physician's office is over there. Thank you, aunt. After expressing his gratitude to his aunt, Su-Chen headed straight for the attending physician's office. The attending physician, Shinqua, was also very troubled by Su-Chen's father's condition. As a doctor, this feeling of helplessness made him feel very uncomfortable. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Shinqua straightened up and adjusted his emotions. Su-Chen pushed the door open and entered. Hello, Su-Chen politely greeted. Shinqua. I'm Su Sanxiang's son. May I ask about my father's condition? Please have a seat, Shinqua nodded and said. Of course, no problem. He then proceeded to explain Su-Chen's father's condition to him. The lotus flower quietly listened beside them, not expressing any opinions. After hearing everything, she fell into deep thought. Then she asked Shinqua, are you saying that Mr. Su-Chen's father is suffering due to lung issues? Yes. Although Shinqua did not know what identity the lotus flower held, he still nodded. And the situation is very serious. After pondering for a moment, the lotus flower asked again, so, is it impossible to transfer him to another hospital now? There's no way to transfer him. Shinqua shook his head. The patient's condition is extremely critical and he is somewhat weak. If we transfer him at this time, it could endanger his life. Thank you, doctor, I understand. After saying this, the lotus flower looked at Su-Chen. If your father cannot be transferred, then we can only conduct a consultation here. Sigh. Su-Chen let out a slight sigh. Then it has to be this way. A consultation here? Shinqua looked at Su-Chen and the lotus flower in confusion. What do you mean? We came from the capital and brought along many doctors, directors, and specialists. They are currently outside your hospital. Upon hearing this, Shinqua was taken aback. As a doctor, he had encountered all sorts of bizarre situations in the hospital. But someone like Su-Chen was truly a first for him. His expression suddenly turned serious. We are a formal tertiary hospital. Our director would never allow you to do this. He said this not with any other intention but to warn Su-Chen not to act recklessly. Don't worry, once these doctors arrive, you won't say that anymore. The lotus flower was very confident. But Shinqua felt that the lotus flower was exaggerating. To prevent any unexpected situations, Shinqua immediately called the director. Director Kai Peinan, upon hearing Shinqua's words, directly shouted angrily. Nonsense, this is simply ridiculous. Are you at the hospital? Are the patient's family members at the hospital? Tell them I'm coming right now. Kai Peinan lives nearby and arrived at the hospital in less than 5 minutes. What do you think the hospital is? A consultation here? What are you thinking? Kai Peinan scolded Su-Chen loudly. He was so agitated not only because of his responsibility as a doctor but also due to his duty as the director. He did not want such absurd things to happen in his hospital. Rest assured, At this moment, the lotus flower smiled and spoke. The doctors we brought are all top professionals in the industry. Ha! The lotus flower's words drew a sneer from Kai Peinan. Top professionals in the industry? Do you think I'm a fool? Call them here now. I want to see just how impressive these so-called top professionals are. The lotus flower smiled slightly, not minding. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Tell all the internal medicine doctors in the car to come to the intensive care unit's doctor's office. Okay. Kai Peinan sat on the office sofa, panting heavily. He was very angry, extremely angry. In his view, Su Chen's actions were simply nonsense. He wanted to see who the so-called experts Su Chen mentioned really were. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Shen Kuo shouted. The office door was then opened. 7 people walked in from outside. The first to enter were 3 elderly men. The 3 elderly men had white hair and beards, but they looked very robust. Following the 3 elderly men were 4 middle-aged individuals. Secretary Lien, we have arrived. One of the elderly men smiled at the lotus flower. Old Qin, I truly appreciate your trouble. Even the lotus flower was very respectful towards this elderly man. Old Qin nodded and then looked at the people in the office. When he saw Kai Peinan, his brows furrowed slightly. His eyes seemed to be pondering, or perhaps reminiscing. Kai Peinan, you dare to sit in front of me? Have you turned the world upside down? Kai Peinan had been sulking with his head down. Hearing this voice, he looked up in shock. When he saw old Qin, his eyes widened. Teacher Qin, what brings you here? Kai Peinan exclaimed. Old Qin, whose real name was Qin Zhangwo, was a towering figure in the field of internal medicine in Huaxia. Many of the current pillars of Huaxia's internal medicine had once been his students. Kai Peinan was no exception. Little Kai, I didn't expect you to become the director, another voice chimed in. Kai Peinan turned to the speaker, startled again. Old Han. Kai Peinan was even more dumbfounded. Han Buqing, a giant in the field of internal medicine in Huaxia. Although his achievements were not as great as old Qin's, he also had a wide network of students. Little Kai, do you still remember me? Another elder spoke up. Old Jin. Kai Peinan was completely numb now. Jin Zhonghua was also a top figure in the internal medicine field. His reputation was even above the previous 2, but he had always been very low-key, so very few people knew him outside of his students. These 3 were undoubtedly half of the power in Huaxia's internal medicine. What brings you 3 here? Kai Peinan was so shocked he could hardly speak. He never expected that the internal medicine doctors Su Chen had brought would be these 3. The key point was that the 4 who had entered earlier were also not ordinary figures. In the internal medicine field, they were also well known. However, with the presence of the 3 elders, the 4 seemed less dazzling. Just here to lend a hand, old Qin said with a smile. After smiling, old Qin looked at Kai Peinan and asked, Are you the attending physician? I'm not. Kai Peinan shook his head, then pointed to Shen Kuo. He is. Seeing all eyes on him, Shen Kuo was so excited he could hardly speak. Let's hear the specifics. Old Han said, looking at Shen Kuo. Okay. Shen Kuo nodded and began to explain Su Chen's father's condition to the 3 elders. After listening, the 3 elders turned to the 4 middle-aged men. What are your thoughts? The 4 middle-aged men pondered for a moment, and one of them spoke up. The situation is very critical. Apart from our Yuelu hospital, it seems impossible to perform the surgery. The problem is, the old gentleman's current condition is very dangerous. Under these circumstances, transferring him is not feasible, the second middle-aged man cautiously stated. After a brief consideration, the third middle-aged man said, I suggest we start with simple treatment at this hospital. Once the condition improves, we can transfer him to the nearest Yuelu hospital. I think the same. The fourth middle-aged man also began to speak. Good, old Jean nodded. In fact, their thoughts were quite similar to those of the 3 elders. So our main task now is to stabilize the condition. Once it stabilizes, we can transfer him to the nearest Yuelu hospital, old Jean concluded. Director Kai, after hearing old Jin's summary, Su Chen looked at Kai Peinan. I wonder if this approach is acceptable. Of course it is. Kai Peinan nodded helplessly. It seems this is the best plan. Then what you said earlier? Su Chen looked at Kai Peinan with a half-smile. Kai Peinan wore a bitter expression. If I had known you had invited these big shots, I definitely wouldn't have dared to say those things. Kai Peinan was distressed. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't have dared to gather these 3 elders together. You have to understand, any one of them is a national treasure level internal medicine doctor. Let alone the 3 of them. Even if it were just one of them, it would be very difficult to invite. Who on earth is this kid? How can he have such great power? Kai Peinan had already begun to wonder about Su Chen's identity. Once things were confirmed, Su Chen walked out of the office. Seeing his mother's expectant face, Su Chen smiled and reassured her, Don't worry, Mom, Dad's illness will be cured soon. Really? His mother still seemed a bit skeptical. Of course it's true, Su Chen promised his mother earnestly. Once Dad's condition stabilizes, we'll transfer him directly to Yuelu Hospital. Yuelu Hospital? Upon hearing the name, Su Chen's mother looked up, panic evident in her voice. We can't go to Uelu Hospital. We can't go to Uelu Hospital. Even if we manage to cure him there, we'll end up bankrupt. Your dad said he would rather die than leave us without money for you to marry. As soon as those words were spoken, tears began to well up in the corners of Suchen's eyes. Mom! Suchen fought back his tears and said to her, don't worry, I have money, I have plenty of money. Our top priority right now is to get your father well. You have money? Upon hearing Suchen say he had money, his mother didn't look happy but rather worried. How can a college student like you have money? Tell me, are you doing something illegal? In his mother's eyes, Suchen was just a college student. How could a college student have money? She was now worried that Suchen might have gone down the wrong path for the sake of money. Mom, Suchen quickly reassured her. Don't worry, all my money is clean, every bit of it earned honestly. Really? His mother still seemed a bit doubtful. Of course it's true, Suchen nodded and said to her. If you don't believe me, you can call the police to investigate. The last trip to the bank had made Suchen aware that the money in his account was definitely clean. Look me in the eyes and tell me loudly that your money is clean, his mother said to Suchen. Okay. Suchen looked directly into his mother's eyes and shouted, my money is clean. His mother had doubts about him. Suchen wasn't angry about this. In fact, he found it somewhat heartwarming. It wasn't that Suchen was being cheap, rather, he felt that his mother was showing concern for him, worrying about him. Alright. Seeing that Suchen's eyes were still clear, his mother visibly relaxed. I believe you. Mom! Suchen looked at his mother's eyes, which were reddened from lack of sleep, and said with concern, why don't you go home and rest for now? I'm already here. And there are 3 top-notch doctors here, so you don't need to worry too much. I still won't go home, his mother shook her head and said to Suchen. My mind is too chaotic right now, even if I go home to rest, I won't be able to sleep. But your health. Suchen hesitated to continue. His mother had never been in good health. It's fine. His mother forced a smile and reassured him, I can still hold on. Mr. Su, at that moment, Hihua spoke up. There are several RVs outside the hospital. If your mother needs to rest, she can go to the RV. Su Chen's mother seemed to have thought of something. Young lady, thank you so much for this. Su Chen's mother could see that Hihua had played a significant role in this matter. Auntie, Hua smiled and waved her hand, saying to Su Chen's mother, it's what I should do. Let me help you to rest. Hihua said, reaching out to support Su Chen's mother as they headed towards the hospital exit. Seeing the hesitation on his mother's face, Su Chen quickly said, I'm right here, you can relax. Alright. Mother nodded and, with the support of Hihua, walked out of the hospital. Outside the hospital, 3 luxurious super RVs were parked. These cars must be expensive, right? Seeing the RVs, Su Chen's mother was filled with surprise. She was just an ordinary woman, but even so, she could tell good from bad. Not expensive, Hihua smiled slightly and said to Su Chen's mother. Cars are just tools, after all. By the way, Su Chen's mother seemed to remember something and asked Hihua with a puzzled expression, what is your relationship with our Su Chen? Hihua smiled gently, our company's president is a friend of Mr. Su. Your company? What company is that? Su Chen's mother asked curiously. Uelu Group. Our president is Mr. Lu Zhanghao, the founder of Uelu Group, Hihua explained to Su Chen's mother with a smile. Ah, Lu Zhanghao? Uelu Group? Su Chen's mother widened her eyes. My son is just a college student, how could he possibly know such an impressive person? Su Chen's parents were just ordinary people. In their eyes, Lu Zhanghao of Uelu Group was a big shot. Normally, as a student, Su Chen wouldn't have the chance to meet such a prominent figure. I don't know either. Hihua didn't lie, she truly didn't know how Lu Zhanghao and Su Chen knew each other. But it seems that our President Lu and Mr. Su have a very good relationship. As for the relationship between Su Chen and Lu Zhanghao, Hihua also didn't know. She said this purely to reassure Su Chen's mother. Child, thank you for your hard work, Su Chen's mother said, smiling as she patted Hihua's shoulder. Not hard at all, not hard at all. Hihua wore a smile on her face. In the hospital, a conference room. A meeting was in progress. Besides 4 middle-aged men and 3 big shots, almost all the internal medicine doctors in the hospital were present. Mr. Su Sanxian's condition is very complicated. Even with the 3 elders here, the problem cannot be resolved. The main issue is that our hospital's equipment is too few and too outdated. If we had the latest equipment, it might be easier. We had discussed this issue before. The doctors exchanged words. The 3 elders remained silent. In the end, it's still a matter of equipment? Elder Qin spoke up. Sigh. Kai Peinan sighed and nodded. Although our hospital is a public one, many of the facilities are already too old and worn out. Kai Peinan's words were not finished, but the meaning was very clear. Unlike private hospitals, public hospitals do not aim for profit. This leads to many public hospitals having outdated equipment. Su Chen, sitting in the corner, had not spoken. After listening to their discussion, he stood up and softly asked, so, what we discussed earlier about transferring to another hospital after a slight improvement is no longer feasible, right? That's right. Although Kai Peinan did not know Su Chen's identity, he was very respectful towards him. After all, someone who could summon the three elders must have an extraordinary status. Your father's current situation is very special. Even if we want to provide simple treatment, given our hospital's situation, it is somewhat difficult. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. He looked at the three elders and slightly bowed. Elders, if I were to replace the equipment in their hospital now, would you three be able to perform the surgery here? The three elders were momentarily taken aback. Elder Han was the first to respond. It can be done, but the problem is, there isn't enough time. Your father's condition has at most a week left. To accomplish this in a week is truly very difficult. Difficult? Su Chen's lips curled up as he shook his head. In my opinion, there is nothing difficult in this world. You all continue chatting, I'll step out to make a call. After saying this, Su Chen left the conference room under the astonished gazes of everyone. Does this young man know what he's talking about? In just a few days, he wants to acquire a set of top-notch equipment. After all, completing the installation is simply impossible. Unless he spends a fortune, otherwise, this is something you just can't do. The problem is, many things can't be solved with money. Just importing the equipment is a huge challenge. After leaving the conference room, Su Chen directly found Yihua. After explaining the situation to Yihua, she was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, what you mentioned is not without possibility. Our group has a warehouse nearby. In the warehouse, there is a complete set of internal medicine treatment equipment. But the problem is, Yihua hesitated. Su Chen naturally knew what Yihua wanted to say. Is it a money issue? Please help me contact General Manager Lu. I'll discuss this matter with him personally, Su Chen said to Yihua. Yihua nodded, then took out her phone and dialed Lu Zhenghao's number. Once the call connected, Yihua briefly explained the situation before handing the phone directly to Su Chen. In the capital, at the Yuelu group. In a luxurious manner, Lu Zhenghao was already asleep. If it weren't for the fact that this call was from Su Chen, he might not have answered it at all. Su Chen, my little brother, Lu Zhenghao said in a very natural tone. Yihua has already told me about what happened earlier. Just so you know, as long as it's your matter, it's my matter too. You don't need to say much about this. Whether it's manpower, money, or equipment, just use what you need. I've given Yihua the highest authorization, just tell her what you need. Lu Zhenghao's generosity left Su Chen speechless. General Manager Lu, I really can't accept this. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Zhenghao was truly too good to him. So good that Su Chen began to doubt Lu Zhenghao's intentions. Don't call me General Manager Lu anymore, Lu Zhenghao said with a smile on the other end of the line. Just call me Brother Lu. Thank you, Brother Lu. Su Chen was not the kind of person who was oblivious to the situation. Since Lu Zhenghao had said so, he would definitely call him that. Alright, little brother, don't be so polite. Lu Zhenghao's voice remained bold. You hurry up and take care of your business. If you need anything, just find me. After saying this, the call between the two ended. After putting down the phone, Lu Zhenghao lost his desire to sleep. He got up and walked out of the bedroom. Arriving at the study, he lit a cigar. As the smoke curled upwards, Lu Zhenghao's eyes began to gradually brighten. On his desk lay a document. This document was about Su Chen. The reason he was willing to help Su Chen at any cost was because of this document. It clearly recorded Su Chen's situation, including but not limited to his actions at the Longhu Mountain Tianchi mansion. At the end of the document, there was a comment. This young man has exceptional talent. His future achievements will not be lower than those of the old Tianchi. It was this comment that made Lu Zhenghao so eager to help Su Chen. Lu Zhenghao was a businessman, and a very shrewd one. At that. Not only that, but he was also someone very skilled in investments. Knowing that Su Chen's future achievements would be significant, he was bound to invest. What happened today was just an initial investment for Lu Zhenghao. As the cigar burned out, Lu Zhenghao placed it in the ashtray. He took a deep breath and stood up to look out the window. Outside, it was quiet. He knew that this silence was merely temporary. In the land of Qilu, at a certain hospital. Hua stood beside Su Chen, constantly dialing phone numbers. At that moment, Hua was nothing like Lu Zhenghao's secretary. She resembled a powerful woman in the workplace. The equipment has started loading, and the first batch will arrive in 3 hours. In addition to the equipment, the nearest engineers from ULU Group will also arrive in an hour to lay down the new network for the hospital. Moreover, a large group of workers will be on site in half an hour. The efficiency of ULU Group was astonishingly high. Should we talk to the director first? Su Chen asked Hua. No need, Hua waved her hand in reply to Su Chen. This time, there are dedicated personnel responsible for coordination. All communications have already been arranged. At the hospital, in the director's office, Kai Peinan felt completely numb. He considered himself somewhat worldly. Yet, everything that had just happened was still somewhat beyond his comprehension. What is this young man's identity? Just one phone call, and he has such power. Sitting in his chair, Kai Peinan took nearly 10 minutes to gradually regain his composure. Once he felt steady again, he got up and walked out of the office. 3 legendary figures, 4 renowned top chief physicians. If you told me they were royal relatives, I would believe it. Kai Peinan muttered to himself as he walked. Arriving at the door of a conference room, he slapped his face to calm himself as much as possible. Once he felt composed, he pushed open the large door of the conference room and walked in. The previously noisy conference room fell completely silent as Kai Peinan entered. "Everyone, I believe you are all aware of the situation," Kai Peinan said as he walked to his designated spot. "What you need to do next is to cooperate." "But director, I still don't understand." At that moment, a chief physician raised his hand. Kai Peinan waved his hand. "You don't need to understand this matter, nor do you have to. Just treat it as if our hospital is replacing a batch of new equipment. There's one more thing you need to pay attention to. What you need to do next is to fully cooperate with the replacement of the new equipment. Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked and don't say things that shouldn't be said." After saying this, Kai Peinan walked straight out of the conference room. "Even if this matter happened right in front of me, to be honest, I still find it hard to believe. Who the hell can believe that? Even if this were a story, it would feel incredibly surreal. To spend so much money to treat his father, how filial must this person be? Moreover, many of the things involved cannot be solved with money. To be honest, I'm feeling very envious, extremely envious. The most crucial thing is, do you know? That young man is incredibly handsome. Whether in physique or looks, he can be considered top-notch." While everyone in the hospital was discussing, the first batch of workers had already arrived. As soon as the workers reached the hospital, they began their orderly work. There were many workers, at least over 1,000. With over 1,000 workers working together, the scene looked very spectacular. "Your group really has a lot of people," Su Chen exclaimed to He Hua. He Hua shyly smiled and said, "The reason so many workers came is that this place can only accommodate this many workers, not because our group has only this many workers." Saying such things in a shy and humble tone indeed felt quite irritating. While the two were chatting, the engineers also arrived. After getting out of the car, they began installing and debugging various lines under the command. Just before dawn, the equipment was also delivered. If nothing unexpected happens, the installation should be completed in about 3 days, He Hua said to Su Chen. "Okay," Su Chen nodded. "What's with the formalities?" Su Chen's mother, who had taken a nap, came down from the RV. She was shocked by the situation outside. "It's nothing," Su Chen smiled at his mother. "Shall we go have breakfast first?" Since Su Chen didn't want to elaborate, his mother didn't press further. The installation work was proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Chen accompanied his mother back home to rest. He thought this matter would end quietly. However, unexpectedly, the events at the hospital were filmed by someone with ulterior motives and posted online. As soon as the video appeared, it caused a huge uproar on the internet. How could a public hospital do this? Don't they fear the negative impact? Whose family is this? So wealthy. They directly help a hospital replace equipment. I know this set of equipment, just the equipment alone costs over 100 million. Is it really okay to occupy resources meant for others just to treat your own family? Generally, when such videos appear, they certainly spark considerable discussion. This video was no exception. The internet was buzzing because of it. While chatting with his mother, Su Chen received a phone call. It was from the principal of their school. Su Chen was quite surprised when he answered the call. "Su Chen, as a student of Qingbei University, shouldn't you be more mindful of the social impact?" As soon as the call connected, Principal Shinbo began to lecture Su Chen. If he had spoken calmly, Su Chen might not have reacted strongly. But the way he jumped straight to accusations made Su Chen very displeased. "I say, Principal Shin, it seems I haven't violated any laws or regulations, have I?" Su Chen's tone sounded quite irritated. "You indeed haven't violated any laws or regulations," Shinbo replied, even more displeased. "But what you did has brought negative effects to society." Ha. Shinbo's words drew a cold laugh from Su Chen. "I spent money to treat my father. Did I do something wrong? According to our Huaxia tradition, isn't filial piety supposed to come first? Even if it comes first, you shouldn't be so high-profile about it." Shinbo was very dissatisfied with Su Chen's tone. "What you're doing is simply spreading unhealthy trends in society." "Unhealthy trends?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "As the principal of Huaxia's highest institution, sending your child to study abroad, is that considered a proper trend?" There had always been rumors in the school. It was said that Principal Shinbo's child was currently studying at a university in the beautiful country. Moreover, they had obtained a green card from there. The key point was that Shinbo's child seemed to be attending a prestigious school specifically for wealthy Huaxia families. The tuition fees for such schools were exorbitant. It was said that the tuition alone reached $500,000 a year, not including living expenses. Shinbo was indeed the principal of Huaxia's highest institution. However, his annual salary was only a few 100,000 yuan. His salary was even insufficient to cover his child's tuition fees. "Su Chen, I advise you not to speak recklessly." Shinbo didn't expect Su Chen to dare to bring this up. He knew this matter was being discussed throughout Qingbei University. The reason he hadn't intervened was that he couldn't. Once he intervened, it would confirm the matter. Although it was true, Shinbo didn't want it to be confirmed. Speak recklessly? Su-chen said disdainfully. Do you really think I'm speaking recklessly? Also, since I can mobilize so much power to add new equipment to a hospital, do you think I could spend some money to get it clear? Investigation on you? The phone went silent and fell into a long silence. Was very angry, extremely angry. As the president of Qingbei University, whether friends, relatives, students, or teachers, everyone treated him with utmost respect. When had he ever been threatened like this by a student? After a long pause, said with a hint of threat in his voice, I see you don't want to graduate. Trying to scare me, laughed, genuinely amused. If I can't graduate normally, all your information will be sent to where it belongs. By the way, I remember you have a daughter, right? Didn't finish his sentence. How do you know? That S body began to tremble, and the hand holding the phone shook uncontrollably. In fact, had a mistress outside of his marriage, which he had hidden exceptionally well. No one knew about the mistress except for him. How did know about this? The reason was simple, was a reborn person. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the mistress's affair had been exposed. At that time, became the laughingstock of the entire school and was taken away for investigation. After was taken away, the school soon replaced him with a new president. It was after that incident that learned about S family matters. What exactly do you want? S voice on the other end sounded quite hysterical. It's not about what I want, but what you want, smiled, knowing he had already won this round. I warn you, you'd better not speak carelessly. Otherwise, was clearly flustered, making his speech somewhat incoherent. As long as you don't come looking for trouble, I won't come looking for you, said plainly. Fine, this matter ends here. After a round of verbal sparring, emerged victorious. Once the call ended, turned to the television. After a brief moment of thought, dialed S number. Do you have any private detectives' phone numbers? Asked. Everything had just said was merely to intimidate. In reality, he had nothing in hand. To truly get a grip on, needed to obtain some substantial evidence. I'll send it to you right away, was truly efficient. Before long, received a text message on his phone. It was a series of numbers. The numbers looked neither like a phone number nor an account for any instant messaging software. Open this website on your phone, then sent another message providing with some steps. Just as I said, copied the previous message and opened the browser. Pasting the content, the phone's browser directly jumped to a website. Looking at the content on the site, S eyes widened. Macau Sans, interesting, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and began to follow S instructions. After a series of operations, opened a chat room. This chat room was very well hidden. Without S guidance, might not have found it. Just tell me the other party's name and identity. You don't need to worry about anything else. As soon as he entered the chat room, received a message. Okay, then sent the relevant information about the president to the other party. How long do you need? Su-chen asked. A week, 100,000. 3 days, 150,000. 1 day, 250,000. The other party provided a quote. Looking at this quote, Su-chen fell into deep thought. 250,000 for 1 day. Money was not an issue for Su-chen now. He hoped that this matter could be resolved as soon as possible. I'll send you an account shortly. Once the money arrives, the timer will start. Within 24 hours, the information you want will be sent to you via express delivery. If within 24 hours, I can't get you what you want, the money will be fully refunded. Additionally, I will compensate you with an equal amount. After reading the other party's message, Su-chen wanted to say something more. But before he could finish typing, the chat room suddenly disappeared from his computer. Along with it, the website vanished as well. Interesting. Su-chen closed his computer, chuckling as he rubbed his chin. Time passed second by second, and soon it was noon the next day. The construction work at the hospital had entered its final stages. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be ready for inspection tonight. Mr. Su, Hihua reported the situation to Su-chen. Will you personally go for the inspection? Su-chen thought for a moment, just about to respond. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Is this Mr. Su-chen? We have a delivery for you. I'm downstairs at your building, can you come down to pick it up? The delivery person's voice came through the phone. So fast? Su-chen was slightly taken aback, his expression a bit surprised. He didn't expect the other party to be so efficient. Okay, I got it. After ending the call, Su-chen looked at Hihua. I won't go for the inspection, I trust you. After saying this, Su-chen walked out of his house. He had thought that the delivery would be a large package, but in reality, it was a document bag. After taking the document bag, Su-chen waited slightly. It was very light, as if it contained nothing. He felt around and discovered a small square in one part of the bag. A USB drive? Su-chen smiled. He quickly opened the document bag and took out the USB drive. What a good thing! USB drives had long fallen out of fashion. That's why Su-chen found it amusing when he touched the USB drive. He returned home and plugged the USB drive into his computer. The computer quickly read the contents of the USB drive. images, videos, text documents. After going through these items one by one, Su Chen's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Before his rebirth, Shinbo's troubles were already enough to overturn one's worldview. But what he saw now, compared to what he knew before his rebirth, was simply a minor issue. The extravagance of Shinbo was truly jaw-dropping. Whatever scandal you could imagine, Shinbo had almost done it all. Even some things you couldn't imagine, Shinbo had done as well. If the information in Su Chen's hands were made public, it would be the best outcome for Shinbo to be utterly disgraced. With this information, I'm not afraid of Shinbo causing me trouble anymore. Su Chen pulled the USB drive out of the computer and carefully put it away. These items were like a life-saving talisman for Su Chen at this moment. Time passed second by second, and soon it was evening. Under He Hua's supervision, the inspection went very smoothly. Su Chen's father had also been transferred to the newly constructed ward. According to the elders, the surgery would take place tomorrow at noon. The next day at noon, Su Chen stood outside the ward with his mother. The mother and son clasped their hands together, silently praying in their hearts. The surgery lasted a full 5 hours. When the three elders emerged from the operating room, dragging their weary bodies, Su Chen smiled. Elder Qin approached Su Chen, a forced smile barely etched on his tired face. Your father's surgery went very smoothly. In about an hour, he will be moved to the ward for observation. Thank you for your hard work, Su Chen said gratefully, looking at the three elders. Elder Han waved his hand dismissively. This is what we should do. After a few simple instructions, the three elders went to rest. Su Chen then smiled at his mother, saying, Dad is fine now, he just needs to rest. That's great. That's great. Su Chen's mother was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Why don't you go rest first? The heightened emotions made Su Chen's mother look very fatigued. No resting, she repeatedly waved her hand, saying to Su Chen, I want to be here, waiting for your father to come out. Alright. Since his mother had said so, Su Chen felt it inappropriate to say more. Thank you. Besides the staff, Su Chen was most grateful to He Hua. She had been busy helping out these past few days. Without her, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This is what I should do, He Hua responded humbly. An hour later, Su Chen's father, Su Sanxiang, was wheeled out of the operating room. Your father's condition is very good, he will wake up soon, one of the four middle-aged men said with a smile. I really appreciate your help, Su Chen expressed his gratitude to the four middle-aged men. You're too polite, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. The nurse then escorted Su Chen's father to the ward, while his mother accompanied them. Sitting in the hospital corridor, Su Chen was filled with emotions. Indeed, in this world, absolute strength is the most important. He understood very well. The reason Lu Zhenghao was so tirelessly helping him was not only due to his connection with the old master but also because he saw Su Chen's potential. This favor is quite a debt. Lu Zhenghao had contributed in every way, personally, physically, and financially. Su Chen knew he had to repay this favor. While Su Chen was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he was clearly taken aback. He quickly answered the call. Speaking respectfully, Old Master, is there something you need when you call at this time? How is your father's condition? The old master asked on the other end of the line. Thanks to you, my father's condition has improved a lot, Su Chen replied respectfully. After that, he fell silent, knowing that the old master was not calling just to inquire about his father. You are in Qilu now, right? The old master asked. Yes, Su Chen knew that the old master was about to get to the point. Do you know about the Kong family in Qilu? The old master asked Su Chen again. Of course I do. The Kong family of Qilu is a descendant of Confucius. Recently, the Kong family has encountered a bit of trouble. They want to ask for my help, but I am currently tied up. If possible, could you go take a look? The old master's tone was very calm, as if an elder were chatting with a younger generation. Can you share what kind of problem it is? Su Chen asked tentatively. I can, the old master said after a brief pause. There is a small mountain near the Kong family. On the mountain, besides trees, there are also some medicinal herbs planted by the Kong family. Some time ago, a disciple of the Kong family went missing on the mountain. Later, the Kong family sent people to search, but those searching also went missing. So, in desperation, the Kong family could only seek my help. After the old master finished speaking, he fell into silence. Do you suspect it's a ghost causing trouble? Su Chen asked the old master. No, the old master shook his head slightly. I suspect it's a strange beast causing trouble. A strange beast causing trouble? Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, I understand, I'll go to the Kong family tomorrow. You agreed? The old master asked Su Chen. I agreed. If it weren't for the old master facilitating things, Su Chen might not have even met Lu Zhenghao regarding his father's treatment. Since the old master said so, Su Chen certainly had no reason to refuse. Of course, aside from these reasons, there was another reason Su Chen agreed. If he remembered correctly, a significant event would occur in the Kong family soon. The benefits from this event would be at least as great as what Su Chen gained on Longhu Mountain. Most importantly, it was said that the former residents of Confucius still belonged to the Kong family. Before his rebirth, Su Chen had wanted to pay a visit The Kong family members are already outside the hospital where your father is admitted. If you go out now, you should see him, the old master said. Su-chen was slightly taken aback and smiled, saying, okay, I'll go out now. After ending the call with the old master, Su-chen walked towards his father's hospital room. His mother was sitting by his father's bedside, looking at him tenderly. Mom, Su-chen walked up behind his mother and called softly. What's wrong? Su-chen's mother turned to look at him. With a face full of guilt, Su-chen said to his mother, I have something to take care of, so I can't stay here with Dad. It's okay, his mother smiled at Su-chen. You go ahead and do what you need to. All right. After nodding, Su-chen reluctantly walked towards the door. Wait. At that moment, his mother called out to him. The money you have. Before she could finish, she laughed. My son has grown up, has money now, and I've forgotten. The reason she asked was purely an instinctive reaction of a mother. How about you give me another 100? Noticing the disappointment in his mother's eyes, Su-chen said with a smile. His mother shook her head with a smile, but then her expression suddenly turned serious. I don't know what exactly you're doing outside. I won't interfere with your matters, I can't either. But I want to say, you must pay attention to your safety outside. I understand, Mom. Su-chen nodded firmly. Good. Seeing Su-chen nod, his mother felt relieved. How long do you think you'll be busy this time? Su-chen thought for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Actually, I don't know either, but it shouldn't take too long. Be safe. His mother waved her hand reluctantly at Su-chen. Goodbye, Mom. Su-chen waved and walked out of the hospital room. Outside the room, Su-chen's mood was noticeably low. Hee-hwa, you haven't gone back yet? Su-chen was a bit surprised to see Hee-hwa outside the room. I'm going back now. Hee-hwa looked at Su-chen, her eyes full of reluctance. After this period of contact, Hee-hwa had developed an indescribable strange feeling for Su-chen. She wanted to stay by Su-chen's side forever, but she also knew very well that she couldn't do that. Before we part, can you hug me? Hee-hwa's voice was very soft when she said this. If Su-chen weren't an extraordinary person, he might not have heard her clearly. Why not? Su-chen could sense Hee-hwa's feelings for him. But he also knew that such feelings came quickly and left just as fast. No matter what, there would be no future for him and Hee-hwa. Since that was the case, he saw no need to delay her. After Su-chen finished speaking, he took a step forward and gave Hee-hwa a hug. Feeling the warmth in Su-chen's embrace, Hee-hwa surprisingly felt a bit reluctant. But hugs come quickly and leave just as fast. Releasing Hee-hwa, Su-chen clearly saw the disappointment in her eyes. Goodbye. Disappointment aside, Hee-hwa still waved at Su-chen. Goodbye. Su-chen waved back at Hee-hwa. After seeing Hee-hwa off, Su-chen walked towards the hospital exit. Just as he stepped out, a young man of similar age approached him. Mr. Su-chen? The young man came closer, his tone and demeanor very respectful. Who are you? Su-chen looked at the young man, his face full of confusion. My name is Kong Tiancheng, I'm here to pick you up. Kong Tiancheng wore a smile on his face. To be fair, the smile on Kong Tiancheng's face was quite infectious. Kong Tiancheng? Are you from the Kong family? Su-chen asked. Yes, Kong Tiancheng nodded, but then he scratched his head a bit awkwardly. But in the Kong family, I'm just a collateral branch. As a family with a history of thousands of years, the hierarchy and distinctions between direct and collateral lines are very clear. Let's go. Su-chen didn't care whether Kong Tiancheng was from the direct line or collateral. Okay. Kong Tiancheng nodded and then opened the door of a business car. Su-chen climbed in directly. Kong Tiancheng took the driver's seat. Mr. Su, Kong Tiancheng said while driving, it will take about an hour to arrive. You can rest a bit. In the car, Su-chen squinted his eyes. He looked like he was resting, but in fact, he was deep in thought. As far as I know, the Kong family has extraordinary individuals. Why would they ask the old master for help with this matter? Before his rebirth, the reason why Huaxia could stand toe-to-toe with the extraordinary beasts was not only due to the Taoist sect's contributions but also the significant roles played by Buddhism and Confucianism. The righteous scholars of Confucianism, wearing 3-foot green peaks, recited the Song of Righteousness. They had once killed a beast that had entered and exited 7 times during a beast tide. Su-chen still vividly remembered their graceful demeanor. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Confucianism actually had many extraordinary individuals even before the revival of spiritual energy. Just as Su-chen was pondering, the car began to slow down. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. Where are we? Su-chen asked Kong Tiancheng. Kong Tiancheng replied, this is a villa of the Kong family. You will rest here for a while today. Tomorrow, we will head to the Kong family. Su-chen asked in confusion, why this arrangement? After parking the car, Kong Tiancheng helplessly said to Su-chen, this place is far from the Kong family. By car, it would take at least 5 to 6 hours. Now that it's getting dark, if we travel now, it will already be late at night when we arrive, which would delay your rest. This is not how we, the Kong family, treat our guests. So, you can only stay here for the night, and we will set off again tomorrow morning. Su-chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Kong Tiancheng opened the car door and got out. He opened the back door and gestured for Su Chen to step out. Su Chen got out of the car. After getting out, Su Chen began to survey the villa. This villa was just a courtyard. The courtyard was quite spacious and he could vaguely see many potted plants and flowers. In addition, there were quite a few small animals in the courtyard. The courtyard was clean and tidy, clearly well maintained. Under Kong Tiancheng's lead, Su Chen arrived in front of a house. The house had an ancient style, clearly having a long history. Pushing open the door, a subtle fragrance wafted over. You will rest here tonight. Kong Tiancheng gestured for Su Chen to enter. Su Chen nodded and walked into the house. The interior of the house was very simply decorated. Apart from the bed, table, chairs, and cabinet, there was nothing else. The furniture inside was clearly antique. Su Chen didn't touch anything recklessly and went straight to the bed. Sitting on the bed, inhaling the strange scent of the wood, Su Chen surprisingly felt a drowsy sensation. Not good. Su Chen quickly mobilized his chi to seal his mouth and nose. Once his mouth and nose were sealed, the drowsiness gradually disappeared. Interesting. Su Chen slowly stood up and began to observe his surroundings. If nothing unexpected happened, that fragrance should be emanating from the furniture here. What do they want? Su Chen had no grievances or enmity with the Kong family. They had no reason to harm him. Mr. Su, are you asleep? Just as Su Chen was observing the room, he heard Su Tiancheng's voice from outside. Su Chen frowned slightly. He then lay down directly on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Chen lay down, the knocking sound rang out again. Mr. Su, are you asleep? Not long after the knocking, Kong Tiancheng's voice sounded again. Standing outside the door, Kong Tiancheng waited for a long time but received no response from Su Chen. After glancing around, he slowly pushed open the door to Su Chen's room. Although Su Chen's eyes were closed, he could still sense what Kong Tiancheng was doing. Upon entering the room, Kong Tiancheng looked towards Su Chen's bed. Seeing that Su Chen was already fast asleep, a playful smile appeared on his face. Did no one ever tell you that it's best not to meddle in other people's affairs? Kong Tiancheng looked at Su Chen with a regretful expression. His words puzzled Su Chen. The Kong family is currently in a huge whirlpool. Even if you are a whale, once you enter this whirlpool, don't expect to swim out unscathed. As he finished speaking, Kong Tiancheng's hand moved to his waist. A sharp dagger was drawn from his waist. Alright, if people really have a next life, then I hope in your next life you can be a little smarter. As he spoke, the dagger lunged towards Su Chen's heart. As the dagger got closer to Su Chen's heart, the expression on Kong Tiancheng's face became increasingly ferocious. Die! Kong Tiancheng shouted. At that moment, the dagger struck Su Chen. But the next second, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on Kong Tiancheng's face. Because after the dagger struck Su Chen, it could not penetrate his body. Even a fraction. How is this possible? Perhaps due to his shock, Kong Tiancheng's voice sounded somewhat broken. What's impossible about this? At that moment, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out. The sudden sound startled Kong Tiancheng greatly. You didn't pass out? Kong Tiancheng stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Su Chen smiled at Kong Tiancheng. Didn't you know I'm an extraordinary person? I know. Kong Tiancheng nodded instinctively. Since you know, then don't. You know that an extraordinary person's chi can seal their own nose and mouth? As Su Chen spoke, he sat up from the bed. Kong Tiancheng fell silent. Because this point that Su Chen mentioned, he truly did not know. While Kong Tiancheng was silent, Su Chen snatched the dagger from his hand. He stood up and held the dagger against Kong Tiancheng's neck. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Su Chen looked at Kong Tiancheng with a playful expression. Do you know who the missing person from the Kong family is? Kong Tiancheng did not answer Su Chen's question but instead asked him a question. This question left Su Chen momentarily stunned. Kong Jinshan, Kong Tiancheng, uttered a name that was very unfamiliar to Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's confusion, Kong Tiancheng explained, Kong Jinshan, the eldest son and grandson of our generation. In other words, the future heir to the family head position. His disappearance is a good thing for our side. Therefore, we do not wish for him to be found. Although Kong Tiancheng's words were brief, Su Chen understood their meaning. So, you want to kill me? Su Chen looked at Kong Tiancheng. If it were the old master coming this time, we might not have this thought, Kong Tiancheng said with a hint of bitterness in his smile. But after what just happened, I understand. Even if you came, we shouldn't entertain this thought. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Su Chen glanced at Kong Tiancheng with some annoyance. What do you plan to do next? Gao Mu asked Kong Tiancheng. Kong Tiancheng remained silent. You don't think that if you say nothing, I won't be able to do anything to you, do you? Su Chen said coldly to Kong Tiancheng. At that moment, Kong Tiancheng's expression changed. He sneered, what can you do to me? Though I am a collateral member of the Kong family is deeply rooted in the land of Qilu. If you really dare to kill me, the Kong family will definitely not spare you. After saying this, Kong Tiancheng slightly raised his neck, a proud look on his face. Indeed, the Kong family was quite formidable in Qilu. But for Su Chen, who had lived a second life, this was truly not a big deal. Playing with The dagger in his hand, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. His smile was warm. Yet for some reason, when Kong Tiancheng saw that smile, he felt a slight shock in his heart. Are you really thinking of killing me? There was a clear hint of panic in Kong Tiancheng's tone. Why not? Su Chen asked Kong Tiancheng with a smile. I am a member of the Kong family. If you kill me, the Kong family will absolutely not let you go. Even at this point, Kong Tiancheng still naively believed that Su Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. The Kong family, huh? Su Chen shook his head with a smile. Seeing Su Chen shake his head, Kong Tiancheng became even more panicked. Spare me, please don't kill me. Kong Tiancheng's legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt directly in front of Su Chen. He kept bowing his head. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. He didn't even know if begging on his knees would be of any use, but he knew he had to do this now. By doing so, perhaps there would still be some chance. If he didn't do this, then he would have no chance at all. Would Su Chen give him a chance? Alright, you can go now. As Su Chen's voice fell, the dagger directly sliced across Kong Tiancheng's throat. Kong Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Chen. Blood gushed out of his throat like a fountain. He covered his throat with his hand, trying to slow the flow of blood, but all of this was in vain. After struggling for a while, Kong Tiancheng fell to the ground. Were you afraid the first time you killed someone? Before his rebirth, if someone had asked Su Chen this question, he would have definitely answered that he was afraid. Before his rebirth, Su Chen had killed many people, many beasts. The first time he killed someone, his hands and feet were cold and he trembled all over. But by the second time he killed someone, that feeling was long gone. Having lived a second life, he was no longer afraid. After staring at the corpse on the ground for a while, Su Chen dialed the old master's phone. As soon as the call connected, Gao Mu briefly explained the situation over the phone. After listening, the old master fell into deep thought. Sigh. After pondering for a while, the old master let out a slight sigh. To be honest, you were somewhat too impulsive. However, this matter is not your fault. If I were you, I might be even more impulsive. Young people, after all, are often impulsive. If they weren't, they wouldn't be young. You stay right there, don't move. I'll call the Kong family right away. Their situation is complicated now, and this matter should be covered up directly. After the old master finished speaking, he ended the call with Gao Mu. Once the call was over, the old master dialed the Kong family's number. Su Chen waited in place for about half an hour when someone pushed open the door to his room. A middle-aged man with a blank expression walked in from outside. After entering, the middle-aged man looked at the corpse on the floor. Did you kill this person? The middle-aged man's voice sounded very cold. Su Chen tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and nodded. That's right, I killed him. My name is Kong Jiangwo, and I am the younger brother of the direct family head. I apologize on behalf of the family head for today's incident. After Kong Jiangwo finished speaking, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Su Chen. Su Chen also returned the gesture, acknowledging him. Bring in a few people to handle this body, Kong Jiangwo shouted. Towards the door. Soon, several men in black entered from outside. The expressionless men walked in, with two going to handle the corpse while the others began to clean up the scene. In just 5 minutes, the room was cleared. Mr. Su, may I have a word with you? Kong Jiangwo said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. The two then walked out of the room side by side. This matter is a mistake on my Kong family's part, and I hope Mr. Su won't take it to heart, Kong Jiangwo said, his tone much gentler than before. It's nothing, Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that he wouldn't mind. May I ask what Mr. Su's plans are next? Kong Jiangwo was now trying to extract information from Su Chen. The old master entrusted me to help the Kong family solve problems. Since the matter isn't resolved yet, I will definitely be going to the Kong family. Next, Su Chen understood Kong Jiangwo's intention and decided to play along. Mr. Su is truly righteous. Kong Jiangwo cupped his fists towards Su Chen, his tone tinged with guilt. We are ashamed in comparison. Kong Jiangwo really knew how to speak. You are too polite, Mr. Kong, Su Chen replied, equally adept at flattery. Mr. Su, Kong Jiangwo looked around and smiled. Shall we go today, or would you prefer to rest a bit and leave tomorrow? Su Chen glanced at the house behind him and shook his head. Let's go today. This place has seen death. It's unlucky. Alright, then please follow me, Mr. Su. After Kong Jiangwo finished speaking, he gestured for Su Chen to follow. Su Chen, not being polite, nodded slightly and walked in a certain direction. Outside the small courtyard, several cars were parked neatly. Sports cars, business vehicles, RVs, sedans, almost every type of car available on the market was parked here, and they were all top-of-the-line models. Mr. Su, when they reached the car, Kong Jiangwo asked Su Chen, do you plan to drive yourself, or? I would like to rest, Su Chen replied. Alright. Kong Jiangwo walked straight to a luxurious RV and opened the door. Please. Kong Jiangwo's hands-on approach made Su Chen feel quite strange. However, he nodded and stepped into the RV. The space inside the RV was large, and the decor was very luxurious. After entering, Su Chen lay directly on the bed. Mr. Su, we can depart at any time. At that moment, a gentle female voice came from the intercom by the bedside. Let's go, Su Chen said. The vehicle began to move slowly. It was hard to tell whether it was the driver's skill or the car's performance. That was impressive. The car surprisingly did not make Su Chen feel a single bump. Lying in bed, Su Chen's mind was racing with thoughts. The whirlpool of the Kong family was evidently much larger than Su Chen had imagined. If it weren't for the great opportunity the Kong family had, Su Chen would absolutely not get involved in their troubles. What a hassle. My head hurts. Su Chen sat up in bed, rubbing his temples. After sitting on the bed for a while, he slowly lay back down. With his eyes slightly closed, he intended to rest. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 8 in the morning the next day. He picked up the intercom on the bedside and lazily asked, "Where are we now?" "Mr. Su," came the gentle female voice from the intercom. "We have now arrived at the Kong family." "Okay, I understand." Su Chen quickly got up and began to wash up. After a simple wash, he opened the car door and stepped out. The glaring sunlight outside made Su Chen instinctively squint his eyes. After waiting for a while, his eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight. "Mr. Su, did you sleep well?" At that moment, a woman walked up to Su Chen. From her voice, it was clear that this woman was the one speaking on the intercom. Dressed in professional attire, the woman appeared quite graceful. Her short hair, cut to ear length, made her look very capable and intelligent. The black high heels she wore made her legs look particularly long. "Who are you?" Su Chen looked at the woman. She smiled slightly and introduced herself. "Jin Xuemon, your assistant for the upcoming tasks." "All right." Su Chen nodded and began to look around. Not far in front of him, there was a huge manor. The main gate of the manor was a tall red-painted door. Above the gate, there was a plaque. The character Kong was clearly visible on the plaque. "Is this the Kong family?" Su Chen asked Jin Xuemon. "Yes," Jin Xuemon nodded. "Should we go in now, or?" Su Chen inquired. "You need to wait a moment, the head of the family will come to greet you shortly," Jin Xuemon replied. Just as her voice fell, the large gate slowly opened. A handsome man in formal attire walked out from the gate. This man was tall and robust, and his steps seemed to carry the wind. How strange. The man exuded both the elegance of a scholar and an indescribable aura of power. "Mr. Su." "Hello." The man walked straight up to Su Chen, smiling as he extended his right hand. "I am Kong Jianxuan, the current head of the Kong family." "Hello, head of the Kong family." Su Chen also extended his hand. Kong Jianxuan's palm was very broad, and Su Chen could faintly feel some calluses. What surprised Su Chen the most was that he could not see through the realm of the man before him. As the head of the Kong family, Kong Jianxuan was undoubtedly an extraordinary person. Su Chen's realm was at the first level of qi cultivation. If he couldn't see through Kong Jianxuan's realm, it meant that Kong Jianxuan's realm was definitely above the first level of qi cultivation. "Mr. Su, I appreciate your help with my son's matter this time." Kong Jianxuan cupped his hands to Su Chen. "You are too polite, head of the Kong family." Su Chen also cupped his hands in return. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two walked into the Kong family manor. As soon as they entered the manor, a strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. The Kong family manor was filled with an incredibly rich spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here was comparable to that of the Tianchi mansion on Longhu mountain. This Qilu holy land truly lives up to its reputation. Su Chen sighed inwardly. The manor was vast. To get from the entrance to the living room, one needed a shuttle car. Sitting in the shuttle car, Su Chen admired the scenery of the manor. Pavilions and towers, shaded by lush trees. The ancient building, under the maintenance of the Kong family, still appeared as new as ever. After the ferry car drove for 10 minutes, it stopped in front of a building. Kong Jianxuan was the first to get out, making a gesture of invitation to Su Chen. Su Chen was not polite and walked directly into the building. The interior decoration was very simple. However, the furniture and ornaments inside were rich in historical atmosphere. Sitting there, it felt as if one had stepped into ancient times. As soon as Su Chen sat down, a maid brought in tea. "Please." Kong Jianxuan raised his teacup and said to Su Chen. Su Chen picked up the teacup and opened the lid. The fresh aroma of tea wafted into Su Chen's nose. "It smells great." Su Chen usually did not like drinking tea, but even so, he could still feel that the cup of tea in his hand was anything but ordinary. Blowing away the tea leaves on the cup, Su Chen gently took a sip. A bitter taste entered his mouth. As he swallowed gently, the bitterness disappeared instantly, replaced by a sweetness reminiscent of mountain spring water. After taking a sip, Su Chen put down the teacup. He knew that the purpose of his visit was not to drink tea. Seeing Su Chen put down the teacup, Kong Jianxuan also set his teacup down. "Mr. Su," Kong Jianxuan said, sitting upright, "I believe you should know about my son's situation, right?" Su Chen nodded. "I know a little. However, I have a question." Su Chen looked at Kong Jianxuan. "I'm not sure if I should ask." Kong Jianxuan seemed to guess what Su Chen wanted to ask. He looked around. The servants understood and quietly exited the room. "You want to know how I know my son is still alive?" Kong Jianxuan looked at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. He did not know how long Kong Jintian had been missing, but since the Kong family suspected it was due to a beast's interference, then no matter how long he had been missing, he could very well be dead. Every descendant of the Kong family has a dedicated everlasting lamp. As long as the lamp is still lit, it proves that the person is still alive. My son's everlasting lamp is still lit, so I know he is alive. Su Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. I have another question. Su Chen looked at Kong Jianxuan. Go ahead. Kong Jianxuan raised his teacup, signaling Su Chen to ask. The Kong family has many experts. Why did you invite the old master? This question had been troubling Su Chen. The Kong family has many experts, but currently these experts cannot leave the Kong family. This statement sounded very contradictory, but if combined with what had happened before, it made sense. In that case, please give me the map of where your son went missing. Su Chen did not want to waste any more time. This time, I cannot provide any help. Moreover, I hope you can proceed in secret. As Kong Jianxuan spoke, there was a hint of pleading in his tone. After briefly discussing the details, Su Chen went to the place Kong Jianxuan had arranged for him to rest. Once inside the room, Su Chen sat cross-legged directly. He wanted to see if he could continue his cultivation here. However, after sitting for a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Sigh. After opening his eyes, he let out a helpless sigh. The spiritual energy here was abundant, but the speed of cultivation was extremely slow. He roughly estimated that even if he cultivated here for a week, he would not be able to advance a single level. Moreover, Su Chen could not stay here for too long. Rather than waste time cultivating, it would be better to find Kong Jinshan as soon as possible. On the table in the room, there were some materials. Su Chen walked to the table and picked them up. There were very few materials, only a map and some basic information about Lishan. Lishan was a mountain rich in historical significance. There was once a rumor that Confucius had practiced on this mountain. After reviewing the information, Su Chen looked at the map again. The map showed that Lishan was not very large. If he moved a bit faster, he could probably explore the entire mountain in just a few days. Su Chen thought to himself, then took out his phone. He typed in the 2 characters for Lishan. The map of Lishan appeared on Su Chen's phone. After a simple comparison, Su Chen found that the map on his phone had some differences from the paper map in his hand. There are a total of 7 different places, Su Chen muttered. Compared to the paper map, the mobile map was missing at least 7 locations. If nothing unexpected happens, young master Kong Jinshan should be at one of these 7 places. After a brief analysis, Su Chen took a picture of the paper map with his phone. Once he confirmed the photo was clear, he picked up his phone to play a game. When night fell, Su Chen quietly left his room. Following the route provided by Kong Jianxuan, Su Chen stealthily left the Kong family estate. The reason for choosing to leave at night was that Su Chen had promised Kong Jianxuan that this matter would be kept secret. After leaving the Kong family, Su Chen headed straight for Lishan. Lishan was very close to the Kong family. It would take about 10 minutes to walk there. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the foot of Lishan. As a place where Confucius once practiced, Lishan was rich in spiritual energy. Of course, this abundance was relative. In fact, whether it was the Kong family, Lishan, or the Tianshi mansion, given their current level of spiritual energy, if converted to the level after the revival of spiritual energy, their energy would definitely be considered thin. However, making such a comparison was somewhat unfair. Su Chen marked a total of 7 points. One of the points was very close to where he would start climbing. Walking there would take about half an hour. To avoid being discovered, Su Chen did not bring any lighting tools like a flashlight. It's so dark, Su Chen exclaimed. As he sighed, he seemed to think of something. Tong Yu. As a supportive skill, Su Chen rarely used Tong Yu. Once activated, Su Chen noticed that everything in front of him began to change. Whether it was trees, rocks, or other objects, they all became clearer. What a good thing! The spiritual energy here was abundant. With the infinite transformation of Qi body source flow, Su Chen could keep Tong Yu activated while on Lishan. With Tong Yu, Su Chen's speed increased significantly. Besides providing light, Tong Yu also allowed Su Chen to see things that were usually invisible. After about 10 minutes, Su Chen arrived at the first marked point. This first marked point was a cave. The cave was deep. Even with the aid of Tong Yu, Su Chen still couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Standing at the cave entrance, Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, strange sounds came from within the cave. The sounds were as if some creature was eating something. Could there be a strange beast in this cave? Su Chen strained to look inside, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see what was happening inside. Could Kong Jinshan be in this cave? Theoretically, there was indeed such a possibility. Let's go in and take a look. With no other choice, Su Chen walked into the cave. The cave was dark and damp. Even though Su Chen was an extraordinary person, he couldn't help but shiver as he ventured deeper into the cave. The cave was very deep and long. After walking for about 5 minutes, Su Chen still hadn't seen any creatures. Just as he was about to go further in, a shadow suddenly flashed past in front of him. Su Chen focused his gaze and discovered that it was actually a giant wolf. Lishan Giant Wolf Level D Adult Stage Introduction. A wild wolf that has lived in Lishan since childhood. It has become a strange beast through day and night cultivation due to a spiritual spring in its cave. A D-level strange beast which corresponds to the innate realm in terms of strange beast levels. In the adult stage it is roughly at the 6th to 9th level. Of course, the specific strength will only be known after the battle. When Su-Chen looked at the Lishan Giant Wolf, the Lishan Giant Wolf also looked at Su-Chen. Its eyes glowed red, resembling a bloodthirsty monster. After staring at Su-Chen for a while, as if sensing Su-Chen's strength, it did not initiate the attack first. It bared its teeth at Su-Chen, as if to tell him that this was its territory. Thus, a standoff ensued between the man and the wolf, neither side making the first move. But Su-Chen knew that this standoff would not last long, because in a moment of distraction, he seemed to hear a strange sound. This strange sound was like a growl from a very hungry stomach. Ah whoa! The Lishan Giant Wolf could no longer contain itself. It lunged forward, its front paw swiping directly at Su-Chen. Su-Chen rolled forward, dodging the Lishan Giant Wolf's attack. The wolf's paw scraped against the stone wall of the cave, leaving several huge scratches on it. Hiss! Seeing these massive scratches, Su-Chen couldn't help but gasp. If this were to scratch an ordinary person, they would probably be torn to shreds. As Su-Chen was thinking this, the Lishan Giant Wolf's paw came at him again. Heaven-shaking fist. Su-Chen did not want to waste too much time on the Lishan Giant Wolf. He clenched his fist and met the wolf's claw head-on. Crack! The claws and fist collided, producing a crisp sound of bones breaking. Ah whoa! The pain made the Lishan Giant Wolf let out a miserable howl. At this moment, the Lishan Giant Wolf fully understood Su-Chen's combat power. It knew it was absolutely no match for Su-Chen. The best choice now was to retreat. But Su-Chen did not want to give it the chance to retreat. The Lishan Giant Wolf stepped back, while Su-Chen advanced step by step. Roar! Su-Chen's actions made the Lishan Giant Wolf feel humiliated. It howled fiercely at Su-Chen, but Su-Chen did not care. He coldly watched the Lishan Giant Wolf continuing to close in. The Lishan Giant Wolf had nowhere to retreat. In desperation, dragging a wounded leg, it had no choice but to continue the fight. Its claws swung again, sweeping towards Su-Chen. Su-Chen sneered, "Is that all?" Heaven-shaking fist. The heaven-shaking fist struck again. Bang! The fist collided with the claw. The sound of bones shattering echoed once more. Owo, owo, owo. The Lishan Giant Wolf began to howl in pain like a dog. Its hind legs bent and a pitiful look appeared in its eyes. It seemed to be pleading for Su-Chen to spare it. But Su-Chen did not want to let it go. It was not that Su-Chen was heartless, but he knew if he truly let this Lishan Giant Wolf go today, more humans would suffer in the future. As if sensing that Su-Chen did not intend to spare it, the Lishan Giant Wolf's eyes gradually turned red. Roar! It let out a furious roar and charged at Su-Chen. This time its eyes were blood red, determined to fight Su-Chen to the death. Heaven-shaking fist. Heaven-shaking fist. Heaven-shaking fist. The heaven-shaking fist was unleashed in rapid succession. One punch shattered the Lishan Giant Wolf's skull, causing blood to flow freely. Two punches crushed the Lishan Giant Wolf's skull, making it howl in agony. Three punches exploded the Lishan Giant Wolf's head, leaving it unwilling to die. Ding! Kill the D-class adult. Reward obtained 200 points. Is one of the 72 techniques of the learning this skill allows communication and control over mountain spirits and monsters. The new skill reward made Su-Chen's eyes light up. This skill was truly vital for Su-Chen at this moment. Su-Chen growled, "Who is looking for me?" As soon as Su-Chen's voice fell, a little radish head came running from not far away. From its appearance, it seemed to be a type of medicinal herb that had gained sentience. "Are you looking for me?" The little radish head's voice sounded childish, as if it were a toddler just learning to speak. "Who are you?" Su-Chen asked with a smile, looking at the little radish head. "I don't have a name, but my previous form was Mountain Ginseng," it said to Su-Chen. "Mountain Ginseng? A ginseng that has cultivated into sentience?" Su-Chen's gaze towards the ginseng suddenly turned greedy. Before his rebirth, such sentient medicinal herbs were worth a fortune. Although they weren't miraculous enough to bring the dead back to life, their medicinal properties could save a critically injured person. Carrying one would definitely serve as a lifesaver. "What do you want?" The ginseng, seeing the greed in Su-Chen's eyes, spoke in fear. "You don't want to eat me, do you?" As soon as it finished speaking, it turned to leave. "Wait!" Su-Chen quickly shouted. "I don't want to eat you, I just want to ask you a few questions." Compared to the complex nature of humans, this ginseng was relatively simple. After hearing Su-Chen's words, it stopped and looked puzzled. "What do you want to ask?" Simple as it was, the ginseng was not foolish at all. While conversing with Su-Chen, it maintained a relatively safe distance. Su-Chen took out his phone and found a photo of Kong Jinshan. He turned the phone towards the ginseng and asked, "Have you seen this person?" The ginseng glanced at it and shook its head. "I haven't seen him." "Really?" A hint of disappointment flashed in Su-Chen's eyes. It should be noted that there were 7 points on Lishan Searching one by one was not only laborious but also very time-consuming. He had brought the ginseng to save time, but now it seemed this shortcut was not going to work. Do you have any other little friends on this mountain? Su-chen asked the ginseng. Upon hearing this question, the ginseng initially wanted to answer, but suddenly it seemed to think of something and shook its head in panic. There are no other mountain spirits here besides me. Is that so? Su-chen could tell the ginseng was lying. Yes. The ginseng nodded, looking sincerely into Su-chen's eyes. You must believe me, there are no other mountain spirits on this mountain besides me. But the more it insisted, the less Su-chen believed it. After all, Lishan was quite large. No one would believe that such a big mountain had only one mountain spirit. Let your little friends come over. I won't do anything to them. I just want to find someone, Su-chen said kindly to the ginseng. Really? The ginseng looked at Su-chen with an innocent expression. But after saying this, it regretted it. Didn't I already say? There are no other mountain spirits on this mountain besides me. Really, I promise you. Su-chen raised his right hand, making a gesture of swearing. My purpose for coming here is just to find someone. Once I find that person, I will leave. Seeing Su-chen's sincere expression, the ginseng ultimately chose to believe him. All right. It looked around awkwardly and said to Su-chen, you wait for me here. I will go find my little friends. Okay. Su-chen nodded and stood still. The mountain spirit then turned and left. Before long, this mountain spirit really did bring a few little friends. Some of these friends looked like children, some like sweet potatoes, and others like potatoes. Is this the human you were talking about? This human is so handsome, a sweet potato-like mountain spirit shouted to Su-chen in a starry-eyed tone. Really, why is this human so handsome? I've seen quite a few humans, but I've never met one as handsome as this. These mountain spirits acted like little children, bouncing around Su-chen. Their voices sounded like both boys and girls. Hey, little friends, Su-chen also regarded them as children, smiling warmly as he spoke. Have you seen this person? Su-chen turned his phone towards them. I've seen him, a potato-like mountain spirit shouted back. This person seems to be in a cave on the West Mountain. The West Mountain? Su-chen took out his phone to check the map. The West Mountain was also one of the 7 marked points. Is this the place? Su-chen asked the Potato Mountain Spirit. I can't read it, but I can take you there, the Potato Mountain Spirit replied. What's your name? This mountain spirit looked like a potato, but it definitely wasn't a potato that had cultivated. My name is Tianma, the little guy introduced itself. I'm Su-chen, nice to meet you. Even though the other party was a mountain spirit, basic politeness was still necessary. Tianma. Su-chen looked at Tianma and asked, is there something very powerful on the West Mountain? How did you know? Tianma looked at Su-chen, a bit surprised. There's a very powerful big tiger on the West Mountain. A big tiger? Su-chen was slightly taken aback. The information about Lishan did not mention the presence of tigers. Yes, a big tiger. Tianma nodded, speaking in an exaggerated tone. That tiger is very big, even bigger than you. Tianma's words were quite vague. Bigger than me? Su-chen rubbed his chin. Is that tiger dangerous? Su-chen asked again. Very dangerous, Tianma continued in a very exaggerated tone. The West Mountain is the big tiger's territory. Any creature that gets close to its territory will be eaten by the big tiger. Then why haven't you been eaten? After all, since Tianma had seen the big tiger in Kongjinshan on the West Mountain, it meant it had been there. It seems it looks down on me, Tianma said very seriously. I'm a medicinal herb, and for it, medicinal herbs can only heal, they don't increase cultivation. So eating me wouldn't benefit it at all. Tianma made a lot of sense. These medicinal herb mountain spirits could indeed only heal injuries. If they had the ability to increase realms or cultivation, they would probably have been exterminated long ago. Let's go, let's check out the West Mountain, Su-chen said to Tianma. Okay. Tianma nodded and then led the way in front of Su-chen. The other mountain spirits also wanted to follow along to see, but thinking of the tiger's terror, they ultimately chose to give up on the excitement. Su-chen was very far from the West Mountain. Even if Su-chen rushed with all his might, it would still take a long time to get there. An hour later, Su-chen and Tianma arrived at the West Mountain. As soon as the person and the mountain spirit arrived, Su-chen felt an indescribable sense of great danger. It was as if somewhere, a terrifying creature was watching him. I'm so scared, Tianma said to Su-chen. You feel it too? Su-chen asked Tianma. Tianma looked around and nodded. I sense a very powerful force approaching us. Su-chen didn't expect Tianma's perception to be so strong. There might be danger ahead, you should leave. First, Su-chen placed Tianma on the ground. Tianma turned back to glance at Su-chen and said softly, you must be careful, the big tiger is very formidable. After saying that, it ran off without looking back. Not long after Tianma left, Su-chen saw a massive shadow coming towards him. It really is a big tiger. Looking at the enormous figure before him, Su-chen's face showed a look of shock. The tiger was on all fours, but its height had already exceeded 2 meters. Its body length was even more terrifying. The 4 tiger paws glimmered with a cold light under the moonlight. A pair of eyes as big as apples stared intently at Su Chen. Roar! It let out a low growl at Su Chen. The expression seemed to convey that this was its territory and Su Chen could not approach. I'm here to rescue someone, give me the person and I'll leave, Su Chen said directly, regardless of whether the tiger understood him. Roar! The tiger roared again. This roar was different from the previous one. The last one was a warning, but this one was filled with anger. It seems you don't want to give me the person. After saying this, Su Chen fixed his gaze on the tiger. Lishan Tiger King level C juvenile stage description. A wild tiger raised in Lishan since childhood with extremely strong combat power. C level juvenile stage? Upon seeing the level of the Lishan Tiger King, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. Sea level corresponds to the chi cultivation realm of otherworldly beings, and the juvenile stage is equivalent to the first to third levels. This means that the strength of the Lishan Tiger King is comparable to an otherworldly being at the first to third levels of chi cultivation. Su Chen's current realm is at the first level of chi cultivation. Facing the Lishan Tiger King, his odds of winning are about 50-50. Fortunately, Su Chen possesses the strongest physique in all realms and can infinitely convert chi with the chi body source flow. Roar! The Lishan Tiger King let out another roar at Su Chen. But Su Chen could tell that this roar was a prelude to an attack. After the Tiger King roared, it lunged straight at Su Chen. At that critical moment, a joke flashed through Su Chen's mind. Question: what should you do if you encounter a tiger in the wild? Answer: when it lunges at me, I will perform a sliding tackle. The weapon in my hand will just happen to slice across its abdomen. The abdomen is the softest part of its body, so I can kill it. Though the joke flashed through Su Chen's mind, it wasn't a bad idea for him at the moment. Here we go. Su Chen prepared to execute the sliding tackle as described in the joke. He took a step back and then made a running start. The sliding tackle indeed happened. But as he slid across the Tiger King's abdomen, Su Chen was stunned. He was not stunned because he didn't have a weapon, but because he saw a thick protective layer on the Tiger King's abdomen. This protective layer looked as if it were made of bone. It completely covered the Tiger King's softest spot. This is troublesome. With this protective layer, the Lishan Tiger King had no weaknesses. The sliding tackle, in hindsight, had already failed. Although this move failed, Su Chen still had a backup plan. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Su Chen sprang up and punched directly at the Lishan Tiger King's abdomen. Though this punch did not shatter the protective layer on the Tiger King's abdomen, it still sent the Tiger King flying. Bang! 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 The flying Lishan Tiger King finally came to a stop after crashing into several trees. Once it halted, it flipped over and stood back up. Its eyes were blood-red, filled with raging fury. Su Chen's earlier attack had completely enraged it. Roar! It opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The sound was so loud that if Su Chen were not an extraordinary person, he might have had his eardrums shattered by that roar. After the roar, the Lishan Tiger King charged at Su Chen again. This time, it carried an overwhelming might. Just the force alone could tear an ordinary person apart. However, this immense power had little effect on Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, the Lishan Tiger King was right in front of him. Its mouth opened, revealing teeth as white as bone, with bits of flesh still visible between them. Shattering fist. Su Chen wanted to counter with another skill, but unfortunately, he only had this one skill at the moment. He threw a punch directly at the Lishan Tiger King's teeth. Bang! With just one punch, Su Chen shattered 2 or 3 of its teeth. The Lishan Tiger King tried to close its mouth to bite off Su Chen's right hand, but Su Chen reacted incredibly quickly. In the split second before its mouth closed, he pulled his hand out. Blood dripped from the corner of the Lishan Tiger King's mouth. Roar! It let out another roar. Blood sprayed out with its roar. Due to the close distance, blood splattered all over Su Chen's face. He quickly wiped the blood off his face and swung his fist again. Shattering fist. He aimed this punch at the Lishan Tiger King's face. Bang! This punch sent the Lishan Tiger King stumbling back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen followed up with several more punches to its face. Although these punches didn't kill the Lishan Tiger King, they twisted its face into a grotesque shape. The Lishan Tiger King was already terrifying, but after being hit by Su Chen, its face became even more hideous. This time, it chose not to attack Su Chen with its mouth but with its claws instead. For a creature like a tiger, its most powerful weapons are its teeth and claws. With its teeth already knocked out by Su Chen, it could only resort to using its claws. The Lishan Tiger King's claws moved with incredible speed. When it first attacked with its claws, Su Chen didn't even have time to dodge. Slash! The claws grazed Su Chen's upper body, tearing his clothes into strips. Fortunately, Su Chen had a strong physique, so the claw did not inflict any harm on him. Seeing that its claw had failed to injure Su Chen, the Lishan Tiger King displayed a surprisingly human-like expression of shock in its eyes. Didn't expect that, did you? Su Chen said with a grin, noticing the shock in the Tiger King's eyes. Aren't I impressive? The Lishan Tiger King, undeterred, continued to attack Su Chen. Its claws struck like a raging wind, relentlessly assaulting him. Yet, its once formidable claws now seemed useless. No matter how hard it tried, it still couldn't inflict any damage on Su Chen. This physique is simply invincible. Su Chen knew that the innate holy body was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. After a dozen claw strikes, the Lishan Tiger King fell into complete despair. It couldn't understand why this seemingly ordinary person could withstand its claws, and not just one, but a dozen. Had enough of playing? Su Chen said with a smile, looking at the Lishan Tiger King. The Lishan Tiger King glared at Su Chen. Even so, it showed no signs of conceding. Now, it's my turn. Su Chen clenched his fist tightly and charged at the Lishan Tiger King. This time he didn't use the thunderclap fist. After all, the Lishan Tiger King couldn't break through his defenses, so he thought to take this opportunity to test his strength. Bang! 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 Su Chen threw out a dozen punches. Each punch landed accurately on the Lishan Tiger King's face. After those dozen punches, the Lishan Tiger King's face was completely smashed by Su Chen. But Su Chen knew that this battle was not over yet. After smashing the Lishan Tiger King's face, he began to attack other parts of its body. I hope this big tiger can drop something good for me this time, Su Chen thought as he continued to assault the Lishan Tiger King. Limbs, back, buttocks. Under Su Chen's fists, many parts of the Lishan Tiger King's body suffered severe damage. At this point, it was already lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Alright, let me send you off for the last time. After Su Chen said this, he aimed a punch at the Lishan Tiger King's spine. Crack! With the sound of bones shattering, the Lishan Tiger King was completely dead. The King of Lishan had thus fallen. Ding! Killed. Lishan Tiger King. Reward obtained 250 points. Basic Fist Technique. Mountain Bearing. Carefree Tiger Claw. Basic Fist Technique. Yellow grade. Low quality. As the most fundamental skill of fist techniques, its effects are often easily overlooked. It is not an exquisite fist technique, but it can double the effects of all fist techniques. Mountain Bearing. Asterisk one of the 72 Earthly Fiends techniques. Learning this skill may allow one to withstand mountains. Carefree Tiger Claw. Quality. Diamond description. Wearing it may not only make your punches fiercer. After reading the descriptions, Su Chen's mouth broke into a wide grin. At the same time, what shocked Su Chen the most was still the basic fist technique. This skill, along with basic palm technique and basic step technique, was known as the three most useless basic skills. But now it seemed that Su Chen had misunderstood this skill. Just the phrase, it can double the effects of all fist techniques, was enough to elevate it to a heavenly skill. Asterisk compared to the basic fist technique, the mountain bearing skill seemed a bit redundant. From the description, this skill was very powerful, allowing one to withstand mountains. But who among normal people would go around carrying mountains? Besides the two skills, the Carefree Tiger Claw equipment was also a pleasant surprise for Su Chen. Before his rebirth, diamond-grade weapons and equipment were only used by the big shots. Su Chen's weapon before his rebirth was merely a black iron-grade weapon. Black iron-grade weapons, though the most trash and ordinary, had almost drained all of Su Chen's wealth. This Carefree Tiger Claw, although a weapon that few people used, would definitely fetch a crazy price at an auction before his rebirth. It could easily sell for over $1 billion. To be honest, this weapon suits me quite well, Su Chen thought. His main attack skill now was the Thunderclap Fist. With the Carefree Tiger Claw paired with the Thunderclap Fist, Su Chen's combat power could probably double. What a thrill! This trip to Lishan had definitely filled Su Chen's pockets. After looking at these items, Su Chen turned his gaze to the Lishan Tiger King's corpse. Let the Kong family handle this corpse. He then began to look around. He wanted to find out where Kong Jinshan was. How strange. After glancing around, Su Chen's brows furrowed. There were no caves or places nearby where someone could hide, so he was still in the dark about where Kong Jinshan was. Are you looking for someone? At that moment, Tianma's voice rang in Su Chen's ears again. The voice of Tianma was like heavenly music to Su Chen at that moment. Do you know where he is? Su Chen looked at Tianma with excitement. I'm not too sure. Tianma shook its head, but it still pointed in a direction. But in that place is the Tiger King's lair. The person you're looking for might be in the Tiger King's lair. Thank you. Su Chen expressed his gratitude to Tianma. He then quickly headed in the direction Tianma indicated. After about 5 minutes of walking, Su Chen saw a cave. Since the passage was open, he could see everything inside the cave very clearly. Is anyone there? At the deepest part of the cave, Su Chen saw a humanoid creature. Apart from this humanoid creature, there was nothing else in the cave. Su Chen hurriedly rushed into the cave. Soon, he reached the end of the cave. At the depths of the cave, he saw the humanoid creature. It was a human. The clothes on him were tattered and worn. Perhaps due to not having bathed for a long time, he looked very dirty. His body also bore numerous wounds, most of which had scabbed over. A few of the wounds were oozing yellowish-white liquid. The yellow liquid was likely pus from the inflamed wounds. In any case, the human's condition was very poor. His physical condition is very bad. Tianma's voice echoed in Su Chen's ear again. Su Chen glanced at Tianma and said, "Why did you come along? Aren't you afraid of danger?" Tianma smiled and said, "The Tiger King has already been killed by you. What danger could there be here?" Su Chen nodded and continued to observe the human. "Who are you?" Just as Su Chen was observing the human, he suddenly spoke. His voice sounded very weak, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time. Who are you? Su Chen countered. My name is Kong Jinshan, I am the son of the Kong family patriarch. The other party's voice was already extremely weak as he spoke. I am Su Chen, sent by the Kong family patriarch to find you, Su Chen said, preparing to move forward to rescue Kong Jinshan. He approached Kong Jinshan and discovered that his feet were shackled with iron chains. These chains. Seeing the chains, a strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. I don't know what these chains are, but I have tried several times to break free, and no matter how much strength I exert, I can't get them off, Kong Jinshan explained weakly to Su Chen. Can you walk now? Su Chen asked. Kong Jinshan shook his head. One end of the chain is embedded in the stone wall. Unless I break this chain, I can't leave. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at the other end of the chain. Just as Kong Jinshan said, the other end of the chain was indeed embedded in the cave's stone wall. Wait a moment. Su Chen squatted down and grabbed the chain with both hands. He wanted to use his strength to pull the chain apart, but his situation was the same as Kong Jinshan's. No matter how hard he tried, the chain wouldn't budge. Since this method wasn't working, Su Chen decided to try a different approach. His new method was to pull the chain out of the stone wall, but this time, just like before, it was still futile. It seems this chain is not an ordinary chain. Su Chen found himself in a dilemma. Could this chain be a magical artifact? A magical artifact is a type of equipment, but unlike other equipment, magical artifacts are very rare. Before Su Chen was reborn, he had only heard of magical artifacts but had never seen one. It seems I can only use my Wuyo finger tiger, Su Chen thought to himself. Regardless of whether there were others around, he directly took out the Wuyo finger tiger from the system. Shocking Heaven Fist. After putting on the Wuyo finger tiger, Su Chen threw a punch at the iron chain. Bang! The Wuyo finger tiger was a diamond-level weapon. Coupled with the Shocking Heaven Fist and the enhancement from basic boxing techniques, this punch from Su Chen could even create a large hole in a mountain. Yet, such a powerful punch only caused a crack to appear on the iron chain. The level of this magical artifact seems to be quite high. Su Chen looked at the chain, momentarily reluctant to destroy it. His condition is very critical right now. If you don't hurry to save him, he might die. At that moment, Tianma, who was beside Su Chen, gently reminded him. Hearing Tianma's reminder, Su Chen quickly shook his head, casting aside other useless thoughts. Shocking Heaven Fist. Su Chen swung his fist again, striking the iron chain. After the previous punch, the crack on the chain was as thin as a hair. But after this punch, the crack expanded to the size of a silver needle. Again, Su Chen growled, launching the Shocking Heaven Fist once more. Bang! The fist struck the chain again. The crack on the chain continued to widen. Again! 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 The Shocking Heaven Fist kept coming. The crack on the chain kept expanding. After a dozen punches, the crack on the chain was already quite large. Su Chen estimated that with a few more punches, the chain would snap. Again! Su Chen threw another punch at the chain. Crack! With a crisp sound, the chain snapped. Seeing this, Su Chen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The spiritual energy in Lishan was abundant. When Su Chen used the Shocking Heaven Fist, the chi he consumed would be converted in an instant. So even though he used many skills, his own chi had not been depleted. The chi had indeed not been consumed much, but his strength had been greatly exhausted. After rescuing Kong Jinshan, Su Chen directly slumped down on the ground. Are you planning to rest? Tianma, seeing Su Chen sitting on the ground, couldn't help but urge, if you don't hurry to treat him, he might die. You? Su Chen looked at Tianma helplessly. In order to prevent Kong Jinshan from dying, Su Chen reluctantly stood up, dragging his weary body to carry him on his shoulder. Once Kong Jinshan was on his shoulder, a strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. He turned back to take a look and found that Kong Jinshan was indeed on his back. But at that moment, Su Chen felt as if there was nothing on his back. Goodness, I didn't expect this chicken rib skill to be so useful. The chicken rib skill Su Chen referred to was clearly the Tongshen. After picking up Kong Jinshan, Su Chen prepared to leave. But just then, Tianma's voice rang out again. Aren't you going to take these things with you? Su Chen turned back, looking at Tianma in confusion. At that moment, Tianma was looking at the iron chain that Su Chen had just broken. This thing. Su Chen hesitated. From the earlier situation, this iron chain was definitely not an ordinary item. But the problem was, the chain had already broken. Its level and value would surely be greatly diminished. This is a good item. Seeing Su Chen hesitate, Tianma quickly said, anyway, carrying this won't add too much to your burden. You might have a chance to repair it later. Su Chen felt that Tianma made a lot of sense. He remembered that after the revival of spiritual energy, not only did many powerful extraordinary beings appear, but also many strong artifact masters. These artifact masters could not only forge powerful weapons and artifacts but also repair them. Alright, Su Chen thought, then squatted down to pick up the iron chain. Soul Lock Chain, Magical Artifact, Level, Diamond Introduction. This chain can not only bind humans but also their souls. Additionally, it has the property of becoming stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak. Status, damaged. After Su Chen finished reading the introduction of the soul lock chain, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. The status of this soul lock chain is damaged. To maintain a diamond level even in a damaged state indicates that its level must be above diamond when intact. This item is undoubtedly a rare treasure. After securing the soul lock chain, Su Chen carried Kong Jinshan on his back and headed down the mountain. His stamina was nearly exhausted, making each step extremely difficult. If it weren't for the existence of the skill shouldering the mountain, Su Chen would have likely collapsed. By now, what should have been a 2-hour journey took him 3 hours to complete. Along the way, he was particularly cautious with every step, fearing discovery by other members of the Kong family. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Su Chen found a concealed spot. He carefully placed Kong Jinshan down and slumped onto the ground. After regaining a bit of strength, he dialed Kong Jianshuan's number. "How's it going?" As soon as the call connected, Kong Jianshuan's anxious voice came through. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen said to Kong Jianshuan, "I can no longer carry your son to the Kong family. I have reached the foot of Lishan. I'm sending you my location now. You need to find someone trustworthy to pick me up immediately." After saying this, it felt as if Su Chen had exhausted a great deal of energy. He gasped for breath several times before recovering his stamina. "I must find some fruits that can enhance physical attributes. My stamina is too poor." Su Chen lamented inwardly. It wasn't that Su Chen was weak, it was just that he had done too much tonight. First, he had beaten the Lishan Wolf King, then he had pummeled the Lishan Tiger King. Anyone of the same realm as him would have likely collapsed from exhaustion before even leaving Lishan. "Okay, I understand." Kong Jianshuan on the other end of the line replied, a mix of urgency and happiness in his voice. "I'll send someone over right away." After ending the call, Su Chen quickly sent his location to Kong Jianshuan. Before long, a group of men in black appeared before Su Chen. The leader of this group was none other than Kong Jiangwo, whom Su Chen had met before. When Kong Jiangwo saw Kong Jinshan and Su Chen, an incredulous expression spread across his face. He really rescued Jinshan. Kong Jiangwo's feelings were quite complex at that moment. "Can you take us back to the Kong family?" Su Chen asked Kong Jiangwo weakly. "No problem." Kong Jiangwo nodded and waved to the men in black behind him. 2 men in black lifted Su Chen, while 2 others carried Kong Jinshan. The moment Su Chen was lifted by the men in black, he fell into a deep sleep. The immense physical exhaustion caused him to drift off as soon as he relaxed. When Su Chen woke up again, it was already night. "What time is it now?" Su Chen instinctively asked. After asking, he couldn't help but laugh, thinking that no one would answer his question. "It's 6 o'clock in the evening." At that moment, Qin Shuemon's voice rang out. Su Chen looked up to see Qin Shuemon sitting not far from his bedside, quietly watching him. 6 o'clock? Have I slept for so long? Su Chen slowly sat up, muttering to himself. "It has been 30 hours since you fell asleep," Qin Shuemon said, getting up to pour tea for Su Chen while smiling. "So, it's been more than a day since that day?" After Su Chen got up, he felt that his body was still a bit weak. "That's right." Qin Shueman brought a cup of tea close to Su Chen and said to him, "The doctor has conducted a thorough examination for you. The reason you fainted was simply due to excessive physical exhaustion. The doctor also said that if you rest for 2 or 3 days, your condition will recover." "Thank you." Su Chen took the teacup and thanked Qin Shueman. After taking a gentle sip of tea, Su Chen felt much better. "Do you want to eat something?" Qin Shueman asked Su Chen. "If you want to eat anything, just tell me directly, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you." "No appetite." After taking a sip of tea, Su Chen shook his head. "I just want to rest now." After saying this, he handed the teacup back to Qin Shueman. After receiving the teacup, Qin Shueman naturally placed it on the table. After lying on the bed for a while, Su Chen seemed to think of something. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask Qin Shueman, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he stopped, because he wasn't quite sure whether Qin Shueman could be trusted. The two of them had a certain tacit understanding. Su Chen didn't ask, and Qin Shueman didn't say anything. Thus, the tacit atmosphere lasted for a full 20 minutes. The silence was broken by a knock on the door. "Come in," Su Chen said. The door opened. Kong Jiansun walked in from outside. This time he came without any attendants or others. "Master." Seeing Kong Jiansun arrive, Qin Shueman stood up to greet him. "There's no one else here, you don't need to be so polite," Kong Jiansun said to Qin Shueman with a smile. Qin Shueman just smiled and didn't speak. "How's the recovery?" After the pleasantries with Qin Shueman, Lu Jiansun looked at Su Chen. "About the same, just need to rest for another day or 2, and I'll be fine," Su Chen said with a smile to Lu Jiansun. Upon hearing this, Kong Jiansun visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "You can go out now, Kong." Jiansun then said to Qin Shueman, "Yes." Qin Shueman nodded and left the room. "Brother Su Chen." As soon as Qin Shueman closed the door, Kong Jiansun looked at Su Chen with a grateful expression. "This time you saved my son. It is a tremendous favor to me. From now on, as long as you, Brother Su Chen, speak up, I, Kong Jiansun, will not hesitate to face any danger." Kong Jiansun's words were quite impressive. Master Kong is being too polite. Su Chen waved his hand to Kong Jiansun with a calm tone and expression. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent expression, Kong Jiansun guessed what Su Chen was thinking. He sneered inwardly but did not point it out. How is your son? Su Chen did not intend to continue on this topic, so he shifted the conversation. He's fine now. When he said this, Kong Jiansun's tone still carried gratitude, but Su Chen couldn't discern whether his gratitude was genuine or feigned. If it weren't for you, my son would probably have died in the mouth of that Tiger King, Kong Jiansun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion suddenly flashed through Su Chen's mind. Why didn't the Tiger King eat your son? This question had been on Su Chen's mind since he saved Kong Jinshan, but previously Kong Jinshan had been in a semi-comatose state, so Su Chen had never asked. Now that Kong Jiansun was in front of him, Su Chen was determined to resolve this doubt. Do you know about taming? Kong Jiansun said to Su Chen. Upon hearing these two words, Su Chen's eyes widened. Could it be that the Tiger King was taming your son? As far as Su Chen knew, very few animals had the habit of taming. They would eat their prey as soon as they caught it. That's right. Kong Jiansun frowned, looking very worried as he spoke. You have killed this beast, which has already begun to possess human intelligence. Fortunately, you killed it, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are more than just this one beast in Lishan, Su Chen reminded Kong Jianxuan. Besides the beasts, there are other things on Lishan. Other things? Kong Jianxuan looked at Su Chen, curious. What do you mean by other things? Some unknown things. After all, the mountain spirits had helped him, so Su Chen would never betray them. Brother Su. Just as Kong Jianxuan was about to probe further, someone knocked on the door of Su Chen's room. Master, something big has happened. A panicked voice came from outside. What's going on? Kong Jianxuan frowned, reprimanding. As a disciple of the Kong family, what kind of behavior is this, being so flustered? Master. The person outside ignored Kong Jianxuan's reprimand and shouted loudly. The old ancestor's former residence has suddenly emitted a strange light. Some even heard strange sounds coming from the old ancestor's residence. Upon hearing this, Kong Jianxuan seemed to be startled, standing up abruptly. Brother Su Chen, you rest well, I have something to attend to. After saying this, Kong Jianxuan left Su Chen's room directly. What's going on? As he stepped out of Su Chen's room, Kong Jianxuan saw the disciple who had come to report. Tell me the details. The disciple responsible for guarding the old ancestor's residence came to find me. He said that a strange light was emanating from the old ancestor's residence. Moreover, it seems he also heard chanting, but he couldn't make out what the chanting was about, the disciple reported. Upon hearing this, Kong Jianxuan seemed to realize something. Gather all the direct descendants of the Kong family and assemble at the entrance of Liui City, Kong Jianxuan instructed the disciple. Yes. The disciple bowed and turned to run. Sitting in the room, Su Chen felt suddenly less tired after hearing this. The old ancestor's residence? Could it be the place where Confucius once lived? Liui City? Is the old ancestor's residence located within Liui City? Su Chen thought, feeling it was quite unbelievable. Liui City is a tourist resort that has only been established in recent years. The area of Liui City is vast, divided into 6 zones: the Hall of Rites, the Hall of Music, the Hall of Archery, the Hall of Imperial Affairs, the Hall of Literature, and the Hall of Numbers. Within the 6 halls, you can see how the people of the Zhou dynasty learned the 6 arts. Besides these, there are many interesting collections within the 6 halls. It seems I need to visit Liui City tonight, Su Chen murmured to himself. He knew that there were opportunities related to Confucius in the land of Qilu, but he wasn't quite sure where exactly these opportunities lay. From the looks of it now, these opportunities might very well be within Liui City. Mr. Su, aren't you going to continue resting? Seeing Su Chen sitting on the edge of the bed, Qin Shueman asked with a smile. Su Chen glanced at Qin Shueman and asked nonchalantly, what did that person mean just now? What did he say? Qin Shueman looked at Su Chen with some confusion. This is where Qin Shueman's cleverness lies. She hears every word that should be heard, and not a single word that shouldn't be heard. Seeing Qin Shueman playing dumb, Su Chen didn't press further. Can I go out for a stroll now? Su Chen asked Qin Shueman with a smile. Of course you can. Qin Shueman answered without a second thought. You are our guest, not a prisoner of the Kong family. If you want to stroll, naturally no one would dare to stop you. All right then. Su Chen stood up and walked towards the door. I'll go with you. Qin Shueman followed him. Su Chen cast a strange glance at Qin Shueman. Seeing Su Chen's strange gaze, Qin Shueman smiled slightly and explained, the Kong family manor is vast, and if you wander around by yourself, it's easy to get lost. With me accompanying you, not only will you not get lost, but you'll also avoid taking many unnecessary detours. Moreover, I can show you some beautiful sights that can only be seen at night in the Kong family manor. Qin Shueman was truly skilled, her words were flawless. With this, Su Chen didn't even know how to refuse. Of course, no problem. To avoid raising Qin Shueman's suspicions, Su Chen smiled and agreed. I couldn't ask for anything better. Then let's go. As soon as Qin Shueman finished speaking, she opened the door. Su Chen nodded and stepped outside. What a fragrant smell. As soon as he stepped out, Su Chen caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. It must be the Adumbra flower. Qin Shueman said. A Dumbra flower? Su-chen looked at Qin Shueman in surprise. If he remembered correctly, the Adumbra flower was indeed a rare treasure. It was a very peculiar flower. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the Adumbra flower was already quite rare. After the revival of spiritual energy, it became a coveted object among various factions. Many powerful forces had once fought fiercely over a single Adumbra flower. Su-chen didn't expect that there would be Adumbra flowers in the Kong family manor. Moreover, from the scent, it seemed there was more than just one or two. Can you take me to see it? Su-chen asked Qin Shueman with a smile. As for the matter of Confucius's old residence, Su-chen wasn't in a hurry at all. The reason was quite simple. If there were indeed opportunities at Confucius's old residence, then whether Su-chen went there a bit earlier or a bit later wouldn't make much of a difference. The key point was that the Adumbra flower was right in front of him. Su-chen definitely didn't want to miss it. Of course, no problem. Qin Shueman nodded with a smile. For the Kong family, the Adumbra flower was merely a flower planted in the garden. It had no medicinal value or any practical use. Therefore, if Su-chen really wanted to visit, Qin Shueman couldn't find any reason to refuse. Before long, Su-chen followed Qin Shueman to the garden where the Adumbra flowers were planted. The garden covered an area of about 20 square meters. It was filled with Adumbra flowers. The purple petals gave off a bewitching feeling. Under the moonlight, the purple appeared even more enchanting. Inhale. Su-chen stood in front of the garden and took a deep breath. This action left Qin Shueman puzzled. Pollen entered Su-chen's body through his nasal cavity. Once inside, the pollen began to roam within Su-chen's body. Wherever the pollen passed, it provided varying degrees of enhancement. This effect is incredible. Su-chen sighed inwardly. Just a single breath of pollen had significantly boosted his cultivation. He estimated that if he inhaled a dozen more times, he would definitely break through to the next small realm. Su-chen began to inhale discreetly. Just as he expected, after a dozen breaths, his realm directly rose from the first level of qi nourishing to the second level. One more. With such a great opportunity, Su-chen certainly wouldn't let it slip by. He quietly stood there, inhaling without drawing attention. However, in Qin Shueman's eyes, Su-chen looked as if he was staring blankly at something. This state lasted a full 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Su-chen's realm had already progressed from the first level of qi nourishing to the third level. If it weren't for the fact that the pollen in this place had already lost its value, Su-chen would have wanted to continue inhaling. The continuous rise in his realm made Su-chen very happy. Let's go, let's head back and rest, Su-chen said to Qin Shueman. With Qin Shueman following him, there were many things Su-chen couldn't do. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to return to his room and consolidate his current realm. Qin Shueman looked at Su-chen strangely, then nodded. What Su-chen didn't expect was that Qin Shueman actually returned to his room. Are you going to serve me tonight? Su-chen joked with a smile. But to his surprise, Qin Shueman actually laughed. I definitely won't serve you, but I will stay here with you. Why? Su-chen remained calm on the surface, but a hint of disgust arose in his heart. Are you here to better monitor me? You know that's not true. Qin Shueman wasn't angry at Su-chen's words. My task is just to make things more convenient for you and the Kong family. Now that you're seriously injured and just recovering, my task has changed to taking good care of you. Su-chen didn't speak, only looking at Qin Shueman with a strange expression. He knew that her words contained both truth and falsehood. Taking care of him and making things convenient were true, but monitoring him was also true. Then where will you sleep tonight? Su-chen's attitude shifted instantly as he teased Qin Shueman with a smile. Are you planning to share a bed with me tonight? If you don't mind, then I certainly don't mind. Qin Shueman was not the kind of naive girl. She could handle Su-chen's teasing with composure. In that case, let's share a bed. He had no improper thoughts about Qin Shueman, but he also didn't want her to monitor him so easily. Then I'll make the bed now. Qin Shueman was not shy at all. She walked directly to the bed where Su-chen had slept before and began to make it. While making the bed, she inevitably bent down. Qin Shueman wore very tight pants and a very loose top. The glimpses of spring light made Su-chen's heart race. Su-chen was not a saint. Calm down, calm down. Women are not important. Women only affect my punching speed. Su-chen silently chanted in his heart. For Su-chen at this moment, this was much more useful than any meditation. After chanting it twice, Su-chen's heart instantly calmed down. Qin Shueman's speed in making the bed was very slow, very slow. What could be done in 5 minutes took her a full 20 minutes. During those 20 minutes, Su-chen had already chanted it nearly 100 times. Just as Su-chen's resolve was about to break, the bed was finally made. Mr. Su, the bed is ready, you can rest now. Standing by the bed, Qin Shueman said shyly to Su-chen. To be honest, her shy and coy demeanor was really infuriating. Su-chen, you are a man. You are a man destined to stand at the top of this world. If you want to stand at the top of this world, then you must resist all temptations. Su-chen had poor self-control, so he had to remind himself constantly. Okay. Su-chen nodded and walked straight to the bed. After taking off his clothes, he directly dove into the covers. Seeing this, Jin Shueman also began to slowly take off her clothes. Su Chen did not stop her actions. Before long, Jin Shueman was left with only her underwear. Then she also slipped under the covers. At this moment, Su Chen felt his heart racing very fast. What to do? What to do? Su Chen asked himself in his heart. I need to resolve this quickly. Otherwise, there might not be a single hair left in Louis City. Compared to the woman beside him, what Su Chen wanted most in his heart was still the opportunities in Louis City. Knock her out? As Su Chen thought this, he looked at Qin Shueman beside him. But when he turned his head, he was startled by Qin Shueman. At that moment, Qin Shueman was gazing at him dreamily. You're so handsome, she said, her eyes lighting up as Su Chen looked her way. Upon seeing this, Su Chen froze. However, he still reached out and wrapped his arms around Qin Shueman. A blush gradually appeared on her delicate face. But in the next second, Qin Shueman's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Before his rebirth, Su Chen had studied human acupoints. He knew that there was a point in the shoulder and neck area that, with just a little pressure, could render someone unconscious. After embracing Qin Shueman, Su Chen applied force to her acupoint. This was one of the reasons why Qin Shueman fainted. After knocking her out, Su Chen quickly got dressed and stealthily left the room. Following the map provided by Kong Jian-sun earlier, Su Chen silently exited the Kong family manor. Since it wasn't his first time, he easily avoided all the cameras along the way. After leaving the space, Su Chen didn't rush to Liui City immediately. First, he found a toy store and bought a child's mask of Sun Wukong. After purchasing the mask, he tucked it away. The distance from the Kong family manor to Liui City was quite far. Even by car, it would take over an hour. To avoid being detected, Su Chen chose to walk. Although his walking speed wasn't as fast as a car, it was still quite brisk. 2 hours later, he arrived at the entrance of Liui City. It was now nighttime, and Liui City was brightly lit. At the entrance, there were quite a few guards. These individuals were strong and fierce-looking, clearly martial artists. Martial artists are a type of person that exists between humans and extraordinary beings. They are stronger than ordinary people but cannot use supernatural abilities, so their strength is inferior to that of extraordinary beings. The plan to enter through the main gate was clearly dashed. Su Chen then began to stroll along the walls of Liui City. After wandering around, he finally found a secluded spot without any cameras. The walls of Liui City were high, but to Su Chen they posed no challenge. He leaped effortlessly over the wall and into Liui City. Perhaps due to the remote location, there were no lights nearby. Once inside, Su Chen took out his phone to search for a map of Liui City. As a tourist attraction, he easily found a map online. Strange. The online map showed nothing but the Liui Palace. Where is the former residence of Confucius? Su Chen felt a headache coming on. What are they doing gathering at Liui Palace at this late hour? At that moment, a complaining voice rang out from nearby. Su Chen turned to look. A group of 5 people was slowly walking toward him. They were also martial artists, likely on patrol. I don't know, but I really want to sleep right now, another person complained. Why are they gathering at Liui Palace while we have to patrol? If it's just for sightseeing, can't we come during the day? Sightseeing? Are you out of your mind? I just heard someone say that there seems to be a glow coming from the former residence of Confucius. The former residence of Confucius? Isn't that in the Kong family manor? Stop complaining, a person who seemed to be the squad leader scolded helplessly. If the higher-ups hear us, we might all get punished. Upon hearing the squad leader's words, the others immediately fell silent. They did close their mouths. But Su Chen still heard a lot of information from their complaints. Could it be that Confucius' old residence is near the Six Arts Palace? Su Chen smiled. He then took out the mask of Sun Wukong and put it on his face. After the small team left, he began to cautiously head towards the Six Arts Palace. To avoid being discovered, he was very careful with every step he took. In addition to observing the people around him, he was also watching the cameras scattered around. Soon, he arrived at the vicinity of the Six Arts Palace. He noticed that the security level around the Six Arts Palace was extremely high. There was a guard stationed almost every 10 steps. Moreover, all these guards were extraordinary beings. Martial artists are responsible for the perimeter, while these extraordinary beings are in charge of the interior. It seems that Confucius' old residence should be nearby, Su Chen thought, looking for an opportunity to sneak into the Six Arts Palace. Kong Jianxuan, are you sure you won't let us in? Just as Su Chen was searching for an opportunity, a furious roar came from not far away. The sudden shout startled Su Chen. He then looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, at a entrance of the shooting palace, Kong Jianxuan was confronting another group of people with a group of his own. The leader of the other group bore some resemblance to Kong Jianxuan. Kong Jianbang, Kong Jianxuan said coldly, his voice tinged with anger. You better not go too far. Me, go too far? Kong Jianbang glared at Kong Jianxuan and shouted. I just want to go into the shooting palace and take a look. What's wrong with that? Ha! Kong Jianbang's words earned him a sneer from Kong Jianxuan. You just want to take a look at the shooting palace? Do you think I'm a fool? Coming to the Six Arts City at this time, do you really think I don't know what you want to do? Since you know, then why won't you let me in? Kong Jianbang retorted, adopting a righteous demeanor. We are all from the Kong family. Since we know there are opportunities at our ancestors' old residence, we should go in together. From the Kong family? How dare you say you are from the Kong family? Kong Jianchuan was not angry until he heard this. You don't think I know why my son was captured, do you? Kong Jianchuan shouted coldly at Kong Jianbang. Kong Jianbang immediately fell silent. We are all brothers, yet you suspect me. Kong Jianbang was quick to react. Brothers? Kong Jianchuan sneered, disdainfully saying, you, Kong Jianbang, are just a collateral branch. I, Kong Jianchuan, am a direct descendant. How dare you, a collateral branch, call me brother? As soon as these words were spoken, the collateral branch members looked furious. At this moment, Su Chen finally understood why the Kong family was in such a whirlpool. Whether in the court or among the people, as long as it was a family, it would definitely involve disputes between direct and collateral lines. Since the family head thinks I am unworthy to call you brother, then I will no longer say so. After this statement, the expression on Kong Jianbang's face changed visibly. Since the family head does not cherish brotherly feelings, then I will no longer consider it. As Kong Jianbang spoke, he turned to look at the people he had brought. However, although the family head does not cherish brotherly feelings, we must be clear that we are descendants of the Kong family. Since there are anomalies at our ancestors' old residence, we must go take a look. Kong Jianbang spoke with real skill. Not only did he slander Kong Jianchuan, but he also elevated himself. Kong Jianbang, let me tell you this. As long as I am here, you will definitely not enter the shooting palace. Kong Jianchuan said, adopting a very strong posture. Shooting palace? Su Chen stood aside, looking puzzled. Why are they all so fixated on this shooting palace? Could it be that Confucius' old residence is within this shooting palace? Impossible? If that were the case, it would have spread all over the internet by now. As mentioned before, Liui City is now a tourist resort. The flow of visitors here is extremely high. If there really is the former residence of Confucius among them, it's likely that people all over the world would know about it. Or perhaps this is just the entrance to Confucius's former residence? Su Chen thought. You'd better step aside, otherwise I won't hesitate to go to war with you, Kong Jianbang said, looking seriously at Kong Jianchuan. Impudent. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jianchuan sternly reprimanded him. I am still the head of the Kong family. If you dare to make a move, I will directly expel you from the family. But if I successfully seize the position of head of the family, then won't the Kong family be under my control from now on? Kong Jianbang said with a half smile. Upon hearing this, Kong Jianchuan was momentarily stunned. He knew that Kong Jianbang had always harbored ambitions to usurp his position. However, he didn't expect him to choose today to make his move. If you dare to do that, the world will surely despise you, Kong Jianchuan said calmly after a brief pause. Ha! Kong Jianbang scoffed disdainfully. In this world, there are only victors and losers. Everything else is unimportant. Moreover, everyone is very busy and has no time to condemn me. As soon as Kong Jianbang finished speaking, he waved his hand. His followers stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kong Jianchuan was someone who had seen the world. Upon witnessing this scene, he remained unflustered. You all better think carefully, Kong Jianchuan warned loudly, looking at the people Kong Jianbang brought. If you really make a move today and fail, the consequences will be dire. Of course, if you repent now, I will also give you a chance. Kong Jianchuan thought that his words might sway someone, but to his surprise, the group brought by Kong Jianbang was resolute. Not a single person was influenced by his words. Stop wasting time, Kong Jianbang said with a mocking smile upon seeing this. Since everyone dares to follow me, they must have prepared themselves mentally. Moreover, they are also ready to go all in without turning back. Kong Jianchuan remained silent. However, he felt a deep sense of regret in his heart. This time, he had also brought quite a few people. But in terms of both quantity and quality, they were no match for Kong Jianbang. He never expected that Kong Jianbang would choose to strike today. He was given no opportunity to prepare. The most crucial point was that Kong Jianbang's plan was flawless. Kong Jianchuan had planted spies on Kong Jianbang's side. Yet, those spies were completely unaware of these developments. To be honest, Su Chen had little interest in this family drama. What he wanted most was to quickly enter the Liui Palace and find the entrance to Confucius's former residence. But now, the entrance to the palace was blocked by both parties. It was nearly impossible for Su Chen to slip in unnoticed at this moment. Let's fight, Su Chen thought to himself. Only when the waters are muddied can one fish more easily. So he wanted to sneak into the Liui Palace while the Kong family members were fighting. But these people were still hesitant to make a move. Enough with the damn chatter, hurry up and take action. Seeing that both Kong Jianchuan and Kong Jianbang were still talking, Su Chen really wanted to curse. Big brother. At that moment, someone walked up to Kong Jianbang and whispered, if we make a move now, it might not be a good thing. The person speaking was Kong Jianxi, Kong Jianbang's younger brother and also his strategist. What do you mean? Kong Jianbang looked at Kong Jianxi, his brow furrowed. Why can't we act at this moment? Besides being a strategist, Kong Jianxi was also the person Kong Jianbang trusted the most. Kong Jiangwo doesn't seem to have appeared yet, Kong Jianxi said. As soon as these words were spoken, Kong Jianbang clearly froze for a moment. He had felt that something was missing. It was only after Kong Jianxi's reminder that he remembered. What he had felt was missing was Kong Jiangwo. The status of Kong Jiangwo in Kong Jianxuan's heart was the same as that of Kong Jianxi in Kong Jianbang's heart. At such an important moment, it was absolutely impossible for Kong Jiangwo not to show up. Or rather, at this moment, Kong Jianbang seemed to have thought of something and he looked towards the. Are you suspecting that Kong Jiangwo has already entered the? Kong Jianxi asked. It's not impossible. One person goes in while another delays outside, Kong Jianbang said. How about I lead a team to scatter them and then you lead a team into the? Kong Jianxi suggested to Kong Jianbang. Kong Jianbang pondered. For a moment, for now, this is the only way. Kong Jianxi was also a decisive person. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted to the Kong family's collateral members, all collateral members of the Kong family, charge with me. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Prepare for battle. Kong Jianxuan shouted with a serious expression. The direct line of the family was also very decisive. They all drew their weapons and got ready for combat. Seeing this, Su Chen knew it was time for him to act. The qi within him began to circulate, ready for action at any moment. The chaos began. In the next second after the chaos started, Kong Jianbang led his people directly towards the Kong Jianxuan wanted to stop them. However, his people were now entangled in a melee with those led by Kong Jianxi. At this moment, he couldn't spare anyone to stop Kong Jianbang. He could only watch helplessly as Kong Jianbang's people rushed into the. Su Chen's actions followed closely behind Kong Jianbang's group as they entered the. Inside the, it was pitch black, but the darkness of the had no effect on Su Chen. With the enhancement of everything before Su Chen was as bright as day. Inside the Six Arts City, the spiritual energy was almost non-existent. Yet, the spiritual energy content within the Six Arts Palace was exceptionally high. Like a ghost, Su Chen silently followed behind Kong Jianbang and his group. After they stormed into the, they quickly rushed in one direction. When their group came to a stop, Su Chen also halted. What is that place? Seeing the group stop in front of a small hut, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. The small hut looked very shabby, as if it were a thatched house that had not been inhabited for a long time. Above the door of the hut, a character was written in a crooked manner. Su Chen carefully discerned it for a while. He discovered that the character was actually from the period of the Seven Warring States, specifically from the state of Lu. The meaning of the character was roughly, who will go in first? Kong Jianbang turned around, looking heavily at the crowd. Everyone fell silent. It was as if there were something terrifying inside the small hut. I'll go first. A member of the Kong family stepped forward. He walked straight into the hut. But after about 5 seconds, he walked out of the hut. He staggered, covered in blood, with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. From the looks of it, he seemed to have sustained serious injuries. Seeing this, Su Chen displayed a strange expression. After coming out of the hut, he was supported by someone. Who's next? Kong Jianbang seemed not to have noticed and continued to ask the crowd. Everyone remained silent. It wasn't that they were cowardly. Rather, they understood the danger of the small hut. The person who had just gone in was already considered one of the experts among them. But even so, he was still heavily injured. Let me do it. Another person stepped forward and walked towards the small house. Ding! A crisp sound quietly rang out 3 or 4 seconds later. Hearing this sound, Kong Jianbang smiled. Everyone, let's make the most of our time. Kong Jianbang turned back and coldly addressed the crowd. Our time is extremely precious. Their people should have already gone in quite a bit, so we can't afford to waste too much time here. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to enter the small house one by one. In less than 5 minutes, everyone Kong Jianbang brought had made their way through the small house. Among these people, 2/3 did not come out. The remaining third were all heavily injured. What on earth is in this small house? To be honest, Su Chen was very curious about the situation inside the small house. However, aside from curiosity, Su Chen also felt a bit anxious. Alright, it's my turn to step in. Anxiety aside, he couldn't miss this obvious opportunity. While the injured rested, Su Chen checked his mask. After confirming that the mask was on properly, he rushed towards the small house as fast as he could. Who goes there? At that moment, the injured noticed Su Chen and shouted sharply. They wanted to stop him, but they were all injured, powerless to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Su Chen dashed into the small house. Who is this person? His speed is so fast. He must be a master among the extraordinary. If he's from the head of the family, then he's definitely a big trouble for us. One of the injured analyzed. What should we do? Should we notify the boss? One of the injured asked nervously. Notifying won't help. The first injured person who analyzed shook his head. What is this place? Su-chen, who rushed into the small house, was taken aback, because he discovered that the small house was actually a different world. Before his eyes was a pitch-black void. This darkness was not the kind that comes from closing your eyes. It was the kind where if you close one eye, the other eye sees a hollow darkness. This near-blind state lasted a full 3 minutes. Ding! After 3 minutes, light appeared in this space. Although the light did not illuminate the entire space, it still allowed Su-chen to see the surroundings clearly. It was an enormous space, so vast that one could not see the end at a glance. In front of Su-chen, a table appeared. On the table lay a bow and 3 arrows. Pick up the bow and arrows and without moving, hit the red dot in the distance. You have 3 chances. As long as you hit it once, you can pass the shooting test. A vague voice suddenly echoed. The voice sounded close to his ear, yet it felt as if it were far away. Is it really that simple? After hearing the instructions, Su-chen thought to himself. But when the red dot appeared, he realized he was wrong. And very much so. The red dot was very small. From a distance, it looked like a sesame seed. If it were just small, it wouldn't matter. But the problem was that red dot was also moving. Hitting that red dot while it's moving is indeed quite a challenge. At this moment, Su-chen finally understood why so many people had failed the test. However, what puzzled Su-chen even more was why this test had caused so many injuries. Could it be that there's some punishment for failing? Just as Su-chen was pondering this, the voice rang out again. Countdown, start. 10, 9, 8. Su-chen, who was originally calm, suddenly panicked when he heard the countdown. He quickly picked up the bow, knocked an arrow, and shot towards the red dot. Clang! The arrow made a crisp sound before falling to the ground. Failure, the voice echoed. Su-chen certainly knew he had failed. After all, he had shot that arrow very casually. If he could hit the red dot like that, it would be a miracle. Learning from the first failure, Su-chen became tense for the second attempt. Knocking the bow, aiming, shooting. The red dot was just too small, so small that Su-chen couldn't aim at all. Thus, the second attempt also ended in failure. He now had only one chance left. Knocking the bow, aiming, taking a deep breath, shooting. The third attempt also failed. Challenge failed. Next, we will enter the punishment phase. If you can endure for 10 seconds during the punishment phase, then you still have a chance to pass. The voice rang out again. Su-chen recalled the injured people from before and immediately showed a nervous expression. Punishment begins. As the voice fell, Su-chen's expression grew serious. In the next second, he saw numerous red dots flying towards him. These red dots were extremely dense. Although he didn't know what these red dots were, he knew he had to dodge them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su-chen dodged the red dots, the sound of wind rushing past his ears. Now he could confirm what these red dots were. They're all arrows. Indeed, these red dots were arrows. The sheer number of arrows made Su-chen's head spin. He wanted to evade them, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to dodge so many red dots. Clang, clang, clang. The red dots struck Su-chen's body, making crisp sounds. Is it really this weak? Su-chen discovered that even when hit by the red dots, he remained unscathed. It wasn't that the red dots were weak, but rather that Su-chen's body was too strong. This strongest body in all realms was no joke. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. After the countdown ended, the red dots disappeared as well. Now, a scan of the body will be conducted. If no serious injuries are found, you will pass this test directly. As the voice fell, a red laser shot straight towards Su-chen. As the laser approached him, it began to rapidly enlarge. No injuries detected. Test passed. With the sound, the scenery before Su-chen began to change. Everything that had been there vanished without a trace. In its place was a very small room. Inside the room, besides the usual bed, table, and chair, there hung a longbow and 3 arrows. Su-chen then walked towards the door. After opening the door, he found himself in another palace within the 6 Arts Palace. This palace was filled with replicas of chariots from the spring and autumn period. Royal Palace? The royal in 6 Arts refers to chariots. That's why Su-chen could immediately tell this was the royal palace. What about the people who just passed? Su-chen activated his perception, his eyes scanning around, found them. He noticed that those who had just passed were now gathered in front of a chariot. The chariot looked very ancient. The body of the chariot was covered in marks from swords and knives. Many visitors believed this chariot was a replica. But the truth was, this chariot was not a replica. It was said to have been driven by a general during the spring and autumn period. At this moment, 2 people were standing on the chariot. One held the reins, while the other wielded a bow and arrow. Both had dazed eyes and serious expressions, as if they were on a battlefield. Ah! A scream pierced the air. The one responsible for shooting fell directly from the cart. Not only that, but upon hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was dark, as if he had sustained a severe injury. The other person continued to drive the cart. However, shortly after the first one fell, the driver also tumbled down. Unlike the previous person, this one did not spew blood. Though he didn't bleed, he also lost consciousness. Driving a war chariot? This is troublesome. To be honest, Su-Chen really didn't know how to drive a war chariot. The only reason he managed to pass the shooting test earlier was entirely due to his high physical strength. Without the help of the innate sacred body Dao, he wouldn't have been able to complete the first test at all. With the two falling from the chariot, Kong Jianbang's expression darkened. Those who passed the shooting test would be randomly teleported to one of the other 5 palaces. There were only 9 people who came with him to the U Palace. Among these 9, 4 had already failed in 2 groups. Next, they still had 3 groups that needed to complete the test. Even if the remaining 3 groups all passed, only 6 people would ultimately enter the old residence of Kong Shengxianxi. This was not good news for Kong Jianbang. After all, he had no idea how many people were around Kong Jiangwo. Let's go! Kong Jianbang knew that it was somewhat unnecessary to think about these things now. The most important thing was how to pass the current test of the U Palace. As soon as Kong Jianbang's words fell, 2 more groups stepped onto the chariot. Before long, they vanished right before Su-Chen's eyes. What's going on? Have they been teleported away? Su-Chen's eyes widened. Everything happening in the 6 Arts Palace was somewhat beyond his understanding. Finally past 2. Seeing the 2 disappear, Kong Jianbang visibly breathed a sigh of relief. You and I together. Kong Jianbang pointed to one person. That person nodded. After another 10 seconds, Kong Jianbang and that person also disappeared. Looks like another group has passed the test, Su-Chen thought to himself. Only the last group of 2 remained. Without Kong Jianbang supervising, these 2 began to hesitate. Come on, stop. Thinking, one person urged as he stepped up to the chariot. But the other person still hesitated. What are you still thinking about? Hurry up, the one by the chariot urged. I'm wondering if I'll get hurt too. You know, I don't want to get hurt. The hesitant one replied to the person by the chariot. Hearing this, the person by the chariot frowned slightly and scolded, Aren't you afraid of being punished? The hesitant one continued to waver. Suddenly, at that moment, the expression on the hesitant one's face changed dramatically. To be honest, you might not believe it. Actually, I'm with the family head. Upon hearing this, the people by the battlefield were taken aback. Not only the person by the chariot was stunned, but even Su-Chen and the injured individuals were also shocked. Wow, a double agent. Su-Chen didn't expect to witness such a dramatic scene at this moment. He rubbed his hands together, revealing an expression of someone watching a show. Damn it, the person by the chariot cursed loudly. The thing I hate most in this life is people like you, a traitor. After saying that, he charged straight towards the traitor. The traitor, however, wore a confident expression. Do you think I would reveal my identity if I wasn't prepared? The traitor said mockingly. The other person seemed to ignore his words and continued to rush towards him recklessly. Come out, the traitor shouted. The voice fell, and suddenly, numerous figures rushed out from all around. Su-Chen roughly counted and found there were about 7 or 8 people. Ha ha ha, Kong Jianbang's people are really stupid. Our people have long been ambushed, just waiting for you to take the bait. Next, there's a good show to watch. I don't know who gave you the courage to dare to rebel against the family head. As soon as these people appeared, they exuded a strong villainous aura. The person who had been standing by the war chariot now wore a grim expression. He never expected to be ambushed in this place. If you surrender now, I might let you off the hook, the traitor said smugly. Surrender? That's absolutely impossible. Even facing enemies several times his number, the man's expression remained resolute. In that case, goodbye. The traitor had already charged close to the man. He clenched his right fist and swung it towards the man's face. The man's reaction was quick, he dodged the punch with a swift movement. You've got some skill, the traitor couldn't help but laugh. Hey, the man coldly smiled and replied to the traitor, not much skill, but it's enough to deal with someone like you. After saying this, the man prepared to counterattack. Stop wasting time. Everyone attack together and take him down, one of the ambushers shouted in dissatisfaction. Yes. The others wasted no time and quickly surrounded the man. Once surrounded, they began to attack him. In less than a minute, the man was defeated. Even in defeat, he shouted defiantly, Traitor, the boss will never let you go. The traitor looked at him disdainfully and said, It seems like you're the real traitor. Indeed, they were the ones who had betrayed the family first. Enough. One of the ambushers waved his hand and began to give orders. Leave 2 people to guard them. The rest, prepare for the test with me. Yes. Whether it was due to the strength of this group or sheer luck, all 3 teams passed the test. After they all passed, Su-Chen quietly began to move towards the war chariot. His movements were slow and very discreet, so it wasn't until he reached the side of the war chariot that people noticed him. Who is it? The people on Kong Jianxuan's side shouted as they spotted Su-Chen. Ignoring them, Su-Chen jumped onto the battlefield. In an instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. He was now on a battlefield, dressed in military attire. He resembled an incredibly valiant general. Drive the war chariot. Pass through the battlefield unscathed. That voice echoed in Su-Chen's ears. Once more. Go! Without a second thought, Su Chen flicked the reins. The two warhorses in front charged forward. Whoosh! 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 Countless arrows shot in from the distance. Su Chen neither dodged nor evaded, driving the war chariot steadily through the battlefield. Is it really this easy? Su Chen was surprised himself. Was this test simple? Of course not. If it were simple, so many people wouldn't have been seriously injured because of it. The reason Su Chen felt it was easy was due to the protagonist's halo at play. Without a protagonist's halo, Su Chen wouldn't even be able to control the war chariot. However, all of that was clearly no longer important. Test passed. As the voice sounded, the scene before Su Chen changed once. Again, he found himself in a small square. He looked around. In the center of the small square, there stood a thatched cottage. The cottage looked very ordinary. Yet, at this moment, this seemingly ordinary thatched cottage was emitting a strange glow. Faintly, it seemed one could still hear a voice singing. The sound was ethereal, making it feel quite unreal. In front of the thatched cottage, a number of people were in a standoff. The leaders of both sides were familiar to Su Chen. One was Kong Jiangwo and the other was Kong Jianbang. Both sides appeared tense, creating a very charged atmosphere. Kong Jiangwo's side held the advantage. They occupied the position right in front of the thatched cottage. I say, Kong Jianbang, it seems you've arrived late. Kong Jiangwo mocked with a smile. Kong Jiangwo, you'd better step aside now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Kong Jianbang shouted loudly at Kong Jiangwo. Kong Jiangwo merely scoffed. Why should I step aside? Because you're older? Because you don't bathe? Despite his usual serious demeanor, Kong Jiangwo was quite skilled at mocking others. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being merciless. Kong Jianbang continued to shout. Brotherly feelings? Upon hearing this, Kong Jiangwo found it amusing. If you truly cared about brotherly feelings, you wouldn't betray the master. The master is unkind, why shouldn't I betray him? Kong Jianbang replied with a cold smile. The master has treated you well, Kong Jiangwo said, somewhat lacking in confidence as he spoke. Has he really treated us well? Kong Jianbang sneered, his face showing anger. Whether it's martial arts or various opportunities, any good thing is reserved for your direct line. What about us collateral branches? We can only pick up the scraps on the side. You call that treating us well? Kong Jianbang's anger had indeed been building for quite some time. The accumulation of dissatisfaction and the expansion of desire led him to decide to overthrow Kong Jinshuan. Enough with that nonsense. Kong Jiangwo was well aware of these matters. Deep down, he felt somewhat guilty. Since you've already rebelled, saying more at this point is useless. All that belongs to the master. Attack directly. With Kong Jiangwo's command, his side quickly drew their weapons. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. Su Chen's plan this time was still to sit back and watch the fight. After all, no matter who won or lost, it wouldn't have much impact on him. His main purpose for coming here was to seek the opportunities in Six Arts City. Just as Su Chen was engrossed in watching, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He instinctively looked in a certain direction. He saw, in a corner of the square, a small tree. The tree was not tall, about 2 meters high. Its branches were thin, and there were very few twigs. If this small tree were placed outside, it would certainly be very inconspicuous. Some people might not even glance at it a second time. Yet, this unremarkable little tree stirred Su Chen's emotions, because he saw that hanging from the small tree was a fruit. The fruit was about the size of a sweet melon. Its color and the patterns on it resembled that of a watermelon. Exotic fruit. Su Chen was certain that this was an exotic fruit. However, judging by its appearance, it seemed not to be fully ripe yet. Upon discovering the exotic fruit, Su Chen found the grand spectacle before him suddenly unappealing. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, he quietly made his way toward the direction of the exotic fruit. The chaotic battle continued, and the fighting was fierce. Kong Jianbang's side had no advantage at all, being completely suppressed by Kong Jiangwo's side throughout the fight. As the chaos persisted, Su Chen had already stealthily approached the small tree amidst the darkness. He found a very inconspicuous corner and quietly waited. He knew that the fruits on the small tree were not yet fully ripe, so what he had to do next was wait. The chaotic battle soon came to an end. The people on Kong Jianbang's side suffered a crushing defeat. All of his people were heavily injured, but Kong Jiangwo did not order their execution. The Kong family was a large clan. There were connections, more or less, between everyone. The key point was that the family head was not here at the moment, so there were many things he could not decide. Leave 3 people to guard the others. The rest of you, spread out. Search the small square thoroughly, don't miss anything. Yes. As soon as Kong Jiangwo's order was given, the remaining people began to search around. Kong Jiangwo then looked towards the direction of the thatched cottage. When will this door open? In fact, when he first arrived here, he had thought about trying to open the door of the thatched cottage, but he found that the seemingly weak wooden door could not be opened no matter how much strength he exerted. He knew that the time had not yet come. He let others search around while he quietly waited for the right moment. This is troublesome. Su Chen frowned slightly as he watched Kong Jangwo's people start searching. The area of the small square was not very large. Moreover, their search speed was not slow at all. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they reached Su Chen's side. It seems I need to prepare for a fight. Su Chen took out the Woyo finger tiger from the system and put it on his hand. He then clenched his fists. Ready for battle. Boss, look what I found. A member of the Kong family near the small tree shouted excitedly. The small square was already quiet. His loud shout instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. People turned to look in his direction. Kong Jangwo was no exception. When he saw the small tree, his eyes lit up. Others did not know what the fruits on the small tree were, but he was very clear. As a high-ranking member of the Kong family and a trusted aide to the family head, he knew many things that others did not. Everyone, don't move. At this moment, Kong Jangwo shouted loudly. Let me go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jangwo walked towards the small tree. Su Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this. He could tell that Kong Jangwo knew something. Acting first? Or? Su Chen began to hesitate. There were many people from the Kong family, but Su Chen was still very confident that he could take them all down. However, Kong Jangwo was a big trouble for Su Chen. If Su Chen was not mistaken, Kong Jangwo's realm should be the same as his, both at the third level of Qi cultivation. Su Chen was not very clear about his specific strength, but if a fight really broke out, Su Chen would definitely not be able to escape in a short time. Whether it was the old residence of Kong Shengxianxi or the strange fruits in front of him, Su Chen wanted to claim them for himself. However, once he got entangled with Kong Jangwo, he was very likely to end up with nothing. As Kong Jangwo walked towards the small tree, he did not forget to leave a trusted aide at the entrance of Kong Shengxianxi's old residence. As Kong Jangwo got closer to the small tree, his subordinate left at the old residence suddenly shouted, "The door is open." As soon as these words came out, Kong Jangwo immediately stopped and turned around. Sure enough, the door of the thatched cottage had already opened. "Don't just stand there, come in with me," Kong Jangwo shouted and rushed towards the thatched cottage. In Kong Jangwo's view, no matter how good the strange fruits on the small tree were, they could not compare to the things inside the old residence. After calling out, Kong Jangwo and the members of the Kong family rushed towards the thatched cottage. For some reason, Su Chen found himself in a dilemma at that moment. If it's not right, then it's not right. Su Chen gritted his teeth and went straight to the small tree, picking the fruit from it. What he did was indeed a waste of resources. But having something was better than having nothing. After storing the strange fruit in the system, Su Chen dashed towards the small door of the thatched cottage. Aside from the three unfortunate souls left to guard, everyone else had entered the cottage, so no one stopped Su Chen. As soon as Su Chen rushed into the thatched cottage, the scene before him suddenly changed. What's going on? Su Chen looked around in confusion. At that moment, he found himself by the sea. The sounds of birds chirping and waves crashing filled the air. Where is this place? Su Chen looked around, trying to find some reference points. After searching for a while, he indeed found a reference point. It was a very large archway. At the top of the archway, there was a plaque. On the plaque, several large characters were clearly written. Xiao Shengxian Zhuang. Seeing these characters, Su Chen's eyes widened. He stared at the archway in shock, unable to believe it. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Before his rebirth, he had heard of this place, Xiao Shengxian Zhuang. Xiao Shengxian Zhuang was a sacred site of Confucianism. It was said to have appeared shortly after the revival of spiritual energy. At that time, it was located by the East Sea. It was said to be shrouded in righteous energy all year round. Moreover, passers-by could hear the sound of reading coming from within. Not only that, but Xiao Shengxian Zhuang also had another benefit. As long as Confucian disciples practiced there, whether it was cultivating techniques or improving their realms, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Su Chen had seen what Xiao Shengxian Zhuang looked like. Back then, it was grand and awe-inspiring. But the Xiao Shengxian Zhuang before him did not have that grand feeling. The archway was tall, but most of the paint on it had already peeled off. The golden characters of Xiao Shengxian Zhuang appeared very dull under the sunlight. What's going on? Su Chen was puzzled. While Su Chen was in doubt, he saw Kong Jangwo leading the Kong family members towards Xiao Shengxian Zhuang. Although they were far away, Su Chen could still hear their discussions. The legendary Xiao Shengxian Zhuang actually exists. I never dreamed that Xiao Shengxian Zhuang would be hidden in our ancestors' old residence. This must be the work of some great power. From that era, as a disciple of the Kong family, being able to visit this Confucian sacred site is truly a great honor for me. The members of the Kong family laughed in disgust as if the Xiao Shengxian Zhuang before them was just a tourist spot. They were quite relaxed. However, Kong Jangwo, as their elder brother, was very cautious. He stopped and turned back, scolding, "Although this place is our Confucian sacred site, none of us have been here before. Whether this place is dangerous, none of us know. So from now on, you must be fully alert, no one can be careless." Kong Jangwo's words were stern. Yet, the people present seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Yes, they responded verbally, but their expressions remained indifferent. Kong Jangwo also knew that saying more at this time was useless. They would only realize the seriousness of the problem once they experienced it themselves. Kong Jangwo said no more and carefully led them into Shaoshang Xian Zhuang. Su Chen concealed his figure and cautiously followed behind them. Behind the archway is a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor is the sea. Passing through the corridor, there is a building meant for welcoming guests. The building is well ventilated on all sides. By the East China Sea, the climate is like spring all year round. A gentle breeze blows, bringing a refreshing coolness. Upon entering this welcoming building, people comfortably squint their eyes. Someone is following us. At that moment, Kong Jangwo suddenly turned around. In fact, he had sensed something earlier, but at that time he wasn't very sure. However, just now, that feeling had grown stronger. What? Someone is following us? Could it be someone from Kong Jianbang? Aren't all of Kong Jianbang's people injured? Could there still be someone hiding in the shadows? If it really is someone from Kong Jianbang, then that would be troublesome. Troublesome, my foot. There are at most just a few of them. With so many of us, are we really afraid of them? Kong Jangwo said nothing, just kept glancing back. This place has a wide view. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find any trace of others. Could it be that I misjudged? Kong Jangwo frowned, doubting his earlier feeling. His younger brothers also looked around but found no signs of anyone else. The reason Su Chen wasn't discovered by them was that he was currently beneath this building. Beneath this building is the sea. When Kong Jangwo felt something earlier, Su Chen had already jumped into the sea. Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't find Su Chen, Kong Jangwo let out a slight sigh and said with a hint of self-mockery, "Maybe I'm just too nervous." After resting for a while in the welcoming building, the group continued on. Su Chen, meanwhile, was silently following them from beneath the water. Soon, the group arrived at an open area. This open area resembled a garden where people would usually rest. Perhaps due to a long time without care, the flowers and plants in the garden had all withered. The only thing visible in this garden was a variety of weeds. Split up and search, see if we can find anything valuable, Kong Jangwo instructed everyone. At this moment, Su Chen also reached the shore. He first used qi to evaporate the water on his body. Then he concealed himself nearby. Without a target, the Kong family members began to flail about like headless flies. Su Chen was somewhat similar. However, Su Chen's luck was much better than theirs at the moment. While passing by a building, Su Chen felt something and directly walked inside. The interior of this building looked like someone's study. Inside, Su Chen unexpectedly found a map of the little sage villa. This luck is absurdly good. After obtaining the map, Su Chen was very happy. After all, having the map meant he wouldn't have to wander around like a headless fly anymore. The map clearly marked all areas of the little sage villa: library, armory, stable. Su Chen looked through them one by one. Finally, his gaze settled on the library. As a Confucian holy site, the library likely housed many important Confucian texts or techniques, so designating it as his primary target was definitely the right choice. Following the map's instructions, Su Chen quickly arrived near the library. The area where the library was located was also overgrown with weeds. Su Chen struggled through the thicket and directly arrived in front of the library. The library is a 5-story building. Its architectural style clearly reflects the characteristics of the Warring States period. Standing in front of the library door, Su Chen pushed the door with force. Creak! The library's door was surprisingly easy for Su Chen to push open. As soon as the door opened, dust fell directly from it, landing all over Su Chen. He simply brushed it off and walked into the library. Upon entering, he saw numerous wooden bookshelves. These wooden shelves, made of an unknown material, showed no signs of decay after all these years. The shelves were filled with many books, all covered in dust. Su Chen casually picked one up. It was a very common Confucian text. He put the book down and continued to browse. None of the books on the first floor were related to cultivation. Su Chen was not discouraged and went straight to the second floor. Unlike the first floor, which was filled with bookshelves and books, the second floor had very few shelves. Moreover, the material used for the shelves was different from that on the first floor. The shelves on the second floor also appeared to be made of wood, but the wood used was a very dark type. Su Chen was not sure what kind of wood it was, but after touching it, he realized it was definitely valuable. The books on the second floor were evidently much more precious than those on the first. Almost all the books here were important Confucian classics, with some even being lost to time. However, even the lost texts did not pique Su Chen's interest. No matter how valuable these classics were, they were not worth much to him. What mattered most to Su Chen were things that could enhance his realm, cultivation, and combat power. Since the books on the second floor held no value, he could only head to the third floor. Compared to the second floor, there were even fewer shelves on the third. After a brief look, disappointment crossed Su Chen's face again. The third floor was also filled with classics, some of which only existed in legends. Among the many texts, he even spotted a book personally compiled by Confucius himself. If this book were taken outside, it would surely incite a frenzy among people. The texts on this floor were beyond monetary value. Yet, even though these classics were worth a fortune, Suchen still felt no interest. After all, his goal was not these texts. Could it be on the 4th floor? Suchen looked towards the stairs. After being disappointed from the 1st to the 3rd floor, he could only place his hopes on the floors above. Standing before the stairs, Suchen took a deep breath. I hope the 4th floor won't let me down. After muttering to himself, he began to climb the stairs. Before long, he reached the 4th floor of the library. Whether it was due to Suchen's prayers or some other reason, a smile appeared on his face as soon as he arrived on the 4th floor. There were even fewer shelves and books, but the materials used for the shelves were of higher quality. Suchen casually walked to a shelf. Gently brushing off the dust from a book, the title came into view. Gentleman's Sword. Suchen eagerly opened the first page. It's a sword technique. This was a low-grade earth-level sword technique. A low-grade earth-level sword technique was not enough to catch Suchen's eye, yet he was very happy, because he knew this was just the beginning. He returned the Gentleman's Sword to its original place and picked up another book. This was still a low-grade earth-level cultivation method. Suchen put it back and continued searching. But the more he searched, the more disappointed he became. Almost all the books on this floor were earth-level cultivation methods. Most were low-grade, a few were mid-grade, and very few were high-grade. With no other choice, Suchen had to place his hopes on the 5th floor. What is rather strange is that after searching for half a day, Suchen still couldn't find the entrance to the 5th floor. Is there really no 5th floor here? Suchen frowned, feeling very puzzled. At the same time, he did not forget to release his chi. As soon as the chi was released, Suchen discovered that there was indeed a 5th floor in this library. However, getting to the 5th floor was not an easy task. Of course, this so-called difficulty was only for others. Asterisk because the connection point between the 4th and 5th floors was merely a hemp rope. The rope was very thin, roughly equivalent to an adult's thumb. In other words, to enter the 5th floor, one must climb up a rope. Of course, if you were strong enough, you could also jump directly up. However, the height between the 4th and 5th floors was extremely high. For Suchen, jumping up was not a simple matter. So he had to choose to climb up the rope. Just as Suchen was trying to climb to the 5th floor, the members of the Kong family began to gather outside the library. Just a moment ago, a disciple from the Kong family had discovered the existence of the library. After discovering the library, he immediately reported this matter to Kong Zhenghua. Upon learning of this, Kong Zhenghua wasted no time and directly summoned everyone. After counting the number of people, he led them to the library. Boss, the disciple who had reported earlier said, pointing to the entrance of the library. Before I came to find you, I had scouted this place. I suspect someone has already gone in. Hearing this, Kong Zhenghua looked in the direction the disciple pointed. The library had not been visited for many years. Many places at the entrance were covered with dead grass and dust. However, upon closer inspection, he found some areas had traces of footprints. Seeing this, Kong Zhenghua immediately became alert. He looked around, revealing a thoughtful expression. It seems my feeling was correct. After us, someone indeed came in. After saying this, Kong Zhenghua looked at the others. There are other people inside this library. I don't know if this person is from Kong Jianbong's side or someone else. So when we enter the library later, you must be careful. Yes. Hearing Kong Zhenghua's instructions, everyone clasped their fists in agreement. Enter. Seeing that everyone was getting tense, Kong Zhenghua then walked into the library. Asterisk everyone closely followed behind Kong Zhenghua, entering in single file. Once inside the library, Kong Zhenghua noticed that some of the books on the shelves had been disturbed. Asterisk that person must have gone up. Kong Zhenghua looked towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Asterisk hurry up and see if there is anything valuable here. If there is, take it with you. If not, gather at the stairway entrance quickly. In 3 minutes, regardless of whether you find anything or not, we must gather at the stairway entrance. After Kong Zhenghua finished speaking, he began to search. The other members of the Kong family did the same. As mentioned before, the 1st floor was mostly filled with Confucian classics. There really weren't many valuable items. In 3 minutes, everyone had hardly taken anything. After a quick headcount, the group began to move towards the 2nd floor. Library, 4th floor. Suchen's climbing speed was very slow, and at this moment he was still quite a distance from the 5th floor. It wasn't that Suchen didn't want to climb faster, but the reality simply didn't allow it. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the hemp rope was very fragile. Suchen was very careful with every move he made while climbing. Because of this, his speed became extremely slow. However, fortunately, he was now very close to the 5th floor. About 5 minutes later, Suchen finally climbed to the 5th floor. What's going on? Upon reaching the 5th floor, Suchen was taken aback. The situation on the 5th floor exceeded his expectations by far. He had thought that the 5th floor would be similar to the 4th, filled with numerous bookshelves. But the reality was that there were no bookshelves at all on the 5th floor. Not only were there no bookshelves, but there wasn't even a single book. Although the 5th floor lacked bookshelves and books, in the very center stood a statue carved from white jade. The statue was tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling of the 5th floor. Above the statue was a glass made of crystal. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the statue perfectly. Under the sunlight, the statue appeared extremely sacred. Could this person be Confucius? Whether in the original world or this one, Su Chen had never seen Confucius. However, the statue before him resembled the ones he had seen before. Regardless of whether this was Confucius or not, it wouldn't hurt to pay his respects. Thinking this, Su Chen approached the statue with a respectful demeanor. Upon reaching the statue, Su Chen bent down and knelt. He did not kneel to ghosts or deities, but he certainly would kneel to this sage of humanity. The reason was simple. This sage had left behind many significant legacies in the history of China. He bowed 3 times. Slowly, Su Chen rose. The moment he stood up, he suddenly felt something was off. In one corner of the 5th floor, a small door was slowly opening. The door was small, just enough for one person to pass through. What's going on? A strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Could there be something I want inside that door? He then walked towards the door. Inside was a space of only a few dozen square meters. The space contained a table, a chair, and a bed. Even though time had passed, the furniture remained spotless. On the table, Su Chen saw a book. Could this book be something valuable? He quickly walked to the table and opened the book. It was a very ordinary book. The content within was more of a travelogue than a martial arts manual. The travelogue recorded many interesting things. Could this be Confucius's travelogue? Su Chen was taken aback. Confucius had traveled through China in his youth. I set out from the land of Qi and Lu. The travelogue not only recorded the amusing anecdotes of Confucius's travels but also some very peculiar content. For instance, the Little Sage's Abode. The original name of this place was not Little Sage's Abode. Confucius did not know what it was specifically called. He only knew that this place was very suitable for cultivation. So he stayed here for a while. During his time here, he not only comprehended many things but also gained numerous opportunities. He suspected that this place had once been the residence of a powerful figure from ancient times. He lived here for a whole year. When he left, he used great supernatural powers to hide it. After he became a sage, he used his powers again to conceal it within his old residence. Besides these, Su Chen also discovered that within this Little Sage's abode, there seemed to be a very strange place. That place was in a very secluded area of the Little Sage's abode. In that place, whether for cultivation or comprehension, the results were doubled, with half the effort. Moreover, that place held many opportunities. However, getting into that place is not an easy task. When Su Chen saw this, he smiled. This travelogue is definitely a treasure. To Confucius, this book was merely a travelogue. But in Su Chen's eyes, this travelogue was an undeniable treasure map. It recorded many ruins, secret realms, and some unknown places. These places are extremely dangerous, but the danger also brings very rich rewards. After securing the travelogue, Su Chen prepared to leave the same way he came. Just as he was about to climb down the hemp rope, he heard some commotion coming from the 4th floor. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be on the 5th floor now. How did he get up there? Did he climb the hemp rope? That rope is so thin, how could he possibly climb up? The other party might be a master, so he managed to climb up. Hearing these words, Su Chen knew that his whereabouts had already been discovered by the Kong family. However, he was not the least bit flustered. After all, he was on the 5th floor, while the Kong family was on the 4th. To get from the 4th to the 5th floor, they could only use the hemp rope. As long as Su Chen guarded the entrance, they wouldn't be able to come up at all. I know you're up there. At this moment, Kong Jiangwo's voice rang out. As long as you come down, we will let this matter go. While Kong Jiangwo shouted, he exchanged glances with the other members of the Kong family. Everyone understood and placed their hands on their weapons. As soon as Su Chen dared to come down, they would strike immediately and kill him. Su Chen ignored Kong Jiangwo. He kept moving around the 5th floor, trying to find another exit. Hurry up and come down, my patience is very limited. Kong Jiangwo continued to pressure Su Chen. If you come down now, I won't kill you. At most, I'll just make you hand over what you've obtained. I'll give you 3 minutes to think. If you don't come down in 3 minutes, then I'll let my people rush up and kill you. Kong Jiangwo was using a typical mix of soft and hard tactics, but Su Chen still ignored him. He didn't believe that there was only one exit on the 5th floor. Even with the enhancement of external energy and the ability to communicate with the ethereal, Su Chen still couldn't find another exit. Do I have to fight them? If there were no other exits, then the only choice left would be to fight. With Su Chen's strength, he wasn't afraid of a confrontation with them. The only reason he didn't want to fight was simply that he didn't want to waste time. Just as Su Chen was searching for a new exit, one of the Kong family members had already started to quietly climb the hemp rope. Are you still not planning to come down? The 3-minute countdown is almost over. If you don't come down, once we get up there, we'll let you experience what it means to wish for death. If I were you, I wouldn't struggle anymore. Because we have the numbers, no matter how much you struggle, it will be useless. The members of the Kong family were still shouting wildly at Su Chen. Their shouting was not really meant to make Su Chen come down. It was to attract Su Chen's attention, allowing their people to climb up smoothly. While they were shouting, Su Chen had already searched several times. He had not found any other exits. Since there aren't any, then I can only choose to leave through the only exit. As Su Chen thought this, he summoned the system and took out the Wuyo finger tiger, putting it on his hand. After putting on the Wuyo finger tiger, Su Chen planned to slide down the hemp rope, but just as he reached the entrance, he noticed the rope was swaying. He sent out a wisp of energy to probe the situation of the rope. As soon as the energy was released, Su Chen understood the reason for the swaying hemp rope. Interesting. Daring to climb up in a situation like this, Su Chen stood at the entrance, watching the swaying rope. A fierce smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you dare to come up, I don't mind sending you to meet the king of hell. Having lived a second life, Su Chen possessed a ruthlessness far beyond that of his peers. If the Kong family really managed to come up, he would definitely suffer. Rather than wait for that, he might as well take the initiative. The person was climbing at an extremely slow pace. Su Chen waited for nearly 5 minutes before the other party slowly climbed to the remaining 1/5. Here they come. Su Chen had been on high alert, waiting for the other to ascend. Just as the other was about to come up, Su Chen raised his hand and threw a punch at their head. Bang! His fist struck the person's head. Ah! The person couldn't withstand the force and fell directly down. Bang! The sound of landing echoed. Damn! You really should die. Soon after, Kong Jangwo's furious roar came from below. Su Chen's punch hadn't caused much harm to the other, but the fall from such a height had directly sent them to their demise. I don't care who you are, you have completely enraged me now. From now on, no matter what, I will definitely kill you. The words shouted by Kong Jangwo seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. He was furious, extremely furious. Clearly, he had the numbers and the advantage. Yet, without even seeing the other party, one of his men had already been killed. This was absolutely unacceptable for Kong Jangwo. But aside from anger, what he felt more was helplessness. There was only one entrance from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. To go up, one had to climb the hemp rope. The other party was waiting above the rope. As soon as one person made it up, they would definitely be knocked down by the other. Right now, Kong Jangwo felt like his fist was hitting cotton, powerful but ineffective. To be honest, this feeling of being powerless was truly frustrating. Boss, what should we do? A member of the Kong family asked Kong Jangwo. How the hell should I know what to do? Kong Jangwo cursed inwardly. But no matter how displeased he was, he couldn't show it on his face. Let me think. Kong Jangwo fell into deep thought. To be honest, he didn't have any good ideas at the moment. The situation had reached a stalemate. Once it was clear that Kong Jangwo was no longer planning to send anyone to climb, Su Chen continued to search for other exits. He had felt every wall. There were no gaps in the walls. This meant that secret passages or hidden doors did not exist. He had also searched other areas. Confucius, please give me a hint. In desperation, Su Chen could only seek help from Confucius. Whether it was a coincidence or for some other reason, at the moment Su Chen called out to Confucius, a ray of sunlight happened to fall on him. In the shadows, Confucius's finger was pointing to a specific spot. By some strange twist of fate, Su Chen walked towards the place Confucius indicated. When he arrived there, Gaomu discovered that the floor had a gap. The floors here all had gaps, but the gap in front of him was unlike any other. Su Chen poked at the gap with his hand. He found that the gap could actually be pressed down. Then he exerted force suddenly. The floor with the gap was directly pried up by Su Chen. Once the floor was removed, a small hole that one person could pass through was revealed. Below the hole was a corner of the 4th floor. This corner was very secluded. Generally, no one would pay attention to this place. This corner was not only remote but also a visual blind spot. After confirming that no one had noticed him here, Su Chen jumped down directly from the opening without a second thought. With the support of his chi, Su Chen landed on the ground effortlessly. Once on the ground, he made not a sound. This place was not only a visual blind spot but also allowed him to observe the movements of Kong Jangwo and his group. At this moment, Kong Jangwo's people were still troubled about how to get to the 5th floor. Boss, one of Kong Jangwo's men said helplessly, why don't we just give up? Did Kong Jangwo want to give up? Of course, he did. But in front of so many subordinates, no matter how much he wanted to give up, he couldn't show it openly. No way. Kong Jangwo shouted with tears in his eyes and a face full of rage. He killed one of my brothers. I must tear him to pieces. His appearance moved all the Kong family disciples present deeply. This was exactly the effect Kong Jangwo wanted. This Kong Jangwo really is a master of acting. Su Chen, as an observer, shook his head with a cold smile. Whether he was acting or not didn't matter at all. What mattered was that someone bought into it. Su Chen observed for a while longer. Seeing that the Kong family members were still entangled in how to get to the 5th floor, he prepared to leave the 4th floor quietly. But then the problem arose. How could he leave the 4th floor without making a sound? Whether it was Kong Jangwo's calculations or some other reason, there was actually a Kong family disciple stationed at the stairs leading to the third floor. This meant that if Su Chen wanted to take the stairs, he would have to pass by this Kong family disciple. The strength of this Kong family disciple was only at the 5th or 6th level of innate power. Defeating him on the stairs would indeed be a very simple task for Su Chen. However, once Su Chen got close to this Kong family disciple, he would definitely shout out immediately. At that point, the other Kong family members would surely notice. If it came to that, Su Chen would fall into endless trouble. Su Chen was very afraid of trouble, so he had to think of a foolproof method. His eyes kept wandering near the Kong family disciple. Soon, his gaze fixed on a bookshelf. The bookshelf was less than 3 meters away from the Kong family disciple. If Su Chen sprinted with all his might, he could definitely get close to the Kong family disciple in no time. As long as he could get close to the Kong family disciple, things would become much easier. Thinking this, Su Chen began to quietly move towards the bookshelf. The Kong family members brought by. Kong Jangwo probably didn't expect that Su Chen had already arrived on the 4th floor. Therefore, the Kong family disciple guarding the stairs was also in a relaxed and leisurely state. Closer. At this moment, Su Chen had reached the bookshelf closest to the Kong family disciple. The Kong family disciple was still leisurely looking around. Faintly, Su Chen even heard the disciple's complaints. What's the use of having me guard this place? This Kong family disciple also wanted to be by Kong Jangwo's side. The reason was simple. Being by Kong Jangwo's side meant he could gain benefits first. Bad luck, the disciple continued to complain. But at that moment, Su Chen charged out directly. Upon seeing Su Chen, the disciple's mouth opened wide, wanting to shout. But in a state of fully activated chi, Su Chen didn't give him a chance to shout at all. As he approached the Kong family disciple, Su Chen immediately covered his mouth. Then, with his other hand, he swiftly grabbed the disciple's neck. With a sudden burst of strength, the disciple fainted instantly. Su Chen caught him and gently laid him on the ground. After that, he dragged the unconscious disciple of the Kong family to a more secluded spot to prevent other members of the Kong family from discovering him. Once he had done all this, Su Chen quietly made his way to the stairway and headed down to the 3rd floor. He was very cautious while walking the distance from the 4th floor to the 3rd. Fortunately, there were no guards left by Kong Jangwo on the 3rd floor. Thus, Su Chen arrived at the 1st floor of the library. He paused at the entrance. Just a moment ago, while using his chi to scout, he had discovered that there were actually 2 people stationed outside the entrance. The cultivation levels of these 2 were probably at the 8th or 9th level of the innate stage. Among the many disciples of the Kong family, they could be considered experts. 2 experts at the 8th or 9th level of the innate stage. Dealing with both of them without being detected was not a simple task even for Su Chen now. Let me think. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Got it. At that moment, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He casually picked a book from a nearby shelf and then threw it forcefully to the ground. Bang! The sound of the book hitting the floor was very soft. If it were an ordinary person outside, they might not even hear it. But the ones stationed outside were not ordinary humans, they were extraordinary beings. No matter how faint the sound, they could hear it clearly. What's going on? Did you hear something? Asked Kong Linshan, one of the disciples stationed at the door, while the other was Kong Linhai. The one who spoke just now was Kong Linshan. I think I heard something too, Kong Linhai replied after a moment of thought, nodding his head. Should we go take a look? Kong Linshan asked Kong Linhai. Kong Linhai waved his hand dismissively. This place is old and dilapidated, it's probably just something that fell. To be honest, aren't you being a bit too cautious? Better to be cautious, Kong Linshan replied, clearly more careful than Kong Linhai. After all, there's still a master hidden in this library. Maybe that sound was made by that master accidentally. Kong Linhai looked at Kong Linshan with disdain and said, You just said he's a master. If he's a master, how could he be so careless as to make a sound? If you want to go check it out, then go ahead. To be honest, I'm feeling quite frustrated right now. In fact, the 2 of them were even more frustrated than the person guarding the stairway on the 4th floor. If something good was found in the library, the person guarding the 4th floor stairway would at least have some chance of obtaining it. But for them, there was practically no chance at all. Alright then. Kong Linshan understood Kong Linhai's frustration and patted him on the shoulder. Then I'll go take a look. Kong Linhai nodded. Then Kong Linshan reached for his weapon with his right hand while quietly pushing open the door to the library with his left. Once inside the library, Kong Linshan began searching for the exact location where the sound had come from. After finding it, he cautiously walked over. Did you find anything? Kong Linhai's voice called from outside the door when Kong Linshan was still some distance away from the source of the sound. Not there yet, Kong Linshan shouted back. After shouting, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Before long, he found the spot where the item had fallen. When he saw that it was a book, Kong Linshan visibly sighed in relief. But upon further reflection, he felt something was off. Because this place had no bookshelves. Just as he was about to say something, Su Chen had already appeared behind him. This time, Su Chen intended to use the same trick again, but Kong Linshan did not give him the chance to do so. The moment Su Chen arrived behind Kong Linshan, he turned around. When he saw the Sun Wukong mask on Su Chen's face, he was clearly startled. Shocking Heaven Fist. With no chance for a sneak attack, Su Chen decided to confront him head-on. The Shocking Heaven Fist was unleashed. Kong Linshan immediately went on the defensive. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck Kong Linshan's crossed arms. Kong Linshan was directly knocked back several steps by Su Chen's blow. What a heavy punch! Kong Linshan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Su Chen. Just now, he had defended with all his might. Yet even so, that punch had almost broken his arms. Who are you? Kong Linshan asked a very foolish question. I'm your dad. Su Chen was quite the character, effortlessly throwing out witty remarks. Kong Linshan's face darkened. Old hi, come help. I found that master. Kong Linshan knew he was no match for Su Chen, so at this moment he could only choose to call for Kong Linhai's assistance. Hearing the shout, Kong Linhai drew his weapon and rushed in without a second thought. Both of their weapons were 3-foot-long swords. The swords gleamed coldly, their sharpness evident, clearly extraordinary. After Kong Linhai rushed in, he and Kong Linshan launched an attack on Su Chen together. Gentleman's sword technique. Gentleman's sword technique. The two struck almost simultaneously. The gentleman's sword technique lived up to its name. Like a gentleman, its sharpness was concealed. Although its edge was hidden, its attacks were extremely fierce. Faced with such swordplay, the best choice was to evade rather than take it head-on. Su Chen dodged and maneuvered, desperately avoiding their attacks. The two-sword momentum was like a surging river, continuous and relentless. Not bad at all. While dodging, Su Chen searched for flaws in the gentleman's sword technique. After dozens of exchanges, he indeed found a weakness in the technique. A gentleman is upright and unyielding. The gentleman's sword technique was no different. Though fierce, its movements were broad and open, lacking in surprise attacks. Shocking Heaven Fist. Su Chen seized an opportunity, his fist, imbued with the carefree tiger's claw, shot straight towards Kong Linhai. At that moment, Kong Linhai had just finished his move and had no time to retract and defend. Su Chen's punch sent Kong Linhai flying backward. After flying about 3 to 4 meters, he crashed hard against the wall. Seeing Kong Linhai being knocked out, Kong Linshan's attack showed some minor flaws. Seizing the chance, Su Chen also threw a punch at Kong Linshan. Shocking Heaven Fist. The fist struck out, and Kong Linshan was also sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. End the battle. Seeing both of them had fallen into unconsciousness, Su Chen smiled and walked towards the door of the library. Leaving the library, Su Chen headed straight for the location recorded in the travelogue that promised opportunities. From the library to that fateful place, Su Chen walked for a full 20 minutes. It was an ancient building hidden deep within the small sage's manor. The ancient building was old, its architectural style indiscernible from any era. Rising over 100 meters high, it gave off a feeling of towering into the clouds. The travelogue recorded that this ancient building had a total of 9 floors. Each time, a powerful exotic beast guarded it. As long as one defeated the beast, there would be a chance to obtain techniques, magical artifacts, and secret manuals. Su Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the ancient building. As the stars shifted, the scenery before Su Chen changed dramatically the moment he entered the ancient building. At that moment, he found himself in a vast grassland. The grassland stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see. A gentle breeze blew, faintly carrying the scent of grass and flowers. Welcome to the pagoda. The pagoda has a total of 9 floors. Each time you pass a floor, you will gain techniques, magical artifacts, and secret manuals. The higher the number of floors you pass, the better the rewards you will receive. As Su Chen was just getting used to the environment here, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Please choose whether to start the challenge. At that moment, the voice sounded again. Start the challenge. Su Chen did not hesitate at all. First level, Prairie Rhino. Level, E-grade growth stage. The E-grade growth stage beast was equivalent to a human at the postnatal 3rd to 6th level. As the voice fell, a rhino truly appeared before Su Chen. However, this rhino was a bit different from what Su Chen knew. The rhino in this place had the appearance of a yellow cow but sported the horns of a rhino, making it a strange beast. It stood about 5 meters tall. Besides its yellow skin, it also had a layer of armor like exoskeleton. As soon as the prairie rhino appeared, it charged straight towards Su Chen. Its speed was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, it was already close to Su Chen. Unfazed, Su Chen put on the Woyo Finger Tiger and threw a punch at the prairie rhino. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck the prairie rhino's head directly. The prairie rhino dropped dead instantly. Ding! Killed the prairie rhino. Reward obtained 120 points. Water restriction. Water restriction, one of the 72 techniques of the Earthsha. Mastering it allows one to walk on water and move freely through it. Just as the system prompt ended, the floating pagoda's prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear again. I didn't expect to receive rewards for killing the beasts in this floating pagoda. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Congratulations on passing the first level. Reward obtained. Gale Step. Gale Step, level, high-grade Xian. Description: infusing qi into both feet greatly increases movement speed. After reading the description of Gale Step, Suchen smiled. This skill was definitely a good thing for him at the moment. Despite having very strong offensive capabilities, Suchen had always been lacking in mobility. The appearance of Gale Step was just what he needed to make up for that deficiency. May I ask, do you wish to proceed to the second level? The floating pagoda's voice rang out again. Proceed. What's going on? Upon reaching the second level, Suchen was stunned by the sight before him. He was now on a very small deserted island. Just how small was this island? It was probably only a few square meters. Second level, Nearshore Frenzy Shark. Level, E-grade adult stage. The challenge will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself. Once the challenge starts, the ground beneath your feet will disappear. If you do not wish to continue the challenge, please be sure to cancel it before it begins. Once you cancel the challenge, you will be teleported out of the floating pagoda and will never be able to enter again. Moreover, if you fail the challenge within the floating pagoda, you will face complete death. The floating pagoda's voice echoed word by word in Su Chen's ears. He did not expect the challenges in the floating pagoda to be so brutal. If I die here, it will be complete death? Su Chen began to hesitate. 9 levels, 9 beasts. This world probably has no other place with so many beasts. Counting the rewards from the floating pagoda, I can obtain a total of 18 rewards from these 9 levels. For me right now, this is definitely an opportunity one cannot miss. The floating pagoda had a total of 9 levels, and there would be 9 rewards. Including the 9 rewards given by the system, Su Chen would receive a total of 18 rewards. Not to mention what these 18 rewards were. They would surely be valuable. Fortune favors the bold, I'll go for it. Su Chen gritted his teeth and chose not to end the challenge. A minute passed quickly. In the next second after the countdown ended, the deserted island beneath Su Chen's feet indeed vanished. However, he was not the least bit flustered. At that moment, he stood on the water's surface, as if it were solid ground. This was the benefit brought to him by the new technique, water restriction. Standing on the water, Su Chen was not idle. He unleashed all his energy, preparing to search for the traces of the coastal mad shark. Puff! Just then, the water surface behind him suddenly broke apart. A shark leaped out of the water. Swift wind step. Su Chen activated the swift wind step, immediately increasing his speed to the maximum. He then shifted his position, dodging the attack from the coastal mad shark. Before Su Chen could catch his breath, the coastal mad shark, which had just entered the water, poked its head out again. Seeing the coastal mad shark, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The appearance of this coastal mad shark was very similar to that of an ordinary shark, but the only difference was that its mouth resembled that of a crocodile. With its mouth slightly open, Su Chen could clearly see a row of sharp, white teeth inside. If it bites me with that mouth, even if I don't die, I'd probably lose half my life. Faced with such a strange beast, Su Chen did not dare to let his guard down. He tightened his fist, wearing the Wuyo finger tiger. At that moment, the coastal mad shark launched a fierce attack on Su Chen. Heaven-shaking fist. Su Chen's fist was tightly clenched as he struck down hard on the coastal mad shark's head. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. This seemingly terrifying coastal mad shark was instantly killed by Su Chen with a single punch. The coastal mad shark did look quite frightening. However, its realm was not high. After all, it was truly too easy for Su Chen to take it down. Ding! Killed the coastal mad shark. Reward 180 points. One tail of Tsang Hai pollen. Tsang Hai pollen. The pollen of the Tsang Hai flower, when sprinkled in the air, doubles the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 meters. Duration 5 minutes. Such a great reward? Upon seeing the description of the Tsang Hai pollen, Su Chen's eyes widened. Others might not understand, but he knew exactly what it meant for spiritual energy to double. If Su Chen were to find a place rich in spiritual energy and sprinkle the pollen now in just 10 minutes, his realm would definitely increase by 2 levels. During battle, if he scattered this Tsang Hai pollen, his combat power would also soar significantly. Aside from those strange techniques, this was undoubtedly the best system reward Su Chen had received so far. After reading the system reward, Su Chen began to wait for the reward from the floating pagoda. Congratulations on passing the second level. Reward: low quality strength fruit. Low quality strength fruit. Consuming it will grant 3 points of strength. Looking at this low quality strength fruit, Su Chen fell into deep thought. He then placed the fruit in his mouth, preparing to swallow it. Ding! Strength value has reached the current limit. Cannot continue to consume the fruit to increase strength. Hearing this system prompt, Su Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. It seems that to continue consuming these fruits, I must increase my realm. Su Chen's major realm was currently Qi nourishing. His minor realm was at the 3rd level. This meant that if he wanted to elevate his major realm now, he would first need to raise his minor realm to the 7th level. Troublesome. Su Chen scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. Let's put it away for now. I'll eat these fruits later. After saying this, Su Chen initiated the challenge for the 3rd level. The third level was set in a dense forest. What Su Chen had to face was a D-grade mature giant python. The dense forest was the giant python's home ground. Therefore, Su Chen appeared very cautious. At this moment, he clenched his fists, carefully searching for the giant python's traces. After walking for about 5 minutes in the dense forest, Su Chen suddenly stopped. At that moment, he heard some strange sounds not far away. Let's go take a look. Su Chen cautiously moved towards the source of the sound. What is that? As he got within 10 meters of the sound, his steps became very slow. What is that noise? Su Chen had heard many sounds before, but this strange noise was something he had never encountered. It sounded like water boiling, but upon closer inspection, it didn't quite match. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It took Su Chen a full minute to cover the last 10 meters. When he finally reached that distance, the view opened up before him. In front of him was a very large clearing. In the center of the clearing was a circular pool. The water in the pool naturally divided in the middle. One side was milky white, while the other was deep black. Asterisk Taiji diagram? Asterisk Su Chen recognized the pattern in the pool at a glance. Both sides of the pool were emitting steam. However, Su Chen felt that the steam from both sides was not the same. He slowly approached the pool. Hot. The milky white water was hot. Su Chen felt it briefly. The temperature was probably above 100 degrees. The deep black water, on the other hand, was icy cold. He couldn't tell the exact temperature, but he could feel that the deep black water was extremely cold. Why is there such a pool in this place? Su Chen found it very strange. What amazed him the most was that this pool contained an abundance of spiritual energy. The level of spiritual energy in this pool was even greater than that of Longhu Mountain and the Kong family estate. What a great place! Su Chen thought that this pool was simply a sacred ground for cultivation. Should I go in and cultivate for a bit? Standing by the pool, he began to hesitate. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll come back out. After muttering to himself, Su Chen directly stepped onto the surface of the water. No effect. Standing on the water's surface, Su Chen felt not a trace of spiritual energy. Let's dive in. After saying that, he plunged into the water. He chose the milky white side. As soon as he entered the water, he was enveloped by the scorching current. The water was very hot. Even with Su Chen's top-tier physique, the innate sacred body Dao, he could still feel the heat of the water. This heat made him uncomfortable all over. Golden light spell. He wanted to use the golden light spell to resist the heat of the water. But while the golden light spell blocked the water flow, it also blocked the spiritual energy in the pool. In other words, if he wanted to cultivate in this pool, he had to let his body come into contact with the water. With no other choice, Su Chen had to withdraw the golden light spell. As soon as the golden light spell disappeared, Su Chen's body once again made close contact with the water flow. In less than a minute, his skin began to turn red. However, Su Chen paid no mind to it. The existence of water restriction allowed him to sit cross-legged in the water and quietly cultivate. Spiritual energy surged wildly into Su Chen's body. His realm was rapidly increasing. Qi nourishing level 3, 4, 5. The rapid increase continued until it slowed down at Qi nourishing level 5. Pollen. At that moment, Su Chen directly threw the recently obtained Song Hai pollen into the pool. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In just 10 minutes, Su Chen's realm rose from Qi nourishing level 5 to Qi nourishing level 9. As his realm reached Qi nourishing level 9, Su Chen was overjoyed. So refreshing. This opportunity was simply too exhilarating for Su Chen. Even after reaching Qi nourishing level 9, he still had no intention of leaving. The effect of the pollen had already faded. However, Su Chen wanted to muster his energy and directly break the shackles between nurturing Qi and concentrating spirit, aiming to elevate his realm to the next level. But after an hour of closed-eye meditation, Su Chen realized that this layer of shackles was not so easy to break through. Sigh. Su Chen exhaled, his face filled with helplessness. He burst out of the water and returned to the shore. The elevation of his realm brought him great joy. Yet, this final layer of shackles left him feeling quite uncomfortable. It felt as if a fishbone was lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow or spit out. After a brief rest by the pond, Su Chen began to rise. He hadn't forgotten his main task in this third layer. Found it. After searching for a while, Su Chen discovered the trace of a giant python in the dense forest. A D-level beast was no match for Su Chen now. In just one encounter, the giant python was slain by Su Chen. Ding! Killed the giant python in the forest. Reward 200 points. New moon grass. Ding! Points reached 1000. The system mall officially opens. The new system notification made Su Chen, who was still feeling a bit gloomy, ecstatic. Su Chen didn't rush to check the system mall. Instead, he focused on the new reward, new moon grass. New moon grass, a very magical herb, one of the 5 materials needed to refine the breakthrough pill. The introduction of new moon grass was rather ordinary, but the words breakthrough pill made Su Chen's eyes light up. The breakthrough pill was a very rare and magical elixir. This pill was extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive to refine. However, it had a very impressive attribute. This attribute allowed a person currently at the 9th level of a minor realm to directly break through to the next major realm. Given Su Chen's status in the martial world at that time, he had only heard of this pill. It seems that my breakthrough to the nurturing Qi realm is just around the corner. With this thought, Su Chen began to feel excited again. Past the 3rd level, reward, basic alchemy. Basic alchemy. Learning this skill allows one to initially grasp the techniques of alchemy. The treatment after rebirth is indeed different. It's truly like getting whatever you want. Su Chen was very happy, extremely happy. Previously, he had been worried about how to refine pills. The appearance of basic alchemy directly solved this problem. Is this the treatment of a protagonist? Love it, love it. Su Chen was no longer just happy, he was very, very happy. However, he still took a deep breath to calm himself down. As a reborn person, I must learn to remain unperturbed in the face of change. While that was true, how could one remain calm when things actually happened? Nevertheless, Su Chen ultimately took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Once his emotions settled, he opened the system mall again. The items in the system mall were numerous. Su Chen carefully examined them one by one. After 10 minutes, he had only looked through about 1% of the products. Fortunately, the system mall was quite user-friendly. At the very top of the mall, there was something resembling a search button. Su Chen first searched for various fruits. The price for ordinary quality was 100 points. The price for low quality was 1,000 points. This meant that with Su Chen's current points, he can only afford one 4-dimensional fruit. Besides the 4-dimensional fruit, Su Chen also searched for an alchemy furnace. With the materials to refine the breakthrough pill, and having now learned basic alchemy, the first thing he would do after leaving the little sage villa was definitely to refine pills. The most important thing for refining pills was the alchemy furnace. He had once heard a senior mention this. When you have a good alchemy furnace, the effects of your elixirs will be doubled with half the effort. So expensive. Su Chen looked at the alchemy furnace on the shop interface, his face immediately falling. Ordinary alchemy furnace, points 10,000. Semi-automatic alchemy furnace, points 100,000. Fully automatic alchemy furnace, points 1,000,000. The alchemy furnaces are divided into 3 types: ordinary, semi-automatic, and fully automatic. Su Chen himself didn't understand why there was a fully automatic alchemy furnace. What puzzled him even more was why the furnaces were so expensive. Let alone the latter 2 types, even the most ordinary alchemy furnace was definitely beyond Su Chen's current means. I only have 1,000 points now, and it seems like I'm far from 10,000 points. It wasn't just a little far, it was extremely far. While Su Chen was thinking, he was already teleported to the 4th level. In the 4th level, he was teleported into a deep mountain. This time, he was to face a D-class adult snow mountain leopard. Asterisk as soon as he appeared on the 4th level, the snow mountain leopard also appeared not far in front of him. The snow mountain leopard bared its sharp teeth as soon as it appeared. The height of this snow mountain leopard was about 5 meters. Its 4 long legs looked particularly powerful. The exposed claws glimmered with a cold light. Its slightly bared teeth were chilling. Upon seeing Su Chen, it bared its teeth slightly at him. Faced with such a beast, Su Chen was not afraid at all. After a simple show of force, the snow mountain leopard began to slowly approach Su Chen. The reason it didn't choose to attack Su Chen immediately was that it sensed the danger emanating from him. The danger perception of beasts is extremely strong. When they feel that they are not a match for their opponent, they become very cautious. This snow mountain leopard sensed a threat from Su Chen. So, when facing Su Chen, it became very careful and cautious. Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Su Chen waved his hand at the snow mountain leopard, a provocative look on his face. The snow mountain leopard had never been humiliated like this. Faced with Su Chen's provocation, it immediately became displeased. It bent its hind legs, adopting a posture ready to pounce. Su Chen was provocative, but the leopard did not let its guard down. You're not scared, are you? Can you hurry up? Su Chen continued to provoke the snow mountain leopard. Infuriated by Su Chen's repeated taunts, the snow mountain leopard chose not to endure any longer and charged straight at Su Chen. Leopards are known for their speed among beasts. After evolving into a strange beast, their speed became even more terrifying. From the moment it moved until it launched its attack on Su Chen, it took less than 10 seconds. Wind step. The snow mountain leopard was fast, but Su Chen's reaction was equally swift. The moment the snow mountain leopard moved, he activated wind step. With wind step activated, Su Chen's speed surged to its peak. He didn't increase his speed to dodge the snow mountain leopard's attack but to better overpower it. Asterisk. A few seconds later, Su Chen collided with the snow mountain leopard. The snow mountain leopard revealed its sharp claws. Su Chen's fist, enhanced by the heavenly fist, shone brilliantly. In the next second, Su Chen's fist collided with the snow mountain leopard's claws. Crack! The moment they collided, a sound of breaking bones echoed. Of course, this sound came from the snow mountain leopard. Indeed, as soon as they collided. The Snow Mountain Leopard's claws were broken by Su Chen's fist. Subsequently, both man and beast separated, with the Snow Mountain Leopard howling in pain. It stared wide-eyed, filled with shock and confusion. It couldn't understand why the human before it was so powerful. Continue. Su Chen waved his hand at the Snow Mountain Leopard. For a moment, the Snow Mountain Leopard hesitated to approach. Su Chen's overwhelming strength instilled fear in it. Aren't you coming? After staring at the Snow Mountain Leopard for a while, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. If you're not coming, then I will. Swift Wind Step. With the Swift Wind Step activated, Su Chen closed the distance to the Snow Mountain Leopard at lightning speed. Heaven-shaking fist. As he approached the Snow Mountain Leopard, Su Chen's fist struck directly at its head. The punch was like a gale. Bang! The Snow Mountain Leopard was instantly dazed by Su Chen's blow. However, Su Chen's attack did not stop there. His fists fell like raindrops upon the Snow Mountain Leopard's head. The Snow Mountain Leopard cried out in agony from the relentless blows. Yet, Su Chen's assault showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, he even quickened the pace of his attacks. Crack! 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 The Snow Mountain Leopard's head was already battered to a pulp. After a painful wail, it collapsed to the ground. Ding! Killed the Snow Mountain Leopard. Reward 270 points. Ordinary Dan Furnace. Ordinary Dan Furnace, the most basic and common Dan Furnace through which you can refine pills. This system reward made Su Chen beam with joy. I hope this time the pagoda can give me a reward of materials for the Breaking Realm Dan. Su Chen silently prayed in his heart. Whether it was due to Su Chen's prayer or some other reason, congratulations on passing the 4th level. Reward. Wind Moon Fruit. Wind Moon Fruit, one of the 5 materials needed to refine the Breaking Realm Dan. The introduction of the Wind Moon Fruit was very simple. Yet, this simple introduction made Su Chen burst into a smile. Including this Wind Moon Fruit, Su Chen now had 2 materials for refining the Breaking Realm Dan. This meant he still needed 3 more materials and the recipe for the Breaking Realm Dan. The pagoda still had 5 levels left. This meant Su Chen truly had a chance to gather all the materials for the Breaking Realm Dan. However, to be cautious, Su Chen opened the system shop. He searched for Breaking Realm Dan in the system shop. Breaking Realm Dan price 50,000 points. Breaking Realm Dan recipe price 5,000 points. Su Chen currently had 1,270 points to buy the recipe for the Breaking Realm Dan. He needed at least 3,000 more points. At this rate, it's not impossible. Su Chen gritted his teeth. He then chose to teleport to the 5th level. The 5th level was a vast snowy plain. The plain was frozen for miles, with snowflakes drifting down. The cold air constantly blew against Su Chen, making him very uncomfortable. He activated his chi, enveloping his entire body with it. Under these conditions, the cold sensation gradually faded away. Once the cold feeling disappeared, Su Chen began to search. However, after a while, his brows furrowed slightly. After a round of searching, he found no traces of any exotic beasts. Could it be that there are no exotic beasts on this snowy plain? Su Chen pondered, but he did not give up searching. After about an hour of searching, his footsteps suddenly halted. This 5th level is somewhat of a trap. There were indeed exotic beasts on this 5th level. Moreover, there was more than one. At that moment, in the distance, he spotted 2 snow-white, fierce-looking exotic beasts. These 2 exotic beasts looked somewhat like wolves. However, they also possessed features of tigers. 1 male and 1 female? Su Chen's brows tightened. Whether it's 1 male and 1 female or 2 males and 2 females, this is not good news for Gao Mu. Extreme Arctic Snow Wolf Level C. Juvenile Stage. Introduction. Wolves born from the polar ice fields, they come into the world in pairs. For Su Chen, a sea-level juvenile extreme Arctic snow wolf is somewhat troublesome. However, completely killing them is not a difficult task. Swift Wind Step. This time, Su Chen chose to take the initiative rather than be passive. With Swift Wind Step activated, he approached one of the extreme Arctic snow wolves at the fastest speed. Heaven-shaking Divine Fist. With his hand adorned with the Wuyo Finger Tiger, he struck directly at the wolf's head. The extreme Arctic snow wolf didn't have time to react at all. Its head was directly smashed by Su Chen. Indeed, in their first encounter, one extreme Arctic snow wolf was killed by Gao Mu in an instant. Ding! Killed an extreme Arctic snow wolf. Reward 320 points. This extreme Arctic snow wolf, aside from the points, didn't provide Su Chen with anything else. However, for Su Chen, who urgently needed points, this 320 points was a decent gain. After killing one extreme Arctic snow wolf, Su Chen set his sights on another one. The extreme Arctic snow wolf, upon seeing Su Chen looking at it, actually began to bare its teeth at him. However, Su Chen could tell that it was somewhat afraid of him. Su Chen slowly approached the direction of the extreme Arctic snow wolf. Meanwhile, the wolf continued to snarl while slowly retreating. Swift Wind Step. Su Chen didn't want to waste too much time on this 5th level, so he quickly closed in on the last extreme Arctic snow wolf. Heaven-shaking Divine Fist. Whether out of fear or some other reason, the extreme Arctic snow wolf showed no reaction when Su Chen struck. Just like that, Su Chen's fist hit the wolf's head. The wolf's head was directly smashed by Su Chen. Ding! Killed in extreme Arctic snow wolf. Reward 330 points. Borrow wind. Borrow wind, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. It allows one to borrow wind power and manipulate it at will. A new supernatural technique appeared and Su Chen smiled. However, Su Chen felt that this borrow wind was very similar to the Burden Mountain, both belonging to the category that seemed impressive but actually had little effect. Congratulations on passing the 5th level. Reward Squid Flower. Just as Su Chen was about to try out Borrow Wind, he was directly teleported to the 6th level of the pagoda. Upon arriving at the 6th level, Su Chen felt that the surroundings were very dim. Not only was it dark, but he could also smell decay and rot in the air. Activating, Su Chen began to observe his surroundings. At this moment, he was standing on a stone path. On either side of him were 2 walls. The walls were slick and gave off a nauseating feeling. What is this place? Su Chen was puzzled. He walked slowly forward. After walking a short distance, the stone walls on both sides turned into fences. Inside the fences was pitch black, but Su Chen could still see numerous corpses within. Is this a prison? Looking at these corpses, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he continued forward, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounded like chains scraping against the ground. Besides this sound, Su Chen also heard heavy footsteps. Something is approaching me. Su Chen took a deep breath, bracing himself. The heavy footsteps made Su Chen feel that it was definitely a big creature. He held his breath and focused, waiting for the other party to appear. After waiting for about a minute, a massive figure appeared before Su Chen. What kind of monster is this? This is a humanoid creature. It has a human head and body, but its entire form is pitch black. This blackness is not the same as that of a black person. It resembles the blackness of charcoal. It stands very tall, about 3 meters high. Its dark body also appears very strong. The most bizarre thing is that there is a chain, looking extremely dark, on its left hand. The strange sound from earlier must have come from this dark chain dragging on the ground. Dungeon Corpse King Level C. Growth Stage. Description: no one knows whether it is human or a beast. Its defense is incredibly strong. However, its attack should not be underestimated. While Su Chen was observing the Dungeon Corpse King, it also noticed Yaomu's presence. Roar! Whether it was out of Su Chen's intentions or not, it let out a low growl at Su Chen. Its roar carried anger, but it also seemed to be filled with hunger. Its pair of blood-red eyes was now fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen felt as if it was looking at him like he was food. After clearly seeing Su Chen, the Dungeon Corpse King showed no hesitation and charged directly at him. Its speed was slow, but its strides were large. In an instant, it was right in front of Su Chen. The black iron chain in its hand swung slightly and was hurled towards Su Chen. Although Su Chen knew its realm, he was unclear about its combat power. So for this first attack, Su Chen chose to evade. Swift Wind Step. With the Swift Wind Step activated, Su Chen dodged the Dungeon Corpse King's strike. The iron chain passed by him and smashed hard against the wall. Bang! The iron chain hit the wall, creating a huge crack. Debris scattered all over the ground as the chain was pulled back. What a heavy chain! Su Chen was shocked. Although he possessed the strongest physique in the myriad realms, if this chain truly struck him, even if he didn't suffer external injuries, he would definitely sustain internal injuries. I can't take it head on, I can only evade. Su Chen's mind was already formulating a plan. Swift Wind Step. The Swift Wind Step activated again. At this moment, Su Chen arrived behind the Dungeon Corpse King. He rooted himself in a horse stance, sank his body, and threw a right punch at the Dungeon Corpse King's waist. Clang! This punch made Su Chen's arm tingle. The defense of this thing is really strong. Su Chen shook his slightly numb arm and sighed. It should be noted that Su Chen was wearing the Woyo Tiger Claw while throwing this punch. Yet even so, this punch still made his arm feel numb. This was enough to demonstrate the formidable defense of the Dungeon Corpse King. Shattering Heaven Fist. After understanding the Dungeon Corpse King's defense, Su Chen unleashed the Shattering Heaven Fist. His target was one of the Dungeon Corpse King's legs. Crack! The Shattering Heaven Fist struck out. With the enhancement of various skills and artifacts, this punch directly broke one of the Dungeon Corpse King's legs. Roar! The pain made the Dungeon Corpse King let out a miserable scream. But Su Chen had no intention of stopping his attack. Shattering Heaven Fist. In this place rich in spiritual energy, Su Chen's Shattering Heaven Fist was absolutely free of charge. Bang! This punch hit the Dungeon Corpse King's other leg. Crack! With this punch, the Dungeon Corpse King's other leg was also broken by Su Chen. By now, both of the Dungeon Corpse King's legs had been shattered by Su Chen. Now it could only kneel on the ground. Asterisk even kneeling on the ground, the Dungeon Corpse King was still trying to find ways to attack Su Chen. With its legs incapacitated, its movement was restricted. So as long as Su Chen stayed out of its attack range, everything would be fine. He remained outside the attack range of the Dungeon Corpse King. Su-chen quietly watched as it destroyed everything around. The ground, the walls, the ceiling, any place that could be damaged was almost completely wrecked by the Dungeon Corpse King. Su-chen had already noticed that the Dungeon Corpse King's stamina was gradually decreasing. I'll attack when it's almost out of energy. Su-chen wasn't in a hurry anyway. He simply found a corner to sit down and quietly watched the Dungeon Corpse King's performance. An hour later, the Dungeon Corpse King's stamina was nearly exhausted. At this point, it could no longer swing its iron chains. Su-chen knew his opportunity had come. Swift Wind Step. The Swift Wind Step brought him closer to the Dungeon Corpse King. Tremor Fist. The Tremor Fist struck directly at the Dungeon Corpse King's chest. Crack! A crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. The Dungeon Corpse King's chest was deeply caved in from Su-chen's punch. Not dead? Su-chen had thought that this punch would be enough to kill the Dungeon Corpse King, but unexpectedly this punch only shattered the Dungeon Corpse King's sternum and did not kill it. If I can't kill it with a punch to the chest, then I'll aim for the head. Su-chen's Tremor Fist struck again. This time, Su-chen's target was the Dungeon Corpse King's head. The fist flew out. Bang! The Dungeon Corpse King's head was smashed to pieces. Ding! Killed the Dungeon Corpse King. Reward 340 points. The Dungeon Corpse King was a bit disappointing, only dropping a small amount of points for Su-chen. Congratulations on passing the 6th level. Reward Qinglian Core. Qinglian Core 1. Of the 5 medicinal materials for refining the Breaking Boundary Pill. After reading the introduction of the Qinglian Core, Su-chen was directly teleported to the 7th level. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor of the library, Kong Jangmo looked grimly at Kon Linshan and Kon Linhai. Are you saying that the person who knocked you out was wearing a Sun Wukong mask, and that his strength is very formidable? Kong Jangmo asked. Yes, Kon Linshan nodded with a troubled expression. In front of him, we didn't even have a chance to fight back. So strong? Kong Jangmo was quite surprised to hear this. He knew that even he couldn't defeat these two brothers without giving them a chance to retaliate. This meant that the person wearing the Sun Wukong mask was stronger than him. This is troublesome. Having someone stronger than himself in this place was a very concerning matter for Kong Jangmo. Where did he go now? Kong Jangmo asked Kon Linshan. He knew that if they didn't find this person immediately, it would definitely pose a significant threat. I don't know. Kon Linshan shook his head helplessly. Let's leave this library first. After Kong Jangmo said this, he led the others out of the library. Kong Jangmo had indeed gained a lot from this trip to the library. Besides the travel notes from the 5th level, he had almost packed all the strange techniques from the 4th level. Although Su-chen looked down on these strange techniques, they were definitely treasures for the Kong family. After the Kong family left the library, Kong Jangmo's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He didn't know where to go next. Boss. At this moment, a disciple of the Kong family seemed to remember something and said to Kong Jangmo, while searching around earlier, I saw a very ancient tall tower. Upon hearing this, Kong Jangmo's eyes lit up. Do you remember where the tower is? Kong Jangmo asked the Kong family member. The person pondered for a moment and nodded. I remember. It's over there. Let's go. Kong Jangmo waved his hand and led the Kong family members toward the direction of the tall tower. Someone has been here before. As they approached the tower, Kong Jangmo suddenly became tense, because the traces near the tower indicate that someone has been here before. Who among you came here? Kong Jangmo first asked the Kong family members. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Kong Jangmo said, since none of you have been here, the person who is must be the one wearing the Sun Wukong mask. After saying this, his gaze fell on the tower. Today, we will guard this place. And I want to see just how powerful that person really is. As he spoke, Kong Jangmo clenched his teeth filled with hatred. He could now conclude that the person on the 5th floor of the library was the same person who attacked Kon Linshan and Kon Linhai. He had to catch that person and tear him to pieces. While the Kong family members were blocking the entrance of the pagoda, Su-chen had already reached the 9th floor of the pagoda. At this point, his points had reached 2,700. He was only one material short of refining the Breaking Boundary Pill. Asterisk the 9th floor of the pagoda is located in a very modern community. For some unknown reason, the high-rise buildings in this community appeared very dilapidated. What kind of strange beasts could be here? Su-chen cautiously searched within the community. Eventually, he found his target in the small garden of the community. It was something that looked very much like a human. This creature was quite short, only about a few dozen centimeters tall. Its green skin clung tightly to its body, making it look very frail. Thorn monster, done, level, sea level, juvenile, description, a very strange creature that is very similar to humans. They live in groups and are skilled in using weapons and tools. After reading the description of the thorn monster, Su-chen frowned slightly. Both the level and the description conveyed a strange discomfort to him. He didn't know why he felt this way. The thorn monster seemed to sense that Su-chen was observing it. At that moment, it suddenly turned around. This turn startled Su-chen so much that his legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. The thorn monster had a very bizarre face. It had human eyes, a pig's nose, and a crocodile's mouth. What the hell is this thorn monster? Su-chen thought wildly as he looked at the creature. After noticing Su-chen, the thorn monster did not immediately attack him. Its small eyes darted around as if it were pondering something. When Su-chen was caught off guard, it unexpectedly pulled out a horn from its lower back. The horn looked like a loudspeaker. Once it had it in hand, it placed one end of the loudspeaker to its mouth. Ah whoa! A strange sound came from its mouth. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Before its voice faded, similar sounds echoed from all directions. We're in trouble. It was only then that Su-chen realized there was clearly more than one thorn monster in this community. Not long after the sounds echoed from all directions, Su-chen felt that many creatures were approaching him. They were closing in quickly. In just a minute, Su-chen was surrounded by a group of thorn monsters. These thorn monsters were just like the one Su-chen had seen before. The only difference was the weapons they held. Some held guns, some had knives, and others carried shields. After surrounding Su-chen, they began to shout wildly at him. Su-chen couldn't tell what they were shouting about, but he could see that these thorn monsters were extremely agitated. Ah whoa! Just as the group of thorn monsters was getting excited, a howl rang out again. However, unlike the previous howls, this roar sounded as if it came from their leader. Shortly after the roar echoed, the thorn monsters surrounding Su-chen consciously opened a path. Su-chen looked deep into the passage. He saw a thorn monster about a meter tall, holding a scepter and wearing a crown woven from grass, slowly walking through the passage towards him. Su-chen activated his ability to communicate with spirits. Thorn Monster Leader Level C. Adult Description: the leader of the thorn monsters. All thorn monsters will obey its commands. Its combat power is very weak, but it possesses a brain comparable to that of a human. Looking at the description of the Thorn Monster Leader, a strange expression appeared on Su-chen's face. The Thorn Monster Leader crossed the passage and soon stood right in front of Su-chen. It first pointed its scepter at Su-chen, then pointed at the ground. After that, it nodded slightly. Do you want me to bow down? Su-chen seemed to understand. Although the Thorn Monster Leader couldn't speak human language, it could understand. It nodded. QNMD. Su-chen directly cursed. The Thorn Monster Leader glared at Su-chen as if questioning why he insulted it. Who do you think you are, daring to make me kneel? Our classmate Su-chen has never been one to have a good temper. Ah whoa! Su-chen's words seemed to infuriate the Thorn Monster Leader. It let out a loud roar and then intended to retreat quickly. Want to run? Not that easy. As Su-chen spoke, he grabbed the Thorn Monster Leader by the neck. The other thorn monsters roared angrily at Su-chen. The Thorn Monster Leader, caught by the neck, struggled continuously in Su-chen's grip. Die. Su-chen roared, exerting force with his hand. This once mighty Thorn Monster Leader was killed instantly by Su-chen. He then discarded the Thorn Monster Leader's corpse on the ground like trash. This action completely enraged all the thorn monsters present. The thorn monsters roared in unison. Their eyes were bloodshot, seemingly filled with rage. The first thorn monster wielding a long knife charged towards Su-chen. The thorn monsters had short legs and moved slowly. Swift wind step. Su-chen decided to strike first. He maximized his speed and charged towards the group of thorn monsters. Golden light spell. The golden light spell instantly enveloped his entire body. Go! Su-chen growled. The golden light spell unleashed countless golden tendrils, attacking the thorn monsters. Pierce! 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 These thorn monsters were no match for Su-chen. The golden light passed through, and in an instant, several thorn monsters were killed by Su-chen. Heaven-shaking fist. With a punch, 2 more thorn monsters fell. Whether it was the golden light spell or the heaven-shaking fist, Su-chen could easily kill the thorn monsters. Yet, despite this, he was still surrounded by the thorn monsters. The reason was simple: there were just too many of them. Clang! 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 The weapons of the thorn monsters struck Su-chen, producing crisp sounds. There were many thorn monsters, but even with their numbers, they still couldn't inflict any damage on Su-chen. Knowing their attacks were ineffective, Su-chen felt relieved. After all, the spiritual energy here was abundant. The infinite and rapid conversion of chi body source flow allowed Su-chen to use various supernatural abilities without restriction. Before long, all the thorn monsters were killed by Su-chen. With the death of the last thorn monster, a system notification echoed in Su-chen's mind. Ding! Killed the Thorn Monster Leader, reward 200 points. Ding! Kill Thorn Monster * 57, reward obtained 6,000 points. Swift Wind Boots, True Chi Bomb. Swift Wind Boots level, gold grade description, worn on the feet, greatly increases movement speed. True Chi Bomb level, heavenly grade superior. Description: a ball condensed from chi used to attack opponents. Although the Swift Wind Boots are gold grade equipment, they are not very useful for Su-chen at the moment. On the other hand, the True Chi Bomb skill is something Su-chen really likes. This skill may not be as impactful for others. After all, the amount of chi stored in a person's body is limited. Using chi to condense into a ball as a weapon is a very extravagant thing for many martial artists. However, for Su Chen, this unusual skill is incredibly powerful. This means that as long as he fights in a place with spiritual energy, he can use the true chi bomb infinitely. Congratulations on passing the 9th layer's trial. Reward obtained, wine-soaked stem. With the conclusion of the 9th layer trial of the pagoda, Su Chen successfully obtained the last material for the breaking boundary pill. Now, he only needs to spend 5,000 points to exchange for the formula of the breaking boundary pill from the system store. Thinking this, Su Chen exchanged the formula for the breaking boundary pill from the system store. Once he had the formula in hand, Su Chen began to study it carefully and diligently. In 10 minutes, Su Chen had memorized all the steps. He then took out the ordinary alchemy furnace he had received as a reward from the warehouse, placed it on the ground, and began to refine the breaking boundary pill according to the steps. 20 minutes passed quickly, and all the previous steps were completed. Now, all that was left was to wait for the pill to take shape. Time passed. Second by second, Su Chen controlled the heat of the alchemy furnace while eagerly waiting. After about an hour, the alchemy furnace suddenly shook. Su Chen sensed something and quickly approached to open the lid of the furnace. As the lid opened, a cloud of smoke rose up. A refreshing fragrance began to spread with the smoke. Smelling this fragrance, Su Chen felt a sense of ethereal bliss. The smoke gradually dissipated. Su Chen saw a pill floating above the alchemy furnace. The pill was entirely pitch black, with some golden patterns around it. Superior pill? Su Chen had never consumed a pill before his rebirth. However, he had seen pictures and descriptions of pills. Pills are divided into 3 types. Ordinary pills have no patterns on them. Boutique pills have red patterns. Superior pills have golden patterns. Su Chen himself did not expect that he would refine a superior pill on his first attempt. The pill floated above the alchemy furnace. Su Chen stepped forward and held the pill in his hand. Perhaps because it had just taken shape, the pill still felt warm in his hand. Without hesitation, Su Chen swallowed the pill. The moment he swallowed the pill, he immediately sat cross-legged. His chi enveloped the pill, beginning to slowly refine it. This breaking boundary pill has a potent effect. If Su Chen were to let it be, it could potentially harm his body. Therefore, he had to refine it slowly. Under the refining of his chi, the medicinal power began to slowly spread within Su Chen's body. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Su Chen felt the shackles that had confined him for a long time beginning to crack. Again, Su Chen continued to refine the medicinal power. Crack! When 40% of the medicinal power was refined, the sound rang out again. At 60%, the sound echoed once more. Su Chen noticed that the cracks on the shackles had become very large. As long as Su Chen persists a little longer, this layer of shackles will definitely be broken by him. 70%. When the medicinal power is refined to 70%, the cracks in the shackles are already as thick as an adult's thumb. 80%. At this point, the cracks in the shackles have expanded to the thickness of an infant's wrist. 90%. By now, the cracks in the shackles have penetrated through the entire restraint. If nothing unexpected happens, once the medicinal power is completely refined by Su Chen, his realm will surely break through from nourishing chi to focusing spirit. 100%. In the next second after the medicinal power is fully refined, Su Chen felt a powerful force surge into his body. Crack! 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 The crisp sounds rang out one after another. The appearance of the shackles at this moment was like glass that had been struck by a brick. It was covered in a dense network of cracks. Its shattering was just a matter of time. Come on, the final blow. Su Chen mobilized all the chi within him, directing it all towards the shackles. Crack! This sound was even louder than before. Hearing this sound, Su Chen smiled. He knew he had succeeded this time. At that moment, the layer of shackles shattered into fragments and disappeared without a trace. A surge of spiritual energy infused into Su Chen's body at that moment. His realm also rose to the first level of focusing spirit. Before he could feel happy, Su Chen sat cross-legged. His realm had increased, but he needed to consolidate it. After consolidating for about an hour, he slowly stood up. System. Su Chen realm focusing spirit level 1 attributes: physique 30, intelligence 30, strength 30, agility 30, talents innate. Sacred body Deo, chi body source flow, infinite black card skills, advanced version. Points 3900 store open. At this moment, his realm truly reached the first level of focusing spirit. His points had also dropped to 3900 due to previous expenditures. He saw that there was still a power fruit in the warehouse. He took it out and put it in his mouth. Ding! Consuming low-quality power fruit, strength increased by 3 points. Su Chen then opened the system store and began to exchange for fruits of various attributes. He exchanged one each for agility, intelligence, and physique. His four-dimensional attributes were all raised to 33 points. Once all this was done, Su Chen smiled happily. Am I invincible in this world now? Not. To mention before the revival of spiritual energy, even after the revival, those with the focusing spirit realm could be considered super experts. This trip to Qilu has truly been fruitful. Suchen sighed, not to mention the things he obtained on Shishan. Just the gains from the Xia Shengxian manner alone were already quite substantial. Besides the items and extraordinary techniques he acquired, what Suchen was most satisfied with was the increase in his realm. Originally, he was only at the 3rd level of nourishing qi, but now he had reached the 1st level of focusing spirit. This spanned across 7 small realms. In Suchen's view, the most important thing was not these 7 small realms, but the breaking realm pill. Without the breaking realm pill, it might take him a very long time to break through from nourishing qi to focusing spirit. The key point was that he had also obtained the formula for the breaking realm pill. In the future, I can completely buy materials at a low price, then refine the breaking realm pill, and finally sell the breaking realm pill at a high price. Suchen had already figured out how he would do business in the future. Having consolidated his realm once more, Suchen slowly stood up. It's time to go back. There was less than an hour until dawn. Suchen had to return to his room in the Kong family manor within this hour. Otherwise, the Kong family would surely become suspicious. Leave the pagoda. Suchen shouted. Please prepare, you will be teleported out of the pagoda in 1 minute. At that moment, a voice rang out. Suchen nodded, readying himself for the teleportation from the pagoda. I wonder if the Kong family members are outside. But just in case, I should prepare for their presence. A minute later, light and shadows swirled. Suchen appeared outside the pagoda. It's him, he's the one who attacked us brothers. As soon as Suchen stepped out of the pagoda, Kong Linshan's voice echoed. Just as Suchen's eyes adjusted to the surroundings, he sensed something was off. He was already surrounded by members of the Kong family. Who are you? Kong Jangmo stepped forward, looking coldly at Suchen. This was their first meeting in the small sage manor. Yet for some reason, Kong Jangmo felt an uncanny familiarity with the person before him. Could it be Suchen? Kong Jangmo suspected that the person in front of him was Suchen. Who I am is not important. Suchen spoke. His voice, under the transformation of qi, sounded vastly different from before. Even someone very familiar with him would not be able to confirm. If this person was indeed Suchen, then what is important? Kong Jangmo asked, his gaze still cold. Did you open the secret room on the 5th floor of the library? The room is empty. May I ask if you took the items inside? Kong Jangmo had no idea what was in that secret room, but he was certain that whatever was inside was extraordinary. I took them. Suchen did not hide this and interrupted. But so what? That is property of the Kong family. I hope you will return it. As Kong Jangwo spoke, he reached for his weapon. Not only Kong Jangwo, but the others from the Kong family did the same. You want me to return something I've already swallowed? Do you think that's possible? Suchen's voice was filled with mockery, as if laughing at Kong Jangwo's naivety. It seems you don't want to return it? Kong Jangwo asked coldly. That's right. Suchen nodded indifferently. I just don't want to return it. What do you plan to do? This person is too arrogant. Does he not take us Kong family members seriously? Hurry up and hand it over, or don't blame us for being rude. Hand over the items and we will let you leave. But if you don't, then you won't leave here alive today. We are a group, and you are just one person. I advise you not to be too arrogant. If you are, you might end up with no place to be buried. The members of the Kong family began to shout at Suchen. No place to be buried? Do you think you are worthy? Suchen truly did not look down on them. With Suchen's current strength, let alone them, even if the old master came, he would still have the power to fight. It seems you are planning to hand it over? Kong Jangwo had already drawn his weapon from his waist. His weapon was a long sword. Under the moonlight, the sword gleamed coldly. Quite extraordinary. Are you going to make a move? Do you think you can be my opponent? Before entering the pagoda, if Suchen had encountered the Kong family members, he might have found it very troublesome. But now, he felt no such thing. He, already in the first stage of concentration, could easily deal with Kong Jangwo and the Kong family members. I'm not your only opponent, but what if we all attack together? Kong Jangwo's voice fell. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of swords being drawn echoed one after another. The members of the Kong family gripped their swords tightly, their expressions serious as they stared at Suchen. Shall we attack together? You can give it a try. Suchen sneered. Attack. Seeing Suchen so stubborn, Kong Jangwo roared. In the next second, the Kong family members all swung their long swords towards Suchen. Get lost. Suchen shouted, his momentum fully unleashed. The aura of the first stage of concentration surged towards the Kong family like a raging river. The Kong family members, who had originally aimed their swords at Suchen, began to hesitate. Kong Jangwo's expression changed dramatically. This. He stared at Suchen with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. The aura of a concentration realm expert. You are a concentration realm powerhouse? Kong Jangwo's tone was filled with shock. A concentration realm powerhouse? How is that possible? My goodness, wasn't it said that In this world, only the old master is a concentration realm powerhouse? Why are we encountering a concentration realm powerhouse here? Could this person before us be the old master? The members of the Kong family were filled with uncertainty. Do you still want to attack? Su Chen looked at the Kong family members and asked softly. The Kong family members fell silent. A concentration realm powerhouse was truly not something they could handle. Although they were numerous in the face of absolute strength, numbers mattered little. Senior. At this moment, Kong Jiangwo very wisely sheathed his sword. He cupped his hands towards Su Chen and spoke in a particularly humble tone. After all, this is the sacred ground of Confucianism. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to take things from here? Inappropriate? Su Chen looked at Kong Jiangwo and sneered repeatedly. Opportunities are based on luck. This is indeed your Confucian sacred ground, but on what basis? Do you say that the things here belong to you? Su Chen's words were indeed very unreasonable. However, Su Chen's strength was formidable. Even without reason, Kong Jiangwo did not dare to refute. Is there anything else? Su Chen asked Kong Jiangwo with a smile. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. After saying this, Su Chen walked towards the entrance of the little sage's abode. Boss. A disciple of the Kong family looked anxiously at Kong Jiangwo. Kong Jiangwo's face was dark and uncertain. At this moment, he truly did not know what to do. Su Chen's strength was too overwhelming. Such formidable strength, if he truly wanted to wipe them out, would definitely be an easy task. Kong Jiangwo was still very young. He did not want to die yet. Forget it. Kong Jiangwo waved his hand and said to the Kong family members, if we really attack, he will kill them all in an instant. Our purpose in coming to the little sage's abode this time is not to kill, but to gain more benefits. Everyone knew that this time Kong Jiangwo had backed down, but they did not dare to say much. By the time Su Chen returned to the Kong family estate, it was already past 6 in the morning. The sky had begun to brighten slightly. Su Chen returned to his room and saw Qin Shueman still sound asleep. He smiled knowingly. After taking off his clothes, Su Chen lay down on the bed and fell into a dream. Knock, knock, knock. Around 8 in the morning, the door to Su Chen's room was knocked on. Who is it? Su Chen asked lazily. It's me, Xiao Chui, Mr. Su. Xiao Chui was a maid from the Kong family. She had been serving Su Chen recently. Please wait a moment, I haven't gotten up yet. Su Chen shouted to the outside. His loud voice also disturbed Qin Shueman, who was nearby. Qin Shueman slowly woke up. When she saw Su Chen beside her, she clearly froze for a moment. Her pretty face was instantly filled with a blush. However, her reaction was indeed quick. Good morning, Mr. Su, she smiled sweetly at Su Chen. Good morning. Su Chen smiled back, and after laughing, he pointed to the door and said to her, Xiao Chui is here, we should get up quickly. Qin Shueman nodded shyly. After Su Chen and Qin Shueman finished getting ready, Su Chen shouted, to the outside, come in. Okay. Xiao Chui replied and pushed open the door to Su Chen's room. When she saw Qin Shueman inside, she clearly froze for a moment. But it was just a momentary freeze. After that, she went about her business as usual. Mr. Su. Before Xiao Chui finished tidying up the room, another voice came from outside the door. Our master wants to see you. Kong Jianquan is back? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. When he returned yesterday, Kong Jianquan seemed to still be in Liuyi City. Where is your master? I happen to need to find him. Su Chen was looking for Kong Jianquan to say goodbye. Although he hadn't stayed long at the Kong family, he had already completed everything he needed to do. He had saved Kong Jinshan and intercepted quite a few opportunities for the Kong family. Most importantly, Su Chen had obtained the travel notes of Kong Shengxian. In Su Chen's view, these travel notes were the greatest gain from his trip to the Kong family. The master is waiting for you in the main hall, the attendant said. Su Chen nodded and walked out of the room. In the main hall, Kong Jianquan sat in the main seat, while Kong Jiangwo sat beside him. At this moment, Kong Jianquan looked exhausted. The rebellion of Kong Jianbang and Kong Jianqi last night had worn him out. Although Kong Jiangwo did not return empty-handed, the final outcome still left Kong Jianquan somewhat dissatisfied. On the way back to the Kong family estate, Kong Jiangwo had recounted everything that happened outside the pagoda to Kong Jianquan word for word. Not only that, but he also expressed his suspicions. Therefore, today Kong Jianquan wanted to meet Su Chen to test him. Mr. Su has arrived. As soon as Su Chen entered the main hall, an attendant announced. Kong Jianquan and Kong Jiangwo's gazes turned directly to the door. Seeing Su Chen walk in step by step, Kong Jiangwo's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Su Chen's walking posture was quite different from that of the person he had seen in the morning. What does the head of the Kong family want to see me for? Su Chen asked with a smile, looking at Kong Jianquan. I wonder, Mr. Su, did you sleep well last night? Kong Jianquan did not answer Su Chen's question but instead asked him in return. Su Chen stretched lazily and yawned. It was okay. Anyway, I slept quite comfortably. While Su Chen was speaking, Kong Jiangwo had been observing Su Chen's eyes. He did not find a trace of what he was looking for in Su Chen's eyes. After searching for a long time, he still found nothing he wanted. Isn't it him? At this moment, Kong Jianguo also began to doubt himself. It's good that Mr. Su slept comfortably. Kong Jianxuan smiled. However, there was a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Is there anything else? Su Chen asked cheerfully. Of course there is. I just want to ask you, did you enter Liui City last night? Kong Jianxuan shouted in his heart. The battle at Liui City had cost the Kong family dearly. Kong Jianxuan and Kong Jianguo suspected that the most valuable items in the little sage villa had already been taken away by Su Chen. But the problem is, they have no evidence. Even if we take a step back and say they did have evidence, they still couldn't do anything to Su Chen. Kong Jianguo knew very well about the powerful strength Su Chen displayed in the morning. If they really pushed Su Chen too hard, they were genuinely afraid he might do something terrifying at the Kong family. Seeing that the two brothers were silent, Su Chen smiled and said, since you two have nothing to say, I'll take my leave. Are you leaving? Kong Jianxuan's expression paused slightly as he spoke to Su Chen. Aren't you planning to stay a few more days? You helped me rescue my son. I was planning to repay you properly. Kong Jianxuan didn't genuinely want to repay Su Chen. He just wanted to buy some time. No need. Su Chen waved his hand at Kong Jianxuan with a smile, cheerfully saying, I have some matters to attend to, so let's meet again if fate allows. After saying this, Su Chen stood up, preparing to leave. Kong Jianxuan became anxious and looked at Kong Jianguo. Seeing this, Kong Jianguo quickly stood up, wanting to block Su Chen's way. Su Chen laughed at this scene. I am a friend of the old master, and a very close one at that, Su Chen said with a smile to Kong Jianxuan. After hearing this, Kong Jianguo's expression hesitated slightly. The old master, the pinnacle of the extraordinary beings in Huaxia. Over the years he had been diligently cultivating at Longhu Mountain, indifferent to worldly affairs. But if you thought he was easy to provoke because of that, you were mistaken. Nowadays, anyone in the extraordinary community of Huaxia who knows of the old master's existence would not dare to provoke him. Of course, those who provoke his friends must also pay the price. Ah! Kong Jianxuan seemed to think of something, and he sighed slightly, helplessly waving his hand at Kong Jianguo. Let him go. Kong Jianguo stepped aside. Compared to the ethereal old master, Kong Jianguo was more afraid that Su Chen was indeed the person from yesterday. The strength that person displayed was simply too terrifying. Goodbye. Su Chen smiled and nodded, leaving the front hall. Unlike when he arrived, Su Chen's departure felt much lonelier. Aside from Qin Shuemian, no one else came to see him off. Goodbye, see you again if fate allows. Su Chen smiled and waved at Qin Shuemian. He could tell that Qin Shuemian was very reluctant, but she didn't say it out loud. After leaving the Kong family, Su Chen used a ride-hailing app to book a taxi. To the airport, Su Chen said directly to the driver. Although the Kong family and Su Chen's home were both in Qilu, the distance between them was still quite far. On the way to the airport, Su Chen bought his plane ticket. What's going on? Why is the airport so lively today? As they were about to reach the airport, the driver muttered softly. Su Chen, who was playing with his phone, curiously put it down and looked out the window. Outside, he saw many people in black clothes. Wow, is this a movie shoot? Black Suits 5? The driver really had a loose tongue. We're here, buddy. After muttering a few words, the driver stepped on the brakes. A total of 120 yuan. Su Chen nodded, took out his phone, and scanned the QR code to pay. After paying, Su Chen got out of the car. As soon as he got out, a man in black noticed him. The man took out his phone, looked at it carefully for a moment, then turned to Su Chen. After confirming it was Su Chen, he quickly took out his walkie-talkie. Found Su Chen. The man's voice was not loud, but Su Chen was, after all, an extraordinary being at the concentration realm. So the man's words still reached Su Chen's ears. Here to find me? Could it be another person from the Kong family? Su Chen looked coldly at the man in black. As Su Chen coldly watched the man in black, the figure slowly approached him. You must be Mr. Su, the man in black said softly as he drew near. Although his tone was gentle, Su Chen could still detect a hint of respect in his voice. Who are you? Su Chen did not let his guard down just because the other party was respectful. Hello, Mr. Su. The man in black bowed deeply, speaking with utmost humility. My name is Lu Feiwen, and I am with the Yuelu group. From the Yuelu group? Su Chen looked at Lu Feiwen, his face filled with confusion. Why are you here? Our General Lu knows you are returning home today, so he specifically sent us to pick you up. Lu Feiwen acted as if he were one of Su Chen's subordinates. Hello, Mr. Su. At that moment, another figure in black approached. However, unlike the others, this one was a woman. She wore a black uniform with a white shirt underneath and stepped in black high heels. Her short hair made her appear very capable. My name is Song Yu, the general manager of the security department. At Yuelu Group, she introduced herself, extending her hand. Hello, General Song. Since she was so courteous, Su Chen certainly couldn't be rude. Mr. Su, Song. You looked at him and gestured for him to follow. Please come with us, we will take you home. Su Chen nodded. Songyu led the way, while the other men in black surrounded him protectively. To be honest, this is a bit awkward for me. After all, I'm not a celebrity, Suchen said helplessly to Songyu. We do this solely to ensure your safety, Songyu replied with a smile. Whether it was just his imagination or not, Suchen sensed a hint of disdain in her smile. You're an extraordinary person, aren't you? Suchen asked Songyu. She knew that Suchen was extraordinary, so there was no need for her to hide her true identity from him. That's right, she nodded seriously. I am indeed extraordinary, and I am a 9th level extraordinary person. Impressive. Suchen gave Songyu a thumbs up. At her age and in this environment, becoming a 9th level extraordinary person was indeed remarkable. But do you know? I am also extraordinary, and my strength is much greater than yours. Suchen was not being modest at all. Upon hearing this, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Songyu's face. Not only was she displeased, but the expressions of the other men in black also showed their discontent. Most of the black-clad individuals brought by Songyu were skilled fighters, with only a few being extraordinary. As a woman, she was able to lead these people. Besides having solid skills, she also possessed the strength to command their respect. Otherwise, they wouldn't follow her orders. Don't believe me? Seeing Songyu's disbelief, Suchen smiled slightly. Mr. Su, after all, he was a guest of her boss, and even if Songyu didn't believe him, she didn't dare to say much. I believe what you say. Though she said she believed him, she felt quite unconvinced inside. Who is this person? Why are so many people escorting him? I think he must be a celebrity. Otherwise, why would they hire so many bodyguards? Is he a celebrity? But I don't recognize him. If you don't recognize him, that's normal. In this day and age, anyone can become a celebrity. The group of men in black attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, they soon passed through security and arrived at the airport's tarmac. On the tarmac, a massive silver-gray private jet was parked. Mr. Su, please board the plane. Although Songyu was very unconvinced, she did not forget her task. Suchen also noticed the defiance in Songyu's eyes. He smiled and said to Songyu, since this place is spacious, how about we have a little competition? Since Mr. Su has suggested it, I will compete with you, Songyu replied, having had this thought before. However, Suchen was a guest of her boss, and she couldn't say much unless he brought it up. But now that Suchen had proposed it, she had no reason to refuse. Is our guest crazy, wanting to compete with our female demon? He probably doesn't know the true strength of the female demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to compete with her. Last time, I was ignorant and provoked a female demon. You all know how miserable I was. I guess everyone here has been taught a lesson by the female demon. Being called a female demon by a group of big men was enough to show how terrifying Songyu's strength was. But Suchen was not afraid at all. After all, his strength was now at the first level of concentration. There was a significant gap in realms between him and Songyu. This large gap was hard to make up for with anything else. While the men in black were talking, Songyu and Suchen had already created some distance between them. Come on. Suchen smiled and waved at Songyu. As an extraordinary person, Songyu was not pretentious at all. She suddenly pulled out a long sword from somewhere and charged straight at Suchen. As a 9th level extraordinary person, Songyu's speed was not too slow. However, in Suchen's eyes, it was somewhat lacking. Too slow, Suchen said with a smile. Songyu was already displeased with Suchen. When she heard his words, her speed increased even more. A few meters apart was hardly a distance for extraordinary people. Heart-piercing stab. As she approached Suchen, Songyu thrust the long sword directly at his abdomen. Still slow. Chen shook his head. My goodness, starting off with a heart-piercing stab, it seems this female demon is really angry. The heart-piercing stab is one of the female demon's ultimate skills. He won't kill Suchen, will he? If he really gets killed, it might be hard to explain to the boss. After all, she is a master. She should be able to control her strength. The men in black were quite worried, fearing that Songyu might accidentally kill Suchen. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but it can't break my defense. Suchen stood there quietly, unmoving. The long sword struck Suchen the next second. Songyu did not expect Suchen to neither dodge nor evade. It's over, I can't explain this to the boss. The first thought that crossed Songyu's mind was this, but as soon as that thought flashed, she felt something was off. The feeling of something being wrong came from the sensation in her hand. If the long sword had truly pierced into Suchen's body, it would not feel like this at all. She looked at the tip of the sword and found that it was now stopped just outside Suchen's body. She exerted a bit of force. However, she discovered that no matter how hard she tried, the long sword could not advance even a fraction. How is this possible? Songyu's eyes widened in shock. She believed that even if she couldn't seriously injure Suchen with this strike, she could at least cause him some harm. But unexpectedly, the long sword had not inflicted any damage on Suchen at all. Do you have any other moves? Suchen asked with a smile, looking at Songyu. Songyu retracted her long sword and then let out a low roar. Heavenly Snatch. If the heart-piercing stab was her ultimate move, then this heavenly snatch was her killing technique. This skill had claimed many lives before. Facing the heaven piercer, Suchen's expression changed slightly. He felt that although the heaven piercer was still unable to harm him directly, it could still cause him injury. Since he had this feeling, there was no reason for Suchen not to dodge. Swift wind step. In the next moment, Suchen vanished from in front of Song Yu's long sword. Song Yu's lethal strike ultimately ended in a miss. Do you have any other moves? Suchen asked Song Yu. Although Suchen's question seemed casual, Song Yu felt that he was provoking her. Is that all? Seeing Song Yu fall silent, Suchen smiled and asked. Song Yu did not respond. Her ultimate skills and finishing moves had all been blocked or evaded by Suchen. The remaining techniques would not hold much significance if used again. Since you have no more tricks, it's my turn now. Suchen smiled slightly and extended his right hand forward. His right hand took the shape of a tiger's claw and he shouted, True Chi Bomb. A milky white True Chi Bomb shot out from Suchen's hand, heading straight for Song Yu. Upon seeing this True Chi Bomb, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Others were taken aback, but Song Yu wore a serious expression, ready for action. As the True Chi Bomb approached her, Song Yu swung her long sword. Surging Sword Chi. A streak of white sword chi flew directly towards the True Chi Bomb. As the sword chi sliced through, the True Chi Bomb was split in two and vanished. I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you only have these little tricks. After splitting the True Chi Bomb, Song Yu began to act tough. With the chi in your body right now, how many True Chi Bombs can you cut through? Suchen asked with a smile. Although Song Yu didn't understand why Suchen asked this, she still answered very honestly, as many as you can release, I can handle. As she said this, Song Yu wore a confident expression. The reason Song Yu dared to say this was that she believed Suchen couldn't release many True Chi Bombs. She knew Suchen was an extraordinary person, but she couldn't see through his realm. In other words, Suchen's realm could actually be higher than hers. Suchen was slightly younger than her. Even if his realm was higher, it couldn't be by much. The key point was that the True Chi Bomb consumed a lot of chi. She didn't believe Suchen could release many. Theoretically, her logic had no flaws. However, she overlooked a very important point. Suchen had the protagonist's halo. Alright, then I want to see if you can really handle it. After Suchen finished speaking, both hands stretched out, forming tiger claws. True Chi Bomb. One by one, True Chi Bombs flew towards Song Yu as if they were free. 1 bomb, 2 bombs, 3 bombs. Is he even human? How can he release so many True Chi Bombs? Each True Chi Bomb consumes about 1/10 of my chi. That means if I were to release True Chi Bombs, I could only release 10 at most. Even if he is stronger than us, this is just too much. In just a few seconds, he has released dozens of True Chi Bombs. Just now, I didn't believe him when he said he didn't need our protection. Now, in this situation, I can't help but believe it. The onlookers in black were dumbfounded. Song Yu was also stunned. She truly couldn't handle so many True Chi Bombs. After receiving about 10, her chi was already nearly exhausted. Once all the True Chi Bombs disappeared, a bitter smile appeared on Song Yu's face. You really are impressive. I admit defeat. Song Yu gave Suchen a thumbs up. At that moment, she fully understood that Suchen had not been lying before. She also realized the main objective of this mission. The boss summoned them not to protect Suchen, but to send off Suchen. If you don't mind, may I ask about your realm? At this moment, Song Yu's address to Suchen had turned into a respectful title. She now genuinely admired Suchen from the bottom of her heart. Concentration level 1. Since Song Yu was a person of Lu Jianghao, there was no need for Suchen to hide anything from him. It wasn't that Suchen trusted Lu Jianghao, but rather that he believed only by showcasing his own strength could he ensure better service from Lu Jianghao. That's right, service. Suchen didn't lack money, he had no interest in Lu Jianghao's wealth. However, he was very interested in Lu Jianghao's influence. If he could collaborate with Lu Jianghao or bring him under his wing, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Suchen. Concentration level 1? Song Yu exclaimed somewhat out of control. As a young extraordinary person, Song Yu had her own pride. Among her peers, she could be considered outstanding. She had always taken pride in this. But Suchen shattered her pride. She never expected that this young man, who was so much younger than her, had already reached the legendary concentration realm. It should be noted that no one in the entire extraordinary world had reached this level. The old celestial master transcended the world. Yet, people's speculation about his realm remained at the guessing stage. The speculation about the old celestial master's realm was also at the concentration level. No one could guess how many levels he had achieved. Let's go, board the plane. Suchen was now eager to return home. Okay. Song Yu nodded. Her emotions were somewhat downcast. After all, a young man much younger than her had reached a realm that felt unattainable. This young man had also shattered her pride. After Suchen boarded the plane, it took off shortly after. How is my father? Suchen asked Song Yu. Song Yu seemed to have anticipated that Suchen would ask this question, so she was prepared. Your father is almost fully recovered and is resting at home. The doctor said he needs to breathe fresh air, so our chairman bought a villa for him in the suburbs. Song Yu's words left Su Chen momentarily stunned. I mean, isn't your chairman being a bit too generous to me? Su Chen smiled wryly. The villa in their hometown was indeed not expensive. But even if it wasn't expensive, it was still worth over 10 million. However, thinking back to how much Lu Jianghao had spent on treating his father, Su Chen felt relieved. This is all the chairman's intention, Song Yu could only say. After a brief chat, Su Chen began to play with his phone. This was a private Boeing 747. The plane was very large. Besides the spacious and comfortable sofas, there were also a pool table, game consoles, a television, and computers. Basically, whatever you could imagine, this plane had it all. Not only that, but there was also a very comfortable large bed on the plane. Aside from these, what interested Su Chen the most were the flight attendants on the plane. The flight attendants on this plane were all stunning beauties. Their looks could definitely dominate the entertainment industry. Besides their looks, they also had great figures. It was somewhat excessive to compare them to supermodels, but they were certainly on par with models. By the way, where are the others? Su Chen just remembered. It seemed that the other black-clad individuals had not boarded the plane. They are on another plane, Song Yu replied respectfully. Ha? Su Chen looked at Song Yu in confusion. Why did you use two planes to pick me up? Yes, Song Yu nodded. To be honest, Su Chen really liked Lu Jianghao's way of doing things right now. Your chairman is really wealthy and extravagant. Su Chen was not short of money now. However, he truly did not enjoy life like Lu Jianghao did. His current concept still lingered at the stage of luxury cars. When I return to the capital, I must buy a plane, Su Chen thought to himself. After flying for about 2 hours, the plane slowly landed at the airport near Su Chen's hometown. As soon as Su Chen got off the plane, he saw a group of men in black who had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, their attitude towards Su Chen was exceedingly respectful. Their bowing and scraping made it seem as if they were Su Chen's little brothers. Upon exiting the airport, Su Chen saw a row of luxury cars: Phantom, Wraith, Cullinan. In addition to the luxury cars, Su Chen also spotted a very high-end business vehicle. I'll take the business car. Su Chen liked luxury cars. However, he felt that only by sitting in a business car could he truly enjoy himself. All right. Song Yu walked straight to the business car door and opened it for Su Chen. She did not sit beside Su Chen but took the passenger seat instead. Once in the car, she told the driver to Longhu Villa. The car sped off. The driver's skills were truly commendable. Even though the car was moving fast, it still gave a very smooth feeling. Inside the car, Su Chen squinted his eyes, unsure if he was resting or thinking about something. 2 hours later, the car drove into Longhu Villa. Villa number 88 was the best villa in Longhu. Su Chen's parents lived here now. Once the car came to a stop, Su Chen got out. At that moment, the villa door opened. Su Chen's parents walked out from inside the villa. Seeing their son return, they looked very happy. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Su Chen smiled as he stepped forward to give his parents a hug. After chatting for a few moments outside the door, the three of them entered the villa. The decoration of this villa was extremely luxurious, exuding an air of opulence both inside and out. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this decoration? Song Yu asked cautiously. Su Chen nodded. I'm very satisfied. Please thank President Lu for me. As long as you're satisfied, Song Yu smiled knowingly upon hearing Su Chen's words. Everything they did at Yuelu Group was to ensure Su Chen's satisfaction. Since Su Chen was pleased, she could finally relax. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Song Yu said with a smile. Su Chen was reuniting with his family, and if she lingered, it would seem a bit inconsiderate. Why not stay for dinner before you go? Su Chen's mother urged. But Song Yu waved her hand. Auntie, today is your family banquet. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay. Whenever you two have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Song Yu was quite understanding. Then let me see you off. Su Chen stood up and escorted Song Yu out of the villa. Are you planning to leave Qilu today? Su Chen asked Song Yu outside the villa. Song Yu smiled and shook her head. This vast land of Qilu is so expansive. I still want to explore a bit. Then have fun. Su Chen waved goodbye to Song Yu. He then returned to the villa. As soon as he entered, Su Chen saw his father, Su Sanxiang, sitting on the sofa. His expression was serious and his demeanor was earnest, as if he were about to interrogate Su Chen. Mom! Su Chen helplessly looked at his mother and asked, What's wrong with Dad? Old problem again. His mother stifled a laugh and pointed to her head. Su Chen understood. The old problem his mother referred to was his father's paranoia. So, what exactly is going on? Su Sanxiang looked at Su Chen. Not long after he was discharged from the hospital, Su Chen's mother told him everything that had happened during his coma. He was an ordinary person, but definitely not a fool. He was well aware of the costs involved. He was a very ordinary father. He wanted his child's future to be limitless, yet he feared that his child might go astray. The situation here is actually quite complicated. Su Chen's mind raced. Trying to explain all of this perfectly was indeed not an easy task. I saved their boss's life. This reason was absurd. Not to mention that Su Chen's father didn't believe it. Even Su Chen's mother found it hard to accept. Sigh. Su Sanxian let out a slight sigh. He knew his son had grown up and must have many secrets they didn't know, secrets they couldn't know. Let me ask you this. Su Sanxian was also very clear that Su Chen would not tell him the truth. So, he chose to take a step back. Have you done anything illegal? No. Su Chen shook his head with a very certain expression. Good, I believe you. Su Sanxian nodded. Then let's have a meal. Lunch was very simple. After lunch, Su Chen accompanied his parents for a walk in the community. As the top residential area in the locality, the greenery here was very well done. When do you plan to return to school? His father asked Su Chen. It should be in the next few days, Su Chen replied vaguely. You're still a student. Even if you seem to have a bright future now, the most important thing for you is still your studies. His father said earnestly. Don't worry, Dad. Su Chen smiled at his father. I won't neglect my studies. Su Sanxian nodded. At the same time, he let out a slight sigh in his heart. Just as the three of them were chatting and walking, Su Sanxian's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and answered the call. Lao San, how's the recovery going? Tonight, I'll treat you. Bring your sister-in-law and Su Chen along. A very enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the line. Su Chen recognized the voice as that of his second uncle, Su Erchang. Su Chen's father had 3 brothers. To save trouble, their grandfather simply named them Di Chang, Er Chang, and San Chang. Su Chen's second uncle now ran a small convenience store. Life wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. His second uncle had a daughter who also passed the civil service exam this year. Who else is there? Su Sanxian asked. The Big Shots family, Su Erchang replied. Upon hearing this, Su Sanxian was taken aback for a moment. He then turned his gaze to Su Chen's mother. Alright, Su Chen's mother nodded. Su Chen's mother didn't like the eldest family. It wasn't that they had done anything outrageous, but rather that the eldest family was too pretentious. The eldest, Su Daxian, was in business. He did quite well, earning hundreds of thousands every year. In Su Chen's hometown, that was considered quite impressive. Su Daxian was relatively low-key, but the Big Shot's wife, Su Chen's aunt, and his older cousin Su Wenqing were the type of people who could show off. It was said that cousin Su Wenqing also passed the teacher's exam this year. Today's meal would surely be a battlefield. Okay, send me the address later, Su Sanxian said to his second brother. After the family of 3 strolled around again, they prepared to head back to the villa. It's still early, how about I buy you 2 some clothes? Su Chen suggested to his parents. Do you have money? Su Sanxian asked Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and nodded. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of money now. Then let's go, Su Sanxian said to Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback. What's going on? Su Chen looked at his mother, puzzled. I guess he's had a breakthrough. Su Chen's mother teased with a smile. After the family of 3 tidied up a bit, they stepped out of the house. Su Chen was holding his phone, ready to call a taxi. At that moment, Su Sanxian said, We have a car in the garage. It was a gift when we bought the villa. A car as a gift for buying a villa? Su Chen's face showed a strange expression. Su Sanxian wasn't suddenly enlightened, he had simply come to terms with it. Since Su Chen himself said he hadn't done anything wrong, as a father, Su Sanxian would certainly choose to believe his son. Since he chose to believe his son, he had to let go of his burdens. The garage of the villa wasn't large and it housed 2 cars parked side by side. One was a Rolls-Royce Phantom and the other was a Cullinan. Dad. Su Chen looked at the cars in the villa and pursed his lips. Do you know how much our villa costs? About 10 to 20 million, I guess. Su Sanxian didn't understand why his son would ask this question. What's wrong? After answering Su Chen's question, Su Sanxian looked at his son with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Su Chen shook his head. He then walked over to the Cullinan. For a family outing, this kind of car was definitely more suitable. He found the keys on the hood of the car. Truly worthy of being a luxury car, it feels great to drive. On the street, Su Chen drove the Cullinan, looking thoroughly pleased. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the best mall in Su Chen's hometown. After getting out of the car, the 3 of them headed straight for the second floor. The second floor sold women's clothing. Su Chen planned to buy a new outfit for his mother first. This mall was filled with top-tier global brands. The clothes here must be very expensive. Su Chen's mother asked cautiously. They usually shopped at this mall, but most of the time, they only visited the basement level, because the basement level was a supermarket. Not too expensive. Su Chen shook his head. The family of 3 then entered a women's clothing store. This store mainly featured clothes suitable for Su Chen's mother's age. The clothes in this store didn't look as glamorous as those for young people, but they exuded an air of elegance. Excuse me, are you 3 here to buy clothes? As soon as the family entered the store, a salesgirl approached them. She didn't look down on them just because they were dressed modestly. Could you help me pick out an outfit for my mother? Su Chen said with a smile to the salesgirl. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl was first taken aback, then filled with joy. However, she still feigned calmness and asked Su Chen, "Sir, what is your budget?" "Mom." Su Chen's mother looked at the women's clothing store with some reluctance and said to Su Chen, "Don't buy anything too expensive. If you buy something too pricey, I wouldn't want to wear it." "Mom," Su Chen said helplessly, "you're at the age to enjoy life, and your son has money now. If I can't let my parents enjoy life with the money I earn, then what's the point of making money?" Su Chen's words were quite impressive. Of course, he wasn't just saying this for show, it was a heartfelt thought. From childhood to now, both his father and mother had loved him dearly. Now that he had grown up and had money, he certainly wanted to love them back well. "All right." Seeing that his mother was about to say something again, Su Chen quickly said, "Just trust me on this." His mother looked at Su Sanxiang for help. "Listen to your son." This time, Su Sanxiang's attitude was particularly resolute. "Okay." His mother, feeling helpless, could only nod. The salesgirl secretly gave Su Chen a thumbs up in her heart. "Son, how much money do you have?" With the burden lifted from his heart, Su Sanxiang's tone was much more relaxed. When chatting with Su Chen, "I don't really know." Su Chen shook his head at Su Sanxiang. He wasn't brushing off Su Sanxiang, he genuinely didn't know. After all, that black card was called Infinite Black Card. While the reception lady was helping Su Chen's mother pick out clothes, Su Chen was chatting with his father. The topics between the father and son were truly whimsical. From ancient to modern times, from the ground to the sky. As they chatted, the conversation began to veer off course. "What are your plans after graduation? Are you in a relationship? When do you plan to get married?" This deadly trio of questions from Su Sanxiang left Su Chen speechless. "Old Su, what are you doing here?" Just as Su Chen was sweating profusely, unsure of how to respond, a voice suddenly rang out. The unexpected voice made Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief. "Old Feng." Su Sanxiang frowned slightly upon seeing the newcomer. This person was also known to Su Chen. Feng Tianrui, a colleague of Su Chen's father, Su Sanxiang. Su Chen knew that his father didn't like this colleague. The specific reason was unclear to Su Chen. "You two chat for a bit, I'm going to check on my mother." After greeting them, Su Chen walked towards the cash register. "Hello." Su Chen approached the cash register and pointed in the direction of his mother, asking, "Has my mother finished picking out her clothes?" The cashier shook her head. "Auntie hasn't finished yet." "Okay, thank you." After saying that, Su Chen casually found a place to sit down and started playing on his phone. After about 10 minutes, his mother and the reception lady walked towards the cash register. "So beautiful." Seeing the clothes on his mother, Su Chen's eyes widened. At that moment, his mother was wearing a qipao with a jade necklace around her neck and a huge jade bracelet on her wrist. On her ears, she wore 2 jade earrings, elegant and luxurious. If Su Chen's mother had previously been just an ordinary middle-aged woman, now she was a dignified lady of high society. "Mom." Su Chen smiled at his mother and asked, "Do you like this outfit?" "I do like it." His mother hesitated. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked. His mother shook her wrist. "This big bracelet is too heavy, and the earrings are very uncomfortable. Mainly, this qipao makes me feel quite awkward." Su Chen could tell that his mother really liked the outfit. The reason she said this was just to avoid making her son spend too much money. The reception and cashier ladies could see it too, but they didn't say anything to Su Chen. "Hello." Su Chen smiled at his mother and said to the reception lady, "Don't let my mother change out of this, let's settle the bill for this outfit first. Then, could you please take my mother to pick out a few more outfits so she has some to change into?" The reception lady nodded with delight. The outfit his mother was currently wearing was already quite expensive. If she picked out a few more, she would probably be the top seller this year. "Let's settle the bill first." Su Chen took out the black card and handed it to the cashier. The cashier was truly skilled at her job. "You can wait until Auntie finishes selecting before settling the bill, there's still time." While Su Chen's mother was picking out clothes, his father was arguing with his old colleague. Seeing his father's flushed face, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Feng Tianrui must have really gotten him worked up. After about 10 more minutes, Su Chen's mother returned to the cash register with the reception lady holding a lot of clothes. After scanning everything, the cashier looked at Su Chen and said, "Sir, the total is 1.28 million. With a discount, it comes to 1 million. Upon hearing this price, Su Chen's mother was instantly shocked. You should know that their hometown is just a small city. The housing prices in this small city are around 8,000 yuan. In other words, the money she spent on clothes today could have bought a fairly spacious apartment. Son, why don't we just skip it?" At this price, Su Chen's mother really couldn't accept it. Su Chen waved his hand and directly handed the black card to the cashier. "Swipe the card." The cashier took Su Chen's black card and swiped it on the card machine. "Please enter your password." The cashier handed the card machine to Su Chen. Su Chen entered the password. Ka. A small receipt slowly emerged from the card machine. "Mom, let's go rest over there first. Packing the clothes would definitely take some time." "All right." At this moment, Su Chen's mother chose to accept the fact that her son was wealthy. Is it really okay to spend so much money? Although his mother accepted it, she still felt a bit worried. Don't worry, Suchen smiled to reassure her. It's fine, this money is all clean money. His mother sighed and didn't say anything more. The mother and son then walked towards Su Sanxiang and Feng Tianrui. What's all the noise about? Su Chen's mother asked, seeing the two of them, flushed with anger. This old Feng is driving me crazy, Su Sanxiang said, pointing at Feng Tianrui, clearly angry. He insists that his son is more successful than mine. His son is working in the capital now, with an annual salary of over 400,000. Plus, his son said he would buy him a house. Su Sanxiang could accept being weaker than Feng Tianrui, but he couldn't accept that his son was not as good as Feng Tianrui's son. So what? After I graduate, my salary won't be low either, Su Chen reassured his father. Little Su Chen, I need to talk to you, Feng Tianrui said with a condescending tone, educating Su Chen. You've only been in college for a short time. Even if you attend the best university in China, your salary after graduation might not be higher than my son's. Uncle Feng, Su Chen said, looking at Feng Tianrui, clearly displeased. How can you assume that my salary after graduation won't be high? Just as Feng Tianrui was about to say something, the receptionist came over carrying several bags. Sir, she approached Su Chen and handed him the receipt. Here is your receipt. Would you like to take these with you? Or should we schedule a time to deliver them to your home? Su Chen was about to take the receipt, but Feng Tianrui snatched it away. When he saw the final number, his face turned pale. 1 million? You spent 1 million on clothes? Feng Tianrui felt his values were being brutally trampled. What's wrong with spending 1 million on clothes? Su Sanxiang saw an opportunity to retaliate and certainly wouldn't miss it. No way, in this day and age, there can't still be people who can't afford clothes worth over 1 million, right? Su Sanxiang's mockery left Feng Tianrui speechless. His son had a decent annual salary of 400,000, but he still had to pay over 20,000 in loans every month. By the end of the year, saving 50,000 would already be quite good. Uncle Feng, Su Chen seized the opportunity and spoke at the right moment. Why don't you pick a couple of items for my aunt? Feng Tianrui shot Su Chen a glance and turned to leave. Watching Feng Tianrui flee in embarrassment, Su Sanxiang burst into triumphant laughter. How can a grown man act like a child? Su Chen's mother shot a glance at Su Sanxiang. My son is successful, so what's wrong with me showing off a bit? Su Sanxiang said proudly. But the look of pride didn't last long before it changed. He snatched the receipt from Su Chen's hand, looking at him incredulously. Did your mom really spend 1 million on clothes? Su Chen grinned and nodded. Can it be returned? His monthly salary was only 5,000. In a year, that would be 60,000, and in 10 years, only 600,000. 1 million would take him 16 or 17 years without eating or drinking. The salesgirl smiled silently. Let's go. Su Chen didn't want to put the salesgirl in a difficult position and said to his father, I'll buy you some clothes too. Can we buy clothes worth 1 million? Su Sanxiang looked at Su Chen with eager anticipation. You can choose whatever you like. Su Chen replied with a smile. The second floor of the mall was for women's clothing, and the third floor was for men's. Once they reached the third floor, Su Sanxiang excitedly headed towards a store. Saint Marnie, the world's top men's clothing brand. The prices here were exorbitant. Just a single shirt could sell for 30,000. Su Sanxiang had passed by this store many times, but had never had the courage to go in. Standing at the entrance, he turned to Su Chen and cautiously asked, Is it okay? Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. He remembered standing outside a store he liked as a child, asking his father the same question. Of course it's okay. Su Chen nodded with a smile. He recalled that his father had nodded back then too. Sir, are you here to buy clothes? As soon as Su Sanxiang entered the store, he was warmly greeted by the salesgirl. Su Sanxiang didn't speak but turned to look at Su Chen. Could you help my father pick out a suitable outfit? The first requirement is that it has to be stylish, Su Chen said to the salesgirl with a smile. Sure. The salesgirl nodded and began to introduce options for Su Chen's father. Before long, Su Chen's father emerged wearing a dashing suit. Wow, that outfit is definitely somewhat stylish, Su Chen's mother exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Su Chen nodded. It really is stylish. Then let's go with this one, Su Sanxiang said excitedly to the salesgirl. The salesgirl nodded and then looked at Su Chen. If possible, could you help my father pick out a few more cheerful outfits? Su Chen stood up, speaking to the salesgirl while walking towards the cash register. Of course, sir. The salesgirl nodded happily. To be fair, Su Chen also spent 1 million on clothes for his father. This meant that this trip to the mall cost Su Chen a total of 2 million. Su Chen's parents felt both pained and happy. Besides the clothes they were wearing, the other items were sent back to the villa by the staff. It's about time, let's go eat at a restaurant, Su Chen said with a smile to his parents. Okay. The two parents were very happy, admiring the clothes they wore. As the family of three stepped out of the mall, they spotted a familiar face. Second uncle, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Su Chen's second uncle, Su Erqiang. Seeing Su Chen's family, Su Erqiang was also quite surprised. "Aren't you going out for lunch?" "I'm here to buy some wine," Su Erqiang said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. "You guys came to buy clothes? The clothes in this mall aren't cheap." After saying this, he began to scrutinize his younger brother. Third brother, he walked up to Su Chen's father, feeling the fabric of his clothes, and sighed, "This outfit of yours must not be cheap." The clothes Su Chen's father wore were from the world's top brand. Even someone who didn't follow fashion could recognize it at a glance. "Not expensive," Su Chen's father said proudly, holding his head high. Su Chen knew that his old man was about to start showing off again. "It's just over 100,000. Su Chen's father tried to keep his tone as neutral as possible while saying this. However, Su Chen felt that his father's tone was full of pretentiousness. "Over 100,000. Isn't expensive?" Su Erqiang's eyes widened, and then he seemed to remember something and asked Su Sanxiang, "Did you win the lottery?" 4 people from small cities. Like them, the only chance to strike it rich was through the lottery. "My son has made it big," Su Chen's father said proudly. "I told him not to buy, but he insisted. Once he bought, he spent 1 or 2 million. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for people our age to wear clothes worth hundreds of thousands?" Su Chen looked at his mother and couldn't help but complain, "Isn't my old man overdoing it?" After giving her husband a glare, Su Chen's mother said to Su Chen, "He's been a pushover his whole life, now he finally has a chance to show off. It wouldn't be right to stop him." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "Spending 1 or 2 million on clothes? Lao San, I suspect you're bragging." Su Erqiang didn't believe his younger brother. Su Sanxiang seemed to guess that his second brother was skeptical and directly reached into his pocket, pulling out the 2 small receipts from his recent clothing purchase. After taking out the receipts, he pretended to fan himself. "Why is it so hot today?" Su Chen, standing nearby, rolled his eyes dramatically. "Are those receipts in your hand?" Su Erqiang asked. "Oh, receipts? I thought they were trash." Su Chen's father feigned a look of having mistakenly grabbed the wrong thing. "You just said I was bragging, right? Now let me show you whether I'm bragging or not." After saying this, Su Chen's father handed the receipts directly to Su Erqiang. Su Erqiang took the receipts, glanced at them, and his eyes widened in shock. "Wow, your family Su Chen has really made it big, huh?" The 2 receipts totaled over 2 million. 4 people in small cities, that was an astronomical figure. The key point was that this over 2 million was spent on clothing. Spending 2 million on clothes. Not to mention small cities, even in big cities, that's not common. Of course, there are still quite a few people on certain platforms who spend 2 million on clothes. "It's alright," Su Sanxiang snatched the receipts from his second brother's hand, pretending to be indifferent. "Just a bit of good luck." Su Erqiang fell silent. "By the way, Herbwa, what kind of liquor are you planning to buy?" Su Chen curiously asked Su Erqiang. Distracted by Su Chen's father, Su Erqiang had forgotten the purpose of his trip to the mall. "Let's get a couple of bottles of mutai. Didn't they say there's a discount on mutai here recently?" Su Erqiang was a lover of fine liquor. Every connoisseur of good wine wants to taste the best. As soon as he heard there was a promotion at the mall, he hurried over. "How about we browse around together?" Su Chen looked at his father. Since Su Erqiang was still here as the host, if they went to a restaurant now, they would just be waiting around. It was better to browse a bit. Sure. Su Chen's father was also a lover of fine liquor. As soon as he heard his second brother mention the discount, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Browsing is fine, but if you want to buy liquor, that's absolutely out of the question." Su Chen's mother warned Su Sanxiang. "Don't worry, dear," Su Sanxiang said with a smile. The 4 of them re-entered the mall. The discounted liquor Su Erqiang mentioned was on the first floor at the mutai counter. Once inside the mall, Su Erqiang confidently walked towards the mutai counter. "Hello, could I have 2 bottles of mutai Feitian, please?" Su Erqiang said very politely to the salesgirl at the counter. The young lady glanced at Su Erqiang with disdain and shook her head, saying, "Sorry, we don't have Feitian anymore." "Didn't you say there were plenty before?" Su Erqiang looked at the young lady in confusion. "Sorry." The young lady played with her fingers, not even lifting her head as she spoke. "Our liquor is only sold to our regular customers." The attitude of the young lady at the counter made Su Erqiang very displeased. However, he didn't know what else to say. Since she said there was none, he couldn't press further. He then turned and walked towards Su Chen's family. Seeing his older brother's bitter expression, Su Sanxiang curiously asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you get it?" "They said their Feitian is only sold to regular customers," Su Erqiang replied helplessly. "Wait." At that moment, Su Chen seemed to remember something. He took out his phone and directly called Songyu. At that time, Songyu was enjoying herself at Mount Tai. When she received Su Chen's call, she was a bit surprised. "Mr. Su, calling me at this time, are you missing me?" Songyu was in a good mood and even joked with Su Chen. "I do miss you." Su Chen didn't mind joking back with Songyu. "Where are you right now?" "I'm on Mount Tai." Hearing the name Mount Tai, Su Chen's expression became somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Mr. Su, why aren't you speaking? Su Chen wasn't silent, he was looking at the date on his phone. If he remembered correctly, a major event would soon occur at Mount Tai. This major event was the largest and most far-reaching among many significant events before the revival of spiritual energy. This event would turn the land of Qilu into scorched earth with heavy casualties. Both my parents are in Qilu, it seems I need to make a trip, Su Chen thought. Mr. Su, why aren't you speaking? Song Yu on the other end of the line was still calling out. Oh. Su Chen came back to his senses and said to Song Yu on the phone, is the Lu shopping mall in our hometown under your group? Without thinking, Song Yu replied directly, as long as it has the name Lu, it belongs to our group. If your hometown's mall is also a Lu mall, then it is indeed under our group. Lu is not just a name, it is a symbol. In all of Huaxia, no other individual or organization dares to misuse the words Lu. The reason for this is that Lu Group has the world's top legal department. Once, a company in Huaxia didn't believe in evil and misused the name Lu. That company was quite famous in Huaxia at the time. However, with the efforts of Lu Group's legal department, that company quickly became a thing of the past. The Maodai Feitian here is on sale, but your staff said only regular customers can purchase it, Su Chen stated the reason. Directly. What Su Chen did might seem a bit over the top to some, but Su Chen didn't think so. In his view, directly contacting Song Yu could reduce a lot of trouble. I understand, I'll have their manager find you right away. The two then ended the call. Zhao Firen, the general manager of the Lu shopping mall in Su Chen's hometown. At just 30 years old, he became the general manager here, not only because of his capability but also due to his interpersonal skills and connections. At that moment, he was playing on his phone in the office. A general manager like him, aside from needing to be present for some important decisions, didn't have to handle other matters at all. So, when he had nothing to do, he liked to play on his phone in the office. Just as he was getting into the game, a phone next to him rang. The phone beside him was his work phone. That phone number was known only to people at headquarters. However, when he saw the caller ID, he was clearly taken aback. The number on the caller ID was unfamiliar. Even though it was an unknown number, once the call connected, Zhao Firen still politely asked, may I ask who you are looking for? I am Song Yu, and I am looking for Zhao Firen. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Song Yu? Zhao Firen felt somewhat unfamiliar with the name. He quickly used the mouse to operate the computer in front of him. After a few clicks, Song Yu's photo and information appeared on his screen. Hello, Mr. Song. Is there something you need to discuss at this time? The security department of the group was a very special entity within the Lu Group. It was both part of the group's system and yet detached from it. Once, a mentor of Zhao Firen had told him that no matter what, he should never offend anyone from the security department. If I remember correctly, the selling policy for Maodai Feitian is that anyone can buy it, right? Song Yu asked Zhao Firen. Although Zhao Firen didn't understand why Song Yu was asking this, he still nodded and replied, yes, the group's policy for Feitian Maodai is indeed that everyone can purchase. But why is it that Mr. Lu's friend faced obstacles when trying to buy Feitian Maodai at your mall? Upon hearing this, Zhao Firen felt like he was going crazy. You mean Mr. Lu's friend is facing obstacles trying to buy Feitian Maodai here? After asking this, Zhao Firen's body began to tremble. Involuntarily. If what Song Yu said was true, he was likely in big trouble. That's right, his name is Su Chen, and he is currently on the first floor of your mall. Your mall staff told him that only old customers can purchase it. After saying this, Song Yu directly hung up the phone. Zhao Firen was momentarily stunned and quickly got up. He rushed out of the office, frantically pressing the elevator button. Why is it so slow? Zhao Firen complained. This was the first time he felt that the elevator was moving so slowly. When the elevator finally reached his floor, he dashed inside and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator descended rapidly, but Zhao Firen still felt it was very slow. When they reached the first floor, the elevator doors opened. Zhao Firen bolted out in a flash. At that moment, he happened to see Su Chen and his group walking towards the mall's exit. For some reason, just by glancing at Su Chen, he could tell that he was Mr. Lu's friend. If he had to explain why, he would say it was the aura. He had seen Lu Zhanghao before. He felt that Su Chen's aura was very similar to that of Lu Zhanghao. This kind of aura was only possessed by experts and those in high positions. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Su Chen? Zhao Firen blocked Su Chen's path. Su Chen glanced at Zhao Firen, frowned, and said with dissatisfaction, who are you? We don't seem to know each other. My name is Zhao Firen, and I am the general manager of the mall. Mr. Song informed me that you faced obstacles while trying to buy Feitian Maodai here. I came here to handle this matter for you. Su Chen looked at the panting Zhao Firen and said somewhat irritably, I must say, your mall's employee training is really lacking. Yes. These are all my problems. Zhao Firen dared not retort and could only nod. What's going on? Our General Zhao is being scolded by a young man. Wow, usually he is the one scolding others. When did it become someone else's turn to scold him? Who is this young man? How is he so impressive? Look at old Zhao, he doesn't even dare to lift his head. Must be some big shot. Otherwise, old Zhao wouldn't just be keeping his head down and taking the scolding. The surrounding mall employees were shocked to see Su Chen reprimanding Zhao Firen. As the top dog of the mall, everyone had only seen Zhao Firen scold others. When had they ever seen someone scold Zhao Firen? Moreover, the one scolding Zhao Firen was a young handsome guy. My dad and my second uncle are both fond of liquor. Although Su Chen didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was already very clear. I understand. Zhao Firen nodded and said seriously to Su Chen, I'll have someone move all the flying mutai from the warehouse and deliver it to your home. In the headquarters conference room of EDIT, in the capital city, a large number of people were seated in the spacious conference room. At the head of the conference table sat an elderly man. The old man had white hair and a traditional tang suit. Despite his advanced age, his eyes were not cloudy at all. In fact, they were even brighter than those of most young people. The old man's name was Han Tianqing, the founder and chairman of Huaxia. EDIT. What is the situation with Mount Tai? Han Tianqing looked at the middle-aged man sitting beside him. The middle-aged man was named Chu Shan, the head of the intelligence department at EDIT. Chu Shan opened the folder in front of him and said very seriously, the intelligence shows that there have been 2 slight tremors at Mount Tai recently. These 2 tremors were very minor. Even the climbers and tourists at the summit did not notice them. Upon hearing this, Han Tianqing frowned slightly. Have we sent anyone? Han Tianqing looked at another person. This man was named Ba Shuwei, the head of the operations department at EDIT. Ba Shuwei nodded and said very seriously, we have dispatched 5 teams, each led by an extraordinary person at the first level of qi cultivation. What feedback have we received? Han Tianqing asked again. No abnormalities were found. When Ba Shuwei said this, his expression was somewhat unnatural. No abnormalities? Han Tianqing looked at Ba Shuwei. Yes. Ba Shuwei nodded, speaking very seriously and solemnly. Not only were there no abnormalities found, but there wasn't even a hint of anything unusual. This is troublesome. After hearing Ba Shuwei's report, Han Tianqing muttered to himself. Isn't it good that there are no abnormalities? Chu Shan looked puzzled. You are a typical case of knowing only the surface without understanding the underlying reasons. Han Tianqing glanced at Chu Shan, his eyes filled with helplessness. Chu Shan remained confused. The tremors at Mount Tai, I suspect, are due to some kind of extraordinary beast emerging or evolving. But the people we sent found no abnormalities at all. So there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility, which is the good scenario, is that my intuition is wrong. The tremors at Mount Tai were just coincidences. The second possibility, which is the bad scenario, is that the extraordinary beast that has emerged or evolved has learned to hide and disguise itself. It has hidden or disguised itself very well. If that's the case, then we are in big trouble. An extraordinary beast knowing how to disguise or hide itself is already an incredible thing. At this moment, someone might say that many animals in the animal kingdom can hide and disguise themselves, and it's really not a big deal. However, this is not the same concept. Extraordinary beasts feed on humans. Mount Tai is a well-known tourist area in Huaxia. The fact that this extraordinary beast can conceal and lie in wait at Mount Tai indicates it has greater ambitions. What those ambitions are, Han Tianqing did not know. Increase the deployment by 20 more teams, Han Tianqing instructed Ba Shuwei. Yes. Ba Shuwei did not dare to say much and could only nod. I hope I'm wrong, Han Tianqing muttered to himself. In the warehouse of the Yuelu shopping mall, Su Chen's hometown, Zhao Firen respectfully asked Su Chen, Mr. Su, do you think this is enough? If not, I can get more from the warehouse in Lincheng. In front of Su Chen was a pile of flying mutai. Second uncle, Su Chen turned to Su Erqiang and asked with a smile, how much do you plan to take? Of course, I plan to take it all, he said enthusiastically, but his face fell immediately after. But my private stash is only enough to buy 2 bottles. Ha ha ha. Seeing his second brother's expression, Su Sanxian laughed. Second brother, you're still so hopeless. What? Su Chen's mother, who had been silent, spoke up at that moment. You have prospects? I'd like to know how many bottles your private stash can buy. Not even 1 bottle. Saying his second brother was hopeless, in fact, he was even more hopeless than his second brother. How about this? Give me 30 boxes. At the discounted price. The 3 brothers, Su Sanxian, each loved wine. As a younger generation, Su Chen decided to be fair, 10 boxes each. Nephew, this isn't good, Su Erqiang said. Though he loved wine, he also valued his pride. I say, second uncle, pride isn't worth much. Besides, this is my way of showing respect to you. It's only right for the younger generation to honor their elders. Su Chen knew how to speak. All right, Su Erqiang nodded, putting on a reluctant expression. Since it's from my nephew, I won't be polite. You're just the type to take advantage and then act coy, Su Chen's father teased his second brother. Su Erqiang said nothing, just kept grinning foolishly. Help me calculate how much 30 boxes cost. Su Chen looked at Zhao Firen. Zhao Firen quickly waved his hand. How can I take your money? Just your coming here is already a huge honor for us. Zhao Firen was not flattering Su Chen, he was speaking the truth. You see, Su Chen was a friend of their boss, Lu. Anyone who could be friends with boss Lu was no ordinary person. So, even if Zhao Firen were to be beaten, he wouldn't dare to take money. If I say I'm giving you money, then I'm giving you money. No more nonsense, Su Chen frowned. He wasn't in the habit of taking advantage of others. Alright. Seeing Su Chen's displeasure, Zhao Firen had no choice but to nod. Then I'll charge you at the promotional price. Okay. Su Chen nodded. For 30 boxes of flying mutai, Su Chen spent over 510,000. Nephew, you really are a filial good child. Su Erqiang was genuinely happy, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. Tonight, eat as much as you want, your second uncle won't complain. But Su Chen smiled and said, I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you all tonight. What's wrong? Su Chen's father looked at him, worried. Is something wrong? Su Chen nodded, I need to go out for a bit. Go out for a bit. As soon as Su Chen said that, his mother's heart tightened. Where are you going? What for? Is it dangerous? Facing his mother's barrage of questions, Su Chen smiled and replied, Don't worry, the place I'm going is very safe. A friend of mine has some matters that need my attention. Once I handle things over there, I'll head straight back to school. Oh. Hearing Su Chen say this, his mother didn't say much more, just sighed reluctantly. Be careful. Su Chen's father patted his shoulder. Su Chen nodded, then casually hailed a taxi. In Qilu, at Taiyan Airport. As soon as Su Chen walked out of the airport, he saw the majestic Mount Tai. Mount Tai is the place where emperors of Huaxia worshipped the heavens. In the history of Huaxia, Mount Tai holds a significant position. As Su Chen walked out of the airport, he casually hailed a taxi and headed towards Mount Tai. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he did not rush to climb. Mount Tai covers a vast area, and he couldn't determine exactly where the significant event had occurred. So, he decided to wander around first. Taking advantage of the tourists' inattention, he slipped directly into the uninhabited zone of Mount Tai. The spiritual energy of Mount Tai was not abundant, but it was enough to allow Su Chen to open the passage to the ethereal realm without restrictions. In this state, Su Chen discovered that this most famous mountain in Chinese history was indeed extraordinary. In a certain area of the uninhabited zone, he unexpectedly saw some things that shouldn't be there. It was a stone brick. The brick had a very ancient shape, exuding a strong historical aura. Su Chen picked up a brick and examined it closely. A stone brick from the Ming dynasty. He noticed some tiny characters on one side of the brick. The inscription indicated that this brick was produced during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. Why would a brick from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty appear in this place? Throughout the history of the Ming dynasty, no emperor had undertaken large-scale construction near Mount Tai, unless a possibility flashed through Su Chen's mind. However, he quickly dismissed this thought and continued deeper into the uninhabited zone. To his surprise, he came across some human bones. The clothing of the bones had long since rotted away, and the bones themselves had become fragile. By the looks of it, they did not seem to belong to modern humans. Continuing onward, after about 5 minutes, Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him, he saw another skeleton. This skeleton was different from the previous one he had encountered. Its appearance was very similar to that of a human, but the difference was that there were wing-like bone structures along its ribs. An angel? A demon? Or a vampire? Having experienced the revival of spiritual energy, Su Chen was not surprised by the peculiar appearance of the skeleton. After observing it carefully, he continued on his way. This time, he did not see any more corpses. As he ventured deeper into the uninhabited zone, the surrounding trees grew denser. With more trees, small animals naturally began to appear as well. A rabbit? Su Chen spotted a large, plump rabbit. The rabbit's luscious appearance made Su Chen's mouth water. Just as he was about to catch the rabbit, a voice rang out not far away. Is the source of the third tremor really nearby? Why have we searched all around and found nothing? Hearing this voice, Su Chen quickly concealed himself. Just as he hid, a few people walked over. Have you eaten? When he saw the uniforms of these individuals, a strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Before the revival of spiritual energy, everyone thought "have you eaten" was just a small takeaway company. But after the revival, people discovered that it was not as simple as it seemed. An official supernatural organization? Why are they here? And what did they mean by the tremor just now? As a reincarnator, Su Chen knew the true identity of "have you eaten"? It was a small team of 5. The leader of the team was a supernatural being at the first level of Qi cultivation, while the other 4 were all at the 9th level of innate cultivation. The team quickly passed by Su Chen. Could it be that they sensed something? Su Chen's mind began to race. During the disaster at Mount Tai, "have you eaten" had indeed arrived at the scene first. They had dispatched many elite members at that time. Unfortunately, the beasts involved in the disaster were too powerful, resulting in heavy casualties for "have you eaten." Su Chen had later read accounts of the disaster at Mount Tai. The records indicated 5 years after the disaster at Mount Tai, the organization Qi Lumi gradually regained its vitality. In other words, if the disaster had not occurred that year, the land of Huaxia would not have been plunged into suffering. Perhaps by following them, I can find the source of the disaster at Mount Tai. Su Chen concealed his aura and energy, quietly trailing behind the small team. Why? Is it always us who have to do these hard tasks? Right now, I just want to be at home, snacking and scrolling through some app. Nonsense, do you think I don't want that? But there's no choice. Since we joined Shilami, we have to get the job done. Shilami pays us such a high salary, is it just so we can stay home eating snacks and scrolling through some app? By the way, you all seem to be from the Qilu region. Don't you know what it means if a strange beast appears in Qilu? They complained, but deep down, they were very clear about their responsibilities. Shilami is not only an official organization of extraordinary people in Huaxia but also the first line of defense against strange beasts. Their expressions were serious, hands resting on their weapons. As soon as there was danger, they could draw their weapons to defend themselves. Su Chen silently followed behind them. After walking for about an hour, Su Chen suddenly frowned. A dangerous aura suddenly appeared not far ahead. Su Chen, with a higher realm, sensed the presence of danger. But the others still moved forward earnestly, unaware of the looming threat. In a state of heightened awareness, Galmu discovered a strange beast crouching in a low bush not far from the team, as if waiting for something. This beast resembled an ordinary black panther very closely. Its size was also similar to that of a regular black panther. But Su Chen knew that this was definitely not an ordinary black panther. Because in the biological system near Mount Tai, there was no environment suitable for black panthers to survive. Could this be a cat? Su Chen stared at the strange beast, feeling doubtful. Black feather hunter cat level C-class juvenile stage description: a black cat that evolved after consuming a strange fruit. Its fur has evolved into feathers, making it faster. Just as Su Chen expected, this creature resembling a black panther was indeed a black cat. The team leader's realm was at the first level of Qi Nourishing. A C-class juvenile strange beast corresponds to the first to third levels of Qi Nourishing. Considering the overall strength of the team, they were no match for this black feather hunter cat. If this small team encounters a C-class juvenile strange beast, they will undoubtedly perish. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, the lurking black feather hunter cat suddenly sprang into action. Zhang Wei, a person with an ordinary name but an extraordinary life. From the moment he was born, he realized he was different from others. In school, he displayed a remarkable talent for learning. During the college entrance examination, he achieved an exceptionally high score and became a student at the Imperial Capital University. After graduating, he smoothly entered a large company. Right after graduation, he received a salary that many could only dream of. Not only that, he also had a very beautiful girlfriend. Just before he was about to get married, his girlfriend was murdered. After extensive searching, he found the person who killed her and personally took their life. When the police arrested him, he displayed extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, Shilami arrived in time to apprehend him. Asterisk on the surface, he was sentenced to death. But secretly, he became a delivery person for Shilami. From that moment on, he began to frequently appear in the shadows, protecting the safety of the people, those unseen and unpublicized. Enemies also became the souls under his sword. With his exceptional talent, he has now become a squad leader in Shilami. A few days ago, Shilami discovered tremors near Mount Tai and dispatched 20 squads for reconnaissance. The squad led by Zhang Wei was one of them. They were ordered to search the area. What is it? Zhang Wei suddenly shouted. Upon hearing his shout, everyone became alert. The weapons in their hands were drawn. At that moment, the black feather lynx had already charged over Tianlu's sword. Zhang Wei reacted swiftly. His long sword trembled, and a sword energy shot straight towards the black feather lynx. The black feather lynx reacted quickly, its body flickering slightly, evading Zhang Wei's sword energy. Zhang Wei's strike did not halt the black feather lynx's advance. Get ready for battle, Zhang Wei shouted. The others, having drawn their weapons, stood ready. At this time, the black feather lynx had already rushed close to Zhang Wei's squad. A cold light flashed. The lynx's sharp claws reached for one of Zhang Wei's team members. This person reacted quickly as well. He raised his weapon, intending to block the lynx's claws. Clang! The lynx's claws scraped against the opponent's weapon, sending sparks flying. Although he managed to block the lynx's strike, the force was tremendous, sending him flying backward. Seeing this, the black feather lynx quickly moved in for the kill. Help! Zhang Wei shouted, rushing towards the direction of the man who had been knocked back. The others followed suit. The black feather lynx was much faster than Zhang Wei and the others. Realizing that they were too late to rescue, Zhang Wei swung his long sword again. Tianxian sword. A yellowish sword energy flew towards the black feather lynx. The lynx seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of Zhang Wei's sword energy, so it dared not confront it head-on. It flickered and dodged Zhang Wei's sword energy once more. Thanks to Zhang Wei's strike, the fallen man had a brief moment to catch his breath. He performed a quick roll and stood up from the ground. The black feather lynx charged again. Captain, take care of my mother, the man shouted, wielding his long sword and rushing towards the lynx. He knew that even if Zhang Wei wanted to save him now, it would be too late. Take care of your own mother, Zhang Wei roared, channeling his energy to the utmost. The black feather lynx, seeing the man it had knocked away daring to charge at it again, curled its lips in a cold, almost human-like smirk. For some reason, the man felt a chill run down his spine at that mocking expression. Yet, despite this feeling, he did not stop his advance. In an instant, he collided with the black feather lynx once more. This time, the lynx's sharp claws clashed against his weapon again. The man was sent flying once more. This time, his luck was not on his side. He crashed into a large tree as he flew back. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His head tilted and he fell unconscious. The black feather lynx, seeing this, knew its opportunity had come. It charged towards him again. The speed of the black feather lynx was simply too fast. Zhang Wei could not react in time. Why go to such tragic lengths? At that moment, a calm voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Zhang Wei instinctively looked up. He saw a person standing not far in front of his teammate, having appeared there without him noticing. This person was dressed in simple casual attire, with a very proportionate figure. Although Zhang Wei could not see the person's face, he felt that this individual was a handsome man. What surprised Zhang Wei the most was that this person was wearing a Sun Wukong mask. If it had been a high-quality mask, Zhang Wei wouldn't have said anything. The key point was that the Sun Wukong mask on this person's face was of very poor quality. It was the kind you could buy for 50 cents on the street. As the person spoke, the black feather cat had already dashed in front of him. Little kitty, if you don't want to die, you'd better behave yourself. Standing in front of the person, Su Chen coldly watched the black feather cat. The black feather cat clearly understood Su Chen's words. However, its eyes were filled with disdain. Well, look at that, even the exotic beasts have learned to mock. Now, Su Chen smiled helplessly. After mocking Su Chen, the black feather cat actually attempted to attack him. Be careful, this is a C-class juvenile exotic beast, very powerful. Seeing Su Chen dismiss the black feather cat so easily, Zhang Wei couldn't help but remind him. It's just a little kitty, watch how I teach it a lesson. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Wei and said with a tone of contempt. Before Zhang Wei could react, he saw Su Chen's right fist directly strike the black feather cat's head. Bang! The black feather cat's head was instantly smashed by Su Chen's punch. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wei and his teammates were dumbfounded. Who is this person? His strength is incredible. He can smash a C-class juvenile exotic beast with one punch. What kind of monster is this? I haven't heard of any big shots among the exotic beings who like to wear Sun Wukong masks. He must be a hidden master, otherwise he wouldn't be wearing a mask in public. And it's that kind of cheap mask you can buy for 50 cents on the street. The comments from Zhang Wei's teammates made Su Chen feel a bit pleased, but the latter remarks left him somewhat embarrassed. Ding! Killed C-class exotic beast black feather cat. Reward 225 points. Fog deployment. Fog deployment, one of the 72 earthly techniques. It allows the user to create fog at any time and place. Of course, deploying fog consumes chi. These 72 earthly techniques are all so useless, right? During this time, Su Chen had hunted many exotic beasts and obtained quite a few exotic techniques. All these techniques were related to the 72 earthly techniques. However, apart from the ability to communicate with spirits, Su Chen found that the other skills were somewhat lackluster. If the school needs a performance in the future, I might use fog deployment to do magic tricks. If other exotic beings knew that Su Chen wanted to use the 72 earthly techniques for magic tricks, they would probably be infuriated. Senior. While Su Chen was checking his rewards, Zhang Wei approached him. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior." Zhang Wei looked much older than Su Chen. Being called senior by someone like him made Su Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. Is there something you need near Mount Tai, Senior? Zhang Wei asked tentatively. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Wei and said somewhat displeased, "What? Is Mount Tai your family's territory? Just because you can come, I can't?" Seeing Su Chen getting a bit angry, Zhang Wei quickly shook his head. "Senior, that's not what I meant." Su Chen's ability to smash the black feather cat's head with one punch was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary strength. Zhang Wei didn't know Su Chen's personality, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly in front of him. "Then what do you mean?" Su Chen glared at Zhang Wei. "I mean nothing at all." Zhang Wei was almost in tears. "All right." Seeing this, Su Chen smiled inwardly. He looked seriously at Zhang Wei and coldly asked, "Then why are you here near Mount Tai?" "Recently, we detected some abnormal fluctuations near Mount Tai. So that's why we were sent near Mount Tai to take a look. I didn't expect that we would encounter a sea-level beast shortly after arriving. If it weren't for the timely intervention of a senior, our team might have been wiped out." At this point, Zhang Wei felt a lingering fear. He was speaking the truth. If Su Chen hadn't appeared just in time, their team could have indeed faced total annihilation. "All right." Su Chen waved his hand and said to Zhang Wei, "These are just minor issues." After saying this, Su Chen was about to leave. "Senior," Zhang Wei called out at that moment. "Could you tell me your name? We'll meet again if fate allows." Since Su Chen had come masked, how could he possibly reveal his name to Zhang Wei? After saying this, Su Chen laughed. Unusual tremor? It seems that Qi Lu has discovered something, Su Chen murmured to himself. The reason he chose not to act alongside Qi Lu was that he felt he couldn't expose his identity at this moment. His strength was indeed very formidable. However, he wasn't powerful enough to be completely invincible. Once Qi Lu discovered his identity, he would surely try to recruit him. Su Chen greatly admired the various extraordinary beings under Qi Lu. Admiration aside, Su Chen had no intention of joining them. After parting ways with Zhang Wei, Su Chen continued to roam at the foot of Mount Tai. As he walked, he noticed a canyon appearing not far ahead. The canyon was high and narrow. At its narrowest point, it could barely accommodate two people walking side by side. As Su Chen opened the path to the secluded, he discovered that there seemed to be something on the other side of the canyon. With a thought, Su Chen decided to go take a look. The major events at Mount Tai represented danger. But as a reborn individual, Su Chen was very clear. Danger often also represented opportunity. The reason Su Chen came to Mount Tai was not only to hunt beasts but also to see if he could find some fortuitous encounters nearby. Su Chen slowly crossed the canyon. What's going on? Upon crossing the canyon, Su Chen was stunned by the sight before him, because on the other side of the canyon he saw a mountain. At that moment, a map of Mount Tai appeared in Su Chen's mind. After a simple comparison, he realized he was in the heart of Mount Tai. There's another mountain in the heart of Mount Tai? Su Chen felt it was quite unbelievable. At the same time, a legend flashed through his mind. This legend was something he had read in a very wild historical novel. The novel stated that the Mount Tai we commonly see today is not the same Mount Tai where ancient emperors performed their sacrifices. In fact, the Mount Tai they sacrificed at was the ancient Mount Tai. The ancient Mount Tai was located in the heart of Mount Tai, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find. Could this mountain be the legendary ancient Mount Tai? Su Chen began to approach the mountain. As he neared the foot of the mountain, Su Chen looked up at the peak. After a rough estimate, he found that the elevation of ancient Mount Tai was exactly the same as that of Mount Tai, not a bit off. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Chen could estimate the elevation of ancient Mount Tai, but he couldn't see clearly what was at the top. So he decided to climb up to take a look. There was no suitable place for climbing where he was, so he prepared to search for one. After some searching, Su Chen found a man-made archway at the foot of ancient Mount Tai. The words Mount Tai were clearly visible on the archway. The words Mount Tai were in gold, looking very grand and majestic. In the lower right corner of the archway, Su Chen also saw many names. These names were all ancient emperors. This Mount Tai should indeed be the legendary ancient Mount Tai. Could it be that the wild history I read was not just a wild history? Su Chen thought as he looked down at the archway. Under the archway, there were man-made steps. It was unclear what material the steps were made of, but they presented a very white, milky color overall. Su Chen walked towards the steps. As he stepped onto the stairs, a chilling sensation shot up from the soles of his feet, penetrating through to the top of his head. So cold. Su Chen quickly stepped back down. It should be noted that Su Chen was an extraordinary person. Moreover, he was one of the higher-ranked extraordinary beings. For someone like him, ordinary cold was hardly felt at all. Since the steps here could make him feel cold, it indicated that the material used for the steps was definitely not ordinary or common. However, even so, it could not stop Su Chen from climbing the mountain. This time, he circulated his qi to his feet. Then, he stepped onto the stairs. Perhaps due to the presence of qi, Su Chen did not feel the chill as he stepped onto the stairs. Su Chen began to climb the mountain. But halfway up, he suddenly stopped. The cold aura reappeared. This time, the cold was even more intense than before. Even though Su Chen had qi protecting him, the chill still made him very uncomfortable. At this moment, he was still quite a distance from the summit. If I continue to climb in this cold, I might get frostbite. This cold was truly terrifying. Even as an extraordinary person, Su Chen was very wary of it. Although there was still some distance to the summit, he was very close to the mountainside. Su Chen noticed that near the mountainside of the ancient Tai mountain, there was a platform. He decided to first go up to the platform to rest. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the platform on the mountainside. Upon reaching the platform, the freezing sensation in his feet gradually eased. He looked down at his feet and found them covered in frost. What's going on? Su Chen gasped as he looked at the steps. After resting on the platform for a while, the frost on his feet gradually disappeared. Once his feet had mostly recovered, Su Chen slowly stood up to observe the platform. The platform was very spacious. It was made of an unknown material that appeared very dark and was also extremely smooth. However, when the sun shone on the platform, there was not a hint of reflection. Interesting. Looking at the ground of the platform, Su Chen's lips curled up, revealing a strange smile. He then gazed into the depths of the platform. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it startled Gao Mu greatly, because he clearly saw that deep within the platform there were many pitch-black statues. The shapes of these statues were very peculiar. From a distance, Su Chen couldn't quite tell what these statues were. Should I get closer to take a look? Su Chen began to hesitate. After a moment of indecision, he still decided to take a look. He walked slowly towards the direction of the statues. After walking for a while, Su Chen gradually stopped. At this moment, the nearest statue was less than 5 meters away from him. The material of the statue was exactly the same as that of the ground. The shape of the statue was already strange. Coupled with the pitch-black stone, it added an eerie quality to the statue. What kind of statue is this? Su Chen carefully observed the statue before him. This statue had a human body and appearance. However, behind the statue, there were 2 pairs of wings. Su Chen initially thought that these wings would be feathered like a bird, but upon closer inspection he discovered that the wings behind the statue were actually very rare flesh wings. That's right, flesh wings, the kind that only bats possess. Not only did this statue have flesh wings, but it also had a small horn growing from its forehead. What kind of monster is this? Even as a reborn individual, Su Chen had never seen anything like this before. Asterisk, he counted briefly. There were a total of 18 statues. Here, the statues were all identical in shape, but the expressions on their faces were all different. Although their expressions varied, their movements were telling Su Chen that they were doing the same thing. It seems like they are guarding something? A thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. He then looked behind the statues. Behind the 18 statues, Su Chen saw a larger statue. This statue looked very similar to the previous 18, all having human bodies, flesh wings, and horns on their heads. However, the difference was that this statue had 3 pairs of flesh wings. In other words, it had 1 more pair of flesh wings than the statues in front. What on earth are these things? Su Chen felt they were vampires. But before his rebirth, Su Chen had seen vampires. The appearance of vampires was indeed very similar to them. However, vampires did not have horns on their foreheads. Su Chen activated, hoping to gain some more useful information. What's going on? After activating, Su Chen instinctively took a step back. He realized that these statues were not as simple as they appeared. Level C, growth stage, description. They were once human, but deep down they craved power. To obtain power, they would stop at nothing. To make themselves stronger, they even fused with bats. Just the name of this creature made one feel very uncomfortable. What kind of creatures are these? Su Chen felt that they had definitely transcended the realm of humanity. In fact, they were not even exotic beasts. What they truly were, Su Chen could not say. However, what shocked Su Chen even more was that they did not seem to be statues. In the state of, Su Chen even felt for a moment that they were living beings. To be cautious, Su Chen decided it was best not to provoke them. With that thought, he prepared to leave and continue climbing the mountain. Crack! But just as Su Chen turned around, a strange sound rang in his ear. Su Chen instinctively looked back. He saw that the closest had something black on its body that was cracking. The cracking spread rapidly, and within a few seconds, it had covered its entire body. Crash! After the cracking spread all over, the black substance on the completely fell off. In the next moment, a humanoid creature appeared before Su Chen. It had a pair of eyes resembling those of a venomous snake. Perhaps due to just being unsealed, its eyes were slightly squinted, as if it were adapting to the environment. However, it quickly adjusted to its surroundings. Once it adapted, its gaze fell on Su Chen. Its eyes looked very cold and carried a hint of resentment. Such a gaze upon Su Chen made him feel extremely uncomfortable. What kind of monster is this? While Su Chen was observing, the was also observing him. What time is it now? At that moment, a voice came from the mouth of the Su Chen did not expect that the already transformed could still speak. It's noon. Su Chen knew it was not asking about that, but he still answered very seriously. Human, are you mocking me? Su Chen's answer made the very dissatisfied. Yes, I am mocking you, Su Chen replied cheerfully to the. As soon as he said this, the eyes turned even colder. Daring to mock me, human, do you know what the consequences of mocking me are? The glared at Su Chen. I say, buddy, can you tell me how you became this thing that is neither human nor ghost? To be honest, Su Chen was really curious about how the extreme fall came to be. Do you know, human, that saying this to me is a blasphemy? The voice of extreme fall sounded like that of a lofty king. In its eyes, Su Chen was just a humble ant. Well, what a guy, not high in rank but with quite the attitude. Su Chen looked at Extreme Fall, his face full of mockery. Extreme Fall fears. Su Chen's continuous blasphemy made Extreme Fall very angry. The next moment, a skull appeared above its head. The skull was fiery red, surrounded by purple mist. As soon as the skull appeared, Su Chen felt an indescribable fear spreading from the depths of his heart. This fear made Su Chen very uncomfortable. Are you scared? Seeing the change in Su Chen's expression, Extreme Fall revealed a disdainful look. Scared? Are you kidding me? Su Chen coldly stared at Extreme Fall, saying disdainfully, your strange technique indeed makes me feel fear. But even if I feel fear, so what? I am human. Since the dawn of humanity, we have always lived with fear. From the ancient beasts to modern nuclear weapons and into the future with strange beasts. But so what? The existence of these fears not only does not make humans feel afraid, but it also gives them the courage to grow. Well said. Su Chen's words made Extreme Fall scoff. I want to see if you are really as powerful as you say. As Extreme Fall's voice fell, two uniquely shaped weapons appeared in its hands. The weapons were crescent-shaped, glinting with a cold light at their edges. As soon as the weapons appeared, Extreme Fall flapped its wings and flew towards Su Chen. Extreme Fall's speed was incredibly fast. Fallen Sky Slash. As it approached Su Chen, the weapon in Extreme Fall's hand swung out, releasing a cold gleam. A blade of energy, infused with the aura of fall, shot straight towards Su Chen. For some reason, this blade of energy stirred an indescribable sense of disgust within Su Chen. Trash. As soon as the weapon appeared in Extreme Fall's hand, Su Chen donned the Wuyo Finger Tiger, Heaven-shaking Divine Fist. Su Chen channeled his energy into his right fist and punched towards the blade of energy. Crack! The seemingly fierce blade of energy was shattered by Su Chen's punch. How is this possible? Why is there such a strong human? Extreme Fall's eyes were filled with shock. It was as if Su Chen's fist shattering its blade of energy was an utterly astonishing event. Your concept of humans isn't still stuck in ancient times, is it? Su Chen's lips curled up. Swift wind step. As the words fell, Su Chen charged straight towards Extreme Fall. Heaven-shaking Divine Fist. As he neared Extreme Fall, Su Chen's fist struck out directly. Bang! This punch hit Extreme Fall's body, sending it flying like a kite with its string cut. Puff! The fallen Extreme Fall spat out a mouthful of blood upon hitting the ground. It truly did not expect Su Chen's strength to be so formidable. What surprised it even more was that after knocking it down, Su Chen did not hesitate but quickly closed the distance. At the same time, Su Chen mounted on top of it. It struggled to get up, but Su Chen's strength was simply too great. No matter how it struggled, it could not rise. Die. Su Chen's right fist tightened again. This punch was aimed at Extreme Fall's face. Bang! As the punch landed, wounds began to appear on Extreme Fall's face. Bang! 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 Su Chen's fists fell on the face of the Extreme Fall like raindrops. If these were just ordinary fists, perhaps they wouldn't cause any harm to the Extreme Fall. But Su Chen's fists were not ordinary. Wuyo Finger Tiger, Basic Fist Technique, Jintian Divine Fist. The combination of these three made each punch incredibly heavy. After a dozen rounds, the face of the Extreme Fall had lost all semblance of humanity. Ding! Kill Extreme Fall, reward obtained 315 points. This time, the kill of the Extreme Fall did not yield any valuable rewards. Compared to the points reward, Su Chen preferred the rewards from supernatural abilities. However, a reward is better than none. After killing this Extreme Fall, Su Chen slowly got up. But just as he turned to leave, a strange sound echoed from behind him again. Crack! 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 This familiar sound sent chills down Su Chen's spine. He quickly turned around. To his shock, the remaining Extreme Falls had developed cracks all over their bodies. This is troublesome. Including the one just killed by Su Chen, there were a total of 18 here. He had just killed one, leaving 17 remaining. Dealing with a single sea-level juvenile Extreme Fall was manageable for Su Chen, but handling 17 at once was truly beyond his capability. If I can't deal with all 17 at once, then I'll take them one by one. A flash of inspiration struck Su Chen's mind. A skill he had previously deemed useless appeared in his thoughts. He had just realized that the Extreme Falls were very similar to humans. They also used their eyes to see. Since they saw through their eyes, the situation became much simpler for Su Chen. Fog formation. Su Chen whispered fiercely. Qi circulated. Wisps of mist flew from his fingertips. The ancient Mount Tai was rich in spiritual energy. Coupled with Su Chen's infinite transformation of Qi body source flow, he theoretically had an endless supply of Qi. The mist rose and quickly enveloped the platform. Passage to the Abyss. In the state of the passage to the Abyss being activated, the mist before Su Chen posed no obstruction at all. At that moment, an Extreme Fall broke free from its restraints and appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. This Extreme Fall was very similar to the one before. Perhaps due to the mist, this Extreme Fall looked utterly bewildered after breaking free. It glanced around, unsure of what it was looking at. Swift wind step. Seizing the moment, Su Chen charged straight towards the direction of the Extreme Fall. Jintian Divine Fist. His golden fist struck the face of the just freed Extreme Fall. The Extreme Fall didn't even have time to react before Su Chen knocked it to the ground. Su Chen once again made the Extreme Fall understand what it meant for a fist to be as swift as the wind. This Extreme Fall was killed before it could even familiarize itself with its surroundings. Although Su Chen had killed one Extreme Fall in the shortest time possible, there were still 16 left around him. Ding! Kill Extreme Fall, reward obtained 320 points. The points reward for this Extreme Fall was different from the previous one. Su Chen didn't have time to think about it. At that moment, he quickly got back on his feet and began searching for the other Extreme Falls. After Su Chen killed the second Extreme Fall, the third one also appeared. Swift wind step. Su Chen continued to approach the third Extreme Fall at the fastest speed. The reaction speed of this third Extreme Fall was much quicker than the second. The moment Su Chen got close, it noticed his presence. Human, there is a human here. The third Extreme Fall began to scream. Its cries quickly attracted the attention of the other Extreme Falls. This mist might be caused by that human. Everyone, try to stay close together, don't scatter. Humans are indeed very cunning, everyone must be careful. We better gather quickly so we can kill the humans more effectively. The extremes began to scream wildly. Hearing their shouts, Suchen found it very amusing. Although the extremes were shouting, Suchen still had no intention of letting them go. Heaven-shaking divine fist. His fist smashed directly towards the face of this extreme. The third extreme reacted quickly, but its strength was truly lacking. Upon first contact, it was knocked down to the ground by Suchen. Another round of punches. The third extreme was killed by Suchen. Ding! Killed an extreme, reward obtained 320 points. It was unclear whether it was Suchen's bad luck or the extreme's lack of power. He had already killed 3 extremes in a row, but these extremes only dropped a little bit of points. Suchen's hunting plan continued. Soon, he found the 4th extreme. This time he chose not to launch a frontal assault but prepared to sneak up quietly. He tiptoed and quickly arrived behind the extreme. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Suchen's heaven-shaking divine fist aimed at the back of this extreme's head. The back of the head is the most vulnerable part of humanoid creatures, and the extreme was no exception. Crack! With a crisp sound, this extreme fell into a dog-eat-dog position. Its skull was shattered by Suchen. This 4th extreme, like the first 3, only provided a point reward. Suchen's hunting plan continued. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. In a stealthy manner, he hunted down 6 more. Including the first one that appeared, Suchen had now killed a total of 10 extremes. Even though Suchen had killed 10 extremes, there were still 8 left. The key point was that the last 8 posed some trouble, because among them 5 had already gathered together. The remaining 3 had also formed a small team. Let's start with the 3. Suchen began to sneak again. Soon he arrived behind the 3 extremes. The heaven-shaking divine fist struck once more. This time, he targeted the weakest one among the 3 extremes. Bang! Crack! The sound of fists colliding and skulls shattering almost occurred simultaneously. The remaining 2 extremes turned to look at Suchen. Almost at the same time, they drew their weapons. Despicable humans, you are indeed the best at ambushing, one of the extremes shouted at Suchen. Suchen glanced at that extreme and sneered, don't forget, you are all humans before. Humans? We were never humans, not a single one of us is human. We are extremes, the great extremes, another extreme shouted. A bunch of trash that forgets its roots. Suchen sneered. The reason Suchen engaged in so much pointless chatter with these 2 extremes was to distract their attention. Just as the 2 extremes were about to speak, Suchen moved. The gale step elevated Suchen's speed to the extreme. This time, Suchen aimed for the throat of one of the extremes. The throat is definitely the most vulnerable part of the human body. A punch was thrown. The struck extreme clutched its throat in pain. The other extreme swung its weapon directly at Suchen. Suchen turned back and punched that extreme. Bang! The collision between the Woyo finger tiger and the weapon in the extreme's hand sparked a flurry of sparks. The extreme holding the weapon was also forced to retreat step by Suchen. Seizing the opportunity, Suchen stepped forward. Heaven-shaking divine fist. The fist struck out. This time, it was still aimed at the throat. His punch landed with tremendous force. Before the extreme fall could make any sound, its throat was shattered by Suchen. The other extreme fall was still in a daze. Taking advantage of this moment, Suchen aimed directly for its life gate. This extreme fall was also killed by Suchen. Thus, out of 18 extreme falls, only 5 remained. These 5 are a bit tricky to deal with. Suchen muttered to himself. While hiding in the shadows, he could sense that these 3 were already his limit. Perhaps I can try the golden light spell. Suchen now possessed many supernatural abilities. However, the only one that could be considered a group attack was the golden light spell. Then let's give it a try. Suchen thought, quietly sneaking behind the 5 extreme falls. Golden light spell. Suchen shouted softly. Chi circulated. Golden light burst forth from his body. Under Suchen's control, the golden light spell transformed into strands of golden thread. Before the 5 extreme falls could react, the golden threads wrapped around them completely. Break! Suchen shouted again. The golden threads tightened. In an instant, the heads of the 5 extreme falls all fell to the ground. Thus, all 18 extreme falls were killed by Suchen. Asterisk ding. Killed an extreme fall, reward 220 points. Ding. Killed an extreme fall, reward 215 points. Ding. Killed an extreme fall, reward 210 points. Ding. Killed an extreme fall, reward 230 points. With the last extreme fall killed, Suchen's points skyrocketed. He took a quick look and directly opened the system shop. He exchanged for the 4-dimensional fruit. His 4-dimensional attributes instantly rose to 36 points. The corpses of the extreme falls had no utilitarian value, so Suchen did not intend to linger here for long. For some reason, he felt that this platform was very strange. Human. But just as he turned around, a majestic voice rang out at that moment. The one who killed me still wants to leave. Suchen quickly turned his head. He He saw the largest extreme fall in the deepest part with 2 pairs of wings beginning to awaken. Extreme Fall Guardian Level. C. Adult Stage. Introduction. A strong one among the extreme falls. The introduction of the Extreme Fall Guardian was very simple. Guardian? Su Chen's expression suddenly changed when he saw the name of the Extreme Fall Guardian. This Extreme Fall Guardian stood about 3 meters tall. In appearance, it was not much different from an ordinary extreme fall. Human, how do you want to die? The Extreme Fall Guardian stared at Su Chen, its snake-like eyes flashing with strange light. A sea-level adult Extreme Fall Guardian was equivalent to a human with a cultivation level of 6 to 9. To be honest, it might not even be Su Chen's opponent. Why should I die? Su Chen looked at the Extreme Fall Guardian, a half-smile on his face. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? Humans, still unable to change their arrogant and conceited nature, the Extreme Fall Guardian couldn't help but shake its head in resignation. Am I arrogant and conceited? Su Chen looked at the Extreme Fall Guardian and shook his head helplessly. You're just too weak. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen suddenly moved. Asterisk swift wind step. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Su Chen closed the distance to the Extreme Fall Guardian at lightning speed. The Woyo finger tiger in his hand emitted a blue glow. Is that all? The Extreme Fall Guardian disdainfully shook its head. It raised the weapon in its hand, contemptuously preparing to block Su Chen's punch. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck the Extreme Fall Guardian's weapon, producing a deafening sound. This punch forced the Extreme Fall Guardian to step back several paces. Interesting. The Extreme Fall Guardian, having steadied itself, looked at Su Chen and shook its head. I admit, you are a formidable human, but in my eyes, you are nothing. As the Extreme Fallen Guardian's words fell, he swung the weapon in his hand and charged straight at Su Chen. Fallen Heaven Slash. The Extreme Fallen Guardian roared with one hand. The blade aura produced by an ordinary Extreme Fallen's Fallen Heaven Slash is at most 1 meter long, but the blade aura slashed out by this Extreme Fallen Guardian was a full 1.5 meters high. Its might was far beyond that of an ordinary Extreme Fallen. Shattering Heaven Fist. Su Chen unleashed his Shattering Heaven Fist once more. This time, he used all his strength. Clang! Su Chen's fist collided with the blade aura. A dazzling light erupted, exploding outward. The blade aura of the Fallen Heaven Slash was directly shattered by Su Chen's fist. Human, it seems I really underestimated you, the Extreme Fallen Guardian said, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Since you are so powerful, I will no longer hide. Extreme Fallen Hunt. The Extreme Fallen Guardian flapped his fleshy wings and soared high into the air. Then he dove down towards Su Chen. The speed of this Extreme Fallen Hunt was incredibly fast. In an instant, it had rushed right up to Su Chen. Its fleshy wings brushed past Su Chen's body at that moment. Clang! The tremendous impact forced Su Chen to stagger backward. He retreated several steps before gradually stabilizing his body. What a powerful strike! Su Chen felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for his innate sacred body Dao embryo, the strongest physique across all realms, he would likely have been split in two by this Extreme Fallen Guardian's Extreme Fallen Hunt. How is that possible? The Extreme Fallen Guardian, now behind Su Chen, stared wide-eyed in shock upon seeing Su Chen unscathed. Why are you completely unharmed? The Extreme Fallen Guardian questioned Su Chen in disbelief. I don't know how to explain it, Su Chen replied with a smile as he looked at the Extreme Fallen Guardian. But I hope you have such a strong physique. After saying this, Su Chen charged towards the Extreme Fallen Guardian again. The Extreme Fallen Guardian, being cautious, flapped his fleshy wings and flew high into the air. Everything about Su Chen hinted at something strange. So the Extreme Fallen Guardian believed it was not suitable to confront Su Chen head-on at this moment. The best choice now was to kite Su Chen. After all, it had fleshy wings, while Su Chen did not. Golden Light Spell. Su Chen, once again beneath the Extreme Fallen Guardian, unleashed the Golden Light Spell. The Golden Light Spell transformed into strands of golden lines flying straight towards the Extreme Fallen Guardian. Seeing the golden lines, the Extreme Fallen Guardian felt a threat. It quickly flapped its fleshy wings, trying to evade the golden lines. But the speed of the golden lines was simply too fast. Before long, one of the golden lines wrapped around one of the Extreme Fallen Guardian's legs. The Extreme Fallen Guardian struggled desperately, but the golden line was wrapped too tightly. No matter how the Extreme Fallen Guardian struggled, it could not break free from the binding of the golden line. Get down here, Su Chen shouted. He then exerted force suddenly. The Extreme Fallen Guardian was yanked down from the air by Su Chen. Because it was pulled down so abruptly, the Extreme Fallen Guardian lost its balance upon landing. Seeing this, Su Chen threw a punch at the Extreme Fallen Guardian's face. Bang! The fist struck the Extreme Fallen Guardian's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Su Chen prepared to repeat his previous tactic and sat directly on top of the Extreme Fallen Guardian. His fists rained down on the Extreme Fallen Guardian's face like a storm. The rapid and fierce attacks left the Extreme Fallen Guardian dazed. At this moment, it even lost the awareness to resist. But the Extreme Fallen Guardian, with its sea-level adult strength, regained its senses after Suchen had been hitting it for nearly a minute. "Get off me, the Extreme Fallen!" Guardian roared. Suchen, however, paid no heed. His fists continued to pound the Extreme Fallen Guardian's face. Extreme Fallen Blood Sacrifice. At that moment, the Fallen Guardian suddenly let out a loud shout. Streams of strange spiritual energy surged directly into the Fallen Guardian's body. Suchen felt that the Fallen Guardian's strength was increasing at an extremely abnormal rate. "Get lost!" A surge of blood energy exploded. Suchen was unexpectedly blasted away by the Fallen Guardian. He adjusted his posture in mid-air and then landed smoothly. After landing, Suchen realized that the situation seemed a bit dire. The 18 corpses of the Fallen were slowly being dissolved on the ground. The material that was dissolving from them flowed towards the Fallen Guardian at a very strange speed. At the same time, Suchen noticed that the Fallen Guardian's body was continuously expanding. Its strength was also increasing at a very slow pace. Not good. At that moment, Suchen suddenly realized a problem. If the Fallen Guardian continued to increase its strength like this, it would likely reach a terrifying level. Therefore, Suchen had to stop this from happening. Swift Wind Step. He first used Swift Wind Step to close the distance between himself and the Fallen Guardian. Golden Light Spell. The Golden Light Spell appeared first. This time, the Golden Light Spell did not transform into threads but into short daggers. Go! Suchen pointed towards the Fallen Guardian. This Golden Light Spell was both the hardest shield in the world and the sharpest spear. The golden daggers formed from the Golden Light Spell rushed straight towards the Fallen Guardian. Clang! 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 The golden daggers struck the Fallen Guardian, producing the sound of metal clashing. Looking at the Fallen Guardian, its body was covered in purple smoke. It was unclear how this smoke was formed. The golden daggers from the Golden Light Spell could not inflict any damage on the purple smoke. What's going on? The situation with the Fallen Guardian was beyond Suchen's expectations. However, Suchen couldn't afford to think too much about it. Since the Golden Light Spell was ineffective, he had to try another method. Heaven Shaking Fist. The Heaven Shaking Fist was launched directly at the Fallen Guardian. But to Suchen's surprise, the Heaven Shaking Fist also failed to harm the Fallen Guardian at that moment. The purple smoke blocked the Heaven Shaking Fist. This is troublesome. The Golden Light Spell and the Heaven Shaking Fist were the only two attack methods Suchen had at the moment. If neither of these techniques could harm the Fallen Guardian, he would truly be in trouble. Yet despite this, Suchen's attacks did not cease. The Heaven Shaking Fist and the Golden Light Spell took turns striking. Although the purple smoke remained unbroken, just when Suchen was feeling a headache, the Fallen Guardian's body trembled slightly. With that tremble, an indescribable aura erupted from the Fallen Guardian. What's going on? Suchen felt that the Fallen Guardian in front of him had actually increased its strength slightly. Spirit Communication. Suchen activated Spirit Communication, preparing to investigate further. Upon using Spirit Communication, Suchen was instantly stunned. The Fallen Guardian's realm had directly changed from C-level adult to B-level young. This meant that after devouring the other fallen corpses, the Fallen Guardian had actually evolved. Even though Suchen was a reborn individual, he had never encountered such a situation before. He felt that he needed to calm down. Human, your time of death is approaching. The evolved Fallen Guardian's tone began to grow increasingly arrogant. Its current realm was now on par with Suchen's. However, its specific strength was still uncertain. After the previous evolution, its body had expanded significantly. The weapon that had previously seemed so handy now appeared to have shrunk a size. Fallen Heaven Slash. The Extreme Fallen Guardian used the skill once again. But this time, the Fallen Heaven Slash was vastly different from the previous one. Whether in height, length, or width, it had received significant enhancements. The most crucial point was that the blade aura now exuded even more power than before. Suchen knew that he absolutely could not take the Fallen Heaven Slash head-on like last time. The innate holy body Dao could indeed ensure he suffered no external injuries. However, it could not guarantee that Suchen would not sustain internal injuries. If the impact was strong enough, it was very likely that Suchen's internal organs would be shattered. Therefore, the best choice at this moment was to dodge the Fallen Heaven Slash. Swift Wind Step. The Swift Wind Step activated. Suchen dodged to the side at his fastest speed. The blade aura of the Fallen Heaven Slash grazed Suchen's body and flew out. Although the blade aura did not injure Suchen, he still felt a sense of dread as it brushed past him. The blade aura flew past Suchen, slicing towards the mountain behind him. Boom! The mountain was directly struck by the blade aura, creating a massive crack. Many fragments fell from the crack onto the platform. Suchen looked towards the platform. He had no idea what material the black stones on the platform were. After the blade aura passed, they remained completely unscathed. Oh! Seeing Suchen evade his blade aura, the Extreme Fallen Guardian laughed. I didn't expect you to dodge my Fallen Heaven Slash. Human, I truly underestimated you. In the eyes of the Extreme Fallen Guardian, Su Chen's evasion of the fallen heaven slash seemed like an incredible feat. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, hurry up and show them. If not, then it's time for me to strike back, Su Chen said casually to the extreme fallen guardian. Human. The extreme fallen guardian waved its fleshy wings, towering above. Next, I will unleash a move I just comprehended. If you can withstand this one, then you really are impressive. Extreme fallen spike. As the words of the extreme fallen guardian fell, 18 bone spikes rose behind it. The bone spikes were as white as snow, and the tips glimmered with a cold light. Go! The extreme fallen guardian pointed at Su Chen. The bone spikes lined up and flew straight towards Su Chen. The speed of the bone spikes was incredibly fast, reaching Su Chen in an instant. Golden light spell. Su Chen felt that the golden light spell was the best choice at this moment. The golden light spell appeared and transformed into a massive shield positioned in front of Su Chen. Ding! 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 The bone spikes struck the shield formed by the golden light spell, producing a clanging sound. The shield shimmered as the bone spikes hit it. Although the shield made of the golden light spell blocked the bone spikes, they did not fall to the ground. They spun as if trying to break through the shield's defense. Su Chen circulated the chi within his body. The chi surged like a mighty river towards the shield formed by the golden light spell. Perhaps due to the influx of additional chi, the bone spikes were momentarily unable to breach the shield's defense. Interesting. The extreme fallen guardian, seeing this, was not in the least bit anxious. It smiled slightly and pointed its right hand at Su Chen. The bone spikes began to spin. A couple of the spinning bone spikes actually broke through the shield. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Su Chen threw a punch. The 1 or 2 bone spikes that had breached the shield were directly shattered by Su Chen's fist. Human, why do you have an endless supply of chi? The extreme fallen guardian, once a human and a standout among humans, was well aware that the chi of extraordinary beings was limited. Under normal circumstances, there would absolutely be no otherworldly beings like Su Chen who could use their powers without restraint. Not even the renowned Grand Master, known for being second to none, could do that. Because I'm awesome. Su Chen was truly shameless, daring to say anything. The fallen guardian was speechless. Although Su Chen had dealt with 2 bone spikes, there were still 16 left. What he needed to do next was to bring the bone spikes over one by one and then shatter them one by one. Thus, one by one, the bone spikes pierced through the defense of the golden light spell shield. The bone spikes that passed through the golden light defense were also shattered by Su Chen one after another. Seeing his bone spikes being broken one by Su Chen, the fallen guardian's face darkened. It had thought that even if its bone spikes couldn't kill Su Chen, they would at least injure him. But unexpectedly, these bone spikes had accomplished nothing. Seeing that the fallen guardian was out of options, Su Chen smiled. Next, it's my turn to attack. After laughing, he activated the Gale Step and charged straight towards the fallen guardian. The enhancement of the Gale Step made Su Chen's speed incredibly fast. Heaven-shaking fist. Su Chen still started with this ability. It wasn't that he didn't want to use a different ability, but because this was his strongest attack ability. His fist struck out. The fallen guardian raised its weapon to block. This time, just like before, the fallen guardian was still pushed back several steps by Su Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen pressed the attack. His fists rained down like a storm, wildly striking at the fallen guardian. Even though the fallen guardian had evolved, it was still being pushed back relentlessly by Su Chen. It knew that continuing like this was not a solution. So at that moment, it prepared to flap its flesh wings and fly away to evade Su Chen's frenzied attacks. But Su Chen gave it no chance to take off. As soon as its wings spread, Su Chen's fist struck one of its flesh wings. Ah! The fallen guardian cried out in pain. Su Chen's fist moved again, this time targeting the fallen guardian's other flesh wing. The flesh wings were definitely the softest parts of the fallen guardian's body. After these 2 punches, the fallen guardian could no longer take off. Su Chen's fist once again aimed for the fallen guardian's face. This time, the fallen guardian couldn't react in time. Puff! This punch directly made the fallen guardian spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Chen's ferocity made the fallen guardian feel fear for the first time. But what the fallen guardian didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Su Chen's fists rained down on the fallen guardian. Crack! 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 Even though the fallen guardian's body was as hard as iron, after dozens of punches from Su Chen, it began to weaken. The continuous sound of bones breaking made the expression on the fallen guardian's face turn extremely pained. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! If you keep going, I'm going to die. The fallen guardian began to plead for mercy. Why should I spare you? Su Chen looked at the fallen guardian in confusion. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you a secret about the ancient Mount Tai, the fallen guardian said to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's fist suddenly stopped. I'll give you 1 minute to tell me the secret. Su Chen stood up and said to the fallen guardian, in a certain place on ancient Mount Tai, there is an ancient tree. The tree has withered, but every year it can bear a fruit. Each fruit produced by this tree is different. Eating different fruits can yield different effects. The fallen guardian spoke rapidly. Different effects? Su-chen thought that this so-called different effect was merely temporary. So, he shook his head dismissively. This low-end thing, you dare to bring it out. I really want to ask, who gave you the courage? Low-end. Upon hearing this, the extreme fallen guardian was completely stunned. Once, there was a person who ate a fruit from a great tree, comprehending boundless sword intent and became a generation's sword god. And another person who consumed a fruit had their body sanctified. Do you know how many people in this world have sought a fruit from this tree and failed? If this is all garbage, then is there anything good left in this world? The words of the extreme fallen guardian sparked a strong interest in Su-chen regarding the ancient tree on Mount Tai. However, he was also very clear in his heart. To seize a fruit from the ancient tree was definitely not an easy task. Asterisk, where exactly is the ancient tree located? Su-chen asked the extreme fallen guardian. The extreme fallen guardian pointed towards the mountain peak and said to Su-chen, Mount Tai, behind the falling sunset palace. Falling sunset palace? When Su-chen heard these 3 words, he slightly furrowed his brows. He felt as if he had heard these 3 words somewhere before, but after thinking carefully, he realized he truly couldn't remember where he had heard them. The top of Mount Tai, falling sunset palace. Right? I've got it. Su-chen nodded at the extreme fallen guardian. For some reason, when the extreme fallen guardian saw Su-chen nod, an indescribable sense of fear arose in his heart. He stared wide-eyed at Su-chen and asked sharply, You don't intend to kill me, do you? That's right, I do want to kill you. Su-chen nodded at the extreme fallen guardian. You said you wouldn't kill me. The extreme fallen guardian kept backing away, his eyes filled with fear. Did I say that? Su-chen began to play dumb at this moment. Human, you are untrustworthy. The extreme fallen guardian loudly accused Su-chen. Su-chen, with an indifferent expression, replied to the extreme fallen guardian, I remember you saying that humans are cunning. Since you already know that humans are cunning, why do you still believe what humans say? Upon hearing this, the extreme fallen guardian was left speechless. Alright, you can go die now. Su-chen clenched his fist. This time, he aimed for the heart of the extreme fallen guardian. The bones in the chest of the extreme fallen guardian had already been shattered by Su-chen. With this punch, the bones in the chest of the extreme fallen guardian were directly crushed. The shattered bones pierced straight into the heart of the extreme fallen guardian. The imposing extreme fallen guardian thus died at Su-chen's hands. Ding! Kill the extreme fallen guardian. Reward obtained 300 points. Pray for clear skies. Fallen sky sword rain. Pray for clear skies. One of the 72 earthly fiend techniques can pray for clear skies on rainy days. Of course, the effect is also quite good. Fallen Sky Sword Rain uses chi to condense 18 chi swords to attack the opponent. The drop rate of this extreme fallen guardian is truly touching. Not to mention the points. The Pray for Clear Skies technique, in Su-chen's view, still seemed like a useless skill. Asterisk compared to the first 2 rewards, Su-chen's favorite was still the 3rd reward. Although the introduction of Fallen Sky Sword Rain was simple, Su-chen felt that it must be a good technique. After reading all this, Su-chen began to rest in place. He didn't need to recover his chi, but his stamina did need to be restored. After resting for about half an hour, his stamina had returned to its peak. At this moment, he approached the steps again, ready to continue climbing the mountain. But just as he was about to step onto the steps, he turned back to look at the place where the extreme fallen guardian had appeared earlier. Why would there be such evil things in such a sacred place as Mount Tai? Su-chen was puzzled as to why there was an extreme fallen presence on Mount Tai. He had already thought of Mount Tai as very complex, but now it seems he was still thinking too simply. Su-chen began to climb again. After about 10 minutes of climbing, he stopped once more. The cold beneath his feet had made it nearly impossible for him to move. He needed to rest a bit before continuing his ascent. While he was resting, he suddenly noticed something on a nearby rock face that seemed unusual. He quickened his pace and approached the rock face. A hole had been chiseled into the stone. The space inside the hole was quite small. To his surprise, there was a stone statue enshrined within this little cavity. What is this? Looking at the statue enshrined in the small hole, Su-chen felt a chill run down his spine. The statue resembled a human figure. It sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, with its hands resting on its legs. Its appearance suggested it was in a state of meditation. The statue looked kind and benevolent. However, when viewed closely, its features appeared very eerie. The slightly upturned corners of its mouth gave the impression that it was mocking something. Its fox-like, elongated eyes held an indescribable cunning glint. What made Su-chen feel most uncomfortable, however, were the wings on its back. They were neither feathered wings nor the fleshy wings he had encountered before. Instead, they looked as if they were made of bone. Behind the wings, there was a long sword. If it were an ordinary sword, Su-chen wouldn't have thought much of it. But the problem was, the sword appeared to be forged from flesh and blood. Upon closer inspection, it gave off a very strange vibe. What is this? Having lived a second life, Su-chen considered himself well-traveled and knowledgeable. Yet even someone as experienced as he was seeing something so bizarre for the first time. Even stranger was the incense burner in front of the statue. The burner was filled with ash, suggesting that it was often used for offerings. What kind of person could defeat such a strange statue? A peculiar feeling began to rise in Su Chen's heart. After staring at the statue for a while, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. His primary task now was to reach the mountain summit and then find the falling sunset palace. He continued his climb. The cold sensation had caused his feet to gradually lose feeling. If it weren't for Su Chen's strong abilities, his feet would have likely frozen off by now. He was now very close to the summit. He gritted his teeth. The last few meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. Not only had his feet lost feeling, but his legs were also starting to disobey him. The remaining distance was traversed entirely by sheer willpower. Finally made it. Upon reaching the summit, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. It was the first time he realized how difficult climbing a mountain could be. Once at the top, Su Chen didn't rush to do anything. He lay on the ground, waiting for his legs to regain feeling. The circulation of qi allowed his legs to gradually recover in less than a minute. The sensation of having no feeling in his legs had been quite uncomfortable. Once his legs began to regain sensation, Su Chen slowly stood up. The area at the top of the ancient Mount Tai was vast. Even for someone like Su Chen, who was an outsider, it seemed boundless at a glance. Besides numerous plants, he also saw a massive stone tablet. The tablet was extremely tall, at least 10 meters high. It was inscribed with a multitude of characters. These characters included traditional Chinese small seal script, Jurchen script, Manchu script. All known scripts of the Huaxia people could be seen on this stone tablet. Apart from traditional Chinese characters, Su Chen could not understand any of the other words. The meaning of the traditional text was roughly, "This place is Mount Tai, where all earthly emperors can once again perform the Fengshan ceremony, proclaiming their achievements to the heavens. If the heavens deem you worthy, they will reward you. Conversely, they will punish you." The specific rewards and punishments were not recorded on the stone tablet. So that's why ancient emperors love to perform the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai. Su Chen stroked his chin, examining the stone tablet. He then moved to the back of the tablet. The content on the front and back of the tablet was identical. Seeing that there was nothing of value on the tablet, Su Chen looked behind it. Behind the tablet, Su Chen saw a cluster of buildings. These buildings had various styles, almost encompassing all architectural styles from the various dynasties of Huaxia. Why are there these buildings in this place? Su Chen had thought that behind the stone tablet would be the Fengshan platform. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a cluster of buildings. Perhaps due to the passage of time, many of these buildings had already collapsed. Only a very small portion of the buildings remained intact. Su Chen entered these intact buildings one by one, hoping to find something of value. However, upon entering, he was greatly disappointed. Apart from common household items, he could see nothing else of interest. Exiting from these intact buildings, Su Chen passed through the cluster. At the far end of this cluster, he saw a stone statue. This statue was very similar to the one Su Chen had seen while climbing the mountain. The difference was that this statue was very tall. The statue he had seen before was only about 20 to 30 centimeters. But the one before him was about 2 meters high. In front of the statue, there was a stone-carved incense burner. The burner was filled with ash. It seems that this statue is also often worshipped. Su Chen was filled with curiosity. He really wanted to know what this statue represented and who had defeated these statues. It seems that to find out, I can only continue forward. Passing the statue, a huge square appeared before Su Chen. The square was paved with white stone bricks. In the center of the square, Su Chen saw a strange pattern. What puzzled Su Chen the most was that each stone brick in the square had a small semicircular pit. He roughly measured it and found that the distance between these small pits was exactly the same. What is this square for? Su Chen was now filled with curiosity. Beyond the square was a passage. On both sides of the passage were many stone-carved animals. The animals were symmetrical, one on each side. Looking deeper into the passage, Su Chen saw a massive palace. Perhaps due to the distance, he could not clearly see the palace's specific appearance. From afar, the palace seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist in Su Chen's eyes. It seems that to see this palace, I must get closer, Su Chen said, stepping onto the path leading to the palace. He moved slowly, occasionally glancing at the animals on either side. The craftsmanship of the sculptor was exquisite. The animals on both sides looked lifelike. Their faces bore no expression. Yet when Su Chen looked at them, he felt they were repulsive. He did not understand why he felt this way. Not only did he find them repulsive, but Su Chen also felt a chill run down his spine. Strange, it's really too strange. This ancient Mount Tai was indeed filled with oddities. Su Chen took a deep breath and continued forward. He was getting closer to the palace, but at that moment he realized that the palace still appeared blurry to his eyes. Su Chen quickened his pace. Yet even when he stood right in front of the palace, it remained indistinct. This is peculiar. This was the first time Su Chen had encountered such a situation. However, he was not the least bit flustered. After all, this was just a minor scene. For him. Perhaps I can try using Tongyu. At that moment, the introduction of Tongyu flashed through Su Chen's mind. Tongyu. As he activated the technique, Su Chen's eyes began to change. With the successful use of Tongyu, the palace gradually revealed its true form before him. It was an enormous and luxurious palace. The exterior of the palace was resplendent. Su Chen had some understanding of the architectural styles of various dynasties' palaces. However, the architectural style of this palace was something he had never seen before. The most bizarre thing was that the color of the palace's main door was a deep purple-black. Above the door, there was a massive plaque. The characters on the plaque were also unfamiliar to Su Chen. Yet for some reason, he felt that this palace was indeed the Falling Sunset Palace. He walked up to the main door. The door of the Falling Sunset Palace was tightly shut. Su Chen pushed hard against it. The door did not budge. Su Chen's strength should be enough to easily move a 10,000-pound boulder. Yet such immense power could not open the door before him. This was enough to indicate that the weight of the door was definitely over 10,000 pounds. After several attempts, Su Chen chose to give up. However, he did not decide to leave just yet. His intuition told him that there must be something valuable inside the Falling Sunset Palace. But since brute force couldn't open it, Su Chen planned to find another way. He activated Tongyu, hoping to find any mechanisms nearby. But after searching around, he found nothing. Could it be that I can't get in? Su Chen really wanted to see what was inside the Falling Sunset Palace. Just then, he noticed something very interesting. It was sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun was shining on the palace's plaque. Under the sunlight, the plaque appeared particularly sacred. As the sun gradually descended, the afterglow continued to shift. Before long, the sunlight fell upon the main door. Click, click, click. The moment the afterglow illuminated the door, Su Chen heard the sound of mechanisms turning. The tall palace door began to slowly open. Su Chen peered through the crack of the door into the palace. It was pitch black inside. Even in the state of Tongyu, it remained so. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. At this moment, the door was still slowly opening. Click. Another sound echoed. The door was now fully opened. Bang! As the door swung open, Su Chen heard a strange sound. It was as if a candle had been lit. He saw a faint candlelight appear in one corner of the palace. The candlelight spread out shortly after it appeared. In just a minute, all the candlelight in the palace was lit. Standing at the entrance of the palace, Su Chen could see everything inside. The exterior of the palace was luxurious, and the interior was even more resplendent. Strange patterns could be faintly seen on the columns. Is this a dragon? The pattern on this pillar looks very much like a dragon from Huaxia mythology. But upon closer inspection, one would find that what is carved on the pillar is not a dragon at all. Some of the things in the Falling Sunset Palace make Su Chen feel quite strange. Besides the pillars, there are quite a few suits of armor on both sides of the palace. 18 again? Su Chen roughly counted. There are about 18 suits of armor here. These armors stand upright, as if there were someone inside them. What interests Su Chen the most is that each armor has a weapon pointed at its fingers. The weapons in the hands of the 18 suits of armor are precisely the 18 types of weapons found in Huaxia martial arts novels. Inside the palace, besides these 18 suits of armor, there is also a very tall platform at the deepest part of the palace. On the platform, there is something resembling an offering table. There are no offerings or incense burners on the table. There is only a long sword. A long sword? Su Chen's eyes widened at the sight of the long sword on the offering table. It is clear that a long sword offered in this place must be extraordinary. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Su Chen's mouth seemed to be watering at that moment. He quickly took 2 steps forward. He wanted to see what kind of treasure this long sword was. But just as he was less than 5 meters away from the platform, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation under his feet. Not good. Su Chen felt as if he had triggered some kind of mechanism. He lightly stepped back instinctively. When he landed, he discovered that a pit had appeared where he had just been standing. In the pit, he saw sharp spikes. The spikes were dark and seemed to be poisonous. That scared me to death. Su Chen gently patted his chest. If he had reacted just a little slower, he might have fallen into the pit. Still shaken, Su Chen began to carefully observe the floor beneath him. The floorboards were completely identical. Even upon close inspection, he couldn't discern any differences. Looks like I need to be a bit more careful. The long sword on the platform had made Su Chen let his guard down earlier. If he hadn't relaxed his vigilance, such a thing shouldn't have happened. He reminded himself to be even more cautious from now on. This Falling Sunset Palace was definitely not simple. With the previous experience in mind, Su Chen began to be more careful. He slowly approached the platform. With each step, he was extremely cautious. Gradually, he got closer to the platform. As the platform came into view, Su Chen's mood began to stir with excitement. Deep breath, deep breath. I must be cautious, I must be cautious. As the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. although victory is in sight. Now, it is not yet complete. At this moment, I must be cautious, and again cautious. Su Chen warned himself in his heart. Once the excitement subsided, he continued to approach the platform. When he reached the front of the platform, he first tested the steps with his foot. After confirming that the steps were safe, Su Chen began to climb slowly. His climbing speed was very slow. With each step, he was extremely careful. It took him nearly 5 minutes to ascend the less than 2-meter high steps. When he finally reached the top of the platform, Su Chen visibly sighed in relief. He was now less than 20 meters away from the long sword. 20 meters, if he were outside, would be nothing to Su Chen. But in this place, those 20 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. He was even more cautious in these final 20 meters. 15 meters. Su Chen's heart began to race. 10 meters. Su Chen's hands started to tremble with excitement. He prepared to move forward. But at that moment, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt, because behind him, a very strange sound had begun to echo. It sounded like metal clashing, but upon closer inspection, it didn't quite seem like that. He quickly turned around. This turn was not inconsequential. It truly startled Su Chen. He didn't know when, but all 18 suits of armor had gathered beneath the high platform. Their helmets were held high. In the hollow spaces of the helmets, Su Chen saw pairs of blood-red eyes. It felt as if the 18 suits of armor all possessed souls. This scene genuinely frightened Su Chen. Fortunately, he was someone who had seen a lot in life, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. What do you want? After asking this, Su Chen felt a bit regretful. He thought that asking this question at this moment made him seem foolish. But what he didn't expect was that after he asked this question, the armor below actually reacted. He saw all 18 suits of armor raise their weapons in unison, pointing at Su Chen. Their appearance seemed to urge Su Chen to hurry down from the high platform. Su Chen had worked hard to get up to the high platform. How could he easily come down? How could I possibly go down? If you have the ability, come up. Before Su Chen could finish his words, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. He quickly dodged. A spiked iron ball flew past his face. Damn it, a sneak attack! Su Chen shouted at the armor below. The armor couldn't speak, but for some reason, Su Chen felt an emotion of anger emanating from them. At this moment, Su Chen activated Sword Armor Level C. Juvenile Stage. Description: one of the 18 armors forged by the Lord of Falling Sunset, skilled in using long swords. The names of these 18 armors were basically the same. The front of the name was always the name of the weapon, followed by the word armor. Sword armor wielded a sword, while knife armor wielded a knife. However, what intrigued Su Chen even more was who exactly this Lord of Falling Sunset was. Just as Su Chen was pondering this, another sound arose. He looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a golden suit of armor walking towards the high platform. Falling Sunset Battle Armor Level C. Adult Stage. Description: the armor once worn by the Lord of Falling Sunset. The Falling Sunset Battle Armor walked slowly. When it reached behind the other armors, they gradually made way. Not only did they clear a path for the Falling Sunset Battle Armor, but they also slightly bowed. It was as if this Falling Sunset Battle Armor was the king among the many armors. The Falling Sunset Battle Armor approached the high platform, its helmet slightly raised. Human, get down from there. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the Falling Sunset Battle Armor. Wow, a suit of armor that can talk. I didn't see that coming. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Su Chen thought that this Falling Sunset Battle Armor, like the others, wouldn't be able to speak. But unexpectedly, this Falling Sunset Battle Armor could actually talk. Get down from there immediately. Seeing that Su Chen had no reaction, the Falling Sunset Battle Armor spoke again. Can I ask what you are? Gao Mu was genuinely curious about the Falling Sunset Battle Armor. He wanted to know whether this Falling Sunset Battle Armor was a puppet or a robot. Since you don't want to come down, then you all blast him down for me. The Falling Sunset Battle Armor roared. Upon hearing this, the other armors excitedly raised their weapons. Then, they began to march towards the high platform. Alright, the battle is about to begin. Su Chen focused and calmed himself. At this moment, an armor charged right up to him. This armor was called the Meteor Hammer Armor. It was the same armor that had just ambushed Su Chen. As soon as they moved, Su Chen had already put on the Wuyo Finger Tiger Heaven Shaking Fist. Su Chen threw a punch at the Meteor Hammer Armor. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck the chest of the Meteor Hammer Armor. This punch directly dented the chest of the Meteor Hammer Armor deeply. No instant kill? Su Chen had thought that this punch would be enough to instantly kill the Meteor Hammer Armor in front of him. But unexpectedly, it did not succeed. Since I can't get an instant kill, then I'll throw a few more punches. Su Chen swung his fist again. Clang! The fist hit the chest of the Meteor Hammer Armor. The Meteor Hammer Armor staggered back 2 steps. This punch created an even deeper dent in the armor. Not only that, but fine cracks, as thin as hair, also appeared on the Meteor Hammer Armor. If Su Chen hadn't observed closely, he might not have noticed these cracks. There's hope. The presence of cracks indicated that they were not invincible. Su Chen threw another punch. Clang! This punch caused the cracks to expand continuously. Previously they were as thin as hair, but now they had widened to the size of silver needles. One more punch. Suchen aimed another punch at the meteor hammer armor. Crack! After this punch, the front of the meteor hammer armor began to split open. Soon, the entire armor shattered into pieces, scattering on the ground. Ding! Killed meteor hammer armor, reward 300. The destruction of the meteor hammer armor brought Suchen 300 points. Besides the points, there were no other rewards. Suchen was not in a hurry. After all, there were still 17 other armors. As soon as the meteor hammer armor was defeated, Suchen focused on the new armor. Rake armor. The armor closest to Suchen at this moment was the rake armor. The rake in the hands of this armor was very similar to Zhu Beiji's rake. Its method of attack was also to smash. Besides the rake armor, the other armors also began to surround Suchen. If I use the heaven-shaking fist again now, I might get surrounded by these armors. A flash of inspiration crossed Suchen's mind. Fallen Sky Sword Rain. Chi began to circulate. One by one, Chi swords appeared behind Suchen. Not too many, not too few, a total of 18. Go! Suchen let out a low roar. The 18 Chi swords flew out simultaneously. Clang! 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 The Chi swords struck the armors, producing the sound of metal clashing. Ding! Killed rake armor, reward 300 points. Ding! Killed blade armor, reward 300 points. Ding! Killed sword armor, reward 300 points. The continuous system notification sounds echoed in Suchen's mind. He calculated roughly. Including the armor he had killed earlier, he had now killed 10 armors. Excluding the Falling Sunset battle armor, he still needed to kill 8 more armors. Fallen Sky Sword Rain. Suchen used this extraordinary technique again. In this situation of being attacked by a group, the Fallen Sky Sword Rain was indeed very useful. The Chi swords reappeared. Suchen pointed at the remaining 8 armors. Although the previous attack had not killed these 8 armors, it had still caused them considerable damage. The 18 Chi swords attacked them again. Their luck was not as good as last time. Ding! Killed hook armor, reward 300 points. Ding! Killed whip armor, reward 300 points. Ding! Killed axe armor, reward 300 points. At this point, all 18 armors have been destroyed. Now, in the vast Falling Sunset Palace, only Suchen and the Falling Sunset armor remain. Human, you do have some skills. The Falling Sunset armor stared at Suchen. Its tone filled with disdain. In the eyes of the Falling Sunset armor, even though Suchen had destroyed 18 armors, he was still not its opponent. I say, Falling Sunset armor, aren't you talking a bit too much? Chen looked at the Falling Sunset armor. Am I talking too much? The Falling Sunset armor looked at Suchen and said with a smile. I just haven't spoken to anyone in a long time, so I wanted to say a bit more to you. Since you find my words excessive, then I won't say anything more. As soon as the Falling Sunset armor finished speaking, it suddenly charged towards Suchen. Falling Sunset Slash. At some point, a long knife appeared in the Falling Sunset armor's hand. The Falling Sunset armor leaped high, raising the long knife above its head. From its posture, it seemed as if it intended to split Suchen in two. This strike was both urgent and fierce. Therefore, at this moment, Suchen's best choice was to evade. Swift wind step. The strange technique activated, and wind surged beneath Suchen's feet. Just as he moved, the long knife in the Falling Sunset armor's hand came crashing down. The long knife grazed Suchen's side and struck the ground. As the long knife brushed past him and landed, Suchen felt a bone-chilling coldness. Clang! The long knife landed where Suchen had just stood. Whether it was the knife's quality or the platform's sturdiness, this strike caused no damage to the platform at all. Taking advantage of the duration of the swift wind step, Suchen directly arrived at the side of the Falling Sunset armor. Heaven-shaking divine fist. His right fist struck out fiercely, aimed at the right rib of the Falling Sunset armor. Bang! Although this punch did not break the Falling Sunset armor, it still caused it to sway unsteadily. Human, you do have some ability. After being punched by Suchen, the Falling Sunset armor's voice carried a hint of anger. And there's more. Suchen's attack did not stop. His fist struck the same spot again. The Falling Sunset armor's body swayed once more. It was now very angry, extremely angry. Being hit repeatedly by Suchen was nothing short of an insult to the Falling Sunset armor. Human, I will make you die. The Falling Sunset armor raised the long knife in its hand and swung it directly at Suchen. This time, the speed of the long knife was significantly faster than before. Once again, Suchen narrowly dodged. After evading 2 attacks, the Falling Sunset armor was now in a frenzied state. The long knife in its hand began to swing wildly without any technique. Die, die. All humans. Die. The voice of the Falling Sunset armor sounded nearly insane. It not only swung its knife without any method, but even its footwork began to become chaotic. Golden Light Spell. Suchen began to use the Golden Light Spell. Once the Golden Light Spell appeared, it transformed into strands of golden threads that flew towards the Falling Sunset armor. Falling Heaven Sword Rain. At this moment, the Chi sword behind Suchen also began to take shape gradually. Go! The moment the golden threads of the golden light spell wrapped around the falling sunset armor, the falling heaven sword rain arrived as scheduled. Clang, clang, clang. The chi sword struck the falling sunset armor, producing a clanging sound. To Su Chen's surprise, this time the falling heaven sword rain did not inflict any damage on the falling sunset armor. The defense of this falling sunset armor is indeed strong. Su Chen sighed inwardly. If it were the previous armors, they would have been destroyed long ago under the attack of the falling heaven sword rain. If one time doesn't work, then let's do it twice. There was also spiritual energy present within the falling sunset palace. With the infinite transformation of the chi body source, Su Chen can use the fallen sky sword rain indefinitely. The chi sword reappears. This time, the chi swords line up in a straight line in the air. Su Chen believes that the previous attack did not damage the falling sunset battle armor because the chi sword's attack was too scattered. So this time, Su Chen thinks he should aim at a single point and break it directly. Go! Su Chen growls. The chi swords line up and fly straight towards the falling sunset battle armor. Clang, clang, clang. 18 chi swords attack a single point simultaneously. Su Chen clearly sees a large, deep crack appear on the falling sunset battle armor. Swift wind step. Su Chen approaches the falling sunset battle armor at his fastest speed. Heaven-shaking divine fist. He holds his breath and focuses, striking directly at the crack. Crack! A crisp sound rings out. Su Chen clearly sees the crack on the falling sunset battle armor continuously expanding. Crash! Before long, the entire falling sunset battle armor collapses to the ground. Ding! Killed the falling sunset battle armor. Reward 390 points. Fire seat. Fire seat, one of the 72 Earthsha techniques. Mastering it allows one to sit amidst flames without being harmed. Another one of the 72 Earthsha techniques? But why is it such a useless exotic technique? Su Chen feels somewhat powerless to complain about the new system reward. What exactly is this 72 Earthsha technique? Although Su Chen has obtained quite a few of the 72 Earthsha techniques, he is still unclear about what they actually are. After this trip to Mount Tai, I must take a good look at what this so-called 72 Earthsha technique really is. After finishing his complaints, Su Chen looks at the scattered falling sunset battle armor. The falling sunset battle armor is now in pieces. The once majestic falling sunset battle armor is no longer recognizable. What is that? At this moment, Su Chen suddenly notices something shining among the shattered pieces of the falling sunset battle armor. Su Chen crouches down and picks it up. Upon closer inspection, he discovers that it is actually a gem. Mechanical core, level unknown. Description: a strange object formed by the combination of technology and cultivation. Its main use is to provide energy for machines and puppets. Su Chen looks at the description of the mechanical core and falls into deep thought. The reason the falling sunset battle armor can move like a robot is likely due to this mechanical core. With this in mind, Su Chen begins to search for the mechanical cores of the other armors. However, after searching around, he discovers a very interesting phenomenon. The falling sunset battle armor uses something called a mechanical core. The remaining 18 armors use something called a mechanism core. The names of these two cores are quite similar, differing by just one character. But upon closer examination, Su Chen finds that although they differ by just one character, their performance is worlds apart. However, whether it is the mechanism core or the mechanical core, neither is of much use to Su Chen at the moment. So he directly places both items into his system warehouse. Once he confirms that there are no other threats in the falling sunset palace, Su Chen looks towards the long sword. He begins to move slowly towards the direction of the long sword. When he reaches the long sword, a greedy look appears in Su Chen's eyes. Falling sunset soul subduing sword, level diamond. Description: the weapon used by the master of the falling sunset palace in his youth. This weapon can not only subdue exotic beasts but also evil souls. Looking at the description of the falling sunset soul subduing sword, a strange expression appears on Su Chen's face. The weapon used by the master of the falling sunset palace in his youth? Who exactly is this master of the falling sunset palace? The weapons used in my youth are already of diamond level. Su Chen's curiosity about the identity of the falling sunset palace master had reached its peak. Once I return, I must thoroughly check the information. Su Chen thought, gripping the falling sunset soul sword in his hand. The falling sunset soul sword was very heavy. Even with Su Chen's current strength, holding it felt indescribably burdensome. I'll store it in the system for now and use it after my strength increases. Adhering to the principle that good things come to those who wait, Su Chen directly stored the falling sunset soul sword in the system warehouse. After completing all this, he did not rush to leave. He sat cross-legged on the high platform. With the defeat of the falling sunset battle armor, his points had now reached 8125. He summoned the system shop and exchanged these 8,000 points for 4-dimensional fruits. With 8,000 points, he could exchange for 2 of each fruit. After the exchange was complete, Su Chen swallowed all the fruits at once. At that moment, all his 4-dimensional attributes reached 42 points. This trip to the ancient Mount Tai was only halfway through for Su Chen. Yet, even so, he had already gained a lot. not to mention the increase in four-dimensional attributes. The earthly fiend's 72 techniques were also of little use to Su Chen. The most impressive gains from this trip to the ancient Mount Tai were the Fallen Heaven Sword Rain and the Falling Sunset Soul Sword. The key point was that behind the Falling Sunset Palace there was an even more impressive treasure waiting for him. After taking stock, Su Chen began to recover his state. His stamina quickly returned. But just as Su Chen was about to rise, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian. What's going on? Su Chen quickly sat cross-legged again, entering a state of introspection. He discovered that a small black dot had appeared in his dantian at some unknown time. The black dot was tiny, even smaller than a grain of sand. Yet this little black dot made Su Chen feel extremely alarmed. Demonic Qi. This black dot was called Demonic Qi. Demonic Qi was different from the Qi that Su Chen cultivated. If Qi existed to help extraordinary beings progress, then demonic Qi existed to destroy them. Could it be that my desires have been too strong lately? Su Chen thought to himself. The appearance of demonic Qi had no regularity or pattern. Before his rebirth, there had been a research institute that studied demonic Qi. They spent 20 years and invested hundreds of millions, yet they still had not produced anything of value. No one knew how demonic Qi was generated. However, some extraordinary beings speculated that demonic Qi was akin to the inner demons found in martial arts novels. It would appear when one's desires became too overwhelming. Suppress it. Su Chen mobilized all the Qi within him towards his dantian. Once the Qi reached the dantian, it surrounded the demonic Qi completely. After encircling the demonic Qi, Su Chen attempted to use his Qi to subdue it. However, that tiny demonic Qi, as small as a grain of sand, was incredibly hard. No matter how the Qi attacked it, the demonic Qi remained indifferent. It was as if the attacks were nothing but a joke to it. This is troublesome. Su Chen tried to continue the encirclement, but he found that no matter how he attacked the demonic Qi, it was futile. He eventually exited the introspective state. This is a problem, a real problem. Su Chen rubbed his chin, thinking of a strategy. After all, for extraordinary beings, if demonic Qi was not handled properly, it could easily lead to their demise. In his memory, it seemed that there was no cure for demonic Qi in the extraordinary world. Left with no choice, Su Chen had to seek help from the all-powerful system. He opened the system, entered the system shop, and typed in demonic Qi. Soon, many products related to demonic Qi appeared before him. Demon breaking pill price, 10,000 points. Demon dispelling pill price, 50,000 points. Demon removing pill price, 100,000 points. In the marketplace, there are many products that can eliminate demonic energy. However, the prices of these products are astonishingly high. The demon breaking pill should be the cheapest among them. Su Chen looked at the introduction of the demon breaking pill. Demon breaking pill introduction can break the demonic energy within the body. The introduction states break rather than eliminate. This means that the function of the demon breaking pill is merely to shatter the demonic energy, making it smaller. Compared to this demon breaking pill, Su Chen actually prefers the demon dispelling pill. But the price of the demon dispelling pill is truly too high for Su Chen. Killing a C-rank beast only rewards him with over 300 points. Killing 100 would only yield over 30,000. To exchange for the demon dispelling pill, Su Chen would have to slay nearly 200 beasts. Right now, it is before the revival of spiritual energy. Even if all the beasts in the world were combined, there wouldn't be 200. Of course, after the revival of spiritual energy, 200 wouldn't be considered much. Headache. Su Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. The presence of demonic energy made him very uncomfortable. So now, he must quickly eliminate it. At this moment, he did not choose to exit the system mall. In the search bar, he began to look for information about the demon dispelling pill. After the search ended, the first result was the demon dispelling pill. Following closely was the recipe for the demon dispelling pill. 10,000 points is still something to consider. Su Chen thought that since he couldn't afford to buy it, he might as well refine it himself. After all, he now has a pill furnace. The existence of this pill furnace could save him a significant amount of money. But 10,000 points seems like a lot of money for me right now, since he had just exchanged for the four-dimensional fruit. His original 8,000 points had now turned into 125. This isn't starting from scratch, but it's close enough. If I had known demonic energy would appear, I wouldn't have exchanged for the four-dimensional fruit. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. But at this moment, regretting was obviously of no use. After all, it would be better to think about what to do next than to waste time regretting. Closing the system mall, he continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. He now began to adjust his mindset. He had read quite a few books about demonic energy before. The generation of demonic energy is related to desire, while the increase of demonic energy is related to fear. When you feel fear towards demonic energy, it seems to gain nourishment and starts to grow larger. What Su Chen needs to do now is to quickly stabilize his heartbeat and prevent the demonic energy from growing any larger. Once his mindset was adjusted, Su Chen slowly stood up. On the other side of the high platform, there was a small door. Su Chen walked straight towards the small door. Passing through the small door, Su Chen arrived in a courtyard. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and the leaves were withered and yellow. At the deepest part of the courtyard was a cliff. Where's the big tree? Su Chen looked into the depths of the courtyard, a confused expression on his face. He quickly walked to the edge of the cliff and gazed ahead. The area was shrouded in mist, and no matter how hard Su Chen tried, he couldn't see clearly. Pierce the mist. The ability was activated. Su Chen's eyes began to change. The thick fog disappeared from his sight at that moment. He saw that on the other side of the cliff there was indeed an ancient tree. The ancient tree towered high with its roots intertwined. What puzzled Su Chen the most was that on the platform at the base of the cliff there was a wall that resembled the walls of the falling sunset palace. What is going on here? Su Chen felt very confused. He couldn't believe that someone would build their palace like this. At this moment his gaze began to shift slightly downward. Hiss! When he saw the cliff he couldn't help but gasp. How is this possible? He took a step back, his face filled with shock. In that brief moment he noticed that the mountain below the cliff was incredibly smooth. It felt as if this cliff had been sliced in half by someone. Who did this? This is the ancient Mount Tai. This is the place where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and emperors of all dynasties performed their sacrifices. Who on earth has the audacity to split this mountain in two? Besides being amazed at the audacity of the perpetrator, Su Chen was even more astonished by their strength. To split a mountain in two was something that ordinary people could not achieve. Could it be the so-called deities? A thought suddenly crossed Su Chen's mind. But does this world really have deities? He didn't know. As a reborn individual, Su Chen was unsure of the existence of deities. Before his rebirth there had been speculations that deities were real. After all, legends and stories about deities had circulated in both Huaxia and other countries around the world. But the problem was, no one had ever seen a deity. After the revival of spiritual energy, deities had not appeared. At least, they had not appeared before Su Chen's rebirth. Yet the cliff before him was telling Su Chen that deities had indeed existed in this world. However, whether deities existed in this world was not important to Su Chen at this moment. What mattered most to him now was how to get to the other side of the cliff and obtain the fruit from the ancient tree. Given the current situation, the best method was to use the technique he had employed at the Tianzhi mansion. That method was both simple and effective. Perhaps I can try other methods. Another idea popped into Su Chen's mind. He took out the falling sunset soul-settling sword from the system's warehouse. He placed the sword on the ground and then attempted to control it with his chi. It works. Under Su Chen's control, the falling sunset soul-settling sword began to slowly rise off the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled. But why was no one able to fly with a sword before my rebirth? Su Chen found it quite strange. Before his rebirth, some had attempted to fly with a sword. When several powerful figures from the other world discovered that they could manipulate objects with their chi, they had thought about trying to fly with a sword. However, they found that the chi consumed for flying was simply too much. Even the top master of the other world at that time could only fly with a sword for 10 seconds at most. Those 10 seconds completely drained all the chi from his body. From that moment on, the powerful figures stopped considering sword flight. And now, standing on the falling sunset soul-settling sword, Su Chen realized this fact. If it weren't for the infinite conversion of chi from the source flow, he would never have been able to stand on the falling sunset soul-settling sword for such a long time. Let's go! Su Chen began to try to move the falling sunset soul-settling sword forward. The sword started to slowly glide ahead. It worked! Su Chen laughed. Under his control, the falling sunset soul-settling sword flew over the cliff. Su Chen landed smoothly. From now on, I can be a sword immortal. As a young man who grew up reading web literature, Su Chen had always dreamed of being a sword immortal. He never expected that this dream would come true at this moment. After landing, Su Chen directly stored the falling sunset soul-settling sword back into the system's warehouse. Once he had completed all of this, Su Chen looked at the large tree. Previously, on the other side of the cliff, Su Chen had thought the tree was very tall and large. But when he stood before the tree, he realized it was even taller and larger than he had imagined. The branches at the top of the tree were numerous. However, the branches were bare, without any leaves. Su Chen wanted to search for the fruit that the extreme fallen guardian had mentioned earlier. After searching around, Su Chen did not find the presence of any fruit. What's going on? Su Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, is that fallen guardian trying to deceive me? Su Chen looked around again. Still, he did not find any fruit. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly sensed a very strange aura. He turned to look in the direction of the aura. There, a tiger was staring at him with a fierce gaze. This tiger was entirely golden, standing about 2 meters tall. Su Chen couldn't estimate its exact length, but he felt that this tiger was at least twice the size of other tigers. What surprised Su Chen the most was that the tiger's fur was yellow. This yellow was not a dull yellow, but a golden yellow. Under the sunlight, the golden fur of the tiger shone brilliantly. Su Chen stared at the tiger, and the tiger stared back at Su Chen. Neither moved. Through the mist, Su Chen's eyes began to change. Golden Tiger King level B juvenile description. It was born at the foot of the ancient Taishan mountain, precisely at a very small spiritual energy spring. Because of this, it has been bathing in spiritual energy since childhood. B-level exotic beast? Su Chen gasped as he looked at the Golden Tiger King. This was the first time he encountered such a high-level exotic beast since his rebirth. To be honest, he felt extremely anxious. After all, his current realm was only at the first level of concentration. A B-level juvenile exotic beast was equivalent to the first to third levels of concentration. Even with all his various exotic techniques combined, Su Chen might not be a match for the Golden Tiger King right now. This is a headache. One person and one beast faced off like this. This standoff lasted for half an hour. Breaking their standoff was an old wolf. The old wolf was covered in pure white fur. Moreover, with each step, the old wolf seemed to struggle greatly. I say, old wolf, what are you doing here at this time? The Golden Tiger King, which had been confronting Su Chen, surprisingly spoke up at this moment. What shocked Su Chen the most was that it spoke in human language. Big Yellow, if I were you, I would stay in my den right now and definitely not come out. The old white wolf's address to the Golden Tiger King struck Su Chen as very interesting. The two exotic beasts seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, bickering as soon as they met. After finishing its words with the Golden Tiger King, the old white wolf turned its gaze to Su Chen. Human, why have you come here? The old white wolf asked Su Chen. For the fruit on this tree. Su Chen felt there was no need to hide anything from these two exotic beasts. After glancing at Su Chen, the old white wolf shook its head. This is not a place for you humans. I advise you to leave quickly. The old white wolf's voice sounded like that of a man over 50. Why? Su Chen looked at the old white wolf and asked with a smile. The old white wolf gazed at the crown of the tree and spoke with a tone full of sorrow. Because Taishan is not a place for humans. Did not the ancestors of humanity perform multiple ceremonies here? How can humans not come? Su Chen looked at the old white wolf, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. But do you know why the ancestors of humanity performed ceremonies here? At this moment, another voice rang out. This voice was neither that of the old white wolf nor the Golden Tiger King. However, it came from the direction of the old white wolf. Su Chen furrowed his brows and looked towards the old white wolf. He saw that behind the old white wolf's head, another head had appeared at some point. This head looked extremely similar to that of the old white wolf. Two wolves? Su Chen looked at the old white wolf and couldn't help but exclaim, ha ha ha. Hearing this, the Golden Tiger King couldn't help but burst into laughter. I said, old Bei, you like to act mysterious all the time, but now you're embarrassed, aren't you? After hearing the Golden Tiger King's words, Su Chen observed carefully. He discovered that the old white wolf was not a two-headed wolf. Moreover, the head at the back was not connected to its body. Combining this with the Golden Tiger King's words, a look of realization appeared on Su Chen's face. Bei, a creature from Chinese mythology. It is well known that wolves are social animals. If the leader of a wolf pack is the wolf king, then the commander of the pack is the bei. Unlike wolves, they have very short front legs. The shortness of their front legs prevents them from moving normally. So if they want to move, they must cling to the backs of other wolves. Generally speaking, the wolves that bei can cling to are all wolf kings. Human, while we haven't turned to killing yet, you better hurry and leave, bei said from behind the old white wolf. Su Chen, however, looked disdainful. Even if you want to kill me, you can't. He. Su Chen's words drew a cold laugh from bei. Can't kill you? Do you know how many exotic beasts are on Mount Tai? Even if there are billions of exotic beasts on Mount Tai, so what? Su Chen looked at bei, still, with a face full of disdain. The reason he dared to speak to bei like this was not because he was arrogant, but because he knew that the old white wolf would never lay a hand on him. Despite the appearance of old friends between the Golden Tiger King and the old white wolf, Su Chen could clearly feel that their relationship was actually hostile. If the old white wolf dared to attack Su Chen, although the Golden Tiger King wouldn't help him, it would still act as a yellow bird. Thus, the two exotic beasts and Su Chen, a human, formed a very delicate and stable triangle. Human, I like you, the Golden Tiger King said, looking in Su Chen's direction, laughing heartily. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Thank you for the compliment. Su Chen nodded coldly at the Golden Tiger King, expressing his gratitude. This delicate triangle continued. Puff. Suddenly, at that moment, Su Chen heard a strange sound. It sounded as if something had appeared out of thin air. If he wasn't mistaken, the source of the sound should be from the top of the big tree. Su Chen slightly raised his head and looked at the tree. He clearly saw that at the very center of the tree crown, a fruit had appeared at some point. The fruit looked like a mango. On its yellow skin, Su Chen seemed to see a sword appearing. The fruit has appeared. The Golden Tiger King, the old white wolf, and bei all looked up, their faces showing expressions of surprise. It seems they were also waiting for this fruit. Su Chen looked at the old white wolf, bei, and the Golden Tiger King, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. The fruit tree had indeed appeared, but none of the people present made a move. They seemed to be waiting for something. Since you all don't want it, then this fruit belongs to me. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Before Su Chen could react, a shadow rushed towards the tree crown where the fruit was located. Su Chen was about to stop it, but he noticed that the corner of Old Bay's mouth was curling into a sinister smile. What's going on? Su Chen looked back at the shadow. Somehow, the shadow suddenly stopped less than a meter from the tree crown. The next second, it rapidly fell. Bang! When it hit the ground, the shadow left a large pit. Su Chen walked to the edge of the pit and looked inside. He saw a completely charred figure lying in the pit. After careful identification, Su Chen discovered that it was actually a monkey. That wasn't just hovering. It was being controlled by something. Su Chen thought of the monkey's performance in the air, and a sense of dread suddenly rose in his heart. I was wondering why those two weren't anxious. It turns out they know something. Looking again at the Golden Tiger King and the Old White Wolf, Su Chen's face revealed a strange expression. No one is looking for death this time, right? The voice of the Golden Tiger King rang out. There was not a sound around. Su Chen turned to look behind him. He was surprised to find that a number of strange beasts had gathered behind him. He roughly counted and found there were as many as 20. Among these strange beasts, most were at the C-level growth or maturity stage. As for the B-level beasts, only the Golden Tiger King and the Old White Wolf were present. There are so many strange beasts hidden in this ancient Mount Tai, Su Chen muttered to himself. However, Su Chen's eyes were searching among the strange beasts. Strange. Su Chen wanted to find the shadow of the disaster of Mount Tai, but he did not find it. If Su Chen remembered correctly, the disaster of Mount Tai was caused by a hawk. At that time, the hawk was extremely powerful. In just one day, it had slaughtered a city with a population of over 3 million. Su Chen suspected that the hawk must have consumed this fruit. But now it seemed that Su Chen's guess was not entirely accurate. The strange beasts were still waiting. It appeared they were not new to competing for the fruit on this great tree. Why is there a human here? At that moment, one of the strange beasts spoke up. Su Chen looked at that beast. It was a fox standing over 1 meter tall. Its entire body was yellow. Unlike the golden yellow of the Golden Tiger King, this fox's yellow was a kind of earthy yellow. Interestingly, this fox had 2 tails. Right. Why is there a human here? This great tree belongs to us strange beasts. I won't allow humans here. We need to deal with this human before the fruit is fully ripe. I agree. I can't be at ease if this human doesn't die. The strange beasts now focused their attention on Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes slightly cooled as he looked at the fox, the Golden Tiger King, and the Old White Wolf remained silent. They just watched quietly, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Fox, what do you want? Su Chen stared fiercely at the fox and asked coldly. The Golden Tiger King's gloating voice rang out at that moment. Human, I told you to leave quickly, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've caught the attention of this fox. Let me tell you, although this fox's strength isn't much, its ability to stir up trouble is top-notch. The Golden Tiger King looked like it was enjoying the show, which made Su Chen grit his teeth in anger. Human, do you want me to take action, or do you plan to take your own life? The fox fixed its enchanting eyes on Su Chen. Actually, I want you to die right now, Su Chen said, directly pulling out the Falling Sunset Soul Settling sword from the system warehouse. With the power he had added earlier, Su Chen could now easily wield the Falling Sunset Soul Settling sword. Fallen Sky Sword Rain. Without further ado, Su Chen summoned the Chi Sword. The Chi Sword appeared behind Su Chen. Then he pointed at the fox. Seeing this, the fox let out a low growl. Fox Shield. A shield formed from condensed spiritual energy appeared in front of the fox. On the shield, a fox's head could be faintly seen flickering. Go! Su Chen pointed at the fox. The blue Chi Sword flew straight towards the fox. Swift Wind Step. At the same time, Su Chen activated the Swift Wind Step. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind beneath his feet and charged straight towards the fox. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the fox. Accompanying him was the Chi Sword. The Chi Sword struck the fox's shield, creating ripples upon ripples. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Su Chen held the sword in his right hand and clenched his left fist, smashing it fiercely against the fox's shield. Bang! His fist hit the shield also, sending out layers of ripples. All 18 Chi Swords had been unleashed, yet the fox's shield remained unbroken by Su Chen's attack. This fox shield's defense is incredibly strong. Even with the heaven-shaking divine fist combined with 18 Chi Swords, the shield held firm. This was enough to demonstrate just how solid the fox shield was. Human, if this is all you can do, then it's my turn to counterattack. A sinister smile curled at the corners of the fox's mouth. Who told you I only have this little bit of skill? Su Chen returned the smile to the fox. Fallen Heaven Sword Rain. Heaven-shaking divine fist. The Chi Swords formed again. His fist struck towards the fox's shield once more. Layers of ripples surged again. The shield it releases seems to be absorbing my attacks. Su Chen felt a bit surprised. He had thought the shield's purpose was to block his attacks, but now it seemed he was mistaken. Your attacks are too weak. They can't break my shield at all. The fox looked at Su Chen with a smile. For some reason, seeing its smile made Su Chen feel very Uncomfortable. Weak, huh? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and growled. Since you think my attacks are too weak, then I'll see if I can make my damage stronger. Golden light spell. Fallen heaven sword rain. Heaven shaking divine fist. At this moment, Su Chen unleashed all the offensive techniques he could muster. This human is somewhat terrifying. The Golden Tiger King glanced at the old white wolf not far away and whispered. Indeed. The old white wolf nodded, his gaze deep and his voice low. The chi within this human seems almost infinite. Such a human, even if one strike can't kill you, will wear you down. The key is, I feel his physical strength is exceptionally high. Exactly. At this moment, the watching bay behind the old white wolf also spoke up. This human's physique is something I've never seen before. So, should we kill this human? The Golden Tiger King looked towards the old white wolf and Bay. But at that moment, Bay shook his head. Even if the three of us cooperate, we might not be able to kill him. Moreover, killing him brings us no benefits at all. Who says it brings no benefits? The corners of the Golden Tiger King's mouth lifted. The seal of Mount Tai is about to be lifted. Given his age and realm, once the seal is lifted, he will surely grow to a terrifying level. By that time, he might become our greatest enemy. Why let him become our greatest enemy? They countered the Golden Tiger King. Why can't we let him become our strongest ally? The Golden Tiger King wore a confused expression, akin to a black man's question mark. He is human, and we are. How could we possibly become friends with him? After his confusion, the Golden Tiger King looked at Bay as if he were a fool. After the seal of Mount Tai is lifted, what will be the first thing you do? Bay did not answer the Golden Tiger King's question but instead posed a question back. Although the Golden Tiger King did not understand why Bay asked this, he pondered for a moment before answering. Find a place rich in spiritual energy and continue to cultivate. Aren't you planning to eat humans? After all, you and I both know that humans are the best supplements for our beasts. Why eat humans? The Golden Tiger King retorted. Don't you know that eating humans can indeed quickly enhance our strength? But it will also lead us to develop demonic energy, won't it? Could the beast not know these things? It smiled at the Golden Tiger King and said, that's right. Since you don't plan to eat humans, why can't he become our friend? As soon as these words were spoken, the Golden Tiger King seemed to understand something. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded and said, what you said does make some sense. Moreover, you just mentioned that once Mount Tai is unsealed, you will look for a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate. A place rich in spiritual energy is something you can't occupy by yourself. So, you need friends. Now, to put it simply, we all need friends. In fact, whether in the human world or in the beast world, there are no eternal friends. Of course, there are no eternal enemies either. As long as there are sufficient benefits, enemies can also set aside their hatred and become good friends. So, shouldn't we go help our friend now? The Golden Tiger King asked the beast. The beast shook its head at this moment. There's still some time before Mount Tai is unsealed. You are indeed the king here, but if surrounded by a group of beasts, even a king could die. So at this moment, your best choice is to sit back and watch the tigers fight. This metaphor made the Golden Tiger King feel quite awkward, yet it still nodded in agreement. The battle between Su Chen and the fox continued. As several attacks concluded, the fox shield's ability to absorb damage was diminishing. Just a few more attacks and this fox shield will definitely break. Su Chen thought to himself. The fox, meanwhile, was staring at Su Chen with its enchanting eyes. Human, I advise you to give up quickly. Despite its calm demeanor, it was more anxious than anyone else inside. Because as the one who released the fox shield, it knew this very well. But even though it knew, it couldn't show it at this moment. It had to remain composed. This way, Su Chen wouldn't find its flaw. But no matter how composed it remained, the breaking of the fox shield was only a matter of time. After enduring another round of Su Chen's attacks, cracks began to appear on the fox shield. The tears spread rapidly, and within just a few seconds, they covered the entire fox shield. Su Chen knew that his opportunity had come. Heaven-shaking divine fist. He roared, and his fist struck the fox shield once more. Crack! With a crisp sound, the fox shield shattered completely. This human is too strong. He actually managed to break the fox's shield. To be honest, I used to think the fox shield was the strongest defense in this world, but now it seems I was wrong. Although the fox shield can absorb attacks, the attacks it can absorb are also limited. So this is one of the reasons why this human could break the fox shield. The fact that Su Chen shattered the fox shield surprised not only the fox but also the surrounding beasts watching the battle, who displayed shocked expressions. It seems my choice just now was correct, the Golden Tiger King muttered to itself. The old white wolf beside it also showed a look of lingering fear. It should be noted that it had previously harbored murderous intent towards Su Chen. Old white wolf, the beast on the old white wolf's back said with a smile, good thing you didn't act just now. If you had, the outcome would have been truly unpredictable. The old white wolf nodded. The fox, seeing its shield broken, felt extremely anxious. However, its reaction was indeed quick. After a few seconds of anxiety, it directly revealed its fox claws and charged towards Su Chen. As it approached Su Chen, it leaped high, its claws aimed directly at Su Chen's face. Bloodthirsty pursuit. A cruel sound emerged from the fox's mouth. At the same time, a blood-red glow emanated from its sharp claws. Swift wind step. Su Chen felt the threat from the claws, so at that moment he chose to evade. A gust of wind surged beneath Su Chen's feet as he dodged to the side. The fox's blood-red claws struck several times at the spot where Su Chen had just stood. The space where Su Chen had been standing even twisted slightly. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Su Chen inhaled sharply. If I hadn't dodged just now and let those claws catch me, even the golden light spell wouldn't have been able to protect me. Su Chen lightly patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. Seeing his strongest attack evaded by Su Chen, the fox's expression darkened further. It shouted to the other beasts behind it, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and come help." The other beasts exchanged glances, and not a single one wanted to step forward to help. The fox was clever, but these beasts were not fools. They had already realized that the fox was no match for the human before them. Moreover, they had been observing the Golden Tiger King and the Old White Wolf. Since these two weren't in a hurry, they had no reason to be anxious either. Seeing that the other beasts remained unmoved, the fox's heart sank. However, it quickly reacted and shouted at the other beasts, "Do you really want this human to take a share of the spoils?" This time, the fox was smart. It chose to appeal to their interests. No way. No way. There can't really be beasts that think they can compete with the Old White Wolf and the Golden Tiger King, right? Exactly. If any beast thinks that way, it would be truly ridiculous. The Golden Tiger King's claws are extremely sharp. I clearly remember how they tore apart other beasts. Whether this human gets a share or not doesn't matter to me. Actually, you fox know it too. We all come here just to try our luck. That's right, we're just here to try our luck. In terms of strength, the Old White Wolf and the Golden Tiger King are definitely the strongest. These beasts were animals, but they were not fools. They were very clear about their own strength, so their self-assessment was also very clear. Most of the beasts came here to try their luck. They wanted to snatch the fruits right in front of the Golden Tiger King. That would truly be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Snatching food from a tiger's mouth is courting death. They didn't want to die yet, so the best strategy at this moment was to play dead. Little fox. Seeing the other beasts' attitudes had become clear, Su Chen revealed a half-smile on his face. Now that no beasts are helping you, what do you plan to do next? The fox looked at Su Chen and coldly said, "If I admit my mistake now, will you spare me?" At this, all the beasts were stunned. Not only that, but the Golden Tiger King and the Old White Wolf also displayed strange expressions. That's not surprising. The Old White Wolf's companion, with a half-smile, said, "This is a fox. To survive, it would even kneel down now." The companion's voice was not loud, but it reached Su Chen's ears perfectly. "Little fox." Su Chen looked at the fox and pointed to the ground. "If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might just let you go." "Really?" The fox seemed somewhat skeptical of Su Chen's words. "Of course." Su Chen nodded, speaking very seriously and solemnly. "We humans always keep our word." Ha! Upon hearing this, the fox scoffed. "Human words are the least trustworthy in this world. Tiger boss, how about you vouch for me?" The fox looked at the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King remained silent, instead regarding the fox with a strange gaze. It always felt that the fox had ulterior motives. "All right." The Golden Tiger King nodded. "If you kneel before this human and he still doesn't let you go, I will surely kill him," the Golden Tiger King assured the fox. The fox nodded and walked straight up to Su Chen. It stopped when it was less than 5 meters away from him. "Human, I will kneel and apologize to you right now." The fox's hind legs began to bend slowly. For some reason, Su Chen felt a deep sense of unease in his heart. Golden Light Spell. Su Chen silently activated the Golden Light Spell. At that moment, the spell was just beneath his skin. As long as the fox showed any signs of abnormality, the Golden Light Spell would immediately cover Su Chen's entire body, helping him resist fatal harm. "I was wrong, human, please spare me." At this point, the fox was already kneeling on the ground. "All right." Su Chen was about to say he forgave the fox, but just then, the fox's head suddenly lifted. Su Chen saw a look of triumph in the fox's eyes. "Come out." Su Chen summoned the Golden Light Spell. The spell instantly enveloped Su Chen's entire body. In the next second, Su Chen clearly saw a silver needle fixed on the Golden Light Spell. Strangely, the silver needle was spinning and struggling as if trying to break through the spell's defenses. "Reinforce." Su Chen growled and his chi began to surge wildly. Under the frantic operation of Su Chen's chi, the silver needle's rotation actually stopped. "I was wondering why you gave up so easily." "Turns out you had a hidden trick." Su Chen looked at the fox with a calm expression and said with a smile. Su Chen's expression was calm, but the fox's face looked worse than if it had lost a parent. It asked in shock, "How did you find out?" This was the fox's ultimate move. and this ultimate move had saved its life multiple times. Yet such a powerful strike was easily dodged by Su Chen, leaving the fox confused and utterly baffled. But no matter how much it didn't understand, there was nothing it could do now. Tiger King, can I kill it? Now. Su Chen looked at the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King's face was dark and it said nothing. The fox's earlier actions were clearly a trap for itself. Not only Su Chen, but even it wanted to kill the fox now. Yes. The Golden Tiger King nodded. Su Chen smiled and tightened his grip on the falling sunset soul-settling sword. Human, I just knelt before you. You can't kill me. The fox was terrified, extremely terrified. But you just wanted to kill me. After Su Chen said this, he slowly walked towards the fox. At this point, the fox no longer had the desire to kill Su Chen. It knelt on the ground, frantically bowing its head to Su Chen. Please, please, spare me. I know I was wrong. But before the fox could finish bowing, Su Chen's falling sunset soul-settling sword struck down on its head. With a swift motion, the fox was decapitated. Just after killing the fox, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's ears. What does this reward mean? The new system reward left Su Chen momentarily stunned. Ding! Killed the Tsonghuang fox. Reward 400 points. Ancient Taishan map fragment. Ancient Taishan map fragment description. There was once a complete map of Ancient Taishan, but during the struggle among several bosses, the map was divided into 4 pieces scattered throughout Ancient Taishan. So, this map in my hand is just 1/4 of the complete map of Ancient Taishan. Su Chen did not take out the map. So what the situation with the map is? Su Chen is not clear. Alright, the fox is dead. Next, they will just wait for the fruit to ripen, Old White Wolf said, walking over to the Golden Tiger King with a calm tone. The other beasts did not voice any further opinions. Puff. After waiting for almost an hour, another voice rang out. Su Chen and the other beasts looked up together. They saw a slight change in the fruit. This change was very subtle. If one did not look closely, they might not even notice it. It should be ripening soon, the Golden Tiger King murmured. At this moment, all the beasts were staring at the fruit with burning eyes. Like Su Chen, they were all waiting for the fruit to mature. Time passed second by second. Su Chen felt very anxious inside. Besides that, his mind was busy devising how to obtain this fruit under the watchful eyes of the other beasts. The fruit was swelling, growing larger and larger. When it reached the size of a watermelon, the Golden Tiger King unexpectedly charged up the tree first. Old White Wolf followed closely behind. The other beasts were not willing to be outdone. Swift Wind Step. At this moment, Su Chen also activated Swift Wind Step. He rushed towards the treetop at his fastest speed. The scene at this time looked very spectacular. The first to approach the fruit was the Golden Tiger King. Thorn Entanglement. Following closely behind, Old White Wolf shouted. Thorny Vine shot out from the tree, flying towards the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King was clearly on guard. Tiger Might Armor. The Golden Tiger King growled. A layer of golden light began to swirl around him. In an instant, a suit of golden armor appeared on the Golden Tiger King. The armor fit tightly, leaving no gaps. The thorns that flew from the tree struck the golden armor, making a clanging sound. Thorn Spear. Seeing that one move failed, Old White Wolf launched another attack. More thorns shot out from the tree. This time, the thorns twisted together in midair, transforming into a long spear. The spear's tip was sharp, like metal. Poison. Old White Wolf growled. From its back, the old beast opened its mouth slightly. A green, sticky phlegm shot towards the tip of the spear. The green phlegm landed on the spear's tip, instantly dyeing the entire spear a dark green. Tiger King Claw. Just as the spear was about to hit the Golden Tiger King, he extended his tiger claw. Once extended, it was instantly enveloped in a layer of golden light, resembling a golden tiger claw. The Tiger King's claw collided with the thorn spear, emitting a dazzling light. Even someone like Su Chen had to squint slightly in the face of such brilliance. When his eyes could see again, he found that the thorn spear had vanished. The golden hue on the Golden Tiger King's claw had also faded. This clash ended in a draw once again. At this moment, the Golden Tiger King was very close to the fruit. Old White Wolf watched this unfold, feeling quite anxious. Think of a way, it said to the beast on its back. Sigh. The beast sighed slightly and replied to Old White Wolf. Now that he is so close, I have no way to do anything. I can't accept this. Old White Wolf said, feeling very unwilling. This was the only opportunity each year. Obtaining the fruit, although it wouldn't lead to a powerful transformation, would still bring significant benefits. This time, Old White Wolf did not want to miss out. Now, the Golden Tiger King was leading the way, followed by Old White Wolf and the beast, with Su Chen behind them. Behind Su Chen were the other beasts. Just as Old White Wolf said, the Golden Tiger King was already within arm's reach of the fruit. No matter how hopeless it seemed for Su Chen and Old White Wolf, things were not always so absolute. The Golden Tiger King's hand had already reached for the fruit. But at that moment, Su Chen suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. He quickly searched for the source of the sound. It came from above the treetops. At that moment, a silver-white eagle, gleaming like silver, was looking down at them from a high perch. Seeing this eagle, Suchen's heart sank. It's it. The origin of the disaster at Mount Tai was this very eagle before him. He would never forget its feathers, which shone like silver. Everyone, I will take this fruit. The eagle's voice was filled with mockery. Not a chance, the Golden Tiger King roared. Tiger King, I admit you are formidable, and I also admit I am no match for you. But so what? Right now, I am the ultimate victor in this contest. After saying this, the eagle actually reached out to grab the fruit. Old White Wolf, let's strike together, the Golden Tiger King shouted. Tiger King strike. White Wolf strike. Light burst forth from both the Tiger King and Old White Wolf. The light from the Golden Tiger King was golden yellow, while the light from Old White Wolf was pure white. After the light shone, Suchen was astonished to discover that behind the two beasts, a long spike, as thick as an adult's arm, had formed from their gathered chi. Go! Go! The Tiger King and Old White Wolf shouted in unison. The long spike trembled slightly and flew straight toward the eagle. The eagle seemed to sense the threat from the spike. Its body quivered slightly and it flapped its wings to take flight. Clearly, it knew it could not withstand the attack from the two. Seeing the eagle take to the air, the Golden Tiger King visibly sighed in relief. Seizing the moment, Old White Wolf suddenly lunged forward. At that moment, he surpassed the Golden Tiger King, taking the lead. Not long after Old White Wolf surpassed the Golden Tiger King, Suchen also overtook him. Now, Old White Wolf was first, Suchen second, and the Golden Tiger King third. Things are looking up. Things are looking up. Old White Wolf shouted excitedly. Not completely yet. The eagle is back. The silver eagle circled in the air before landing again on the treetops. This time, let's see what you can do. The silver eagle laughed triumphantly. Falling sky sword rain. At that moment, Suchen made his move. Chi swords formed in an instant. Suchen pointed at the silver eagle from a distance. Whether to prevent the disaster at Mount Tai from happening again or for his own immediate benefit, Suchen could not allow the silver eagle to obtain the fruit. Human. Seeing Suchen trying to stop him, the silver eagle gritted its teeth. Do you know what you're doing? Dare to stop me? Do you believe I will kill you in a moment? The silver eagle was truly gritting its teeth. Want to kill me? Suchen looked disdainfully at the silver eagle and mocked. You don't seem to have that ability. As he spoke, Suchen suddenly accelerated, pointing again at the silver eagle. The chi sword flew straight toward the silver eagle. Suchen's chi sword was not an ordinary attack. The silver eagle did not dare to take it head-on. It could only flap its wings again to evade the attack of the chi sword. But with each passing moment, the silver eagle's advantage completely vanished. Suchen's position had now reached first. The fruit. Here I come. As Suchen reached out at that moment, he was sure to grasp the fruit. He quickly extended his hand toward the fruit. Got it. At the moment he secured the fruit, a smile spread across Suchen's face. It's over. Ah, I never imagined in my wildest dreams that this year's fruit competition would ultimately result in a human obtaining the fruit. Don't say it's just you. I bet none of the beasts present expected such an outcome. But it's good that a human got it. At least we still have hope, right? After Suchen and the other beasts landed, he noticed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. The gazes of the beasts were like hungry wolves that had been starved for a long time. Suchen's words had now become the delicacy in their eyes. With the arrival of the Golden Tiger King and the Old White Wolf, the expressions of the beasts changed again. Tiger King, this human has obtained the fruit. What do you think we should do? Tiger King, just give the order and we will strike now and kill this human. Tiger King, please give the command. We will not hesitate. At this moment, all the beasts' gazes were fixed on the face of the Golden Tiger King. Suchen felt a chill run down his spine. He had thought that after obtaining the fruit, everything here would come to an end. But now it seemed that after obtaining the fruit, things were just beginning. Have you all forgotten the pact? The Golden Tiger King scanned all the beasts. Some of the beasts lowered their heads in response to the Tiger King's gaze. However, some beasts held their heads high and shouted, if I remember correctly. The pact was about the competition among the beasts. But this time, the ultimate victor is a human. So does this pact still count? The Golden Tiger King cast a glance at the beast that had just spoken. Suchen followed the Tiger King's gaze. The beast that had spoken was a weasel covered in sandy-colored fur. Human, don't look at me, the weasel said disdainfully when it saw Gaomu looking at it. Even if you look at me, I still have something to say. It seems there are beasts here who have objections to the pact. The Golden Tiger King spoke at this moment. As soon as he said this, the beast that had just spoken shrank its neck. As the ruler of ancient Taishan, the Golden Tiger King held absolute authority there. Many beasts had once tried to challenge his authority, but the end result was that those beasts were all thrown off the cliff, their bones never to be found. The Golden Tiger King's gaze fell on the weasel. The weasel shrank its neck, not daring to speak again. It knew very well that if it dared to speak out of turn again, the Golden Tiger King would tear it in half. Who else has objections? At this moment, the Golden Tiger King looked around at all the beasts. The beasts remained silent. Tiger King, is it really okay to do this for a human? While the other beasts were silent, a voice rang out again. Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling that this voice was very familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered. This voice belonged to the Silver Eagle from before. I say, Silver Eagle. The Golden Tiger King looked up at the Silver Eagle circling in the sky and said, coldly, do you think that just because you are circling in the sky, I can't do anything about you? That can't be. The Silver Eagle looked down at the Golden Tiger King, its tone slightly mocking. I might look down on all the beasts in this world, but I cannot look down on you, my Tiger King. Though it said this, the Golden Tiger King still saw the mocking tone in the Silver Eagle's eyes. If I don't tear you apart today, I would truly be letting you down. The Golden Tiger King was genuinely angry. Old White Wolf, what do you think? At this moment, the Golden Tiger King asked the Old White Wolf. After a brief contemplation, the Old White Wolf replied, what do you think we should do? Help the tiger kill the eagle. Beast said to Old White Wolf, give me a reason. The world of strange beasts is actually more brutal than that of humans. The law of the jungle is vividly displayed in the world of strange beasts. The reason is simple. The great eagle is more ferocious than the tiger. Beast provided Old White Wolf with a reason. For Old White Wolf, this reason was sufficient. Then let's make our move. Old White Wolf chuckled coldly. Thorn spear, he roared. The thorn spear on the big tree quietly took shape. Taking advantage of the distraction of all the strange beasts, Beast spat thick phlegm onto the thorn spear. Now, everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. At this moment, Su Chen also quietly tightened his grip on the falling sunset soul sword. Today, this silver gray eagle must die. The killing formation had already been established, but the silver gray eagle remained completely unaware. Tiger's wings. The Golden Tiger King roared. Behind it, two wings made of chi quietly appeared. It flapped its wings and flew towards the silver gray eagle. The silver gray eagle did not expect the Golden Tiger King to have such a trick. Not only did the silver gray eagle not expect it, but all the strange beasts present, including Su Chen, were also taken by surprise at the Golden Tiger King's extraordinary skill. The Golden Tiger King, with wings sprouting from its back, flew straight towards the silver gray eagle. Although the wings were made of chi, their speed was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, it reached close to the silver gray eagle. Moreover, the Golden Tiger King was very skilled in controlling its wings. Clearly, this move was not something it had just recently comprehended. Blood kill. The Golden Tiger King, nearing the silver gray eagle, roared. A streak of blood red appeared in its mouth. The Golden Tiger King slightly spat it out. The red flew straight towards the silver gray eagle. In the air, it transformed directly into a long sword. Sky split slash. The silver gray eagle was not to be outdone. A silver light burst forth from its silver wings. The wings flew out, also transforming into a long sword in the air. Clang! The silver long sword and the blood-red long sword collided in mid-air. The piercing sound caused all the strange beasts present to spit blood. Su Chen and Old White Wolf were exceptions. Their realms were high and their strength was strong. Therefore, the collision of the long swords did not harm them. From the current situation, the silver gray eagle and the Golden Tiger King seemed to be evenly matched. Human, you better choose to help me at this moment, the Golden Tiger King said as it turned to Su Chen. This gray eagle harbors a deep hatred for you humans. If we do not slay it today, it may become a nightmare for you humans. I know. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the silver gray eagle. The Golden Tiger King looked at Old White Wolf. Although Old White Wolf did not speak, he conveyed with his eyes that he would also help. Golden light spell. Su Chen roared. The golden light spell transformed into strands of golden lines flying straight towards the silver gray eagle. The speed of the golden lines was extremely fast, and in an instant they reached close to the silver gray eagle. Although the golden lines did not trap the silver gray eagle, they did hinder its movements slightly. Go! Old White Wolf roared at this moment. The thorn spear, hidden in the shadows, suddenly appeared. Whoosh! The thorn spear shot through the air, heading straight for the silver gray eagle. At this moment, the Golden Tiger King also approached the silver gray eagle. It was cornering the silver gray eagle. Under the pressure of the golden lines and the Golden Tiger King, the silver gray eagle had no choice but to fly towards the trajectory of the thorn spear. It fought well of itself. The thorn spear was indeed powerful, but if the thorn spear couldn't hit a vital spot, it might still escape with its life. Puff! The thorn spear pierced into the body of the silver gray eagle. However, the place it pierced was one of the silver gray eagle's legs. After the thorn gun entered the body of the silver eagle, it suddenly disappeared. Ha ha ha! The silver eagle felt the injury in its leg and laughed triumphantly. This time, isn't the sky high enough for me to fly? The leg injury had no effect on the silver eagle at all. Moreover, it had now escaped the attack range of the Golden Tiger King. With just a slight flap of its wings, it could completely escape. but just as it finished laughing, it realized something was wrong. It noticed that the speed of its blood flow had suddenly accelerated. A beast of its caliber could sense even the slightest discomfort in its body. It quickly looked down at its injured leg. The wound on its leg had now become rotten. The originally bright red blood had turned black at this moment. Poison. The gun just now was poisoned. The silver eagle cried out in panic. It never expected that the old white wolf would be so treacherous. Alright, you can go die now. At this moment, the golden tiger king also flew up. The silver eagle flapped its wings, wanting to continue its escape, but it found that its wings seemed to be somewhat unresponsive. It let out a terrible scream as its head plunged directly toward the ground. Bang! The silver eagle crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. The silver eagle in the pit had already lost consciousness. Kill it? The golden tiger king looked at the old white wolf. The old white wolf shook its head. Let it wait to die. After all, the poison on my gun is highly toxic. No, at this moment, Suchen stepped forward. He looked at the silver eagle in the pit and said coldly, even if the poison on your gun is highly toxic, I must kill it now. Why? The golden tiger king looked at Gao Mu in confusion. As long as it is still alive, it represents a hope of survival. Only by completely killing it can we ensure it won't live again. Suchen was not a villain, but he understood the villain's rule: don't talk nonsense before killing, and don't forget to finish off after killing. Neither the golden tiger king nor the old white wolf opposed Suchen's intention to finish it off. Su Chen raised the falling sunset soul-settling sword and directly approached the silver eagle. Just as Su Chen lifted the falling sunset soul-settling sword, the silver eagle's eyes suddenly opened. It's still alive? Su Chen didn't expect that despite being poisoned and falling from such a high altitude, the silver eagle was still alive. Sky split slash. The silver eagle, now awake, let out a low roar. In the next second, its wings spread wide. Silver feathers transformed into long swords, rushing straight toward Su Chen. At such a close distance, Su Chen had no time to react. The silver feathers directly tore Su Chen's clothes into rags. Clang, clang, clang. But when the silver feathers struck Su Chen, they made a clanging sound. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the golden tiger king gasped in shock, staring at Su Chen with disbelief. Not a scratch. After being shocked, it looked at the old white wolf not far away. The old white wolf's face was also filled with astonishment. How did he do that? The old wolf exclaimed. The old white wolf shook its head, speaking with a hint of confusion. It seems there are still many things in this world that we do not understand. The old white wolf had fought the silver eagle before. It knew that at such a close distance, if it were to face the golden tiger king, it would definitely be severely injured. But Su Chen not only remained uninjured, he didn't suffer any harm at all. Not to mention the old white wolf and the golden tiger king. Even the silver eagle widened its eyes at this scene. Human, how could you possibly withstand my lethal strike? The silver eagle shouted. In this world, there are many things that trash like you cannot understand. After unleashing the void slash, the last bit of strength of the silver eagle was completely spent. It lay on the ground, wearing a resigned expression. Game over. Su Chen swung the falling sunset soul-settling sword, ready to slay the silver eagle. Who dares to touch my husband? At that moment, a deafening roar echoed. Su Chen and the other beasts turned towards the source of the sound. They saw another silver eagle flying over. From what it had just said, the incoming silver eagle should be the mate of the one lying on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen raised the falling sunset soul-settling sword and struck down. The silver eagle on the ground had just begun to show a glimmer of hope in its eyes. Puff! As the falling sunset soul-settling sword fell, the silver eagle on the ground perished. Ding! Killed silver eagle. Reward 450 points. Silver wing sky kill. Silver wing sky kill. Introduction. Feathers condensed from chi used to ambush opponents. The introduction of silver wing sky kill is very simple, yet a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Simple as it was, this silver wing sky kill was definitely a good thing for Su Chen at the moment. After all, his current offensive abilities were pitifully few. The strength of this silver eagle should be at the sea-level growth or adult stage, Su Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he looked up at the other silver eagle. Through the void. Silver eagle, female, level, sea level, adult, introduction. A silver eagle born in the ancient Tai Mountain evolved due to accidentally consuming a silver wing fruit. The name of the silver eagle also indicated its gender, which is quite rare. You dare to kill my husband, you dare to kill my husband. The female silver eagle screamed frantically at Su Chen. Its eyes were blood red, filled with boundless rage. I will kill you, human, I will kill you. The female silver eagle roared as it dove towards Su Chen. Void slash. Silver feather sword transforming into a large blade in the air. The blade shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Silver wing sky kill. Su Chen raised the falling sunset soul-settling sword, pointing it at the female silver eagle. Chi surged wildly. Strands of chi appeared on the falling sunset soul-settling sword, condensing into several silver feathers. Go! The feathers formed from chi flew straight towards the female silver eagle. Bang! The feathers collided with the silver eagle's long blade. The long blade was instantly obliterated. Only a few remnants of the feathers remained. The surviving feathers flew towards the female silver eagle at an incredibly fast speed. The female silver eagle seemed to sense a threat from the feathers, so it flapped its wings, trying to evade the silver eagle. Golden light spell. Su Chen growled. Golden threads flew straight towards the female silver eagle. Caught off guard, the female silver eagle was directly ensnared by the golden threads. Get down here! Su Chen roared. The female silver eagle was yanked down from the sky by Su Chen. It struggled desperately, but no matter how it fought, it could not break free from the binding of the golden threads. Swift wind step. Su Chen rushed to the front of the female silver eagle at top speed. Silver wing sky kill. Silver feathers appeared once more. Su Chen pointed at the silver eagle. The feathers flew straight towards the silver eagle. Puff, puff, puff. The feathers struck the female silver eagle, leaving numerous wounds on its body. Ah! The female silver eagle cried out. Su Chen raised the falling sunset soul settling sword, looking directly at the head of the female silver eagle. Old White Wolf, what do you say? The Golden Tiger King looked at Old White Wolf. Old White Wolf did not speak but looked at the creature behind him. The creature pondered for a moment and shook its head, saying, "Don't stop." Why? Golden Tiger King turned to the creature. After all, this female silver eagle was also a beast like them. When Su Chen killed the silver eagle earlier, they did not intervene because they felt the silver eagle deserved to die. But the female silver eagle certainly did not deserve to die. The reason the silver eagle harbors such hatred for humans is all because of its mate. The creature was not only clever but also knew many things that others did not. This female silver eagle was raised by humans when it was young, but later, for some unknown reason, humans abandoned it. It was from that moment on that it developed a strong aversion to humans. If it weren't for the barrier of ancient Taishan, it would have probably gone out long ago, crazily hunting humans. The creature's voice was loud. This voice just happened to reach Su Chen's ears. He quickly scrutinized the female silver eagle. The female silver eagle was different from the male. The male silver eagle had a tuft of hair on its forehead, blood red like a comb, making it very recognizable. The female silver eagle also had a tuft of hair on its head, but unlike the male, the tuft on the female's forehead was black. So the instigator of the Taishan disaster was actually it. Su Chen thought there was only one silver eagle in the world. Therefore, he had not paid attention to the details. Now that he noticed the details, Su Chen realized he had killed the wrong one. However, even if he had made a mistake, Su Chen did not care at all. Die! Su Chen growled. The falling sunset soul sword descended. The female silver eagle was also slain by Su Chen. With that, all the silver eagles had died under Su Chen's sword. But neither Su Chen nor the other beasts noticed. In the sky not far away, a silver eagle with a tuft of black hair on its head was watching everything with hateful eyes. Ding! Killed the silver eagle. Reward obtained 450 points. Into water. Into water, one of the 72 earthly techniques. Mastering this technique allows one to freely traverse mountains, rivers, and lakes without the need to practice holding one's breath. This new reward of the 72 earthly techniques was just another useless perk for Su Chen. Su Chen scratched his head helplessly. Can't they reward me with some offensive or defensive skills? While Su Chen was complaining in his heart, Golden Tiger King shouted to the other beasts, "You can disperse." The beast stared at Su Chen for a while before reluctantly dispersing. After the beasts left, Golden Tiger King and Old White Wolf walked towards Su Chen. Although he did not sense hostility from them, Su Chen still looked at them with a wary gaze. Human! Golden Tiger King stopped 5 meters away from Su Chen. "There's something I want to discuss with you." Su Chen looked at Golden Tiger King, frowning as he asked, "What is it?" "I and Old White Wolf have actually never eaten humans." Golden Tiger King said something very perplexing. "So?" Su Chen looked at Golden Tiger King in confusion. "Do you know?" Golden Tiger King smiled helplessly. "Beasts that eat humans will produce demonic energy." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. "So, Old White Wolf and I have no interest in eating humans," Golden Tiger King continued. "What exactly do you want to say?" Su Chen felt that Golden Tiger King had more to say. "I want to cooperate with you," Golden Tiger King stated his intention. "How do we cooperate?" Su Chen did not directly refuse Golden Tiger King's proposal for cooperation. After all, in his view, collaborating with a powerful beast might not necessarily be a bad thing. Once the seal of Mount Tai is lifted, let's conquer a cave paradise together. Hearing the words of the Golden Tiger King, Su Chen felt a moment of daze. How could I have forgotten about this? Cave paradise. It is a term that emerged after the revival of spiritual energy. There are a total of 36 paradises and 72 caves in Huaxia. These are all places rich in spiritual energy. Not only are these places abundant in spiritual energy, but cultivating in them also yields unexpected gains. Some places allow for twice the result with half the effort, while others enable a better understanding of extraordinary techniques. Now, these so-called places rich in spiritual energy are nothing compared to the paradises and caves. However, before the revival of spiritual energy, these paradises and caves were merely ordinary caves and regions. You actually know about the paradises and caves. As a reborn individual, Suchen only had a basic understanding of the paradises and caves. He never expected that the Golden Tiger King would know of their existence. Moreover, from the tone of its earlier speech, it was clear that it knew just as much, if not more, than Suchen. So, human, are you willing to cooperate with me? The Golden Tiger King asked. Suchen, with your strength, occupying a paradise or cave shouldn't be a big problem, right? Suchen looked at the Golden Tiger King in confusion. After the revival of spiritual energy, even if the Golden Tiger King's strength had not improved at all, it could still dominate. Occupying a paradise or cave wouldn't be too much of an issue. Actually, the paradises and caves have restrictions. At this moment, Bei, who had been silent, spoke up. With our strength, we cannot break the restrictions. Therefore, we need to find collaborators. But why do you want to find me? I'm human and you are extraordinary beasts. In Suchen's view, if the Golden Tiger King wanted to find collaborators, it should seek out other extraordinary beasts, not him, a human. In fact, whether the collaborator is human or extraordinary beast doesn't matter to me. What matters is that the collaborator's strength must be strong, the Golden Tiger King said. The Golden Tiger King valued Suchen's strength. Alright, I agree to cooperate with you. Suchen replied directly. Then it's settled. Upon hearing that Suchen was willing to cooperate, the Golden Tiger King appeared very pleased. I'll leave you my phone number. Once you leave Mount Tai, you can contact me. After Suchen finished speaking, he told the Golden Tiger King his phone number. What's the deal with the restrictions of Mount Tai? Suchen asked the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King shook its head. I don't know. And no extraordinary beast knows. We only know that once one becomes an extraordinary beast, they cannot leave the area of Mount Tai. After the Golden Tiger King finished speaking, a thoughtful expression appeared on Suchen's face. He finally understood why there were so many extraordinary beasts around Mount Tai, yet none had appeared in the outside world. By the way, are there any treasures near Mount Tai? The main purpose of Suchen's visit to Mount Tai was to prevent the disaster of Mount Tai from occurring. Now that he had already stopped it, Suchen wanted to search for treasures. He felt that there should be quite a few treasures in Mount Tai. I don't know. The Golden Tiger King shook its head. Although I am the strongest in Mount Tai, every extraordinary beast here has its own territory. Even I wouldn't easily venture into another extraordinary beast's territory. Alright. Hearing that the Golden Tiger King didn't know, Suchen felt somewhat disappointed. By the way, at this moment, the Golden Tiger King seemed to think of something. You obtain that fruit, which should be related to the sword. When you consume it, you must find a hidden place where no one knows. Why? Suchen asked in confusion. The Golden Tiger King said, consuming that fruit will leave you in a state of weakness for up to 24 hours. You may be a very powerful otherworldly being, but during those 24 hours, you are even weaker than a baby. During that time, any human could easily kill you. Thank you. The words of the Golden Tiger King left Suchen feeling a lingering fear. Because just a moment ago, he had thought about directly consuming that fruit. No need to be polite. The Golden Tiger King waved his hand. All right. The old white wolf glanced at the sky and smiled at Suchen. Let's hope we meet again by chance in the future. After the old white wolf finished speaking, he carried the wolf away. The Golden Tiger King also left shortly after. Suchen looked in the direction of the falling sunset palace, preparing to return the way he came. But at that moment, he seemed to remember something. Where is the place where the ancient emperor performed the Fengshan ceremony? Suchen wanted to see the site of the ancient emperor's Fengshan ceremony, not only out of curiosity but also because he felt that there should be some good things to find there. He had come from the direction of the falling sunset palace, so that direction should not have the ancient site of the Fengshan ceremony. Therefore, he needed to head in another direction. He then looked towards a different direction. Let's go take a look. Suchen made up his mind and started walking in that direction. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suchen saw a high wall. The wall was very tall and its style was very similar to the high walls near the falling sunset palace. Suchen lightly leaped over the high wall. What's going on? The scene behind the high wall surprised Suchen slightly, because beyond the wall was a dense forest. The forest was filled with towering trees and lush foliage. Keep going. Suchen gritted his teeth and walked deeper into the forest. After walking for about another 10 minutes, Suchen's footsteps suddenly stopped. Because at that moment, not far in front of him, a very strange sound was heard. He held his breath and cautiously moved forward. After a while, Suchen found himself in a clearing. In front of him, there was a lake not far away. What is that? Su Chen's eyes widened. Above the lake, there was something that looked like a city suspended in the air. The appearance of the city had a distinct Qin and Han dynasty charm. Could that be the place where the ancient emperor performed the Fengshan ceremony? But how did they get up there? The city was suspended above the lake, and the distance from the bottom of the city to the lake's edge was at least over a kilometer. The position of the city above the lake's surface was also more than 100 meters. With today's technology, getting up there wouldn't be a big problem. But in ancient times, it would definitely not have been a simple task. However, Su Chen did not rush to go up. He first circled around the lake, taking a large detour. This lake is really big. It's probably bigger than 10 West lakes combined, Su Chen thought to himself. After wandering around, Su Chen found the entrance to the suspended city. Looking towards the city gate, Su Chen suddenly froze. How is this possible? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. From a distance, it seemed that soldiers were stationed at the city gate. The soldiers were clad in armor, holding long spears, and looked very imposing. There can't be any living people inside, right? Looking at the suspended city, Su Chen took a deep breath. Should I go take a look? To be honest, Su Chen was very curious about this suspended city. Since he was already here, it would clearly be unreasonable not to go take a look. Su Chen took the falling sunset soul sword out of his backpack and placed it on the ground. He stood on the sword and began to rise slowly. Once he reached the same height as the entrance to the suspended city, he controlled the sword to fly forward. What a powerful pressure. The closer he got to the suspended city, the more Su Chen could feel an invisible pressure. As he approached the floating city about 10 meters away, the pressure intensified. If it weren't for Su Chen's ability to infinitely convert spiritual energy and qi, he would have likely been crushed to the ground by this oppressive force. Su Chen braved the pressure and continued to fly forward. What should have been a distance of only 10 meters took him several minutes to traverse. When he finally landed in the open space before the city gate, he touched down. After landing, Su Chen first stored his sword in the system. Then he looked towards the city gate. Earlier, it had been too far away for him to see clearly. Now that he was closer, everything was very clear. The soldiers stationed at the city gate were actually terracotta warriors. What amazed Su Chen the most was that the faces of these terracotta warriors were painted in color. It's incredible that this paint has lasted so long, Su Chen remarked to himself as he examined the terracotta warriors. After observing them for a while, he turned his gaze towards the city gate. The gate was tall, at least several dozen meters high. It was painted a bright red. Even after thousands of years, the red paint showed no signs of peeling. Standing before the massive gate, Su Chen found himself at a loss for a moment. Should I just open the door and take a look inside? He placed his hand on the gate. As he exerted force, the door surprisingly revealed a small gap. The gap was tiny, but just enough for a person to pass through. Su Chen released his grip and slipped through the opening. Wow! The world behind the city gate left Su Chen in awe. The ground was paved with stone slabs, and on either side of the stone path were various shops. Each shop had a different style. The difference in style wasn't due to the items being sold, but rather the era of the shops. The shops at the entrance of the city clearly had a Qin dynasty style, followed by those of the Han and Jin dynasties. However, what struck Su Chen as strange was that the shops were filled with goods. These items all looked so new. Whether it was fabric, accessories, or other items, everything on display appeared almost brand new. Even more bizarre was the fact that there was not a speck of dust on any of these items. What on earth is going on? Is there someone or some strange beasts living in this floating city? Su Chen continued onward. After passing through the shops, he arrived at a large square. The square was expansive. In the center of the square stood a statue. The statue was tall. Su Chen scrutinized the statue, unable to help but wonder whose likeness it was. Behind the statue, there were high walls and a large gate. Unlike before, the high walls and gate before him resembled those of a palace. Strangely, Su Chen couldn't discern which dynasty these palace walls and gates belonged to. Above the palace gate, there was a massive plaque. Zen Palace. The two large characters on the plaque were clearly visible. They were bold and powerful, clearly crafted by an extraordinary hand. Zen Palace? Su Chen stared at the enormous plaque, lost in thought. Could this Zen Palace be a place of worship? With this thought, Su Chen felt his heart race with excitement. He approached the entrance of the Zen Palace and placed his hand on the large door. He intended to use the same trick to open the door of the Zen Palace. But no matter how much force he exerted, the door remained completely unmoved. Could there be a mechanism? Su Chen's mind began to race. Concealment. He activated concealment, hoping to find the so-called mechanism. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. What's going on? Su Chen felt a bit frustrated. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Since he couldn't open the door, he decided to explore the city thoroughly. To be honest, this floating city exuded an air of mystery at every turn. This strange feeling made Su Chen very uncomfortable. The square seemed to be the dividing point of this city. From the city gate to the square, this area belonged to the western side of the floating city. The entire western side was a commercial district. The southern part of the floating city should belong to the residential area. There were many houses in the residential area. Among the numerous houses, there were both large and small, each different from the other. The most interesting aspect was the architectural style of this place. The architectural style here was a coexistence of multiple dynasties. Su-chen also discovered some intriguing little details. Some of the buildings had a mixed style from several dynasties. For example, Su-chen had just passed by a large courtyard. The courtyard was a very obvious example of a mixed architectural style from multiple dynasties. The main gate of the courtyard was in the style of the Qin dynasty. The front hall inside was a fusion of Han and Qin styles. The style of the main hall at the back was a blend of Han and Qin styles. As Su-chen walked through the residential area, he was in a state of tranquility. However, under this tranquility, Su-chen did not find anything strange about the residential area. Returning to the central square, Su-chen looked towards the other side. That side was different from the other two sides. There, tall buildings stood like a wealthy district. Su-chen decided to take a look over there. Maybe there are good things over there. Su-chen looked towards the towering buildings, a hint of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in this place was quite good, so Su-chen could keep his tranquility activated. In this state, the situation in the wealthy district was clear to Su-chen. Isn't this place a wealthy district? As he walked through, he felt a chill run down his spine. He clearly saw that these so-called tall buildings were not residences for the rich. These buildings were all similar to temples. And within these temples, there were statues of deities that Su-chen had never seen before. He even saw the presence of extremely fallen statues among the many temples. This, Su-chen quickly made a round and then returned to the central square. Back at the central square, Su-chen looked up at the huge statue. He still couldn't tell who this statue represented. Finally, he returned to the entrance of the Zen Palace. The qi began to circulate. He prepared to exert all his strength to open the door of the Zen Palace. Creak! With Su-chen's effort, the door of the Zen Palace was pushed open just a small crack. Su-chen glanced at the crack and then suddenly let go. Swift wind step. With his speed maximized, Su-chen darted into the Zen Palace. As soon as he entered, he found himself in a large open space. There was nothing on the open ground. However, the stones on the ground felt somewhat familiar to Su-chen. These stones are the same as those on the mountainside platform. After carefully examining, Su-chen confirmed the material of the stones. At the end of this open space, Su-chen saw 3 stone arch bridges. The arches of the bridges were not very high. Approaching the stone arch bridges, Su-chen noticed that in front of each of the 3 bridges stood a stone tablet. The one in the middle had an ancient character carved on it, which read Gong. The stone tablets in front of the other 2 bridges read Xian and Min, respectively. If Su-chen guessed correctly, the character Gong had 2 meanings. The first meaning referred to civil and military achievements. The second meaning should refer to contributions. The term Xian was relatively easy to understand, meaning wise or virtuous. The term Min should mean love for the people. Beneath the stone arch bridges was a small river. The ends of the river were built with stones. The water in the small river was completely still. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be stagnant water. The river isn't wide, just over 10 meters. The suspended city is inherently strange. Su-chen doesn't know what significance these 3 arch bridges hold. The key point is that Su-chen is not a king, so his best option now is to cross the river to the other side. To be cautious, he decides to find something to test it first. He casually picks up a small stone from the ground and throws it towards the opposite bank. Given his strength, the stone should easily reach the other side. However, to his surprise, when the stone reached the center of the river, it fell at a speed that Su-chen found hard to comprehend. Splash! As expected, the stone fell into the water. Su-chen quickly looked into the river. The crystal clear water suddenly began to boil. In just a second, the stone disappeared into the boiling water. Fortunately, I tested it, otherwise, Su-chen felt a wave of fear. The stone fell into his hand and vanished instantly. If it were a person, it would be. Su-chen dared not think further. The space above the river was also very strange. Considering all the circumstances, Su-chen could only cross the river using the 3 arch bridges. After weighing his options, Su-chen walked to the People Bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, he felt a sudden pressure pressing down on his shoulders. This pressure felt like an endless torrent of water pushing up against him. The ruler is the boat, the people are the water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. For some reason, these words flashed through Su-chen's mind. So, I have to withstand this pressure and walk to the other side of the river? The pressure was immense. This overwhelming force made every step Su-chen took extremely difficult. Yet, despite this, he continued to move forward slowly. There were a total of 9 steps. After 10 minutes, Su-chen had only managed to ascend 5 steps. Even so, he was already drenched in sweat. The significant physical exertion made his legs start to tremble. What to do? What to do? Su Chen's mind was racing. Got it. Filtering through various techniques, Su Chen recalled one he had used in the Kong family before, shouldering the mountain. The moment the technique manifested, Su Chen felt the pressure on his shoulders diminish by at least 7/8. I'm sorry, Su Chen quickly apologized at that moment. I thought you were useless, but I didn't expect you to be so helpful. If it weren't for the rules, Su Chen would have wanted to kneel and apologize to shouldering the mountain. With the pressure on his shoulders reduced, Su Chen's climbing speed increased significantly. After about 5 minutes, he reached the arch bridge. The arch bridge had only 9 steps, but standing on top of the arch bridge, Su Chen felt a sense of overlooking all the mountains. Although he didn't understand why he felt this way, after resting for a moment on the arch bridge, Su Chen began to look towards the other side. On the other side of the arch bridge, mist enveloped everything. It seemed as if everything was shrouded in smoke. Even with Su Chen's ability to see through, the situation remained unchanged. Asterisk, is it only by going down that I can see what's on the other side? Su Chen frowned. However, having come this far, he was determined to go down and take a look. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen started to descend the steps. Going down was clearly much easier than going up. It took him less than a minute to walk from the top to the bottom. As Su Chen stepped down the last step, he was stunned. Before him lay a vast open space. How big was the open space? Su Chen didn't know, because the expanse was boundless. Far in front of him, there was a high platform. From the place where he stood, the high platform appeared exceedingly tall. If he had to specify a height, Su Chen felt that the platform was even taller than a 10-story building. Besides its height, the platform was also incredibly magnificent. Su Chen had seen many so-called world-renowned buildings. Even the Great Wall of China paled in comparison to the shock he felt at the sight of the platform before him. Su Chen walked towards the platform, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered dozens of meters. Yet, even so, the platform still felt very far away to Su Chen. He quickened his pace, but the platform remained distant. At that moment, Su Chen finally understood the true meaning of the saying, a horse dies from running towards a mountain. Fortunately, the chi energy within him could be converted infinitely, otherwise he would have been exhausted long ago. After running for about another hour, Su Chen saw the platform was now within sight. At that moment, it felt as if he had glimpsed hope. Since he had seen hope, he could not afford to stop. Unable to resist, he quickened his pace again. However, this urge to speed up led him to run for over another hour. This hour of frantic running had drained his stamina significantly. He sat down to recover his strength while simultaneously looking up towards the platform. So close, yet so far. From his current perspective, the platform was indeed much closer to him now. After resting for a while and regaining some energy, Su Chen continued his mad dash. After another hour of running, he stopped once more. He realized he was now very close to the platform. The platform had transformed from a 10-story height to a 20-story one. After a brief rest, Su Chen pressed on. This time, it was another hour. When the height of the platform changed from 20 stories to 30, Su Chen halted again. Is this a miracle? He murmured, staring at the platform. The situation of the platform truly resembled a miracle. Such a wondrous structure had never appeared in the annals of world history. At the same time, Su Chen noticed that there were quite a few buildings beneath the platform. These buildings were different from those he had seen in the floating city. Although the buildings in the floating city spanned every dynasty, they shared a common trait: they were extraordinary. Whether residential or in the so-called wealthy district, these buildings gave Su Chen the impression of being crafted by skilled hands. However, the buildings before him felt as if they had been hastily erected. Moreover, these buildings had no doors. Upon entering one of them, Su Chen found the interior decor to be very rudimentary. Could these buildings really be temporary constructions? As Su Chen delved deeper, he discovered that the closer the buildings were to the platform, the older they appeared. It seems these buildings were meant to serve as temporary palaces, or perhaps as preparations for the Fengshan ceremony. After examining these structures, Su Chen looked up at the platform. Standing beneath it, he realized just how absurdly high it truly was. The so-called 30 stories were merely his rough estimation. Rest for a moment, then go up to take a look, Su Chen said slowly after taking a deep breath. Since he had come this far, he felt there was no reason not to go up and see. The situation above was unknown, so Su Chen needed to restore himself to peak condition. Once he felt fully recovered, he prepared to climb. He had initially thought that this climb would be very difficult. However, to his surprise, the climb was not as challenging as he had imagined. Not only was it not difficult, but Su Chen even found it quite easy. In less than an hour, Su Chen had climbed to the middle of the high platform. This was still under Su Chen's careful approach. If he had let go and climbed freely, he probably would have reached the top in that hour. After taking a brief rest, he continued his ascent. Another hour passed and the summit of the high platform was within sight. Suchen took a deep breath and began to exert himself for this final stretch. 10 minutes later, he stood at the very top of the high platform. The top of this high platform was circular. The circle was divided into 5 equal parts, each a different color: white, green, azure, red, and yellow. Upon seeing these 5 colors, a mythological story suddenly flashed through Suchen's mind. Nuwa mending the sky. Back when Nuwa was mending the sky, the 5 colored stones she used were precisely these 5 colors. Is it a coincidence, or is there some deeper meaning? Suchen wondered. On top of the high platform, there was also a small altar. This small altar looked very similar to the sacrificial altars seen in television dramas. On the altar, there were offerings, incense burners, and a series of items used for worship. As he approached the altar, Suchen noticed a small mat in front of the offering table. He felt a stirring in his heart. For some reason, he knelt directly on the mat. He didn't even know what he was doing. He knelt 3 times and knocked his head 9 times in the direction of the offering table. Suddenly, a wisp of purple smoke quietly rose from behind the offering table. This wisp of smoke, taking advantage of Suchen's inattention, flew straight towards him. The smoke reached the top of Suchen's head and drilled into his body through the crown of his head. As the purple energy entered his body, Suchen instantly sensed it. Ding! The host worships the heavens, and the heavens respond, specially bestowing purple energy. Ding! The host receives a reward. Demonic chi cannot invade. Ding! The host receives a reward. Basic sword technique. Ding! The host receives a reward. Purple extreme sword technique. Ding! The host receives a reward. Twice the result with half the effort. The continuous system prompts left Suchen somewhat dazed. After the daze came waves of surprise. Demonic chi cannot invade. Level heavenly grade upper tier description. Upon mastering this extraordinary technique, demonic chi will be purged the moment it appears. Basic sword technique. Level yellow grade lower tier description. Upon mastering this extraordinary technique, the effect of using sword techniques will be doubled. Purple extreme sword technique. Level heavenly grade upper tier description. The treasured technique of the ancient sect. Purple extreme sect unleashes sword energy when used. Twice the result with half the effort. Level unknown description. A certain mysterious extraordinary technique that will yield twice the result with half the effort during cultivation. After reading the descriptions of these 4 rewards, the corners of Suchen's mouth split all the way to his ears. Heaven is treating me well, Suchen exclaimed. His cultivation speed was already extraordinary compared to other extraordinary beings. With twice the result with half the effort, his cultivation speed would become terrifying. The demonic chi cannot invade technique was practically divine for someone like Suchen, who cultivated at such a rapid pace. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about demonic chi anymore. Compared to these 2, basic sword technique and purple extreme sword technique seemed less significant. However, for Suchen at this moment, having an additional means of attack was ultimately a good thing. Suchen looked towards the offering table and thought to himself, if I worship again, will there be more rewards? As he pondered this, he prepared to kneel once more. But at that moment, he found that no matter how hard he tried, his knees simply wouldn't bend. It seems I can only worship once. Suchen felt a bit disappointed. However, the rewards from this time were already quite generous for him. What exactly is the so-called Fengshan worship to the heavens? Even though Suchen had come this far, doubt still lingered in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that a tablet had appeared on the offering table at some point. 99, Earth. What does it mean? At the top of the tablet, the number 99 was engraved. Below the tablet were the words Earth. Suchen was puzzled. Just as he was about to continue observing the tablet, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself back by the lake. When he looked up at the floating city, he was astonished to discover that it had vanished. Everything that had happened felt to Suchen like a fleeting dream. System. To verify what had just occurred, Suchen summoned the system. Suchen Realm Concentration Level 1 Attributes Physique 42 Intelligence 42 Strength 42 Agility 42 Talents Innate Sacred Body Deo G Body Source Flow Infinite Black Card Skills Advanced Version Points 1425 Mall Open Warehouse Soul Lock Chain Diamond Mechanism Core Asterisk 18 Mechanical Core Asterisk 1 Falling Sunset Soul Sword. Looking at the system interface, Suchen knew that everything that had happened before was not a dream. But why did the floating city disappear? Suchen looked in the direction of the floating city in confusion. There had been a large city in that place before, but now, looking again, it was completely empty. Forget it. After watching for a while, Suchen decided not to dwell on it any longer. Next, I should check out the ancient Taishan. After thinking for a moment, he headed towards the Falling Sunset Palace. Passing through the Falling Sunset Palace, crossing the square. An hour later, Suchen arrived at the foot of ancient Taishan. He turned back to glance at ancient Taishan. The mountain, shrouded in mist, appeared hazy, giving off a very mysterious feeling. The sunlight shone on ancient Taishan, and Suchen felt that it was very sacred at that moment. Let's go. Naturally, there were still many good things inside ancient Taishan, but Su Chen believed he could no longer stay here. He had already obtained a lot of good things. If he were to take more, he feared that even the heavens would not look kindly upon him. Crossing the rift, Su Chen returned to the range of Taishan. Halt! As soon as Su Chen appeared within the range of Taishan, he heard a sharp reprimand. He looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man was scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. This middle-aged man had a defiant expression and his clothes were worn work attire. Is there something wrong? Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man with confusion. Why are you here? The middle-aged man asked Su Chen in a tone that was very unpleasant. Su Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and said, "This doesn't seem to be a restricted area, does it? Why can't I be here?" Impudent. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a young man beside the middle-aged man shouted loudly, "Do you know who you are talking to? The team leader of the Chilimi?" Su Chen asked the middle-aged man. "Young man, you know quite a bit." The middle-aged man looked proud when Su Chen mentioned his identity. "So, what exactly do you want?" Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man in confusion and asked helplessly. The middle-aged man's name was Chen He, and like Zhang Wei, he was also a team leader of Chilimi. But unlike the diligent Zhang Wei, Chen He was definitely someone who was very calculating within Chilimi. He not only liked to scheme against his colleagues but also enjoyed plotting against others. "Why are you here?" Chen He asked Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Chen He, a helpless expression on his face as he said, "Why can't I be here? Are you an extraordinary person?" Chen He's expression suddenly turned cold, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Su Chen felt that the greed in Chen He's eyes was very unsettling. "That's right, I am an extraordinary person." Su Chen nodded. Upon hearing Su Chen admit he was an extraordinary person, Chen He immediately became cheerful. "Since you're an extraordinary person, you should know who I am, right?" While saying this, he puffed out his chest, letting Su Chen see the insignia of the organization he belonged to. "Eat it, the official organization for extraordinary people." "I know that, so what?" Su Chen asked Chen He, confused. Chen He nodded. "Since you know we are from Eat It, then you should know what to do next, right?" As he spoke, Chen He made a gesture, asking for money. "Eat It is indeed the official organization for extraordinary people, but you don't seem to be the governing body for extraordinary people. So why should I give you money?" Upon hearing Su Chen's blatant refusal, Chen He immediately became displeased. "Kid," a young man behind Chen He stepped forward and said to Su Chen, "You should know that besides being the official organization for extraordinary people, we also handle some extraordinary individuals who pose a threat to society. So now, you either pay up or you can wait to be killed by us." This was no longer a hint, it was a blatant threat. "Does Eat It not have to follow the law of the king?" Su Chen's voice had turned very cold. He was not surprised that there were bad apples in Eat It. However, the blatant robbery by someone like Chen He was somewhat beyond Su Chen's expectations. Law of the king? To Chen He, Su Chen's words were a joke. "Do you know? Actually, extraordinary people don't have to abide by your so-called law of the king. If extraordinary people had to follow the law of the king, then what would be the purpose of our existence in Eat It? So in the world of extraordinary people, Eat It is the law of the king. If we say you are guilty, then you are guilty." Chen He intended to play a trick on Su Chen. But could Su Chen be so easily manipulated by Chen He? Obviously not. "Do you know?" Su Chen, wearing a mask, had the corners of his eyes curved like a crescent moon. "What?" Chen He instinctively asked. "You guys are not even worthy opponents to me. If I wanted to, I could kill you at any time," Su Chen said casually. "Ha ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen He's mocking laughter rang out. "I won't give you more, I'll just give you 1,000 times the courage. Even if you had 1,000 times the courage, you absolutely wouldn't dare to kill me, because I am one of Eat It." For someone like him, being part of Eat It was the best life-saving charm. Ridiculous. Su Chen shook his head. "Your age really has you living like a dog. At such an old age, you still dare to say such childish things. What? You really dare to kill someone from Eat It?" Chen He's tone still carried disdain and mockery, but Su Chen could see that a hint of panic had already appeared in his eyes. "Do you know my current realm?" Su Chen didn't directly answer Chen He's question but instead smiled and asked him a question. "I don't know, what's wrong?" Chen He looked puzzled. "My current realm is the first level of concentration. Do you know what that represents?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chen He was stunned. "I don't believe it," Chen He shouted. He wasn't a fool, he certainly knew what the first level of concentration represented. The first level of concentration represented the highest combat power among extraordinary people. This level of power could even allow him to directly enter the headquarters of Eat It and chat face-to-face with the leader of Eat It. If the conversation gets lively, the boss of eating something might even treat him to a meal. Don't believe it? Su Chen knew that Chen He definitely wouldn't believe it. So Su Chen directly activated his chi. The chi flowed. Everyone on Chen He's side changed their expressions drastically at that moment. This chi made them feel an unprecedented pressure. This pressure even made them feel suffocated. It was the suppression of the strong over the weak. Chen He's face turned ashen. His mind was spinning wildly, trying to find a way to perfectly resolve this situation. But he realized that this matter couldn't be resolved perfectly at all. If Su Chen's strength was lacking, he could directly kill him. But Su Chen's strength was not lacking at all. In fact, he was very strong. So as soon as this plan emerged, it was immediately declared bankrupt. Given the current situation, begging for mercy is one of the best options. The arrogance and pride on Chen He's face disappeared. In its place was a sense of apology. Senior. He directly called Su Chen Senior, speaking very sincerely. This matter is my fault. I apologize to you. Apologize? Su Chen looked at Chen He and shook his head. Apologies are the most useless thing in this world. If apologies were useful, then what would we need strength for? Su Chen's words made Chen He's heart skip a beat. So, Senior, do you mean? Chen He's voice trembled slightly as he asked Su Chen. Go with me to your leader and admit your mistakes. Su Chen felt that Chen He had definitely done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Many extraordinary people must have suffered because of him. This was neither the first time nor would it be the last. Impossible. Chen He shook his head frantically. Eating something, as an official extraordinary organization, had very strict internal discipline. If the higher-ups found out about this incident, expulsion would be the most ordinary punishment. Impossible? Su Chen looked at Chen He and said coldly, since you are unwilling to go, then I will take you there. As he spoke, Su Chen stepped forward and grabbed Chen He's collar. What are you doing? Let go of our boss right now. You may be strong, but we have more people here. Let go of our boss quickly, or you'll regret it. Boss, even though he's strong, we have numbers. Why don't we just fight him? Exactly. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. The members of Chen He's team all drew their weapons, pointing them at Su Chen. Did they really want to save Chen He? No. They did this because they had all participated in the bad things Chen He had done. If Chen He was really taken by Su Chen to see the leader, their fate wouldn't be any better. It seems your little brothers are quite loyal to you. Su Chen's tone was full of mockery. Chen He remained silent. The situation had developed to a point of losing control. Whether he was killed by Su Chen or sent to the leader, his outcome would not be good. Since that was the case, he might as well fight Su Chen. If he fought, at least there would be a glimmer of hope. But if he didn't fight, there would be no hope at all. Thinking this, Chen He's hand moved directly towards his weapon. Chen He was captured by Su Chen, so Su Chen definitely knew about his little movements. The reason Su Chen didn't stop him was that he had absolute confidence, not to mention his supreme innate sacred body Dao from the myriad realms. Even the defense of the golden light spell Chen He probably couldn't break through. Seeing that Su Chen hadn't noticed him drawing his weapon, Chen He felt secretly pleased. He gripped the weapon in his hand and thrust it towards Su Chen's abdomen. Brothers, let's go together, he shouted loudly. Chen He's men surged towards Su Chen. The weapons in their hands all pointed at Su Chen. Golden light spell. Su Chen growled. Just as Chen He's weapon was about to stab into Su Chen's lower abdomen, the golden light spell appeared. Clang! The weapon struck Su Chen's golden light spell, producing a sound of metal colliding. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the weapons of the others also struck Su Chen's body. But the result was the same as with Chen He's weapon. Golden light spell? Seeing the golden light spell on Su Chen, Chen He was taken aback. He took a step back, staring at Su Chen in shock. You are from the Longhu Mountain Tianchi Mansion. The golden light spell is a unique skill of the Longhu Mountain Tianchi Mansion. It is said that only disciples of the Longhu Mountain Tianchi Mansion can learn it. Seeing the golden light spell on Su Chen, Chen He knew he was in real trouble. Longhu Mountain Tianchi Mansion. Although it is not the top organization in the world of extraordinary beings, it has the most elite extraordinary beings stationed there. No organization in this world is willing or wants to provoke the Tianchi Mansion. I am not a disciple of the Tianchi Mansion, Su Chen directly denied. Chen He did not believe it. As far as he knew, no one in the world of extraordinary beings had learned the unique skills of the Tianchi Mansion without being a disciple. However, this was no longer important to Chen He. What mattered most now was how to resolve the situation at hand. Their weapons could not harm Su Chen. The plan to deal with Su Chen had already fallen through. All right, Su Chen said, looking at Chen He and his little brothers, who appeared troubled, with a smile. Since things have come to this point, let's go find your leader together. After saying this, Su Chen intended to step forward and control Chen He and the others. But Chen He and his men did not want to sit and wait for death. Everyone run together. I don't believe he can catch so many of us, Chen He shouted. Chen He's little brothers all nodded in agreement and then rushed off in all directions. You can't escape. Su Chen smiled lightly. The golden light spell still protecting Su Chen at that moment sent out strands of golden lines. The golden lines shot out like ropes towards the crowd. Everyone, including Chen He, was tightly bound by Su Chen's golden lines. They struggled desperately, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the binding of the golden lines. What is going on? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It was a voice that sounded very authoritative. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. When they saw the newcomer, Chen He showed a look of joy. Deputy Minister Chen, he shouted. Deputy Minister? Su Chen looked at the newcomer. Lu Chunjiang, Deputy Minister of the Eating Department. This person had reached the 5th level of Qi Nourishing. Among extraordinary beings, he could be considered a master. What is the situation? Lu Chunjiang glanced at Su Chen and then at Chen He. Lu Chunjiang was actually aware of Chen He's situation. Not only Lu Chunjiang knew, but many high-ranking officials in the eating department had also heard a bit about it. Lu Chunjiang was not the kind of person who was strictly upright. However, he found Chen He very detestable. Detestable as he was, the current situation was not the time for internal strife. He wants to collect my toll and has trapped me. Su Chen explained the situation directly. But Chen He shouted in protest, "This person attacked us first." Seeing Chen He cry out in injustice, his little brothers followed suit. "That's right, we don't even know this person. But as soon as he appeared, he attacked us. Moreover, we said we were from the eating department, but it was useless. We're fine as long as we don't say we're the ones who ate it, but once we do, his attacks become even fiercer. He doesn't even state his purpose, just attacks us like a madman." This group of people directly accused Su Chen first. Su Chen wanted to explain, but then he thought it unnecessary to explain. After all, he had to put on a facade of a wise man. Is that so? Lu Chunjiang looked at Su Chen. Because Lu Chunjiang knew about Chen He didn't really believe Su Chen's words. Does it matter whether it's true or not? Su Chen didn't answer Lu Chunjiang but instead countered him. Lu Chunjiang fell silent. Deputy Minister, you don't really doubt my words, do you? To be honest, Lu Chunjiang's demeanor made Chen He somewhat anxious. For Chen He's question, Lu Chunjiang wanted to answer yes, but he knew he absolutely couldn't respond that way. Aren't you going to explain? Lu Chunjiang once again focused his gaze on Su Chen. Explain my ass. Su Chen was genuinely losing patience. He looked at Lu Chunjiang and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I won't just tie you up right here?" Upon hearing this, Chen He laughed. Look how arrogant this guy is." Chen He fanned the flames from the side. However, Lu Chunjiang remained very calm and composed. "Alright, I choose to believe you." At that moment, Lu Chunjiang surprisingly chose to trust Su Chen. Deputy Minister, you actually choose to believe him? You'd rather believe an outsider than your own people? Chen He showed a shocked expression. In fact, Lu Chunjiang had always wanted to find an opportunity to deal with Chen He properly, but he had never had the chance. Not to mention that Chen He couldn't believe it, even Su Chen couldn't believe it. "Let me show you something interesting." Lu Chunjiang then took out his phone from his pocket. He opened the phone and entered the video playback interface. As he looked at the video on the phone, Chen He's face grew increasingly dark. The content of the video consisted of testimonies from people he had robbed. He thought his actions were flawless, but the reality was full of holes. Goodness. Gao Mu looked at Chen He and teased with a smile. "See, your leader already has evidence against you. Since you already have evidence, why haven't you taken action against him?" Su Chen curiously asked Lu Chunjiang. Lu Chunjiang looked helpless. "It's an official organization. You understand?" Su Chen nodded, indicating he understood. "So, are you planning to confess or are you going to?" Lu Chunjiang looked at Chen He. Chen He remained silent. He was already starting to hesitate. "Sir." Lu Chunjiang then turned his gaze to Su Chen and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to testify?" "Of course I am." Su Chen nodded with a smile. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me." Chen He's legs went weak and he directly knelt before Lu Chunjiang. Lu Chunjiang's subordinates were also very decisive. As soon as Chen He knelt, they all knelt down as well. They frantically knocked their heads on the ground, pleading for Lu Chunjiang's forgiveness. But Lu Chunjiang's expression was very serious. "Even if you smash your heads, this matter won't pass." Lu Chunjiang's attitude was very firm. Chen He felt despair. He was utterly hopeless. The situation had developed beyond his control. He slumped to the ground, his face filled with despair. Not only him, but the others in his team felt the same way. "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After Su Chen finished speaking, he waved goodbye to Lu Chunjiang. Lu Chunjiang said nothing. Seeing Su Chen's figure gradually fade away, Lu Chunjiang furrowed his brows slightly, revealing a look of confusion on his face. "Who is this person? Why do I feel an incredibly strong power from him?" After pondering for a while, Lu Chunjiang called someone over to take Chen He and the others away. After leaving Montai, Su Chen boarded a plane heading to the capital. Time to go back to school. Once he got off the plane, Su Chen hailed a taxi. "Where to?" the taxi driver asked Su Chen. Su Chen initially wanted to say back to school, but after thinking for a moment he replied to the driver, "To Lubei District." Lubei District is a very famous area in the capital. The reason this district is well known is that all the top luxury brands in the world have stores here. These top luxury brands include luxury cars as well. The reason Su Chen came to Lubei district was to buy a car. After getting out of the taxi, Su Chen immediately spotted a Rolls-Royce dealership as a luxury car that sold 10,000 units last year but had 100,000 units sold on a certain platform. Rolls-Royce is very popular among young people. Young people like Rolls-Royce not so much for the car's performance but more because of the highly recognizable logo of the Spirit of Ecstasy. This car is simply the standard for young people to show off. Inside the dealership, a group of salespeople stood in 2 rows waiting. The salespeople on the left were all male. These men had figures comparable to models and looks akin to actors. The women were on the right. Although their figures weren't quite model-like, they were still curvy and alluring. Seeing Su Chen walking towards the store, the salespeople on the right suddenly became excited. This young man is so handsome. I'll take care of him. So young and wealthy. I like him, let me handle it. No, let me take care of it. I haven't made a sale in a long time. As the salespeople scrambled to take the order, Su Chen had already walked into the store. Hello, sir. At this moment, a salesperson approached, smiling as she greeted Su Chen. Seeing that someone had already approached, the faces of the other salespeople showed disappointment. Hello. Su Chen nodded with a smile. He was already quite handsome, and when he smiled, it made the salesperson in front of him feel dizzy. May I ask, sir, are you here to buy a car? The salesperson asked Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. I want to buy a Cullinan. As soon as he said this, the salesperson's eyes lit up. The Cullinan's price in their store was around 6.5 to 8 million. As a salesperson, she could earn a considerable commission from it. Then please follow me, sir. The salesperson smiled sweetly and directly led Su Chen to the area where the Cullinan was located. Usually, Su Chen had only seen the Cullinan on a certain platform. Seeing it in reality, he was indeed shocked. Especially when he saw the Spirit of Ecstasy, Su Chen's hormones surged instantly. How much is this car? If I pay now, when can I pick it up? Su Chen asked 2 questions in quick succession. These 2 questions left the salesperson momentarily stunned. She had been working here for a while, but this was the first time she encountered such a bold customer. Wow, he just saw the car. And without even test driving it, he directly asked how long until he can pick it up. He must be the 2nd generation of some wealthy family, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to be this rich. Whether he's 2nd generation or not doesn't matter. We've seen plenty of 2nd generations. But how many 2nd generations this handsome have you seen? None. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome 2nd generation. The saleswomen looked at Su Chen with wide eyes. Sir, the salesgirl responsible for receiving Su Chen had a smile that was incredibly sweet. If you really want it, you can make the payment today. At most, you'll be able to pick up the car in a week. A week? Hearing that it would take a week to get the car, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. That's too long. Upon hearing Su Chen say the time was too long, the salesgirl's heart immediately tightened. Do you want a car that you can drive away with right now? She asked tentatively. Su Chen nodded. I've never had a means of transportation, so I want to buy one that I can use right away. As soon as he said this, the salespeople fell silent. Su Chen's words contained a lot of information. The most crucial point was that the car he was about to buy was his first car. Is this your first car? The salesgirl asked cautiously. Su Chen smiled. Awkwardly, I didn't have the money to buy one before, but now that I do, I want to buy a car for transportation. Once this was said, the salesgirls were even more shocked. Not being able to afford a car before indicated that Su Chen had been quite poor. Now, he had money. And judging by his appearance, it was clear he wasn't just moderately wealthy. The salesgirls found it hard to comprehend. Sir, the salesgirl who was attending to Su Chen took a deep breath to calm herself as much as possible. If you want a car that you can drive away with right now, then I can only recommend this one. The salesgirl pointed to a car not far away. It was also a Rolls-Royce. However, unlike the Cullinan, this car was more commonly seen online. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Su Chen instinctively asked. That's right, the salesgirl nodded. This car is fully loaded and a limited edition. When our boss bought it, he intended to drive it himself. But for some reason, he didn't drive it and instead put it up for sale here. Upon hearing this, Su Chen became interested. How much does this car cost? In fact, whether it was the Cullinan or the Phantom, both were considered classic models from Rolls-Royce. However, the Phantom in front of him was different from the one Su Chen remembered. Seeing the look of confusion in Su Chen's eyes, the salesgirl smiled and explained, this is the Rolls-Royce Phantom S. This model has never been seen on the market, so it's normal for you to think it's different from other Phantoms. To be honest, Su Chen felt a bit tempted when looking at this Rolls-Royce Phantom S. The price? Su Chen asked the salesgirl. The salesgirl held up 2 fingers and said, 20 million. All right. Su Chen didn't even think about it and nodded directly. 20 million it is. Let's hurry up and swipe the card to complete the paperwork. I hope I can drive it away in an hour. As he spoke, Su Chen took out his bank card from his pocket, signaling the salesgirl to swipe it. The salesgirl was stunned. Su Chen's Boldness left her speechless once again. Seeing the salesgirl in a daze, Suchen quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." The salesgirl waved her hand and respectfully took Suchen's bank card. "I'll take care of it. Right away." After taking the bank card, the salesgirl didn't rush to leave. "Sir, processing these procedures will take some time. Please follow me and I'll take you to the VIP lounge to rest," the salesgirl said, making a gesture for Suchen to follow. Since he had spent the money, Suchen wanted to enjoy the experience. Under the salesgirl's guidance, Suchen arrived at the VIP lounge. The lounge was spacious, covering over 100 square meters. The decor inside was extremely luxurious. In addition to the common furniture and appliances, there were many rare appliances and furniture as well. "Do you have a PS5? I want to play some games," Suchen asked the salesgirl with a smile. The young lady was slightly taken aback. She had received many guests in the VIP room. However, she had never encountered someone like Suchen who directly asked for a gaming console. But the young lady had indeed seen the world. "Of course we have it," she nodded, walking to a cabinet and pulling out a PS5. Just as she was about to close the cabinet door, she turned back to Suchen and asked, "What game do you want?" "What games do you have?" Suchen asked the young lady again. "We have all kinds of games. Whatever game you want, we have it here," the young lady replied confidently. Suchen didn't believe her. He stood up and walked towards the cabinet. "Wow, you really do have every game." The cabinet was large and packed full. Suchen took a look. As long as it was a PS5 game available in the market, it was in that cabinet. "I'll choose for myself. You hurry up and handle the paperwork," Suchen said to the young lady. She nodded and left the VIP room. Suchen then picked a game and started playing. This car dealership belonged to the Tianfeng Group. The founder and chairman of Tianfeng Group was a young man named Lu Tianfeng. Because he shared the same surname as Lu Zhenghao, everyone assumed he was Lu Zhenghao's son. In fact, that was true. Lu Tianfeng was indeed Lu Zhenghao's son, the heir of the Yuelu Group. But this young heir was genuinely ambitious. After graduating from university, he used his pocket money saved since childhood to start a business. In 5 years, his Tianfeng Group transformed from an obscure small company into a well-known group in the business world. Of course, compared to the Yuelu Group, this group was nothing significant. But this also indicated that this young heir was not a wastrel. At that moment, Lu Tianfeng was reviewing the store's reports in the dealership. Normally, such minor tasks of checking reports wouldn't require the chairman to do them. Since this dealership was established by him and was where he made his first pot of gold, he had a deep emotional connection to it. Even if he didn't personally manage everything, he at least kept an eye on it regularly. "The revenue has increased by 20% compared to last year. You did well this year," Lu Tianfeng praised after reviewing the report. "It's all thanks to your guidance," the store manager said with a face full of flattery. If someone else had said this, Lu Tianfeng would have definitely thought they were just buttering him up. But when the store manager said it, Lu Tianfeng didn't feel that way. The reason was simple. This store manager was someone he had personally nurtured. When Lu Tianfeng first started his business, this store manager was one of his employees. The store manager had average management skills but was very strong in sales. After all, he was one of Lu Tianfeng's employees and Lu Tianfeng trusted him quite a bit. So he entrusted the management of this dealership to him. "Alright," Lu Tianfeng waved his hand at the store manager, jokingly scolding him, "There are no outsiders here, so why are you putting on an act with me?" The store manager scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the store manager's office. The store manager didn't speak but looked at Lu Tianfeng. After all, Lu Tianfeng was the highest authority present. "Come in," Lu Tianfeng called out. The office door opened, and the sales lady who had just attended to Suchen walked in. "Manager, that Rolls-Royce Phantom S has been sold," the young lady exclaimed excitedly. However, upon seeing Lu Tianfeng in the office, she immediately shut her mouth, her face showing an awkward expression. Usually, they had a good relationship with the store manager. Sometimes, if someone had good sales performance, they could even tease the manager. But the young lady didn't expect that Lu Tianfeng was here at this time. If she had known Lu Tianfeng was here, she definitely wouldn't have been so reckless. Lu Tianfeng also noticed the young lady's embarrassment and smiled as he said, "The Rolls-Royce Phantom S you mentioned, is it the one I own?" Seeing that Lu Tianfeng wasn't angry, the young lady nodded. However, the fear in her eyes and the tension on her face still remained. "How much did you sell it for?" Lu Tianfeng continued to ask. 20 million, the young lady stated a figure. "Not bad." Lu Tianfeng nodded, looking at the sales lady with appreciation as he said, "You've sold this car, so your commission this time should be substantial." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." The young lady was very reserved. "Alright, I'll go see who bought this car." After Lu Tianfeng stood up, he walked towards the office door. The store manager shot a glare at the young lady. The young lady playfully stuck her tongue out at the manager. "Mr. Lu, let me take you there." The young lady walked in front of Mr. Lu and said. Lu Tianfeng did not refuse the young lady's kindness. Under her guidance, Lu Tianfeng arrived at the first floor. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu! Mr. Lu! Everyone who saw Lu Tianfeng greeted him. Lu Tianfeng also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Led by the young lady, Lu Tianfeng arrived at the entrance of the VIP room. Just as the young lady was about to open the door, Lu Zhangfang stopped her. Knock! Lu Zhangfang said to the young lady. The young lady might have been too excited and forgot the most basic etiquette of knocking. Sorry, Mr. Lu, the young lady quickly apologized. It's fine. Mr. Lu didn't mind. The young lady walked to the door and knocked. Su Chen, who was playing a game in the VIP room, heard the knock and quickly paused the game. He placed the controller on the table, stood up, and said, "Come in." The door to the VIP room opened, and the reception young lady entered with someone. This gentleman is our group's chairman, Lu Tianfeng. He wants to see you. The young lady explained the situation to Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng extended his right hand. Su Chen also extended his right hand. Their hands shook together. However, the looks in their eyes towards each other were somewhat off. Mr. Lu is looking for me, what's the matter? Su Chen asked Lu Tianfeng with a smile. Lu Tianfeng glanced at the reception young lady and smiled as he said, "Please bring me a cup of green tea." "And you?" Lu Tianfeng looked at Su Chen and asked with a smile, "Mr. Su, would you like something to drink?" "Green tea, please." "Thank you." Su Chen smiled slightly. After the young lady left, Su Chen curiously asked Lu Tianfeng, "What is your relationship with Mr. Lu Zhanghao?" "Lu Zhanghao is my father," Lu Tianfeng introduced with a smile. "The chairman's own son, my apologies." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Mr. Su, I really didn't expect that the person who bought the car would be you." Lu Tianfeng also wore a smile. "You know me?" Su Chen felt quite surprised. After all, this was their first interaction. "Some equipment from when your father was hospitalized was allocated from our group." Lu Tianfeng smiled slightly. "Thank you, brother Lu." Su Chen stood up, respectfully cupping his hands in salute to Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng didn't expect Su Chen to be so courteous. He quickly stood up and returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Su, you're really being too polite." The two exchanged smiles. The friendship between men can sometimes be established so simply. "By the way, brother Su, what is it that you wanted to discuss with me?" Su Chen returned to the main topic. "I just wanted to see who exactly bought the Phantom S." As Lu Tianfeng's words fell, he suddenly thought of something and changed his tone. "But since it's brother Su who wants to buy it, I definitely can't take your money." "Don't." When Lu Tianfeng said he wouldn't take money, Su Chen not only didn't feel happy but even felt a bit uneasy inside. Su Chen felt that he owed too much to the Lu family. If he were to take this car, it would probably be impossible to repay in this lifetime. "Brother Su, don't misunderstand." Seeing Su Chen's expression, Lu Tianfeng guessed what was on his mind. This car is not a gift for brother Su. Although Lu Tianfeng didn't finish his sentence, Su Chen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Actually, there's something I want to ask brother Su for help with," Lu Tianfeng said. "Ask me for help?" Su Chen showed a confused expression. The Yu Lu group was immensely powerful. Not to mention the Yu Lu group, even Lu Tianfeng's Tianfeng group was a well-known entity in Huaxia. Su Chen couldn't understand what problem these two groups couldn't solve. "Do you know Shinshin Lu?" Lu Tianfeng asked Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and then shook his head. Seeing that Su Chen didn't know Shinshin Lu, Lu Tianfeng's face showed an incredulous expression. "Is Shinshin Lu very impressive?" Su Chen asked Lu Tianfeng in confusion. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. "It's not that Shinshin Lu is impressive, but that the Fengyu group is impressive." It was true that Su Chen didn't know Shinshin Lu. However, he was aware of the Fengyu group. The Fengyu group wasn't very famous in present-day Huaxia, but after the revival of spiritual energy, the Fengyu group became a well-known entity. Its leader, Xin Shangwang, was a strong figure among the extraordinary. Shinshin Lu has encountered a bit of trouble recently, and I hope brother Su can help take a look, Lu Tianfeng said to Su Chen. Su Chen curiously asked, "What trouble? If brother Su has time now, could you accompany me to the Shin family? This trouble isn't something that can be explained in just a sentence or two. I'll explain it to brother Su in detail on the way." "All right." After pondering for a moment, Su Chen nodded. "Then I'll go with you to take a look." Su Chen wasn't just idly passing time. Mainly, he wanted to see what trouble the Shin family had encountered. More importantly, Su Chen wanted to see Xing Yue. Who is Xing Yue? The only daughter of Xin Changwang, a very legendary figure after the revival of spiritual energy. The reason the Shin family's Fengyu group was able to thrive later on was largely due to Xin Yue's contributions. Great! Seeing Su Chen agree to his request, Lu Tianfeng looked very happy. "Then let's go." After saying that, Lu Tianfeng stood up and headed towards the exit of the VIP room. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly got up and followed. As the two walked out of the VIP room, they saw the saleswoman who had just attended to Su Chen. "Mr. Lu, where are you going?" The saleswoman looked at the two with a puzzled expression. "I'm going out with brother Su." Lu Tianfeng nodded and explained to the saleswoman. Although the saleswoman looked confused, she didn't ask any further questions. After leaving the dealership, Lu Tianfeng walked towards a supercar. God Shadow 7, Mr. Lu is wealthy. Looking at Lu Tianfeng's car, Su Chen was almost drooling. The God Shadow 7 was a recently launched supercar by Bugatti. This car was undoubtedly the most impressive existence in the current sports car world. It was said that the price alone reached $100 million. Currently, there was supposedly only one in all of Huaxia. To his surprise, this one and only God Shadow 7 was actually in Lu Tianfeng's hands. Do you like it, brother Su? Lu Tianfeng smiled at Su Chen. How about selling it to me at a 100% markup? At this moment, Su Chen displayed what it meant to be financially bold. 100% markup? Lu Tianfeng was also startled by Su Chen's extravagant spending. This car costs $100 million, and with a 100% markup, that's $200 million. Even someone like him, a second-generation rich kid who has started his own business and is backed by a top-tier group, finds this price absurd. So, are you selling it? Su Chen gazed at the Phantom 7, practically drooling. He genuinely liked this car. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such an outrageous price. How about we discuss this after this matter is settled? Su Chen liked the car. Lu Tianfeng surely liked it too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent $100 million to buy it. Alright. Su Chen noticed Lu Tianfeng's reluctance. He did indeed like the car, but he wasn't one to force others. Lu Tianfeng opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. Su Chen took the passenger seat. Lu Tianfeng started the car. The roaring engine sound left Su Chen entranced. The car drove through the streets of the capital. Even in this top-tier city in the world, the Phantom 7 was still the most eye-catching. An hour later, the car began to slow down. Hello, I'm looking for Lu. Lu Tianfeng lowered the window and spoke to the security guard outside. The guard stared at the car he had never seen before, somewhat dazed. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, he didn't dare to delay for even a second. Please wait a moment. The guard spoke very respectfully to Lu Tianfeng. I'll call and contact Miss Lu. By the way, if you don't mind, could you tell me your name? Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng replied with a smile. All right. The guard nodded and then returned to the security room. A minute later, he walked out of the security room, respectfully opening the door. Mr. Lu, please come in. Miss Lu was already waiting for you at her villa entrance. The guard's attitude was exceptionally good. Thank you. After a simple thank you, Lu Tianfeng pressed the gas pedal. The roaring engine made the guard show an envious expression. The car slowly drove through the community. This community is all villas? Su Chen was like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, curious about everything. Yes. Lu Tianfeng replied without showing any disdain. This is one of the most famous wealthy communities in the capital. All the houses here are villas. Is it expensive? Su Chen asked Lu Tianfeng. After a moment of thought, Lu Tianfeng replied, I think it's around 500,000. Wow. Su Chen gasped, unable to help himself. That's even more expensive than Tangchenipin. Tangchenipin is considered one of the most famous real estate developments in China. The current price there is about 300,000. It's not the same concept, Lu Tianfeng said with a smile. Su Chen nodded and didn't say anything further. The car continued to drive slowly for about another 10 minutes. Before coming to a stop, Su Chen saw a woman standing not far in front of the car. He prided himself on having seen many beautiful women, but any beauty he had seen before would pale in comparison to the woman before him. After parking the car, Su Chen and Lu Tianfeng got out together. Lu approached with a smile. The smile on her face seemed capable of melting ice and snow. Just one glance made Su Chen feel an indescribable flutter in his heart. Su Chen. After getting out of the car, Lu Tianfeng introduced directly. He should be able to solve your family's issues. Mr. Su, hello. Lu slightly bowed and extended her right hand. Su Chen was still staring at Lu in a daze. Noticing that Su Chen had not extended his hand for a long time, Lu Tianfeng looked at him with curiosity. Hey. Seeing Su Chen staring blankly at Lu, he quickly nudged him with his elbow. Brother Su. Su Chen came back to his senses, looking quite embarrassed. He scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at Lu. Sorry. It's fine. Lu waved her hand, indicating that she didn't mind. After a brief handshake with Lu, she gestured for Su Chen and Lu Tianfeng to enter. The two nodded and walked towards the villa. The villa was quite large. Just the yard in front of the villa was over 100 square meters. Passing through the yard, they arrived at the front door of the villa. Lu opened the door and invited the two inside. The living room of the villa was spacious, the decor not overly luxurious but not ordinary either. As soon as the three sat down, a servant brought in tea. After a few simple pleasantries, Su Chen got straight to the point. What did you want me to come for? When Su Chen asked this, he looked at Lu. On the way here, Lu Tianfeng hadn't told Su Chen the specifics. He only knew that the Shin family had encountered a small issue recently, but what exactly it was, he couldn't say. So, reluctantly, Su Chen could only wait for Lu to explain. Shin Shinlu thought for a moment and began to speak. Their family's Fingyu group, while not a top-tier group, was doing quite well in business. However, recently, for some unknown reason, Fingyu group suddenly faced a crisis. This crisis nearly led to the bankruptcy of Fingyu group. After getting through it, Shin Changwon thought that the future would be smooth sailing. But unexpectedly, some issues arose again recently. These issues left Shin Changwon exhausted. Just when he finally managed to deal with everything, he planned to take a break. But this break turned out to be a serious illness. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at Shin Shinlu with curiosity and said, "He fell ill. Why not find a doctor?" "We did look for a doctor." Shin Shinlu's eyes were filled with sadness, her tone slightly choked as she said, "But even the best doctors in the world couldn't diagnose my brother's condition. All the top equipment in the world has been used, yet the cause of the illness remains undetermined. In desperation, I had to seek help from young Master Lu." The young Master Lu that Shin Shinlu mentioned should be Lu Tianfeng. "I also asked our family doctor to take a look, but the results were the same as theirs. So, I had to invite some doctors among the extraordinary to take a look. But this was a big problem when they did." As Lu Tianfeng spoke, he seemed to have a lingering fear. "Young Master Lu, can you clarify?" Lu Tianfeng's heavy breathing left Su Chen feeling quite helpless. Lu Tianfeng organized his thoughts a bit and said, "Our family's extraordinary doctor examined him, and he said that President Shin is under a curse. Moreover, the person who cast the curse has a very high level of skill. To break this curse, we need a master among the extraordinary. I am extraordinary, but I'm not a master among the extraordinary." Su Chen still didn't understand why Lu Tianfeng would seek him out. "Mr. Su." At this moment, Shin Shinlu stood up, her emotions running high. She quickly walked up to Su Chen, her legs giving way as she was about to kneel before him. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly and stopped her. "If there's something to discuss, let's discuss. What does kneeling mean?" Su Chen said helplessly. "As long as Mr. Su can cure my brother, you can ask me to do anything." Shin Shinlu's eyes were already brimming with tears. Shin Shinlu was already beautiful. At this moment, her tearful appearance made one feel even more heartbroken. Although Su Chen was well aware of the saying, "With no woman in the heart, drawing the sword naturally feels divine," he couldn't help but soften at the sight of Shin Shinlu like this. Sigh. Su Chen sighed helplessly and said to Shin Shinlu, "Take me to have a look. I don't know if I can cure your brother." Upon hearing that Su Chen was willing to help, Shin Shinlu broke into a smile. "But first, I need to give you a warning," Su Chen said seriously to Shin Shinlu. "I can't be sure if I can cure your brother. I can only say that I'll take a look first. Mr. Su, don't worry. Regardless of whether you can cure my brother or not, our Shin family will remember your kindness," Shin Shinlu replied. To her, as long as Su Chen was willing to help, there was hope. "Let's go." Su Chen sighed. Under Shin Shinlu's guidance, Su Chen arrived on the second floor. Shin Changwon's room was very large. However, strangely, all the curtains in the room were drawn. "What's going on here?" Su Chen looked at the curtains and asked Shin Changwon. "My dad can't be exposed to sunlight." At that moment, a soft voice rang out. The sudden voice startled Su Chen. He turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a girl about the same age as Su Chen, but with a resemblance to Shin Shinlu, standing in a corner of the room. "My brother's girl, Shin Yue." Shin Shinlu introduced to Su Chen and Lu Tianfeng. Shin Yue looked at Su Chen and Lu Tianfeng and asked Shin Shinlu, "And who are these two?" "Girl." Shin Shinlu smiled and explained, "They are here to treat your father." "These two?" Shin Yue looked at Su Chen and Lu Tianfeng with a skeptical expression. "I'm not here to treat him, I'm just here to take a look," Su Chen quickly clarified. Shin Yue pursed her lips and said nothing. She simply observed Su Chen with curious eyes. Su Chen also looked at Shin Yue with curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of person this girl, who would change the Fingyu group in the future, really was. This Shin Yue was somewhat different from what Su Chen had imagined. He had pictured Shin Yue as a very generous, confident, and sunny girl, but the Shin Yue in front of him was quite the opposite. "Mr. Su, why don't you take a look at my brother first?" Shin Shinlu reminded from the side. "Okay." Fortunately, the room was relatively dark, so people couldn't see the awkward expression on Su Chen's face. Su Chen walked straight to Shin Changwon's bedside. Standing in front of his bed, for some reason, Su Chen felt very uncomfortable. "Can I lift his blanket to take a look?" Su Chen turned to Shin Shinlu. Shinlu nodded. "And," Shin Yue asked softly while standing next to Shin Shinlu, "can he really cure my father? I feel like this person is a fraud." Upon hearing this, Shin Shinlu quickly covered Shin Yue's mouth. She glanced at Su Chen's direction and, seeing that he wasn't looking over, she visibly relaxed. "Girl, don't talk nonsense," Shin Shinlu glared at Shin Yue. Shin Yue nodded, looking unhappy. "It's fine," Shin Shinlu said to Su Chen when she saw that Shin Yue had stopped talking. Su Chen nodded and lifted the blanket off Shin Changwon. As soon as the blanket was lifted, Su Chen was hit by a nauseating stench. It was a very strange foul odor, as if it were composed of multiple things, and it smelled very complex. Under the blanket, Shin Changwon was wearing only a pair of shorts to cover himself. His skin looked very pale. However, this pallor was not a healthy white, but rather a sickly white. "What's going on?" Su Chen noticed that something seemed to be wriggling beneath Shen Changwang's pale skin. Tong Yu. Su Chen activated Tong Yu. As Su Chen's eyes began to change, everything about Shen Changwang came into view. Hiss. When Su Chen clearly saw Shen Changwang's condition, he couldn't help but gasp. Beneath Shen Changwang's pale skin was a wriggling little worm. The worm looked extremely ugly. It resembled a maggot somewhat, but was the size of a caterpillar. The strangest part was that the worm's entire body was a purplish-black color. What made Su Chen feel even more bizarre was that the worm's face was actually a human face. This human face looked just like Shen Changwang's face. What on earth is this worm? Su Chen had never seen such a strange thing before. During his trip to Mount Tai, he had encountered many bizarre things, but compared to this worm, he felt that this worm was the strangest of all. Mr. Su, seeing that Su Chen was silent, Shen Shenlu couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell what it is? Can you cure my brother?" Su Chen didn't respond but was deep in thought. "I don't know, your brother's condition is too strange. Right now, I need to find someone to help," Su Chen said to Shen Shenlu. Hearing this, Shen Shenlu's heart sank. Aunt Shen Yue glanced at Su Chen and whispered to Shen Shenlu, "I told you, this person is a fraud." Girl, Shen Shenlu looked at Shen Yue with some anger. "Can't you understand anything? Mr. Su was invited by young Master Lu. He didn't ask for money or anything. You keep calling him a fraud. Don't you think that's inappropriate?" Shen Shenlu's words left Shen Yue stunned. Since she could remember, her aunt had always doted on her. She had never scolded her like today. In the past, she hadn't even said harsh words. Shen Yue felt very sad now. However, she also understood the need for self-reflection. Thinking about what her aunt had just said, Shen Yue felt she had been a bit excessive. "I'm sorry." Shen Yue looked in Su Chen's direction and sincerely apologized. "I didn't know the situation. I shouldn't have called you a fraud." "It's fine." Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. "I'll step out to make a call." After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen said to Shen Shenlu, "Please, go ahead." Shen Shenlu replied to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and walked out of Shen Changwang's room. Once outside, Su Chen took out his phone. He found the old master's number in his contacts. Even though Su Chen was now a standout in the world of extraordinary beings, the only person he could reach out to in the entire extraordinary world was the old master. Tianshi Mansion, Longhu Mountain. In the old master's courtyard, he was tending to flowers and plants. Just as he was lost in thought staring at a flower, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback. Upon answering the call, he jokingly said, "Su Chen, how come you have time to call this old guy? Is there something you need my help with again?" Hearing the old master's teasing, Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "Old master, it's like this." Su Chen then recounted Shen Changwang's situation to the old master word for word. He also described the worm's appearance very seriously. As he listened to Su Chen's description, the old master's expression grew increasingly grim. After Su Chen finished describing, he asked the old master, "Do you know what this is?" "Wang Gu from the Gu Immortal Sect," the old master said in a very somber tone. "Gu Immortal Sect? Wang Gu?" Su Chen had never heard of either the Gu Immortal Sect or the so-called Wang Gu before. In his memory, it seemed that after the revival of spiritual energy, there was no existence of an organization or force called the Gu Immortal Sect. The Gu Immortal Sect is a very evil existence. 20 years ago, the prominent sects have joined forces to eliminate it. But who would have thought it would rise from the ashes? The old master's tone was heavy, as if the Gu Immortal Sect was an incredibly formidable existence. "Is the Gu Immortal Sect really that powerful?" Su Chen asked curiously. At that time, including myself, a total of 20 experts from the were dispatched. In that battle, only I and the leader of Wudong returned alive. The others all perished within the Gu Immortal Sect. The old master spoke simply, but Su Chen still felt the brutality of that battle. In the Gu Immortal Sect, Gu worms are divided into 4 levels. Gu worms are the lowest level. Next are the King Gu, Emperor Gu, and Imperial Gu. Cultivating an ordinary Gu worm is very simple. You just put 99 poisonous insects in a jar, starve them, and let them tear each other apart. When you finally open the jar, the only surviving poisonous insect is the Gu worm. As for the King Gu, you put 99 Gu worms in a jar. The last one standing is the King Gu. The cultivation methods for Emperor Gu and Imperial Gu are the same. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. Just to cultivate a King Gu, you need 9,801 poisonous insects. The number for Emperor Gu and Imperial Gu is even more staggering. Isn't the King Gu very difficult to deal with? Su Chen asked the old master with a heavy tone. Yes. The old master didn't hide anything from Su Chen and said directly, "If your realm hasn't reached, it's best not to touch it. Otherwise, you will die a very ugly death." By the way, the old master instinctively asked, "What is your current realm?" Su Chen had nothing to hide from the old master and replied directly, "My current realm is." "What did you say?" The old master, holding a watering can, dropped it to the ground, splashing water everywhere. He asked in shock, "What is your current realm?" Su Chen didn't understand why the old master was so excited, so he repeated his realm again. "I am currently." Hiss. After confirming, the old master couldn't help but gasp again. You're not even 20, right? Yes. Although Su Chen didn't know why the old master asked this, he answered sincerely, I think I'm still over a year away from turning 20. The old master was speechless. He prided himself on having seen the world. Moreover, he was a genius in Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the master of the. But now he realized that this so-called genius was nothing in front of Su Chen. Young man, you really can surprise me, the old master exclaimed. Su Chen humbly replied, oh, it's just a small matter, just a small matter. Old master, let's discuss how to expel this King Gu. The method to expel the King Gu is very simple. You just need to input your own chi into the body of the person with the King Gu. Then, use the chi to wrap around the King Gu and extract it from their body. This method, while simple to say, is not easy to execute. First of all, doing this consumes a lot of chi. The average person's chi simply cannot withstand such consumption. Secondly, the chi of ordinary cannot wrap around the King Gu at all. Let me give it a try. After saying this, Su Chen ended the conversation with the old master. After the call ended, Su Chen fell into deep thought. It seems there aren't any places with abundant spiritual energy near the capital. Never mind, I'll just give it a try. Su Chen thought as he returned to his room. Did you find a way? Shin Chunlu asked curiously. Su Chen nodded and then walked straight to Shin Chengguang's bedside. Shin Chengguang was already covered with a blanket again. Tong Yu. Su Chen was searching for the location of the Wanggu. Just a moment ago, the Wanggu was at Shin Chengguang's chest, but now it had moved to Shin Chengguang's abdomen. Can you all step outside for a moment? Su Chen turned to look at Shin Chunlu and Shin Yuwei. No way, Shin Yuwei said seriously to Su Chen. I must stay here to guard my father. Su Chen said nothing but turned his gaze to Shin Chenglu. Shin Chenglu nodded and then pulled Shin Yuwei towards the door. Brother Su, good luck. Lu Tianfeng said as he also walked towards the door. Once everyone had left, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. The power he had just used for Tongyu had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. Previously, in those places rich in spiritual energy, the conversion between spiritual energy and chi could happen infinitely. So no matter what kind of supernatural technique Su Chen used, he wouldn't feel much difference. But now it was different. The spiritual energy in this place was almost non-existent. Even if there was chi body source flow, the conversion between spiritual energy and chi was minimal. Su Chen deliberately restored his chi, and with the chi body source flow infinite conversion, what could originally be restored in 5 minutes now took almost half an hour. Oh my god, those places were so much better. Su Chen sighed. Once he had recovered enough, Su Chen walked to Shin Chengguang's bedside. He first divided 1/10 of his chi and then controlled it to enter Shin Chengguang's body. It entered through his mouth. Following the throat, it reached Shin Chengguang's chest. What serious injuries? Su Chen was startled when he saw the condition of Shin Chengguang's internal organs. His organs were severely damaged. Some of them had already begun to rot. If nothing unexpected happened, these injuries should have been caused by the Wanggu. If I had found him any later, it would have been impossible to save Shin Chengguang. Su Chen thought to himself. After clearly checking the condition of Shin Chengguang's internal organs, Su Chen began to search for the trace of the Wanggu. Soon, he found the Wanggu swimming in Shin Chengguang's lower abdomen. When Su Chen found the Wanggu, it also looked at him. Its mouth slightly opened, as if threatening Su Chen's chi. In its mouth, Su Chen saw teeth resembling those of a shark. Su Chen controlled his chi and moved closer to the Wanggu. The Wanggu seemed to sense a threat from Su Chen's chi and began to approach it. Once close to Su Chen's chi, the Wanggu opened its mouth wide and bit down on Su Chen's chi. With just one bite, nearly 1/10 of Su Chen's chi was consumed by the Wanggu. As the chi was devoured, Su Chen noticed that the Wanggu's size had actually increased a bit. Although the change was not obvious, Su Chen still detected it. This is troublesome. Su Chen shouted inwardly and controlled his chi to evade the Wanggu. Su Chen's chi seemed to act like a stimulant for the Wanggu. After taking a bite, it showed a somewhat addicted expression. It quickly charged towards Su Chen's chi, mouth open, demanding more. Su Chen hurriedly controlled his chi to avoid the Wanggu. At the same time, he divided another 1/10 of his chi from within to assist. The Wanggu, seeing that it had failed to bite Su Chen's chi, became extremely angry. Its eyes began to turn red at that moment. They were filled with anger, greed, and desire. The new chi, upon entering Shin Chengguang's body, merged with the old chi. Once the two streams of chi combined, they surged straight towards the Wanggu. Seeing this, the Wanggu not only showed no fear but even revealed an excited expression. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour Su Chen's chi. But at that moment, the chi surrounded Wanggu completely, wrapping it up. Wanggu tried to bite at the chi that enveloped it. But this time was different. No matter how it bit, it could only take a small piece. No way. Although it was a small piece, it was still strengthening Wanggu. Su Chen felt that such a thing could not be allowed to happen. He then drew out 1/10 of the chi and sent it into Shin Chengguang's body. Now, Shin Chengguang had 3/10 of Su Chen's chi inside him. But this 3/10 of chi was still no match for Wanggu. Do I need half of the chi to subdue this Wanggu? Su Chen drew out 2/10 of the qi and let it enter Shin Xingguang's body. Now, Shin Xingguang had half of Gao Mu's qi inside him. If this amount of qi still couldn't subdue Longhu, then Su Chen would have to think of another way. Su Chen's half of the qi circulated within Shin Xingguang. Under Su Chen's control, he began the final encirclement of Longhu. This time, Longhu did not attack the qi again. It started to flee in all directions. Within Shin Xingguang's body, trap, Su Chen accelerated the qi. The accelerated qi surrounded Longhu completely. Surrounded by the qi, Longhu began to panic. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Chen directly controlled the qi to wrap Longhu up. Under Su Chen's deliberate control, the qi-wrapped Longhu began to move towards Shin Xingguang's mouth. Before long, the qi had reached Shin Xingguang's throat, even if it's about to end. Although it was now the final moment, Su Chen still did not dare to relax for a second. He split off a portion of qi to pry open Shin Xingguang's mouth. Under Su Chen's control, Longhu finally detached from Shin Xingguang's body. Even though Longhu had left Shin Xingguang's body, Su Chen still did not dare to let his guard down. He slowly stood up and walked towards the bathroom in the room. Arriving at the restroom, Su Chen lifted the toilet lid. He transported the qi-wrapped Longhu into the toilet. Su Chen extended his right hand forward and growled, "Die for me." The qi-wrapping Longhu suddenly contracted. Puff! The qi-wrapped Longhu was instantly reduced to powder. Su Chen pressed the flush button on the toilet. Splash! A generation of Longhu was thus flushed down the drain. At this moment, Su Chen clearly let out a sigh of relief. He quickly washed his hands at the sink and then left the restroom. In the imperial capital, at a certain villa, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. Puff! The next second, a mouthful of black blood spurted from his mouth. The blood was black and looked very disturbing. When the man saw this black blood, he was momentarily stunned. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, then his face showed a look of confusion. In an instant, it seemed he thought of something. He hurriedly ran to the basement. Opening the basement door, the man rushed to the deepest part of the basement. In the deepest part of this basement, there was actually a shrine. Inside the shrine, it was previously unknown what was being worshipped. Now, however, the shrine was filled with fragments. Someone killed my Longhu. The man clutched his chest. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. It felt as if something very important in his life had disappeared. He squatted on the ground, his expression filled with agony. Dare to kill my Longhu, dare to kill my Longhu. Don't let me find out who you are. If I do, I will make you wish you were dead. The man cried out in pain. In Shen Xingguang's room, Su Chen sat in a chair, looking exhausted. Around Shin Xingguang's bed, there were quite a few doctors in white coats. They were busy and tense, with various pieces of equipment arranged around the bed. The test results are out. At that moment, an elderly doctor shouted. Hearing this, everyone in the room immediately tensed up. What are the results? Shin Shinlu asked the elderly doctor. The results are very good, the elderly doctor replied while looking at the computer. Mr. Shin's body is no longer an issue. It's just that his internal organs are damaged and need some time to recover. Upon hearing this, Shin Shinlu visibly sighed in relief. Can I go back to school to rest now? Su Chen looked at Lu Tianfeng. Everyone had been so focused on Shin Xingguang that they had forgotten about Su Chen in the room. Lu Tianfeng walked over to Su Chen with an apologetic expression and quietly asked, Brother Su, can you still walk? Su Chen pointed to his legs and said to Lu Tianfeng, you can see for yourself. Lu Tianfeng looked at Su Chen's legs. Not only did Lu Tianfeng look at Su Chen's legs, but Shin Shinlu and Shin Yue also turned to look at Su Chen's legs at the same time. Su Chen's legs were shaking uncontrollably at that moment. This shaking was caused by excessive fatigue. Mr. Su, Shin Shinlu approached Su Chen, her face full of apology. It was all my fault earlier, I shouldn't have neglected you. Looking at the apologetic Shin Shinlu, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, after all, the patient is the most important. Now, can I go back to school to rest? Su Chen asked Lu Tianfeng. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Tianfeng's face. I'll take you back to school right away. As Lu Tianfeng said this, he stood up to help Gao Mu. With Lu Tianfeng's assistance, Su Chen slowly stood up. Everyone, I'm going to rest now. The two then walked out of the Shin family's villa. Is the physical exhaustion that great? Lu Tianfeng asked in confusion. Of course it is, Su Chen replied, feeling much better sitting in Lu Tianfeng's car. The things inside Lu Chengguan are not just ordinary little things. Lu Tianfeng nodded, somewhat understanding. The car started. My school is Xingbei University. Just drop me off at the school gate, Su Chen said to Lu Tianfeng. However, Lu Tianfeng had no intention of taking Su Chen back to school. The car sped along and directly arrived in front of a hotel. Yuelu Hotel, one of the best hotels in the capital. From the name, it was clear that this hotel was an asset of the Yuelu group. Given your current physical condition, if you go back to school, no one will be able to take care of you properly. Since that's the case, I might as well bring you here directly. Here, you can not only rest well, but there will also be someone to take care of you. As Lu Tianfeng spoke, he got out of the car and came around to assist Su Chen. Since Lu Tianfeng had said so, Su Chen had no intention of continuing to decline. With Lu Tianfeng's help, Su Chen entered the hotel. As one of the best hotels in the capital, Yuelu Hotel was truly impressive. The lobby's luxurious decor was something Su Chen had never seen before in his life. "Hello, please book me a presidential suite." Upon reaching the front desk, Lu Tianfeng directly spoke to the staff. "May I ask, do you have a membership card?" the front desk staff asked Lu Tianfeng. Hearing this question, Su Chen looked at Lu Tianfeng with curiosity. Lu Tianfeng seemed to sense the unusual look in Su Chen's eyes. He didn't explain much but smiled at the staff, saying, 0001 is my membership card number. The password is 6 sixes. The staff's face showed a look of shock upon hearing this. The 0001 membership card has always been a very special existence within the Yuelu hotel system. Everyone knows that there is this 0001 member. However, no one knows who the owner of this 0001 membership card is. Some speculate that this 0001 member is likely the founder of Yuelu Group, Lu Zhenghao. But others guess that this 0001 member might very well be Lu Zhenghao's own son. Yet, even among the people of Yuelu Group, no one knows who Lu Zhenghao's biological son is. What's wrong? Is something off? Seeing the staff in a daze, Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but ask. The staff quickly shook their head. No. You want the presidential suite, right? I'll get you a room right now. Thank you, Lu Tianfeng said with a smile to the staff. The staff lowered their head to operate the system. Before long, the presidential suite was ready. Please take a moment to rest, the staff said with a beaming smile at Lu Tianfeng. I'll find someone to take you to your room. Okay. Lu Tianfeng nodded. Just as Lu Tianfeng finished nodding, a well-dressed staff member with a good figure and appearance approached. The staff member smiled. Please follow me. Su Chen's stamina had already returned to normal levels. Without Lu Tianfeng's support, he could walk normally now. Following behind the staff, the two arrived at the elevator. They stepped into the elevator. The staff directly pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator slowly ascended and soon reached the highest floor. There were 3 rooms on the top floor. The staff introduced that all 3 rooms were presidential suites. The staff opened one of the room doors and gestured for the two to enter. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen walked into the room. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Lu Tianfeng and Su Chen, Lu Tianfeng left the room. Arriving at the front desk on the first floor, Lu Tianfeng directly said to the receptionist, "I want to see your manager." Upon hearing that Lu Tianfeng wanted to see the manager, the receptionist immediately panicked. "Sir," she looked at Lu Tianfeng with a worried expression, slightly pleading. "Did I do something wrong?" She thought Lu Tianfeng was looking for the manager to complain about her or other colleagues. Seeing the panic on the staff's face, Lu Tianfeng quickly waved his hand to explain, "I'm looking for your manager, not to complain about anyone. I have something I want to discuss with him." After all, Lu Tianfeng was their 0001 member. The receptionist didn't dare to say much. She picked up the intercom and called out, Manager Chen, please come to the front desk, please come to the front desk." Received. A man's voice came from the intercom. After waiting for less than a minute, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed into the lobby. "What's going on?" Manager Chen asked the receptionist as he arrived in the lobby. The receptionist pointed to Lu Tianfeng, who was resting in the lounge, and said to Manager Chen, "That gentleman is looking for you." After saying that, the receptionist mysteriously added to Manager Chen, "This gentleman is the 0001 member." Upon hearing this, Manager Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Ordinary employees might not know what the 0001 member represented, but as a member of the hotel management, Manager Chen was very clear about it. "I understand," Manager Chen nodded. He glanced down at his own clothes. His outfit was very neat, but he still took a moment to tidy himself up. He walked straight up to Lu Tianfeng, slightly bowing his body in a respectful manner. "Young Master Lu," Manager Chen called softly. Lu Tianfeng looked at Manager Chen and asked with a smile, "Do you know me?" "I certainly know you," Manager Chen said with a smile on his face. "I had the honor of meeting you once." "Whom?" Lu Tianfeng nodded slightly. However, he didn't dwell too much on this matter. "In the 02 presidential suite, my friend is staying. I'm not feeling well, and I hope you can help take care of him," Lu Tianfeng said to Manager Chen with a grin. "It would be my honor to take care of your friend," Manager Chen replied politely. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Lu Tianfeng stood up and walked towards the hotel entrance. "Let me see you off." Manager Chen hurriedly followed. The front desk girl was very surprised to see this scene. "Who is this person? Does our Manager Chen know him?" she wondered. After seeing Lu Tianfeng off, Manager Chen returned. He walked to the front desk and very seriously instructed the front desk girl, "If there are any issues with the guest in the 02 presidential suite, notify me immediately." This was the first time the front desk girl had seen Manager Chen so serious. "Okay, I understand, manager," she nodded with a look of disdain. A night without conversation. The next morning, Su Chen got up early from bed. A night of sleep had restored his energy to its best state. After a quick wash, he left the room. He hadn't been to school for a long time, so he planned to visit today. "Hello," He walked directly to the front desk with his room card. Check out. Although the front desk girl had changed, the previous girl had specifically mentioned the importance of the guest in the 002 presidential suite during the shift handover. Alright, sir, I'll process your checkout right away. The girl respectfully took Su Chen's room card and began the checkout process. She worked very quickly. Sir. At the final step, the girl looked up and asked Su Chen, would you like your room fee refunded to your membership card, or just refund it to the membership card? Su Chen replied. Okay. The girl nodded. Once the final step was completed, the room fee was automatically refunded to the membership card. After everything was done, the girl looked up and smiled at Su Chen. Sir, your checkout is complete. Thank you, Su Chen said gratefully. He then walked towards the hotel entrance. As he walked, he took out his phone to call a taxi. By the time he reached outside the hotel, a taxi was already waiting at the entrance. After getting in the car, Su Chen started playing on his phone. By the time he arrived at school, it was already noon. Upon returning to school, Su Chen immediately went back to his dorm. Wow, I thought you dropped out, Ma Tianming said in surprise upon seeing Su Chen. I didn't drop out, just had some matters to attend to, Su Chen replied with a smile. By the way, Ma Tianming put down the book he was reading and asked Su Chen, are you going to participate in the upcoming performance? Performance? Su Chen looked at Ma Tianming in confusion and asked, is it some kind of festival? I don't know, Ma Tianming shook his head and said to Su Chen. You know, I'm not very sensitive to so-called festivals. Su Chen took out his phone and looked at the date. Mid-Autumn Festival? That's right, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in a few days. Su Chen had been busy these days and completely forgot about it. If I had known, I would have stayed home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival before returning to school, Su Chen thought to himself. Are you going to participate? Ma Tianming asked again. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, I think I'll pass. I feel like you will participate. Ma Tianming looked at Su Chen very seriously and said, after all, if we can win first place in this Mid-Autumn Festival performance, there will be credit rewards. Credit rewards? Su Chen felt a bit tempted upon hearing about the credit rewards. As a university student, no one can refuse the allure of credits. The credit system at Qingbei University is quite peculiar. Credits are tallied at the end of each year. If you don't have enough credits by the end of the year, you might end up repeating a year. How many credits do you have now? Su Chen asked Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming thought for a moment and replied, I think I have about 60 points. Just right on the line. 60 credits is the passing mark. As long as you reach this credit, you're safe. Although the credit system at Qingbei University is odd, there are many ways to earn credits. Asterisk as long as your brain is functioning, most people can earn over 60 credits. How many credits do you have now? Ma Tianming asked Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head, I don't know either. Just as Ma Tianming was indifferent to the holiday, Su Chen was equally oblivious to credits. Then take a look, Ma Tianming said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and took out his phone. Entering the school's app, Su Chen saw his credits. Oh no. When Su Chen saw his credits, he felt terrible. I only have 30 points. 30 points? Ma Tianming looked at Su Chen and shook his head. Then good luck to you. Su Chen's mind raced and he asked Ma Tianming, if I win first place in this Mid-Autumn performance, how many credits can I get? 30. Ma Tianming said a number that was hard for Su Chen to refuse. That high? Su Chen didn't expect such a high credit reward for this Mid-Autumn performance. After all, this is one of the most important holidays at our school each year. If we don't offer higher credit rewards, the students' enthusiasm won't be enough. Generally, holiday performances are held on the eve of the break. At this time, everyone is eager to go home. Most want to hide in their dorms and play games. Asterisk everyone's enthusiasm for the holiday performance isn't very high. To boost everyone's enthusiasm for the holiday performance, the school has no choice but to offer high credit rewards. Then I'll go find the counselor. Su Chen took out his phone and was about to call the counselor. As soon as the call connected, a teasing voice came from the other end. Oh, Su Chen, you still remember me as your counselor? Let me ask you, when do you plan to return to school? My dearest counselor. Su Chen's tone was sweet. I'm at school right now and I want to ask if I can participate in the Mid-Autumn performance? Upon hearing that Su Chen wanted to participate in the Mid-Autumn performance, the counselor immediately became cheerful. Although there are high credit rewards for the performance, few students are willing to participate. Those who can enter Qingbei University are all top students. For them, earning credits is really too easy. So this so-called high credit reward holds no allure for them. If Su Chen's credits weren't so low, he wouldn't want to participate in this performance either. Of course you can, the counselor said happily to Su Chen. Are you sure you want to participate? I'll sign you up right now. The counselor's tone suggested a fear that Su Chen might change his mind. Okay. After ending the call with the counselor, Su Chen lay on his bed in a daze. Are you going to the afternoon class? Ma Tianming asked Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Of course I will. I've already skipped so many classes. If I don't go again, I might get expelled. In the afternoon, Su Chen and Ma Tianming appeared in the classroom together. Su Chen's presence surprised all the classmates. After the initial surprise, everyone began their afternoon studies. Many people believe that university life should be a farewell to tedious studying and a time to enjoy. But for the students of Qingbei University, university is just the beginning. In the midst of serious studying, an afternoon slips by in a hurry. Cafeteria? Ma Tianming asked Su Chen. Su Chen was about to nod. But at that moment, a shocking voice rang out. Brothers, hurry up and check the school forum. Everyone was puzzled about what had happened. Yet, they all took out their phones and logged into the school forum. Su Chen did the same. Once he entered the school forum, Su Chen was immediately stunned. Qingbei University surprises with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This was the title of the pinned post on the forum. Su Chen quickly clicked in. He saw that a Rolls-Royce Phantom had appeared at the entrance of Qingbei University, seemingly out of nowhere. Looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the forum, Su Chen felt it looked somewhat familiar. He then scrolled down to see the comments. The appearance of this car had set the comments section ablaze. Wow! A Rolls-Royce Phantom, whose rich guy is this? This is the first time I've realized there are so many wealthy people at our school. That car parked outside our school probably doesn't belong to a student here. You never. No, last time there was a Ferrari parked at our school gate. They said it wasn't from our school, but wasn't it driven away by some top student? Whoever owns that car, step up quickly, I want to recognize you as my dad. The school forum was truly lively. Looking at the bustling forum, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Just then, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Tianfeng calling. Remembering the car from earlier at the school gate, an uneasy feeling rose in Su Chen's heart. Su brother, you're at school right now? As soon as the call connected, Lu Tianfeng's voice came through. Yeah, Su Chen replied. Vaguely. Perfect. Hearing that Su Chen was at school, Lu Tianfeng's voice carried a hint of happiness. I'm right at your school gate now. Are you free? If you are, come to the school gate. Upon hearing this, Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait for me a moment, I'll head to the school gate now. Su Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the teaching building. When he was less than 10 meters from the school gate, Su Chen began to hesitate. The Rolls-Royce Phantom had directly ignited the school forum. This led many students to come out of curiosity, wanting to see just how impressive this car was. Qingbei University, as a top global university, not only has academic elites but also quite a few rich second-generation students. Yet even these rich kids hadn't driven a Rolls-Royce during their university years, so they were all eager to know who the owner of the car was. I have to say, that car is really cool. I begged my dad to buy me one before. He said he'd get me one after I graduate from university. You're doing better than me. My dad said he'd only consider buying me a car after I start working. I have my eye on a Ferrari, but my dad said if I'm not married, he absolutely won't buy me a car. As everyone discussed this topic, there was no hint of bragging in their tone. At that moment, they seemed to be discussing something very ordinary. Su Chen made his way through the crowd and approached the car. Seeing Su Chen walk over, the car door slowly opened and Lu Tianfeng stepped out from inside. Su brother, I brought the car for you. As he spoke, he tossed the car keys to Su Chen. Su Chen took the car keys and said excitedly, "Thank you, brother Lu. You're welcome." Lu Tianfeng waved his hand at Su Chen with a smile. President Shun's health is almost back to normal. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to get out of bed and rest in about a week. When that time comes, President Shun said, he would personally host a banquet to thank you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tianfeng turned to leave. I never expected this car would actually belong to Su Chen. Isn't everyone saying that Su Chen comes from a very ordinary family? An ordinary family driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I can't believe it, sisterly. Guys, this car isn't a Rolls-Royce Phantom, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom S. There's only one in the whole world. Wow, not only is Su Chen handsome, but he's also so rich. If I had known, I would have pursued him. Stop joking. Even if you did pursue him, are you sure you could catch up? You know, there were school beauty-level girls who confessed to him before, and he rejected them all. With the envious gazes of his classmates on him, Su Chen returned to the dormitory. I say, bro, you're on the path to becoming a big deal. Ma Tianming put down the book he was holding and looked at Su Chen with a mischievous smile. Su Chen looked helpless. Looks like I'm trending. On the school forum again? That's right. Ma Tianming nodded, half smiling. And this time, the commotion is even bigger than before. Su Chen opened his phone and entered the school forum. Question: what's it like to be handsome and rich? The title of this post had a strong flavor of shock. Su Chen opened the post. Answer: being handsome and rich is simply being able to do whatever you want. This was the content of the post. Su Chen scrolled down to read the comments. Who was the idiot that said Su Chen's family is ordinary? An ordinary family. Driving the only Rolls-Royce Phantom S in the world? Isn't that ridiculous? Not just ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. Su Chen is simply a winner in life. Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly wealthy. The key point is, it seems this guy is also a top student. Everyone on the forum was expressing their envy for Su Chen. Su Chen pursed his lips and asked Ma Tianming seriously, "Do you think if I asked the principal for a parking spot, he would give it to me?" In the campus of Qingbei University, there is an area specifically designated for parking, but all the cars parked in this area belong to the teachers. Since this area was established, no student has ever parked here. I guess he would give you a big slap on the ear. Ma Tianming answered Su Chen's question with a serious face. Come on. Su Chen lay on his bed, already starting to think about how to persuade the principal to get a parking spot. Actually, he didn't even need to persuade. He had leverage over the principal. As long as he presented that information, the principal would probably agree without hesitation. Lying on his bed, Su Chen started scrolling through a certain app. At that moment, his WeChat suddenly pinged. Su Chen opened WeChat. He saw a friend request. What's going on? Looking at the profile picture of the friend request, Su Chen felt a bit dazed. The WeChat profile picture was actually of the old master. And unlike the usual stern old master, this one had both hands stretched out in front, making a heart sign. Interestingly, the WeChat nickname was the first person of Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion. Su Chen truly didn't expect the old master to have such a side. He clicked to confirm. The other party appeared in his friend list. The first person of Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion. I am the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion. May I ask who you are? Su Chen, old master. Do you think this is fun? Speechless / old master. Ha. Xiao Su Chen. Are you back at school now? Su Chen, I'm back at school already. Old master, you contacting me at this time, is there something going on? Old master, I found out that the people from the Gu Xian sect might be in the capital. Old master, they've decided to launch a siege against these Gu Xian sect members. Old master, but they're afraid their strength isn't enough, so they want to ask for my help. Old master, however, I really can't spare the time recently, so I'd like to ask for your assistance. Seeing the message from old master, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. Qilumi is an official force. Whether before or after his rebirth, Su Chen didn't want to have any entanglements with official forces. Su Chen, didn't you tell them my true identity? Old master, I only told them I know a master who is currently in the capital. I didn't reveal your true identity to them. Su Chen, when is the operation? Is it tonight? Old master, that's right, it's tonight. The operation time is at 10 o'clock. In the evening. After reading this message, Su Chen looked at the time on his phone. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. This meant there were still 2 hours until the operation began. Su Chen, alright, I agree. Old master, old master, the address is right here, you can go directly. When you get there, just say I introduced you. Su Chen, okay, I got it. Su Chen agreed to old master not because of some useless sense of justice in his heart. But because the existence of the Gu Xian sect made Su Chen feel very uneasy. The matter with Xin Shengwang made Su Chen realize the extraordinary nature of the Wanggu. Su Chen opened the map. Seeing the location on the map, a strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Qi Lumi is gathering here? Su Chen felt very surprised. The location marked on the map was a well-known CBD in the capital. This place had a very large flow of people. Shouldn't an official organization like Qi Lumi gather in a remote area? Although Su Chen found it strange, he didn't think too much about it. On the way to the school gate, Su Chen used a ride-hailing app to book a taxi. He had to hide himself as much as possible, not letting Qi Lumi know his true identity. Once in the taxi, Su Chen told the driver the destination. The car started and Su Chen sat in the passenger seat playing on his phone. Soon, the taxi arrived at the destination. After getting out of the car, Su Chen began to look around as if searching for something. After a round of searching, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a street vendor not far away. The vendor was an old man. The stall was filled with many toys. Su Chen walked up and pointed to a mask, asking the old man, "Grandpa, how much is this mask?" The old man glanced at the mask, then looked up at Su Chen and smiled, extending 5 fingers, 5 yuan. "Alright, give me one." After saying this, Su Chen took out his phone to make the payment. Hearing the notification of the payment, the old man cheerfully handed the mask to Su Chen. Su Chen held the mask in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. A 5 yuan mask is indeed different. Compared to the previous mask, the one in Su Chen's hand was simply exquisite. Whether in craftsmanship or materials, it was very refined. The mask resembled Erlang Shun. On the forehead of the mask, there was a vertical eye. Interesting. Su Chen smiled and put the mask into his backpack. He first casually found a mall to store his backpack. Then he placed the mask behind him and walked in a certain direction. The more Su Chen walked, the more people there were around him. After a long search, he finally found a place with fewer people and put the mask on his face. Once the mask was secured, he continued walking forward. The people around him cast strange glances in his direction. If he were a child, it wouldn't be so odd. But an adult wandering around in a mask was somewhat peculiar. "Mom, is that uncle in a cosplay?" A little girl not far away pointed at Su Chen and asked her mother. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. The crowd was growing larger. Eventually, Su Chen found himself standing at the entrance of a luxury goods store. He glanced at the shop and then at his phone. The map on his phone indicated that the place he needed to go was right here. With no other choice, he walked into the store. As soon as Su Chen entered, a salesgirl approached him. The sight of him in a mask struck her as very strange. But no matter how odd she found it, her professionalism kept any strange expression off her face. "Sir, are you looking to buy clothes or accessories?" The salesgirl smiled brightly. Su Chen, taken aback, didn't know how to respond. "The old master sent me," he said quietly to the salesgirl. Upon hearing this, her expression changed dramatically. She glanced behind Su Chen and asked softly, "Did you come by yourself?" Su Chen nodded. "Then please follow me," the salesgirl said, gesturing for him to follow. "Wang Jia," she called out to another sales associate while leading Su Chen. "This gentleman wants to buy a fur coat. I'm taking him to have a look." The salesgirl named Wang Jia nodded seriously upon hearing the words fur coat. Under her guidance, Su Chen was led to the deepest part of the store. There, he found a small door. When the door opened, it revealed a staircase leading upwards. "I can only take you this far," the salesgirl said, pointing at the stairs. "They are all upstairs now." "Okay, I understand." Su Chen nodded and headed up the stairs. The staircase was quite normal. After about 10 seconds of walking, he came upon another door. This door was tightly closed. Su Chen approached and gently knocked. "Who is it?" A voice came from inside. "Sent by the old master." Su Chen shouted at the door. Upon hearing this, the door opened. Su Chen stepped inside. The interior was a very large space. Once inside, he discovered that there were quite a few people present. They were a mix of men and women, tall and short, all different. However, they shared one common trait: they were all wearing uniforms from the company. As soon as Su Chen entered, someone walked towards him. Upon seeing this person, a strange glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He recognized the person before him. Lu Chunjiang, the person in charge he had encountered when he came out of Guillotine last time. Lu Chunjiang looked at Su Chen and felt a sense of familiarity about him. "Sir, are you here at the old master's request?" Lu Chunjiang's tone was relatively polite. Su Chen nodded. "That's right, the old master sent me. If I may ask, what is your level?" Lu Chunjiang inquired further. "First level of concentration," Su Chen stated. His level. After all, he was wearing a mask and no one here knew him, so he had no intention of hiding his level. There was another reason. He didn't want to conceal it. He didn't want to be directed by anyone during tonight's event. As soon as Su Chen revealed his level, the place fell into an absolute silence. The silence lasted a full 2 minutes. "You must be joking. How old are you?" "Just a first level of concentration. Even though you're wearing a mask, I can tell you're not very old." "Well, if you're going to brag, why not go all out?" "If it were me, I'd just say I'm at the 9th level of concentration." People these days, I really don't understand how they think. They love to boast so much. The crowd began to stir. They didn't believe that Su Chen was at the first level of concentration. Not to mention they didn't believe it. Even the overall leader of this event, Lu Chunjiang, didn't believe it. "Are you really at the first level of concentration?" Lu Chunjiang frowned, somewhat dissatisfied as he questioned Su Chen. Well. Su Chen saw Lu Chunjiang's expression and knew he didn't believe him. "I am at the first level of concentration." "Then how do you prove it?" Lu Chunjiang was still skeptical of Su Chen. "Right, since you say you're at the first level of concentration, how can you prove that your current level is indeed the first level of concentration?" Someone else chimed in. The speaker was a young man who didn't look very old. This young man was thin and had a sharp face. If this were a TV drama, he would definitely be the villain's lackey. "Prove it?" Su Chen looked at the sharp-faced young man, his tone filled with disdain. "Why should I prove anything to you? I came here not because I was begging you, but because you were begging me. Is this how you treat guests?" To be honest, both Lu Chunjiang's and the others' attitudes made Su Chen very dissatisfied. We're begging you for help? The sharp-faced young man looked at Su Chen with disdain, his tone full of mockery. "What are you? Do we really need to beg you for help?" As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chen's brows furrowed. He looked at Lu Chunjiang and laughed in anger. "It seems you guys are just like this. Since you don't need my help, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Su Chen walked towards the entrance. What Su Chen didn't expect was that the sharp-faced young man jumped out again at that moment. He blocked Su Chen's path and shouted loudly, "This isn't a place where you can come and go as you please." Su Chen looked at the sharp-faced young man. He didn't quite understand why he was targeting him so much. "I don't think I've offended you, have I?" Su Chen looked at the sharp-faced young man. "You haven't offended me." The sharp-faced young man nodded, then looked at Su Chen with an unhappy expression. "But I really can't stand people like you who boast. If I don't teach someone like you a lesson, I won't feel comfortable." At that moment, the sharp-faced young man transformed into a messenger of justice. Su Chen ignored him and turned his gaze to Lu Chunjiang. "It seems you feel the same way?" Su Chen asked Lu Chunjiang. Lu Chunjiang remained silent, but from his expression it was clear he had no intention of stopping the sharp-faced young man. Su Chen truly didn't expect to encounter such a boasting scenario from a novel. Since the boasting scenario has occurred, the next step is the face-slapping scene. Thinking of this, for some reason, Su Chen felt a little excited. Ahem. He suppressed his excitement and coughed, saying, "Since you guys are so bold, don't blame me for being rude." The sharp-faced young man continued to jump around like a clown. "Rude? What can you do? Do you really want to hit me? I really don't believe you would dare to make a move on our turf." The sharp-faced young man had a provocative look on his face. Smack! Su Chen truly didn't intend to tolerate him, raising his hand and giving him a slap. The slap directly stunned the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man. Not only did it leave him dazed, but everyone present was also taken aback by the sudden action. They truly did not expect that Su Chen would dare to strike in such a situation. "How dare you?" The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man was genuinely furious. He placed his hand on his lower back, drew a short knife, and aimed it at Su Chen. "So you want to show your weapon, huh?" Su Chen became excited. He reached out with his right hand and directly grabbed the weapon from the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man. With a sudden burst of strength, he crushed it. Crack! The weapon was snapped in two by Su Chen. The onlookers were left wide-eyed in shock at this scene. Lu Chunjiang also stared in disbelief. However, after Su Chen crushed the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man's weapon, he had no intention of ending the matter there. He kicked out forcefully, striking the man in the stomach. Bang! The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man was sent flying several meters away. Put! After hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "To dare to strike someone on our turf. You really don't take us seriously. I want you to know that we are not to be trifled with. Although we don't like that bastard either. You attacking on our territory is like slapping our faces. If we don't teach you a lesson today, how will we survive in the future?" Everyone present reached for their lower backs, pulling out their weapons. Seeing this, Lu Chunjiang frowned slightly. "Attack!" It was unclear who shouted. The energy of everyone began to surge wildly. Their weapons glowed with the light that only appeared when energy was in motion. They all charged forward, launching an attack on Su Chen. "Golden light spell!" Su Chen shouted, and the golden light spell instantly took shape. All of their attacks struck the golden light spell. Waves began to ripple across the spell. These people were not weak. However, breaking Su Chen's golden light spell was not a simple task. "Go!" Su Chen shouted again. His golden light spell transformed into a whip, striking at the encircling crowd. Those surrounding him were sent flying. Bang! 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 The fallen people all displayed expressions of shock. Su Chen's strength far exceeded their expectations. It seems that his so-called first level of concentration is not just bragging. Lu Chunjiang began to grasp Su Chen's true level. After realizing Su Chen's actual realm, Lu Chunjiang felt a twinge of regret. Watching everyone on the ground, Su Chen shook his head. "You can act tough, but your strength is just this." After shaking his head, Su Chen walked straight towards the entrance. "Sir, please wait," Lu Chunjiang shouted. Su Chen didn't even glance at Lu Chunjiang and left the place. He casually found a restroom and took off the mask from his face. "I really didn't expect there to be so many idiots in this place." After putting the mask away, he took out his bag. Just as he set the mask down, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually the old master. "What's going on? Why did you leave?" The old master's tone carried a hint of confusion. "Damn it." Su Chen was genuinely upset and recounted everything that had just happened to the old master without missing a word. Upon hearing this, the old master became furious. "I didn't expect there to be so many brainless people here." After cursing the idiots, the old master said to Su Chen, with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry for making you suffer." "Old master, you are too polite," Su Chen said with a smile. After finishing the call with the old celestial master, Su Chen bought a new mask. This time, it was a monkey mask. But unlike the Sun Wukong mask he had bought before, this one was a six-eared macaque mask. Su Chen didn't want to have any entanglements with the people from Chilumi. However, he also didn't want the people from the Guxian sect to harm others again. He didn't know where the Guxian sect members were. To find them, he could only go through Chilumi. Su Chen didn't return to Chilumi but waited near their shop, the gathering place of Chilumi. Lu Chunjiang's face was extremely grim. The expressions of the others from Chilumi weren't much better. The sharp-nosed monkey was looking down, lost in thought. "It's all your fault, you bastard." Lu Chunjiang glared at the sharp-nosed monkey and cursed. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have provoked that senior." The sharp-nosed monkey felt very wronged and muttered in his heart, "When I provoked him just now, you didn't say anything." After all, Lu Chunjiang was his superior, so there were some things he only dared to grumble about in his heart. "All right." Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Lu Chunjiang waved his hand impatiently. "Everyone, let's get ready." Even without Su Chen as an outsider, their task for today was already set to be executed. The entire gathering place was eerily quiet at this moment. Everyone was preparing with their heads down. Their expressions were all rather grim, because no one expected Su Chen's strength to be so formidable. That person's strength just now was really at the first level of concentration. Damn, if I had known he was this strong, I wouldn't have pretended to be tough. It's all Wang Mu Monkey's fault. If it weren't for him, we might have had a first level expert helping us today. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Right now, I really want to beat that bastard Wang Mu Monkey up. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Their voices weren't very loud, but they could be accurately heard by Wang Mu Monkey. Wang Mu Monkey's expression was also quite unpleasant. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone was ready. Let's go. Lu Chunjiang waved his hand and was the first to step out of the gathering place. The others followed suit and left one after another. After dispersing, they gathered in a more concealed location. Su Chen continued to quietly follow behind them. Su Chen's realm was much higher than theirs, so following them secretly they wouldn't notice. After counting the number of people, everyone boarded a minibus one by one. A minute later, the minibus started. Su Chen still followed behind the minibus. With Su Chen's current realm and attributes, keeping up with a moving vehicle was not a big problem. After the minibus left the CBD, it headed towards the suburbs of the capital. Su Chen followed at a leisurely pace behind the minibus. Once the minibus drove out of the suburbs, it began to gradually accelerate. Su Chen followed behind while taking out his phone to check the map. Could it be going to Mawang Zhuan? The direction the minibus was heading was indeed towards Mawang Zhuang. Mawang Zhuan was a village on the outskirts of the capital. Don't be fooled by the fact that Mawang Zhuang is just a village. This village is quite impressive. There are no single-story houses or high-rises in the village. The people live in Western-style buildings. Some of the slightly better off villagers even live in villas. The minibus stopped when it was still some distance from Mawang Zhuang. The people from Qi Lumi got off the bus one by one. Su Chen noticed that the Qi Lumi members had already changed out of their work uniforms. Instead, they wore the night clothes often seen in martial arts novels. They covered their mouths and noses, appearing very mysterious. After getting off the bus, they began to enter the village in an orderly manner. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He quietly waited. After the last person entered the village, Su Chen quietly followed. After the members of the group had entered the village, they began to move quickly in one direction. About 20 minutes after entering the village, all the members surrounded a villa. The villa was large, occupying at least several thousand square meters just from the outside. Moreover, the villa had facilities like a swimming pool and a garden. After surrounding the villa, the members of the group put on night vision goggles. From their appearance, it was clear they often engaged in such team tasks. Everything about them looked so well trained. Once everyone had donned their night vision goggles, they began to scale the walls. What should I do? Should I use? To be honest, Su Chen did not want to use in this place. Unlike the places he had been to before, the spiritual energy here was so thin it was nearly non-existent. Using here would consume a significant amount of qi. He was genuinely afraid that by the time the battle started, his qi would be nearly depleted. System. Su Chen called out the system. He entered the system mall. In the search bar, he looked for pills that could restore qi. After searching, he indeed found some. However, the points required for these pills were quite substantial. Reluctantly, Su Chen had to buy 3 pills that could restore 30% of his qi. 30% wasn't much, but it could play a decisive role at a critical moment. At this moment, Su Chen activated. He then also climbed into the villa. After the members of the group entered the villa's courtyard, they quietly moved towards the villa. Su Chen quietly followed behind them. When they were less than 5 meters from the villa, the group stopped. Their hands rested on their weapons, as if waiting for some command. After waiting for less than a minute, the group drew their weapons. They then continued to creep towards the villa. The villa's doors and windows were tightly shut. However, the members had equipment for breaking windows. The window-breaking equipment in their hands was developed by the group's research department. It could not only break windows but also do so without making a sound. The windows were shattered. The group climbed into the villa. As soon as they entered the villa, a series of screams echoed. Su Chen noticed that among the members who had climbed into the villa, several were lying on the ground. Their faces were twisted, expressions filled with pain, as if they were undergoing some torment. In the state of, Su Chen could see their condition clearly. These people had small bugs on them. However, these bugs did not seem very powerful. Having seen the Wanggu before, Su Chen recognized at a glance that these bugs were not Wanggu but ordinary Gu insects. In fact, even ordinary Gu insects were enough to give the group a hard time. Before the screams of these few had ended, several more people fell to the ground. Unlike the previous ones, their faces showed no signs of pain and their expressions were very peaceful. It felt as if they were merely asleep. Another Gu insect. These Gu insects are truly mysterious. Su Chen sighed. The members of the group were all extraordinary individuals. Moreover, they were wearing night vision goggles. Yet even so, they still failed to notice the goo insects had struck. This is troublesome. Lu Chenjiang looked around at the others, muttering to himself. He knew that the people from the Goo Immortal sect would be very tricky, but he hadn't expected them to be this troublesome. It was important to note that they hadn't even met the other party yet. Even before meeting, they had already lost so many people. Lu Chenjiang found it hard to accept this. Everyone, be careful, Lu Chenjiang whispered. This place is very strange, so everyone must be on high alert. Yes, the members of Chi Lumi responded earnestly. At first, some people thought that surrounding one person with so many was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now it seemed that this was indeed not an exaggeration. The people of Chi Lumi began to be cautious together, but no matter how careful they were, the insidious goo worms still made the Chi Lumi members focus even more. Within less than 5 minutes of entering the villa, nearly half of the Chi Lumi members had already suffered casualties. This can't go on. Lu Chenjiang's face had turned extremely grim. At the same time, he felt a deep regret in his heart. If that senior were here, we probably wouldn't have suffered such severe losses. Thinking of this, he wished he could slap himself. But at this moment, it was clearly too late for regrets. In this situation, it was better to think about what to do next than to dwell on regrets. Boss, at this moment, one of Lu Chenjiang's trusted aides leaned close to his ear and whispered, we must end this operation. Lu Chenjiang frowned and looked at his aide, reprimanding him in a low voice. This is the first time I've seen you so cowardly. Xian Shangyang, this is not your style. Hearing Lu Chenjiang's words, Xian Shangyang glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he whispered, Boss, you need to mobilize your chi now. Lu Chenjiang was puzzled but still mobilized the chi within him. It didn't matter whether he mobilized it or not. Once he did, Lu Chenjiang's face darkened even more, because he discovered that the chi within him was vanishing at a very strange speed. Indeed, it was vanishing, not being consumed. The chi in his body had already decreased to 3/4 of its total amount. In other words, from the moment he entered the villa until now, although he had done nothing, 1/4 of his chi had inexplicably vanished. Retreat! Lu Chenjiang was truly decisive. This place was too strange, to the point that it made Lu Chenjiang feel scared. If they stayed any longer, it would likely lead to serious problems. So Lu Chenjiang had no choice but to announce a retreat. The members of Chi Lumi were slightly taken aback but prepared to leave. Dawn! 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 But just as they were about to retreat, strange sounds began to echo around them. Not good. Lu Chenjiang quickly turned around. He saw that the doors and windows they had just entered through were all sealed shut. Break! Lu Chenjiang growled. The group picked up their weapons and attacked the sealed doors and windows. Dong! Ding! Their weapons sparked as they struck, but the doors and windows remained intact. Since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At that moment, a voice rang out. The group searched for the source of the voice. They saw a middle-aged man swaying down the stairs, taking one step at a time. This was a very thin-looking middle-aged man with a terrifying appearance. For some unknown reason, the middle-aged man's face had no skin, only flesh and blood remained. Are you from the Guxian sect? Lu Chenjiang asked coldly, looking at the middle-aged man. Guxian sect, Chen Sanfei. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Chen Sanfei? At this moment, Lu Chenjiang clearly paused. Aren't you dead? Years ago, during the operation to encircle the Guxian sect, Chen Sanfei was one of the key targets. As a participant at the time, Lu Chenjiang was certain that Chen Sanfei had already died. At that time, I was indeed dead. Chen Sanfei looked at Lu Chenjiang and said with a smile, but I'm lucky, I've died and come back to life again. Died and come back to life? Lu Chenjiang didn't want that. So, the recent insect incident in the Asterisk Imperial capital is all related to you? Lu Chenjiang asked Chen Sanfei. Chen Sanfei nodded. Indeed, it is all related to me. Lu Chenjiang stared at Chen Sanfei, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. Seeing that Lu Chenjiang had nothing to say, Chen Sanfei smiled slightly. Since you have nothing to say, it's my turn now. Shoo! As Chen Sanfei spoke, he whistled. The sound of hee-hee echoed in the corners of the villa. The crowd was horrified to discover that countless poisonous insects had appeared in the corners of the villa without anyone noticing. These poisonous insects had blood-red eyes and surged towards the crowd like mad. Ah! 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 The screams of the crowd echoed throughout the first floor of the villa. Listening to these screams, an excited expression appeared on Chen Sanfei's face. Those who can still stand, take out your weapons and come with me to kill him. Lu Chenjiang waved his weapon and charged towards Chen Sanfei. But just a couple of steps into his charge, Lu Chenjiang's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, Lu Chenjiang's face was filled with shock. He felt that he couldn't muster even a bit of strength in his entire body. What have you done to me? Lu Chenjiang struggled to lift his head, glaring at Chen Sanfei. Chen Sanfei's lips curled up, revealing a charming smile. The Goo Immortal sect, besides being skilled in using and raising insects, is also particularly adept at using herbs. Did you forget this? Lu Chenjiang hadn't forgotten. Or rather, anyone who knew about the Goo Immortal sect knew that they were also skilled in using herbs. However, Because the insects and poisons of the Gu Immortal sect were too powerful, people tended to overlook their proficiency with herbs. So, Lu Qinjiang's tongue felt numb, and he couldn't even finish his sentence. The game is over, Chen Sanfei said with a smile. The poisonous insects surged like a tide, engulfing Lu Qinjiang. Previously, Su Chen had intended not to save Lu Qinjiang, but thinking about the contributions he would make for Huaxia in the future, Su Chen's heart softened. Alright, the farce should come to an end. At this moment, Su Chen stepped forward. Who is it? Chen Sanfei shouted upon hearing Su Chen's voice. His head and eyes spun continuously as if searching for Su Chen's figure. It's me, your father. Su Chen took a step forward, appearing in Chen Sanfei's line of sight. Upon seeing Su Chen, Chen Sanfei's heart trembled involuntarily. Are you also one of them? Chen Sanfei stared at Su Chen with burning eyes. I am not. Su Chen shook his head. Since you are not one of them, why are you helping them? Chen Sanfei was very puzzled by Su Chen's actions. Because I don't like you. Su Chen's reason was very simple. He didn't like Chen Sanfei. There was an aura about Chen Sanfei that made Su Chen extremely uncomfortable. Su Chen didn't know what this aura was, but it made him feel nauseous. You don't like me? Upon hearing Su Chen's reason, Chen Sanfei laughed directly. There are indeed quite a few people who don't like me. Alright, I won't waste any more words with you. Su Chen stepped forward and the falling sunset soul sword appeared directly in his hand. Chen Sanfei's expression began to turn serious. His hand moved to his lower back. A long knife appeared directly in Chen Sanfei's hand. I thought people from the Gu Immortal sect only used insects. I didn't expect you to use weapons as well. Su Chen's words were filled with sarcasm. There are many things you don't know. Chen Sanfei let out a loud roar, raising the long knife above his head. 10,000 poison slash, he shouted. The long knife swung down with force. A blade of dark ink-like energy taller than a person surged toward Su Chen. The blade exuded a foul odor, intensifying the feeling of nausea in Su Chen's heart. Fallen Heaven Sword Rain. Su Chen also raised the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword above his head. Streams of chi swords began to form behind him. Su Chen pointed at Chen Sanfei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chi swords flew out one by one, heading straight for Chen Sanfei. Just as the last chi sword was launched, Chen Sanfei's blade energy had already reached Su Chen. Su Chen raised the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword and then channeled his chi. Clang! The blade energy collided with the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword, sparking a shower of sparks. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. Su Chen shook the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. Purple chi began to swirl around the sword. In an instant, the purple chi enveloped the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. Su Chen's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The blade energy was directly dispersed by Su Chen. How is this possible? Chen Sanfei's face showed disbelief as he saw his blade energy dissipate. His blade energy had been dispersed before, but he had never seen anyone disperse it in such a manner as Su Chen did. Impressive, right? Su Chen waved the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword, looking smugly at Chen Sanfei. Chen Sanfei pursed his lips and remained silent. He had initially thought that this masked person before him was like Lu Qinjiang, someone with relatively weak abilities. But after just their first encounter, he realized that this masked man was extraordinarily powerful. In fact, his strength might even surpass his own. Since you're not one of the eaten, why are you helping them? Chen Sanfei asked again. Su Chen looked at Chen Sanfei and shook his head. Actually, I'm not helping them, I'm helping Huaxia. Ha ha ha. Su Chen spoke with righteous indignation, but Chen Sanfei found it utterly ridiculous. Can this group of eaten represent Huaxia? Are you sure you're not joking? I'm really not joking. Su Chen's expression was more serious than ever. Alright, Chen Sanfei didn't care whether Su Chen was joking or not. He shrugged and said to Su Chen, let's end this matter here, what do you think? If I take my treasures and leave, the eaten won't have any issues. Chen Sanfei sensed that he was not Su Chen's match. So now, he began to negotiate terms with Su Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen directly shook his head and refused. The only condition for ending this today is that I kill you. Upon hearing this, Chen Sanfei immediately became furious. It seems I've really given you face today. Since you want me dead, then I can't let you off easily. Go! My treasures! Let this person know just how powerful you are. Chen Sanfei raised his hands above his head and shouted loudly. Countless poisonous insects began to swarm out from various places, rushing toward Su Chen. The speed of the insects was incredibly fast, quickly surrounding Su Chen. They bared their sharp teeth and began to attack Su Chen. Su Chen stood there quietly, not dodging or evading. It seems you really don't know how powerful my treasures are. Chen Sanfei sneered as he saw Su Chen remain motionless. Your treasures? How powerful can they be? To me, your treasures are as useless as your name. As soon as Su Chen said this, he noticed Chen Sanfei's expression suddenly turn extremely angry. You dare say my treasures are useless? I will kill you. Chen Sanfei shouted loudly, as if Su Chen's words were a great insult to him. If your treasures aren't nonsense, then why have they been biting me for so long, yet I'm completely fine? Su Chen smiled as he looked at Chen Sanfei. Upon hearing A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Sanfei's eyes. It's important to note that it wasn't just poisonous insects surrounding Su Chen. There were actually quite a few cursed insects among them. With so many poisonous and cursed insects, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Su Chen smiled at Chen Sanfei. I've said it before, your insects are all trash and you still don't believe me. How did you do it? Chen Sanfei asked coldly. Su Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. My body is incredibly tough. Your little insects simply can't break through my defenses. I don't believe it. Chen Sanfei shook his head. He knew quite a few extraordinary people. He had seen many so-called extraordinary individuals with very high physical strength. But these extraordinary people had all fallen under his cursed and poisonous insects. So, he didn't believe Su Chen's words. Su Chen was speaking the truth. Since my treasures can't harm you, then I'll do it myself. Chen Sanfei lightly tapped his feet and charged straight at Su Chen. Hey, I'm not going to waste time with you. Su Chen shook his head slightly. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. A purple aura began to appear on the falling Sunset Soul Sword. Su Chen's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The purple aura transformed into flying daggers shooting towards Chen Sanfei. Chen Sanfei raised his weapon, intending to block Su Chen's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The purple aura struck Chen Sanfei's weapon, bursting forth with a strange light. What's going on? Chen Sanfei's brows furrowed slightly. This weapon had been by his side since he became an extraordinary person. The long knife had transcended the category of a mere weapon for Chen Sanfei. But after Su Chen's attack ended, Chen Sanfei noticed that his weapon felt lighter. He looked at his weapon. At that moment he was shocked to find that his long knife was now riddled with holes. The cause of this situation was likely the purple aura Su Chen had just unleashed. Retreat! Chen Sanfei sensed something. Taking advantage of Su Chen's inattention, he dashed towards the second floor. Swift wind step. Realizing this, Su Chen immediately maximized his speed. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Sanfei didn't stop. He rushed into his bedroom and jumped directly onto the bed. His hand groped around and quickly found a button. As he pressed the button, his bed collapsed. A slide appeared, leading downwards. Chen Sanfei slid down the slide and arrived at the basement of the villa. This place was Chen Sanfei's garage. He opened the door of a car and climbed inside. Don't rush to leave. Just as he was about to start the car, Su Chen's ghostly voice echoed in his ear. The sudden sound startled Chen Sanfei, causing him to tremble. Spare me. Chen Sanfei looked at Su Chen, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of money. Currently, the spiritual energy had not yet revived. Therefore, the world's economic system had not collapsed. This world was still one where money reigned supreme. Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, smiling at Chen Sanfei. How much is this so-called lot of money you're talking about? Upon hearing this, Chen Sanfei knew there was something to discuss. How about 10 million? Chen Sanfei stated a figure. If it were the old Su Chen, hearing this number would have certainly excited him. Su Chen was a man with an infinite luck card. For him, 10 million was truly not much. Seeing Su Chen silent, Chen Sanfei began to raise the stakes. If 10 million won't do, then how about 20 million? Su Chen remained silent. 50 million? Chen Sanfei asked tentatively. 100 million. Chen Sanfei gritted his teeth and shouted at Su Chen with his eyes closed. This is my bottom line. Su Chen smiled slightly but still did not speak. At this moment, his falling sunset soul settling sword was already pressed against Chen Sanfei's neck. With just a little force, Chen Sanfei would undoubtedly die. Inside the car, apart from Chen Sanfei's heartbeat, there was no other sound. He kept his eyes tightly shut, as if waiting for Su Chen's judgment. In fact, even 100 million held no allure for Su Chen. The game is over. Su Chen smiled slightly. Before Chen Sanfei could react, Su Chen's falling sunset soul settling sword had already sliced across Chen Sanfei's throat. Chen Sanfei's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why, after raising the offer to 100 million, Su Chen still killed him. After dealing with Chen Sanfei, Su Chen stepped out of the car. This skill activated. He took in everything in the villa at a glance. They're all dead? Su Chen was surprised to discover all of Chen Sanfei's poisonous insects and cursed insects had actually died. It seems that the insects raised and their master share a life bond. When the master dies, these insects will also die. With this thought, Su Chen shook his head with a smile. After confirming that all the poisonous and cursed insects were dead, Su Chen looked towards the direction of the people from Chi Lumi. All the people from Chi Lumi were now with their eyes closed, unaware of their fate. Su Chen didn't care at all about their lives or deaths. After confirming that there were no other accomplices of Chen Sanfei in the Mawang Zhuang, Su Chen left. Upon returning to the capital, he headed straight for the school. At this time, trying to enter the school through the school gate was clearly unreliable. Finding a high wall close to the dormitory building, Su Chen lightly stepped and directly climbed over the wall. Just like that, he returned to the dormitory unnoticed. Mawang Zhuang, Chen Sanfei's villa. Lu Chenjiang slowly woke up. Am I still alive? Lu Chenjiang felt it was incredibly unbelievable. After all, when surrounded by insects, he had thought he wouldn't survive. After a simple check of his body, Lu Chenjiang looked around. Hiss! Lu Chenjiang didn't have a phobia of dense objects, but when he saw the ground covered with the corpses of poisonous insects, he couldn't help but gasp. What on earth is going on? He pondered the reason while waking up his companions. How is everyone? Lu Chenjiang asked the people from Chilumi. I have no strength at all. I feel extremely nauseous and want to vomit. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect to still be alive. Lu boss, what is going on? Not only was Lu Chenjiang confused, but the awakened crowd also looked bewildered. I don't know. Lu Chenjiang shook his head with a gloomy expression, then said, contact headquarters and explain the situation. We need medical assistance now. Since he couldn't figure it out, Lu Chenjiang decided to stop thinking about it. The most important thing now was to return to headquarters for treatment. 20 minutes later, several cars and 2 helicopters appeared at Ma Wangzhuang. Search around and see if we can find Chen Sanfei's body, Lu Chenjiang instructed. The massive death of the poisonous insects made Lu Chenjiang feel that Chen Sanfei might already be dead. Yes. The people from Chilumi who arrived began to search. After a brief search, they found Chen Sanfei's car and his body in the underground garage. With the help of his subordinates, Lu Chenjiang also made his way to the basement. How did he die? Lu Chenjiang asked his subordinate who was inspecting the scene. The subordinate replied his throat was cut. Judging by the wound, it should be a sword-type weapon. A sword-type weapon? Lu Chenjiang rubbed his chin, momentarily at a loss for clues. The investigation of the villa lasted the entire night. Lu Chenjiang did not leave. He had been waiting in the car outside the villa. No other clues were found, Lu Chenjiang's subordinate reported. Hearing this, Lu Chenjiang felt somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to learn more about the Goose Men through this villa, but now it seemed that the plan had fallen through. Then I'll head back first. After the battle at night and a sleepless night, Lu Chenjiang was in very poor condition. He needed to go back and rest. In the capital, at Qingbei University, Su Chen woke up feeling very comfortable and stretched lazily. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw several faces in front of him. Some of these faces were familiar, while others were strange. The faces were all different, but their expressions were filled with anticipation. When they saw Su Chen open his eyes, their faces suddenly lit up with excitement. Su Chen, you finally woke up. Su Chen, is it true what they said on the school forum? That Rolls-Royce Phantom really belongs to you? Su Chen, are you a rich second generation? With such a nice car, can you take me for a ride? Su Chen, don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm really a dog. If you don't mind, can I be your lackey? Although Su Chen was in a half-asleep state, he understood the purpose of this group of people. I say, everyone, don't you have classes today? Su Chen looked at them helplessly. I have class, but I plan to go later. One person said with a grin. In fact, they didn't really want to ride in Su Chen's car. They just wanted to know if the rumors were true. Hey, is that Rolls-Royce Phantom really yours? At that moment, a voice spoke up. Su Chen knew that if they didn't get the answer they wanted today, they probably wouldn't leave. He helplessly nodded and said, yes, that Rolls-Royce Phantom is mine. As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter. Since they had already gotten the answer they wanted, they didn't linger too long in Su Chen's dorm. After chatting with Su Chen for a few more minutes, they dispersed. After all, for the students of Qingbei University, studying was still the most important thing. Once everyone left, Ma Tianlai asked quietly, did you win the lottery? Su Chen looked at Ma Tianming in confusion and shook his head. Where would I get the spare money to buy that? If you didn't win the lottery, then where did you get the money to buy the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Ma Tianming was very curious about this. A friend gave it to me, Su Chen said casually. A friend gave it to you? Ma Tianming was stunned, looking at Su Chen with disbelief. Dude, you do look a bit like a bookworm, but you're not really stupid. What kind of friend can give you such a nice car? As Su Chen got dressed, he said to Ma Tianming, take out your phone. Although Ma Tianming didn't know what Su Chen wanted him to do, he obediently took out his phone. In the search bar, type in the 3 characters Lu Tianfeng. Find a photo of Lu Tianfeng, and then go to the school forum to find the photo from the day my car arrived. After getting dressed, Su Chen walked straight towards the bathroom. Damn! Just as Su Chen finished washing his face, he heard Ma Tianming's voice. How do you have such a wealthy friend? Ma Tianming asked Su Chen in confusion. What kind of question is that? It sounds ridiculous. Su Chen walked out of the bathroom while wiping his face. What's wrong with me, Su Chen? Why can't I have rich friends? After finishing wiping his face, he looked at Ma Tianming with a puzzled expression. Ma Tianming corrected himself. You know, I didn't mean it that way. I know. Su Chen had already finished washing up. He looked at Ma Tianming and asked, cafeteria? Let's go. Ma Tianming picked up his book and left with Su Chen. The distance from the dormitory building to the cafeteria wasn't very far. Along the way, Su Chen was constantly pointed at by his classmates. There are quite a few rich second-generation kids in our school. Why do they seem like they've never seen the world? Su Chen asked Ma Tianming in confusion. If you're not pretending to be cool, doesn't it feel uncomfortable? Ma Tianming asked Su Chen, puzzled. Of course. Su Chen glanced at Ma Tianming and nodded seriously. As a normal male under 30, pretending to be cool is a necessity, okay? Ma Tianming looked at Su Chen, took a deep breath, and asked, "Do you know what a big fight is?" "I know." Su Chen nodded and answered earnestly. "Isn't it just a big slap?" "Exactly." Ma Tianming nodded seriously. "A big fight means a big slap. You know what? I really want to give you one right now." "Don't." Su Chen laughed and waved his hand seriously, assuring him, "I promise I will definitely not pretend to be cool in the future." The two laughed as they arrived at the cafeteria. It's lively. The cafeteria is definitely the most bustling place at Qingbei University. As soon as Su Chen walked into the cafeteria, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. "I really envy you." Su Chen looked at Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming had a puzzled expression on his face. "You're the kind of person who obviously has a story. Unlike me, who's just handsome all my life." Just after promising not to pretend to be cool, Su Chen started doing it again. "UXX." Ma Tianming cursed under his breath. Poor haha. Su Chen's ability to respond was also remarkable. "Get lost." Ma Tianming simply ignored Su Chen and walked directly towards the food counter. He bought 3 buns, while Su Chen bought a bowl of spicy soup, 5 buns, 3 fried dough sticks, 2 flour rolls, and a pie. Looking at the overflowing tray that Su Chen couldn't hold anymore, Ma Tianming was dumbfounded. "Are you raising pigs?" Ma Tianming was very confused. "This little bit of food is just a snack for me," Su Chen said with a smile. Ma Tianming chewed slowly, while Su Chen entered a mode of frantic eating. Su Chen's stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. In less than a minute, the food was gone. Looking at Ma Tianming, he had only eaten 2 buns. Watching Su Chen rub his belly in satisfaction, Ma Tianming felt it was unbelievable. "Bro, are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? What have you been through lately?" In Ma Tianming's memory, Su Chen's appetite didn't seem this big. "I've been working out lately, so I eat a lot." Su Chen's excuse was really nonsense. "I read a lot, so don't you dare lie to me." Ma Tianming really didn't believe Su Chen's ridiculous excuse. But even though he didn't believe it, Ma Tianming didn't pursue it further. After all, he knew that some things shouldn't be probed too deeply. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen and Ma Tianming were about to leave the cafeteria. But at that moment, they suddenly heard people gasping in surprise. "Oh my god, why are there such beautiful women in this world? This beauty doesn't seem to be from our school, right? It really doesn't seem to be. If she were, how could we just be finding out now? But if she isn't from our school, why is she in our cafeteria? If you ask that question, don't ask it again next time." Hearing the discussions around him, Su Chen began to curiously look around. After a glance, he indeed found the so-called beauty. When Su Chen saw the beauty everyone was talking about, his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Ma Tianming looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, his eyes wide and mouth agape. "Bro, she's really beautiful," Ma Tianming murmured to himself. "She really is beautiful." No one noticed that a hint of helplessness flashed across Su Chen's lips as he said this. This so-called beauty was someone Su Chen wasn't familiar with, but he did know her. Xin Yue, how could she be here? Is she also a student at Qingbei University? Indeed, the beauty praised by everyone was none other than Xin Shengguang's daughter, Xin Yue. What puzzled Su Chen was that neither his memories from before his rebirth nor those after contained any information about Xin Yue being a student at Qingbei University. Could it be the legendary butterfly effect? Su Chen was baffled. This was not the so-called butterfly effect. The reason Su Chen had no memory of Xin Yue being a student at Qingbei University was that he had never seen her at school. But that didn't mean Xin Yue wasn't a student there. Not only was Xin Yue a student at Qingbei University, but she was also an exceptionally outstanding one. By her freshman year, she had already completed all the undergraduate coursework. At the same time, she participated in a world-class competition. In this competition, Xin Yue achieved excellent results and won the championship. The prestige of this competition was extremely high, as Xin Yue faced students from top universities around the globe. After this competition, Xin Yue directly obtained a direct doctoral qualification from Qingbei University. Moreover, top universities from around the world sent her invitation letters. However, Xin Yue expressed her desire to stay at Qingbei University. After the competition, Xin Yue felt she had nothing to do at school, so she simply took a long leave of absence. The school readily approved Xin Yue's long leave. The reason she returned to school this time was for Su Chen. Her father, Xin Shengguang, had almost fully recovered now. And the reason her father could recover so quickly was all thanks to Su Chen. Asterisk to find Su Chen, she specifically sought out Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng was really ungrateful. He directly told Xin Yue that Su Chen was a student at Qingbei University. Upon learning that Su Chen was a student there, Xin Yue was very happy. She couldn't wait to find her academic advisor to cancel her fake return to campus. After returning to school, Xin Yue had been inquiring about Su Chen. To her surprise, she found out that Su Chen was quite a prominent figure. "Let's go, stop looking." Su Chen glanced at the time and patted Ma Tianming on the shoulder. Ma Tianming snapped back to reality and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Su Chen looked at Ma Tianming with disdain and said, "Can't you be a bit more ambitious? You don't understand anything," Ma Tianming said, dismissively as he walked toward the cafeteria entrance. Looking at beautiful women can promote blood circulation, help with sleep, and increase longevity. Su Chen looked at Ma Tianming and sneered, having culture really makes a difference. Even looking at beautiful women has so many theories. Ha! Ma Tianming chuckled coldly, waving his hand. This has nothing to do with culture. The two teased each other as they arrived at the classroom. Su Chen's appearance once again caused a stir among the classmates. Su Chen, however, remained calm. The morning classes were dull and uninteresting for Su Chen. It's not that Su Chen didn't like attending classes, but rather that the knowledge he was learning now he had already studied before his rebirth. After a simple lunch in the cafeteria, Su Chen returned to his dormitory. Lying on his bed, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Everything that had happened during this time felt like a dream to him, especially his current realm. Concentration level 1. Before his rebirth, he had never even dared to imagine reaching the realm of concentration. What should I do next? Su Chen began to sort through his memories. The vast ocean of memories flashed through his mind like slides. Xiangxi? At that moment, the slides suddenly stopped. Before him appeared a magnificent mountain. If Su Chen remembered correctly, this mountain should be one of the great mountains in Xiangxi. He picked up his phone and looked at the date displayed. After checking the date, Su Chen smiled. The time of the incident at this mountain in Xiangxi coincided perfectly with the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. This meant that Su Chen could participate in the Mid-Autumn performance and then head to Xiangxi. Once he confirmed the time and date, Su Chen put his phone back into his pocket. After a brief afternoon nap, Su Chen returned to the classroom with Ma Tianming. The afternoon class was still boring. Just as Su Chen was dozing off, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Su Chen hung up without a second thought. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. He hung up once more. The phone rang again. At this point, Su Chen's patience had been completely worn out. He hung up the call directly and added the number to his blacklist. Finally, the world was quiet again. Su Chen continued to listen to the lecture. The afternoon passed in a hurry. "What's for dinner?" Ma Tianming asked Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at his phone and cheerfully said, "How about ordering takeout?" The food in the school cafeteria was decent, but after eating too much, even dragon meat would become bland. Su Chen took out his phone, ready to order takeout. "Su Chen, why didn't you answer my calls?" At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the classroom. All the students' gazes turned to the classroom door. "Wow, it's Xin Yue. Do Su Chen and Xin Yue know each other? First it was Sha Naoxue, now it's Xin Yue. I don't understand, I really don't. He's handsome, talented, and wealthy. What's there not to understand? I have to say, why can't I meet a girl who would go crazy for me?" The classmates, who had been starving, were no longer hungry. After all, what could be more delicious than gossip? Su Chen looked at Xin Yue awkwardly and asked in confusion, "Did I miss your calls? I called you several times this afternoon. At first, it was fine. Why did it suddenly become unreachable later?" Xin Yue walked into the classroom and began to question Su Chen. Oh, Su Chen then remembered that he indeed received calls that afternoon. "Maybe I blacklisted you." As soon as he said this, the boys in the classroom went wild. For a beauty like Xin Yue, some classmates would even pay to get her phone number. But unexpectedly, Su Chen had directly blacklisted her number. "A model for our generation." Ma Tianming cheered from the side. Su Chen shot Ma Tianming a glare and warned, "If you keep it up, do you believe I'll smash your head?" Ma Tianming immediately shut up. "You blacklisted me? You put my number on your blacklist," Xin Yue shouted at Su Chen, her expression one of surprise. Su Chen awkwardly nodded. By the way, to prevent the situation from worsening, Su Chen quickly changed the subject. "Did you call me for something?" Xin Yue was truly innocent. As soon as Su Chen shifted the topic, Xin Yue immediately followed his train of thought. "Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner and maybe catch a movie." Silence, a silence as eerie as a ghost town. The other classmates in Su Chen's class felt like they were going crazy. First it was Sha Naoxue, now it was Xin Yue. Even if Su Chen had saved the galaxy in his past life, the plot shouldn't develop like this. After serious contemplation, Su Chen said to Xin Yue, "I really don't have time tonight." Rejected, he actually rejected her. The boys in the class were nearly losing their minds. Su Chen had turned down Xin Yue. To many classmates, this was an unbelievable event. "What about tomorrow? Do you have time tomorrow?" Xin Yue didn't seem too surprised by Su Chen's refusal. "No," Su Chen shook his head. "I seem to have something on tomorrow as well." After being continuously rejected by Su Chen, Xin Yue lost her temper. She thought for a moment and asked, "Then do you have any time at all? I just want to treat you to a meal. Why is it so difficult?" Xin Yue also hadn't expected that inviting someone to dinner would be such a challenging task. "Let me think about it." Su Chen pretended to ponder and said to Xin Yue, "When I have time, I'll let you know in advance. Shin Yue left in a huff. Su-chen, you are simply a role model for our generation. First you rejected Shan Aoshue, now you're rejecting Shun Yue. Tell me, bro, do you not like women? If you like men, I wouldn't look down on you. After all, I like men too. Bro, you can't really like men, can you? The way the boys in the class looked at Su-chen was already changing. The girls' gazes began to grow increasingly ambiguous. Get lost. Su-chen was truly ungracious, directly cursing. I'm a straight man, a bona fide straight man. The reason I rejected her is that I've been really busy lately. Su-chen's explanation sounded very weak, so none of the boys present believed him. Ma. Tianming looked at Su-chen with a wary expression. Idiot. Su-chen disdainfully glanced at Ma Tianming and said in a dismissive tone, not to mention that I don't like men. Even if I did, I wouldn't like someone as ugly as you. Ma Tianming felt like his heart had taken 1,000 hits. Going to eat, the takeout is ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-chen dashed out of the classroom. The gazes of his classmates in the classroom made Su-chen feel very uncomfortable. After dinner, Su-chen began to wander around the playground. To be honest, he really enjoyed campus life. The gentle breeze brushed against Su-chen's face, making him feel an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. But he also knew very well that this kind of life wouldn't last long. He had made up his mind. Unless absolutely necessary, he would definitely not leave the school. Su-chen was already a prominent figure in the school. The events of this period had made him the hottest topic in the school. No matter where he went, he couldn't escape being pointed at. However, Su-chen noticed that although his classmates pointed at him, most of them did not do so with malice. So Su-chen didn't mind their pointing. After wandering around in circles, Su-chen didn't even know what was on his mind. This kind of aimless wandering made Su-chen feel an unprecedented comfort. Strolling until 9 in the evening, Su-chen returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he found Ma Tianming reading a book. After a brief chat, Su-chen headed to the bathroom to wash up. Once he was done, he lay on his bed, playing on his phone. At that moment, his WeChat pinged. It was a friend request. After glancing at the note, Su-chen chose to accept it. As soon as the request was accepted, the other party sent a message. Shin Yue, why did you reject me in front of so many people? What you did made me feel so embarrassed. Su-chen, sister, if I don't reject you, what else can I do? Shin Yue, by the way, can I ask you for a favor? Su-chen, what is it? Shin Yue, I'll be waiting for you in the cafeteria tomorrow morning. When you arrive, we can talk. In the girls' dormitory building, in a certain room, Shin Yue's dormitory was a relatively rare two-person room. Besides Shin Yue, there was another girl in the room. This girl's looks, figure, and height were not as good as Shin Yue's. However, she exuded a special aura that was hard to describe. Although the girl was not a campus beauty, she still had quite a few admirers at Qingbei University. Looking at the countless question marks on WeChat, Shin Yue revealed a mischievous smile. Yue, Shin Yue's roommate, Sunsighting, asked with concern. Is this person really that amazing? Can he really help with my situation? Facing Sunsighting's doubts, Shin Yue immediately assured Su-chen without a second thought, no problem. This person is very capable. He can definitely help you. Alright. Sunsighting's eyes still held a look of worry. A night passed without a word, and the next morning, as Su-chen and Ma Tianming walked into the cafeteria, they saw Shin Yue, who had already secured a seat, waving at Su-chen. Come on. Ma Tianming was very excited. Is she calling you? Su-chen looked at Ma Tianming with disdain. No, Ma Tianming replied excitedly. But if she's calling you, isn't that the same as calling me? Su-chen didn't want to talk anymore. If possible, he really wanted to give Ma Tianming a good fight. Let's go, Su-chen said helplessly. As the two approached Shin Yue's table, she politely greeted them. Hurry up and sit down. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Sunsighting. Out of politeness, Su-chen nodded at Sunsighting. Hello, I'm Su-chen. Hello, I'm Ma Tianming. After a brief introduction, Su-chen turned to Shin Yue. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Shin Yue smiled slightly and said, it's not me who has something to discuss with you, but Sighting. Hearing this, Su-chen's brows furrowed. What's going on? He looked at Shin Yue with dissatisfaction. Seeing the displeasure on Su-chen's face, Shin Yue felt a sudden tremor in her heart for some reason. She likes someone capable to help her. So I thought. Shin Yue wanted to explain something, but she suddenly noticed the anger in Su-chen's eyes. Shin Yue wanted to clarify, but Su-chen coldly said, you'd better shut up. Shin Yue dared not speak again. First of all, we only know each other, we're not even friends, so you have no right to make decisions for me. Secondly, this world is not as simple as you think. After saying that, Su-chen stood up and was about to leave. Shin Yue felt very wronged, but Su-chen didn't feel she was wronged at all. At that moment, Sunsighting, who had been silent, finally spoke up. This matter is my fault, and it has nothing to do with classmate Shin Yue. Sunsighting's character is still quite good, at least she stands up to take responsibility for Shin Yue. I don't want to know whose fault this really is. After all, it has nothing to do with me. As the words fell, Su-chen had already reached the entrance of the cafeteria. Ma Tianming had been following Su-chen closely, not saying a word. He and Su-chen could be considered old acquaintances, but this was the first time he had seen Su-chen so angry. Are you okay? Ma Tianming asked. Su-chen shook his head and coldly replied, I really can't stand people like that. Ma Tianming nodded, indicating that he understood. To be honest, Shin Youwei's actions in this matter were indeed a bit excessive. All right. Su-chen patted Ma Tianming on the shoulder and said with a smile, let's head back to the classroom. Ma Tianming nodded. In the cafeteria, Shin Youwei looked aggrieved. She didn't know what she had done wrong. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Sun Sighting and asked, did I do something wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. Sun Sighting said directly without thinking. But Su-chen didn't do anything wrong either. Shin Youwei looked at Sun Sighting in confusion. You told me about Su-chen, right? Sun Sighting asked Shin Youwei. Although Shin Youwei didn't know what Sun Sighting was going to say next, she still nodded in agreement. Then why did you tell me about Su-chen and directly agree to help me? Sun Sighting countered. But before Shin Youwei could answer, Sun Sighting said, was it to help me? Shin Youwei instinctively nodded. So, your intention was completely fine. Therefore, you are not at fault in this matter. Shin Youwei nodded again instinctively. Then is Su-chen wrong for being angry and saying those things to you? Sun Sighting asked. Shin Youwei instinctively shook her head. You see. Seeing Shin Youwei shake her head again, Sun Sighting said with a smile, so in this matter, you are not wrong, and Su-chen is not wrong either. Am I right? Shin Youwei nodded again. Sun Sighting was actually shifting the concept. However, from Shin Youwei's expression and demeanor, it was clear that Sun Sighting's conceptual shift was successful. Alright, stop overthinking it and hurry up and eat breakfast. Sun Sighting said cheerfully to Shin Youwei. Okay. Shin Youwei nodded. After returning to the classroom, the more Su-chen thought about it, the angrier he became. I think Shin Youwei's actions this time were a bit excessive, Su-chen said softly. Yes, Ma Tianming agreed wholeheartedly. He didn't protect Shin Youwei just because she was beautiful. Just as Su-chen and Ma Tianming were chatting, Su-chen's phone suddenly rang. Shin Youwei, I'm sorry, this matter was my fault. Shin Youwei's sudden apology was clearly beyond Su-chen's expectations. Su-chen was not the kind of petty person. Since Shin Youwei took the initiative to apologize, Su-chen certainly chose to accept. It's Su-chen, in the future, try to avoid such things. It's best not to do them at all. On the other end of the phone, when Shin Youwei saw this WeChat message, she almost fainted from anger. Su-chen, by the way, what exactly happened with your friend? When Shin Youwei saw this WeChat message, she clearly paused for a moment. Shin Youwei, the reason I didn't tell you about this yesterday is that it was too complicated. Shin Youwei, if I were to describe it in words, it would be really hard to convey. Shin Youwei, let's go out for hot pot at noon as my apology for what happened before. Su-chen, okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate after class at noon. At noon, Su-chen went to the banquet alone. At first, Shin Youwei kept apologizing. After accepting Shin Youwei's apologies, the meal could finally be considered officially started. The matter concerning Sun Sighting was actually quite complicated. Recently, she had been having nightmares constantly. For a human, having nightmares is a very normal thing. But if one keeps having nightmares, especially those that feel like a continuous series, it becomes somewhat abnormal. In her dreams, Sun Sighting was chased by a monster. The monster had a human body but a sheep's head and tiger's claws. The monster could walk upright and moved at an incredibly fast speed. In her dreams, Sun Sighting was killed by the monster every time. Once she was killed, she would wake up from the nightmare. The next day, it was still the same monster. The difference was that the scenes would change. The strangest part was that after several of these dreams, Sun Sighting's health seemed to deteriorate day by day. She went to the hospital and underwent various tests. However, the results showed that her body was very healthy. The doctor suggested that she seek out some unconventional doctors for help. Following the doctor's advice, Sun Sighting indeed found an unconventional doctor to consult. That unconventional doctor told her that the matter was very complex. He did not have the ability to help her resolve it. That day, Sun Sighting was telling Shin Youwei about this. When Shin Youwei heard about it, the first person she thought of was Su-chen. To be honest, I really don't know what to do about this, she said. If you asked Su-chen to deal with a strange beast, he might be able to help. But Sun Sighting's issue had completely surpassed Su-chen's understanding. By the way, Su-chen seemed to think of something and asked Sun Sighting, are the scenes in your dreams places you have been to? Yes, Sun Sighting nodded and replied to Su-chen. The scenes in my dreams are all from my hometown. Hometown? Su-chen frowned and asked curiously, where is your hometown? Xiangxi, Sun Sighting said. Upon hearing the word Xiangxi, Su-chen's heart suddenly trembled. Xiangxi, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Not to mention after the revival of spiritual energy, even before that, various ghost stories had always circulated there. Asterisk, could her dreams be related to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Su-chen thought to himself. Can you help me? Sun Sighting asked Su-chen. Su-chen thought for a moment and said to Sun Sighting, actually, I don't know if I can help you. How about this? When you go to sleep, I'll stay by your side and see if I can find a way to resolve this. Upon hearing this, Sun Sighting's face showed an awkward expression. A girl sleeping while a man stands guard beside her, this would make anyone feel somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing this, Su-chen quickly explained, at that time, Shin Yue will also be beside you. Although Sun Sighting still felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, she nodded. After lunch, the three of them returned to school together. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Su-chen lay on his bed in the dormitory and summoned the system interface. In the search bar of the System Shop interface, Su-chen entered the keyword Dream. Dream entry technique price 100 points. Dream entry technique allows entry into a person's dream. The price of the dream entry technique was cheap, and the introduction was simple. Su-chen did not hesitate at all and directly exchanged for this supernatural skill. After obtaining it, Su-chen understood why the dream entry technique was so inexpensive. This supernatural skill was indeed not very useful and had many restrictions. To enter someone else's dream using the dream entry technique, one must be in the condition that the other person is asleep. Moreover, there must also be physical contact with the other person. Moreover, this dream entry technique only allows one to see what the other person dreams about, without the ability to change anything within the dream. This series of limitations makes the dream entry technique a rather useless auxiliary supernatural skill. Are you going to sleep? As Su-chen was studying the dream entry technique, Ma Tianming walked out of the bathroom, smiling as he asked Su-chen. Su-chen glanced at the time and, looking puzzled, said to Ma Tianming, why are you going to bed so early today? Ma Tianming usually goes to bed after 11 o'clock. And now, it was not even 10 yet. I need to go to the study room to read in the morning, Ma Tianming said, then lay down on his bed. Seeing Ma Tianming gradually fall asleep, a mischievous smile appeared on Su-chen's face. He got up and jumped down from the bed. Noticing that Ma Tianming was already sound asleep, Su-chen placed his hand directly on Ma Tianming's head. Dream entry technique. The moment this supernatural skill was activated, the scene before Su-chen changed. He was now standing in a very luxurious palace. At the deepest part of the palace, there was a high platform. On the high platform, there was a throne. Sitting on the throne was a man. This man's appearance was very similar to Ma Tianming. However, the difference was that the man on the throne was tall and imposing, with an extraordinary demeanor. Wow, is this a TV drama? Below the high platform stood civil and military officials. But what amused Su-chen was that all these officials were women. Moreover, they were all the kind of women with prominent curves exuding allure. The Ma Tianming sitting on the throne had a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Su-chen truly did not expect that Ma Tianming would dream of something like this. Out. With a thought, Su-chen exited Ma Tianming's dream. Usually, you seem modest and straightforward, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Su-chen looked at Ma Tianming with disdain. If Ma Tianming were awake at that moment, he would have noticed the envy sparkling in Su-chen's eyes. After confirming the effect of the dream entry technique, Su-chen returned to his own bed. He was now waiting for Shin Yue's WeChat message. Time passed second by second. Before long, it was 11 o'clock. Just as Su-chen was becoming a bit impatient, his WeChat suddenly chimed. Shin Yue, come on. Su-chen, okay. Remember to keep the window open. After sending the message, Su-chen took out the Sun Wukong mask from his backpack. Putting the mask on his face, he jumped out of his dormitory window. After jumping out of the dormitory, he ran straight towards the girls' dormitory building. Arriving at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, Su-chen looked up and began to scan the windows. After searching for a while, he found a dormitory with an open window. Su-chen took out his phone and sent another WeChat message to Shin Yue. Su-chen, move to the window. Shin Yue, okay. Then he saw Shin Yue's figure. Su-chen waved at Shin Yue. Understanding his cue, Shin Yue took a few steps back. Su-chen leaped up. On the 8th floor, Su-chen effortlessly jumped into Shin Yue's dormitory. Upon seeing Su-chen jump into her dormitory, Shin Yue didn't say anything but gave him a thumbs up. Su-chen smiled slightly and began to take in the surroundings of Shin Yue's dormitory. As a girl's dormitory, while it wasn't spotless, it was relatively clean. The dormitory had various small trinkets scattered around. These little decorations made the dormitory look very cozy. Where's Sun Sighting? Su-chen asked Shin Yue softly. Shin Yue pointed in a direction. Su-chen nodded and walked towards that direction. At that moment, Shin Yue was quietly lying on her bed, asleep. Her brows were tightly furrowed and her face was filled with terror. It looked like she was experiencing a nightmare. I'm about to start, Su-chen said to Shin Yue. Shin Yue nodded. Su-chen placed his hand on Shin Yue's forehead. The chi began to circulate and the dream technique started to activate. In an instant, the scene before Su-chen began to change. He looked around. The surroundings were lush with green trees and flowers everywhere. It was a very beautiful place. Not far away, he could see towering mountains. He searched for Sun Sighting's figure. After a while he indeed found her. Sun Sighting was running wildly. Following her was the monster she had mentioned. The monster's speed was neither fast nor slow. It closely followed Sun Sighting but maintained a certain distance from her. This distance meant that it could close in on Sun Sighting at any moment if it wished. This chase lasted only a short time. With Sun Sighting's scream, the dream ended. Su Chen and Sun Sighting opened their eyes almost simultaneously. He looked at Sun Sighting, only to find her sitting on the bed, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Su Chen found it strange. He looked out the window. He noticed that sunlight had already appeared on the horizon. This meant that dawn was approaching. He glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the morning. So fast? In Sun Sighting's dream, Su Chen felt that less than a minute had passed. But, unexpectedly, in the real world, several hours had already gone by. Seeing Su Chen standing in front of her, Sun Sighting eagerly asked, "How was it?" "I don't know." Su Chen shook his head. "Don't know?" Sun Sighting looked at Su Chen, puzzled. "Did you not discover anything?" Su Chen continued to shake his head. "From the moment I entered your dream to the moment I exited, it was barely less than a minute." Su Chen said helplessly. If it had been a bit longer, he might have thought of a way. But with such a short time, he didn't even have time to come up with a plan. Sigh. Sun Sighting sighed helplessly. She picked up a towel from the bedside and wiped her forehead. "Thank you for your trouble," she said to Su Chen with a smile. But Su Chen could see that her smile was more one of helplessness. "Have you seen a psychologist?" Su Chen asked Sun Sighting. Sun Sighting nodded. "I've seen almost all the psychologists in the capital, but they have no solutions for my situation. It seems your dream has nothing to do with psychology." Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Sun Sighting had already dried the sweat on her forehead. Su Chen glanced at the time and said to Sun Sighting, "You can tidy up, I'll head out first." "Thank you for your trouble." Sun Sighting nodded. "You're welcome." After Su Chen finished speaking, he leaped out of their dormitory. After landing, Su Chen headed straight for the dormitory. At this time, most students at Qingbei University were still asleep, so the campus should be the quietest at this hour. On the way, Su Chen hardly saw anyone. Jumping into the dormitory, Su Chen directly lay down on the bed. At 7:30 in the morning, Su Chen opened his eyes on time. There was no one left. On Ma Tianming's bed, Su Chen did not rush to get up. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. "Su Chen, old master, are you up? I have something I want to ask you." Since Su Chen couldn't solve this matter himself, he could only seek help from the old master. At that moment, the old master was watering the flowers and plants in his yard. Seeing the WeChat message from Su Chen, he simply wiped his hands and began to reply. "Old master, you're already so capable now. What else do you need this old man for?" "Su Chen, the situation is like this." Su Chen directly told the old master about Sun Sighting's matter, word for word. The old master of the master's residence fell into thought as he looked at the WeChat message from Su Chen. After pondering for a while, the old master finally replied to Su Chen. "Old master, this should be the nightmare of that girl from her childhood. Old master, if you can kill that strange beast in her dream, then the nightmare will disappear." Su Chen, is it really that simple? "Old master, it is that simple." Su Chen, "Thank you, old master." "Old master, you're welcome." After locking his phone, Su Chen fell into deep thought. It sounds easy to say, but if it really comes to doing it, it's not easy at all. Su Chen didn't know what exactly the nightmare in Sun Sighting's dream was, nor did he know what means to use to kill. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time for class. After a quick tidy up, Su Chen left the dormitory directly. All the way, he kept thinking about how to deal with the nightmare in Sun Sighting's dream. But when he arrived at the classroom, he found it completely empty. He took out his phone and looked at the time. It's the weekend. Su Chen felt quite frustrated. Leaving the classroom, he didn't rush back to the dormitory. Instead, he went to the library. The library of Qingbei University is reputed to be the best library in all of China. It has countless collections. Su Chen came here to see if he could find books to dispel nightmares. Coming to a university library to look for books on dispelling nightmares sounds a bit ridiculous, but in reality, it's not ridiculous at all, because the books here truly cover a wide range of topics. Su Chen swiped his student ID and smoothly entered the library. Upon entering, he headed straight for the third floor. The first and second floors were filled with subject and professional books. Above the third floor, there were all kinds of books. Upon reaching the third floor, Su Chen found the section dedicated to dream interpretation. Indeed, on the third floor of the Qingbei University Library, there is a special area for dream interpretation books. After searching for a while, Su Chen picked up a book and smiled. Lu Kongxi's Dream Interpretation. Who is Lu Kongxi? Before the revival of spiritual energy, no one knew who Lu Kongxi was. But after the revival of spiritual energy, Lu Kongxi became a very famous person. At this time, Lu Kongxi had already become an extraordinary person. But he was different from other extraordinary individuals. Lu Kongxi's extraordinary ability allows him to enter other people's dreams. However, his method of entering dreams is somewhat different from Su Chen's. After entering someone else's dream, he can intervene in their dreamscape. After the revival of spiritual energy, he even created a very powerful, extraordinary technique. This technique can directly create a vast dream space. Anyone within his dream space will be influenced by him. Suchen found a quiet corner and opened Lu Kongxi's dream interpretation book. As he flipped through the pages, Suchen gained a lot of insights. After closing the book, he fell into thought. In other words, if I want to hunt that monster in Sun Sighting's dream, I must maintain my chi in a very fast operating state the moment I enter her dream. This was Su Chen's summary after reading the book. After putting the book back in its place, Su Chen began to daydream again. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Tonight, Su Chen planned to sneak into the girls' dormitory again. It was the same time as yesterday. Su Chen jumped into Shin Youwei's dormitory. Sun Sighting had already fallen asleep by this time. Su Chen walked up to Sun Sighting and didn't rush to place his hand on her forehead. He was now operating his chi, keeping it in a very high-speed state. Then he placed his hand on Sun Sighting's forehead. In the moment of entering the dream, Su Chen found that monster. The monster was still chasing Sun Sighting at that strange speed from yesterday. Transform into a sword. Su Chen shouted lowly. A long sword appeared out of thin air in Su Chen's hand. Falling sky sword rain. He held the long sword and pointed it at the monster. The chi sword formed and flew directly towards the monster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chi sword was incredibly fast, piercing through the monster in an instant. Ah! The monster howled to the sky, letting out a miserable scream. Then its gaze turned to Su Chen. In its goat-like eyes, a blood-red light flickered. Roar! It let out a deafening roar at Su Chen. The sound was so piercing it felt as if it could penetrate Su Chen's eardrums. Time is running out, Su Chen thought to himself. Yesterday, Su Chen had stayed in Sun Sighting's dream for over a minute. Today, nearly 20 seconds had passed since he entered the dream. He had to intensify his attacks, otherwise all his efforts could go to waste. Falling sky sword rain. Su Chen swung the long sword again. The chi sword appeared in an instant. Su Chen pointed at the monster once more. Purple extreme sword technique. As the chi sword flew out, Su Chen shook the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the long sword was covered in purple chi. The purple chi covering the sword flickered as if it were flames. Swift wind step. Su Chen maximized his speed, rushing in front of the monster in the blink of an eye. He swung the long sword directly at the monster's neck. Puff! The long sword sliced through the monster's neck. The monster's head fell to the ground. Ding! Killed the nightmare goat-headed monster. Rewarded 500 points. Transport. Transport, one of the 72 earthly techniques capable of transporting all things. This technique is also known as the Five Ghosts Transport Technique. Su Chen truly did not expect to receive rewards for killing a monster in a dream. Just as Su Chen was secretly delighted about the reward, he returned to the real world. At this moment, it was already bright outside. Sun Sighting was still sitting by the bed. However, unlike before, there was no sweat on Sun Sighting's forehead. This time I woke up naturally. I wasn't killed by the monster, Sun Sighting said softly when she noticed Su Chen looking at her. From now on, the goat-headed monster will no longer appear in your dreams. Su Chen bowed to Sun Sighting. But Sun Sighting still looked a bit worried. I hope so. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Su Chen went straight back to his own dorm. He had consumed a lot of chi that night. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep. Immediately. When he woke up again, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Although his chi had not recovered, his physical strength was completely restored. After tidying up a bit, he left the dormitory. At this moment, his stomach was growling loudly. In the cafeteria, the surrounding classmates looked at Su Chen with the same gaze as if he were a monster. Su Chen had eaten way too much. 2 large bowls of rice noodles, 1 large bowl of braised pork, 1 large bowl of rice, and 3 large bowls of snail noodles. After the last bite of snail noodles went down, Su Chen contentedly patted his belly. Being full is happiness. Su Chen chuckled to himself. I say, Su Chen, you really ate a lot. At that moment, Shin Youwei and Sun Sighting walked up to Su Chen, smiling. Su Chen looked up and rolled his eyes at Shin Youwei helplessly, saying, yesterday's incident drained a lot of my energy. If I don't eat more, how can I replenish my strength? Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Sun Sighting's eyes. Su Chen, have you eaten enough? Sun Sighting looked at Su Chen and asked anxiously. If you haven't, I can go buy you something. I've eaten enough. Su Chen patted his belly and smiled at Sun Sighting. If I eat more, I really won't be able to eat anymore. By the way, you haven't had any more nightmares, have you? Su Chen asked Sun Sighting. Sun Sighting shook her head gratefully and said excitedly, I didn't have a single dream during my nap today. That's good. Su Chen smiled upon hearing this. It seems like it was successful. Sun Sighting nodded. After lunch, Su Chen, Sun Sighting, and Shin Youwei took a walk together on the playground. How's your performance for tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Festival show coming along? Shin Youwei asked Su Chen curiously. Without a second thought, Su Chen replied, it's all ready. What are you going to perform? Shin Yue asked, intrigued. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and said, it's a secret. A secret? Shin Yue wrinkled her cute little nose and said somewhat indignantly, if it's a secret, then it's a secret. What's the big deal? Humph. To be honest, Shin Yue looked really adorable like that. Time passed second by second, and before long, it was the night of the next day. The school's largest auditorium was now filled with students. Everyone was eagerly watching the stage as if waiting for something. You're the host? In the backstage area, Su Chen looked at Shin Yue in surprise. Of course, Shin Yue struck a pose she thought was very enticing and smiled. Don't you think I'm perfect for being a host? Ah, right. Su Chen was genuinely being dismissive. After giving Gaomu a glare, Shin Yue looked at the program list in her hand. You're performing magic. When she saw the program Su Chen was going to perform, a look of surprise appeared on Shin Yue's face. What's so surprising about that? Su Chen understood why Shin Yue was so astonished. Can you do magic? Shin Yue asked Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen said disdainfully after glancing at Shin Yue. Not just magic, even magic tricks are easy. Shin Yue really didn't believe that Su Chen could do magic. But when Su Chen claimed he could do magic tricks, Shin Yue genuinely believed him. Alright, I'm not chatting with you anymore, I need to get ready to go on stage. After adjusting her outfit, Shin Yue walked towards the front of the stage. Just as Shin Yue reached the front of the stage, Su Chen heard thunderous applause. The applause seemed as if it could lift the roof of the auditorium. Wow, the treatment for beautiful girls is just different. Su Chen, who was preparing backstage, sighed to himself. After that, he hid backstage and started playing on his phone. Su Chen, can I add you on WeChat? Su Chen, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Su Chen, is it true what they say that you like men? Backstage, some bored classmates began to flirt with Su Chen. Su Chen responded to their teasing with eye rolls. One performance after another took place. Su Chen heard deafening cheers and also quite a few boos. He occasionally glanced at the television backstage. There were 3 televisions in total. 2 were showing the stage situation while the other was scrolling the list of performing students. It's almost my turn. Su Chen stood up and adjusted his white suit. He had spent a lot of money on this suit at the mall. In the afternoon, Su Chen's figure and looks were already nearly perfect. The white suit he wore made Su Chen's handsomeness reach new heights. After adjusting his clothes, Su Chen walked to the entrance of the stage, waiting for his turn to go on. Next, please enjoy the performance, Magic. Performer, Su Chen. The applause that could shake the auditorium erupted once more. Su Chen walked towards the stage. As he brushed past Shin Yue, she whispered in his ear, good luck. Thank you. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Fog. Su Chen began to channel his energy. Layers of white mist started to rise from beneath his feet. Before long, his lower body was enveloped in the mist. Not only that, but the mist also swirled around him, making him appear hazy and ethereal. Wow, this stage effect is perfect. Compared to the previous performers, this entrance is simply on another level. Did Su Chen recharge? Otherwise, how could the stage effect be this good? No matter how Su Chen performs, just for this stage effect, I give him a perfect score. If it's a perfect score, isn't that 100 points? While the classmates were joking, Su Chen had already reached the center of the stage. The mist continued to swirl around him. The swirling mist made Su Chen look incredibly otherworldly. Today, I will perform a magic show, Su Chen said softly. His tone was very flat, almost like an emotionless machine. The students in the audience looked at Su Chen, who showed no emotion on stage, with a look of disbelief. However, more students were curious about what kind of magic Su Chen would perform. Although this was Su Chen's first time performing in front of so many people, he showed no signs of nervousness. Standing on the stage, he surveyed the audience below. In the audience, from the first to the 3rd row, sat students. From the 4th row to the 6th row, sat teachers. The teachers from Qingbei University were of almost all age groups. Unlike the students, the teachers who came to watch the performance almost all had a teacup in hand. Among the many teachers, Su Chen quickly spotted one particular teacup. This teacup belonged to Vice Principal Zhao Guotao. Zhao Guotao was not only the vice principal of their school but also one of the more renowned teachers there. He was famous not only for his high academic achievements but also for a very important reason. He sponsored impoverished students. Of course, the students he sponsored were not all college students. However, his sponsorship had always been conducted quietly, so very few people knew about it. It wasn't until 3 years ago, when one of the students he sponsored entered Qingbei University with an almost terrifying score, that his deeds became public. It was at that time that the students of Qingbei University learned that their unassuming vice principal had donated to so many students. What was most talked about, however, was the enamel cup that he always kept in hand. Almost every student at Qingbei University knew about this enamel cup. Camera teacher. Su Chen called out to the cameraman not far away. The cameraman looked at Su Chen in confusion. Please point your camera at Vice Principal Zhao Guotao's cup. Su Chen instructed the cameraman. Although the cameraman was puzzled, he still made an effort to locate Vice Principal Zhao Guotao. After some searching, he indeed found it. At this moment, all the students wore expressions of confusion. They had no idea what Su Chen was up to. However, they soon saw the familiar cup appear on the big screen. Seeing the puzzled expressions on his classmates' faces, Su Chen smiled. Next, I will perform. Su Chen deliberately elongated his tone. The crowd's emotions were instantly stirred by Su Chen. Next, I will make Vice Principal Zhao's cup disappear into thin air, and then make it appear in my hand. As soon as Su Chen said this, the audience erupted in an uproar. People thought Su Chen had gone mad. The magic trick he was about to perform belonged to the category of object transformation magic. The difficulty of this type of magic is actually not very high, because, under the magician's prior preparation, making an object appear is quite feasible, as long as the magician's technique and speed are somewhat refined. This trick is not guaranteed to succeed 10 out of 10 times, but it's close enough. However, a trick like Gaomu's is somewhat more esoteric. To make an object appear in one's hand under the watchful eyes of everyone is, to be honest, a bit unbelievable. If he really succeeds, then this is not magic but rather sorcery. To be honest, I somewhat doubt it. Unless he coordinated with the vice principal beforehand. Otherwise, the difficulty of this magic trick is just too high. I suspect he must have discussed it with the vice principal in advance. Otherwise, this magic trick is simply impossible to pull off. To be honest, not many people believed Su Chen could successfully perform this trick. Seeing the crowd's skepticism, Su Chen smiled slightly. The photographer was also very excited. If it weren't for the camera's anti-shake feature, the footage everyone saw would have been shaky. Zhao Guotao was actually quite nervous. He stared intently at his cup, fearing that, if he wasn't careful, it would disappear right before his eyes. Seeing that the atmosphere had been heightened, Su Chen was ready to begin. Transport. Su Chen channeled his energy. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Vice Principal Zhao Guotao's cup was gone from the big screen. Indeed, the cup had vanished right before their eyes. Before people could react, Su Chen smiled and held the cup above his head. Look, it's that simple. Su Chen shouted to the crowd while holding the cup. The audience was dumbfounded. As the person involved, Zhao Guotao, was even more confused. In fact, when Su Chen was about to perform the magic trick, he had placed a finger on the cup. But in that brief moment, the sensation of his finger in the cup disappeared completely. As a materialist, Zhao Guotao found it hard to believe. This must be fake. I suspect this cup is a replica. Exactly, I don't believe it either. You think you can just make something disappear into thin air? This isn't a novel. This is ridiculous. I absolutely don't believe it. If this is all true, then I would call it magic. Even though they witnessed the cup disappear right before their eyes, they still couldn't believe it was real. After all, no matter how you looked at it, it was too fantastical. As if he had anticipated this reaction, he tilted the hand holding the cup slightly. Tea poured directly out of the cup. Seeing the tea in the cup, the classmates had nothing to say. Just now, when the camera was filming the cup, it had captured the tea inside. So at this moment, they couldn't help but believe. Clap. Thunderous applause erupted in the school auditorium. This magic trick is truly amazing, absolutely incredible. Brother Mu is awesome, Brother Mu is invincible. If you said what Su Chen performed just now was magic, I would believe it. This is too absurd, too absurd. The students in the audience were completely convinced. Su Chen smiled and bowed to the audience below. The performance is over, I will take my leave now. Applause erupted once again. Stepping off the stage, Su Chen was surrounded by classmates behind the stage. I have to say, Brother Mu, your magic is just too amazing. If possible, can you take me as your apprentice? Are you really wanting to be his apprentice? You just want to get close to him. I'm almost embarrassed to expose you. He. I do want to get close to him, so what? The enthusiasm of his classmates made Su Chen feel a bit shy. Everyone, that magic performance was really exhausting. I need to go rest for a bit. After Su Chen finished speaking, he quickly ran out of the backstage of the auditorium before anyone could react. The school was very quiet. Most of the students were in the auditorium watching the show. A small number of students were either resting in their dorms or studying in the library. Such a quiet Qingbei University is really rare, Su Chen sighed softly. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. Su Chen, can I get extra points for my performance today? Instructor, with such an amazing performance, if I don't give you extra points, I'm sure the school leaders will come looking for me. Su Chen, then thank you, instructor. Su Chen, by the way, I'd like to take a leave. I have something to attend to tomorrow. Instructor, okay. Su Chen's instructor was really straightforward. When Su Chen asked for leave, he directly agreed. With the leave approved, Su Chen took out his phone and started booking a flight. After a simple operation, the flight was booked. After booking the flight, Su Chen headed towards the dormitory. Han Weidao, an ordinary student at Qingbei University. This guy's biggest hobby is filming videos about campus life. The views, likes, and comments on his videos are not very high. Just now, while Su Chen was performing magic, he filmed Su Chen's performance for fun. After filming, he subconsciously uploaded the video to his social media. He didn't pay much attention afterward and continued watching the performance. But when he returned to his dorm and opened the app, he was completely stunned. Oh my god. He suddenly sat up in bed, exclaiming loudly, "What's wrong?" His roommate asked curiously. "During the performance today, didn't I film Soo-chan's magic performance?" Han Weitao said to his roommate. The roommate nodded, knowing he had a habit of filming videos. "You also know that I only have a few thousand followers on my account. Usually, my videos don't even reach 10,000 views. The comments and likes aren't many either." The roommate continued to nod. "But do you know how many likes the video of Soo-chan I just filmed has?" Han Weitao's tone suddenly became excited at this point. The roommate shook his head. 1 million, the likes have surpassed 1 million. The comments have also exceeded 100,000. Han Weitao shouted excitedly. "Are you serious?" The roommate was a bit skeptical. On social media, a video with over a million likes could be considered a viral hit. "Of course it's true," Han Weitao said proudly to his roommate. "If you don't believe me, you can check my profile." The roommate opened the app and went to Han Weitao's page. "Wow, the likes have already surpassed 1.2 million, the roommate said incredulously. This meant that while the two were talking, the video had gained another 200,000 likes. The roommate entered the video and opened the comments. "So handsome. This guy is really so handsome. Is this guy also a student at Qingbei University? If I work hard for 100 days, I want to get into Qingbei University. I have to say, this guy's looks are simply out of this world. If you add into Yenzhua and then to Takeshi Kaneshiro plus me, our looks would definitely be the pinnacle of Asia. You in front, are you dreaming? Their looks, even with a dog added, would definitely be the pinnacle of Asian beauty." The comments section was very lively. But these comments seemed to have little to do with Han Weitao. That's why the video had so many views, likes, and comments. Yet Han Weitao's fans didn't increase at all. Soo-chan became famous. His magic trick video went viral online in no time. However, this matter seemed to have nothing to do with Soo-chan. At that moment, he was already on a plane heading to Xiangxi. The land of Xiangxi is surrounded by mountains. Sitting on the plane, Soo-chan looked out the window and saw the Wanshan Mountains of Xiangxi. The Wanshan Mountains looked like roses. From a distance, they appeared beautiful. But if you tried to play with them, you would get hurt. If you simply wanted to travel here, you could visit the developed areas and see beautiful scenery. But if you wanted to delve deeper, you would find it very dangerous. The plane landed at Xiangxi International Airport. As soon as Soo-chan stepped off the plane, he saw the mountains not far away. Xiangxi is a province surrounded by mountains. Soo-chan walked out of the airport and casually hailed a taxi. "Take me to the best hotel here." Soo-chan hadn't booked a hotel in advance. "Sure thing." The driver sped off. An hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a very luxurious hotel. "This is the most luxurious hotel we have here," the driver said to Soo-chan. Soo-chan took out his phone to check. Indeed, this hotel was the best in the city. Soo-chan handed the driver 100 yuan and got out of the car. "Hello, sir." At the hotel entrance, the doorman opened the door for Soo-chan. "Hello," Soo-chan smiled and nodded at the doorman. After greeting, the doorman asked Soo-chan, "Sir, please follow me, I'll take you to check in." Soo-chan nodded and followed behind the doorman. The doorman led Soo-chan to the front desk and turned to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Soo-chan called out to the doorman. Hearing Soo-chan call him, the doorman immediately became flustered. He looked at Soo-chan with a face full of panic and asked nervously, "Did I do something to make you unhappy?" No. Seeing the doorman so anxious, Soo-chan quickly waved his hand. "It's just that I was very satisfied with your service earlier. So, I'd like to give you a little tip, but I don't have any cash. So I wanted to ask you, how can I give you a tip?" Upon hearing that Soo-chan wanted to give him a tip, the doorman's face lit up with joy. "Sir, you can just scan my QR code." The doorman reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. The front of the card had a QR code for a certain messaging app, and the back had a QR code for a certain payment app. Thoughtful. Soo-chan smiled slightly at the doorman. He then took out his phone and scanned the QR code. Soo-chan pressed 8 3 times in a row, then entered his payment password. Although the doorman didn't know how much tip Soo-chan gave, it was clear from Soo-chan's actions that it must have been a considerable amount. The doorman slightly bowed to Soo-chan. "Thank you, sir." "You're welcome." Soo-chan smiled and waved his hand. After the doorman left, Soo-chan walked to the front desk to check in. The front desk staff had seen the scene of Soo-chan giving the doorman a tip. Seeing Soo-chan approach, the front desk lady wore a sweet smile. "Sir, I'm very happy to serve you. How can I assist you?" The front desk girl not only smiled sweetly, but even her voice was very sweet. "Hello." Although Soo-chan was not a typical old-fashioned man, the girl's smile still gave him an indescribable strange feeling. In any case, this feeling made Soo-chan uncomfortable all over. "Book me a presidential suite," Soo-chan said to the girl with a smile. Upon hearing this, the girl clearly raised her eyebrows. "Sir," she adjusted her breathing and smiled at Soo-chan. Our presidential suites can only be booked by members. This hotel was not only the best in the city but also a global chain. In the hotel industry, this hotel ranked among the top 10. Because of this, the hotel had a very strict membership management system. Su-chen did not show too much surprise or confusion about this. He looked at the girl and asked with a smile, "So, what qualifications do I need to become a member here?" "If you want to become our member, you need to pay 1,000 yuan to join. Of course, this 1,000 yuan will only make you a regular member. If you want to upgrade your membership level, you just need to spend more." This membership model was a very typical consumption stimulation model. He thought for a moment and asked the front desk, "Girl, so as long as I become a member, I can book the presidential suite?" "Yes, sir." The girl nodded. "Alright." He nodded and smiled at the girl. "Then please process my membership." "How do I scan the code?" The girl smiled and said to Su-chen, "I can scan it for you." After she finished speaking, she began to operate with her head down. "Sir, your membership card has been processed." The girl respectfully handed the membership card to Su-chen. "Next, it's your presidential suite. The membership card fee is 1,000 yuan. The presidential suite costs 88,888 yuan. In total, you need to pay 89,888 yuan. The girl took out the scanning gun. Su-chen nodded, opened his messaging app, and pointed the payment code at the scanning gun. Ding! The scanning was complete. The girl saw the successful payment notification and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. "Sir, here is your room card, please keep it safe." The girl handed the room card to Su-chen. "Please wait a moment, I will find someone to take you to your room." Under the guidance of the staff, Su-chen entered his room. The room was spacious and bright, with a very large area. All kinds of facilities were fully equipped. "Tip," Su-chen said to the staff with a smile. The staff took out a card from their pocket. Just like the previous bellboy, Su-chen still scanned a lucky number of 888. After the staff left, Su-chen walked to the bedside. The hotel was very tall. The presidential suite was on the top floor of the hotel. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Su-chen could see the distant mountains. After looking at the mountains for a while, he opened his backpack and took out a laptop. Finding a comfortable chair, Su-chen opened the laptop. Once the computer was on, there were no games or any software on the desktop, just a series of folders. He opened the Xiangxi folder. Inside the folder, there were many text documents. One of them contained some notes Su-chen had written based on his memory. The rest were various materials about Xiangxi. These materials included legends, myths, historical anecdotes, and strange tales. In short, Su-chen had collected information about the 10,000 mountains of Xiangxi, regardless of the type. Of course, aside from these, there were also some official documents that Su-chen obtained from the old master. When the old master sent these documents to Su-chen, he made it very clear that these were confidential materials and could not be circulated. Su-chen read through the documents bit by bit. Time passed second by second. Before long, it was afternoon. Su-chen looked up at the window. The sun was setting outside. The dying sun cast its glow over the Wanshan Mountains, a sight so beautiful. It was intoxicating. Goo goo goo. Just as Su-chen was admiring the beautiful scenery, his stomach suddenly growled. Normally, extraordinary beings would never feel hungry. The reason Su-chen's stomach was growling at this moment was simply that he was indeed hungry. After admiring the view for a while longer, Su-chen walked over to his desk and picked up the menu. The dishes on the menu were truly lavish. Western, Chinese, Japanese, whatever cuisine you could name, they almost had it all here. Only children make choices, adults, of course, want them all. Su-chen found the ordering number on the menu and dialed it. "Hello, may I take your order?" A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Although this was a takeout number, the hotel had dedicated staff for this service. If you had stayed in other rooms here, you would find something very interesting. The takeout numbers actually varied depending on the type of hotel room. "Bring me one of everything on your menu," Su-chen said directly to the person on the phone. There was a brief moment of silence on the other end. "I'm sorry, sir," the voice on the line said, filled with confusion. "Are you sure you want one of every dish?" If this call wasn't specifically for guests in the presidential suite, the operator might have thought the caller was joking. "Yes, I want one of every dish," Su-chen replied. "But with so many dishes, will you and your friends or family be able to finish them all?" the operator asked, a bit worried. "Don't worry, I can finish it," Su-chen assured the operator. "Alright, I understand." Since the guest had said so, she felt there was no need to say more. "You've ordered too many dishes, so the serving speed may be a bit slow. You'll need to wait a little longer." "No problem." After Su-chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Half an hour later, the Chinese food was delivered to Su-chen's room. Su-chen looked at the table full of dishes, his mouth watering. After the staff arranged the dishes, they said, "Enjoy your meal," and then left Su-chen's room. After all, they had many more dishes to serve. But when the staff returned to Su-chen's room again, they were stunned. Because at that moment, there was only an empty plate left on Su-chen's dining table. If it weren't for the faint traces of soup still visible in the plate. The staff would have doubted whether they had actually served Su Chen. Could you please clear this up? Su Chen smiled at the staff. Of course, sir. The staff first collected the empty plates and then placed more dishes on the table. Once the staff left, Su Chen continued to feast heartily. Plate after plate of food was stuffed into his stomach. On the third floor, in the kitchen, Li Xiaohai was the staff member responsible for delivering food to Su Chen. As he pushed the empty plates back, a nearby chef joked, "So, did you eat it all?" Li Xiaohai looked at the plates on the cart and swallowed hard, saying, "This guest really has a good appetite." The chef nearby looked at Li Xiaohai with a mischievous smile and asked, "I heard the guest in the presidential suite this time is quite a wealthy person. What's up, did he give you a tip?" The fact that Su Chen had given a tip to 888 had already spread among the staff. Now, all the hotel staff wanted to serve Su Chen. The service personnel were the most basic employees of the hotel. Even though this hotel was one of the best in the world, their salaries were not very high. For these service staff, 888 was definitely a considerable tip. Hearing the chef's words, Li Xiaohai shook his head in frustration. "He hasn't tipped me yet. He wouldn't have forgotten, would he?" the chef joked with a smile. Li Xiaohai shook his head. Although he was feeling down, he still managed to lift his spirits again. He patted his face and said, "I need to get back to work." A new dish was pushed into Su Chen's room. On the dining table in the room, only empty plates remained. Is there more Chinese food? The last two deliveries had both been Chinese cuisine. Li Xiaohai thought for a moment and said to Su Chen, "Sir, there should be 2 or 3 more rounds of Chinese food." "All right, thank you." Su Chen expressed his gratitude while eating. By the way, Li Xiaohai, who had already packed the empty plates, was about to leave when Su Chen called out to him. "Wait a moment." "Yes." Li Xiaohai stopped and turned to look at Su Chen, leaning forward. "I've been bothering you and I haven't given you a tip yet. It's mainly because the food here is just too delicious, so I forgot. I'm really sorry." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohai was taken aback. "You're too kind, sir," Li Xiaohai said, with a smile. "Here's your payment code," Su Chen said with a smile. At night, Su Chen stood in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the pitch-black Wanshan Mountains. His eyes shone brightly, radiating an unusual light. No one knew what he was thinking. He stared like this for a full 3 hours. He glanced at the time and realized it was already 11 o'clock at night. After taking a quick shower, Su Chen lay down on the bed. Just like that, he drifted off to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. After having a simple meal in the hotel restaurant, Su Chen left the hotel. Outside the hotel, a business car had been waiting for a long time. Su Chen glanced at the license plate number and got into the car. "Sir," the driver turned to look at Su Chen and asked, "Are you the passenger for 9872? "Yes," Su Chen nodded. "All right, I'm about to drive. Could you please fasten your seatbelt?" the driver kindly reminded. "Okay." Su Chen nodded and fastened his seatbelt. Once the seatbelt was secured, he started playing with his phone. 3 hours later, the car stopped at the foot of a mountain. Yagu Mountain was the name of this mountain. The Wanshan Mountains in Xiangxi. Su Chen discovered while sorting through materials yesterday that Yagu Mountain was a very legendary mountain. Many legends and myths had circulated about this mountain. Not only that, but there were also numerous folktales about this mountain in Xiangxi. In Su Chen's memory, although nothing particularly special had happened on Yagu Mountain, quite a few unusual events had occurred on a nameless small mountain not far from Yagu Mountain. There was still some time before the special events occurred, so Su Chen decided to first come and take a look at Yagu Mountain. Yagu Mountain was very well known locally in Xiangxi. However, it was not prominent among the mountains of Huaxia. Moreover, this mountain had not been developed much, resulting in very few tourists. Su Chen got out of the car and looked up at Yagu Mountain. "I say, young man," the driver also got out of the car at this time. Since Su Chen had hired the car, the driver had to follow him wherever he went. After getting out of the car, the driver took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen accepted it naturally. The driver took out a lighter and lit it for Su Chen. Su Chen took a puff and smiled, saying, "What do you want to say?" The driver lit one for himself as well. Watching the curling smoke rise, the driver revealed a strange expression on his face. "Are you a local?" "No." Su Chen shook his head, exhaling a puff of smoke, and countered, "Why do you think I'm a local?" The driver pointed at Yagu Mountain and said to Su Chen, "It's rare for outsiders to come to this little-known Yagu Mountain. I just saw Yagu Mountain in some mythological stories, so I wanted to see if it really is as the legends say," Su Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the driver's expression changed dramatically. He glanced around and lowered his voice to say to Su Chen, "Yagu Mountain is quite eerie. If you're just here to take a look, it's best to stay on the outskirts." "Eerie?" Su Chen noticed that the driver seemed to know something. He curiously asked, "What do you mean by eerie?" "I had a buddy who lives nearby. Every night, strange sounds would come from Yagu Mountain. What those sounds were, no one knows. A team was once sent up there to investigate, but that team mysteriously disappeared." Hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The information the driver mentioned was not included in the materials he had reviewed yesterday. Is that true? Su-chen pretended to be skeptical. Seeing that Su-chen seemed doubtful, the driver looked around again. He said mysteriously, "They say there are monsters with the heads of goats and the bodies of men in that mountain." At this, Su-chen's heart suddenly trembled. What does that monster look like? Su-chen feigned great interest and asked the driver. The driver replied, "It can walk upright, has a goat's head but a human body." Isn't that the monster from Sun Sighting Stream? Su-chen thought of the goat-headed creature he had seen in Sun Sighting Stream. Is that for real? That's too far-fetched. Su-chen continued to question the driver. His skepticism wasn't due to disbelief but rather a desire to know more details. Of course it's true. The driver patted his chest confidently and said, "Because the child who encountered that goat-headed monster is my friend's kid." Your friend's child? Su-chen looked at the driver as if he had thought of something. What is your friend's last name? Su-chen asked this question purely to confirm his thoughts. However, the driver thought Su-chen was doubting him. "Son," the driver replied. Upon hearing this surname, Su-chen became even more certain of his thoughts. The goat-headed monster in Sun Sighting Stream was her childhood nightmare. She indeed encountered the goat-headed monster when she was young. But that memory was sealed by a very special means. That memory was indeed sealed, but it hasn't disappeared. That's why Sun Sighting dreams of the goat-headed monster. Moreover, there should be a very powerful extraordinary person among Sun Sighting's family. Otherwise, she would never have escaped the pursuit of the goat-headed monster. As things progressed, Su-chen felt increasingly uneasy. However, one thing he could confirm was that Yagu Mountain was indeed not simple. While chatting with the driver, Su-chen glanced at the time. He took out his phone and said to the driver, "You can go ahead and do your thing. Call you when I'm out." "It's fine," the driver waved his hand, smiling at Su-chen. "I can wait for you in the car." Since the driver had said so, Su-chen didn't insist. After a quick tidy-up, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards Yagu Mountain. The driver, perhaps out of concern or for other reasons, called out to Su-chen's retreating figure, "Make sure not to go too deep into Yagu Mountain, it's really dangerous there." "Thank you." Su-chen turned back to glance at the driver and smiled. "I won't go into the deep mountains." With that, Su-chen continued on his way. Yagu Mountain was lush with trees and flowers everywhere. At first, Su-chen could still see the man-made paths and steps. But as he ventured deeper, the man-made paths and steps became fewer and fewer. Eventually, he couldn't see any man-made paths or steps at all. Concealment. At this moment, Su-chen activated concealment. The spiritual energy of Yagu Mountain wasn't very abundant, but if Su-chen used concealment, the flow of his chi body could still keep up. Since it could keep up, Su-chen decided to keep concealment active. As he walked, Su-chen saw quite a few spiritual energy springs. However, the energy produced by these springs was insufficient for his cultivation. Su-chen continued to delve deeper. As he went further in, he noticed that the wildlife was becoming scarcer. Roar! Just then, a strange cry echoed. Su-chen looked in the direction of the sound. Through the layers of trees, he saw a clearing not far away. In the clearing, a massive, blood-red scorpion was resting. Su-chen summoned the system and took out the falling sunset soul-settling sword. Earlier, while walking through the dense forest, Su-chen had felt a bit anxious. But the moment the falling sunset soul-settling sword appeared in his hand, that anxiety vanished completely. It turns out, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Su-chen shook his head with a wry smile. He sensed the extraordinary nature of the scorpion, so he had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with it. Since he had already discovered it, Su-chen decided to walk around it. Hiss! Just as Su-chen made the decision to walk around the scorpion, another strange cry came from not far away. He looked in the direction of the sound. Not far off, a green snake was watching him with a peculiar gaze. Bone charcoal green level, see juvenile stage. Description: originally a green snake that grew in the Great 10,000 Mountains. It mutated and evolved after accidentally consuming a certain plant. Su-chen was puzzled by the description of the bone charcoal green. It didn't explain why it was called bone charcoal green. In fact, the bone charcoal green had already noticed Su-chen. The strange cry it had just emitted was a warning to Su-chen. Seeing that Su-chen ignored its warning, the snake's eyes flashed with anger. Get lost. Su-chen glared at the bone charcoal green and growled softly. Hiss! The bone charcoal green slightly opened its mouth. A crimson tongue flicked out. Its body arched slightly, as if ready to attack at any moment. Su-chen knew this was an unavoidable battle. Since it couldn't be avoided, he decided to strike first. He gripped the falling sunset soul-settling sword tightly in his right hand and raised it to his chest. Extreme falling sword rain! Su-chen shouted. The chi swords began to form behind him, pointing towards the bone charcoal green. The chi swords shot forward. Bone shield. The bone charcoal green slightly opened its mouth, and a special syllable emerged from it. A wall of bones appeared in front of it. The white bones on this wall are very strange in appearance, looking somewhat like human bones. But upon closer inspection, one would find that the bones here are still somewhat different from human bones. Clang! 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 The chi sword struck the white bone wall, producing a ding-ding clang sound. Su Chen didn't know how to describe this sound. A round of chi sword attacks did not break the white bone wall. In fact, it didn't even cause the slightest damage to the wall. At this moment, Su Chen summoned the system. He took out the Wuyo ring from the system and put it on his hand. The defense of this white bone wall is very strong. Breaking it is definitely not a simple task. Shaking Heaven Divine Fist. Since the chi sword could not pose a threat to the white bone wall, Su Chen decided to use his fists. Clang! Approaching the white bone wall, Su Chen's fist struck hard against it. The white bone wall shook, and fine cracks appeared on it. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. Su Chen's right hand trembled slightly. Purple chi spread like flames. Over the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. He swung the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. The sword slashed against the white bone wall. The purple chi began to spread across the white bone wall. In an instant, the wall was engulfed in flames made of purple chi. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of wood splitting echoed continuously. Various cracks began to appear on the white bone wall. As the chi continued to pulse, the cracks on the wall multiplied. In less than a few seconds, the white bone wall was burned to ruin by the fiery chi, scattering debris everywhere. Just at the moment the white bone wall shattered, the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green flew straight towards Su Chen. That's right, it flew over. At its midsection, a pair of jet black wings had sprouted, though it was unclear when. The wings looked very peculiar, resembling cicada wings. But upon closer inspection, they were very similar to flesh wings. Its flying speed was fast. By the time Su Chen reacted, it was already less than a meter away from him. Its mouth slightly opened, revealing its menacing fangs. Golden light spell. Su Chen growled. A golden light burst forth, enveloping Su Chen within. Clang! The moment the golden light spell appeared, the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green crashed into it. The bone charcoal bamboo leaf green that collided with the golden light spell fell directly to the ground. Shaking Heaven Divine Fist, Su Chen clenched his fist and struck towards the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green. But just as Su Chen's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from it, the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green suddenly vanished from his sight. In the spot where it had been, a pitch-black bamboo charcoal appeared. Goodness, the name bone charcoal bamboo leaf green is actually related to its strange abilities. After making this remark, Su Chen began to search for the whereabouts of the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green. He noticed a small bamboo grove not far in front of him. At this moment, the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green had transformed into a bamboo, standing tall among the bamboo grove. It did this because it sensed the threat of death from Su Chen, so it planned to disguise itself to evade him. Exotic beasts possess intelligence, and Su Chen was not surprised at all. After all, he had encountered talking exotic beasts before. What surprised him was that the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green would disguise itself as bamboo. Since he had already seen through its disguise, Su Chen certainly wouldn't let it off easily. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. The Luoxia Soul Settling Sword was instantly covered in purple chi. Swift Wind Step. Activating the fastest exotic technique, Su Chen approached the bone charcoal bamboo leaf green. He swung the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword, aiming directly at the bamboo. Leap! The purple flame of chi instantly soared into the air, enveloping the bamboo. Hiss! 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 The bone charcoal bamboo leaves, covered in flames, let out wails. Ding! Killed the exotic beast. Bone charcoal bamboo leaf green. Reward obtained 320 points. Qinglian Sword Song. Qinglian Sword Song level Heavenly Grade Superior. Description: an advanced version of the Qinglian sword technique. Wielding the long sword can summon the Qinglian to attack. Looking at the description of the Qinglian Sword Song, Su Chen smiled. Finally, it's not one of those useless skills. Su Chen was genuinely happy. The bone charcoal bamboo leaf green was now completely dead. Su Chen prepared to delve deeper into Yagu Mountain, but at that moment, the strange sound he had heard earlier rang out again. Su Chen quickly looked towards the open space. He saw that the giant scorpion in the clearing had disappeared. Without him noticing, Su Chen felt a slight panic and hurriedly searched around. After a thorough search, he found that the scorpion was now less than 10 meters away from him. Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, Level B Grade, Growth Stage. Description: born in the land of miasma, it has been fighting against various poisons since birth. The harsh growth environment has given it terrifying strength. Looking at this description, Su Chen was shocked. After his rebirth, he had encountered many exotic beasts, but these exotic beasts each had their own opportunities. Almost everyone that evolved into an exotic beast had consumed exotic fruits or other rare treasures, but the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion before him was different. This Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion had evolved entirely through battle. Exotic beasts that evolve solely through combat are undoubtedly the most terrifying existence among them. They can even fight above their level. Human, this is not a place for you. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion suddenly spoke. Its voice sounded like that of an old man. Why? Su Chen looked at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, his eyes showing no fear. Because this world belongs to us beasts, not to you humans, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion said coldly to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Suchen actually laughed. That's the funniest joke I've heard in a while. You find my words amusing? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's face showed no expression. However, its voice carried an angry tone. This world belongs neither to humans nor to exotic beasts. In my view, this planet belongs to all living beings. Suchen's words sounded particularly like those of a charlatan. Ha ha ha. Hearing this foolish remark from Gao Mu, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion actually laughed. You are truly foolish. The famous mountains and rivers have not yet been completely unsealed, so from the current perspective, this planet still belongs to you humans. But once the famous mountains are unsealed, just wait and see who this planet belongs to. You must know that the Yagu mountain I inhabit is merely the least renowned among many great mountains. The 5 great mountains need not be mentioned. How many terrifying existences are there in the mythical mountains like Kunlun, Changbai, and Qinling? I can't even imagine. Once the great mountains are unsealed and the spiritual energy revives, you humans will ultimately become the food for the exotic beasts. The words of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion were very realistic. If Suchen were not a reborn person, he would definitely have angrily rebuked the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion for its nonsense. But as a reborn individual, Suchen was very clear that what the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion said was true. After the revival of spiritual energy and the unsealing of the great mountains, humans would indeed become the food for exotic beasts. At least, that would be the case at the beginning. Food? Do you believe that you will become my food right now? Suchen coldly said to the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Suchen's words, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion laughed again. I admit, you are now among the best of humanity. But do you know? In front of me, you are nothing. I am currently in the B-level growth phase. In your human ranking system, I should be equivalent to the 3rd to 6th level of concentration. And as for you, you are merely at the 1st level of concentration. Do you think someone like you could be my opponent? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion spoke with a tone of utter disdain. Suchen knew that what the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion said was true. At Suchen's current level, he was indeed no match for the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. But let's not forget, Suchen possessed something that other beings of the same level did not have. And that was the system. For those who have a system, fighting above their level is truly not a big deal. Even if the opponent is a beast that has transformed into a through battle. Extreme Fallen Sword Rain. Suchen wielded the Falling Twilight Soul Settling Sword. One by one, chi swords formed behind Suchen. He pointed at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, and the chi swords flew straight towards it. Using such petty tricks, you humans are really amusing. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion scoffed at Suchen's chi swords. Is that so? Suchen's lips curled slightly. Go! Suchen pointed at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The chi swords flew directly towards it. Golden Light Spell. Golden light appeared, instantly transforming into strands of gold, flying towards the direction of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. I already told you, these are all petty tricks. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion shook its head. Suchen ignored it. As the chi swords and golden strands flew towards the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, Suchen also activated Swift Wind Step. He approached the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion at the fastest speed. Green Lotus Sword Zone. Facing the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, Suchen unleashed his new. The sword energy surged. A green lotus formed from sword energy appeared behind Suchen's head. Go! Suchen roared again. The green lotus exploded, transforming into countless strands of sword energy flying towards the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. By this point, Suchen had already used 3. Clang! 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 The chi swords struck the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, making a clang sound. The sound was like hail hitting a car. Is this it? Although the chi swords were strong, they did not break through the defenses of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. After all the chi swords were used, they caused not a single bit of damage to the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. At that moment, the golden strands from the golden light spell also reached the front of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. If swords can't harm me, what do you expect from these things? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion said disdainfully. The purpose of the golden strands was not to attack. Their role was more to restrain the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The golden strands flew onto the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, moving like a spirit snake across its body. In just a few seconds, the golden strands bound the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Swift Wind Step. Seeing this, Suchen approached the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion at the fastest speed. Heaven-shaking divine fist. The golden light on his left fist began to bloom. Bang! His fist struck the head of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion was unscathed. Human. After taking Suchen's blow, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion laughed heartily. Is this your trick? You're just scratching my itch. Suchen was very annoyed by the continuous taunts from the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Stop cursing, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion continued its mockery. If cursing worked, then you humans would be invincible in the world. Heaven-shaking divine fist. Su Chen's divine fist struck again, but still, it caused not a single bit of damage to the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. Since these strange techniques could not harm it, Su Chen decided to try something else. The purple chi flame began to rise. In just a fleeting moment, the falling sunset soul-settling sword was already enveloped in the purple chi flame. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion still wore a disdainful expression, but for some reason, when it saw the purple chi flame, its heart suddenly trembled. Could this flame actually harm me? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion questioned itself, but before it could finish its thought, Su Chen's falling sunset soul-settling sword swung toward it. Although the sword did not touch the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, the chi flame scorched it. Even though it was just a small touch, it still caused the scorpion to feel pain. What is that smell? At the same time, Su Chen caught a whiff of a burnt odor. He began to search for the source of the burnt smell. To his surprise, he actually found it. He saw that a spot on the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion had already turned charred. It seems this chi flame is quite powerful. Now that he knew this, the next steps became much easier. Su Chen wielded the falling sunset soul-settling sword and began to attack the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The scorpion no longer held its previous arrogance. As Su Chen continued to attack, it kept retreating and dodging. At that moment, it appeared particularly disheveled. Despite its massive size, its evasion skills were indeed impressive. However, even so, there were still many areas on its body that had been scorched black by the chi flame. The burnt smell lingered in Su Chen's nostrils, never dissipating. The pain began to show in the scorpion's eyes. It realized it had underestimated this human before it. Stop! The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion suddenly shouted. But what it did not expect was that Su Chen had no intention of halting his attack. The falling sunset soul-settling sword in his hand continued to strike. The number of charred spots on the scorpion increased. Those blackened areas became extremely fragile. Just a slight touch would cause them to crumble. Spare me, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion cried out. Wasn't your mouth quite powerful just now? What's wrong now? Su Chen mocked, yet his attacks did not cease. I truly know I was wrong. Please spare me. As long as you let me go, I will do anything you ask. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion shouted desperately for its life. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. He stopped attacking and looked at the scorpion. With a half-smile, what do you want me to let you do? Are you willing? Yes. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion nodded vigorously. Su Chen chuckled. I need a mount. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion became furious. Human, I feel you're insulting me. That's right, Su Chen replied without hesitation, nodding. I am indeed insulting you. You can accept it. Of course, you can also choose not to accept it. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion began to hesitate. I do not accept, it shouted loudly. I, for one, do not like to force others. Since you do not accept, then so be it. As Su Chen's words fell, he charged at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion again with the falling sunset soul-settling sword. The burning pain on its body had not completely faded. When it saw the falling sunset soul-settling sword in Su Chen's hand, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's body involuntarily trembled. It must be known that as a powerful being that had emerged from poisonous insects, no matter how painful the physical pain was, the scorpion could endure it. However, the pain brought by the chi flame was not merely physical. The chi flame was not only scorching the body of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion but also burning its soul. The pain of the soul is 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times greater than that of the body. This kind of pain is something even the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion cannot endure. Seeing Su Chen charging at it again, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's eyes were filled with fear. Don't come any closer. I'm willing to be your mount, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion shouted. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stopped in his tracks. However, the expression he directed at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion was quite strange. According to what he knew, the pride of exotic beasts was very strong. Even before his rebirth, Su Chen had never heard of a strong person taking an exotic beast as a pet or mount. Therefore, Su Chen felt that the reason the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion agreed was that it had other plans. You're not pretending to submit just to find an opportunity to kill me, are you? Su Chen looked at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. That's right. What Su Chen didn't expect was that the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion nodded very readily. That is indeed what I'm thinking. Interesting, really interesting. To be honest, Su Chen had already started to like the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion a bit. Since his rebirth, he had encountered quite a few exotic beasts, but he had never met one as interesting as the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Those exotic beasts could also speak human language. However, their way of thinking was different from that of humans. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion was different. Its way of thinking was very similar to that of humans, and it was the kind of thinking that could achieve great things. Alright, no matter what your true thoughts are, for now, you are my mount, Su Chen said to the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Although the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion felt a bit humiliated, it still nodded. Where do you want to go? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion asked Su Chen. To be honest, Su Chen didn't have a destination either. He looked at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion and smiled, asking, do you know if there are any interesting places nearby? According to the rules, in a large mountain like this, as long as there was a slightly interesting place, there would definitely be good things or treasures. You know, there really is a fun place nearby, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion said. Then take me to see it, Su Chen said to the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. After saying that, Su Chen lightly leaped and jumped directly onto the back of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. You, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion wanted to get angry. What's wrong? Su Chen feigned indifference, playing with his falling sunset soul settling sword. It's nothing, nothing. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion quickly shook its head. Although the falling sunset soul settling sword didn't have any chi fire on it now, even so, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion felt a chill run through its body upon seeing it. The forest was the home ground of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Walking here, it felt as easy as walking on flat ground. The key point was that its speed was not slow at all. What would take Su Chen 10 minutes to walk, it could reach in just a few minutes. This time was directly cut down by more than half. With such amount, won't I save a lot of trouble in the future? Its speed in the forest was comparable to that of a motorcycle. If it were on flat ground, wouldn't its speed be comparable to that of a car? The key point was that it looked very impressive. System Mall. Su Chen summoned the System Mall. He then began to search for items related to taming beasts. Beast Taming Chain. Beginner price 1,000 points. Beast Taming Chain Intermediate price 10,000 points. Beast Taming Chain Advanced price 100,000 points. The 3 levels of Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced corresponded to the levels of exotic beasts. Beginner could tame E and D level exotic beasts. Intermediate could tame C and B level exotic beasts. Advanced could tame A and S level exotic beasts. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion is a B level growing exotic beast. If you want to tame it, you must use an intermediate beast taming chain. Su Chen's points are only a little over 800. Even the lowest level beast taming chain is something he can't afford, let alone the intermediate one. I can't accept this. To be honest, Su Chen actually quite likes this mount, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. We've arrived. Just as Su Chen was pondering how to tame the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, the running scorpion suddenly came to a halt. Su Chen quickly regained his focus and looked into the distance. Is this the fun place you were talking about? Su Chen asked the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The scorpion retorted, do you think this place isn't fun? Su Chen was at a loss for words. Before him lay an open space. It was already a very strange phenomenon to find an open area in the dense forest. Even stranger was the small lake that appeared in this clearing. The water flowed gently, rippling with a clear blue hue. Just a glance at it brought a sense of comfort. Behind the small lake stood a thatched cottage. A small lake and a thatched cottage. There should be some land nearby, right? Su Chen searched around. Sure enough, not far from the thatched cottage, he spotted a piece of land. It was a wasteland, overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for a long time. Why? Do you think this place is fun? Su Chen asked the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, puzzled. The scorpion looked reverently towards the direction of the thatched cottage and said to Su Chen, because a human once lived here. A human? Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately became interested. At the same time, his mind began to conjure up some images. Could it be some reclusive master? Su Chen thought to himself. So what? Su Chen still didn't understand why the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion would consider this a fun place. That master was very powerful. Perhaps there are his teachings or inheritance here. The scorpion began to tempt Su Chen. According to the usual tropes in novels, there was indeed such a possibility. But Su Chen looked at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion with cold eyes. This creature had always wanted to kill him. Would it be so kind as to offer him such a great opportunity? Not to mention that Su Chen didn't believe it. Even the scorpion itself felt that this was a bit absurd. It was taking a gamble. A gamble that Su Chen's greed would overcome his rationality. But the facts proved it wrong. If Su Chen hadn't been reborn, he might have believed the scorpion's words. But the reborn Su Chen was much more cautious than in his previous life. So at this moment, rationality triumphed over greed. Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? Su Chen coldly stared at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. I'm telling the truth. The scorpion said this with a tone of utmost sincerity. Really? Su Chen toyed with the falling sunset soul settling sword in his hand and smiled at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, saying, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Even if you give me 100 chances, I'm still telling the truth, the scorpion said. Sounding quite aggrieved, as if Su Chen's misunderstanding made it feel very wronged. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. Su Chen shouted. Purple flames began to rise. From the falling sunset soul-settling sword. Suchen chose not to attack the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion with the sword but instead circled around its body with its. Which do you think tastes better, scorpion legs or crab legs? Suchen seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps asking the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. I was wrong. The presence of the flames instilled fear in the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. It looked pitifully at Suchen and said, "Not everything I said was a lie. Here, there used to live a very powerful human." But? Suchen asked the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion said helplessly, but that human suddenly disappeared. After he vanished, many strange beasts tried to enter his house, wanting to see if there were any opportunities inside. But the strange beasts found that they couldn't even get close to the house. Suchen looked at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion curiously and asked, "What do you mean by unable to get close?" Wait a moment. After the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion finished speaking, it walked towards the house. Not to mention getting close to the house, even approaching the small lake was very difficult. When it was less than a meter away from the small lake, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion found it impossible to move. It felt as if it were sinking into a quagmire, each step extremely challenging. When it began to retreat, that feeling gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Suchen slightly furrowed his brows. He felt that things were not so simple. If it was just difficult to move, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion wouldn't have tempted him. Moreover, with the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's formidable strength, it shouldn't have been unable to traverse the quagmire-like ground. So Suchen believed there must be something else going on. When the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion returned, Suchen toyed with the falling sunset soul-settling sword and asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion showed a look of confusion in its eyes. It shook its head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Really? Suchen looked at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion skeptically and said, "If it were just that, you definitely wouldn't have tricked me into going in. I know you want to kill me. There must be deadly danger inside, and you want me to go in." Suchen looked coldly at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Seeing Suchen's gaze, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's body trembled involuntarily. There was no killing intent in Suchen's eyes, but the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion still felt an indescribable fear. "Don't want to say?" Suchen's gaze and tone had completely turned cold. "Since you don't want to speak, I won't force you anymore." As Suchen said this, he walked towards the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's body began to tremble wildly. This trembling was entirely out of fear. It was afraid that Suchen would really kill it. Okay. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion shouted loudly while retreating. I'll tell you. Previously, there was a strange beast that wanted to go in, and it broke through the quagmire. But when it entered the range of the small house, a long sword suddenly flew out from somewhere and directly killed it. Hearing this, Suchen nodded. "That's more like it." As soon as he finished speaking, Suchen retracted the falling sunset soul-settling sword. With a shift of his chi, Suchen's eyes changed color. He looked towards the direction of the thatched cottage. He clearly saw that in the place where the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion had found it difficult to move, strange runes appeared. These runes were ones Suchen had never seen before. Besides on the ground, runes also appeared on the thatched cottage, in the open space, and even in the wasteland, faintly visible. Suchen didn't know what these runes were, but he felt they were definitely not simple. To be honest, when he first saw the thatched cottage, Suchen did have the thought of exploring it, but that thought disappeared when he saw the runes. He concluded that the area around the thatched cottage must be fraught with danger. Whether there were any good things inside was still unknown, so Suchen decided not to take the risk. Just as he was about to close the passage, he discovered that among the many runes, there was a patch of ground without any runes. In that area devoid of runes, it stretched directly from the doorway of the thatched cottage to just in front of Suchen. Interesting. Suchen's lips curled up, revealing a look of surprise. Could it be that this rune-free area is a passageway? To verify this thought, Suchen decided to give it a try. With that in mind, he walked towards the area without runes. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, witnessing this scene, revealed a smile of triumph. "I told you, how could human reason possibly overcome desire?" The closer Suchen got to the direction of the thatched cottage, the broader the smile on the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's face became. But just as Suchen reached the spot where it had previously struggled to move, its expression suddenly changed, because it realized that Suchen seemed to be moving without any hindrance. How is this possible? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion felt utterly incredulous. As Suchen continued to advance, the look of disbelief on the scorpion's face deepened. At this moment, Suchen was less than 10 meters away from the thatched cottage. Not far ahead was the place where the strange beast had been slain by the flying sword. "I refuse to believe you won't be killed by the flying sword." With this thought, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion became excited again. But what it didn't expect was that Suchen was still advancing slowly. How is this possible? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's eyes widened. Suchen had already past the spot where the strange beast had been killed. He was now just a step away from the thatched cottage. Die, die, die. Die for me, the crimson flame. Poison King Scorpion shouted in its heart. But its cries had no effect at all. Just like that, Suchen walked into the thatched cottage unscathed. The crimson flame. Poison King Scorpion was completely deflated. This human is truly bizarre. Seeing Suchen enter the thatched cottage, the crimson flame Poison King Scorpion's mind began to race again. It looked around and thought to itself, since this human can't see me anymore, can I escape? As the king of poisons, the crimson flame Poison King Scorpion did not want to be enslaved by humans. Suchen, who had entered the thatched cottage, was unaware that the crimson flame Poison King Scorpion was contemplating escape outside. The thatched cottage looked small from the outside, but the space inside was anything but small. Moreover, unlike the simplicity outside, the interior was very luxurious. It seems the previous owner used spatial magic. Otherwise, how could such a large space be constructed within a tiny thatched cottage? Suchen thought as he began to look around. After surveying the area, Suchen felt a bit disappointed, because in this vast space he did not see anything of value. However, deep within the expansive space, a painting caught Suchen's attention. It was a painting of normal size. The painting depicted a person. The person wore a bamboo hat and a raincoat, sitting on a bamboo raft. Since the face was not visible, Suchen could not determine the person's gender. The figure held a fishing rod in one hand and was playing with a long sword in the other. Beneath the bamboo raft was a pure white expanse, looking as if it were covered in snow. But upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was not snow. Beneath that layer of whiteness, Suchen vaguely saw some crimson color. What's going on? Suchen felt very strange. Both the painting and the person in it gave him a very odd feeling. After examining it closely for a while, Suchen continued to survey the vast space. He noticed that in a certain part of the space, there was actually a small door. The door was wooden and appeared to be of very average quality. Could there be something good behind this door? Suchen thought as he walked towards the door. Arriving in front of the door, Suchen attempted to open it, but no matter whether he pulled, pushed, or slid, the door would not budge. Suchen attempted to use brute force to pull the door open. However, he soon discovered that this seemingly low-quality wooden door was as immovable as Mount Tai. No matter how hard Suchen exerted himself, the wooden door remained completely still. Suchen decided to check if there was a mechanism for the door. After a thorough search, he indeed found an unusual spot. Suchen walked over to that unusual place. It was very well hidden. Even in the state of, he only found it after careful searching. When Suchen reached the unusual spot, he found a button there. He gently pressed the button. The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open. Suchen stood up and walked inside through the door. Inside the wooden door was an enormous space. This space was filled with numerous shelves. The shelves held many items, books, weapons, equipment. But most of these items had already decayed and were unusable. Only a very small portion was still functional. However, Suchen didn't find any of those usable items appealing. He walked deeper into this vast space. At the far end of the enormous space, there was a desk. Using to examine the desk, Suchen discovered that there was actually a safe beneath it. The safe was forged from an unknown material. Suchen's eyes nearly bulged out, yet he could not see what was inside the safe. He tried to force it open with brute strength, but the safe was just like the wooden door before. No matter how much strength Suchen used, the safe remained completely still. Perhaps I can try using the Suchen thought, pulling the from the system and gripping it tightly in his hand. He raised the above his head and swung it down hard at the safe. Clang! The struck the safe, producing a deafening sound. Suchen's arm holding the sword went numb from the impact. Looking at the safe again, it had not been cleaved open, but had only left a shallow mark on its surface. What material is this? How can it be so sturdy? Suchen shook his slightly numb arm and awkwardly scratched his head. Since ordinary attacks were ineffective, Suchen could only resort to using a special technique. Purple flames of chi began to spread across the. This time, instead of swinging wildly, Suchen slowly placed the against the safe. The once incredibly hard safe now felt as soft as tofu. The sliced downwards, cutting through the front of the safe. The safe was opened. Inside, there appeared a fruit. The fruit was golden yellow, resembling a mango. In the state of, the information about the fruit appeared before Suchen's eyes. Description: a very magical exotic fruit that, when consumed, grants a large amount of spiritual energy. If eaten during a breakthrough, it will have unexpected effects. Looking at the description of the, Suchen's brow twitched slightly. He could tell that this was not an ordinary item. Using it during a breakthrough will have unexpected effects. Seeing this, Suchen began to hesitate. According to its description, this exotic fruit should be consumed directly. However, the description of the made Suchen feel that eating it now would be a waste. I'll just store it in the system for now, Suchen thought, placing the into the system's storage. Since the description indicated that its effects would be better during a breakthrough, Suchen certainly wouldn't act rashly. After storing the exotic fruit in the system, Su-chen began to look around. He wanted to see if there were still such safes in this place. But after a thorough search, Su-chen did not find any. Unwilling to give up, he searched again, but ultimately left the place helplessly. When he returned to that palace-like location, he discovered that the environment inside had changed. It had once been very luxurious here, but now, looking again, it lacked the opulence and instead had a sense of desolation. Su-chen didn't understand why he felt this way. Looking at the painting again, the ice and snow that had been depicted had melted, revealing the lake beneath. Su-chen was shocked to find that the lake beneath the solitary boat was blood red. Moreover, this blood red color was very similar to human blood. On the shore of the lake, the withered trees had regained their vitality. It was as if Gaomu's entrance and exit had changed the season in the painting. Aside from this painting and the room's decor and furnishings, everything else remained unchanged. Just as Su-chen was feeling puzzled, the door here suddenly opened. "You have stayed here long enough. Now, you should leave." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Gaomu's mind. Indeed, it was resonating in Su-chen's mind. "Who are you?" Su-chen instinctively asked. The other party did not respond at all. "You have only 10 seconds. The voice echoed in Su-chen's mind again. "If you do not leave here in 10 seconds, you will remain here for the rest of your life." For some reason, upon hearing this voice, Su-chen felt a bit flustered. As a reborn person, he had thought he would be fearless. Yet this voice still instilled fear in him, and this fear came from deep within. The unknown always made one feel uncomfortable. Su-chen looked towards the door. Without any hesitation, he walked straight towards it. The moment he stepped out of the thatched house, the house closed immediately. Seeing Su-chen emerge from the thatched house, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion was filled with shock. It seemed that Su-chen's ability to come out from inside was something that astonished it greatly. Noticing the look in the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's eyes, Su-chen smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? Did you get something good from in there?" The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion asked Su-chen. As it asked this question, its eyes were filled with greed. "I did indeed get something good inside." Su-chen had no intention of hiding it from the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. This was not because he trusted it, but because he felt that even if it knew something, it would not pose any threat to him. What good thing? The greed in the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's eyes intensified. A strange fruit. Su-chen's eyes were fixed on the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. In his heart, he was even more wary of it. A strange fruit? The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion was stirred. The greed in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a blood-red hue. This blood-red color transcended greed. "If you are planning to make a move now, I won't mind turning you into dust," Su-chen coldly said to the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. He hoped that the scorpion's reason would overcome its desire and greed. But the fact proved that the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion had no ability to suppress its desires. "Hand it over." It fixed its blood-red eyes on Su-chen. "It seems that your desires have the upper hand now," Su-chen said with a half-smile, looking at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. The scorpion swung its right claw and shouted, "Hurry up and give me what you got from the thatched house. Otherwise, I will kill you." When desire takes the upper hand, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion directly ignores the power gap between it and Su-chen. The reason desire prevails for the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion is that it believes what Su-chen has obtained is worth risking its life for. This belief stems entirely from the fact that the otherworldly beasts cannot enter the thatched cottage. The thatched cottage is protected by powerful formations and restrictions, preventing the otherworldly beasts from entering. Thus, they mistakenly assume that the strong formations and restrictions are there because there are valuable items inside. This is why the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion harbors such thoughts. "This is what I obtained from inside," Su-chen said, surprisingly pulling out the Extreme Radiance Spirit Fruit and placing it in his palm. However, upon seeing the Extreme Radiance Spirit Fruit, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion simply did not believe it. The Extreme Radiance Spirit Fruit was indeed remarkable, but in the eyes of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, it should not be what Su-chen obtained from the thatched cottage. Compared to what they imagined, the Extreme Radiance Spirit Fruit was certainly not what Su-chen had. "I don't believe it," the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion shouted. "This is not what I imagined." Hearing this, Su-chen was stunned. "Have you been inside? Do you know what's in there?" "I'll tell you the truth, this fruit is the best thing in the thatched cottage." Su-chen had been inside the thatched cottage and knew what was there. Compared to other items, the Extreme Radiance Spirit Fruit was indeed the best thing. "Inside? I don't believe it." The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion roared. It simply did not trust Su-chen's words. It felt that Su-chen must have obtained something much better than the Extreme Radiance Spirit Fruit. "I'll give you 10 seconds to hand it over. If you don't give it to me in 10 seconds, I will summon all the otherworldly beasts nearby." The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion knew it was no match for Su-chen. To obtain what Su-chen had brought out from the thatched cottage, it did not mind summoning other beasts. Fighting Su-chen alone, the chances of getting the item were almost non-existent. But if it summoned other beasts, then it would have a better chance. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's calculations were indeed clever. However, it overlooked one point: Suchen despised being threatened the most. Since we've come this far, wouldn't it be unreasonable if I didn't teach you a lesson? The Falling Sunset Soul Sword appeared in Suchen's hand. Upon seeing this sword, the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion began to feel a bit afraid. It raised its head and shouted loudly, "There's a human here who brought out something good from the thatched cottage." Its voice was loud enough for creatures within several miles to hear. As soon as its voice fell, Suchen heard the rustling sounds around him. He knew that the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion's shout had worked. But Suchen did not rush to deal with the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. He was waiting for those otherworldly beasts to arrive. Asterisk: in this situation, leaving was clearly no longer an option. Since it was too late to leave, Suchen planned to unleash a massacre. Before long, the otherworldly beasts appeared. Opening the passage, they looked around. Most of the beasts that came this time were sea level, with only a small number being B level. Ha ha ha, finally, a human has gone in. I just want to know what good things this human has obtained. No matter what good things this human has obtained, in the end, they all belong to us. This Yagu Mountain is the domain of our otherworldly beasts. Whatever this human obtains must stay in Yagu Mountain. I suspect that the old scorpion called us over because it couldn't handle this human. Otherwise, it would never have summoned us. These strange beasts are not fools. If the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion could handle Suchen by itself, it would definitely not let the other beasts take advantage. Everyone's here. Suchen looked around. All the strange beasts were now staring at Suchen. Their gazes were very similar to that of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, filled with greed and desire. Since everyone is here, then it's time for my hunting moment, Suchen said at this moment. Hearing Gao Mu's words, a silver-white fox not far away laughed heartily. "Human, I don't care how strong you are. But this place is, after all, the territory of us strange beasts. No matter how powerful you are, you can't." Before the fox could finish its words, Suchen had already rushed to the front of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. "It's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Suchen swung the Falling Sunset Soul Settling Sword in his hand. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. The purple chi flame instantly enveloped the Falling Sunset Soul Settling Sword. Suchen raised the Falling Sunset Soul Settling Sword above his head and looked down directly at the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Clang! The Falling Sunset Soul Settling Sword did not harm the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. However, the chi flame began to spread over the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion like a raging fire. In less than a few seconds, the chi flame covered the entire body of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. "Ah! It hurts! It hurts!" This soul-burning pain made the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion scream madly. The surrounding strange beasts gasped at this scene. Most of the strange beasts among them were not as strong as the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Only one or two strange beasts were on par with the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. Seeing the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion being burned by the chi flame, some strange beasts already felt the urge to retreat. However, there were still some strange beasts that decided to fight back. The cries of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion grew weaker. Suchen looked at it and said coldly, "I've given you chances, and not just a few. But you didn't know how to cherish them. Since that's the case, then go die." The eyes of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion were filled with resentment. It glared at Suchen and hissed fiercely, "Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Suchen scoffed, "You couldn't kill me when you were alive. Even if you really become a ghost after you die, you still won't be able to kill me." Suchen was that confident. The Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion no longer howled, because its last breath faded away with its words. Ding! Killing the strange beast, Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion, rewards 600 points, Shadow Step, Crimson Flame Fruit. Shadow Step, level, Heavenly Grade Middle Tier. Description: a very magical step. Using this step, you will become the shadow of your enemy. You can see the enemy, but the enemy cannot see you. Crimson Flame Fruit. Description: a strange fruit that is entirely red. Consuming it can directly grant a small realm increase. For Suchen at this moment, both the Crimson Flame Fruit and Shadow Step were good things. After reading the description, he directly swallowed the Crimson Flame Fruit. A powerful chi began to circulate within his body. In an instant, Suchen felt that his strength had risen to a new level. He summoned the system. Suchen saw that his realm had changed from the first level of concentration to the second level of concentration. Simple and straightforward. I like it. There are so many strange beasts here. I hope to find more fruits like this. Suchen's realm had stagnated at the first level of concentration for quite a long time. He had always wanted to break through. But unfortunately, the spiritual energy had not yet revived, and the global spiritual energy was very thin. Even in those places rich in spiritual energy, after he entered the concentration realm, it could not help him advance further. So for Suchen now, this kind of strange fruit was truly beneficial. Behind the various strange beasts, a bear with a golden coat looked towards a lion not far away. The lion furrowed its brow and said seriously, "This human is definitely a standout among humans. The old scorpion's realm is comparable to mine. If we were to fight, it would be 50-50, so I think the best choice right now is to sit back and watch the tigers fight." The golden bear nodded in agreement with the lion's words. These two strange beasts could be considered the elite among the many. They possessed a wisdom that did not belong to humans. Such wisdom also made them understand the principle of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. These two beasts were clever, but that did not mean that other strange beasts were also clever. The few strange beasts closest to Su Chen had already begun to stir restlessly. This human strength is indeed very formidable, but there are so many strange beasts here. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't take him down. He is strong, but we are numerous. If we swarm him, he will definitely not be a match for us. We are all beasts of Yago Mountain. Beasts do not deceive beasts. Encouraged by some of the strange beasts, they began to show their fangs and brandish their claws. All the beasts were waiting for an opportunity. What to do? Su Chen's mind began to race. The tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was clearly losing its effectiveness in the face of desire and greed. Do I really have to start a massacre? Su Chen thought to himself. Just as Su Chen remained unmoved, a strange beast suddenly launched an attack. It was a beast resembling a hawk. It had been circling in the air, waiting for the right moment. After waiting for so long, it finally found its chance. Since it had found the opportunity, it would certainly not let it slip away. The beast leaned forward slightly, revealing its sharp claws, and dove towards Su Chen. Its speed was astonishing. Anyone with a slower reaction would surely be caught off guard. But Su Chen's reaction was anything but slow. In fact, he had sensed the hawk's movement the moment it acted. He slightly shook the Luoxia soul-settling sword in his hand, preparing for a counterattack. Su Chen was ready, and the hawk was now less than 5 meters away from him. Purple. Extreme sword technique. In an instant, fiery energy enveloped the Luoxia soul-settling sword. When the hawk was less than 2 meters away, Su Chen suddenly pushed off the ground. He soared into the air, charging straight at the hawk. The Luoxia soul-settling sword danced in his hand, aimed at the hawk. The sword sliced through the hawk's body. In an instant, flames engulfed the hawk. Ah! A cry of pain escaped the hawk's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the hawk was reduced to ashes. The power of the fiery energy was astonishing. Ding! Killed strange beast. Skyhawk reward 490 points. The Skyhawk did not drop any weapons or strange techniques, only granting Su Chen some points as a reward. Su Chen was not disappointed at all. After all, there were still so many strange beasts here. Su Chen's kill of the hawk did not deter the restless movements of the other beasts. If we go one by one, we will definitely not be his match. We should all attack together. Exactly. Let's all go together. Only then do we have a chance. He only has one sword, but we have many strange beasts here. I don't believe that one sword can handle so many of us. Some strange beasts began to stir again. Encouraged by these beasts, some began to charge towards Su Chen. This time, they were no longer sneaking up but coming at him openly. Hulua saving Grandpa? Isn't that just asking for death? Su Chen shook his head and smiled. This time, a total of 7 strange beasts charged towards Su Chen. All of these beasts were at least sea-level adults. For Su Chen, this level of exotic beast posed no threat at all. Asterisk extreme fallen sword rain. Asterisk Su Chen raised the falling sunset soul sword high above his head with great momentum. The chi sword formed behind him. Asterisk go. Asterisk Su Chen pointed at the group of exotic beasts. The chi sword shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading towards the 7 exotic beasts. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. The chi sword flew in front of the 7 exotic beasts and pierced through their bodies completely. Asterisk ding. Killed exotic beast. True element beast. Reward 450 points. Asterisk ding. Killed exotic beast. Expanding fox. Reward 480 points. Asterisk ding. Killed exotic beast. Sang armor dog. Reward 450 points. Asterisk. The average point reward for the 7 exotic beasts was 470 points. Thus, Su Chen earned a total of 3,290 points in one breath. Adding his previous points, his current total reached 4,710 points. Asterisk these exotic beasts are really weak. They didn't drop anything for me, just gave me this little bit of point reward. Asterisk. Compared to point rewards, Su Chen preferred rewards in the form of exotic techniques or weapons and equipment. However, he wouldn't complain too much if there were none. With 4710 points, he still had some distance to go before reaching 10,000 points. At this moment, Su Chen began to scan the exotic beasts. He wanted to use these beasts to purchase a beast taming chain intermediate. Sometimes fate can be quite absurd. The relationship between hunter and prey had instantly transformed at this moment. In the distance, the lion and the golden bear felt something was off when they saw Su Chen's gaze. The golden bear forced a bitter smile and said to the lion beside him, asterisk now, we become the prey. Asterisk yeah. Asterisk the lion's face also showed a bitter expression. Asterisk this human is too strong, stronger than we expected. Asterisk Su Chen continued to slay exotic beasts, making the others too afraid to approach. The chi flames on the falling sunset soul sword made the exotic beasts tremble in fear. Seeing that the exotic beasts dared not advance, Su Chen smiled. Asterisk weren't you all shouting just now? Why has everyone gone mute? Asterisk Su Chen stood like a mountain. The exotic beasts dared not speak. Asterisk you can do whatever you want. I'll just take my leave. Asterisk at that moment, one exotic beast shouted loudly. After saying that, it fled without looking back. The other exotic beasts, seeing this, also began to prepare to retreat. The remaining exotic beasts were all ambitious ones. Su Chen looked at those who did not intend to retreat and asked with a smile, Asterisk aren't you planning to leave? Asterisk the exotic beasts remained silent, but from their eyes it was clear they were very wary of Su Chen. The golden bear looked at the lion beside him and asked, Asterisk what are your plans? Asterisk after hesitating for a while, the lion helplessly smiled and said, Asterisk given the situation, retreating is the best plan. Asterisk the lion was indeed decisive, leaving without any reluctance. However, the golden bear had no intention of leaving. It was different from the lion. The lion would never act unless it was absolutely certain. But the golden bear was different. In its view, even with a 1% chance, it would wait. Su Chen looked around. There were about 5 exotic beasts around him now. All of these beasts were at the C-level adult stage. At least one of them was at the B-level growth stage. Among so many exotic beasts, only this B-level growth stage beast could pose a threat to Su Chen. Asterisk I have to say, this exotic beast is really handsome. Asterisk. Su Chen looked at the golden bear, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Compared to the ugly scarlet flame poison king scorpion, Su Chen preferred to have this golden bear as a mount. When the golden bear noticed Su Chen looking at it, it suddenly felt a jolt in its heart. Asterisk what does this human want? Asterisk. The golden bear thought to itself. Su Chen stared at the golden bear for a while, then looked at the other exotic beasts. When Su Chen turned his gaze towards them, they all felt a tremor in their hearts. Since you don't plan to leave, then you shall stay. Su Chen shook the falling sunset soul settling sword in his hand. The chi flames appeared on the falling sunset soul settling sword once again. Swift wind step. Su Chen's speed reached its peak as he charged towards the nearest exotic beast. Bluetooth rabbit level C adult stage introduction asterisk an exotic beast that evolved after consuming Bluetooth fruit. Don't be fooled by its appearance as just a rabbit. Its attack power is not to be underestimated. This Bluetooth rabbit was the closest exotic beast to Su Chen. The falling sunset soul settling sword swung. The chi flames brushed past the Bluetooth rabbit's ears. The chi flames instantly enveloped the Bluetooth rabbit. The Bluetooth rabbit didn't even have time to react before being burned to ashes by the chi flames. Ding! Killed exotic beast Bluetooth rabbit asterisk reward. Obtained 480 points. Sword like the swift wind. Sword like the swift wind level. Heavenly grade superior. Introduction. A renowned skill of the swift wind. Swordmaster. This technique can increase the attack speed of sword-type weapons. Looking at the new exotic skill reward, Su Chen's expression didn't change at all. However, his heart was filled with joy. This exotic skill was like a timely help for Su Chen. After practicing it a few times, he quickly became familiar with the skill. Just then, the golden bear appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. The other exotic beasts retreated, making way for the golden bear as it approached Su Chen. Golden Armored Battle Bear Level B Growth Stage Introduction. One of the overlords of Yagu Mountain. Its fur is like gold and its defense is extremely strong. Human. The Golden Armored Battle Bear walked up to Su Chen, its eyes burning as it stared at him. Is there something you need? Su Chen asked with a smile, looking at the Golden Armored Battle Bear. The Golden Armored Battle Bear glanced towards the thatched cottage and said to Su Chen, hand over what you obtained from the thatched cottage and you may leave safely. Do you think that's possible? Su Chen looked at the Golden Armored Battle Bear and said coldly, what's impossible about it? The Golden Armored Battle Bear replied with a smile. If you hand it over, you might have a chance to live. But if you don't, I guarantee you won't leave Yagu Mountain. Is that so? Su Chen didn't believe the Golden Armored Battle Bear's words. You seem to lack the strength for that. You'll know if you try. The Golden Armored Battle Bear let out a low growl. It took a step forward and charged at Su Chen. Golden Claw. It raised its massive bear paw and swiped at Su Chen. At the moment it lifted its paw, its claws turned golden. It felt as if its claws were made of gold. Swift wind step. Su Chen sensed the extraordinary nature of the golden claw and chose to evade its sharpness. Moving his feet, he directly arrived behind the Golden Armored Battle Bear. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. Sword like the swift wind. The two exotic skills appeared almost simultaneously. Su Chen's attack speed surged to its peak in an instant. The falling sunset soul settling sword covered in chi flames lunged towards the Golden Armored Battle Bear. The Golden Armored Battle Bear sensed the threat from the chi flames. Therefore, it chose not to take the hit. Despite its large and somewhat clumsy body, its evasion was remarkably swift. Just as Su Chen's falling sunset soul-settling sword was about to strike it, it dodged Su Chen's attack with an incredibly strange speed. "Little bear, you're quite impressive," Su Chen said to the golden armored battle bear with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Don't call me little bear." The way Su Chen referred to it made the golden armored battle bear extremely angry. Blood-red hues began to appear in its eyes. "Come on." Su Chen smiled and waved his hand at the golden armored battle bear. "Come." The golden armored battle bear stepped forward again. "Tear the sky." The bear's paw came rushing towards Su Chen once more. Su Chen clearly saw a blood-red color shimmering on the bear's paw. "Extreme fallen sword rain," Su Chen shouted. The chi sword began to take shape behind Su Chen's head. "Go!" Su Chen pointed at the golden armored battle bear. The chi sword flew straight towards the golden armored battle bear. Whoosh! 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 The speed of the chi sword was incredibly fast, reaching the golden armored battle bear in an instant. Clang! 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 The chi sword collided with the bear's claws, bursting forth with dazzling light. When the light faded, the chi sword was gone, and the battle bear was unscathed. Although the golden armored battle bear was unharmed, it couldn't help but marvel at Su Chen's attack. "This human is indeed extraordinary." If it weren't for the things in the thatched cottage, the golden armored battle bear really didn't want to be enemies with a human like Su Chen. It's somewhat laughable. Although it didn't know what Su Chen had obtained from the thatched cottage, it felt that Su Chen must have gotten something good. Yet, it didn't understand why it had such a feeling. The realm of the golden armored battle bear was similar to that of the Crimson Flame Poison King Scorpion. However, in terms of combat power, the golden armored battle bear was superior. In just a few brief exchanges, both the human and the beast had a clear understanding of each other's strength. "Are we still fighting?" Su Chen asked the golden armored battle bear. To be honest, the golden armored battle bear didn't want to continue fighting Su Chen. It felt that if they kept fighting, the outcome was truly uncertain. Yet, it was also somewhat unwilling. It wanted what Su Chen had obtained from the thatched cottage. "Why not fight?" The golden armored battle bear roared, swinging its paw again. "Since you want to fight, then I will take it seriously next." Su Chen shook the falling sunset soul-settling sword and charged towards the golden armored battle bear. He had previously held back because he wanted to tame the golden armored battle bear as a mount. But now, Su Chen had developed a killing intent. This golden armored battle bear could not be left alive. Since he had the intent to kill, he must kill it. The falling sunset soul-settling sword was unleashed. The chi flame brushed past the golden armored battle bear and fell. The chi flame did not harm the crimson flame battle bear, but its temperature made the golden armored battle bear feel a burning sensation. Seeing that his first strike missed, Su Chen launched another attack. The long sword swept across. This time, the golden armored battle bear did not react in time. The chi flame ignited the bear's fur. The spread of the chi flame was incredibly fast, quickly engulfing the entire body of the golden armored battle bear. Battle bear golden armor. The golden armored battle bear roared. A golden light instantly enveloped its entire body. Although the chi flame burned all of the bear's fur, it did not cause any harm to its flesh. The once furry golden armored battle bear was now completely bald. Looking at its most prized fur being burned away, the golden armored battle bear was utterly enraged. "Human, I will kill you. I will tear you apart. I will shred you into pieces." The golden armored battle bear's eyes were bloodshot, filled with uncontrollable fury. "If you had the ability to kill me, you would have done it long ago." Su Chen did not believe the golden armored battle bear's words. "Then give it a try." The golden armored battle bear roared in anger and launched another attack at Su Chen. Seizing this moment, Su Chen took out the Wuyo finger tiger from the system. Wearing the Wuyo finger tiger on his hand, Su Chen threw a punch at the golden armored battle bear's head. Bang! The punch struck the golden armored battle bear's head, causing it to momentarily stagger. "It seems that fists really solve problems best." Su Chen chuckled and shook his head. Shocking heaven divine fist. The golden fist began to condense. Su Chen's fist struck out again. Bang! This punch still landed on the head of the golden armored warbear. Crack! But this time was different. There was actually the sound of bones shattering. Blood trickled down the golden armored warbear's forehead, running across its cheek and falling to the ground. Splash! The blood burst forth, beautiful as a rose. "Ah!" the golden armored warbear roared. It was unclear whether its roar was from pain or anger. Bang! The roar of the golden armored warbear had not yet ended. Su Chen's fist struck the golden armored warbear's head once more. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. At this moment, Su Chen had already stored the falling sunset soul sword into the system. After all, he had found a way to deal with this golden armored warbear. He attacked with both fists. His fists hammered down like iron hammers, crazily pounding the golden armored warbear. The golden armored warbear was already dazed from Su Chen's blows. At this point, it had no ability to fight back. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" Suddenly, the golden-armored war bear began to plead for mercy, but Gaomu seemed to have no intention of letting it go. Please don't hit me anymore. If you keep hitting me, I will die. The golden-armored war bear shouted loudly. Blood had already dyed its face a deep crimson. I just want to kill you, Suchen said. His face, splattered with blood, made him look extremely terrifying. If you let me go, I can promise you anything, the golden-armored warbear said, truly desperate to survive. Hearing this, Suchen immediately stopped his attack. He looked at the blood-soaked golden-armored warbear with a half-smile and asked, really anything? Yes, the golden-armored warbear nodded firmly. Then you will be my mount. The thought of a golden bear mount seemed incredibly cool. Suchen initially thought that the golden-armored warbear would refuse him outright for the sake of dignity and face. But to Suchen's surprise, the golden-armored warbear didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed. No problem, as long as you let me go, I will be your mount. The golden-armored warbear's quick agreement left Suchen momentarily speechless. Slap! Suchen raised his hand and slapped the golden-armored warbear. This slap left the golden-armored warbear stunned. Why did you hit me? The golden-armored warbear looked utterly wronged. It's nothing, I just wanted to hit you, Suchen said casually. The golden-armored warbear dared not express its anger. Are you really willing to be my mount? Suchen asked, staring at the golden-armored warbear. Yes, the golden-armored warbear nodded. To show its sincerity, it looked at Suchen with very earnest eyes. But Suchen felt that the golden-armored warbear's agreement was merely a temporary measure. Indeed, the reason the golden-armored warbear agreed to Suchen was truly a matter of expediency. Right now, all the mountains were sealed by a special energy. Humans could come and go freely, but the strange beasts could only enter, not exit. The golden-armored warbear knew this, which was why it agreed so readily. It gambled that Suchen would not be able to take it away. Both it and Suchen had their own plans. Suchen currently had only over 5,000 points. It was not enough to purchase the beast taming chain intermediate. Suchen's plan was to wait until his points reached 10,000, then directly buy the beast taming chain intermediate. He intended to use this chain to bind the golden-armored warbear, but the current situation was that time was not on his side. He summoned the system mall interface. From there, he purchased the beast taming chain beginner. Beast taming chain beginner description can bind strange beasts for personal use. Duration 1 year. A year's duration. For Suchen, it really isn't short. After all, a year later, the spiritual energy will have revived. At that time, earning points will surely be much easier than now. The golden-armored battle bear looked at the chain that suddenly appeared in Suchen's hand. For some reason, a very bad premonition arose in its heart. Ding! Put the beast taming chain on the beast and ask if it is willing to become your pet. Once the beast agrees, the chain cannot be undone. At this moment, the system explained the use of the chain to Suchen. Holding the chain, Suchen walked towards the golden-armored battle bear. He casually placed the chain on the golden-armored battle bear and asked, "Are you willing to be my pet?" The golden-armored battle bear wanted to answer no, but seeing the Woyo finger tiger in Suchen's hand, its heart wavered. "I am willing." The voice fell. The chain began to slowly rise into the air. In the air, the chain emitted beams of golden light. As the golden light receded, a saddle appeared from the sky and landed on the golden-armored battle bear. The saddle fell, perfectly fitting the golden-armored battle bear. Besides the saddle, there were also stirrups, reins, and a series of other items. "What did you do to me?" the golden-armored battle bear shouted at Suchen. The things on its back made it feel uncomfortable all over. "I didn't do anything to you," Suchen said with a smile, looking at the golden-armored battle bear. "Didn't you say you were willing to be my mount? From now on, you are my mount." Suchen and the golden-armored battle bear were now completely bound together. Ah! At this moment, the golden-armored battle bear suddenly let out a loud cry. Its face was filled with pain, and its eyes were full of terror. "What is this chain? Why is it like this?" It had just harbored a fleeting thought of betraying Suchen, but as soon as that thought appeared, its soul felt as if it had been burned by something. It was a pain that was etched deep into its being. For the first time since its birth, the golden-armored battle bear felt such pain. "I want to kill him." At this moment, the golden-armored battle bear looked up at Suchen, but as soon as that thought appeared, the pain from deep within its soul struck again. This time, the pain was even more intense than before. To be honest, the golden-armored battle bear was scared. It no longer dared to entertain any thoughts that would be detrimental to Suchen. Seeing the golden-armored battle bear's gaze gradually soften, Suchen thought to himself, "It seems this chain is effective." Suchen then summoned the system shop. He spent 1,000 points to buy a potion to help the golden-armored battle bear restore its fur. He held the potion in his hand and handed it to the golden-armored battle bear, saying, "Drink this and your fur will recover." In fact, for the golden-armored battle bear, its fur was not important at all. However, since the potion was handed over by Suchen, the golden-armored battle bear didn't even dare to harbor a hint of refusal. It took the potion and thanked Suchen profusely. Then it opened the potion and drank the entire bottle. As soon as the potion was consumed, the effect appeared immediately. The fur that had been burned away by the chi fire was completely restored in less than half an hour. Seeing this, Suchen felt very pleased. Take a break, Suchen said to the golden armored battle bear. The golden armored battle bear obediently sat beside Suchen. At this moment, it had lost its kingly demeanor, replaced by a pet-like docility. I'm curious, why are there so many exotic beasts in your Yagu mountain, which is not a famous mountain? Moreover, there are quite a few powerful exotic beasts as well. This question had troubled Suchen for a long time. Upon hearing this question, the golden armored battle bear seemed a bit dazed. It looked into the distance and softly said, actually, this Yagu mountain is indeed a famous mountain. Upon hearing this, Suchen was taken aback. He looked at the golden armored battle bear and said in confusion, but there is no Yagu mountain among the many mountain ranges in Huaxia. Indeed, in the hierarchy of famous mountains and rivers in Huaxia, Yagu mountain did not exist. Yagu mountain is indeed not in the hierarchy of famous mountains and rivers in Huaxia. However, this mountain has existed since ancient times. Among the many mountain ranges in Huaxia, it is definitely one of the oldest mountains. Hearing this, Suchen slightly furrowed his brows. He did not understand. So, are there treasures in Yagu mountain? The light in Suchen's eyes began to shine. I don't know if there are treasures, but deep within Yagu mountain there is an ancient relic, said the golden armored battle bear. Suchen's eyes burst with golden light. Ancient relic? Where is it? Take me to see it. Ancient relics are places that produce good things. It's deep within Yagu mountain. At this point, the golden armored battle bear hesitated. Seeing the bear's expression, Suchen felt something was off. Asterisk had seemed to be wary of something. Chen did not beat around the bush and directly asked, what is in the depths of Yagu mountain? There are very terrifying things, the golden armored battle bear said with a serious expression. What terrifying things? Suchen continued to press. But the golden armored battle bear shook its head. I don't know what those things are, but I felt a threat of death from them. The more the golden armored battle bear said this, the more curious Suchen became. You don't want to go take a look, do you? The golden armored battle bear looked at Suchen. I do have such thoughts, Suchen nodded. I advise you not to go, the golden armored battle bear said very seriously. Those terrifying things are extremely powerful. With your current strength, you are simply no match for them. The golden armored battle bear referred to them, not it. This meant that there was more than one terrifying existence deep within Yagu mountain. Take me to see it. Suchen's curiosity had already been piqued. Curiosity may kill the cat, but sometimes curiosity can also bring endless treasures. In Suchen's view, curiosity is a double-edged sword. All right. The golden armored battle bear could not refuse Suchen and nodded in agreement. It slowly stood up, signaling Suchen to climb onto its back. Suchen lightly leaped and directly jumped onto the back of the golden armored battle bear. The bear seemed clumsy. However, its speed of movement was not slow at all. It traversed through the jungle as if walking on flat ground. After running for about an hour, the golden armored battle bear's pace began to slow down gradually. Are we there? Suchen asked the golden armored battle bear. Not yet, but we're close, the golden armored battle bear's body asterisk trembled slightly. Suchen felt that it was very fearful at that moment. The last stretch was only a mile, but the golden armored battle bear took twice as long as before. It looked at a stone pillar not far away and said to Suchen, behind that stone pillar is the place you want to go. Suchen jumped down from the golden armored battle bear and walked towards the stone pillar. Don't move. At that moment, the golden armored battle bear suddenly shouted. Suchen stopped in his tracks, looking back at the golden armored battle bear with a puzzled expression. The golden armored battle bear pointed at the stone pillar and said to Suchen that stone pillar is the boundary point. Once you step past the stone pillar, you will enter the range of that ancient relic. Hearing this, Suchen quickly halted. He looked at the stone pillar. The style of the stone pillar was very ancient. Upon closer inspection, he could vaguely see some styles from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. A stone pillar from the Shang and Zhou dynasties? In the long river of history of Huaxia, the Shang and Zhou dynasties have always been a very special existence. During that period, there were many legends. After the revival of spiritual energy and organization, specifically studied the history of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. After the research, it was discovered that the Earth before the Shang and Zhou was not the same as the Earth we are familiar with today. Suchen wanted to use Tongyu to see what was behind the stone pillar. However, after activating Tongyu, Suchen's brows furrowed tightly. With the enhancement of Tongyu, Suchen saw a sea of white mist. Indeed, in the state of activating Tongyu, there was a vast expanse of white mist behind the stone pillar. But once Tongyu was cancelled, the white mist disappeared without a trace. It seems that if I want to know what's back there, I can only go see for myself. Suchen stared blankly at the stone pillar. Are you really going in? At this moment, the golden armored battle bear asked Suchen. Suchen turned to glance at the golden armored battle bear and said with a smile, what's that saying? Right, it's you can't catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. I believe there are good things inside. so I definitely have to go take a look, Gao Mu said to the golden-armored battle bear. While that was true, the golden-armored battle bear was still very worried. Of course, he was not worried about Su Chen. Looking at the worried expression on the golden-armored battle bear's face, Su Chen chuckled and said, if I really die in there, it won't affect you at all. The duration of this chain is only a year. After a year, it will automatically be lifted. The reason Su Chen was so resolute was that he was certain there must be good things within this ancient relic. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the golden-armored battle bear felt ecstatic. But on his face, he still wore a worried expression. It must be said that the golden-armored battle bear was really good at acting. Alright, I'm going. After Su Chen finished speaking, he walked towards the back of the stone pillar. As soon as he passed through the stone pillar, the scene before Su Chen changed dramatically. It was as if the outside of the stone pillar and the inside were two different worlds. Inside, the world was dilapidated and decayed. A nauseating smell permeated the air. Su Chen looked up ahead. He saw many broken buildings. These dilapidated structures had very obvious characteristics of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Could this have once been a city? Su Chen looked around. Hiss. Just as Su Chen was observing this ruined city, a strange sound rang in his ears. Su Chen turned to look in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a peculiar creature was staring at him with a puzzled expression. It was a strange being with a human upper body and a serpent's tail. Upon seeing this creature, Su Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. In Huaxia's legends, the creature with a human head and snake body is famously associated with the goddess Nuwa, who created humanity, and her brother Fuxi. Su Chen wanted to see what this human snake creature really was. Level C, Adult Stage. Introduction. According to legend, it is a descendant of Nuwa. However, its authenticity is hard to discern. Dong Lin. Although Su Chen was not well versed in Huaxia mythology, he still had a fair understanding of it. In many of Huaxia's mythological stories, there was indeed no mention of Dong Lin. The introduction stated that Dong Lin is a descendant of Nuwa, but there was a phrase that said its authenticity is hard to discern. This means that Dong Lin could possibly be a descendant of Nuwa, or it might not be. Although Dong Lin had a human upper body, its eyes resembled those of a snake. Human, why have you come here? While Su Chen was observing Dong Lin, it suddenly spoke. Dong Lin's voice sounded like that of an infant. However, its voice was sharper than that of an ordinary infant. Who are you? Su Chen asked a very foolish question. Dong Lin, the guardian of Dong Lin City. Dong Lin replied coldly. Dong Lin City? Su Chen was once again confused. In the many myths, histories, and legends of Huaxia, there was no mention of Dong Lin City. You don't know about Dong Lin City? Dong Lin's eyes blinked slightly. No. Su Chen nodded. Human. Dong Lin did not continue the topic of Dong Lin City. This is not a place for you, hurry up and leave. Su Chen looked at Dong Lin and shook his head. Since I am here, I certainly won't leave easily. Upon hearing this, Dong Lin's face immediately showed anger. I kindly advised you, but it seems you have no intention of listening. Dong Lin's right hand twitched slightly. A trident appeared in his hand. Rather than a trident, it was more like a pitchfork. Lightning strike. Dong Lin raised the pitchfork above his head. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly striking the pitchfork. The lightning transformed into electric snakes writhing on the pitchfork. Dong Lin pointed at Su Chen. The lightning shot towards Su Chen like arrows. Interesting. Su Chen was not panicked upon seeing this. A smile crept onto his face, revealing an expression of keen interest. As the lightning drew closer, Su Chen let out a low roar. Golden light spell. A golden light shield enveloped Su Chen in an instant. Crack. The lightning struck the golden light shield, instantly creating ripples. Blocked it. Seeing that Su Chen had defended against his lightning strike, Dong Lin's face showed a look of shock. So strong. Su Chen marveled inwardly. The golden light spell had indeed blocked the lightning. However, Su Chen could sense that this lightning was far from ordinary. What exactly is this Dong Lin from? How can he harness the power of lightning? Su Chen's curiosity about Dong Lin grew stronger. Human, you are indeed very strong. Next, I will get serious. At this moment, Dong Lin raised the pitchfork above his head again. Mirage! Dong Lin shouted. A water ball continuously condensed above his head. When the water ball reached a considerable size, Dong Lin waved it towards Su Chen. The water ball slowly drifted towards Su Chen. What is that? Looking at the water ball, Su Chen was somewhat bewildered. I don't have time to waste. On you. Su Chen took out the Falling Sunset Soul Settling Sword and the Wuyo Finger Tiger from the system. After putting on the Finger Tiger and gripping the Falling Sunset Soul Settling Sword tightly, Su Chen charged straight towards Dong Lin. Swift Wind Step. Su Chen's speed was already extremely fast. With the enhancement of the Swift Wind Step, his speed became astonishingly quick. Watching Su Chen rush towards him, Dong Lin was completely unperturbed. Explode! Dong Lin shouted at that moment. The water ball above burst open in an instant. The exploded water ball did not turn into flowing water falling to the ground, but rather transformed into bubbles floating in the air. Strangely, each bubble was a different color. What's going on? Suchen suddenly felt as if his speed had slowed down. At the same time, the scene before his eyes changed. He found himself in a luxurious mansion. Surrounding him were beautiful young women. What's happening? These women were not only good-looking, but each had an even better figure than the last. Goodness, is this an illusion? Suchen looked around, his inner desires amplified infinitely in that moment. Seeing Suchen immersed in it, Donglin revealed a cruel smile. His mouth slightly opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth, barely visible. His tongue flicked out slightly, resembling that of a snake. In the illusion, Suchen is a wealthy magnate. From ancient times, he has everything he desires: wealth, fame, and power. In this illusion, he is incredibly happy. This illusion is truly impressive. Suchen exclaimed. He knows this is an illusion, yet he is immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. This is why he praises the illusion's power. At this moment, Donglin is slowly approaching Suchen. The pitchfork in its hand gleams ominously. As it nears Suchen, it raises the pitchfork and thrusts it toward him. Clang! The pitchfork strikes Suchen, producing a deafening sound. Suchen remains unscathed. However, the front of the pitchfork bends into a bizarre shape. Seeing this, Donglin's eyes widen in shock. Its pitchfork, though not a divine weapon, is certainly a formidable tool. Yet, such a powerful weapon cannot harm Suchen, which Donglin finds hard to accept. What is this human body made of? How can it be so hard? Donglin marvels at Suchen's physical toughness. Meanwhile, Suchen revels in the unique pleasures of manhood within the illusion. This pleasure makes it hard for him to break free. I can't. Suchen realizes that if this continues, it will not end well. No matter how much he enjoys it, he must escape this illusion. His mind races. Can I use Tonyu? Chen attempts to activate Tonyu to shatter the illusion. However, after activating it, he finds that nothing has changed before him. System Mall. Suchen can only place his hopes on the System Mall. After searching, he indeed finds what he wants in the System Mall. Breaking illusion pill price 3,000 points. Suchen does not hesitate at all and directly spends 3,000 points to exchange for the breaking illusion pill from the System Mall. Breaking illusion pill. Description: a pill that can enhance willpower. Looking at the description of the breaking illusion pill, Suchen unhesitatingly consumes it. In an instant, he feels a refreshing coolness in his mind. Break, he roars. Cracks appear before his eyes. The scene in front of him begins to shatter like glass, piece by piece. Crash. With the sound of something falling, Suchen once again sees a scene of ruin. I've broken free. Suchen laughs heartily. Seeing Suchen's eyes regain clarity, Donglin feels a sense of foreboding. At this moment, Suchen also sees Donglin right in front of him. Little creature, you look quite unique. Earlier, the distance had been too great for Suchen to see Donglin's true appearance. But now that they are close, he takes in Donglin's form completely. It indeed has a human head and a serpent's body. However, its upper body is covered in scales resembling those of fish. Strangely, it even has gills like a fish on either side of its face. Human, how did you break my illusion? Donglin is utterly shocked that Suchen could emerge from the illusion. The mirror. Flower water moon is a unique skill of its kind. To break such a talent, one must possess an incredibly strong will. Yet, no matter how he looks, Suchen does not seem like a person with a strong will. That's not important. Suchen waves his hand, feigning the demeanor of a great master. He looks at Donglin and coldly says, now, it's my turn. Purple extreme sword technique. Before Donglin can react, purple flames instantly envelop the falling sunset soul settling sword. Upon seeing the flames, Donglin's body trembles violently. Deep within, it is filled with fear. Before it can process what is happening, Suchen has already closed the distance between them. With the falling sunset soul settling sword in hand, Suchen aimed directly for Donglin's head. Water escape. Donglin roared, and in an instant he transformed into a pool of dead water. Seeing this, Suchen hurriedly attacked the dead water with the falling sunset soul settling sword. However, to Suchen's surprise, the fiery energy on the sword could not inflict any damage on the dead water. The dead water slowly flowed, moving towards Suchen's back. Once it reached behind him, it began to coalesce. In just a second, the dead water transformed back into Donglin. To be honest, Suchen really liked this move. I hope that after you die, you can drop this unique technique. Suchen thought, raising his fist. Heaven-shaking fist. The golden fist formed instantly and struck towards Donglin. Caught off guard, the fist landed directly on Donglin's jaw. Donglin was sent flying, arching beautifully through the sky before crashing down to the ground. Bang! At that moment, Suchen closed the distance to Donglin with lightning speed. Donglin was rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing Suchen approach, it quickly got up. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs inside. Don't come any closer. I will kill you. Even at this point, Donglin remained fierce. But Suchen was not intimidated at all. As he charged at Donglin, he had already stored the falling sunset soul settling sword into the system. Now, he only had the Wuyo finger tiger in his hand. But even with just the Wuyo finger tiger, it was more than Dong Lin could handle. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck Dong Lin's face again. This time, although he didn't use any unique technique, it still made Dong Lin see stars. Before Dong Lin could react, Su Chen threw another punch. Ah! The pain made Dong Lin scream. But it seemed Su Chen didn't hear it at all. His fists rained down like a storm on Dong Lin's face. At this point, Dong Lin's face had been completely deformed. Blood dripped from its cheeks onto the ground. It looked utterly miserable now. Puff! In a brief moment of respite, it spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm with faint white teeth visible within. Human! If you have the guts, just kill me. Dong Lin continued to shout. Since you said so, if I don't fulfill your wish, I would really feel sorry for you, Su Chen replied, swinging his fist again. This time, the punch was still without a unique technique, but it was much fiercer than before. Bang! 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 The fists kept smashing into Dong Lin's face. Dong Lin's face was completely pulverized by Su Chen's blows. It wanted to shout again, but with all its teeth knocked out, it couldn't even open its mouth to speak. Alright, the game is over. Seeing Dong Lin's pitiful state, Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time on it. Heaven-shaking fist. The golden fist formed. Bang! The fist struck Dong Lin's head, and Dong Lin's head was directly exploded by Su Chen's blow. Ding! Killed the exotic beast. Dong Lin. Reward 490 points. Water escape. Water escape. Level Earth grade upper tier. Description: can transform into a pool of dead water moving freely. Duration depends on the amount of energy. It really dropped this unique technique for me. Su Chen didn't expect that he would have a day where his wishes came true. Water escape. With the new unique technique in hand, Su Chen had to give it a try. The energy flowed. Su Chen instantly transformed into a pool of dead water. His thoughts moved, and the dead water followed suit. I like it, I like it. Transformed into a human-like form, Su Chen's face was filled with joy. Let's keep moving. Su Chen looked towards the distance. The spiritual energy in Donglin City is not overly abundant, but it is still much stronger than that of the outside world. With the help of the Chi body source flow, Su Chen can completely treat the Tongyu skill as a means of exploration here. After walking for half an hour into Donglin City, Su Chen suddenly stopped. He saw several black shadows appearing not far in front of him. Even with the aid of Tongyu, Su Chen still couldn't see the black shadows very clearly. What is that? The outline looked somewhat like a cow, but upon closer inspection he noticed that the black shadow was slightly different from a cow. Is it a dead thing? Or a living thing? This was the question Su Chen was most concerned about. He cautiously took a few steps toward the black figure. The shadow remained unmoved. He took another step forward. The shadow still did not react. Seeing this, Su Chen quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived right in front of the shadow. This shadow was indeed a cow, but it was a bit different from the cows everyone was familiar with. It had all the features of a cow, but its skin was very similar to that of a human. Song Nyo level. See, adult stage. Description: an evolved form of a cow. It possesses the strong body of a cow while also having the agility of a snake. As Su Chen was reading the introduction of the Tsong-Nyo also turned its gaze toward him. He roughly counted, and there were a total of 5 Tsong-Nyo in this place. For Su Chen, these 5 Tsong-Nyo were not difficult to deal with at all. But what's up with their eyes? At this moment, Su Chen noticed that the eyes of the Tsong-Nyo were different from all the creatures he was familiar with. Regardless of the creature, eyes usually have both black and white. But the Tsong-Nyo's eyes had only the whites, without any black. The Tsong-Nyo's eyes gave Su Chen the impression of a blind person from movies and TV shows. To be honest, when these Tsong-Nyo looked at Su Chen, he felt very uncomfortable. Roar! One of the Tsong-Nyo suddenly let out a cry for some reason. Roar! 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 When one Tsong-Nyo cried out, the others followed suit. The sound of the Tsong-Nyo's calls was different from that of a regular cow. Their calls sounded very similar to that of a tiger. But upon closer listening, one would find that there was a slight difference from a tiger's roar. At first, Su Chen thought they were calling out to launch an attack or to do something else. But after waiting for a while, he realized that was not the case. After they finished calling, they bent their legs and lay down on the ground to sleep. Interestingly, their sleeping posture was just like that of a dog. Su Chen's expression looked very complicated at this moment. He didn't know whether to let this group of Tsong-Nyo pass or to go around them. Just as Su Chen was hesitating, he suddenly saw a black shadow waving at him. Not far away. Judging by the outline, it seemed to be a not very tall human. The figure looked like a frail young girl. Should I go take a look? Or, to be honest, encountering a black shadow in this situation made Su Chen feel somewhat strange. While he was hesitating, the shadow waved at him again. Go take a look. Su Chen gritted his teeth, bypassed the Tsong-Nyo, and walked toward the direction of the shadow. When the shadow saw Su Chen approaching, it turned and ran. Su Chen began to chase after it. The shadow's speed was not very fast, but strangely, no matter how hard Su Chen chased, he could only see the outline of the shadow. This back and forth chase lasted a full half hour. The shadow arrived in front of a building and suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Su Chen also stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the building. It was a relatively well-preserved structure. The architectural style still reflected the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Even compared to the surrounding dilapidated buildings, this one was not tall. Strange, Suchen said, standing in front of the building, gazing at the wooden door, which was tightly shut. Come in, come in. There are good things inside the door. At that moment, a highly tempting voice echoed in Suchen's heart. Hearing this voice, Su Chen felt a surge of restlessness within him. He walked up to the door and pushed it open with force. Inside was a place that looked like a living room. At the far end of the living room, there were 2 chairs and a table. On each chair, there was a picture frame. But strangely, the frames were empty. Beside the 2 chairs, there were 2 doors. Su Chen looked into one of the doors. It was pitch black inside, making it hard to see clearly. Su Chen wanted to use to get a clearer view of what was inside the door. His eyes gradually changed color. He clearly saw that inside was a long corridor. At least from this angle, there seemed to be no danger in the corridor. Su Chen stepped slowly into the corridor. This corridor resembled a rain shelter from ancient films. To the right of the corridor was a huge courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a large tree. The tree was tall, with a canopy like an umbrella. So bizarre, Su Chen thought as he looked at the tree, feeling it was very strange. The tree's crown was lush and green, and its branches were pruned very neatly. Such a large tree clearly indicated that it was often tended to. In such a place, having a tree that was regularly cared for felt odd no matter how one looked at it. Of course, this was not the most bizarre part. The most bizarre thing was that on this tree he could vaguely see some fruits. Su Chen counted them roughly. There were 7 fruits on the tree. Each fruit was a different color. Although the colors varied, the shape and size of the fruits were surprisingly consistent. Su Chen estimated their size and shape. He found that the fruits looked as if they had been carved from the same mold. What kind of fruit is this? Su Chen wondered, feeling curious as he looked at the fruits. He then leaped up and directly jumped onto the tree. He reached out and picked the fruit that was closest to him. What the hell is this? When Su Chen got a good look at the fruit, he almost threw it away. The fruit resembled a baby. However, its appearance was extremely grotesque. Ghost baby fruit introduction. A fruit that grows in places of extreme resentment, requiring the blood of an unborn baby to thrive. Su Chen prided himself on being worldly. But when he saw the introduction of the ghost baby fruit, he still felt a chill run down his spine. This ghost baby fruit was truly bizarre. Not only did it look strange, but its growing conditions were also frighteningly odd. Su Chen found himself in a dilemma. The ghost baby fruit was now in his hands, and he was torn between throwing it away and keeping it. Just as Su Chen was caught in this predicament, a voice floated in. You are human, right? It was a voice more melodious and crisp than a lark. The owner of the voice was a young girl in white with a graceful figure and captivating looks. Su Chen had seen many so-called beauties, goddesses, and campus flowers. But compared to the young girl before him, they were not even in the same league. Who are you? Su Chen asked the young girl, his face wary. If he had encountered this girl in another place, he would have approached her without hesitation to ask for her WeChat ID. But seeing such a girl in this place, Su Chen's only thought was whether she posed any danger. My name is Ali. The girl spoke her name. Ali? The name made Su Chen feel a sense of disorientation. Are you human? Ali asked Su Chen again. Su Chen nodded. I am human. What about you? What are you? Ali thought for a moment and smiled at Su Chen. I am the ghostly spirit you humans speak of. Goodness. Hearing Ali call herself a ghostly spirit left Su Chen dumbfounded. What? Does it seem unbelievable? Ali floated closer to Su Chen with a cheerful smile. Despite her soft-spoken demeanor, Su Chen remained wary of her. At least in Su Chen's eyes, Ali was not as simple as she appeared. Spirit communication. Su Chen decided to use spirit communication to check Ali's background. Ali, ghostly spirit, level B, juvenile, introduction, a girl who died with extreme resentment, highly dangerous. Just as Su Chen expected, Ali was indeed not as simple as she seemed. Why are you here? Ali curiously asked Su Chen. Her slightly blinking eyes sparkled with a youthful charm, very lively and captivating. Because I'm here to treasure hunt. To be honest, Su Chen felt no need to hide anything from Ali. Have you found the treasure you were looking for? Ali asked repeatedly. Su Chen shook his head. Aside from this ghostly infant fruit, I haven't seen anything else of value. Upon hearing Su Chen mention the ghostly infant fruit, Ali's expression suddenly changed. Her gaze shifted to Su Chen's hand, where the ghostly infant fruit was. Throw it away. Ali shouted at Su Chen in a commanding tone. Su Chen noticed that Ali's eyes had begun to turn blood red. Why? Su Chen instinctively asked. That thing is not a treasure but poison. Ali yelled at Su Chen. Perhaps due to the volume of her voice, Ali's tone became somewhat strained. Poison? Su Chen was confused. Seeing that Su Chen was reluctant to throw away the ghostly infant fruit, Ali anxiously said, if you don't throw it away, I will kill you. As soon as those words were spoken, Ali's face began to change. Her originally handsome features gradually turned grotesque. the white dress, was replaced by red. What's going on? Suchen was stunned. Ali's transformation was too rapid. However, Suchen's reaction was not slow either. He immediately opened his storage and took out the Wuyo finger tiger and the Luoxia soul-settling sword. He then looked at Ali with a wary expression. The now blood-red Ali was surrounded by swirling black smoke. Her once delicate fingers had transformed into dry, black claws. Wait, we can talk this out. Why resort to violence? To be honest, Suchen really didn't want to fight such a beautiful girl. Die, stinky man! Ali roared, floating towards Suchen at an incredible speed. Her hands reached out and her sharp nails turned blood red. Damn it, why does it always come to fighting? Suchen muttered under his breath. At the same time, he raised the Luoxia soul-settling sword to his chest. Golden light spell. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped Suchen. Purple extreme sword technique. Ever since the Qi fire flame showed its power, Suchen had grown increasingly fond of using this unusual technique. The purple Qi fire flame quickly covered the Luoxia soul-settling sword. Suchen shook it slightly. The Qi fire flame danced in the wind. Upon seeing the Qi fire flame, a flicker of fear crossed Ali's expression. Swift wind. Step. Suchen pushed his speed to the limit. In an instant, he rushed close to Ali. He swung the Luoxia soul-settling sword. The sword, enveloped in Qi fire flame, flew straight towards Ali. Shadow shift. Ali's voice suddenly vanished from Suchen's sight. When she reappeared, she was already several dozen meters away from him. But for Suchen, who was an extraordinary being, those few dozen meters were nothing. Suchen charged towards Ali again. Ali, however, chose to evade once more. You were the one attacking just now, and now you're the one running. Are you even capable? Suchen shouted helplessly at Ali. Ali ignored him. She fixed her blood-red eyes on Suchen, her gaze filled with malice. Ghostly shadow vanishes. Ali's red figure disappeared before Suchen's eyes. Spirit passage. Suchen activated spirit passage again. In this state, Ali had nowhere to hide. Suchen approached Ali once more. Sword like a gale. The falling sunset soul-settling sword reappeared in his hand. This time, the speed of the strike was much faster than before. Ali tried to dodge, but the falling sunset soul-settling sword was too swift, leaving her no time to evade. The sword pierced directly through her body. What a strange sensation! Suchen muttered to himself. Although the falling sunset soul-settling sword passed through Ali's body, it did not cause her any harm. I am a soul entity, so a physical body cannot harm me, Ali laughed triumphantly. However, her laughter lasted less than a second before her expression suddenly changed. The falling sunset soul-settling sword indeed did not harm her, but the Qi fire ignited her body. The Qi fire was the same as before. As long as there was even a hint of it, it would burn rapidly. In just a few seconds, Ali was engulfed by the Qi fire. Ah! Ali, wrapped in the Qi fire, let out a scream. The sound was chilling. The flames burned for a full minute. Suchen thought the Qi fire would reduce Ali to ashes. But when the flames extinguished, Suchen's eyes widened in shock. Ali had not turned to ash. However, the red dress she wore had vanished. In its place was the white dress she had on when he first saw her. What is going on? Suchen looked at Ali in confusion. Ali smiled. Her smile was very sweet. That is the grievance in my heart, Ali said to Suchen. Grievance? Suchen looked at Ali in bewilderment. After landing on the ground, Ali walked towards the large tree. She approached the tree and gently stroked its trunk with her hand. Her eyes were filled with tenderness, as if a mother were caressing her child. After a moment of touching, she sat down. Leaning against the tree, she looked at Suchen with a blooming smile. Do you want to hear my story? Suchen nodded and sat down under the tree as well. Ali's story was very melodramatic and deeply unsettling. She was originally a girl from an ordinary family in Donglin City. Because of her outstanding appearance, when she reached marriageable age, suitors came in droves. Among them was a young man who was not only handsome, but also came from a very prominent family. Among all the suitors, Ali chose this young man. On the day of their wedding, there was a grand procession. Ali thought this was the beginning of her happiness. But when she married into the young man's family, she realized it was not the beginning of happiness but the start of a nightmare. The young man's family worshipped a certain evil god. After years of offerings, the evil god told them that if they used the bones and blood of infants to nourish the large tree in their yard, the fruits of that tree would grant them immortality. The young man's family believed the evil god's words and treated Ali as a breeding tool. According to Ali, she had lost 7 children in total. Each child was extracted from her womb by doctors before reaching full term, and then used to nourish the tree with their flesh and blood. Ali wanted to die, but she was imprisoned by the boy's family, unable to seek life or death. After the 7th child was dug out, Ali finally found an opportunity. On a dark and windy night, dressed in a red wedding gown, she died under the big tree. After her death, she transformed into a vengeful spirit and began to crazily retaliate against the boy's family. In just a month, everyone in the boy's family was slaughtered by Ali. During this time, the boy's family had sought out so-called sorcerers. However, those sorcerers were no match for Ali. Has your resentment disappeared now? Su Chen asked Ali. Ali smiled and nodded, saying to Su Chen, my resentment has already vanished. Then what will you do next? Su Chen asked Ali. Ali stood up and caressed the big tree, saying, I will go through reincarnation with my children. Reincarnation? Upon hearing these two words, Su Chen's body trembled for some reason. As soon as Ali's voice fell, several white shadows floated out from the trunk of the big tree. Su Chen counted them. There were exactly 7 white shadows. Thank you. Ali waved her hand to Su Chen. Before Su Chen could react, she and the 7 white shadows disappeared. Then the ground where Su Chen stood began to shake violently. Su Chen instinctively looked at the big tree. He found that the big tree was visibly withering at a rapid pace. In just a minute, all the leaves had completely fallen. The branches also became dry. However, what puzzled Su Chen was that the fruits on the tree were still there. He jumped back onto the tree and picked a fruit. Infant fruit description. The ghost infant fruit, after being purified, can provide a large amount of chi when consumed. The ghost infant fruit has transformed into the infant fruit. The appearance of the infant also changed from terrifying to endearingly clumsy. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and bit into an infant fruit. As soon as he bit into it, the sweet juice flowed into Su Chen's throat. The refreshing sweetness made Su Chen feel completely at ease. With 7 infant fruits swallowed, Su Chen felt that his strength had significantly increased. Just as Su Chen was about to check his realm, the big tree suddenly began to shake. Crash! The wind and rain corridor collapsed first. Su Chen rushed out of there as fast as he could. The moment he dashed out, the place collapsed directly. Looking at the desolation after the collapse, Su Chen felt as if he had crossed into another world. He collected his thoughts and prepared to continue searching for treasures in Donglin City. After walking a distance, Su Chen suddenly stopped. He saw a shadow appearing not far in front of him. Su Chen cautiously approached the direction of the shadow. When he stood in front of the shadow, he finally saw its true appearance. Every blade of grass and tree is an enemy. Every blade of grass and tree is an enemy. What he saw was just a signboard. However, to Su Chen's surprise, there was something resembling a map on this signboard. The map divided Donglin City into 4 areas: residential area, commercial area, trading area, and industrial area. The place where Su Chen was currently located was the residential area. Among the 4 areas, the largest was the residential area, followed by the industrial area, then the commercial area, and finally the trading area. Su Chen looked at the map with a serious expression. Soon, he memorized the information on the map. However, what puzzled Su Chen was that besides these 4 areas, there was also a completely dark area. This area was located at the deepest part of the commercial area. There were no markings in this area, so Su Chen did not know the purpose of its existence. After familiarizing himself with the map, Su Chen began to head towards the commercial area. In his view, if there were truly good things in Donglin City, they would definitely be in the commercial area or deep within the black zone of the commercial area. For some unknown reason, there were an abundance of exotic beasts within Donglin City. Some of these beasts Su Chen recognized, while others he could not name. At this point, Su Chen finally understood why the golden armored battle bear feared this place. Most of the exotic beasts here were at a level comparable to the golden armored battle bear. Only a very small portion of the beasts were weaker than it. If it truly came to Donglin City, it would be very difficult for it to survive. The distance between the residential area and the commercial area was not very far. If one were to walk in a straight line, it would take about half an hour. However, Su Chen chose not to walk in a straight line. Choosing that route would inevitably lead to encounters with many exotic beasts. Encountering beasts meant fighting, and once a battle started, time would be wasted. Rather than that, Su Chen preferred to take a longer detour. Su Chen initially thought that the commercial area would be like the residential area, where most of the buildings had collapsed. But upon reaching the commercial area, he found that this was not the case. Standing at the entrance of the commercial area, Su Chen noticed that only a small portion of the buildings had collapsed. Most of the buildings, although dilapidated, had not fallen. Su Chen walked slowly, examining nearly every building. Although there were many buildings that had not collapsed, none of them held any value. As he walked, Su Chen passed through the entire commercial area. According to the map, he should be approaching the black zone marked on it. Looking ahead, he saw a massive wooden archway not far away. The archway appeared very worn, as if it would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. At the very top of the archway, there was a plaque. The writing on the plaque was already blurred, but upon closer inspection, it could still be discerned. Donglin District. The 3 characters on the archway were written in traditional Chinese. Donglin District? Could this be the place where the Donglin people reside? Su Chen looked around the archway. He noticed a stone tablet to the right of the archway. Like the archway, the stone tablet was also in a state of disrepair. Su Chen approached the stone tablet and read the inscription. The words on the tablet were written in blood-red ink. This is the dwelling place of the Donglin clan. Humans are forbidden to enter. Those who enter shall be killed. For some reason, when Suchin read these words, he felt a chill run down his spine. After studying it for a while, he found that there were no other words on the stone tablet besides these. Suchin walked back to the archway. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to step inside. Passing through the archway, Suchin saw a whole row of neatly arranged shops. These shops looked very new, forming a stark contrast with the decay outside. In some of the shops, Suchin even saw pots steaming with hot vapor. A strange feeling surged in Suchin's heart. It felt as if time had never passed within this place. He walked slowly forward. After about 10 minutes, Suchin came across a gigantic statue. The statue resembled the Donglin he had seen before. On the base of the statue, Suchin noticed some text. He stepped closer to examine the words carefully. The text recorded that this enormous Donglin statue depicted the ancestor of the Donglin clan, the first Donglin in the world. It also noted that this Donglin was a descendant of Nuwa. Upon reading this, Suchin displayed a strange expression. In the myths we are familiar with, Nuwa has no descendants. She molded clay and created humanity. However, in some lesser-known myths, humans are descendants of Nuwa and Fushi. Could it be that this Donglin is truly a descendant of Lady Nuwa? Suchin still found it hard to believe. Forget it, I won't think about it. Suchin passed through the statue and continued on. After walking for about an hour, a tall wall appeared before him. He hesitated for a moment, then leaped directly to the base of the wall. He had thought that behind this wall would be the palace of the Donglin clan, but looking down from the wall, Suchin felt a chill run down his spine. Behind the wall was a vast expanse of water pools. The water in the pools was incredibly clear. At a glance, one could see the bottom of the pools. And at the bottom, Suchin saw countless Donglin. They looked exactly like the Donglin he had seen before. So many? Suchin had thought that the Donglin he had encountered earlier were the last of their kind in this world. But he never expected there to be so many in this pool. Besides the Donglin, Suchin also saw some skeletons. Perhaps due to being submerged in water for a long time, those skeletons appeared very white. Are they dead? Or are they in hibernation? Suchin looked at the Donglin at the bottom of the pool, speaking to himself. If these Donglin were dead, that would be one thing. But if they were all in hibernation, that would be a serious problem. But I remember, before my rebirth, there were no creatures like the Donglin in this world. If creatures like the Donglin truly existed, they would have been discovered by various powers. It was impossible for them to remain unknown. Yet Suchin couldn't recall any creatures resembling the Donglin before his rebirth. Just as Suchin was pondering this, he noticed small bubbles rising from the water not far from where he stood. Suchin quickly looked in the direction of the bubbles. He saw a Donglin slowly rising with its eyes closed. This Donglin also held a weapon. But unlike the dung fork the previous Donglin had, this one wielded a spear. Perhaps due to being submerged in water for a long time, the spear was covered in rust. As it broke the surface, the Donglin slowly opened its eyes. Human? The Donglin showed a very surprised expression upon seeing Gao Mu. Why are you here? Don't you know this is the Donglin area? In Donglin City, humans are not qualified to enter the Donglin area. But since you have come in, you must face punishment. As the Donglin spoke, its expression began to turn fierce. It shook the spear in its hand and charged directly at Suchin. Suchin glanced at the Donglin and then at the many Donglin at the bottom of the pool. He could no longer determine whether those Donglin were already dead or in hibernation. So standing where he was clearly wasn't suitable for a fight. Fighting here would be fine if the Donglin at the bottom were dead. But if they were in hibernation like the one in front of him, then the fight could very well disturb them. If that happened, it would certainly not bode well for Suchin. So the best choice at this moment was to fight below. Suchin didn't have time to think much and jumped down from the high wall. Seeing Gao Mu jump down, the Donglin followed suit. Human, you can't run away now. The Donglin thought that Suchin jumped down to make it easier to escape. Hurry up and die, the Donglin shouted, swinging its spear as it charged at Suchin. Die? If anyone's going to die today, it might just be you, Suchin said with a smirk, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How dare you make that expression at me? You're practically asking for death. Suchin's expression seemed to infuriate Donglin. An angry look appeared on its face. Its speed was incredibly fast and in an instant, it charged right up to Suchin. As Donglin approached, it swung the spear in its hand directly towards Suchin. Golden light spell. Suchin activated his chi. The golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. Clang! The spear struck the golden light spell, producing a deafening sound. At the same time, Suchin clearly saw the rust on the spear fall away at that moment. A brand new spear appeared before Suchin's eyes. This is interesting. Suchin found this scene very amusing. Human, how dare you? How dare you resist my defense? Donglin, having missed its strike, became even more enraged. It was as if Suchin's ability to withstand its defense was a great humiliation to it. I really can't believe it. How can you be so dramatic? You don't actually think you're superior to humans, do you? Su Chen was truly fed up with Dong Lin. Superior to humans? You insult me again, Dong Lin shouted. In Dong Lin's mind, humans were very lowly beings. Comparing it to a superior being was an insult. Alright, so you're just pretending to be tough, huh? Soon enough, I'll beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Su Chen had no intention of wasting more words with Dong Lin. Extreme fallen sword rain. Su Chen circulated his chi. Sword after sword of chi began to take shape behind his head. Go! The chi swords flew towards Dong Lin like arrows. Purple extreme sword technique. The chi flames instantly covered the fallen sunset soul sword. Swift wind step. A gust of wind rose beneath Su Chen's feet as he charged towards Dong Lin. It's outrageous. How dare a human fight against the proud Dong Lin? I will make you wish for life but find none, wish for death but be unable to. Dong Lin screamed madly. Looking at the nearly insane Dong Lin, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. I really don't understand why someone like you, neither human nor ghost, has such a sense of pride? Don't you know that humans are the masters of all things? By the time Su Chen finished speaking, he had already rushed up to Dong Lin. He thrust the fallen sunset soul sword straight towards Dong Lin's heart. Dong Lin sneered disdainfully. Mocking, such petty tricks, and you dare to strike at me? I don't know what you're thinking. As it spoke, Dong Lin carried an air of superiority. Clang! Su Chen's fallen sunset soul sword collided with Dong Lin's spear. Dong Lin shouted frantically, and Su Chen wondered just how impressive it thought it was. But unexpectedly, this collision caused Dong Lin to stagger back several steps. Human, do you know what you're doing? Even at this point, Dong Lin continued to display its arrogance to Su Chen. Ikund. For this trash that only pretended to be tough, Su Chen was bound to strike back hard. Sword like a swift wind. Su Chen's speed of drawing the sword increased. At first, Dong Lin could still block Su Chen's sword, but as Su Chen's speed of drawing the sword grew faster, it became increasingly difficult for Dong Lin to defend. Eventually, Dong Lin could only avoid the attacks to prevent being harmed by Su Chen. But to be honest, Dong Lin still had some skills. Several of Su Chen's attacks nearly grazed it, yet each time it managed to dodge. The chi flames also came within mere centimeters of it several times. The closest encounter was even just 1 centimeter away. But even so, the chi flames still did not scorch it. If the chi flames could have burned it, the battle would have ended long ago. Seeing Dong Lin constantly jumping around to evade, Su Chen found it very amusing. Aren't you quite impressive? Why are you dodging? Come and face me head on. Su Chen shouted loudly at Dong Lin. Dong Lin's eyes were filled with rage, but right now it had no way to retaliate. Hey, I gave you a chance, but you're really useless. Su Chen's mockery flowed like a tide, relentless and overwhelming. Dong Lin's face turned a deep shade of green from Su Chen's taunts. It wanted to fight back, whether with words or actions, but it soon realized that in both words and actions it was no match for Su Chen. Do you know where all the good stuff in your Dong Lin district is? Su Chen's purpose for coming here was to seek treasure. Good stuff? Dong Lin was momentarily taken aback, then laughed mockingly. You, a mere human, think you can get our Dong Lin's treasures? That's simply delusional. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He felt that this Dong Lin must know something. Originally intending to kill Dong Lin, Su Chen's mind suddenly shifted to a new idea. Golden light spell. Su Chen used the golden light spell again. However, unlike the defensive golden light spell from before, this time the spell transformed into numerous golden threads, rapidly flying towards Dong Lin. Dong Lin tried to dodge, but there were simply too many golden threads created by the golden light spell, making it impossible for it to evade them no matter how it tried. Before long, Dong Lin was tightly bound by Su Chen's golden threads. Struggling wildly, Dong Lin found itself unable to break free from the bindings. Human, do you know you're committing a grave offense? In Dong Lin City, this is a serious crime. Dong Lin shouted frantically. Wake up, my lord, Su Chen said as he slowly walked towards Dong Lin. The great Qing has long fallen. By the time he finished speaking, Su Chen had already approached Dong Lin closely. Human, you better hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what the most brutal punishment is. Dong Lin continued to scream madly, but Su Chen ignored its shouts completely. Stop shouting. Su Chen had no patience for Dong Lin. Let me go, hurry up. Dong Lin's warnings fell on deaf ears. Slap. Su Chen didn't indulge it, raising his hand to give it a slap. The slap left Dong Lin dazed. You, a human, dare to do this to me? Dong Lin looked at Su Chen with a face full of grievance. To be honest, its expression and demeanor now resembled that of a rich second generation in a brainless romance drama who had just been slapped by their parents. If you were to act in a TV drama, you'd definitely be the male lead. Su Chen teased Dong Lin with a smile. Let me. Dong Lin opened its mouth, wanting to shout. Slap. Just as its cry began, Su Chen interrupted it with another slap. Now, you can only speak when I ask you a question. If you speak when I'm not asking, I really won't mind smashing your face. Dong Lin had never suffered such humiliation before. For a moment it truly dared not speak. That's more like it. Suchen smiled at the silent Dong Lin, his lips curling up. Next, I'm going to ask you a question, Suchen said to Dong Lin. Dong Lin kept its mouth tightly shut, looking as if it was prepared to face death. Where are the treasures of Dong Lin City? Suchen asked. Dong Lin remained silent. Don't want to say? Seeing that Dong Lin was unwilling to speak, Suchen said with a half smile, since you don't want to say, I won't force you. Hearing this, Dong Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before it could exhale, it suddenly felt something was off. Slap. Suchen raised his hand and slapped it again. Dong Lin was completely stunned by Suchen's blow. Are you going to talk? Suchen asked Dong Lin. Dong Lin still kept his mouth shut. Smack. Suchen raised his hand and delivered another slap. This time he hit very hard, almost using all his strength. After the slap, blood could be faintly seen oozing from the corner of Dong Lin's mouth. Tough guy, I like it, Suchen said, shaking the falling sunset soul settling sword in his hand. Purple extreme sword technique. The chi fire instantly enveloped the falling sunset soul settling sword. He wielded the falling sunset soul settling sword, moving it around Dong Lin's body. The scorching chi fire made Dong Lin extremely uncomfortable. They already had some fear of fire. Coupled with Suchen's extraordinary chi fire, it intensified Dong Lin's inner terror. I'll talk. Dong Lin's emotions broke down at that moment. Tears could be faintly seen flowing from the corners of his eyes. He pointed in a direction and shouted, that way is the palace of my Dong Lin city, and within the palace there is a treasure vault. The treasures you are looking for are all in that vault. Suchen looked in the direction Dong Lin pointed. He saw that indeed there was a very large building in the place Dong Lin indicated. The architectural style was also from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. However, unlike other palaces, this palace was in the Dong Lin district, not the royal city. Alright, Suchen said, looking at Dong Lin with a smile. Since you've said what you needed to say, you can die now. As Suchen spoke, he swung the falling sunset soul settling sword towards Dong Lin. Seeing this, Dong Lin shouted, don't kill me. But before his voice could fade, Suchen's falling sunset soul settling sword had already severed his head. Dong Lin's body fell to the ground, twitching a few times before completely losing its life. Ding! Killed the exotic beast Dong Lin. Reward 490 points. This Dong Lin was rather stingy, only giving Suchen a small reward of points. After dealing with Dong Lin, Suchen walked in the direction Dong Lin had pointed. Soon, he arrived in front of the magnificent building. At the entrance of the grand building was a large door. Above the door, there was a plaque. On the plaque, 3 large characters were written in Oracle Bone script. Suchen had some knowledge of Oracle Bone script, so he recognized these 3 characters at a glance. Dong Lin Palace. Suchen walked up to the door and placed his hand on it. He pushed hard. Creak! The door let out a piercing sound. Then, with Suchen's force, the door slowly opened. Inside was pitch black. Passage to the abyss. The third eye began to appear on Suchen's forehead. He looked. Inside, the darkness vanished. It was a very large and magnificent palace. Inside the palace, there were many supporting pillars. The pillars were adorned with dragons and phoenixes, looking very exquisite. Even someone like Suchen, who didn't understand architecture, could tell that these pillars were crafted by a master. Besides the pillars, there were many murals on the surrounding walls. It was a very strange layout. Suchen didn't understand architecture, but he knew that only tombs would have murals in their chambers. Suchen walked up to a mural and began to examine it carefully. The mural before him depicted a war. On one side was Dong Lin, and on the other side was a very large creature. This creature looked somewhat human, but it had horns on its forehead. Compared to this giant creature, Dong Lin appeared as insignificant as an elephant next to an ant. In front of this giant creature, Dong Lin seemed very small. Is this a prehistoric creature? Suchen looked at the enormous minotaur, muttering to himself. As he pondered, Suchen shifted his gaze to another mural. When he saw this mural, a look of shock appeared on his face. In the mural, Suchen saw that the Dong Lin had actually defeated the giant minotaur. After defeating the minotaur, they began to feast on it. Suchen also noticed that there was a very special Dong Lin depicted in this mural. The 2 Dong Lin he had encountered before both had very masculine features. Moreover, most of the Dong Lin in the mural also exhibited masculine traits. However, among the many Dong Lin, Suchen spotted one with feminine characteristics. Furthermore, this Dong Lin was wearing a crown on her head. It was as if this Dong Lin was the queen of all Dong Lin. Interesting. Suchen stroked his chin, admiring the mural. As he looked at the series of murals, he felt something was very strange. This Dong Lin tribe has no other female Dong Lin apart from that Dong Lin queen. So how does this tribe reproduce? This was what Suchen found puzzling. The mural indicated that there were quite a few Dong Lin in the tribe. If they relied solely on the queen, it would be impossible to reproduce such a large population. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me, so I won't think about it. After finishing with the mural, Suchen continued to search within the grand hall. After all, his purpose for this trip was to seek treasure, not to explore the history of the Donglan. At the deepest part of the hall, there was a high platform. Su-Chen activated his perception and looked at the platform. He discovered that the area beneath the platform was empty. Moreover, there were quite a few items placed inside. Should I go take a look? Su-Chen thought and began searching for an entrance. However, after a thorough search, he did not find an entrance to the area beneath the platform. He walked to the side of the platform and knocked on it with his hand. After a few knocks, Su-Chen realized that the material at the edge of the platform was not particularly sturdy. He clenched his fist, preparing to break the edge of the platform with his punch. Gathering his energy, he struck out fiercely. Crack! To his surprise, Galmu's punch actually created a large hole in the edge of the platform. Su-Chen approached the opening and peered inside. With the enhancement of his perception, the inside was as bright as day. Inside, there were numerous boxes densely packed together. Upon seeing these boxes, a look of joy appeared on Su-Chen's face. He quickly jumped inside and opened the box closest to him. After opening the box and looking at its contents, Su-Chen felt very disappointed. Because the box he opened contained only books documenting various unusual techniques. As he flipped through them one by one, the disappointment on Su-Chen's face deepened. Most of these unusual techniques were of the yellow grade. It should be noted that unusual techniques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Heaven grade superior techniques are the most impressive, while yellow grade inferior techniques are the least valuable. Although not all the yellow grade techniques in this box were inferior for Su-Chen, who possessed many heaven grade superior techniques, yellow grade techniques were truly worthless. Su-Chen continued to open boxes. In another box, there were still unusual techniques, but they were all yellow grade as well. All these boxes and still just yellow grade techniques? I feel like someone is playing a trick on me. Su-Chen slumped to the ground, his face filled with displeasure. After resting for a while, Su-Chen continued to open boxes. The fact that there were no good items in the boxes was indeed very frustrating. But to be honest, the process of opening the boxes was still quite enjoyable. Su-Chen had never actually counted how many boxes there were. However, in just a few short hours, he had already opened nearly 30 boxes. But these 30 boxes, without exception, brought no surprises to Su-Chen. In the beginning, some of the boxes opened yielded yellow-level abilities, which made Su-Chen quite unhappy. However, these yellow-level abilities, in any case, could be considered relatively valuable. The boxes that followed were truly nonsense. Not to mention yellow-level abilities, there wasn't even anything related to extraordinary beings. To be honest, by the time he reached this point, Su-Chen felt somewhat disheartened. He looked at the many boxes still remaining behind him and suddenly felt a headache. At this moment, if he chose to give up, it would feel somewhat regretful. Let's continue. After resting for a while, Su-Chen resumed opening the boxes. One by one, the boxes were opened by Su-Chen. His mood fluctuated between hope and disappointment. Fortunately, the number of boxes was decreasing. About an hour later, there were less than 10 boxes left. More trash. After opening the 10 boxes, Su-Chen was completely disappointed. Because in these 10 boxes, he still hadn't found anything good. Is there really nothing good in Donglan City? As soon as this thought appeared, Su-Chen dismissed it. After all, this place was the core of Donglan City. If there were truly good things in Donglan City, they would undoubtedly be in this location. From the murals, it could be seen that the Donglan clan was once at its peak. Such an impressive clan couldn't possibly have nothing of value. Su-Chen planned to leave this high platform and continue searching. But just as he was about to leave the high platform, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimmer of light. The source of the light came from the deepest part, beneath the high platform. Filled with curiosity, Su-Chen walked towards the light spot. It turned out that the wall in the depths beneath the high platform was damaged due to years of neglect. The light was emanating from that damaged area. Su-Chen looked at the damaged spot. He discovered that behind it was an incredibly large space. Su-Chen gathered his energy and threw a punch at the damaged area. Bang! The punch landed, but the damaged area remained unscathed. Not only was it unharmed, but it also caused Su-Chen's arm to go numb from the impact. So hard. It should be noted that with Su-Chen's current strength, even if it were a steel plate in front of him, he could definitely punch through it. He summoned the system and took out the Wuyo Finger Tiger. Wearing the Wuyo Finger Tiger on his hand, Su-Chen threw another punch at the damaged area. This punch wasn't useless, but it only made the damage slightly larger. Given Su-Chen's size, there was still a significant gap to enter. Bang! 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 Su-Chen's fists continued to strike the damaged area. The damage grew larger and larger. After dozens of punches, the damaged area was finally large enough for a person to pass through. Su-Chen didn't rush in. He first mobilized his chi, covering his entire body with the golden light spell. After ensuring his safety, Su-Chen stretched his head inside. When he saw the scene inside, Su-Chen was directly stunned. My goodness! Su-Chen couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Then his body also squeezed in. The space inside was enormous. The light that shone through the crack came from a luminous pearl at the top of this space. The luminous pearl at the top was very large, even bigger than an adult's head. In the history of China, such a large luminous pearl had never appeared. Not to mention anything else, just this one luminous pearl was worth a fortune. Besides the luminous pearl, there were indeed quite a few items left inside. Battle axes, long spears, long knives. Judging by the style of the weapons, they should all be from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. If these weapons were taken outside to sell, they would definitely be worth a fortune. However, for Su Chen, who possessed the infinite black card, these things were truly worthless. After all, his purpose for coming here was not for money. Besides these ordinary weapons and equipment, Su Chen also saw some magical artifacts exclusive to otherworldly beings. However, the levels of these artifacts were not very high, so Su Chen had no intention of taking them away. In addition to the artifacts, there were also rows of bookshelves. Each bookshelf was filled with books. At a glance, all the books were about otherworldly techniques. However, the levels of these techniques were not very high. Following the bookshelves, Su Chen walked towards the innermost part. The deeper he went, the higher the levels of the techniques became. On the second to last row of bookshelves, he already found some low-grade heavenly techniques. Low-grade heavenly techniques were certainly decent, but for Su Chen, they held little temptation. After all, when it comes to techniques, aside from their levels, the most important factor is compatibility. The weapons Su Chen was currently using were the Wuyo Finger Tiger and the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. Therefore, for Su Chen, techniques related to fist fighting and swordsmanship were the most compatible with him. Among the many low-grade heavenly techniques, Su Chen really couldn't find any techniques related to fist fighting or swordsmanship, so he could only search the bookshelves at the back. On this row of bookshelves, the techniques were all mid-grade heavenly. Extreme Shadow Sword. Technique level, mid-grade heavenly introduction. Mastering this sword technique to its peak can create 3 sword shadows. Mountain opening fist technique level. Mid-grade heavenly introduction. Mastering this fist technique to its peak can split mountains and shatter rocks. Among the many mid-grade heavenly techniques, only these two were the most compatible with Su Chen. Ding! Discovered otherworldly technique Extreme Shadow Sword technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no. Ding! Discovered otherworldly technique Mountain opening fist technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no. Su Chen didn't even think and directly chose to learn. Thus, his collection of techniques increased by 2. For someone like Su Chen, who possessed the Qi body source flow, having many techniques was certainly beneficial. Seeing that there were no more valuable techniques on the second to last row of bookshelves, Su Chen finally fixed his gaze on the last row of bookshelves. What's going on? When he saw the situation on the last row of bookshelves, Su Chen's face immediately turned grim, because on this last row, there were only 2 or 3 books. Mountain Crushing Blade Technique Level, High-Grade Heavenly Introduction. Mastering this blade technique to its peak can crush mountains and open roads, sever rivers and seas. Heaven Piercing Finger Level, High-Grade Heavenly Introduction. This technique allows your finger technique to reach a transformative state, piercing the heavens. Cloud Shattering Palm Level, High-Grade Heavenly Introduction. Shatter the clouds of destiny. The techniques recorded in these 3 books had nothing to do with Su Chen. After looking through these 3 books, Su Chen felt somewhat disappointed. After hesitating for a while, he directly stored these 3 books into the system. After all, these were high-grade heavenly techniques. Even if Su Chen couldn't use them now, he might find them useful in the future. After storing the 3 books into the system, Su Chen began to continue his search. He wanted to see if there was anything of value left in this place. After a thorough search, Su Chen was greatly disappointed. Every item here, if taken to the outside world, would be worth a fortune. But for someone like Su Chen, an otherworldly being, they held little value. Moreover, as the only person in the world who knew about the revival of spiritual energy, Su Chen certainly wouldn't waste too much time on these things. However, to be honest, even though there were no more valuable items, Su Chen's trip to Yagu Mountain could still be considered fruitful. Extreme Mangling Spirit Fruit, Golden Armored Battle Bear, 3 top-tier celestial techniques and 2 mid-tier celestial techniques. If these items were placed in the realm of the extraordinary, regardless of which one, they would certainly cause a sensation. If the extraordinary beings knew that Su Chen possessed so many valuable items, he would probably be hunted down by the entire extraordinary realm. Since there was nothing left here, Su Chen did not linger any longer. After a brief inspection, he walked out, leaving Donglin Palace, exiting Donglin District, and stepping out of Donglin City. When the Golden Armored Battle Bear saw Su Chen again, its eyes widened in shock. "You came back alive?" The Golden Armored Battle Bear was extremely surprised that Su Chen returned safely from Donglin City. "What's so strange about that? Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" Upon hearing this, the Golden Armored Battle Bear was infuriated but had no retort. "Do you not want me to come back alive?" Su Chen looked coldly at the Golden Armored Battle Bear. The Golden Armored Battle Bear quickly shook its head. "No, I definitely didn't mean that. Take me down the mountain." The journey to Yagu Mountain was now considered over. "All right." The Golden Armored Battle Bear lowered its body, signaling Su Chen to jump on. Su-chen didn't hesitate and leaped onto the bear's back. "Are you seated properly?" the golden, armored battle bear shouted. "I'm all set," Su-chen nodded. "Heading down the mountain now," the golden armored battle bear shouted excitedly. At the foot of Yagu Mountain, in the parking lot, the driver looked at the darkening sky through his cigarette butt on the ground and prepared to leave. Just then, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. He instinctively looked around. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a giant bear, its body seemingly wrapped in gold, running towards him. The driver had never seen anything like it. Seeing the giant bear, he was so scared that he stood frozen in place. As the bear got closer to the parking lot to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su-chen shouted to the golden armored battle bear, "Stop." "Got it." The golden armored battle bear stopped without hesitation. Su-chen jumped off the bear's back and smiled at it, saying, "See you again if fate allows." Although the golden armored battle bear was Su-chen's pet, both it and Su-chen were very clear that the bear could not leave Yagu Mountain. "See you again if fate allows." The golden armored battle bear waved its paw. In the parking lot, the driver looked at Su-chen with a face full of shock. He pointed in the direction the golden armored battle bear had gone and asked Su-chen in astonishment, "What was that?" "About my mount," Su-chen said casually. The driver looked at Su-chen with eyes full of awe. He didn't ask any more questions and directly drove Su-chen back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Su-chen quickly washed up and lay down on the bed to rest. Just as he lay down, he received a video invitation on WeChat. To his surprise, it was from the old celestial master. Without hesitation, he chose to answer the call. As soon as the video connected, the old celestial master anxiously asked, "Are you in Xiangxi right now?" Su-chen looked at the old celestial master in shock, asking in surprise, "How did you know? Can you really predict things?" "No," the old celestial master shook his head, helplessly pouting. "Because I saw a video online." "A video?" Su-chen looked at the old celestial master in confusion. "A video of someone riding a bear." The video looked like it was shot with an old phone. The picture was very blurry, but you could vaguely see someone riding a bear that was completely golden, with fur like gold. In the entire extraordinary realm, besides you, I don't think anyone else can tame such a powerful, extraordinary beast. Hearing this, Su-chen put on a very pretentious expression and nodded. "That's right, I feel your analysis makes a lot of sense. Especially that last sentence just now." Seeing Su-chen acting so pretentiously in front of him, the old master directly rolled his eyes at Su-chen. "Kid." After rolling his eyes, the old master's expression suddenly changed. "Recently, the person in charge of the organization Chi-Lumi came to find me. They encountered a person who likes to wear a mask." Upon hearing this, Su-chen's heart tightened slightly. "That person is you, right?" the old master asked Su-chen tentatively. In fact, the old master wasn't too sure if that person was Su-chen. Su-chen hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "It's not me." The old master wasn't a fool. He clearly caught Su-chen's hesitation. "Whether it's you or not, I have something to tell you." Since Su-chen didn't want to say, the old master had no intention of forcing him. Chi-Lumi is an official organization of. "Do you know what that represents?" Su-chen instinctively shook his head. "Rules," the old master said 3 words. "In the official organization of, the most important thing is rules. In Chi-Lumi, rules are above all else," the old master said. Su-chen nodded, somewhat understanding. "From now on, no matter what, you must remember this. You can cooperate with them, but you must never join them." At this moment, the old master looked like an elder imparting social experience to his favorite junior. "I understand, thank you, old master." Su-chen bowed. "I don't know what your purpose in going to Xiangxi is, but there's one thing I must warn you about. When you're there, you must be low-key, and again low-key. Recent investigations by Chi-Lumi show that the people from Guxian men might be hiding in a certain mountain in Xiangxi. They have already dispatched the strongest forces of Chi-Lumi temporary workers to go. So, you must be extremely careful in all your actions in Xiangxi." Su-chen nodded, his face full of gratitude as he said, "Thank you for the reminder, old master." After ending the call with the old master, Su-chen lay on his bed, lost in thought. Before his rebirth, Chi-Lumi had announced their company structure. They divided their employees into 3 categories: formal workers, contract workers, and temporary workers. There are a total of 23 provinces, 4 direct-controlled municipalities, 5 autonomous regions, and 2 special administrative regions in Huaxia. Chi-Lumi divided Huaxia into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and central. Each region has a regional manager, and each of the 5 regions is also equipped with a temporary worker. Temporary workers are the strongest forces of Chi-Lumi, responsible for handling some tricky matters. Generally, when Chi-Lumi dispatches temporary workers, it indicates that the situation is serious. This is troublesome. Su-chen sat up, rubbing his temples. After the recovery of spiritual energy, one of the main reasons Chi-Lumi has remained strong for so long is that they have temporary workers stationed. The 5 temporary workers are all top-tier forces in the world. They may not be a match for the old master, but once they confront him, they can still retreat unscathed. In the world, being able to retreat unscathed from the old master can be considered quite impressive. Then I should avoid running around during this time. After the trip to Yagu Mountain, Su-chen originally planned to take a break. Now, with the appearance of temporary workers, Su-chen was even more determined to rest. Since I have time now, why not go grab a late-night snack? Su-chen thought, getting up from the bed. After tidying up a bit, he walked out of the hotel. To be on the safe side, he also put the mask into his backpack. Xiangxi, besides its pleasant scenery, is also known for its delicious food. Longhua Street is one of the more famous food streets in Xiangxi. Su-chen, carrying a backpack, arrived at Longhua Street. His culinary journey officially began. For someone like him, food had become somewhat optional. Yet, even so, Su-chen still believed that gourmet food should never be taken for granted. He ate from one end of the street to the other and then back again. This trip to Longhua Street brought him genuine joy. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su-chen was about to leave. But at that moment, his steps suddenly halted. A powerful wave of qi caught his attention. He quickly found a relatively secluded corner and put on a mask. Once the mask was on his face, Su-chen ran towards the source of the qi wave. The source was an abandoned half-finished building. At that moment, in an open area of the building, two men were facing off. Both were male. The difference was that one was a young man with strikingly handsome features and a well-proportioned physique. A contemptuous smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if the enemy before him was nothing to him at all. Such a person would undoubtedly be a protagonist in any typical anime. His opponent, on the other hand, had a face that screamed villain. He was overweight, with a face full of sneers. Most importantly, the color of his emitted qi was a dark green. Everything about this fat man fit the characteristics of a villain perfectly. "You can't run away," the young man spoke first. To be fair, his voice had a magnetic quality to it. "Actually, I never intended to run." The middle-aged fat man sneered at the young man, his tone laced with a sense of conspiracy. "I brought you here just to make the fight more convenient. There were just too many people back there. It's very inconvenient to fight when there are too many people around." This middle-aged fat man not only looked like a villain, but even his lines were standard villain dialogue. "Xiao Guozhang, I still don't understand why you joined the Guxian sect." The young man spoke with a tone full of regret, as if he had known this middle-aged fat man for a long time. "Actually, the reason is very simple." Xiao Guozhang looked at the young man and said with a smile, "The people from the Guxian sect said that as long as I joined them, they could make me stronger. And the fact is, I really did become stronger. It turns out my realm and combat power were only at the innate 9th level. But now, my realm has reached the 9th level of qi nourishing." Hearing this, Su-chen was slightly taken aback. From innate 9th level to qi nourishing 9th level. To outsiders, it seemed like just a single major realm apart. But Su-chen understood very well that between any two major realms lay a vast chasm. Crossing that chasm was not an easy task. How is that possible? Xiao Guozhang's words not only shocked Su-chen, but even the young man showed an expression of disbelief. "With your talent, the innate 9th level was already your limit. How did they manage to elevate your realm by a major level?" "So, I joined them." For Xiao Guozhang, this was a perfectly logical conclusion. But the young man clearly did not share that view. "Actually, I don't oppose your joining them. But I don't understand why you have to hunt ordinary people." The young man had not paid much attention to Xiao Guozhang joining the Guxian sect at first. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. But what the young man could not accept was Xiao Guozhang hunting ordinary people. The most despicable part was that Xiao Guozhang had even dug out the organs of those ordinary people. For someone who had eaten, this was absolutely intolerable. "If I don't consume their internal organs, how am I supposed to cultivate?" Xiao Guozhang retorted to the young man. Upon hearing this, the young man seemed to understand something. He questioned Xiao Guozhang, "So, you were able to break through because you consumed the internal organs of ordinary people?" At this point, there was no need for Xiao Guozhang to hide anything. Absolutely. "Otherwise, do you think I could have broken through so quickly?" Hearing Xiao Guozhang's words, the young man's eyes began to turn red. Su-chen clearly saw the expression of anger on the young man's face. "I believe that the Guxian sect only enhances its power through goo worms. I never expected they would resort to such a sinister method for cultivation. The Guxian sect must not be allowed to exist." Sky-reaching talisman, blazing fire. The young man formed a sword gesture with his right hand, drawing symbols in the air. Qi flowed, and blue runes appeared in the void. As the runes took shape, the young man lightly tapped them. Poof! The runes shattered. Massive flames surged directly towards Xiao Guozhang. Seeing the flames, Xiao Guozhang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Is that all?" He slightly raised his right hand. A flying insect, as thick as a baby's arm, flew straight towards the fireball. The speed of the insect was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it reached the top of a fireball. The flames on the fireball had no effect on the insect at all. The insect landed on the fireball and opened its mouth wide, biting down on it. With one bite, a gap appeared in the fireball. After creating the gap, the insect did not stop. In just a second, the fireball was completely devoured by the insect. Whether it was Su Chen's illusion or not, after consuming a fireball, the insect's size seemed to increase significantly. Perhaps not satisfied with just one fireball, the insect flew towards another one. Just like before, this fireball was also completely consumed by the insect. In a matter of seconds, all the fireballs had been devoured. The young man's face turned ashen upon witnessing this scene. I say, young Master Chiu, is this all you can do? Xiao Guozhang looked at the young man with a face full of mockery. Young Master Chiu? Upon hearing Xiao Guozhang's address, Su Chen seemed to recall someone. Xiao Nanping. After the revival of spiritual energy, Xiao Nanping was also a formidable figure. In one battle, he single-handedly fought against 5 beasts of the same realm. Not only did he not fall behind in that battle, but he also managed to slay all 5 beasts. However, it was strange that in the world of the other beings, there was a very interesting discussion circulating. This discussion was about whether Xiao Nanping was a man or a woman. He had an almost enchanting face. If he were to be compared to the current Su Chen in terms of looks, they would be equally matched. It was precisely because of this face that people debated his gender. But Su Chen did not care about these things. What he was more concerned about was the true strength of Xiao Nanping. From the combat power he had just displayed, it could be seen that his strength was around the 9th level of Qi Nourishing. It should be noted that Xiao Guozhang's realm was also at the 9th level of Qi Nourishing. Facing Xiao Guozhang, he was still so calm and composed. This indicated that his realm was very likely above the 9th level of Qi Nourishing. While Su Chen was pondering these thoughts, Xiao Nanping's right hand once again formed a sword gesture. Sky-reaching, talisman, icicle arrow, blue runes took shape in the air. Xiao Nanping lightly tapped them. 3 arrows made of frost shot straight towards Xiao Guozhang. Since the fireballs had no effect, do you think these 3 little ice arrows will be effective? Faced with Xiao Guozhang's mockery, Xiao Nanping's expression showed no signs of change. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the frost arrows was incredibly fast. In an instant, they had rushed to within less than a meter of Xiao Guozhang. With calm composure, Xiao Guozhang raised his right hand, worm shield. One by one, Qi condensed into insects began to gather in front of Xiao Guozhang. Before long, the Qi-formed insects had coalesced into a massive shield right before him. Clang, clang, clang. The frost arrows struck the worm shield, sending ripples cascading outward. At that moment, the worm shield also gave off a sense of being on the verge of collapse. Just when Gao Mu and Xiao Nanping both thought the worm shield was about to break, it shook for a moment before regaining its calm. The frost arrows posed no threat to the worm shield. What a hassle! Truly a hassle. Seeing this, Xiao Nanping shook his head with a flat tone. For some reason, Su Chen felt that Xiao Nanping definitely had more tricks up his sleeve. However, as the villain, Xiao Guozhang did not share Su Chen's feeling. I ask you, have you eaten? Is there really no one left? Sending a small character like you here is truly looking down on me. As a villain, Xiao Guozhang was indeed playing his role to perfection. Forget it. Xiao Nanping looked at Xiao Guozhang, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. For some reason, when Su Chen saw the smile on Xiao Nanping's face, his heart raced. What do you mean? You haven't completed your task and you want to leave? Xiao Guozhang believed that Xiao Nanping's forget it meant he was giving up on this task. Xiao Nanping's hand reached to the back of his head. It was at this moment that Su Chen noticed Xiao Nanping had a ponytail at the back of his head. Could it be that Xiao Nanping is a woman? Before Su Chen could finish his thought, Xiao Nanping's hair flew up. The rising hair danced in the wind. At that moment, Xiao Nanping's eyes also began to turn blood red. What I meant by forget it is that I no longer intend to waste time on you. Even at this point, Xiao Guozhang seemed oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guozhang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those are your tricks? I still don't believe you have any other means. Oh really? You don't believe it? The corners of Xiao Nanping's mouth lifted again. Su Chen noticed that the smirking Xiao Nanping, with his cool and stylish demeanor, was truly stunning. I have to say, his looks are indeed a notch above mine. Su Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As Xiao Nanping spoke, his hand reached toward his back. Ah! His mouth opened, his face contorted in pain. He slowly raised his hand. A long sword, resembling a spine, was pulled out. By Xiao Nanping. Even a scoundrel like Xiao Guozhang felt his legs weaken at this sight. Now, the battle officially begins. The corners of Xiao Nanping's mouth split open, revealing a terrifying smile. Xiao Guozhang's legs began to tremble from fear. Is that all? Xiao Nanping mocked with a cold smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Nanping transformed into a gust of wind, charging toward Xiao Guozhang. Despite being scared to the point of trembling, Xiao Guozhang still prepared himself for battle upon seeing Xiao Nanping rushing toward him. Come on, come on, Xiao Guozhang shouted. As Xiao Nanping reached Xiao Guozhang, the spine sword in his hand quivered slightly and lunged straight at Xiao Guozhang. Thorn insect! Xiao Guozhang shouted loudly. Countless insects suddenly crawled out from who knows where, instantly covering Xiao Guozhang's body. the insects formed a seemingly solid armor on the surface of Xiao Guozhang's body. Not only that, but spikes also appeared on the surface of the armor. Clang! The spine sword struck the thorny armor, producing a deafening sound. Looking at Xiao Guozhang again, the previous strike had merely pushed him back without causing any harm. I must say, Xiao Guozhang, not only has your realm improved, but your combat power has also increased quite a bit. The fact that this strike did not harm Xiao Guozhang seemed to be within Qiu Nanping's expectations. The expression on his face had already calmed. Nonsense. Xiao Guozhang shook his body and said proudly, I received a comprehensive enhancement in the Guxian sect. Good. Qiu Nanping did not say much in response. He simply nodded and then smiled, saying, the attack just now was merely a small test. For the next attack, I hope you can take it. Before Qiu Nanping's words had finished, he transformed into a shadow and charged towards Xiao Guozhang. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Chen in a daze seemed to see a thin layer of blood light appear on the spine sword. Blood flame burning heaven. As he reached in front of Xiao Guozhang, Qiu Nanping raised the spine sword. Hi! The originally weak blood light suddenly became dazzling in an instant. The blood light danced on the spine sword, resembling flames. Qiu Nanping raised the spine sword high and then fiercely chopped down towards Xiao Guozhang. 10,000 insect calamity. Countless flying insects flew out from who knows where, gathering above Xiao Guozhang's head. It seemed they wanted to help Xiao Guozhang withstand this blow, but just as the flying insects gathered, the spine sword came crashing down. The spine sword sliced right through the swarm of flying insects. Countless flying insects were obliterated by the spine sword. How is this possible? This scene made Xiao Guozhang's eyes widen in disbelief. The 10,000 insect calamity could be considered his strongest defensive supernatural technique. Yet even so, it still could not withstand the descent of the spine sword. This was something very hard for Xiao Guozhang to accept. Insect escape. Xiao Guozhang reacted quickly. As the 10,000 insect calamity was cut through, he immediately activated his evasion technique. In the next second, Xiao Guozhang transformed into a giant flying insect, disappearing from his original spot at an almost unbelievable speed. The spine sword also fell at that moment. It struck the ground, and the sword light directly carved a huge crack into the earth. Not only that, but blood-red flames also flickered around the crack. Hiss! As an observer, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp at this scene. So strong. Su Chen had thought he had already considered Qiu Nanping to be quite powerful, but that last strike made him realize he had underestimated Qiu Nanping. What's the point of dodging? Aren't you quite impressive? Face me head-on. Qiu Nanping looked at Xiao Guozhang with dissatisfaction. Xiao Guozhang, who had dodged the spine sword, was panting not far away. The insect escape he had just used was his life-saving technique. Unless he truly encountered danger, he would never use this technique, because using this technique was not only very dangerous, but it also consumed a lot of stamina and energy. You're strong, I'm leaving now. At this moment, Xiao Guozhang realized he was no match for Qiu Nanping, so the best choice at this moment was definitely to make a run for it. But thinking of escaping at this moment was clearly not an easy task. At the very least, Qiu Nanping would never let Xiao Guozhang leave so easily. Thinking of running? Qiu Nanping seemed to have seen through Xiao Guozhang's intentions, sneering as he spoke. Isn't it a bit late to think about running now? Xiao Guozhang ignored Qiu Nanping and looked around. He was clearly trying to find a route suitable for escape. You can't run away, Qiu Nanping said coldly to Xiao Guozhang. Since I dare to fight you here, it means we've already set up a net to catch you. Ha! Hearing Qiu Nanping's words, Xiao Guozhang scoffed. If I want to leave, no one can stop me, not even you, mark my words. Alright. Qiu Nanping did not refute Xiao Guozhang's words. It wasn't that he didn't know how to argue back, he simply couldn't be bothered. So, have you found a route yet? Xiu Nanping toyed with the spine sword in his hand, looking at Xiao Guozhang with a half smile. Xiao Guozhang remained silent, continuing his search. Haven't found it yet? Do you want me to point you in the right direction? Qiu Nanping said with a smile. At that moment, Qiu Nanping looked like a cat that had caught a mouse toying with its prey. No need. This was Xiao Guozhang's final stubbornness. Ha ha ha, Qiu Nanping said casually, his tone relaxed. Then you better hurry up, after all, my time is limited. Qiu Nanping, you'd better not go too far. Xiao Guozhang shouted angrily. Enough. Qiu Nanping didn't want to waste any more time on Xiao Guozhang. Everyone come out. I don't want to waste any more time on him. Yes. As the voice rang out, several people suddenly appeared around them. They were all wearing uniforms from Chile Me. So many people? Seeing this crowd, the hope in Xiao Guozhang's eyes instantly vanished. Keep an eye on the surroundings, don't let him escape, Qiu Nanping ordered. Yes. Everyone from Chile Me shouted in unison. Battle end. Qiu Nanping shouted, swinging the spine sword and charging towards Xiao Guozhang. The bloodlust danced on the spine sword. Xiao Guozhang, seeing that escape was hopeless, had already prepared for a fight to the death. Kill. Qiu Nanping's killing intent sword. His hair began to flutter. Once again, As he approached Xiao Guozhang, the spine sword in Xiao Nanping's hand lunged towards Xiao Guozhang once more. This thrust was faster, fiercer, and more brutal than before. Xiao Guozhang didn't even have time to defend himself before being pierced by the spine sword. He widened his eyes, displaying an expression of disbelief. He couldn't understand why this sword had killed him. He also couldn't comprehend why he hadn't even had a chance to defend himself. Xiao Guozhang was dead. Lying on the ground, his wounds still gushed blood. Xiao Nanping sheathed the spine sword on his back. He looked at Xiao Guozhang's corpse on the ground and shook his head in regret. Xiao Nanping returned to his previous calm and composed state. Clean up the battlefield. Xiao Nanping instructed the people from Chili Me. Yes, the Chili Me crowd began to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, Xiao Nanping took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Nanping said, Xiao Guozhang is dead. He confirmed he had joined the Gu Xianmen. He killed those ordinary people to enhance his realm and combat power. After explaining the situation, Xiao Nanping hung up the phone. He then casually played with his phone on the side. Are you all useless? I've already got a 10-0-0. And you're still feeding. Jungle, what are you wandering around in the jungle for? Are you just there to rack up steps? Mid lane, you must have missed your ultimate. If you can't play the game, why not find a class? Don't be fooled by Xiao Nanping's aloof demeanor. In the world of the canyon, he was no different from anyone else. Mr. Qiao. Just as Xiao Nanping was about to unleash a barrage, someone from the Have You Eaten group approached him respectfully. The battlefield has been cleared. We can withdraw at any time. Xiao Nanping skillfully exited the game, cleared the application, and then stood up. Let's go. Just as he turned around, his brow suddenly furrowed. What's going on? At that moment, he glanced sharply in the direction of Su Chen. Discovered? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't made a sound at all. Moreover, he had concealed his presence and breathing. He never expected to be detected by Xiao Nanping. Come out quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Nanping shouted, reaching for his back. The members of Have You Eaten also drew their weapons, ready for action. What's going on? The person next to Xiao Nanping frowned and looked at him. Xiao Nanping shook his head. I feel someone nearby. The direction he pointed to was where Su Chen was. Go, search that way. The person next to him shouted to the Have You Eaten group. They all surged towards Su Chen's location. This is troublesome. Su Chen felt a sense of foreboding. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Have You Eaten group, but he was worried about causing unnecessary trouble. Retreat. Without a second thought, Su Chen ran in one direction. The Have You Eaten group quickly pursued him. Wind step. To avoid being caught, Su Chen pushed his speed to the limit. Get your people back. Xiao Nanping instructed those around him. They knew that their subordinates might not be a match for Su Chen. Recklessly chasing would only lead to disaster. Everyone, return. The person called over the intercom. Soon, the Have You Eaten group gave up the chase after Su Chen. I'll go take a look, Xiao Nanping said, rushing towards Su Chen's direction. Although his speed was not as fast as Su Chen's, it was still quite quick. What incredible speed! Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Xiao Nanping's brow furrowed slightly. The two were soon in a secluded area, chasing each other. Why are you chasing me? Su Chen turned to look at Xiao Nanping. When he saw Su Chen's appearance clearly, Xiao Nanping's brow furrowed slightly. Why are you hiding in the shadows? Spying on our battle? Xiao Nanping's hand rested on his neck. His expression was very serious. He realized that the person before him was definitely a formidable opponent. If I said I was just passing by, would you believe me? Su Chen smiled at Xiao Nanping. Passing by? Xiao Nanping stared directly into Su Chen's eyes, sneering. To be honest, I don't really believe that excuse. Honestly, we have no grievances between us. So, you don't need to pursue me relentlessly. Su Chen didn't want to fight Xiao Nanping. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Xiao Nanping. Rather, in Su Chen's view, it was a fight that was unnecessary. After all, there was no enmity or conflict of interest between them. Indeed, we have no grievances, but I sense danger from you, Xiao Nanping said coldly. Right now, Xiao Nanping was in a state of extreme tension. The aura emanating from Su Chen made him very uncomfortable. This uncomfortable feeling led him to believe that the person before him was definitely not simple. What you said is somewhat unreasonable. Su Chen really didn't want to fight, so he tried to say some soft words. I'm just an ordinary person with abilities. I neither harm society nor disrupt stability. But you have the potential to harm society and disrupt stability, Xiao Nanping continued. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately felt displeased. It seems talking nicely to you is useless. Su Chen's temper wasn't particularly bad, but it certainly wasn't good either. With Xiao Nanping saying such things, if Su Chen continued to speak softly, it would be pointless. Xiao Nanping didn't say anything more. He suddenly clenched his right hand, which had been resting on his neck. The spine sword was drawn out once again. This process was as painful for Xiao Nanping as before. Do you want to take a break? Su Chen smiled at Xiao Nanping. After all, Xiao Nanping had fought with Xiao Guozhang earlier. That battle hadn't drained him too much, but it was definitely not insignificant. Shonanping shook his head and said flatly, if I'm not your opponent, resting won't help at all. What a brilliant theory. Suchen gave Shonanping a thumbs up. Swift wind step. Suchen stopped wasting words. He transformed into a shadow and charged straight towards Shonanping. Along the way, Suchen took out the Wuyo Finger Tiger and the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword from the system. Extreme Fallen Sword Rain. The Chi Sword began to condense. Purple Extreme Sword Technique. Purple Chi flames began to dance on the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. Go! The Chi Sword took the lead. Whoosh! 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 The Chi Sword flew towards Shonanping like arrows. Bone armor. Bones formed from condensed Chi appeared on the surface of Shonanping's body, creating a suit of armor. Clang! 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 The Chi Sword struck the bone armor, producing clanging sounds. At the same time, Suchen had already rushed close to Shonanping. He swung the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword, aiming directly for Shonanping's throat. Clang! Shonanping slightly raised the spine sword, directly knocking Suchen's Luoxia Soul Settling Sword upwards. Despite Shonanping's thin and weak appearance, his strength was indeed considerable. This blow nearly sent Suchen's Luoxia Soul Settling Sword flying out of his hand. This is interesting. Suchen felt he had encountered a worthy opponent. The previous exchange seemed to have left neither side at a disadvantage. However, Shonanping's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, because when he had just knocked the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword away, it had flown past his forehead. In that moment, although the Chi flames hadn't touched him, they still instilled a deep-seated fear within him. This feeling of fear was something he had never experienced before. That Chi flame is extraordinary. I must not let it touch me, Shonanping thought to himself as he looked at the Chi flames on the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword. He was a temporary worker in the delivery service. During missions, he had encountered many skilled fighters, but Shonanping felt that the danger posed by all those skilled fighters combined was not as high as that of the person before him. Come again. The earlier setback did not affect Suchen's mindset. He swung the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword and charged towards Shonanping once more. Shadow Veil Step. As he approached Shonanping, Suchen used this ability, which he rarely employed. With a shift of his feet, Suchen directly appeared behind Shonanping. Shonanping quickly turned around, but to his shock, he did not see Suchen behind him. The reason was simple. Suchen was still behind Shonanping. Indeed, at the moment Shonanping turned around, Suchen quickly arrived behind Shonanping once again. The most powerful aspect of the Shadow Step is not its ability to quicken one's pace or make footsteps more agile. The true strength of this extraordinary technique lies in its capacity to predict from which direction the enemy will turn. With this ability, the user can approach the enemy from another direction and appear behind them again. Shonanping turned around several times but did not see Suchen behind him. This caused his mindset to falter somewhat. Come out. If you're a man, face me head on, Shonanping shouted. Usually, whether capturing or hunting, Shonanping would toy with his enemies like a hunter, but now it was different. He felt like prey being toyed with by Suchen the hunter. This was hard for someone as proud as him to accept. Face me head on? Suchen's voice quietly echoed in Shonanping's ear. As a temporary worker for the Itni organization, why would you say something so foolish? Hearing a voice behind him, Shonanping wasted no time and thrust his spine sword directly backward. Without a doubt, the strike missed. Come out, come out. Shonanping shouted frantically. Face me head on, give it a rest. Suchen's voice rang out again, but this time the voice was not behind Shonanping but to his right. Shonanping lunged toward the source of the sound again, but just like before, he still missed. What do you want? Shonanping yelled. Suchen sneered. You say you don't have much ability, yet you still want to trouble me. I really don't understand what you're thinking. If I had known you were this strong, I definitely wouldn't have bothered you. Of course, Shonanping only dared to shout this in his heart. After all, if he actually said it out loud, he wouldn't be able to show his face again. Alright, the game is over. Suchen no longer wanted to play with Shonanping. He formed a knife hand with his right hand and struck directly at Shonanping's neck. As the knife hand approached Shonanping's neck, his legs went weak and he collapsed unconscious. Suchen glanced at him and shook his head. I'm off. Until we meet again. With that, Suchen floated away. Not long after, the members of the Itni organization discovered Shonanping, who was unconscious. What happened? Shonanping was knocked out? He's one of our temporary workers. Who did this? Who's that strong? I've heard his strength is formidable, rare to find an opponent in Huaxia. Whoever knocked him out must be terrifyingly powerful. To be honest, I can hardly accept this fact. In the minds of the Itni members, the 5 temporary workers were all incredibly fearsome figures. Anyone who could knock them out must possess extraordinary strength. At this moment, the leader of this group approached Shonanping and tried to wake him up. Who did this? The leader asked Shonanping in a deep voice. Shonanping shook his head and replied, I don't know, but the opponent's strength is definitely unfathomable. Is there danger? This was the leader's main concern. I don't know. Xiao Nanping shook his head, indicating he was also unsure. He looked at the leader with a bewildered expression and helplessly said, even if there is danger, we probably can't do anything about it. Upon hearing this, the leader's heart trembled. Each of the 5 temporary workers had their own pride. They would not easily bow to anyone. But Xiao Nanping's current demeanor surprised the leader greatly. To avoid making Xiao Nanping feel worse, the leader chose not to say much more. Alright, prepare to regroup. The leader's mind had already begun to calculate. Today's matter must be reported to headquarters. The fact that Xiao Nanping was knocked out is enough to demonstrate how terrifying the opponent's strength is. For someone like that, it's fortunate if they harbor no evil thoughts. Once such a person has malicious intent, it would definitely not bode well for Huaxia. The team withdrew in an orderly manner. Sitting in a business car, Xiao Nanping wore a gloomy expression. The driver, the boss, smiled and asked Xiao Nanping beside him, is he really that hard to deal with? Sitting in the car, Xiao Nanping tidied his hair while nodding gloomily. It's no longer just a matter of being difficult to handle. I feel that if he had used his full strength just now, I wouldn't even have lasted a round against him, Xiao Nanping said, his mood very low. There's a saying that there are always stronger people out there, don't you understand that? The boss, while driving, comforted Xiao Nanping with a smile. Huaxia has a history spanning thousands of years. Moreover, it's vast and rich in resources. It's not surprising that a master is hidden in the deep mountains. That was indeed the case. But, Xiao Nanping stammered several times without being able to articulate his thoughts. But what? The boss asked curiously. Xiao Nanping helplessly pouted. The opponent is younger than me. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately became excited. Did you see his face? No, Xiao Nanping shook his head in frustration. I just have a feeling. Younger than you, with a higher realm and stronger combat power. To be honest, that's really tough. The boss believed in Xiao Nanping's intuition. For some powerful individuals, sometimes feelings can reveal more than what the eyes can see. Stop thinking about it, the boss said, looking at Xiao Nanping with a smile. When we get back to the company, you should take a good rest. Although Xiao Nanping felt helpless, he still nodded. The car slowly drove down the street and soon arrived at a large courtyard. The courtyard looked very dilapidated, giving off the impression of a warehouse. Despite its shabby appearance, the security level was actually very high. After a series of checks, the boss and Xiao Nanping's car were allowed to enter the small courtyard. After getting out of the car, Xiao Nanping stretched and called to the boss, I'll go rest first. The boss nodded. Xiao Nanping went to rest, but the boss's tasks were not yet finished. He took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he walked towards a 3-story building in the small courtyard. The exterior of the building looked very worn, giving a sense of neglect over the years. The architectural style of the building was reminiscent of the 80s and 90s of the last century. The boss climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor of the building. After throwing the cigarette butt on the ground and extinguishing it, he pushed open the door to a room. Once inside, the boss hung up his clothes and then turned on his computer. After the computer booted up, he performed a series of simple operations. Once finished, the windows in the room automatically closed. The entire room was devoid of any light. After waiting for about 10 seconds, a figure appeared not far in front of the man. The figure was an elderly man in a suit. This elder was none other than Han Tianqing, the chairman of the company and its highest authority. Chairman Han. The boss stood up and respectfully bowed to Han Tianqing. Han Tianqing waved his hand, indicating that he need not be so formal. What's going on? Han Tianqing gestured for him to get straight to the point. After a brief pause, he recounted everything that had happened today, word for word, to Han Tianqing. After listening, Han Tianqing stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Your temporary worker said that person poses no danger? Han Tianqing asked the boss. The boss nodded. Since there's no danger, we don't need to worry about him, Han Tianqing said. But the boss still seemed a bit concerned. No need to worry, Han Tianqing smiled slightly and said to the boss. Your temporary workers have said that person poses no danger. That's true, but I'm still a bit worried. The boss's concern was justified. After all, similar incidents had occurred before. You mean the Chun Chuan incident, right? Han Tianqing seemed to have guessed what the boss was thinking. The boss didn't hide it and nodded directly. The Chen Chuan incident was a significant disgrace for Qi Lumi. The Chen Chuan incident was just an exception. Moreover, the current Qi Lumi is no longer comparable to the previous Qi Lumi. If it comes to it, I will personally step in, Han Tianqing assured. Upon hearing this, the boss finally nodded in relief. However, we should still investigate this person as much as possible. If we can, it would be best to make him one of us at Qi Lumi. Even if we can't persuade him to join Qi Lumi, we should at least make him a friend of ours? Got it, the boss nodded. Back at the hotel, Su Chen lay on the bed, looking exhausted. He had won the earlier battle, and it was a complete victory. However, that battle had also drained a significant amount of his qi and physical strength. Speaking of which, the temporary workers at Qi Lumi are indeed quite impressive. Su Chen thought to himself. He had known before that the temporary workers were formidable, but since he had never interacted with them, everything had just been speculation. Now that he had interacted with them, Suchin felt he had underestimated the temporary workers. It seems that in the future I should try to avoid fighting with temporary workers as much as possible. If it comes to a point where I have no choice but to fight, I should at least try to do so in a place with ample spiritual energy. As Suchin pondered this, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He didn't force himself to stay awake and fell asleep directly. When he woke up again, it was already noon the next day. After a quick wash-up, Suchin stepped out of his hotel room. What should I eat? Yesterday, Suchin had tried all the food on the food street. However, he noticed that the food there was mostly trendy items, with few local specialties. So today, he decided to look for a specialty dish from Xiangxi. Hello, Suchin approached the front desk and asked the receptionist, "Is there anywhere nearby where I can try local delicacies?" Upon hearing Suchin's inquiry, the receptionist initially appeared reluctant. But when she saw Suchin's face, she instantly transformed her demeanor. "Hello," the receptionist's voice was as sweet as could be. "Would you like to taste some local specialties?" "Yes," Suchin nodded. "I know of a street, but it's quite remote," the receptionist said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Suchin as she spoke. To be honest, the receptionist was quite attractive, but she really didn't catch Suchin's eye. After all, the beauties Suchin had encountered were all campus queen level. "Just tell me the location, I think the taxi driver should know," Suchin feigned a straight man demeanor. Upon hearing this, the receptionist stomped her foot in frustration. "Shenlong Temple," she told Suchin. "Thank you," Suchin said after expressing his gratitude and walked out of the hotel. "Unromantic dead straight. Man," the receptionist cursed in annoyance. The other receptionist nearby covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. After laughing, she put on a serious expression and said, "Do you think it's possible he's pretending not to understand? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The young lady shot a glare at another young lady. The other young lady covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Yesterday, in that factory, Xiaonanping stretched and walked out of the room. "Boss." As soon as he stepped out, he spotted the boss not far away. "What are you up to?" The boss, dressed in a suit, looked every bit the white-collar worker. "I have a small meeting to attend," the boss said with a look of helplessness. But when he saw Xiaonanping's outfit, he smirked and asked, "Dressed so nicely, are you going on a date?" Xiaonanping rolled her eyes at the boss and replied irritably, not in a good mood, planning to spend the day at the Shenlong Temple. "Be safe. If you run out of money, give me a call." The boss waved at Xiaonanping. "Got it," Xiaonanping responded dismissively. Not long after the boss left, Xiaonanping also exited the courtyard. Was that Xiao the boss just now? Am I seeing things? Xiao the boss looks so beautiful. Could it be that Xiao the boss is cross-dressing? Why is he wearing a skirt? Are you all new here? Don't you know that Xiao the boss is a woman? Wow, I really didn't know that Xiao the boss is female. Xiaonanping usually wore men's clothing unless she was going out to have fun. Coupled with her somewhat masculine personality, many people assumed she was male. Moreover, her name sounded very masculine. So, many believed Xiaonanping's gender was male. But in reality, she was female. And when she donned women's clothing, Xiaonanping looked even better than some so-called goddesses. Shenlong Temple. Though it was called a temple, it was actually just a street. This street had no trendy shops, only local specialty snack stalls. As soon as Suchin got out of the taxi, he caught a whiff of the unique aroma of Xiangxi. The enticing smell wafted over, and Suchin immediately felt his stomach rumble. Time to eat. Suchin hurried into Shenlong Temple, embarking on his culinary journey. Stinky tofu, cured meat, oil cakes. Once he started eating, he just couldn't stop. After a round of feasting, Suchin sat on the curb, sipping a local drink to rest. At that moment, a girl in a white dress, stunningly beautiful, casually sat down not far from him. She held stinky tofu in her hands, enjoying it with gusto. Perhaps it was too spicy, as the girl opened her mouth wide. Suchin looked at her, feeling she seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Perhaps sensing Suchin's gaze, the girl also looked in his direction. When she met Suchin's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. She felt that his gaze was also very familiar. Seeing the girl looking at him, Suchin quickly turned his head away. After resting for a while and noticing his drink was nearly finished, Suchin stood up to throw the bottle in the trash. Round 2, here we go. Suchin stretched and continued his food adventure. Who was that person just now? Why do I feel like those eyes are so familiar? Sitting on the curb eating stinky tofu, Xiaonanping thought Suchin's gaze was very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen those eyes before. Forget it. She wasn't out on a mission today, so Xiaonanping shook her head, dismissing the strange thought. Time to eat. A whole box of stinky tofu was quickly devoured by Xiaonanping. So spicy. She stood up and hurried to find a place to buy a drink. A sip of cool beverage gradually eased the spiciness. Once the heat subsided, Xiaonanping continued her culinary journey. In the very center of the Dragon God Temple, there was a small square. The square was tiny, with only a dozen or so chairs. At this moment, Su Chen was holding a lot of snacks, sitting on a chair and devouring them voraciously. Catch the thief! There's a thief! Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Su Chen glanced in the direction of the voice, then continued to lower his head and eat. The reason for this was not that Su Chen lacked a sense of justice. Rather, for Su Chen, there was no need for him to intervene in matters involving a thief. He's stealing a child. He's taken my child. If it were just an ordinary thief, Su Chen wouldn't have bothered. But stealing a child was a different matter altogether. When something is stolen, the victim might feel upset for a while, but if a child is taken, that could lead to a lifetime of pain. Su Chen wouldn't care about theft or robbery, but if it involved stealing or snatching a child, then Su Chen would definitely take action. However, there were too many people around, and Su Chen couldn't use his extraordinary means. He fixed his gaze on the direction the thief had gone and quickly pursued. To Su Chen's surprise, several other young people around his age also chased after him. The thief was running very fast. Even while carrying a child, his speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Could this thief be an extraordinary person? Su Chen thought to himself, and his pace quickened considerably. Whether it was Su Chen's good luck or the thief's bad luck, after several turns, the thief unexpectedly darted into a dead end. It was at this moment that Su Chen finally saw the thief's true appearance. The thief had a sharp face and a monkey-like look, resembling a typical villain from a novel. He was thin, with a pale complexion, giving the impression of malnutrition. But Su Chen noticed that the thief had some dark spots on his body. How could a junkie run this fast? A junkie was generally the term used by ordinary people to refer to drug users. Drug use leads to cell death in the body and physical deterioration. Typically, a drug user's physical strength wouldn't surpass that of an adult. In fact, some children might have much better physical fitness than drug users. Don't come any closer. Seeing that he had no way out, the thief pulled out a dagger from his lower back and pointed it at Su Chen. I won't come closer if you let the child go, Su Chen said to the thief. The thief alternated between pointing the dagger at Su Chen and at the child in his arms. His face was wild, and he shouted hoarsely, "Let me go, or I'll kill you. You know you can't escape." Su Chen looked calmly at the thief. Can't escape? The thief scoffed at Su Chen. There's no place in this world that I can't get away from. While he was speaking, the thief charged directly at Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. After all, the thief was still holding an innocent child. If it weren't for the child, Su Chen had 1,000 ways to subdue the thief. But with the child involved, the situation was different. He genuinely feared that in a fit of rage, the thief might harm the child. The thief held the child in one arm, and the dagger in the other. As he approached Su Chen, he thrust the dagger straight toward Su Chen's abdomen. The distance between them was now very close. Su Chen could clearly see the sweat on the thief's face. Die! When the dagger was less than 5 centimeters from Su Chen's abdomen, the thief shouted ferociously. Su Chen shook his head disdainfully. That broken dagger of yours can't hurt me. The thief didn't understand what Su Chen meant. But what happened next made him realize. When the dagger pierced Su Chen's abdomen, he felt no sensation of the dagger breaking through skin and flesh. The thief only felt a slight numbness in his arm. It felt as if his dagger had pierced through steel. Looking at the dagger, he saw that it had bent into a very strange shape. If the thief continued to exert force, the dagger would likely break. Are you an other? The thief looked at Su Chen with a face full of terror. Correct answer, Su Chen smiled, extending his hand to directly grab the thief's dagger. But there's no reward. The thief, whose hand was caught, felt as if a giant iron clamp was gripping him. He struggled desperately, but no matter how he fought, he couldn't break free from Su Chen's hold. Let me go, he shouted at Su Chen like a wild beast. Su Chen, however, ignored him. He looked at the child in the thief's arms. The child had his eyes tightly closed. Seeing this, Su Chen's brows furrowed. However, when he saw the child's mouth slightly open and a breath escape, Su Chen visibly relaxed. Clearly, the child was still alive, just unconscious. Let you go? Why should I let you go? Su Chen said coldly to the thief. Before the thief could respond, Su Chen asked again, why did you steal the child? Who the hell are you? Why should I? The thief still wanted to play tricks in front of Su Chen, but Su Chen didn't give him the chance. With a swift motion, Su Chen slapped the thief hard. The blow was heavy, causing one side of the thief's face to swell up. You dare to hit me? The thief wanted to curse. Su Chen raised his hand and slapped the thief again. This time, it was the other side of the thief's face. After the slap, the other side of his face also swelled up. After 2 slaps, the thief's face had swollen into a pig's head. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, Su Chen said, looking at the thief with a feigned sympathetic expression and shaking his head. Give me the child, Su Chen told the thief. In your dreams. The thief still stubbornly resisted. Smack! Su Chen raised his hand and slapped the thief again. This slap was much heavier than the previous 2. It knocked several of the thief's teeth out. Blood began to flow from the corner of the thief's mouth. Aren't you going to give it to me? Su Chen asked the thief with a smile. The thief might not be able to speak anymore, so he frantically shook his head. Alright, if you don't want to give it to me, I won't force you. After saying this, Su Chen released the thief's hand. Just when the thief thought he was about to escape, Su Chen's hand tightened around the thief's throat. He glared fiercely at the thief and said coldly, "You now have two choices. The first choice is to give me the child. The second choice is that I strangle you and take the child." Seeing the ferocity in Su Chen's eyes, the thief immediately cowered. He reached out his hand, offering the child towards Su Chen. After Su Chen took the child, he quickly checked the child's condition. Once he confirmed the child was fine, he turned his gaze back to the thief. "Why did you steal, or rather, snatch the child?" Su Chen asked the thief. "I just wanted to sell him for money. Is that so wrong?" the thief shouted loudly. Su Chen, however, looked at the thief coldly. To be honest, he didn't believe this reason. Others were still human. They surely had times when they needed money. But to snatch a child for money, Su Chen didn't believe it. After all, there were plenty of ways for others to make money. "I don't believe you," Su Chen said to the thief coldly. "Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm telling the truth." The thief's eyes darted around, clearly lying. "It seems you don't want to tell the truth anymore." Su Chen is not a system person, so many times he doesn't need to follow the system's procedures. "Now, tell me the real reason," Su Chen said coldly to the thief. The thief continued to sneer. "Let's not talk about it. I'm telling the truth. Even if I'm lying, what can you do to me?" The thief was certain that Su Chen wouldn't dare to be harsh with him, but clearly he was wrong. Su Chen stepped forward and directly grabbed one of the thief's arms. "Your limbs are equally important. I know there are ways to heal severed arms in the world of the extraordinary, but I don't know if there's a method to make bones regenerate." As soon as he finished speaking, before the thief could react, Su Chen's hand suddenly exerted force. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. The pain twisted the thief's face into a grimace. However, this thief was tough. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he still didn't scream loudly. "You're quite tough, huh?" Su Chen looked at the thief, his face full of mockery. The thief gritted his teeth and glared at Su Chen. "I just don't know if you can endure what comes next." Su Chen smiled broadly, but for some reason, the thief felt a chilling sensation seeing Su Chen smile. "Come on," the thief shouted through clenched teeth. His voice sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "All right." Su Chen smiled slightly and grasped the thief's other arm. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones breaking filled the air. The thief still clenched his teeth. "Ah!" But a cry born from pain escaped from between his teeth. "Now that you have no arms, your value to your organization is nearly zero. Are you still not planning to tell me the truth?" Su Chen asked. The thief remained silent, only glaring at Su Chen with a fierce look. Not far away, Xiao Nanping was watching this scene with a calm expression. For the temporary workers, this was not a surprising sight. After all, even they would resort to means when faced with some stubborn opponents. Sometimes, their methods were even more brutal than Su Chen's. Why is he asking the thief these questions? This was what Xiao Nanping was concerned about. Suddenly, a person flashed through Xiao Nanping's mind. Could this thief be from the same faction as Xiao Guozhang from yesterday? After considering this possibility, Xiao Nanping felt a surge of impatience. However, she remained relatively rational and did not act hastily. "Kill me, just kill me," the thief shouted at Su Chen with a twisted face. "Kill you?" Su Chen looked at the thief and shook his head disdainfully. "Killing you would be too easy for you. As long as you don't reveal the organization or faction behind you, I will make you wish you were dead." Today, the thief felt despair. Su Chen's methods of torture continued. After incapacitating the thief's arms, he turned his attention to the thief's legs. "Next up should be your legs, right?" Su Chen asked the thief with a smile. To the thief, Su Chen's smile was more terrifying than a demon. Without waiting for the thief to react, he lifted his foot and kicked one of the thief's legs. Crack! Again, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Suddenly losing a leg, the thief dropped to one knee. "Just kill me, the thief shouted at Su Chen. If his hands were still intact, he would have chosen to commit suicide without hesitation. But now, he didn't even have the chance to take his own life. After breaking one of the thief's legs, Su Chen prepared to break the other one. I'll talk, the thief shouted. Su Chen stopped, looking at the thief with a cold expression. "You have 1 minute to tell me everything I want to know." The thief nodded, his face full of pain. "I come from a force called Gu Xian Men." The name surprised both Su Chen and Xiao Nanping. The thief was merely the lowest-ranking member of Gu Xian Men. His main task was to help Gu Xian Men collect children. Gu Xian Men had no specific requirements for the children. Any child under the age of 10 was their target. The thief also had performance metrics each month. He needed to offer 5 children to Gu Xian Men every day. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes seemed to crack. Su Chen glared at the thief. "How many children have you stolen?" The thief, seeing Su Chen's furious expression, suddenly found himself unable to speak. "Speak!" Su Chen glared at him, growling softly. The second one." Perhaps out of fear, the thief stuttered. Is it the second one this month? Or, Su-chan asked again. The second since I joined Gusian Men. The thief intended to lie. But when he saw the look in Su-chan's eyes, he blurted out the truth. The second this month. Since I joined Gusian Men, I've stolen a total of 20 children. After saying this, the thief felt a sense of relief. But Su-chan felt a chill run down his spine. A surge of anger shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. 20 children. Su-chan gritted his teeth. 20 children meant 20 families. In other words, this thief had destroyed 20 families. Ah! Su-chan roared, his right hand reaching for the thief's throat. He wanted to kill this thief. But just as the thief's face began to turn red, Su-chan's hand loosened. Just when the thief thought Su-chan was going to let him go, he heard Su-chan's cold voice ask, "Where do you all meet?" The thief remained silent. He dared not speak. Fear lingered in his heart. Speak. Su-chan continued to press. The thief still remained silent. At that moment, Su-chan suddenly felt an indescribable sense of crisis. He quickly stepped back several paces. Ah! At that moment, the thief let out a painful scream. His expression was one of extreme agony. His face began to turn red along with his cries. Not only that, but his stomach started to swell at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few seconds, his belly looked like that of a woman 9 months pregnant. Yet even though his stomach was already very large, the swelling continued. Bang! After swelling for several more seconds, the thief's stomach exploded. In that instant of the explosion, Su-chan seemed to see a small bug flying out. He wanted to catch that bug, but the bug flew away too quickly. By the time Su-chan reacted, the bug had already vanished without a trace. Looking back at the thief, the body appeared horrifying, likely due to the explosion of his stomach. Fortunately, Su-chan had already protected the child beforehand. Otherwise, the child might have perished in the explosion. Su-chan picked up the child and walked slowly towards the exit. Once he reached a crowded area, he placed the child on the ground and then left the vicinity. Xiao Nanping had been following closely behind Su-chan. Su-chan had long noticed her presence. However, since he felt no malice from her, he chose to ignore her. Back at the hotel, Su-chan lay on the bed, his emotions very complicated. After hesitating for a while, he dialed the old master's phone. For Su-chan, the old master was definitely a trustworthy person. After telling the old master about what happened today, there was silence on the other end. Little Su-chan. The old master's tone sounded very heavy. If you find the location of the Gusian sect, please be sure to help me eliminate it. What Su-chan didn't expect was that when the old master said this, there was a hint of pleading in his tone. Rest assured. Without a second thought, Su-chan promised without hesitation. As long as you let me find the location of the Gusian sect, I will definitely wipe it out. The actions of the Gusian sect had reached a point of outrage among both gods and men. Initially, Su-chan didn't have any strong negative feelings towards the Gusian sect. But after the incident of the child abduction today, Su-chan's attitude towards the Gusian sect had changed dramatically. By the way, at this moment, Su-chan remembered what happened yesterday. He recounted his battle with Xiao Nanping word for word to the old master. Far away in Longhu Mountain, upon hearing the name Xiao Nanping, the old master revealed a playful smile. Have you eaten? After all, it's an official supernatural organization. It's best to avoid any friction or contact with them, the old master reminded Su-chan again. I understand. After chatting a bit more with the old master, the two ended the call. Meanwhile, in that large courtyard, Xiao Nanping was sitting in the boss's office. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Nanping's angry face, the boss asked with a smile. Did someone offend you again? Xiao Nanping pouted and shook her head adorably. Then what's the matter? The boss walked to the fridge, took out a bottle of soda, and handed it to Xiao Nanping. Because of the significant age difference between the boss and Xiao Nanping, the boss viewed her almost like his own daughter. The thing is, Xiao Nanping didn't hold back and told the boss about what happened during the day. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, she downplayed Su-chan's existence quite a bit. This led to the boss not focusing on Su-chan. You mean the Gusian sect is now using children for their cultivation? The boss stood up, his face filled with shock. This is serious. The boss rubbed his temples, pacing around like an ant on a hot pan. Before the boss could get too agitated, Xiao Nanping shouted, "Can you stop pacing?" The boss pouted in frustration and said helplessly, "With something like this happening in my territory, I'm afraid the boss is going to be angry." The boss he referred to was none other than Han Tianqing. How do we solve this? This matter has to be resolved, right? Xiao Nanping asked the boss. The boss replied helplessly, "We can only report to headquarters." Given the seriousness of the matter, he absolutely couldn't make a decision on his own. So, he could only report to headquarters. Then you go report, I'll go take a break. Xiao Nanping stood up and left the boss's room. Following the procedure from last night, the boss initiated a remote video call again. Chairman. Upon seeing Han Tianqing, the boss greeted him very politely. I say, Xiao Bai, is there something going on at this late hour? Han Tianqing yawned. For this elder, it was already time to sleep. Being disturbed at this time carried a bit of Annoyance. The boss said helplessly, there really is something I need to report to you. Han Tianqing yawned and replied, what is it? Just say it directly. The boss nodded and then repeated what Xiao Nanping had just said. Han Tianqing fell silent. The seriousness of the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Wait 5 minutes, I'll gather the heads of each district for a meeting. Han Tianqing commanded. Yes. The boss dared not say more. 5 minutes later, 4 more people appeared before the boss, aside from Han Tianqing. These 4 were also heads of major districts. They looked bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Old Bai, what's going on? Yeah, calling us over in the middle of the night, is there something big happening? Old Bai, I can tell from your expression that you know something. Spill it, what's really going on? All eyes were on Old Bai. He indeed knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. Han Tianqing had called them together. If Old Bai revealed everything, it would be a slap in Han Tianqing's face. Seeing Old Bai silent, everyone showed displeasure on their faces. Soon, Han Tianqing appeared on the video. He briefly explained the situation. The heads of the districts were filled with shock. They knew things were serious, but they didn't expect it to be this complicated. Boss, one of the district heads looked at Han Tianqing and said, are you suggesting we send temporary workers from our 5 districts to handle this matter? Yes, Han Tianqing nodded. Then we'll head to Xiangxi tomorrow. One district head declared. We'll also head to Xiangxi tomorrow. The heads of the districts all expressed their agreement. Lying on the hotel bed, Su Chen couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The matter of the Guxianmen kept him tossing and turning. First it was ordinary people, then it was children. What will they do next? To many, Su Chen, as a reborn person, shouldn't have such rich emotions. Indeed, Su Chen's emotions were not particularly abundant. But the actions of the Guxianmen touched the softest part of his heart. This matter, Su Chen not only had to manage, but he had to see it through to the end. That was true. But Su Chen still felt a bit of a headache. The reason was quite simple. Since Su Chen learned about the Guxianmen, he had only encountered 2 people from the Guxianmen. The identity of the first person was unknown. The second person seemed to be an outer member. He was all alone, without the help of any organization or power. Finding the Guxianmen's lair was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If I can't find them, maybe someone who has eaten them can. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly thought of Xiao Nanping. How should I find someone who has eaten them? Su Chen lay on the bed, lost in thought. He didn't know if it was because he was too tired or for some other reason. As he pondered, he actually fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The next day, after a quick wash, he left the hotel. Tongyu. As soon as he left the hotel, Su Chen activated Tongyu. Looking for someone who has eaten them, although not like searching for a needle in a haystack, was still not much different for Su Chen. The reason he activated Tongyu was to see if he could find someone who had eaten them. Tongyu could not only see through illusions but also discern who was an ordinary person and who was an extraordinary person. Extraordinary people were not necessarily those who had eaten them, but those who had eaten them were definitely extraordinary. This search lasted several hours. The city he was in could be considered a major city in Xiangxi. The population was very large. Su Chen's search was largely a matter of luck. If I can't find them in 1 day, I'll search for 2 days. If 2 days don't work, I'll search for 3 days. I refuse to believe I can't find someone who has eaten them. Su Chen made up his mind. After a simple meal in the afternoon, Su Chen continued his search. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen found an extraordinary person among the many ordinary people. He had intended to take a chance, so he quietly followed behind this extraordinary individual. When he reached the extraordinary person's destination, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. The place where this extraordinary person had landed had nothing to do with food. Just as Su Chen was about to leave in great disappointment, he noticed something strange about this extraordinary person's destination. It was an old, abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was large, but most of the interior had already collapsed. At the deepest part of the warehouse, there was a space resembling an office. After the extraordinary person entered the office, he did not come out for a long time. Out of curiosity, Su Chen followed him in. The extraordinary person who had originally entered the office had vanished into thin air. The office was not large, and one could see the situation inside at a glance. Su Chen did not believe that this extraordinary person had simply disappeared. Therefore, he decided to search thoroughly. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered a clue. Beneath this office, there was a secret passage. The passage was not deep, only a few meters. At the end of the passage, there was a space that was not very large. In that space, there were many children, blindfolded and gagged. Could that extraordinary person just now be from the Guxian sect? Su Chen thought to himself. He did not act rashly but instead hid quietly and waited. He waited until deep into the night. The extraordinary person seemed to be doing something down there, staying for a long time. It was not until late at night that the extraordinary person finally came out. After the extraordinary person left, Su Chen found the switch to enter the secret passage. Although Su Chen knew that there were quite a few children in this underground space, when he actually entered and saw those children, his heart still sank slightly. However, soon after, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. He was glad that he had searched for food today and that he had discovered this extraordinary person. If he had not found this extraordinary person today, he could not even imagine what would have happened to those children. However, next, Su Chen faced a headache of a problem. That was how to get the children out. He roughly counted, and there were about 20 to 30 children here. Moreover, their eyes were covered with black cloth. Perhaps I can ask for help from the food source, Su Chen thought. He then found the old master's WeChat and requested the phone number of the person in charge of this area in Xiangxi. The old master did not ask for the reason and directly gave the number to Su Chen. After getting the number, Su Chen dialed it immediately. As soon as the call connected, a deep male voice came from the other end. Who is this? What do you want? The one who answered the phone was Bai Yuntao, the person in charge of the southern region and also the boss mentioned by Qiu Nanping earlier. He had 3 phone numbers. One was for daily use, one was for internal communication, and one was for external calls. He would answer external calls even if they were from unknown numbers. The reason was very simple. He had previously announced this number. In XX district, at a certain location, there is an abandoned warehouse. Inside the warehouse, there is an underground secret room, and in that secret room, there are many children. After Su Chen finished this call, he directly removed the SIM card from his phone and then discarded it. This SIM card was a temporary one he had bought. Bai Yuntao, seeing that the call had been disconnected, came back to his senses and wanted to call back, but he found that the phone was already turned off. This address, he thought, for a moment and quickly took out his internal phone, dialing Qiu Nanping's number. Gather at the factory entrance quickly, there's a temporary task, Bai Yuntao ordered. Got it. After hanging up, Qiu Nanping began to pack up. 20 minutes later, the members of the southern districts Have You Eaten all gathered at the factory entrance. Let's go. Bai Yuntao started the business vehicle. Boss, asked Qiu Nanping, who was sitting in the passenger seat, yawning. What urgent task could there possibly be at this hour? It might be a task related to the Gu Xianmen, Bai Yuntao replied to Qiu Nanping. Upon hearing this, Qiu Nanping's previously vacant eyes instantly lit up. A task related to that group of beasts? To Qiu Nanping, Gu Xianmen had become synonymous with beasts. It might be, I'm not too sure. In fact, Bai Yuntao felt a bit anxious himself. After all, he couldn't discern the authenticity of the information from the phone call earlier. Hiding in the shadows, Su Chen saw the Have You Eaten vehicle stop at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. Once the members got out of the car, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After disembarking, Qiu Nanping took the lead, cautiously stepping into the dilapidated warehouse. Soon, the other members of Have You Eaten followed suit. With relatively professional equipment, they found the imprisoned children. Xiao Sun. After the children were rescued from the secret room, Bai Yuntao called over a staff member from Have You Eaten. Contact the public security department and have them come to take over. Yes. The staff member, referred to as Xiao Sun, took out his phone and contacted the police. Before long, several police cars arrived at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse. Many police officers, mostly women, got out of the vehicles. With the arrival of these officers, Bai Yuntao visibly relaxed. At that moment, a police officer who appeared to be a leader approached Bai Yuntao and saluted him. Recently, we've received many reports of missing children in our jurisdiction, and almost all of these children are from our area. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao seemed to recall something. He asked the police officer in charge, are there reports of missing children from other jurisdictions as well? The officer paused slightly, then nodded, yes, and quite a few. A few days ago, the heads of various jurisdictions compiled statistics. In this month alone, about 100 children have gone missing. But it seems there aren't even 100 here. Bai Yuntao questioned the officer in charge. That's correct, the officer nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a female officer stepped forward to the leader. Chief, the statistics are in. There are a total of 32 children here. 32? The chief's face immediately darkened upon hearing this number. That means at least 60 more children are still missing. Bai Yuntao's expression also turned grim. You must continue investigating the matter of the missing children. If there are any results or leads, notify me immediately. Bai Yuntao instructed the chief. Understood. The chief nodded. Seeing that the children had been taken away by the police, Bai Yuntao instructed everyone to disband. Boss, at that moment, someone approached the chief and quietly asked while looking at the retreating figures of Bai Yuntao's convoy, who are these people? The chief shook his head. I don't know, but I know they are not ordinary people. After saying this, the chief seemed to recall something and told his subordinate, when we get back to the station, make sure to tell everyone to keep today's encounter with this group a secret. Yes. Seeing the chief's serious demeanor, the subordinate dared not say more. The convoy of Have You Eaten drove through the streets of Xiangxi. In the front business vehicle, Bai Yuntao skillfully drove the car, but his brow was tightly furrowed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qiu Nanping held a bottle of soda in one hand while staring blankly. Out the window. She bit the straw of the soda, lost in thought. Boss, after a while, Zhou Nanping asked Bai Yuntao, have you ever wondered who made that call? I have. Bai Yuntao replied, gazing ahead and letting out a slight sigh. After I finished the call, I handed the phone over to the tech department. But just now, the tech department sent me a message saying they found no clues at all. The phone card used to make the call was a disposable, unregistered one. Upon hearing this, Zhou Nanping's face showed a look of confusion. Meanwhile, not far behind their convoy, Su Chen, wearing a mask, quietly followed. With his abilities, those from the organization couldn't detect him. The reason for the mask was simply Su Chen's caution. An hour later, the convoy entered the compound. Su Chen, however, did not rush to follow them inside. As an official organization of extraordinary individuals, he was unsure if they had any so-called high-tech means. Therefore, to avoid being discovered by them, Su Chen had to wait a bit longer. He looked around, trying to find a place to rest and conveniently monitor the organization. However, after searching, he found nothing. It was unclear whether the organization had done this intentionally or not. In any case, there were no hotels or inns near their compound. Moreover, there weren't even any tall buildings nearby. What to do? Su Chen pondered while scanning the area. At that moment, he noticed a house for rent not far from the compound. He quickly approached the rental property. After a brief inspection, Su Chen used his energy to pry open the door lock of the house. Once inside, he controlled his energy to lock the door behind him. After everything was set, Su Chen walked to the window. Coincidentally, the window had a clear view of the entrance to the organization's compound. Then I'll rest here for now, Su Chen thought, preparing for a long wait. In the compound, by Yuntao's office, he was currently on a video call with Han Tianqing. The heads of the other 4 districts should arrive by tomorrow or the day after, Han Tianqing said. The intelligence department has almost finished organizing the relevant information. The earliest will be sent to you tomorrow and the latest by the day after. Thank you, Mr. Han. Bai Yuntao expressed his gratitude. Han Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. We're all family, no need to be so polite. I also know about the situation with the kids on your side, but I want to know who made that call. I also want to know who knocked out your temporary worker. Han Tianqing was aware of Zhou Nanping being knocked out. I'm not sure. I suspect these two are the same person. Bai Yuntao had been contemplating this matter for some time. I don't know why I have that feeling too. But this person should have no hostility towards us. If there's no hostility, then if he doesn't show himself, you don't need to go looking for him, Han Tianqing advised Bai Yuntao. Rest assured, as long as he doesn't appear, I will definitely not go looking for him, Bai Yuntao assured Han Tianqing. In that case, let's end our conversation here for today. After a night of silence, the next morning, Su Chen, who had been monitoring the organization's compound all night, felt his eyes slightly heavy. Normally, extraordinary individuals shouldn't feel tired. Su Chen's understanding of the situation yesterday was fueled by qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so exhausted. How about we find a place to rest? First, in this rental room, there was nothing of value. There wasn't even a chair, let alone a bed. So, it was nearly impossible for Su Chen to rest here. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, a supercar suddenly entered his line of sight. It was a bright red Lamborghini. Su Chen had some knowledge about cars. The official price for this car was around 15 million renminbi. Since it was a fully imported vehicle, if all the paperwork was completed, it would cost at least 60 to 70 million renminbi. Do all the people from Chilima flaunt their wealth like this? Seeing the Lamborghini, Su Chen instantly lost his fatigue. Knowing someone was coming today, Bai Yuntao and Zhou Nanping had arrived early at the entrance of the courtyard. When they saw the red Lamborghini, Zhou Nanping wore a helpless expression. She looked at Bai Yuntao beside her and said with exasperation, why does he have to be so ostentatious? Because he has money. Bai Yuntao scoffed, irritated. If I had money, I'd definitely be even more flamboyant than him. After the Lamborghini entered the courtyard, it came to a stop. The scissor doors opened. A man and a woman got out from either side. The man was tall and burly, with a face full of rough features and a scar across his cheek. He looked quite intimidating. The woman, on the other hand, had a seductive figure, striking beauty, and fair skin. Sister Chiu, it's been a long time since we last met. The woman spoke, surprisingly in a rough male voice. Get away from me, you androgynous thing, Zhou Nanping said unkindly upon seeing the woman. Don't think you can take advantage of me. The woman, who had been approaching Zhou Nanping, immediately halted at her words. The woman awkwardly scratched her hand and said to Zhou Nanping, sister, could you be a little gentler with me? Get lost. Zhou Nanping was completely unyielding. Hey. The woman stood there, sighing helplessly. Xiao Nanping, long time no see. The burly man beside the woman greeted Zhou Nanping with a smile. Zhou Nanping's attitude was much friendlier towards the rugged man. Boss Lang. It's been a while. The rugged man was from the Wolf Fine Gang, the head of the northern region. The woman, who resembled a female and had a feminine figure, was a temporary worker from the northern region, Yi Wulio. Unlike other temporary workers from different regions who were low-key, Yi Wulio was quite the opposite. His father was the founder of the well-known Chinese enterprise Yi Group. Although Yi Group was not as prominent as Ulu, it was still a well-known large corporation in China. As the heir to Yi Group, Yi Wulio was undoubtedly a true rich second generation. While other rich second generations enjoyed cars, watches, and young models, Yi Wulio preferred killing. To be able to kill legally, he joined Shalima and became a temporary worker there. Do you need me to arrange a place for you to rest? As the host, Bai Yuntao asked at that moment. Boss, Bai. Yi Wulio walked straight to Bai Yuntao's side and put his arm around Bai Yuntao's shoulder, saying, we already have a place to rest, so you don't need to worry about it. Let go of me, Bai Yuntao said to Yi Wulio with a tone of helplessness. To be fair, although Yi Wulio was a man, his looks and figure could rival any woman, especially his long, slender, fair, and delicate legs. Anyone who had seen them would never forget. When are the people from the other two regions coming? The Wolf Fawn gang asked Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao shook his head. I don't know, but it should be soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the large gate of the courtyard opened again. Unlike the luxurious supercars from before, this time a very old van drove in. Just how old was this van? It was in such a state that, aside from the horn not working, everything else made noise. The van stopped, and two men got out. Goodness. Upon seeing these two men, Yi Luyun immediately went up to greet them. He walked over to the van and patted it, saying, your van hasn't reached the scrapping age yet, has it? The man who got out of the passenger seat was dressed in a suit, looking very much like a successful businessman. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said very seriously, this vehicle has 1 year and 3 days left before it can be scrapped. The suited man, named Han Chaochuan, was the head of the Western District. The other man looked like an honest middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a dark complexion and dressed simply. At first glance, he resembled a farmer who toils in the fields. His name was as ordinary as his appearance. He was Zhang Wei, the head of the Western District. Do you have a place to stay? Bai Yuntao asked Han Chaochuan. Han Chaochuan shook his head. Just arrived, haven't had the chance to find a place yet. Then you can go to the hotel we booked, Yi Wulio said as he walked over to Zhang Wei and put his arm around his shoulder. After all, that hotel has already been reserved by us. Zhang Wei knew that Yi Wulio was a man. But even so, when Yi Wulio put his arm around his shoulder, Zhang Wei's face turned red. Yi Wulio, if you dare to put your arm around anyone's shoulder again, I won't hesitate to chop off your hands, Xiao Nanping scolded, unable to hold back as he saw Yi Wulio bullying the honest Zhang Wei. Alright, Yi Wulio raised his hands above his head, feigning surrender. I got it. Bye. The way, Yi Luyun seemed to remember something and asked Bai Yuntao, what about the people from the Central District and the Eastern District? Bai Yuntao shook his head. I don't know, but they should arrive today as well. After saying that, Bai Yuntao invited them to the conference room to rest. Meanwhile, Su Chen, hiding in his rented room, was playing with his phone. According to his memory, he entered the license plate number of the Lamborghini he had just seen into the search box. Fortunately, Yi Wulio was quite high profile, so with this search, Su Chen found the owner of the Lamborghini. It seems this young master from the Yi family must be someone who eats well, Su Chen murmured to himself as he looked at Yi Wulio's profile. Then the old van behind must also belong to someone who eats well. As night fell, two more cars drove into the courtyard. These two cars were quite normal, both being ordinary sedans. With the 5 districts gathering, it seems that the people from Qilimi are planning to take action against the Guxian sect, Su Chen thought, believing it was the 5 districts gathering due to the Lamborghini. In the Qilimi courtyard in the conference room, besides the 2 district heads and temporary workers who had already arrived during the day, there were 2 more people in the room. One was a man and the other a woman. The man had a fair complexion, dressed simply, and looked like a student. His name was Mu Yunxiao, a temporary worker from the Central District. The woman was petite and cute, with a slightly chubby face that had a hint of baby fat. If Mu Yunxiao looked like a student, then Zhao Mumu looked even more like an elementary school student. Her name was Zhao Mumu, a temporary worker from the Eastern District. The heads of the Central and Eastern Districts had matters to attend to, so they did not come with the temporary workers. However, they had already instructed the temporary workers to listen to Bai Yuntao. Seeing that people from various regions had already arrived, Bai Yuntao cleared his throat and slowly stood up. He then shared everything about the Guxianmen with everyone. These Guxianmen people are truly inhumane, aren't they? For the sake of cultivation, they not only harm ordinary people but even children. If I catch anyone from Guxianmen, I will definitely crush them to ashes. Damn it, I will make them experience what it means to be unable to live or die. After listening to Bai Yuntao's account, everyone was extremely angry. After all, the actions of Guxianmen were indeed something that this group of people found hard to accept. After cursing the Guxianmen, Yi Wulio quickly regained his composure. He looked at Bai Yuntao and asked, what should we do next? Do you know where the Guxianmen's lair is? Bai Yuntao shook his head helplessly. Xiangxi is known as the land of 100,000 mountains. Although there aren't that many, there are still quite a few. We have been investigating the Guxianmen matter during this time. but no matter how we investigate, we have no leads at all. However, yesterday, Boss Han told me that the intelligence department is sorting out relevant information and clues. If nothing goes wrong, we should know in the next couple of days. By the way, I hope everyone here can keep their phones on in the next few days. If something really happens, I hope to reach all of you as soon as possible. After Bai Yuntao finished speaking, everyone assured him that there would be no problem. The meeting concluded. Except for Bai Yuntao and Xiao Nanping, everyone else left the courtyard and headed to the hotel booked by Yi Wulio. It seems today is completely hopeless. Seeing everyone leave, Su Chen sighed helplessly. He had thought there would be some action today. Should I go back to the hotel to rest? Or should I continue to observe here? Su Chen began to hesitate. He sat on the ground, devoid of any spiritual energy. Su Chen's qi was almost completely exhausted. His energy was also about to run out. Su Chen was truly afraid that if he stayed any longer, he might collapse here. But if he didn't keep watching, he was afraid he would miss something. Just as he was in deep conflict, a flash of inspiration struck him. If he remembered correctly, there was a mobile phone store nearby. Quietly leaving the rental house, Su Chen went straight to the phone store. "Get me a phone." Su Chen entered the store and directly spoke to the store owner. This phone store was very small. Besides the owner, there were no other staff members. The owner was happily scrolling through a social media app at that moment. Hearing a voice, he immediately showed an unhappy expression. He frowned and looked up at Su Chen. "Is there something you need?" He hadn't heard what Su Chen said clearly because he was so focused. "Get me a phone." Su Chen repeated what he had said earlier. As soon as the owner heard that Su Chen wanted a phone, his impatient expression vanished without a trace. After all, there isn't a person in this world who would turn down money. "What kind of phone do you want?" the owner asked cautiously. Su Chen didn't choose. He directly said to the owner, "Just bring me your most expensive phone." The owner's face lit up with joy upon hearing that Su Chen wanted the most expensive one. "Please wait a moment, I'll get a sample for you to see," the owner said as he was about to open the counter where the phones were stored. "No need." Su Chen waved his hand a bit impatiently. "No need to look, just bring it to me. I'm in a hurry." A buyer like Su Chen was definitely the favorite of every seller. "Please wait, I'll get it for you right away," the owner said as he opened a safe and took out an unopened phone. "How much?" Su Chen asked the owner. 10,000. The boss mentioned a number. Su Chen glanced at the phone in his hand, frowned, and said, "I'm not short on money, but you can't treat me like a fool. This phone, bought online, at most costs 5,000 yuan. I wouldn't mind a markup of 10% or 20%, but you're marking it up by 100%. This is a bit disrespectful." Upon hearing this, the boss's face immediately showed an awkward expression. "Alright, I'll give you 7,000. After saying this, Su Chen took out his phone and scanned the payment code. After leaving the phone store, Su Chen unwrapped the phone. His luck was quite good. The phone's battery was surprisingly at 80%. Su Chen connected to his phone's hotspot and downloaded a certain messaging app. Once it was downloaded, he registered a new account. Just like that, a remote mobile camera was set up. He pointed the phone's rear camera towards the direction of the restaurant. After making a slight adjustment, Su Chen left directly. Back at the hotel, Su Chen lay on the bed, watching the phone screen. Eventually, he was so tired that he turned on the recording function and fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. Holding the phone, he walked towards the bathroom while opening last night's recording. Nothing happened last night. After a quick wash, Su Chen stepped out of the bathroom. He had called room service, so breakfast was delivered to his room. While eating breakfast, he watched the footage on his phone. At that moment, Su Chen noticed something was off. The red Lamborghini was driving out of the courtyard. That's right, it was driving out, not in. At this time, could it be? Su Chen seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly rushed to the restaurant's courtyard as fast as he could. The moment he arrived, the last car exited the courtyard. The gates began to close. Slowly. "Good thing I made it." Su Chen took a mask from his backpack and put it on his face. Then he quietly followed behind the last car. The car initially drove through the city. Before long, it reached the suburbs. After about an hour of driving in the suburbs, the car arrived at a very remote forest area. The dense trees there prevented the car from continuing. At this point, all the cars stopped. In the business vehicle, Bai Yuntao was the first to get out. Following him was Xiao Nanping. Today, Xiao Nanping still looked very much like a man. Besides Bai Yuntao and Xiao Nanping, several temporary workers from other districts also got out of the car. "Gentlemen," Bai Yuntao looked at Xiao Nanping and the other temporary workers. "The next steps depend on you. Don't worry." Yi Wulio walked over to Bai Yuntao and patted his shoulder. "This is a piece of cake for us." After glancing at Yi Wulio, Bai Yuntao didn't say anything more. "Alright, everyone start debugging the equipment. Why do I feel that this combination is a bit unreliable? It's true that the words are correct, but the strength of the temporary workers is indeed undeniable." The group's debugging speed was incredibly fast. In less than 5 minutes, their equipment was already calibrated. Everyone, I'll go ahead, Yi Wulio said, diving into the dense forest. After greeting by Yun Tao, the other temporary workers also hurriedly followed him into the thicket. Su Chen hid in the shadows, quietly waiting. He wasn't in a hurry to catch up. The reason was very simple. He needed to maintain a certain distance from these temporary workers. To become a temporary worker for the organization, they must have some exceptional skills. To avoid being discovered and wasting time, Su Chen decided to wait a little longer. After about 5 minutes, Su Chen began to move. The distance between him and the temporary workers was quite delicate. It wasn't too far, but it certainly wasn't close either. He could sense the presence of the temporary workers, but they were unaware of his existence. At least, that's what he believed. After walking in the dense forest for about half an hour, the temporary workers began to see mountains ahead. Let's take a break, Yi Wulio said. The temporary workers nodded in agreement. This mission was completely unknown ahead, so they needed to maintain their best condition. There was no rush to continue. The temporary workers began to sit down and rest. Some were hydrating, some were replenishing nutrients, and others were observing their surroundings. At this moment, Zhao Mumu quietly said to Qiu Nanping beside her, "Sister Qiu, someone is following us." The two had collaborated before, so they were not strangers to each other. What? Qiu Nanping had a fiery temper. Upon hearing that someone was following them, she immediately stood up. What's wrong? Zhang Wei noticed Qiu Nanping's tense expression and stood up as well. Yi Wulio and Mu Yunxiao also cast curious glances. It's nothing, Zhao Mumu pulled Qiu Nanping and said to the other temporary workers. Sister Qiu is just a bit nervous. To be honest, Zhao Mumu's excuse was quite poor. For individuals of their level, even if they were nervous, it wouldn't show. Right. Seeing that Zhao Mumu didn't want everyone to know, Qiu Nanping scratched her head and said awkwardly, I am indeed a bit nervous. Not to mention the other temporary workers didn't believe it. Even Qiu Nanping herself found this clumsy excuse hard to believe. Why can't I tell them? Qiu Nanping sat down, looking at Zhao Mumu curiously. This person has no hostility towards us. He's following us, probably to find the Guxianmen. If Su Chen had heard Zhao Mumu's words at that moment, he would have been very shocked. You guessed it? Qiu Nanping didn't show too much surprise. She knew very well that this was Zhao Mumu's special ability. Yes, Zhao Mumu nodded, glancing meaningfully in a direction. And the person following us is very powerful. If he really made a move, the 5 of us could indeed capture him. But, although Zhao Mumu didn't finish her sentence, the meaning was already very clear. So, you want him to help us? Qiu Nanping saw through Zhao Mumu's thoughts. Exactly. Zhao Mumu nodded again, smiling as she said, since we have a strong ally available, why not take advantage of it? After a brief consideration, Qiu Nanping nodded, that makes sense. After a simple 20-minute rest, the temporary workers set off again. Not far away, Su Chen looked at the temporary workers and thought to himself, could it be that I was just discovered? In fact, when Zhao Mumu had glanced over earlier, Su Chen felt his heart skip a beat. But if she did discover me, why didn't she say anything? This was also what puzzled Su Chen. Forget it. Su Chen knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. For now, the most important thing is not to lose track of them. He then continued to follow the group of temporary workers. The path through the dense forest was already difficult to navigate. Once they entered the mountains, the road became even more challenging. As temporary workers, they struggled immensely. Qiyun Mountain. The name of the mountain surfaced in Su Chen's mind. This mountain, like the previous Yagu Mountain, was not a well-known range. In fact, Qiyun Mountain was even less recognized than Yagu Mountain. At least the people of Xiangxi were aware of Yagu Mountain. Qiyun Mountain, however, was not widely known even among them. After entering Qiyun Mountain, both the temporary workers in front and Su Chen following behind slowed their pace significantly. A journey that originally took half an hour now required at least an hour, if not more. After about 5 hours of walking, the sun began to set. Under the glow of the setting sun, the clouds over Qiyun Mountain turned a fiery red. So beautiful. Su Chen gazed at the clouds in the sky, marveling inwardly. If this place were developed into a tourist area, it would probably become another internet-famous spot. The temporary workers, having finished their meal, began to rest again. I have to say, the red clouds of Qiyun Mountain are truly stunning, Yi Wulio remarked, unable to contain his admiration. If this place were to be developed a bit, it would surely become a popular internet attraction. Yi Wulio's thoughts coincided with Gao Mu's. I say, young Master Yi, I'm not trying to bring you down, but if your family really develops this place, they'll definitely lose a fortune. Mu Yunxiao, wearing glasses and looking like a student, laughed as he teased. What do you mean by that? Yi Wulio, unfazed by Mu Yunxiao's jibe, looked at him and said, it seems you know something. I previously read some information about Qiyun Mountain which stated that every year many people climb it, but the survival rate is only about 10%. Mu Yunxiao explained. He had a very sharp mind and an impressive memory. It's worth noting that he was only 18 years old but had already obtained several bachelor's degrees in different fields. If not for the time required for a master's degree, he would likely have quite a few of those as well. Why? Is it because there are strange beasts in this mountain? Yi Wuliu asked out of curiosity. Mu Yunxiao shook his head. It seems to me that it's not just about the strange beasts. Zhao Mumu looked at Mu Yunxiao curiously and asked, could it be because of the Gu Xianmen people? Not necessarily, Mu Yunxiao replied uncertainly, shaking his head. When you mentioned that the Gu Xianmen's base is in Qiyun Mountain, I was actually quite surprised, because since last year I've been researching Qiyun Mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone showed curious expressions, including the usually silent Zhang Wei. Why study this place? Xiao Nanping's curiosity was piqued at that moment. Is there any research value here? Do you all remember that there was a small earthquake in Xiangxi before? A very minor one, so small that it didn't even make it to the news. Mu Yunxiao surveyed the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. Mu Yunxiao had already stated that it was a very minor earthquake that didn't even make it to the news. Don't mention other temporary workers, even the temporary worker Xiao Nanping, who is responsible for this region, doesn't know. So, is that earthquake related to Qiyun Mountain? Zhao Mumu really knows how to play along. Yes, Mu Yunxiao didn't keep them guessing and said directly that earthquake caused no damage to the people. It was only observed by the Geological Bureau. But after that earthquake, something very strange happened on Qiyun Mountain. Everyone's eyes widened, revealing their curiosity. However, the expression on Xiao Nanping's face was somewhat odd. As the temporary worker responsible for this area, if something really happened on Qiyun Mountain, she would definitely know first. I think you're just bragging. Xiao Nanping didn't say anything, but Yi Wuliu jumped in at that moment. Sister Xiao, you're the temporary worker in charge of this area. I don't believe you know something she doesn't. This strange incident has alarmed the authorities. However, it didn't come through our channels. Mu Yunxiao remained unperturbed by Yi Wuliu's skepticism. He looked at Yi Wuliu and said with a smile, so we, the ones who eat, don't know about this matter. Is there another channel besides us who eat? Zhao Mumu looked at Mu Yunxiao curiously. Mu Yunxiao placed his hand over his mouth and made a zipping motion. Yi Wuliu's expression turned serious. It seemed they knew something. Since it came through channels other than us who eat, how do you know about it? Zhang Wei, who had been silent, raised his question at this moment. Mu Yunxiao smiled slightly. I have my own channels, you know. Go on, Xiao Nanping, not too entangled in this question, urged. I really want to know what else is on Qiyun Mountain. Do you all know about spiritual entities? Mu Yunxiao asked mysteriously. Aren't they just ghosts? Of course, I know, Xiao Nanping said nonchalantly. But the word ghost frightened Zhao Mumu quite a bit. There are ghosts? Are there ghosts on Qiyun Mountain? Zhao Mumu looked around in panic. Wow, Zhao Mumu, you have such a small heart. Seeing Zhao Mumu like this, Yi Wuliu couldn't help but laugh. Get lost. Xiao Nanping looked at Yi Wuliu and scolded with a smile. Mumu is a little girl. Isn't it normal for a little girl to be afraid of ghosts? Yi Wuliu immediately shut up, not daring to say more. It's not ghosts, it's spiritual entities. Spiritual entities are a very strange existence, Mu Yunxiao explained to everyone. If we had to define spiritual entities, they are energy bodies that exist between humans and ghosts. With this explanation, everyone understood. So, there are spiritual entities on Qiyun Mountain. And those who died were because of these spiritual entities? Yi Wuliu summarized Mu Yunxiao's words. Yes, Mu Yunxiao nodded. So, do you think we might encounter spiritual entities? Zhao Mumu, hiding behind Xiao Nanping, cautiously poked her head out and asked. Highly unlikely. Mu Yunxiao smiled at Zhao Mumu. Upon hearing that it was highly unlikely, Zhao Mumu immediately felt relieved. But the expressions of the others looking at Mu Yunxiao were different from Zhao Mumu's. They knew Mu Yunxiao was lying. All right. Seeing that everyone had rested enough, Xiao Nanping said, let's continue. Okay. After everyone got up, they continued climbing the mountain. What were they talking about? Why did it take so long? Su Chen, hiding in the distance, yawned and complained in his heart. He knew they were resting, but he had no idea what they were discussing during their break. After all, Su Chen did not possess the ability of keen hearing. As night gradually enveloped the sky, the group of Have You Eaten found a relatively sheltered spot to rest. Regardless of whether they were in the wilderness or deep in the mountains, traveling at night was a major taboo. Moreover, they were now halfway up the mountain. At this moment, they were also very close to the lair of the Guxian sect. Therefore, they planned to rest well before proceeding with their actions. They took out the tent they had prepared earlier from their backpacks. Since it was obtained stealthily, they did not start a fire. They simply ate some canned food before entering the tent to rest. Of course, someone had to stay up to keep watch. The first group of night watchmen consisted of Xiao Nanping and Zhao Mumu. Not far away, Su Chen saw the Have You Eaten group starting to rest and cursed inwardly. Still resting? Are you kidding me? The situation is so critical and you can sleep like this? Su Chen was not scolding them out of righteousness. Rather, it was because he had not brought a tent himself. If he had to spend the night, he certainly could not be as comfortable as the Have You Eaten group. With no other choice, he could only find a tree and lean against it to sleep. In the middle of the night, Suchen suddenly woke up. He sensed a very strange energy fluctuation not far from him. What's going on? Regardless of what that strange energy fluctuation was, out of caution, Suchen decided to investigate. He quietly approached the source of the strange energy. To his surprise, he saw a stone moving not far away. The stone was entirely green and not very large, about 1 meter in height. The stone is moving? For a moment, Suchen even thought he was seeing things. It was not strange for a stone to move. What was strange was that the stone in front of him was actually walking on legs like a human. Although the stone's legs were merely 2 smaller stones. What the hell is this? Suchen felt that his worldview was experiencing a slight disruption. Spirit of Stone. Spirit of Stone level C growth stage description. A stone that has evolved due to certain special energies. Looking at the description of the Spirit of Stone, Suchen felt utterly bewildered. What's this? Stones can evolve too? As a reborn individual, Suchen prided himself on having seen the world. But this was indeed the first time he had encountered a non-living entity like a stone evolving. Before his rebirth, Suchen only knew that living beings could evolve. This was one of the reasons he was so shocked. The Spirit of Stone was now moving about very nimbly. It had no eyes or mouth. But for some reason, Suchen felt as if it was smiling. After moving for a while, the Spirit of Stone seemed to have adapted and began walking in a certain direction. Should I follow or not? Cao Mu hesitated. The situation with the Spirit of Stone was too bizarre, leaving Suchen unsure of what to do. Why not follow it? Maybe I can discover something good. Suchen thought to himself and quietly followed along. The Spirit of Stone walked ahead cheerfully, completely unaware that a human was following behind. The stone in front and Suchen behind walked for almost an hour before stopping. Ahead was a very large open space. In the center of the open space stood a massive stone. Surrounding the stone were many spirits of stone sitting cross-legged. Indeed, they were sitting cross-legged. In Suchen's eyes, they were sitting on the ground. However, he felt that they were in a meditative posture. Among the many spirits of stone, there were not only green ones but also quite a few blue ones and a small number of red ones. The blue ones are different, and the sizes of the stone spirits vary as well. The red ones are the largest, standing at least around 2 meters tall. Next is the blue, about 1.5 meters. Finally, there is the green, around 1 meter tall. The arrival of this green stone spirit caused all the stone spirits here to open their eyes. They have no eyes. But Suchen felt as if they had opened their eyes. When they saw the green stone spirit, they all jumped up joyfully. Then they gathered around the green stone spirit, surrounding it completely. It looked like they were celebrating. This celebration lasted for at least 10 minutes. After the celebration, the stone spirits lined up in 2 rows. Closest to the green stone spirit was the green stone spirit itself, followed by the blue, and finally the red. At that moment, a red stone spirit appeared at the end of the line. It walked slowly towards the green stone spirit. Suchen could tell that this red stone spirit was likely the king of the stone spirits. Why? The reason was simple. Because this red stone spirit wore a crown on its head and held a scepter in its hand. Its steps were slow but very dignified. When it reached the front of the green stone spirit, it gently tapped 3 times on the head of the green stone spirit with its scepter. As the last tap fell, the green stone spirit was enveloped in a strange halo. When the halo dissipated, Suchen discovered that the exterior of the green stone spirit had become incredibly radiant. After the ceremony ended, the stone spirits began to jump around the green stone spirit again. A group of beings with intelligence no less than that of humans and possessing a sense of community? Suchen still found it hard to accept. The reason humans have emerged as the dominant species on this planet is primarily due to their sense of community. These stone spirits won't replace humans and become the intelligent beings on this planet, will they? Suchen felt this was absurd, but absurdity did not mean there was no possibility of it. Bang! 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 Just as Suchen was pondering, he suddenly heard a strange sound. What is that sound? He looked in the direction from which the sound came. He saw a group of peculiar beings resembling humans standing on 2 feet, but their bodies were formed from condensed water, walking towards the territory of the stone spirits. Water spirit level, sea level, growth stage, introduction. What will happen when water possesses human intelligence? They will take on human forms. Water spirit? Stone spirit? So next, will there be a fire spirit appearing? Suchen felt his heart racing. Like the stone spirits, the water spirits were also divided into 3 levels. The lowest level of water spirit wore a metal copper ring on its right wrist. The next level wore metal copper rings on both wrists. The highest level wore copper rings on both wrists and a metal necklace around its neck. The appearance of the water spirits began to stir the emotions of the stone spirits. They all stepped forward to confront the water spirits. At that moment, a high-level water spirit holding a scepter walked over from the group of water spirits. From the group of stone spirits, a high-level stone spirit that had just held a scepter also stepped forward. Besides confronting each other, they emitted strange sounds. The syllables they produced were very peculiar. Su Chen couldn't understand a single word, but he could see that they were becoming more and more agitated as they spoke. When the stone spirits were excited, stone fragments flew everywhere. When the water spirits were excited, water droplets splashed around. The standoff lasted for about 5 minutes. The two leaders eventually returned to their respective groups. At almost the same time, both leaders raised their staffs, pointing at each other from a distance. Beneath them, their respective forces lunged forward. The attack methods of the stone spirits were quite peculiar. They used their hands to lift the water spirits that had just been raised, and then hurled them violently into the sky. It seemed they intended to smash the water spirits. The attack methods of the water spirits were even more bizarre. It was as if they had skateboards under their feet, weaving between the stone spirits. Each time they passed through the bodies of the stone spirits, they would carry away some dirt or stones from them. What a boring battle. If it weren't for the sheer oddity of these two entities, Su Chen would definitely not have spent so long watching their fight. Despite their strange attack methods, the effects were quite effective. In just 10 minutes, both sides had suffered considerable losses. On the stone spirits side, the number of low-level stone spirits had sharply decreased. On the water spirits side, the number of mid-level water spirits had also diminished significantly. A simple exchange would reveal that the losses on both sides were actually quite similar. Yet, even so, the battle continued. Are they fighting over something? At that moment, Su Chen seemed to have thought of something. After all, both were spiritual entities. If it weren't for some benefit, there shouldn't be too much conflict between them. The water spirits invading the territory of the stone spirits, if they are indeed fighting over something, then what they are fighting for must be within the territory of the stone spirits. With this thought, Su Chen began to search within the territory of the stone spirits. However, after searching for a while, he found no valuable items within the stone spirits' territory. Could it be just a simple territorial dispute? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Chen dismissed it. The water spirits and stone spirits were two completely different types of spiritual entities. Therefore, the territories they required should also be entirely different. The area around the stone spirits' territory was filled with stones and dirt. In contrast, the water spirits' territory should be entirely composed of water. According to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, Earth restrains water. Even without following the Eastern 5 elements and 8 trigrams, according to Western theories, Earth also has a certain restraining effect on water. This means that even if the water spirits occupied the territory of the stone spirits, it wouldn't be of much benefit to them. Thus, their battle might not necessarily be for territorial gain. Having confirmed this, Su Chen continued to search within the territory of the stone spirits. After a thorough search, he indeed found something. He discovered a very small stone cave within the range of the stone spirits' territory. How small was it? A child of 1 or 2 years old would likely have to bend down to enter. The cave was shallow, only a few inches deep. This meant that an adult could easily reach the end of the cave with just an outstretched hand. But strangely, in the very center of this cave, there was a tiny spring. The spring was very small, about the size of an adult's pinky finger. Water continuously bubbled up from the spring. The water was a deep blue, possessing an indescribable magic. Perhaps due to years of water flow, depressions had formed around the spring. These depressions looked like small bowls. Could it be that the water spirits came for this spring water? Su Chen looked around. If the water spirits were indeed here for something, it must be that spring water. With this thought, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Su Chen's mind. He summoned the system and then accessed the shop interface. He entered container. Water storage bottle small. Description: can store 1000 milliliters of water. Price 1 point. Water bottle medium. Introduction: can store 10 liters of water. Price 10 points. Water bottle large. Introduction: can store 100 liters of water. Price 100 points. Water bottle extra large. Introduction: can store 1000 liters of water. Price 1000 points. The appearance of the water bottle is very similar to that of Longhu spring bottles. The differences between small, medium, large, and extra large are merely in storage capacity. The size of the bottles is the same. Black technology. Su Chen murmured to himself. He glanced in the direction of the spring and secretly pondered, should I buy a large one? Or an extra large one? The depression where the spring water was stored didn't hold much water. I'll buy a medium one. Su Chen directly spent 10 points to purchase a water bottle medium. After making the purchase, Su Chen carefully concealed his presence and quietly headed towards the stone cave. The spirits of water and stone were locked in fierce battle. Therefore, neither of them noticed that a lecherous human was approaching their contested prize. Arriving at the entrance of the stone cave, Su Chen directly extended the water bottle into it. What Su Chen didn't expect was that this water bottle had a very impressive skill. It could absorb water. Once the water bottle was placed inside, it began to suck up the water from the depression. In just a few seconds, the water in the depression was completely absorbed by Su Chen's water bottle. He quickly stored the water bottle back into the system. Then he silently left. Returning to the spot where he had rested earlier, Suchen took the water bottle out from the system. Water bottle, medium, water storage, 1 storage capacity, 5 liters. Suchen held the water bottle in front of him and gently shook it. In the azure water, tiny starlights appeared. Could this water be? Suchen's eyes widened and a sudden possibility sprang to his mind. If that's the case, then I would be rich. He eagerly opened the cap of the water bottle and pressed his nose against it. As soon as his nose touched, a refreshing fragrance wafted into Suchen's nostrils. Before his rebirth, Suchen had read a book called World Museum. The creator of this book was the most famous ranger of that time. This person had an extremely high talent for cultivation, but he had no interest in fighting at all. His greatest interest was traveling around the world. After completing his global journey, he compiled his experiences into a book. And this book was World Museum. Every man has a dream of traveling the world, and Suchen was no exception. However, the Earth is dangerous. Without strength, traveling the world is no different from seeking death. So he really liked the book World Museum. He had read it no less than 10 times. Most of the content in the book was deeply ingrained in his mind. When the author traveled to the shores of the East Sea, he accidentally discovered a small spring. The spring was tiny, and the amount of water it produced each year was very limited. However, after studying it, the author found that the water from this spring had a very magical ability. When refining medicine, just a drop would completely change the properties of the medicine. When forging, just a drop would turn even the most ordinary material into something extraordinary. Of course, that wasn't its most impressive feature. Its most impressive feature was that a single drop could bring the dead back to life. Thus, many talented individuals in various secondary professions offered high prices hoping to purchase a drop. But apart from the book's author, no one else had found this spring water. The author also gave the water produced by this spring a very beautiful name. Because the water came from the seaside and was blue. So the author named this water the mystery of the deep blue sea. Isn't this a way to get rich? Suchen was overjoyed. Of course, the wealth he spoke of was not money. After all, he had the infinite black card. As a reborn person, Suchen was very clear about the value of the mystery of the deep blue sea. With just 1 drop, obtaining a low-grade heavenly technique was not necessarily easy, but it wasn't particularly difficult either. With 5 drops, one could even exchange for a high-grade heavenly technique. Asterisk as for 5 liters, how many drops that would be, it was simply impossible to calculate. With this mystery of the deep blue sea, I could even go find Lu Haixia to exchange for some alchemical formulas. Lu Haixia was the most formidable master of elixirs after the revival of spiritual energy. However, he became famous before the revival of spiritual energy. Suchen had previously asked the old master about Lu Haixia. The old master told Suchen that Lu Haixia was in Huaxia. Moreover, he was very easy to find. The old master even provided Suchen with Lu Haixia's address. But all of this will have to wait until we eliminate the Gu Immortal sect. The immediate priority was to eradicate the Gu Immortal sect. Other matters could wait. After studying the mystery of the deep blue sea, Suchen put it back into the system. He then continued to monitor the resting place of the temporary workers. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, Suchen, who had fallen asleep against a large tree, suddenly woke up. He instinctively looked towards the resting place of the temporary workers. They had already begun to dismantle their tents. Once the tents were taken down, they packed them into their backpacks. Then they found a relatively concealed spot to bury their backpacks. It seems they are preparing to move. The act of burying their backpacks was clearly to lighten their load. Once the backpacks were buried, Xiao Nanping asked, "Is everyone ready?" Everyone nodded in unison. In this team, there was actually no designated leader. Yet everyone still implicitly regarded Xiao Nanping as the leader. The reason was simple: Xiao Nanping had very strong leadership skills. "Since everyone is ready, let's set off," Xiao Nanping said, leading the way in a particular direction. The temporary workers followed suit. Before long, they reached the mountain top. After climbing over a large rock, a village suddenly appeared before them. A village? Did our intel go wrong, or was the address incorrect? Upon seeing the village, Yi Wuliu couldn't help but ask. Xiao Nanping clearly had the same question as Yi Wuliu. She raised her right hand slightly and gently poked at the air twice with her finger. A holographic map appeared before her. She glanced at the map, then at the direction of the village, and said in a deep voice, "The map is correct. This village in front of us is the base of the Gu Immortal sect." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "Let's observe for a bit," Xiao Nanping said. Finding a relatively concealed spot, Xiao Nanping took out binoculars to start observing. Her binoculars were the black technology of the temporary workers. At first glance, they looked no different from ordinary binoculars. However, both stability and distance had been greatly enhanced. Slowly zooming in on the image, Xiao Nanping saw a harmonious scene. The others could also see the image through the watch on their wrists. "Why does it look like an ordinary village?" Mu Yunxiao said softly. From the image, it indeed appeared to be an extraordinarily ordinary village. In the village, men were plowing fields, women were weaving, children were playing, and the elderly were chatting. Not only that, but they even saw a few women gossiping. This looked like an ordinary village in every way. No, wait. At that moment, Xiao Nanping seemed to have noticed something. She adjusted the telescope. In the very center of the village, there was a small clearing. Behind the clearing stood a building resembling an ancestral hall. The door of the hall was open. Through the telescope, the temporary workers could clearly see that. Inside the hall, there were not ancestral tablets but 5 statues. The statues were resplendent and imposing. Toad, centipede, scorpion, gecko, venomous snake. What they worship are the 5 poisons. Which normal village would enshrine the 5 poisons in their ancestral hall? At this moment, everyone also saw the 5 poisons inside the hall. No doubt about it. Zhao Mumu slightly closed her eyes as if sensing something. In this village, I feel an indescribable sense of gloom. This gloom is definitely not something that should exist in an ordinary village. So, what should we do next? Even the cynical Yi Wulio found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Even if this village was indeed the stronghold of the Guxian sect, they had no idea how to proceed. Because there were still many elderly, children, and women in the village. At least on the surface, these people all appeared innocent. Slaughter the village. Cho. Nanping struggled to utter those 2 words. For these 2 words, none of the temporary workers showed any confusion or other expressions. Good. Everyone nodded with resolute expressions. They all drew their weapons, ready for battle. Even Zhao Mumu, who seemed the most likely to be overwhelmed with compassion among them, had a very determined expression. The temporary workers were not the type to prioritize tasks above all else. Their resolve stemmed from the truly nauseating actions of the Guxian sect. The elderly, children, and women in the village might indeed be innocent. But who cared? Were not the ordinary people and children killed by the Guxian sect also innocent? None of them were saints. No one could do everything perfectly. As long as they could avoid nightmares at night, that was enough. Are you ready? Xiao Nanping asked everyone. They all nodded. Make your move. Xiao Nanping charged ahead towards the village. The other 4 followed closely behind. Wow, they really are decisive. Su Chen was also hiding in a relatively concealed spot. The decisive action of the temporary workers truly surprised him. He had thought that among the temporary workers there would be 1 or 2 naive do-gooders. But the reality was, there wasn't a single do-gooder among the 5. Looks like I need to prepare for battle as well. The Wuyo Finger Tiger and the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword appeared in Su Chen's hands simultaneously. With the Wuyo Finger Tiger equipped in the Luoxia Soul Settling Sword gripped tightly, Su Chen walked towards the village at a steady pace. Among the 5, the first to charge out was Xiao Nanping, but the fastest was Yi Wulio. When he was still 10 meters away from the village, someone inside the village noticed him. Someone's coming. The one who spotted him was a child, but even the child showed no signs of nervousness on his face. He turned and shouted towards the village, looks like they are here to cause trouble. Everyone, get ready for battle. After the child shouted, he headed towards Yi Wulio. A child? Seeing the child rushing towards him, Yi Wulio's face immediately showed a strange expression. However, he was indeed cautious. He did not let his guard down just because the other party was a child. The child's pace was slow, yet Yi Wulio's speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. The corners of the child's mouth curled up slightly, sketching a very wicked smile. I don't know who you belong to, but since you dare to come to our Guxianmen stronghold, you better be prepared for death. As the words fell, the child suddenly opened his mouth wide. A mass of black mist flew out from the child's mouth, heading towards Yi Wulio. Golden light spell. Yi Wulio growled. A beam of golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. The appearance of the golden light spell made the child pause for a moment. Ha! After recovering, he sneered with disdain. I thought who it was, but it turns out to be a high disciple of the Tiancher mansion from Longhu mountain. Just as the child finished mocking, the mist had already reached Yi Wulio's front. The mist pressed directly against the barrier formed by the golden light spell. Yi Wulio was shocked to discover that the mist was actually corroding the golden light spell bit by bit. Qi expulsion. Yi Wulio opened his mouth. A gas composed of qi sprayed directly from his mouth. Qi expulsion? The child was slightly taken aback when he saw the qi expulsion. A disciple of the Xinshao sect? Qi expulsion, like the golden light spell, was a well-known technique of a particular sect. Interesting. The child looked at Yi Wulio, shaking his head with a smile. Qi expulsion dispersed the mist, but Yi Wulio felt a severe headache. The child's realm was unknown, but his strength was not to be underestimated. If the Gu Xianmen stronghold was filled with such experts, then even if they all came out in full force, it might not necessarily lead to a massacre. This child is quite interesting. Su Chen was also very shocked that a child could possess such strength. Tong Yu. He decided to first see what this child was all about. Yang de level, Qi nourishing 5th stage introduction, one of the 4 guardians of Gu Xianmen. He maintains a childlike appearance due to consuming the rejuvenation pill. Su Chen initially thought this child was exceptionally gifted, but he didn't expect that This child had taken a drug. The rejuvenation pill? It really exists. Su-chen had indeed heard of this pill. However, he always thought that such fantastical pills were merely legends. Now it seemed Su-chen was wrong. I just wonder how many people in this village have taken the rejuvenation pill. The disguise of this rejuvenation pill was truly remarkable. So good that it even made Yi Wulyo question his life. This child is Yangde. He must have used some special method to become a child. Seeing Yi Wulyo doubting his life, Zhou Nanping couldn't help but shout at Yi Wulyo. Upon hearing this, Yi Wulyo carefully scrutinized the child. After Zhou Nanping's reminder, Yi Wulyo indeed saw more and more resemblance. Damn! He looked at Yangde and couldn't help but curse. You bastard, how do you have such a quirk? Yangde was also very shocked that everyone discovered his identity. As one of the 4 guardians of Gu Xianmen, Yangde had long been holed up in the stronghold. Not to mention outsiders, even among the people in the stronghold, very few knew his true identity. The fact that these outsiders could call out his name just like that was enough to astonish Yangde. How did you know about me? Yangde asked Yi Wulyo. Yi Wulyo smiled slightly through the national population census system. Upon hearing this, Yangde was dumbfounded. The national population census system was under official jurisdiction. However, the watches of the people present were also connected to this system. As long as they could see the other party and make a comparison, then within 5 seconds, all the information about the other party would be completely presented before everyone. The convenience of this was entirely thanks to the glasses on their noses. Besides having night vision and thermal imaging technology, the glasses were equipped with many advanced technologies, including, but not limited to, photography. Who are you really? Yangde asked Yi Wulyo. Yi Wulyo smiled slightly. Have you eaten, temp worker? Yi Wulyo was not afraid of the other party knowing his identity. You are official people. Yangde clearly knew about the have you eaten. In other words, as long as one is an extraordinary person, they would know about have you eaten. That's right, our mission is to exterminate your Gu Xianmen. Yi Wulyo said this with an air of righteousness. Just you few? Yangde shook his head disdainfully. Your strength is indeed impressive, but to exterminate us at Gu Xianmen, you're still a bit lacking. Yi Wulyo faced a child. As for Zhou Nanping, she faced an old woman. The old woman had gray hair, a hunched back, and held a dragon-headed cane. She walked slowly, giving the impression that she might fall at any moment. Zhou Nanping was genuinely cautious. Facing the old woman, she did not underestimate her just because of her age. Despite the old woman's appearance, her combat ability was quite remarkable. In her confrontation with Zhou Nanping, she surprisingly did not fall behind. Zhang Wei faced an old man. The old man had white hair and beard, giving off an aura of a celestial being. But for some reason, a fierce look shone in his eyes. Zhao Mumu faced a young girl. Mu Yunxiao faced a little girl. Su-chen stood in a concealed spot not far away, quietly watching the battle between them. Overall, the people from Have You Eaten were still holding their ground. However, Su-chen also noticed that the people from Gu Xianmen had begun to gather towards the village entrance. Although they had not completely surrounded the people from Have You Eaten, they had blocked their path. The people from Have You Eaten are in trouble, Su-chen thought to himself, because he discovered that among the people from Gu Xianmen there was a powerful individual. This individual was very good at hiding. Among the crowd of Gu Xianmen, this powerful person seemed so inconspicuous. If it weren't for Su-chen filtering through them one by one, he might not have even noticed this powerful individual. Concentration level 1. Interesting. Indeed, this powerful individual's realm was concentration level 1. The realm of the temporary workers from Have You Eaten was all at Qi Nourishing level 9. If they really faced this powerful individual, the outcome would be hard to predict. The battle continued. The people from Have You Eaten had a slight advantage. Yi Wulyo was the first to end the fight. Then came Zhou Nanping, Zhang Wei, Zhao Mumu, and Mu Yunxiao. For reasons unknown, the people from Have You Eaten did not kill their opponents. After the battle ended, the people from Have You Eaten stood back to back. They watched the people from Gu Xianmen with vigilant expressions. This is troublesome. Yi Wulyo glanced at the people from Gu Xianmen and whispered to the others. During the battle just now, I was locked onto by a very powerful aura. I feel that if I dared to kill my opponent, that aura would kill me first. I feel the same way. Zhou Nanping's eyes also roamed among the people from Gu Xianmen. That's one of the reasons I didn't strike hard. What about you? I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. The other three clearly also felt locked onto by that powerful aura. What should we do? Yi Wulyo asked Zhou Nanping. Should we retreat? Zhang Wei suggested. They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to make a reckless sacrifice. Given the current situation, a temporary retreat was a wise choice. When they initially assessed the strength of Gu Xianmen, they had already rated it several levels higher. But looking at the current situation, they had still underestimated Gu Xianmen. We can't retreat. At this moment, Zhao Mumu looked around. Her keen perception sensed that they were now deep in enemy territory. Then let's let go, Yi Wulyo said with a smile. Okay. In response, Xiao Nanping had no objections. Since we can't retreat, let's go all out. Understood. No problem. Then let's get serious. As temporary workers for the EDIT organization, they surely had some hidden tricks up their sleeves. Yi Wuliu took the lead. He pulled out a folding mask from his pocket. When he opened the mask, it revealed the likeness of Erlang Xinyang Jian. Summon the deity. Yi Wuliu put the mask on his face and let out a low roar. In an instant, a silver battle armor formed from qi enveloped Yi Wuliu. Behind him, a long red cloak billowed dramatically. The weapon in his hand transformed into Erlang Shin's three-pointed, double-edged blade. Goodness. Su Chen, hiding in the distance, widened his eyes at this scene. I didn't expect Yi Wuliu to summon a deity. Summoning a deity was a very special technique. By using certain objects as mediums, one could summon a deity to assist in battle. Depending on the opportunity, different deities could be summoned. However, being able to summon a deity like Erlang Shin indicated that Yi Wuliu's fortune was quite extraordinary. Full body. Xiao Nanping let out a low roar. Her muscles began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few seconds, she transformed from a frail girl into a muscular powerhouse. Isn't this just Neza from the Ten Cold? Although her muscles were rapidly expanding, her head showed no change at all. It must be said that this version of Xiao Nanping exuded an indescribable beauty. Control the instruments. Zhang Wei also let out a low roar at this moment. He could be seen as the clothes behind him began to tear. 8 long swords, each the size of an adult's index finger, emerged from his lower back, floating behind him. Zhang Wei's control over instruments, while not as visually striking as summoning a deity or full body transformation, still left Su Chen in awe. Talismans. Zhao Mumu's right hand formed a sword gesture, waving freely in the air. Green lines danced at her fingertips. Void talisman drawing. Could it be that Zhao Mumu is? A sect came to Su Chen's mind. This sect primarily used talismans as their combat weapon. It was said that when they reached the pinnacle of their training, they could draw talismans in the void to slay demons and exterminate monsters. Your unique talents are truly impressive. Mu Yunxiao said enviously from the side. Unlike my unique skills. Projection. Mu Yunxiao stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Behind him, a massive projection appeared. The projection looked extremely evil, as if it were a great demon from beyond the heavens. The giant towered high, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The most bizarre thing was that this giant had its hands clasped together, with a purple halo behind its head. Still, this unique talent is the most dazzling. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. The unique talents of the 5 appeared. The members of the Gu Xian sect looked particularly grave. Even the powerful Gu Xian sect member that Su Chen had previously locked onto had a somewhat grim expression. These temporary workers for the EDIT organization should not be underestimated. The powerful figure sighed slightly. Everyone, follow me to kill. Xiao Nanping shouted loudly as she charged towards the members of the Gu Xian sect. Kill. Yi Wuliu swung his three-pointed, double-edged blade and charged into the crowd. The third eye on his forehead opened, emitting beams of golden light. Anyone struck by the golden light had their bodies pierced through. Big. Zhang Wei did not charge. He stood in place, raising his hands above his head and spreading them wide. The 10 long swords instantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the 10 long swords grew to the size of ordinary long swords. Not only that, but the 10 long swords were also continuously expanding. After a while, the expansion gradually came to an end. The swords, which were originally only the size of an adult's index finger, were now larger than an adult. Su Chen looked at these 10 long swords, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. It felt as if he had seen these 10 long swords somewhere before. In a moment of clarity, Su Chen actually remembered. Yenyue, Jingni, Xian, Jian, Jingong, Duanshui, Wang, Liang, Zhuanpa, Maihun. Aren't these the legendary 8 swords of King Yu? The reason Su Chen could recognize these swords was that before his rebirth he had seen a battle online. This battle featured a mysterious expert who fought alone against 5 of the same realm. The expert stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of calmness. Surrounding the expert were 10 long swords, and those 10 long swords were the same as the ones before him. But why were the 8 swords of King Yu 10 in number? The reason was simple. Although Xian and Jian appeared to be 2 swords, they were actually 1. The same went for Wang and Liang. Viewed this way, the 8 swords of King Yu indeed consisted of 8 swords. Go! After the 8 swords of King Yu finished expanding, Zhang Wei pointed forward. At this moment, Su Chen noticed that Zhang Wei's appearance was exactly the same as the expert he had seen in the video. In the video, Zhang Wei had his back to the camera. The reason Su Chen felt this way was entirely due to the aura Zhang Wei exuded. Puff! As soon as the 10 swords flew out, they instantly killed a member of the Gu Xianmen. Zhang Wei's battle was probably the easiest among everyone. Zhao Mumu formed a sword seal with his right hand, conjuring runes out of thin air. One by one, the runes took shape. Zhao Mumu pointed with his right hand. Palm thunder. A bolt of lightning shot straight towards a member of the Gu Xianmen. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. Before the opponent could react, they were directly turned to charcoal by the lightning. Mu Yunxiao did not rush to make a move. He watched quietly. After a while, perhaps feeling bored, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, the massive projection behind him began to move. 6 arms appeared behind the giant projection. Each arm held a sharp weapon. The weapons were different, but they all looked extraordinary. With weapons in hand, the giant projection smashed towards the Gu Xianmen village. Puff! As one hand of the projection came crashing down, a member of the Gu Xianmen was instantly killed. The expert from the Gu Xianmen, witnessing this scene, looked as if his eyes were about to burst. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly filled with rage. Yet, even so, he still did not rush to attack. It seemed he was waiting for something. The slaughter of the 5-man team continued. In less than 10 minutes, nearly half of the Gu Xianmen members had been slaughtered by the 5-man group. What could previously be called a battle had turned into a massacre after the 5-man group unleashed their extraordinary abilities. None of the people in the Gu Xianmen were a match for them. The killing continued. However, Gao Mu discovered something even more terrifying. Even though the 5-man group had already slaughtered nearly half of the Gu Xianmen members, their faces and eyes still bore an almost cruel calmness. I have to say, this group is indeed a bit terrifying. It should be noted that their average age was not high. In the face of such slaughter, an ordinary person would have long been bloodshot-eyed and overly excited. But they, however, remained unnaturally calm. Truly worthy of being the official organization, this group is genuinely terrifying. Su Chen felt that they must have undergone professional training. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to behave this way. It's time. The Gu Immortal Sect expert, who had not made a move until now, suddenly acted. Toad King Sacrifice. Scorpion King Sacrifice. Centipede King Sacrifice. Snake King Sacrifice. Wall King Sacrifice. The expert shouted with strange syllables. The living members of the Gu Immortal Sect felt a stirring in their hearts. They all drew their weapons and then slashed at their own necks. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, blood sprayed from their throats. Whether it was Su Chen's illusion or not, at that moment he actually saw a rainbow. What's going on? I have a bad feeling. It seems like they are performing some kind of sacrifice. Or perhaps they are summoning something. At this point, all the members of the Gu Immortal Sect had died. But the 5-man team did not relax at all. Su Chen, not far away, felt that something big was about to happen. The blood of the Gu Immortal Sect members formed pools on the ground. If one were to take a closer look at that moment, they would find that there were exactly 5 pools of blood. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood pools began to emit sounds like boiling water. Above the blood pools, bubbles were clearly rising. Puff! With a strange sound, Su Chen saw the blood in one of the pools suddenly retract. A toad appeared in the blood pool. After the toad appeared, the blood in the pool actually flowed towards it. The toad's size kept expanding with each collision. When the blood in the pool dried up, the toad's inflation finally stopped. At that moment, the toad looked like a small car, appearing very terrifying. Besides the toad, there were also huge centipedes and scorpions. The 5 poisons were truly complete. Go, kill them! The only living person in the room shouted at the 5-man team. The 5 poisons began to move. Heavenly Eye. Yi Wuliu was the first to strike. The golden light from the third eye shot straight towards the toad. Puff! The golden light was so strong that it pierced through the toad. A hole, as large as an adult's arm, appeared on the toad's body. But strangely, as soon as the hole appeared, it began to merge at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the toad was as good as new. The others encountered similar situations. Qiao Nanping faced the centipede. With one punch, he exploded the giant centipede's head. But the giant centipede's head quickly reformed. The enormous 5 poisons seemed almost non-corporeal. Ha ha ha, weren't you all quite powerful? Why? Can't you do anything now? The strong members of the Gu Immortal Sect began to mock the 5-man team recklessly. While the 5-man team fought against the giant 5 poisons, they cast dark glances at the experts of the Gu Immortal Sect. What should we do? Everyone looked towards their captain, Xiao Nanping. I don't know either. Xiao Nanping was also at a loss. The giant 5 poisons were giving her a huge headache. Heavenly Eye kill. At this moment, Yi Wuliu struck again. From the third eye, a golden light shot out like 1,000 rays. The golden light transformed into countless golden threads. In an instant, the toad not far in front of him was sliced into countless pieces by the numerous golden threads. The toad, cut into countless pieces, did not die. Its body kept writhing. In just a few seconds, the toad was as good as new again. Seeing this scene, urgency appeared in Yi Wuliu's eyes. This won't work. The consumption of qi from their extraordinary abilities far exceeded that of ordinary abilities. If this continued, the qi within them would surely be exhausted. Once that happened, they would be in danger. Do you have no means left? Weren't you all quite powerful just now? The master of the Gu Xian sect mocked the 5-man team crazily. Heavenly Talisman. Blazing fire. Spreads. Zhao Mumu, who had been silent until now, suddenly appeared. In front of her, runes began to take shape. She gently pointed with her right hand. A ball of flame shot towards a scorpion not far in front of her. The flame did not directly attack the scorpion but landed at its feet, creating a sea of fire beneath it. The scorpion tried to escape, but it was surrounded by flames, unable to flee. Ah! Under the scorching heat of the flames, the scorpion let out a wretched scream.